transmigrating into Uchiha and starting off by relying on a dual cultivation system to soar to toJonin. This operation is too wild. Uchiha Kanya opened his eyes and found himself in the Naruto world right in the middle of the Uchiha clan's impending extinction. Just as he was despairing, a system popped up in his mind. Dual cultivation to become stronger, sleep with girls to earn points. He was ecstatic on the spot, drank the ultimate charm potion from the newbie gift pack, and instantly became the heartthrob of Konoha, going out with girls every day to cultivate. In hotel rooms, and within a few days, his chakra skyrocketed to toJonin level. The most thrilling part was that he caught the attention of Danzo. Root ninjas were stalking him like ghosts, and Kanya felt uneasy. What does that old man want? He quickly sent his fangirls to the Uchiha clan compound to find him. But as a result, Uchiha Itachi jumped over the wall and looked through the paper window, seeing two figures. Intertwined, his eyes widened in shock, and he almost fell. Itachi was probably dumbfounded. Our Uchiha clan is about to be exterminated, and you're actually doing this in the clan compound? But Kanya was secretly delighted. If I don't hurry up and cultivate, will I just wait to be killed by your brother? Now he had to deal with Danzo surveillance while accumulating points through dual cultivation and find a way to change the fate of the Uchiha clan, a task as difficult as fighting 10 pains at once. But here comes the problem. Will having too much charm bring trouble? What if Tsunade was also attracted? Can he handle that? Even worse, if Itachi saw this scene, would he report him on the spot? If Danzo took advantage of the situation, would his current Jonin strength be enough? The next chapter goes straight into the Shura field. Will Itachi rush in to beat up Kanya? Will Danzo's Root launch a night raid on the clan compound? Follow for updates to see how this Uchiha, who relies on dual cultivation for a comeback, plays around in the face of clan extinction, rescuing Shursui, then turning around to dig out his eyes. This Uchiha is too ruthless. Uchiha Shursui was being hunted by Root, and just when he was about to meet his end, Uchiha Kanya suddenly appeared. His left eye stealth made him invisible, while his right eye. Instant death meant whoever he stared at would die. Root ninjas fell in droves, and just as Shursui wanted to thank him, Kanya suddenly reached out. I saved you, but I need your eyes. The next moment, his fingers touched the eye socket, and the Manjiki was forcibly dug out. The most audacious move came from Henny after merging Shizui's Sharingan. He actually bought a pair of Onetamo to put back in through the system mall, and deceived Shursui. This is the eye of a fallen warrior. I replaced it with Yang. Release. Shursui was confused. I remember you dug out my eye, right? Kanya, relying on the power of the Manjiki, forcibly brainwashed him. Stop thinking about it. Konoha is going to exterminate the Uchiha. You need to work with me. Uchiha Itachi, who was secretly watching, must have been scared out of his wits. Just a few days ago, he saw Kanya engaging in group activities in the clan compound, and now he was actually digging out Shizui's eye with his bare hands. The contrast was even more absurd than Obito's mask. But Kanya was calculating in his heart. With Shizui's Manjiki, if I accumulate more points, I might just be able to take on that old schemer Danzo. But did Shursui really believe it? If he found out that his eyes were taken for merging, would he fight Kanya to the death? Even more dangerously, if Itachi found out about this, would he take action early to exterminate the clan? Can Haney's current strength withstand the combined assault of Itachi and Danzo? The next chapter goes straight into the Ancestral Hall showdown. Will Kanya, holding Shizui's eyes, tear apart the traitor Itachi on the spot? Will Danzo's Root suddenly attack? Follow for updates to see how this eye-digging maniac stirs up trouble on the eve of the Uchiha extermination. The clan leader secretly informs Itachi, only to be caught on the spot. This Uchiha family is too chaotic. Uchiha Fugaku released a carrier pigeon to notify Itachi, but was stared to death by Kanya. The Manjiki's instant death ability is too powerful. Kanya erupted on the spot. Do you want Itachi to come kill us? He turned around and attacked Mikoto, shouting, traitors have no rights. The clan leader's wife is mine now. Fugaku and Mikoto were controlled by cursed seals and could only watch helplessly. The scene was so awkward it could fill a 3-bedroom apartment. The next day in the Ancestral Hall, all the clan members were gathered. Except for Itachi, this guy walked in and threatened. Do you want to betray Konoha? But Shursui countered. You are the traitor. You let Konoha massacre the clan. Shursui revealed his Onetamo Sharingan. See? My Manjiki was taken by you and Danzo. Itachi was stunned. How are you not dead? Kanya fanned the flames from the side. If I hadn't saved Shursui, he would have been silenced by you long ago. The clan members erupted, pointing fingers at Itachi. Itachi was probably cursing in his heart. I saw this guy causing trouble in the clan compound yesterday, and today he's leading the charge against me. The Ancestral Hall was now more dangerous than Orochimaru's laboratory, and any disagreement could lead to a fight. But with Fugaku and Mikoto still under Haney's control, would he use them as hostages to force Itachi to surrender? If Itachi got desperate and used his Manjiki to unleash Amaterasu, how many clan members in the ancestral hall would survive? Even worse, Danzo's root might be waiting outside, ready to reap the benefits. The next chapter goes straight into the clan extermination reversal. Will Hanya join forces with the clan members to take down Itachi first? Will Danzo lead Root to crash in? Follow for updates to see how this man who has turned the Uchiha upside down rewrites the fate of extermination, staring to death Uchiha Itachi and merging his Manjiki. This new Uchiha clan leader is too fierce. Uchiha Kanya publicly activated his powers in the ancestral hall. His Manjiki Sharingan's instant death ability was activated, and Uchiha Itachi, who couldn't even use Amaterasu, fell straight to the ground. Hanya walked over and, in front of the whole clan, actually merged Itachi's Manjiki, then turned and shouted, "I have eliminated the traitor. I want to be the clan leader. Who opposes?" The clan members were so scared they quickly lowered their heads. We all agree. Even more outrageous was Danzo's fate leading Root into the Uchiha clan compound, only to see 3,000 clan members all activate their Sharingan, 3 Tomo, directly, upgrading to Manjiki. Just as Danzo was about to threaten, Hanya didn't even lift his eyelids, and with one use of his instant death ability, that old schemer didn't even have time to use Izanagi before. He was instantly finished. Root ninjas fell like wheat being cut, faster than Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. The third Hokage arrived with the leaders of other ninja clans, pointing at Hanya and shouting, "You are a devil." Hanya shot back. During the Third Shinobi World War, how many Uchiha clan members mysteriously disappeared? Do you dare say it has nothing to do with you? This statement was like throwing a giant fireball, blowing everyone's minds. Turns out the third Hokage was the mastermind behind it all. Now Hanya, having merged Shursui, Fugaku, and Itachi's Manjiki, had powers that were ridiculously strong. Spatial concealment, instant death gaze, hypnotic brainwashing, plus a small world and Dharma realm. If he wanted to topple Konoha, it would be as easy as playing a game. But would those brainwashed clan members really obey him forever? Would the other ninja clans in Konoha unite against the Uchiha? The next chapter goes straight into the Konoha battle. Will Hanya lead his army of 3,000 Sharingan to bloodily wash through Konoha? Can the third Hokage's Reaper Death Seal stop him? Follow for updates to see how this new clan leader makes the Uchiha great again, turning Konoha upside down. The third Hokage was publicly stared to death. Does the new Uchiha clan leader want to bloodily wash through Konoha's 4 great clans? This plot is crazier than Pain destroying Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still shouting, "I'm the father of Konoha," but Uchiha Hanya broke through his defenses with one sentence. The 4th Hokage could live, so why isn't it you who died? Why don't you use the Reaper Death Seal? The surrounding ninja clan leaders erupted. No wonder Danzo targeted the Uchiha. The 3rd Hokage had been pretending to be blind all along. Heine's 6th Tomo Sharingan spun, activating the instant death ability. The strongest Hokage had no chance to resist and fell straight to the ground, more tragic than being sealed by Orochimaru. Even harsher things are yet to come. Hanya pointed at the clan leaders and said, "Either join me in taking down the Sarutobi, Uchiha, Shimura, and Mito clans, or die right now." These people were terrified and had lost their wits, so they could only obediently comply. Thousands of people surged towards the Konoha district like a tide, and the fierce determination in Hanya's eyes was almost overflowing. They started this first, so don't blame me for cutting the roots. Just a few days ago, they were still playing multiplayer games in their clan territories, and now they actually want to topple the 4 great clans of Konoha. This contrast is even more absurd than Obito turning from a good person into the masked man. Will those coerced clan leaders turn against him halfway? The common people of Konoha must be scared out of their wits at this scene. What's even more critical is that Tsunade and Jiraiya haven't returned yet. Who can stop the rampaging Hanyi? The next chapter will dive straight into the scene of the clan massacre. Will the 4 great clans be wiped out in one go? Will Hanyi turn the Hokage rock into the Uchihas? Follow for updates to see how this mad clan leader stirs up Konoha into chaos, allowing the Uchiha to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Hanyi makes the daimyo of the Fire Country his puppet and wants to change the ninja era into the Shogunate era. This move is crazier than Obito's Eye of the Moon. Konoha Square was packed with people, and Uchiha Hanyi stood on the rooftop shouting, "The ninja era is over. From now on, I will be the shogun ruling you all." The daimyo of the Fire Country next to him echoed like a puppet. The 3rd Hokage incited internal strife. Uchiha is the savior. The villagers were bewildered yesterday. They were shouting to exterminate the Uchiha. And today, they want to change dynasties? What's even more outrageous is the black material he fabricated. The 2nd Hokage made the Uchiha his watchdog, and establishing ninja schools was just sending civilians to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Once this statement came out, the civilians in the square, erupted wonder their men died quickly on the battlefield. They were being used as cannon fodder. Hanyu looked at the reactions below and sneered. All the adult men from the 4 great clans will be put on trial. Just a few days ago, they were still digging into Shizui's eyes, and now they want to put the entire Konoha High Command on trial. This power climb is faster than Orochimaru's. Curse mark. Will any fish that slipped through the net from the 4 great clans return with the 9 tails for revenge? If those brainwashed villagers wake up one day, won't they tear Hanyu apart? What's most dangerous is if Jiraiya finds out that his disciple Minato has turned Konoha into this. He might come back from Mayaboka Mountain to kill. The next chapter will go straight to the execution site. How will the men of the 4 great clans be dealt with? Will Hanyu turn the ninja school into a Shogunate guard training camp? Follow for updates to see how this mad general completely overturns the ninja world, allowing the Uchiha to become the true rulers. Uchiha Kanya raised his left hand, his expression passionate, and said, "As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen became the Hokage. But he is merely a puppet, even with great power. He is nothing but a name with no substance. Yet he has also learned how to collude with enemies, uniting with outsiders to bury the Senju clan's elite in war. After the war, the Senju clan has completely fallen. Can you still see their presence today? Even the princess of the land of fire, Tsunade, has distanced herself from the power center of Konoha." At this point, Uchiha Kanya paused for a moment and continued. "Isn't there something wrong with all of this? And you, enjoying the benefits he brought, do you bear no guilt?" Uchiha Kanya's words were filled with questioning and indignation, and his eyes sparkled with a sharp light. He stared down at the crowd below, as if he wanted to swallow each of them one by one. He continued, "Now that the trial is over, I have come to execute you." As his words fell, a pitch-black sphere suddenly condensed in Uchiha Kanya's hand, as if it had swallowed all the light. He ruthlessly threw the sphere into the center of the square, and in an instant, the sphere expanded, resembling a massive black hole, frantically devouring the men from the 4 great clans. To the surrounding crowd, unaware of the truth, Uchiha Kanya appeared like a demon, cruelly erasing the lives of those men. But the truth was far from that. The men who were consumed had not died. Instead, they were transferred by Uchiha Kanya to his own paradise. It was a small world similar to the real one, but filled with mystery and the unknown. After completing all this, a glint of cunning light flashed in Uchiha Kanya's eyes. He gently called out to the system and asked, "System, do you have any other functions? For example, waste utilization or something like that. I don't want to kill just for the sake of killing. I want benefits." Ding. Detection of host's inquiry. Recycling function now activated. The system's cold and mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Members of the 4 great clans can be exchanged for system points. Would you like to exchange? Upon hearing this response, Uchiha Kanya's eyes instantly lit up. He answered without hesitation, "Exchange. Give it all to me. This is simply amazing. Ha 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 ha." His voice was filled with excitement and ecstasy, as if he could already see endless wealth beckoning to him. The howling wind roared, and beside Uchiha Kanya stood a group of loyal Uchiha clansmen, their eyes shining with a mix of awe and fervor. "Clan leader, what should we do with the remaining women and children?" One clansman asked cautiously, his voice weak and trembling against the howling wind. Uchiha Kanya's gaze was as cold as ice. He slightly turned his head and said, "Boys, all undergo sterilization, severing their bloodline. Girls, treat them as child brides and raise them for a while. As for the adult women, let them serve as concubines for the men in the clan, enriching our family's backyard. As for the old women, let them do some housework, making use of their last value." There was not a trace of compassion in Uchiha Kanya's words, as if these lives were nothing more than ants in his eyes. This was exactly the way he pursued to do things. He dislikes waste and believes every resource should be put to its best use. At this moment, a forgotten figure flashed through his mind, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Kanya snapped his fingers, as if he controlled the entire world, and said, "Where is Asuma Sarutobi? Is he still at the Temple of Fire?" The clan members immediately responded, reporting to the clan leader, "He is still at the Temple of Fire and may not yet be aware of the situation here. But we cannot rule out the possibility that someone has already informed him." Uchiha Kanya nodded, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He turned to his clansmen and said, "I will go catch him personally, and you all will handle things here. Be sure to maintain order and avoid causing chaos. Also, make sure to properly store the corpse of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It will be useful later. After saying this, he summoned a giant bird-like ninja beast. The ninja beast flapped its wings and soared high into the sky, quickly taking him straight to the Temple of Fire. The Temple of Fire is located in a quiet valley, surrounded by mountains and shrouded in clouds and mist. As Uchiha Kanya descended, the entire valley seemed to be enveloped in a chilling atmosphere. He knocked on the door while scanning the surrounding environment with sharp eyes. A few seconds later, the door slowly opened and a monk peeked out. He showed a hint of panic upon seeing Uchiha Kanya, but soon, he calmed himself and brought Uchiha Kanya into the temple. The head monk of the temple personally received Uchiha Kanya. He said with a serious expression, "Sarutobi Asuma has already left." Uchiha Kanya frowned slightly. "Where is he going? Did he mention it to you?" As he spoke, he slowly activated his Mangeki Sharingan, and a powerful hypnotic force instantly spread out. The head monk of the temple began to struggle to recall the conversation with Sarutobi Asuma under the influence of this force. He said that the Sarutobi clan had found him for something, but after he left, he headed towards the southern part of the Land of Fire. The head monk replied with difficulty, "Are there any others? It seems there are unexpected gains." Uchiha Kanya nodded. "Do you have any objects that can sense each other between you? Something convenient for contact?" The head monk hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke the truth. "Our identity tags have a mutual sensing effect." Chapter 6. Capturing and torturing Sarutobi Asuma after obtaining the identity tag of the Fire Temple. Uchiha Kanya smiled with satisfaction. He said, "Thank you very much for your cooperation." He activated his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, with 6 Magatama rotating within. A powerful emanated from him, enveloping the entire Fire Temple. The Fire Temple, along with the people inside, was completely absorbed into Uchiha Kanya's pocket dimension. And then he unceremoniously sold everything to the system in exchange for system points. Uchiha Kanya precisely injected Chakra into that identity nameplate. The nameplate trembled slightly and then emitted a faint glow. The sensing waves spread out like ripples, ultimately locking onto the direction of the Southern Fire Country. Uchiha Kanya's eyes flickered with determination and ruthlessness, as if he had already seen the target and sensed the storm about to erupt. He leaped forward and mounted the prepared flying beast. The beast let out a long howl towards the sky, its wings flapping, creating a gust of wind as it swiftly pursued the target. The silhouette of the flying beast traced a bright arc across the night sky, resembling a shooting star as it broke through the air. After some time of tracking, Uchiha Kanya indeed spotted the familiar figure of Asuma Sarutobi in the southern region of the Land of Fire. His iconic beard looked particularly striking in the night. Asuma Sarutobi was accompanied by a group of ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, still on the run. Upon seeing the person in front of him, Uchiha Kanya felt an uncontrollable surge of anger rise within him. His eyes opened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and, at the focal point of his gaze, a powerful chakra erupted instantly, ultimately forming a massive black hole. The black hole in the night sky emitted a destructive aura, like a demon that devours everything, opening its bloody maw and lunging towards Sarutobi Asuma and the others. Sarutobi Asuma and the surrounding ninjas, faced with this sudden attack, were left stunned and speechless. They had no time to react and were instantly swallowed by the black sphere without mercy. In the night, there came a series of piercing screams, but soon they were drowned out by the black hole, leaving only a dead silence in the end. When everything returned to calm, it felt as if even time had paused at that moment. Uchiha Kanya stood on the back of the flying bird ninja beast, his gaze cold and deep, whispering to himself, "I'll start with you and have some fun. The anger of my clan needs an outlet." He used the ability of the secret realm to cross the distance and return to the Hokage building. When Uchiha Kanya appeared again, he was already holding the bruised and battered Asuma Sarutobi in his hand. There was not a trace of pity or compassion in his eyes. In the square in front of the Hokage building, another corpse was quietly bound to a cross. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the former Hokage, now just a lifeless body. His eyes were hollow and deep, as if telling the story of past glory and honor. But at this moment, only endless desolation and sorrow remained. Uchiha Kanya had someone tie Asuma Sarutobi beside him. When Asuma Sarutobi woke up, he found himself facing his father's corpse. At that moment, it felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer, and a strong wave of grief and anger surged within him. No, this can't be. Asuma Sarutobi struggled to get down, but the ropes around him tightly bound him. He could only helplessly watch his father's corpse, tears streaming down his face like a flood breaching a dam. His heart was filled with despair and pain, and he could not accept this cruel reality. He tried to scream, but his voice was hoarse and weak, turning into silent tears. "Oh, is he crying already? Sarutobi Asuma, are you really this fragile? You so-called guardian of the 12 ninja?" Uchiha Kanya's voice was like a cold blade, instantly cutting through the silence of the square and pulling Sarutobi Asuma's attention back. He looked up and found himself tied up in the square in front of the Hokage building, surrounded by a dense crowd, each person a member of the Uchiha clan. Their eyes flickering with a crimson light, filled with anger and hatred towards the Sarutobi family. Asuma, Sarutobi's heart trembled. He tried to maintain his pride and dignity. As the son of the third Hokage, how could he show weakness in front of this group of Uchiha clan members? "You are truly rebellious. Do you know what you are doing?" He was shouting angrily, but there was a hint of tremor in his voice as he tried hard to conceal the fear within. However, Uchiha Kanya remained unfazed, walking steadily as he slowly approached Sarutobi Asuma. His eyes were filled with indifference and disdain, as if he were watching a performance by a petty clown. "What are you saying? Do you think you're still the Prince of Konoha? Your father is the true traitor." His voice was deep and cold, each word like a cold steel needle, piercing deeply into Sarutobi Asuma's heart. He said, "Now, Konoha is a thing of the past. The daimyo has announced it." Sarutobi Asuma's face instantly turned pale. He could not accept such an insult and accusation. He struggled to launch an attack, but the ropes binding him tightly prevented him from moving. He could only glare at Uchiha Kanya with anger, his eyes filled with rage and resentment. Pitiful, lamentable, laughable. Uchiha Kanya looked at Sarutobi Asuma's angry and twisted face, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He gently shook his head, as if dismissing Sarutobi Asuma's anger. "Sarutobi Asuma, do you think you can change anything? The sins committed by your father. The Sarutobi family will have to pay the price for them." His cold and ruthless voice brought an unprecedented sense of despair to Sarutobi Asuma. Around him, the 3,000 Uchiha clansmen, their eyes glowing red, erupted into mocking laughter. They looked at Sarutobi Asuma's pitiful state, filled with delight. Regardless of age or gender, they were like cold-blooded executioners. Holding sharp blades, they stepped closer to Sarutobi Asuma. The Sharingan in everyone's eyes flickered with cruelty and madness. With each slice of the blade, suffocating pain spread across Sarutobi Asuma's body, instantly covering him with wounds of varying depths. Just as blood was about to spill out, Uchiha Kanya gently waved his hand, and the light of the Yang release ninjutsu instantly enveloped Sarutobi Asuma, miraculously healing those wounds. This cycle of life and death drove Sarutobi Asuma's spirit to the brink of collapse. He was in excruciating pain, but what tormented him more were the villagers around the square, revealing their cold and indifferent gazes. Those villagers who once revered and feared him had now become witnesses to his suffering, and some even participated, inflicting deeper wounds upon him. "Sarutobi Asuma, do you know what true despair is?" Uchiha Kanya looked at Sarutobi Asuma with a smile, filled with mockery and disdain, and said, "Perhaps you are experiencing unprecedented pain right now, but I must tell you, this is not enough. I will let you taste what true ultimate humiliation is." After saying this, he had Sarutobi Asuma suspended in midair, with a wooden donkey placed below. Sarutobi Asuma was repeatedly slammed onto the wooden donkey, and each impact made him wish for death. His face was covered in cold sweat, and his body trembled from the intense pain. "Hungry, are you? Let me give you something to eat before we continue." Uchiha Kanya said coldly, a mocking smile on his face, and added, "But I will make you eat something even more special." He pointed to Sarutobi Kinomaru, who had been brought over. The once lively and adorable boy now had a pale face, filled with fear. Chapter 7. The ultimate insult that makes life painful. Under the light, Sarutobi Asuma's face appeared extremely pale. "Choose one. Sarutobi Asuma, do you want to chew on your father's old flesh or taste your nephew's tender meat?" Uchiha Kanya's voice was as cold as ice, as if it could freeze the surrounding air. Each word was like a cold blade, mercilessly stabbing into Sarutobi Asuma's heart, plunging his entire soul into endless darkness. In this suffocating silence, someone suddenly stepped forward violently and directly tore off Sarutobi Kinomaru's pants, revealing the completely clean area. It was spotless. There was nothing there. This scene was like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattering the last line of defense in Sarutobi Asuma's heart. He widened his eyes, his pupils filled with flames of anger and despair. The flames burned fiercely, almost swallowing his sanity. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from his restraints and rush towards his helpless nephew, wanting to use his body to shield him from this cruel humiliation. But unfortunately, he was firmly bound there, unable to move. Sarutobi Asuma, this is the retribution for your family's wrongdoing. Uchiha Kanya's voice rang out again, filled with a sickly excitement and cruel satisfaction, saying, "We have eliminated your nephew's worries. Now, do you have anything else to say?" Tears shimmered in Sarutobi Asuma's eyes, a mixture of anger, despair, and helplessness. He gritted his teeth and shouted with all his strength, "Uchiha Kanya, you heartless beast, you will not have a good ending. One day, you will face retribution 1,000 times more cruel than this." However, his roar was drowned out by the laughter of the many people around him. His anger was so pale and powerless. The people around him were like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts, watching the inhumane torture, reveling in the bloodshed and excitement. Uchiha Kanya merely coldly stared at Sarutobi Asuma, his indifferent eyes seemingly able to see through his soul. He knew that Sarutobi Asuma's anger and despair were just futile struggles. In this cruel game, he was destined to become the pitiful creature tortured to death. "If you are unwilling to speak, then I will make this cruel choice for you." Uchiha Kanya's voice was cold and resolute as he waved his sleeve, as if conducting a brutal ritual. Soon, 2 enormous frying pans were brought before Sarutobi Asuma, steaming and chilling to the bone. After ensuring that Sarutobi Asuma was well fed, Uchiha Kanya mocked, "Did you eat it? How disgusting. Sarutobi Asuma, you truly are a beast beneath contempt. How does it feel? Is it more unbearable than any pain?" Sarutobi Asuma's throat was stuffed with meat slices, preventing him from making a sound. His heart was filled with anger and despair, but more than that was a hatred for his own helplessness. He hates himself for being unable to protect his clan, hates himself for being unable to prevent this tragedy from happening. "This is just the beginning, and I won't play with you anymore." After saying this, Uchiha Kanya no longer looked at him and turned to leave. He left a team of medical ninjas to take turns guarding Asuma Sarutobi, ensuring that he could survive and not die too quickly. At this moment, in a dark corner, pairs of anxious and fearful eyes were fixated on the breathtaking scene in the square. These people were once loyal lackeys of the 4 great clans, but now they faced an unprecedented predicament. Their hearts were filled with sympathy and concern for Asuma Sarutobi, but at the same time, they were also overwhelmed by fear of Uchiha Kanya's cruel methods. They looked at Asuma Sarutobi, who once stood tall, now like a lamb to be slaughtered, enduring relentless torment. Each painful groan pierced their hearts like a sharp knife, causing their emotions to swing wildly between fear and anger. Yet they dared not act rashly. Around the square, the crowd was dense, and the Uchiha clan's strong warriors were everywhere. They are well aware that every careless move could push them into an irretrievable abyss. They can only silently pray in the darkness, hoping that Asuma Sarutobi can get through this ordeal. This is the result that Uchiha Kanya desires. He wants not only the painful groans of Asuma Sarutobi, but also to use this brutal scene to capture all the hidden rebel forces in one sweep. He is like a calm fisherman, using Asuma Sarutobi as bait, casting out the hook and waiting for the rebel forces to bite. He aims to capture all the restless individuals, leaving them no room for resistance. This is his strategy, to stabilize the internal before dealing with external threats. The next morning, although the sunlight is gentle, it feels like a cold blade shining on Asuma Sarutobi. In his eyes, there is no longer the brilliance of the past, only emptiness and despair, as he wanders the square like a soulless being. Not long ago, the sunset he had long pursued witnessed his tragic state. He has understood Uchiha Kanya's words. His miserable state is clearly seen by the woman he loves, and this is the true ultimate humiliation. And now, Uchiha Kanya stands next to the 3 crosses in the square. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, scanning the many gathered jonin around him. He took a deep breath, his voice loud and firm. "Everyone, I have gathered you here today to announce a piece of good news that is of great significance to all of us." As his words fell, the atmosphere around the square instantly became solemn and tense. An indescribable sense of anticipation and anxiety filled the air, as if it were the calm before a storm. Every high-ranking ninja widened their eyes, held their breath, and anxiously awaited Uchiha Kanya's next move. Their hearts beat heavily and powerfully like drums. Every cell quivered in anticipation of the news to come. Uchiha Kanya slowly spoke, his voice filled with undeniable authority, saying, "For a long time, the power and resources of Konoha have been monopolized by the 4 great clans, and this corrupt phenomenon has reached a point that must be changed. This statement was like a heavy bomb, causing a stir among the crowd. Every Jonin felt an unprecedented excitement and shock. Uchiha Kanya's voice was like a great bell, filled with undeniable authority and determination, as he said, "I will lead an unprecedented revolution. The distribution of power and resources will be completely rewritten here." His words were like a raging fire, instantly igniting the passion and desire in the hearts of every Jonin present. The eyes of the Jonin sparkled with expectation, as if they saw new hope and opportunities shining ahead. In addition to the current 6 departments, I am establishing the Agriculture Department, Craftsman Department, Foreign Affairs Department, Resources Department, Construction Department, and Commerce Department. They will become the new pillars of our Shogunate. Chapter 8. The Temptation of Power and the Oath of Loyalty around the bustling square. The crowd was in an uproar. The voices of the people surged like waves in a storm, each one higher than the last, as if countless waves were crashing against the rocks with great intensity. Villagers gathered together, discussing the shogun's reform plan, their voices rising and falling, filled with excitement, as if they were about to break through the skies. Each voice carried the villagers' fervent emotions. "Did you hear? The shogun is implementing reforms." One villager exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms, his voice filled with anticipation and curiosity about the unknown. "Yes, I've heard. This reform should overturn the old system and give everyone a chance to shine." Another villager chimed in, his eyes sparkling as if he could already see his own future glory. "But reforms always come with risks. What if it fails? Won't we be the ones to suffer?" A worried villager interjected, his brow furrowed with concern. "Risks? Where there are no risks, there are no rewards. I think you're just afraid that you won't be able to hold on to your position after the reforms." A tall villager sneered at him, his tone filled with provocation. You're talking nonsense." The villager who was provoked immediately grew angry. He flushed with anger, pointing at the other person and arguing loudly. The surrounding villagers saw this and quickly gathered around, some trying to mediate, others jeering, and the scene instantly turned chaotic. In a quaint tea house on a nearby street, an elderly man with white hair, draped in a mysterious black cloak, quietly sat in the corner, resembling a lonely peak. He listened to the villagers' heated discussions outside the window, his emotions rising like a burning flame. The old man frowned slightly and let out a soft sigh. His fingers gently tapped on the table, producing a rhythmic sound that contrasted sharply with the noisy clamoring outside the window. Meanwhile, the Jonin within the line of sight of the man in white were whispering to each other around the square. Their voices were low, but in the vast space, they sounded particularly piercing, like the buzzing of a mosquito. The shogun just mentioned a reform. One of the high-ranking ninjas lowered his voice, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He said, "What do you think about this matter?" "Yes, this is a big deal. Generally speaking, newly established departments hold immense power and resources. We need to think of ways to get involved quickly." Another high-ranking ninja eagerly chimed in, his tone filled with desire and greed. The discussions among the high-ranking ninjas continued, and the emotions grew more intense. They are either angry, worried, or confused, with various emotions intertwined, like a volcano about to erupt. In the center of the square, Uchiha Kanya stands there quietly like a stone statue. His cold gaze swept over everyone. The Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Crafts, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Resources, the Ministry of Construction, and the Ministry of Commerce have just been established and are currently lacking talent. Is anyone willing to take up a position? He spoke slowly and deliberately. His face showed no expression, as if he had already seen through their hearts. Uchiha Kanya was waiting for these people to digest this massive amount of information, waiting for them to make a decision. A few minutes later, Nin stood up. A determined light sparkled in his eyes. "I am willing to join the Resource Department. No matter what plans the general has, I will fully support them. I am willing to. I will fight for the general and me." As more and more high-ranking ninjas stepped forward, the square was filled with passionate shouts. Uchiha Kanya wore a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. He gently took a step to the side. With his movement, the 3 bodies firmly bound to the cross became more clearly visible to the crowd. An oppressive atmosphere filled the air, as if even breathing had become heavy. Among the 3, aside from the pale-faced Asuma Sarutobi, the other 2 were in worse condition. Hayashi Sarutobi was already a corpse, while Kanomaru Sarutobi was barely hanging on, as if he could breathe his last at any moment. Uchiha Kanya's gaze swept over the faces of the crowd, finally fixing on the Jonin, who showed signs of fear and hesitation. "Then show me your loyalty." Use the kunai in your hands to cut Asuma Sarutobi. He spoke, but his voice hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer, saying, as long as you do it, I will recognize you, and you will become the most loyal allies of my Uchiha clan. His words echoed in the square like a command, stirring the inner turmoil of the crowd. Some had flickering eyes, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Others clenched their fists, as if suppressing their inner struggles, and some had ashen faces, as if they had already foreseen the impending bloody scene. No, I can't do this. A proposed high-ranking ninja suddenly shouted, his voice filled with fear and struggle. His gaze wavered on Sarutobi Asuma, and a struggling expression appeared on his face. Sarutobi Asuma was his friend and also his former comrade in arms. How could he not hesitate when faced with such a choice? Don't hesitate. This is our chance. Another Nin urged in a low voice, his eyes gleaming with fervent light. The kunai in his hand was tightly gripped, as if ready to strike at any moment. As soon as he finished speaking, someone next to him sneered and disdainfully said, "Humph, since you don't dare, don't blame us for being rude." The Nin took a deep breath, steeled his resolve, and suddenly swung the kunai. With a flash of cold light, his kunai drew blood, and a fresh wound appeared on Sarutobi Asuma's body. Uchiha Kanya reached out his hand and used Yang Release Ninjutsu to stop the bleeding for Sarutobi Asuma. What position were you just saying you wanted? Uchiha Kanya pretended to pause for effect, not continuing to speak, and the Nin immediately replied, Lord General, I want to join the resource department. Please give me a chance to prove myself. All right, from now on, you are the head of the resource department. Uchiha Kanya said, clapping his hands and cheering, Congratulations. Congratulations. Everyone applaud. Let's warmly celebrate the birth of our resource department's highest leader. Meanwhile, a certain Nin in the crowd concluded his discussion. He looked at his companion beside him, his eyes filled with determination, and said, I want to go too. If we don't do this, how do you think Lord Uchiha Kanya will view us? What opportunities will we have in the future? Chapter 9. The establishment of the council and counselors. The Uchiha Kanya's order for the Jonin to harm Sarutobi Asuma is essentially a public plot. As long as they carry out this act, they will no longer have the chance to be fence-sitters. With someone taking the lead, the other Jonin naturally felt no psychological pressure. The kunai in that Jonin's hand was dripping with blood, like the first strike breaking the ice. This scene seemed to drive the other Jonin forward with some kind of invisible force, and they rushed forward, all following suit. In their eyes sparkled fervor and determination, and the shurikens in their hands fell like raindrops, leaving shocking wounds on Sarutobi Asuma. With each wound, a sound of blood gushing accompanied it, merging into a bloody symphony. Sarutobi Asuma's injuries worsened, but the next moment, Uchiha Kanya healed his wounds. The air was still thick with the smell of blood, everyone's nerves, causing their hearts to race and their breaths to quicken. Having done this, the remnants of the 4 great clans, as well as those who once opposed us, would no longer tolerate us. A Jonin whispered softly, but as long as we can gain power, it's worth it. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining with fervent light, and said, We will have supreme glory and status. We will become the heroes of the Uchiha clan. Our names will be recorded in history and passed down by future generations. The faces of the Jonin were filled with mad smiles, their movements in their hands becoming even more rapid and resolute. They seemed to have forgotten the kindness and status that Sarutobi Asuma once had, leaving only a desire and pursuit of power. Ha ha ha, now it is the era of the Uchiha. You are very perceptive, which makes me very happy. Uchiha Kanya laughed loudly, his laughter filled with pride and arrogance. This is the standard Uchiha maniacal laugh. He said, The 4 great clans? Whether they can make a comeback is a question. From now on, the entire ninja world will be crawling at the feet of our Uchiha clan. As the last Nin delivered the final blow to Asuma Sarutobi, they completed this cruel and resolute declaration of allegiance. The atmosphere around the square reached a boiling point, and the air seemed to tremble. Uchiha Kanya took action again, quickly healing Asuma Sarutobi's injuries and keeping him alive. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, sweeping over every elite ninja present. He wore an elusive smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice deep and powerful, and said, I announce that in order to further improve our management system, I will add a brand new position of council member. Everyone present has the opportunity to become one of them. This sentence was like stones thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. The expressions on the faces of the elite ninjas became rich and varied. They looked at each other, confusion, curiosity, and excitement intertwined. A parliament? What is that? I have never heard of it. A certain jonin from the small scratched his head, his face filled with bewilderment, as if heavy fog had obscured his eyes. It seems that the general really aims for reform, even proposing such an unheard-of idea. Another jonin murmured to himself. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement, as if he could already foresee a storm of change about to sweep through the entire village. A parliament? A congressman? Another jonin from the small murmured, repeatedly chewing on these two unfamiliar terms, his eyes shining with a thirst for the unknown and exploration. In this way, could we common ninjas also rise to the top and participate in decision-making? A young jonin said excitedly. His voice was filled with a longing and yearning for the future, as if he could already see himself standing in the parliament hall, strategizing for the future of the shogunate in a magnificent scene. Uchiha Kanya smiled slightly, confidence and composure evident in his words. The shogunate will establish a parliament, divided into the upper and lower houses. He continued. The upper house is owned by the Uchiha clan, holding the power of justice. The lower house, on the other hand, gathers the wisdom of various members to collectively plan the future of the land of fire. Uchiha Kanya's words struck like thunder, shaking the hearts of everyone present. The jonin were like reeds swaying in the wind, whispering to one another. The murmurs rose and fell like waves in a storm, stirring the entire square. The Uchiha clan monopolizing judicial power? Isn't that an extreme concentration of power? This is not good at all. It surpasses what was before. A jonin from the great ninja clan furrowed his brow. His voice revealed obvious dissatisfaction and doubt, as if a hidden current was surging beneath the calm surface of the lake. The general must have deep plans and foresight. We need not rush to conclusions. A seasoned elder shinobi slowly spoke, his voice steady and powerful, like a clear spring in the mountains, carrying a unique wisdom and calmness. His eyes were deep, as if they could penetrate layers of fog and see the direction of the future clearly. At that moment, Uchiha Kanya's voice rang out again. His voice is like a great bell. He said, "The House of Commons, also known as the Chamber of Commons or the House of Representatives, will exercise legislative power, financial power, and administrative oversight. The legislative process will be jointly promoted by you, passed through intense debates and 3 readings, then submitted to the House of Lords for consideration, and finally presented to me for approval and promulgation. Is this really true? Can we commoners also possess such significant power?" A high-ranking ninja suddenly stood up excitedly. His voice trembled with excessive excitement, as if unable to bear the shock brought by this sudden. His eyes glittered with uncontrollable ecstasy, as if he had already envisioned himself standing at the pinnacle of power, fighting for greater rights for his clan. However, this joy did not last long, as it was shattered by the concerns of another elder jonin. The man furrowed his brows tightly, his voice revealing deep worry, and said, "But the Uchiha clan controls the upper house. Can we, the common ninjas and the small clans, truly make a difference in this power game?" His question was like a heavy bomb, exploding instantly. The emotions of the elite ninjas were reignited, and discussions erupted one after another, surging like waves in a storm. However, at that moment, a jonin from the great ninja clan suddenly snorted coldly. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he said, "Humph, no matter what, this is an opportunity. We must seize it and strive to fight for more rights for our own tribe." Chapter 10. Current offenders and ambush in the shadows after the jonin received their respective appointments. They entered the Hokage building and began working in their respective offices. However, during this solemn moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Uchiha Kanya tightly held onto Yakumo's hand, and her heart raced as if touched by a warm spring breeze. Immediately after, Uchiha Kanya suddenly raised the large iron pincers held by both of them and fiercely clamped down on Asuma Sarutobi's groin. With a sound of shattering, the groin instantly exploded, and the smell of blood quickly filled the air. Uchiha Kanya casually released his grip and dropped the iron pincers he was holding. In his eyes, there was only the red of the sunset, only her pair of eyes that were darting around in panic. "Red, look, is he really worth your sincere devotion? Being such a weak and useless waste? Is his weakness, his incompetence, what you are pursuing?" Uchiha Hanya's voice was deep and magnetic, as if carrying an irresistible magic. He stroked the blood-stained hands of the setting sun, which at this moment appeared so gentle. The mind of the setting sun seemed to be emptied at that moment. Her emotions were somewhat collapsing. She couldn't believe the scene before her. She could not accept that the partner who once fought alongside her was now in such a tragic state at the hands of Uchiha Kanya and her own. What shocked her even more was Uchiha Kanya's deeply affectionate gaze, a look that seemed to want to swallow her whole. Will you marry me? My general's mansion still lacks a mistress. Uchiha Kanya's voice sounded again, this time even gentler, saying, become my general's wife, and let me use my power to protect you for a lifetime. The thoughts of the setting sun fell into chaos. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but didn't know how to respond. She looked into Uchiha Kanya's affectionate eyes, feeling the warmth coming from his hands. Yet her heart was tangled like a mess of threads, unable to sort out her thoughts. She never expected Uchiha Kanya would propose in such a bloody place. Red, what are you really thinking? Are you still immersed in the past with Sarutobi Asuma? Do you know that since I met you in my childhood, my heart has been firmly occupied by you? Everything I've given for you, does it not compare to that Sarutobi Asuma? Uchiha Kanya's voice echoed in the empty square, every word filled with strong emotion and determination. His body retains a deep obsession. Thoughts of the setting sun red constantly influence Uchiha Kanya, so he must eliminate this obsession. At that time, he was the prince of Konoha, and I could not compare to him. But now, the 4 great clans' attempts to exterminate the Uchiha clan have failed. They can only flee this land like lost dogs. Uchiha Kanya's voice grew louder, and his emotions became more agitated, as if he wanted to pour out all his unwillingness and anger. He began to get agitated, seemingly scaring Sunset Red. Sunset Red was infected by this emotion, and a sense of inexplicable fear surged in her heart. She looked at Uchiha Kanya's twisted face and couldn't help but feel a chill. Sarutobi Asuma was merely a dying man. And what about me? I am a shogun of the land of fire, holding great power, second only to the daimyo in name. But my authority is unmatched. Uchiha Kanya's words were filled with arrogance and pride, as if he wanted to trample the entire world underfoot. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, veins bulging. Uchiha Kanya seemed to want to vent all his anger, but in the end, he helplessly dropped his hands. He slowly walked up to Zairong and said softly, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. But I mean it. I am truly sincere about you. Marry me. His voice seemed to be filled with pleading and anticipation, like a lost child searching for a way home. As the setting sun cast a red glow, Zaire looked at his heartfelt face, feeling a bit shaken. But just then, Uchiha Kanya suddenly went mad. He shouted loudly, no need to think about it. Let's do it right now. His words startled the surrounding Uchiha clan guards. They all poked their heads out, wanting to see what was happening. They saw Uchiha Kanya and Yuhi Kurenai working, looking at Sarutobi Asuma with a smirk of mockery at the corners of their mouths. He took out a whip and struck it fiercely against Sarutobi Asuma. Each hit felt like a heavy hammer pounding on Sarutobi Asuma's heart. Wake up, Sarutobi Asuma. Look at what I'm doing. I am the ultimate winner. Uchiha Kanya's voice was filled with provocation and mockery, his eyes shining with the light of victory. Meanwhile, in front of him, Yuhi Kurenai could only silently endure it all. Her heart was filled with contradictions and struggles. She couldn't fight back. She knew that Uchiha Kanya had no love for her. If he truly loved someone, he would never act this way. He was merely seeking revenge against Sarutobi Asuma. At that moment, an apparently ordinary villager walked over. His steps seemed a bit hesitant, as if he is experiencing intense inner turmoil. He seemed to muster up his courage. But in the end, still with a hint of shyness, he said, General, can I give a knife? I also want to be an official. His voice trembled. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with a longing for the future and a challenge to his own courage. Uchiha Kanya was fully focused on his own affairs. Upon hearing the words, he slightly raised his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, glancing at the villager. He smiled lightly, as if seeing through the desires and anxieties in that person's heart. Casually, he drew a kunai from his waist and tossed it lightly to the ground, saying calmly, Oh, what position do you want? A civil service role? At that moment, the sunlight suddenly became blinding. The shadow of the villager, under the sun's rays, crept silently towards Uchiha Kanya like a cunning snake. Suddenly, a knife flashed in the shadow. In a split second, as fast as lightning, it struck towards the space between Uchiha Kanya and Yuhi Kurenai. The atmosphere instantly tensed to the extreme, and it felt as if everyone's breath had frozen. The knife carried a sharp killing intent. If it struck, Uchiha Kanya would surely be severely injured. Yet, at this critical moment, Uchiha Kanya appeared unusually calm. He had long been on guard against this villager. A surge of electricity instantly erupted from his palm. which coiled around the incoming blade like a firmly grasping this deadly strike. His eyes instantly became sharp, like a fierce beast about to unleash its power. Chapter 11. Questioning Jiraiya from all sides immediately, Uchiha Kanya formed a hand seal with one hand, and next to him appeared a shadow clone that looked exactly like him. The two of them worked together to grab the blade, simultaneously exerting force to pull out the person hidden in the shadows, violently tossing him towards the other side of the square. The white-haired man traced a graceful arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, emitting a dull sound. This scene caused the surrounding Uchiha clan members to erupt in excitement. They all activated their Sharingan, their unique red eyes fixated intently on the man standing on the ground. Their eyes were filled with anger and vigilance, as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. Damn it! You actually dared to ambush the shogun of the Uchiha clan? How despicable! One Uchiha member shouted angrily. His voice echoed in the square, filled with anger and dissatisfaction towards the ambushers. We can't let him get away. Let's chop him up. Another Uchiha clan member, equally furious, held a kunai in his hand, seemingly wanting to charge forward. The surrounding Uchiha members blocked the escape route from the square. However, Uchiha Kanya seemed to hear none of this. He continued with his tasks as if everything that had just happened was non-existent. No matter what occurred, nothing could stop him from doing what he wanted. His shadow clone slowly approached, its eyes filled with vigilance and indifference. It's your turn to take the stage. Uchiha Fugaku. With the words of the shadow clone, a distortion in space appeared in front of him, and a figure emerged like a ghost. It was Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku. Use fire release. Great fireball. With the command given, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly formed hand seals. Each movement was as fluid as flowing water, smooth and precise, as if honed through countless trials. The chakra in his body boiled, like the magma of a volcano about to erupt, filled with endless energy and destructive power. His gaze became sharp and determined, the Sharingan activated, as if to see through all obstacles and directly target the enemy's vital points. Uchiha Fugaku unleashed a burst of intense fire-style chakra from his mouth, instantly igniting the surrounding air. The flames roared like a giant beast, rapidly expanding into a massive fireball, resembling a burning star, illuminating the entire plaza in a crimson glow. The fireball traced a blazing trajectory through the air, charging towards Jiraiya with the momentum to destroy everything. In that moment, it felt as if time itself had frozen. The air around the plaza seemed to warp from the fireball's extreme heat. The Uchiha clan members surrounding them were awed by the might of this attack, their eyes filled with reverence and anticipation. They knew that this was Uchiha Fugaku's full power strike, a symbol of their family's honor and dignity. However, in the face of this sudden attack, Jiraiya appeared unusually calm. There was no panic in his eyes, his heartbeat was steady. Instead, it revealed a sense of calmness and confidence. He is well aware of Uchiha Fugaku's strength, but he also believes he can handle this strike. Jiraiya quickly formed hand signs and used his signature ninjutsu, fire release, fireball. He gathered chakra-infused oil in his mouth and gently spat it out, simultaneously igniting it with fire release. The ball of oil ignited in the air, rapidly transforming into a blazing fireball that violently collided with Uchiha Fugaku's great fireball. In that instant, a deafening roar erupted and flames splattered everywhere. The surrounding temperature surged rapidly, as if the air itself had caught fire. After the collision, the tail end of Uchiha Fugaku's great fireball turned a dazzling blue-white. With an unstoppable momentum, the great fireball pressed towards Jiraiya's fireball. On the other side, after Jiraiya's continuous output of chakra was refined, the tail end of the flames also turned blue-white, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the great fireball. The fireball, which was originally at a disadvantage, surprisingly pushed forward again under Jiraiya's control. A stalemate ensued between both sides. At that moment, both of their attacks reached their peak, and the air was filled with a tense and intense atmosphere. After a long few minutes of standoff, both sides' chakra output suddenly came to a halt like a snapped guitar string. The raging flames dissipated swiftly into the air like a tame beast, but the residual heat still left a sense of scorching pressure. Uchiha Kanya's shadow clone stood in front of Jiraiya, his voice like the cold wind of winter, piercing and frigid. Why have you returned? Is it because you can't bear to see your teacher's son being tormented? He asked sternly, each word striking Jiraiya's heart like a heavy hammer. Then what about before that? When you are in trouble and need help, where were you? His voice was filled with disappointment and anger towards Jiraiya. His eyes flickered with complex emotions, a mix of nostalgia for the past and helplessness in the face of reality. When the fourth Hokage died in battle, were you wandering the ninja world, searching for the so-called child of prophecy? And where were you when his orphan was being bullied? You were still traveling the ninja world, enjoying your freedom and happiness. The voice of Uchiha Kanya's shadow clone grew more agitated, his chest heaving violently, as if he wanted to vent all his dissatisfaction. Why have you come back now, and for what purpose? He continued to question, his voice seemingly filled with doubt and confusion. Are you fighting for the justice in your heart, or for your hypocritical compassion? You are just a selfish escapist. You have never truly cared about their lives and suffering. Uchiha Kanya's shadow clone waved its arms, his emotions reaching a breaking point. He roared, as if every word was a heavy hammer, striking fiercely at Jiraiya's heart. He shouted, "Do others not count as human in your eyes? If it weren't for the high-ranking officials of Konoha plotting the extermination of my clan, would I need to do this? I have the right to take revenge on him, to torment him. Why do you have to stop me?" The air around seemed to be infected by this anger and disappointment, becoming heavy and oppressive. Especially the members of the Uchiha clan, who felt the same way. Jiraiya remained silent for a long time, his deep eyes filled with a complex mix of pain and helplessness that was hard to describe. He knew that in the face of Uchiha Kanya's questioning, he could not escape, nor could he argue. He took a deep breath, his voice low and firm, and said, "You're right. I really don't have the right to stop you from taking revenge on Asuma Sarutobi. My previous avoidance and negligence have indeed overlooked many people. However, I still want to tell you that treating others kindly is the way to achieve lasting results." His eyes revealed a deep plea and expectation. However, Chapter 12. After the failed verbal escape, it's time to take action. Do you know what you were saying? Uchiha Kanya's shadow clone had a twisted expression, and his eyes were like blood. He was roaring in anger. His voice echoed like thunder in the open space, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. His tightly clenched fists seemed to condense all his anger into a tangible force, ready to destroy everything in front of him. "What do you understand?" He continued to roar, each word bursting forth, as if from the deepest part of his heart. He looked up at the sky, tears glistening in his eyes, but he held them back, saying, "You are an orphan. Can you understand the pain of a family about to be wiped out?" His voice was filled with endless sorrow and anger, as if he wanted to pour out all his pain. "Are you advising me to stop?" He let out a cold laugh, his voice sharp as a blade, seemingly cutting through the silence in the air, and said, "Then let the tiger return to the mountain, waiting for them to overturn everything." There was a crazy gleam in his eyes, as if he had fallen into an irretrievable madness. "Do you take me for a fool?" He roared again, his voice filled with disdain and mockery, saying, "I tell you, I, Uchiha Kanya, would rather be shattered into pieces than remain whole. Today, Sarutobi Asuma must die, and his family must pay the price for it." At this moment, standing on the other side, Jiraiya was calm and composed, his eyes deep as the sea, and he let out a gentle sigh. His voice was calm and steady as he said, "Isn't it possible to repay hatred with virtue?" Although his voice was not loud, it struck Uchiha Kanya's heart like a heavy hammer. Upon hearing this, a hint of a mocking smile appeared on Uchiha Kanya's face. He shook his head and said, "To repay hatred with kindness?" A cold light flickered in his eyes as he asked, "So, what should I use to repay the kindness? Is there nothing to discuss?" Jiraiya took a deep breath, and in an instant, the pads of his fingers were bitten through. Blood dripped from his fingertips, and he quickly drew a mysterious and imposing mask on his face. Immediately after, he formed hand seals with both hands. He pressed his hands on the ground, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify as a powerful energy quietly gathered. With a puff of smoke, 3 gigantic toads appeared out of thin air. Their enormous bodies glimmered with yellow light in their eyes. The first to catch the eye was a red-skinned toad holding a pipe, which was Toad Winter. Its skin was as bright red as flames, and it exuded an air of a social leader while exhaling swirling smoke. It radiated an overwhelming presence, as if with a single command, the entire toad world would tremble. Next to Toad Winter was a red-skinned toad equipped with a shield and a fork. Known as toJonin, its skin was equally fiery red, but compared to Toad Winter, toJonin appeared more composed and resolute, holding a massive shield and a spike fork. It stood in one corner of the arena. On the other side of Toad Winter was a blue-skinned toad wielding dual blades, known as toJonin. Its skin showed a deep blue color, forming a stark contrast with the 2 red-skinned toads in front of it. toJonin had a sharp knife strapped to each shoulder, and as it gently swung its arms, The dual blades glimmered coldly under the moonlight. A sharp killing intent was evident in its gaze, as if ready to plunge into battle at any moment. Jiraiya stood firmly atop Toad Winta, clapping his hands, and the toads immediately let out a deafening roar, as if heralding an impending storm. "Let's talk it out, don't escalate this." Jiraiya's voice echoed in the vast arena, trying to use his last bit of reason to calm the impending storm. But Uchiha Kanya's shadow clone had a determined glint in its eyes, as if it had already made up its mind to fight to the end. He waved his hand to signal, and the surrounding Uchiha clan members quickly evacuated, while instructing the clan members to arrange for the nearby residents to take shelter. The area seemed to become empty in an instant, leaving only a few people and 3 imposing giant toads. "You are a ninja, and you have killed many, so you have no right to blame me." Uchiha Kanya's voice was cold and firm as he locked eyes with Jiraiya, as if trying to see through his inner struggles and hesitations. He said, "Moreover, you plan to use large-scale ninjutsu here, which shows that you don't care about the weak at all. You only care about those you cherish." His words were like a sharp sword, piercing directly into Jiraiya's heart. Jiraiya's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew that this battle was inevitable, and he had to give it his all. However, he wanted to buy some time to prepare for the Sage Mode. "Everyone, why don't we sit down again and have a calm and rational conversation?" Jiraiya tried to use a gentle tone to quell the imminent conflict, but his words seemed powerless in front of Uchiha Kanya's cold and frosty shadow clone. The shadow clone of Uchiha Kanya shone with a determined light in its eyes. He seemed to scoff at Jiraiya's suggestion. He slightly raised his chin, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. His voice was cold and clear as he said, "Since we have come this far, why not fight to the end and let victory and defeat decide for us?" As he spoke, another figure emerged in the void. It was Uchiha Shursui. Like a sword in the night, he quietly awaited the moment to draw. In the next moment, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui simultaneously activated the chakra within them, releasing the complete form of Susanoo. They were 2 giants clad in magnificent armor, nearly 200 meters tall, resembling war gods from mythology. The swords they held gleamed with a cold light, as if they could cleave through any obstacle. Their eyes revealed an endless murderous intent, as if they wanted to completely destroy the enemy before them. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kanya's shadow clone used a more powerful technique, the Dharma Realm technique. His body trembled, as if resonating with the instantly magnifying countless times. He transformed into a giant even larger than Susanoo. His appearance is not much different from his true form, except that he holds a one-handed sword in each hand, radiating a scorching light that seems capable of burning everything. "Oomph, do you think your little cleverness can fool me?" The giant manifestation of Uchiha Kanya's shadow clone curled his lips into a disdainful arc, his sharp gaze piercing directly at Jiraiya, and said, "Don't think I don't know. You want to buy time to use the Sage Mode of Mayaboka Mountain." His voice was filled with confidence and disdain, as if victory was already in his grasp. He continued, "Although I am confident in defeating you, today, Uchiha Kanya will not give you any opportunity. Your fate has only one outcome, and that is to be defeated under my sword." Chapter 13, But My Pain is Above Yours. The sword blade, tightly gripped by the Law Giant's hands, was engulfed in blazing flames. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be ignited by this fire, and the air was filled with a scorching atmosphere. With flames on the blades of his hands, he struck towards Jiraiya, who was atop the Toad Wintai. Toad Wintai gripped his knife tightly, drawing it out in an instant, as swift as lightning, to slash at the fiery attack coming his way. However, the giant figure of the law appeared like a towering mountain, its power so immense that it seemed capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. The blades of both sides clashed violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. In this contest of strength, Toad Wintai clearly felt the disparity in power. He gritted his teeth, muscles tense, yet still struggled to withstand the impact that felt like a collapsing mountain. In a critical moment, Toad Wintai displayed remarkable agility. He suddenly twisted his body, skillfully sidestepping the lethal attack. However, his heart was filled with unwillingness and anger, his burning fighting spirit leaping like a fierce flame in his eyes. Meanwhile, intense battles erupted nearby. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, the 2 powerful members of the Uchiha clan, engaged in a deadly struggle with Toad Hiroshi and Toad Ken. Flames soared into the sky, intertwining in the air to form a searing sea of fire. The power of both sides' fire techniques was fully displayed at that moment, with their flames bursting forth in dazzling brilliance upon collision. The square was enveloped by this scorching fire, as if the very air had ignited. The giant figure of the law suddenly stomped down with a foot, carrying the force of thunder, sending Toad, One-Tai, flying. His massive body traced a breathtaking arc in the air, heading straight towards the raging flames above. The flames raged like a furious fire dragon, wreaking havoc in the air, distorting every inch of the air it burned. Toad One-Tai's body was instantly engulfed by the flames, his skin turning bright red in the searing heat, resembling charred bark. The intense pain made him unable to suppress a cry of agony, his voice echoing across the battlefield, filled with despair and helplessness. But the sound abruptly ceased. His entire body transformed into a dense white mist. A wave appeared in the air, and Toad One-Tai's massive form suddenly re-emerged. His eyes sparkled with sharp light, and his blade glimmered coldly in the sunlight, stabbing towards the head of the giant figure. The giant's twin swords moved with lightning speed, thrusting upward with precision, piercing through Toad One-Tai's resilient skin. The flames burning on the blade licked at his body wildly, making a sizzling sound as if mocking his helplessness mercilessly. In this life-and-death moment, Toad One-Tai helplessly said to Jiraiya, "I'm sorry, I've lost." As soon as the words left his mouth, Toad One-Tai's body turned into a cloud of white mist, quickly dissipating into the air, returning to Mount Myaboku. At this moment, Jiraiya remained in a prayer position, hands clasped together. He swiftly flipped in midair, gracefully landing on the shoulder of the giant like a light butterfly. The giant seemed unfazed by his retreat and remained on high alert. Its body began to tremble violently, and soon after, it started to shrink gradually as if being compressed by an invisible force. Seeing this, his heart tightened. He has witnessed the power of the Dharma giant, which is formidable. If he were to be hit by it at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. He quickly jumped down from the shoulder of the giant, preparing to face the upcoming attack. Just as he landed, the flame-imbued sword lunged at him like lightning, precise and swift. At that critical moment, a burst of white mist erupted from Jiraiya's shoulders, revealing two imposing toad sages, Fukasaku and Shima. Their appearance seemed to inject a mysterious and powerful force into the tense atmosphere. In an instant, Jiraiya's figure vanished from a spot, as elusive as a ghost. He skillfully dodged the deadly sword. The flames from the blade traced a long arc through the air before dissipating. "Come on, two immortals, use the 5 right gate." Jiraiya's voice was deep and firm as he spat out a large amount of chakra oil. Sage Fukasaku nodded, clapped his hands, and unleashed a powerful gust of wind. Sage Shima also brought her hands together and released a tongue of fire. The massive oil surged toward which had shrunk to a height of 3 meters. The combination of the 3 techniques generated tremendous destructive power. The flames grew fiercer with the aid of the oil, while the wind release accelerated the spread of the fire. The entire battlefield seemed to be engulfed in a sea of flames, as if all tangible matter was turning to ash within the inferno. However, amidst this raging ocean of oil and fire, a cold and mocking voice suddenly rang out. He mocked, "I'm tired of this game. You two annoying frogs. It's time for you to die." The giant with the Dharma form broke through all the surrounding flames and charged forward. The chilling six-tomo Sharingan in his eyes began to spin, activating his ability to kill with a glance. Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Their bodies trembled as if struck by an invisible force. Under the impact of this power, they slipped off Jiraiya's shoulders and fell heavily to the ground. Jiraiya's voice was filled with despair and anger as he watched his 2 comrades collapse, lifeless. At that moment, his heart was filled with endless sorrow and rage, as if the entire world had collapsed. "Your pain is just the tip of the iceberg." Uchiha Kanya's voice echoed like it came from the abyss, cold and piercing. His stands among the ashes of flames, as if a messenger emerging from hell. "True pain is like an endless abyss." The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking arc, and a mad glint flickered in his eyes as he said, "Feel this pain. Let it leave a deep mark on your soul. Understand it. Feel it. Experience it, until you are completely consumed by it." His voice grew deeper, as if each word contained endless resentment and pain. The surrounding air seemed to be infected by this emotion, becoming heavy and oppressive. "Do you hate me? Are you in pain?" He stared directly at Jiraiya, and in his pair of 6-tomo Sharingan, it seemed as if a rotating universe was devouring all emotions, saying, "But my pain surpasses yours." Chapter 14. Jiraiya's severed arm returns to Myaboku Mountain. The tip of the sword danced with raging flames, resembling a bloodthirsty fire dragon. Uchiha Kanya swung his sword with an air of invincibility, striking towards Jiraiya in front of him. In this moment of life and death, Jiraiya's body moved with the agility of a ghost, darting to the side. Like a bolt of lightning slicing through the sky, he cleverly dodged that fatal blow. However, the blade, engulfed in flames, though it did not directly hit Jiraiya, struck his left arm. The scorching pain pierced through him like 1,000 arrows, causing Jiraiya's brows to furrow tightly. In the next moment, accompanied by a crisp sound of bones breaking, Jiraiya's left arm fell weakly, ultimately landing on the ground. The intertwining sense of fire and flesh created a tragic scene. Uchiha Kanya coldly observed this moment, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel smile. He held a one-handed sword, the fiery blade pointed at Jiraiya. His voice was cold and merciless, as if it could freeze the air around him. "This time, I will chop off one of your hands as a little lesson for you. Get lost," he said. "Don't meddle in my affairs anymore, or next time, I will not only chop off your hand, but also make you taste the true flavor of hell." His voice carried endless threats and murderous intent. I had not yet heard Jiraiya's voice trembling, with a hint of unwillingness and determination. His sage mode had already been exhausted, and at this moment he was severely injured, stumbling as if a gust of wind could knock him down. Yet his gaze was exceptionally resolute, as if an indomitable force was supporting him. "You still want to save Asuma Sarutobi? Admirable. Do you really fear no death?" Uchiha Kanya coldly stared at Jiraiya in front of him. He dispelled the dimensional barrier, and all the phenomena shattered like bubbles, revealing his true form. He held a sword in one hand, and the once dancing flames had extinguished, but the blade still radiated a heart-pounding high temperature, an invisible heat capable of melting anything. Jiraiya did not retreat even a step. He held his head high, his gaze meeting Uchiha Kanya's. In his eyes, it seemed a steadfast flame was burning. He took a deep breath of air filled with the spirit of battle, his voice resounding and powerful, and said, "I am Jiraiya, and in this life, I do not know what fear is. In today's battle, even if I die, I will never back down." Uchiha Kanya was taken aback by this sudden declaration of determination. He never expected Jiraiya to be so resolute. The coldness in his eyes gradually turned into a hint of astonishment, but it vanished in an instant, replaced by an even sharper, killing intent. "Do you really want to die? Your choice will determine your fate." Before his words fell, his figure vanished from the spot like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Jiraiya. His fist was tightly clenched, and with a sudden force, a powerful energy erupted, the wind from his punch howling as if the air itself was being torn apart. Although Jiraiya was prepared, he still felt caught off guard by this sudden attack. With a massive force hitting him, he was instantly sent flying, like a meteor streaking across the sky, heading towards the battlefield where fierce fighting was taking place. In this critical moment, Gamaken extended its long tongue, agile and powerful, wrapping Jiraiya tightly like a flexible snake and securely placing him on its head. "Jiraiya, this battle is over. It's time to leave." Gamaken's voice was deep and firm, trying to persuade Jiraiya to abandon the fight. Meanwhile, Gamaguchi remained on high alert. Two massive blades aimed at Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Uchiha Kanya slowly approached, his gaze landing on Jiraiya atop Gamaken, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He said coldly, "Now is the time. I haven't changed my mind yet, and I can let you go. But if you remain stubborn, you will endure suffering more severe than that of Asuma Sarutobi." His voice carried endless threats and murderous intent. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui had already stopped fighting. Their eyes all turned to Uchiha Kanya, flickering with complex emotions. "I won't leave. I can still fight. I will never run away." Jiraiya's voice rang out above Fukasaku's head, firm and resolute. Although he was severely injured, there was a flicker of indomitable light in his eyes. However, the toad didn't pay attention to Jiraiya's persistence. It stretched out its tongue again and gently placed Jiraiya into its mouth. Then, the two gigantic toads transformed into a thick white mist. They had left the area and returned to Mount Maiboku. The previous Uchiha clan members led the nearby residents in an emergency evacuation, and now they were all returning. Their faces were filled with surprise and disbelief. The Jonin in the Hokage building streamed out one after another, their gazes focused on Uchiha Kanya not far away, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. "This is simply unbelievable. The Lord General actually defeated Jiraiya, one of the legendary three ninjas. One jonin spoke up, his voice filled with incredulous amazement. We actually chose to retreat when facing a formidable enemy. Another jonin's voice carried deep self-reproach and shame, his face flushed red as if stung by his own cowardice. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere filled the air around them, but it was also mixed with a hint of respect and admiration. The Uchiha clan members whispered among themselves, while the other jonin expressed their emotions profoundly. They were awed by the strength of Uchiha Kanya. The general was truly unafraid in the face of danger, remaining calm and composed. There was never a hint of panic in his gaze. This is what a true strongman looks like. An experienced jonin sincerely praised him, admiration shining in his eyes. Indeed, the general had effortlessly dealt with Jiraiya using only shadow clones. His strength was truly unfathomable. Another young man echoed this sentiment, his voice filled with reverence for Uchiha Kanya. The people around them dared only to discuss from a distance, not daring to approach the square. And now, Uchiha Kanya was still busy with his tasks. Are you still concerned about Asuma, Sarutobi? He hasn't reacted at all until now. A glimmer of insight shone in Uchiha Kanya's eyes, as if he could see into every corner of Kurenai Yuhi's heart. He relentlessly pursues his goals. Like an artist meticulously sculpting a piece of art, he skillfully arranged flowers, exuding confidence under the watchful eyes of everyone. Uchiha Kanya let out a soft sigh, his voice carrying a profound tone as he said, "Moreover, you've been pursued by him for so long and still remain a virgin. Doesn't that prove you don't really like him?" Chapter 15. Uchiha Bido's phantasm is defeated. Uchiha Kanya's words struck like a heavy hammer at the heart of Yuhi Kurenai. She covered her mouth, as if trying to suppress the emotions brewing inside her. A complex mix of feelings flashed in Yuhi Kurenai's eyes: sadness, pain, struggle, and a hint of indescribable pleasure. She didn't want to make a sound. She just wanted to silently endure it all. Inside Yuhi Kurenai, it felt like the sea was being ravaged by a storm. Tumultuous waves that would not calm down. She knew she couldn't escape or resist. She could only silently bear the impact of these emotions. At that moment, a sudden swirling gust of air appeared behind Uchiha Kanya, as if heralding an impending storm. A figure slowly emerged, a mysterious person clad in a black cloak, their face obscured by an orange tiger-striped mask, emanating a chilling and dangerous aura. The masked figure, upon appearing, tightly gripped a chain that glimmered with a cold light, as if ready to launch a lethal attack at any moment. Yet, Uchiha Kanya showed no signs of panic. A playful glimmer flickered in his eyes. "Oh, it seems today is quite lively." Uchiha Kanya wore a smirk of cynicism, as if he viewed the impending crisis as a game. Sunset Red was enveloped by this tense atmosphere, her fists clenched tightly in anxiety. She suddenly contracted, trapping Uchiha Kanya. Just as the man in the tiger mask launched his attack, Uchiha Kanya moved unexpectedly. With a sudden burst of energy, Uchiha Kanya unleashed his strength. His hands grabbed the waist of Shihong. Then he forcefully spun his body, using Shihong as a weapon to smash hard against the tiger-striped masked man behind him. This blow was powerful and heavy, as if it aimed to destroy everything. Accompanied by a heavy crashing sound, the tiger-striped masked man was directly sent flying by this strike. He rolled in midair and eventually landed steadily on the ground. However, Sunset Red was injured on the head from the impact, causing blood to flow and drip on the ground. Don't worry, let me heal you." Uchiha Kanya immediately used his Yang release ninjutsu, gently placing his palm on Sunset Red's wound. With a surge of warm energy flowing from his palm, Sunset Red's injuries were instantly healed. Uchiha Kanya's expression was cold and proud, like a king who controlled the entire situation. "Abido, you have tarnished the Uchiha name. You are not worthy of the Uchiha surname. I once thought you would hide in the shadows, too afraid to show yourself. I didn't expect that just a slight probe would make you jump out impatiently." He slightly raised his chin and mocked coldly. "It's really disappointing. Your recklessness is simply an insult to the Uchiha clan." At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui rushed over like two bolts of lightning. The shadow clone, standing in the distance, also launched an attack, throwing shurikens that aimed directly at that man in the tiger mask. And the man in the tiger mask, no, he should now be called Uchiha Bido. He remained unperturbed in the face of the oncoming attacks, as the shuriken pierced through his body without causing any harm. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui used the body flicker technique and had already arrived beside Uchiha Bido. His body flicker technique was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch his figure. Although Uchiha Bido was in a phasing state, He had to be cautious in the face of Shursue's ghostly figure. Just as he prepared to turn around and counterattack, he was shocked to find that Uchiha Shursui had turned into a dozen people. These clones launched their attacks simultaneously. They appeared as illusions, yet had physical form, making it difficult to discern the real from the fake. This is too troublesome? Uchiha Obito's voice carried a hint of astonishment. He was clearly taken aback by Shursue's unique attack method. This was an assault combining the body flicker technique with intangible clones. Shursui, you truly live up to your reputation, Uchiha Obito said in a hoarse and gloomy voice. But do you think this can defeat me? The two exchanged blows, almost following the same pattern, unable to break each other's techniques. Every collision produced a deafening sound, as if it would tear the entire battlefield apart. Their combat skills have almost reached a peak level. Every attack and defense is incredibly precise, leaving people in awe. As the battle escalates, Uchiha Fugaku beside them feels a sense of helplessness. He anxiously observed the situation of the battle, but the speed of both sides was so fast that it seemed to surpass the limits of the naked eye, making it difficult for him to intervene. Uchiha Obito moved like a ghost, effortlessly switching between being intangible and solid. Each transformation made it hard to grasp his true location. His figure flickers unpredictably, as if it were a mysterious mist that is difficult to grasp, leaving people at a loss. This ability seems unsolvable, but Uchiha Kanya has the means to deal with Uchiha Obito. His ability of spatial concealment is also a power that lies between reality and the other dimension. His shadow clone seemed to transcend the limits of space, directly locking onto the true location of Uchiha Obito. Obito, do you think your intangibility technique makes you invincible? Uchiha Kanya's voice was cold and confident. Before his words fell, his shadow clone charged toward Uchiha Obito like a cheetah. The speed of that shadow clone was so fast that it seemed to break through the constraints of time, instantly arriving beside Uchiha Obito. Suddenly, it launched an attack, raising a foot and fiercely kicking toward Uchiha Obito. The power of that kick seemed capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the air around to tremble. Bang! With a deafening roar, Uchiha Obito's figure streaked across the sky like a meteor. He was kicked hard and flew over 10 meters away, ultimately crashing to the ground in a sorry state, stirring up a cloud of dust. Uchiha Obito struggled painfully to stand up, his mask shattered in the recent impact, revealing a twisted and grimacing face. His body seemed to be bound by invisible chains, and the impact almost shattered his bones. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The arrogance and confidence he once had completely vanished at this moment. How is this possible? How could you? Uchiha Obito's voice trembled, his eyes wide open as if trying to penetrate through all the fog to see the truth before him. You are merely hiding in the gap between reality and the other space. Uchiha Kanya's voice was cold and calm. He was still carrying out his task, his eyes flashing with a sharp light as he said, "And I have similar abilities. So, what difficulty is there for my shadow clone to attack you?" Chapter 16. Restoring my real name and hosting everyone. Uchiha Kanya's voice echoed in the empty square, like a cold wind piercing through the hearts of everyone present. Every word he spoke was like a sharp blade, ruthlessly cutting through Uchiha Obito's final line of defense, completely shattering his dignity and arrogance. "Shut up. Don't think you." Uchiha Obito roared in anger, but before he could finish his sentence, his voice was suppressed by an invisible force, gradually becoming weak and powerless. Anger and unwillingness intertwined in his eyes, yet at this moment, he was helpless to turn the tide. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, Uchiha Obito's figure suddenly twisted and then vanished from the spot. He escaped back to his divine space, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a dead silence. He is like a clown. Just a moment ago, he was arrogantly displaying his power, trying to show off in front of everyone, only to be instantly crippled by Uchiha Kanya, left paralyzed and unable to move. This huge contrast sent a chill down one's spine, while also instilling awe for Uchiha Kanya's strength. Uchiha Obito roars angrily in the Kamui space, unable to accept his defeat. But he can only pin his hopes on White Zetsu, hoping that White Zetsu can bring a glimmer of change to his injuries. With a thirst for survival, Uchiha Obito returns to his lair. There, White Zetsu, waiting for him, sees his injuries and unhesitatingly merges with him. The tentacles, seemingly possessing endless vitality, skillfully replace his damaged body tissues. "Black Zetsu, I command you to keep a close watch on that Uchiha Kanya." Uchiha Obito's voice is filled with determination and coldness. At this moment, a peculiar creature appears in his line of sight. It is White Zetsu, half of its face shrouded in darkness. Its shape resembles a Venus flytrap, but the eyes hidden in the shadows reveal cunning and cruelty. It is the greatest mastermind behind the scenes in this world, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu looks at the pale Uchiha Obito before him, a trace of barely perceptible disdain flashing in his eyes. Yet his voice remains respectful. Don't worry, Obito. I will document every move he makes and will not let you down. Meanwhile, over at the plaza, Uchiha Kanya has finished his task. Kurenai Yuhi lies on the ground. Her gaze seems to have lost focus, yet she remains fixated on Asuma Sarutobi on the cross. Sunlight slants down on Uchiha Kanya. He stood in the golden glow, tilting his head up, allowing the warm sunlight to bathe his face. It seemed as if he wanted to disperse all the fatigue and gloom with this warm light. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, as if he was also releasing the burdens in his heart. My soul finally found a moment of peace. He whispered to himself, his voice filled with a sense of relief and ease. Since the moment he crossed over until now, Uchiha Kanya had been haunted by an obsession, like an inescapable shadow that constantly disturbed his mind. But at this moment, that obsession seemed to be blown away by a gentle breeze, and his thoughts gradually became clear and peaceful. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, a reminiscence of his identity and a sentiment for the past. His gaze revealed a deep sense of nostalgia. He thought, Tian is my real name. How can the former me be forgotten? If I am forgotten, am I still me? At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Uchiha Kanya's face, a smile of relief and liberation. He seems to have made a significant decision. He thought to himself, the obsession of Uchiha Kanya is finally going to dissipate. It once prevented me from resting well and even affected my judgment. But now, I'm going to rediscover my true self. Uchiha Kanya, or now he should be called Tian. He turned to look at the setting sun beside him, his eyes filled with tenderness, and he wanted to eliminate the influence of this physical body on him, no longer being bound by his past identity. Therefore, he decided to restore his original name and start his life anew. Tian looked at Shiyu Hong with a deep expression, his voice seemingly filled with determination and anticipation. He said, Hong, tonight we're going to hold a wedding. And you, as my lady, should call me by my new name, Tian. Tian gently cradled the sunset red in his arms, as if holding a rare treasure. With steady steps, he walked towards the bathhouse, a gentle smile on his face, softly saying, Hong, I will take you to wash up and change into clean clothes. As for Sarutobi Asuma, he seemed to have been forgotten in this noisy world, neither mentioned nor noticed by anyone. As night fell, the open space above Hokage Rock became lively. Tian had long arranged for the Uchiha clan members to prepare everything, and the banquet filled the entire area. The firelight and starlight complemented each other, adding a touch of mystery and romance to the night. Many prominent figures arrived, their presence shaking the entire Hokage Rock. The clan leaders of the ninja clans gathered together, whispering about this sudden wedding. I heard that the Sunset Red was played by him in public for so long. Doesn't he mind? He is actually getting married? One clan leader asked with a puzzled expression. Yes, I'm confused too. I thought he was just seeking revenge on Sarutobi Asuma, just playing around, but I didn't expect him to actually get married. The thoughts of this young man are truly hard to grasp. Another clan leader echoed. Hey, don't speak carelessly. I heard that Tian is genuinely pursuing Sunset Red. He has been chasing her since he was a child, a seemingly informed clan leader interjected. The reason he does this is just to prove his strength and make Sunset Red willingly marry him. After all, he is a general. His thoughts must be different from others. After several rounds of drinks and a satisfying meal, the noise of the wedding feast gradually quieted down, leaving only the dimly lit Hokage Rock and an empty square. Tian, holding the sleeping Sunset Red, walked steadily through the silent night. Their figures were elongated in the moonlight, as if they were a pair of lovers crossing through time and space. However, at this moment, a tense atmosphere was quietly spreading in the square below. A dozen shadows, like ghosts, broke through the guard's defense line, swiftly taking the unconscious Asuma Sarutobi away. Everything happened so suddenly that even the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Someone hurried over to report this unexpected turn of events. But Tian merely shook his head slightly, showing a hint of a cynical smile on his face. He said, It's fine, let him go. His voice exuded a calm and unhurried confidence, as if he had already seen through everything. Asuma Sarutobi was quickly taken away by a group of people, heading straight for the southern part of the Land of Fire. There lay a vast, dense forest, with rolling hills and numerous caves, resembling a maze created by nature. They weaved through the dense forest, each movement appearing so agile and skilled. Chapter 17. Elimination of the remnants of the Sarutobi clan. After entering a deep cave, these mysterious individuals who came to rescue Asuma Sarutobi immediately used the Earth Release technique to seal the cave entrance, ensuring that the outside world could not spy in. The interior of the cave was dim and mysterious, with only a few flickering oil lamps emitting a faint glow. With a slight rustle, a figure emerged from the depths of the cave. He looks remarkably similar to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but younger, with a sharp gleam in his eyes. He is the younger brother of Sarutobi Hizen and the current head of the Sarutobi family, Sarutobi Moonslash. He walked over to Asuma Sarutobi, gently kicked him with his foot, and said with a hint of mockery in his tone, "Wake up, my foolish nephew." However, these few kicks seemed to carry a magical power. The once unconscious Asuma Sarutobi actually regained his senses after being kicked a few times. This scene left everyone present in shock. "What should I do, uncle?" "Yatethem." Asuma Sarutobi's voice trembled with despair as he clutched his throat tightly, as if he wanted to expel the pain and guilt from his stomach. His eyes were bloodshot, tears were welling in his eyes, but he held back and refused to let them fall. His heart was filled with endless despair and helplessness, as if the entire world was collapsing, and he was the lonely soul abandoned in the ruins. His face was as pale as paper, and cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall. The tears that slipped from the corners of his eyes intertwined with it, ultimately forming a scene of desolation. In the face of Sarutobi, Asuma's breakdown. Sarutobi Yuzen merely glanced at him lightly before sitting on a nearby stone. His voice was calm and firm as he said, "Asuma, the past cannot be changed. What you can do now is to look forward. You need to think clearly about how to become stronger and how to take revenge." His words struck Asuma Sarutobi's heart like a heavy hammer, instantly awakening him. He raised his head and looked at Sarutobi Moonslash with his bloodshot eyes, a hint of determination in his voice as he said, "Uncle, how many people do we have left? Are all of our clansmen here? Do we have the ability to counterattack?" Sarutobi Moonslash nodded slightly, pleased with this response. His gaze became deep and distant, as if reminiscing about the past years. He said slowly, "Although we are not many in number, we are all elites of the Sarutobi family. We have a firm belief and unmatched perseverance. As long as we unite as one, we will definitely be able to defeat the enemy and restore the family's glory." Listening to his uncle's words, Sarutobi Asuma felt a surge of passion in his heart. He clenched his fist tightly, as if he wanted to gather all his strength in this moment. He knew that he could no longer indulge in the pain and despair of the past. In the following hours, Asuma Sarutobi seemed like a traveler groping in the dark, constantly exploring this mysterious cave. When the first ray of sunlight broke through the gaps in the leaves, the outside of the cave suddenly became noisy. A dense crowd of Uchiha clansmen surged in like a tide, their gazes sharp and indifferent. Behind them, the clan leaders of the ninja tribes followed closely like a pack of wolves, their eyes glinting with cruelty and greed. Luton stood at the front of the crowd, dressed in a black battle robe, his long hair flowing in the wind, exuding an intimidating presence without any anger. He scanned the cave ahead with sharp eyes, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone had enough to eat and drink yesterday, replenishing our energy. So in this battle, we must do our utmost and leave no room for error." His voice was powerful and resonant, echoing through the vast mountains and forests, as if it could ignite the fighting spirit in everyone. The surrounding Uchiha clan members and the leaders of other ninja clans all nodded in agreement. Their faces were filled with determination and resolve. Inside the cave, Asuma Sarutobi and the members of the Sarutobi family were also nervously preparing for battle. They knew that this battle would determine the life and death of their family, so everyone appeared particularly tense. However, under the encouragement and leadership of Sarutobi Tsukizane, they gradually stabilized their emotions and began to methodically set up defensive measures. Tian stood at the forefront, wielding the one-handed sword in his hand. He took a deep breath, his chakra surging throughout his body, instantly entering the fire release chakra mode. In that moment, the blade in his hand seemed to be kissed by the blazing sun, with scorching flames dancing along the sword's body, causing the surrounding air to shimmer and distort. "Let me show you a thing or two." Tian's voice was deep and full of power as he gently flicked his wrist. The flaming one-handed sword shot through the air like a meteor, piercing directly towards the sturdy entrance of the cave. Under everyone's gaze, the blade, carrying destructive power, completely sank into the hard rock. At that moment, a deafening explosion echoed. Firelight erupted, creating a spectacular scene. A massive pit was blown into the cave entrance, and the rocks that had been blocking the doorway shattered into pieces, as if the entire mountain was trembling. This move I call flame burial. Tian slightly tilted his head, looking at the destruction he had caused, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Although his voice was humble, the dominance and confidence that radiated from his very bones were impossible to ignore. This was a skill he had developed after constant reflection, inspired by the sacrifice of Captain Yamamoto, who lost his arm in a fiery cremation. At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from deep within the cave. A blazing, high-temperature fire tongue erupted violently, like the breath of a fire dragon. The flames resembled a demon that had been imprisoned for 1,000 years, finally breaking free from its chains and wildly expressing its anger and power to the outside world. Tian showed no signs of retreat. He stood like a boulder at the forefront of the crowd. The flames on his body seemed to resonate with the tongues of fire that spout out, together creating a visual feast. He took a deep breath, and the chakra within him surged like boiling lava. The people behind him were not to be outdone. They quickly formed hand seals and jointly used water release, water barrier. A massive amount of water was sprayed out, gathering together as if forming a solid shield. The clash of water and fire instantly produced a tremendous roar and steam, enveloping the entire battlefield in a misty haze. The forces of both sides continuously collided and intertwined. Each encounter between fire and water felt like a thrilling contest, causing everyone present to hold their breath. Just as the two sides were locked in a standoff, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from deep within the cave. The roar erupted like thunder, reverberating off the cave walls, filled with anger and resentment. Asuma, you traitor! You actually dared to ambush us. Have you forgotten how your father died? How you were mistreated? Have you forgotten who sent someone to save you? Chapter 18. The Sarutobi clan, annihilated by the filial son, the raging flames that had been rampant in the cave, seemed to be instantly choked by an invisible force. Coming to an abrupt halt, the embers of the flames flickered in the darkness, illuminating the intense battle scene within the cave. The metallic clash of weapons, accompanied by low roars and screams, resembled a chaotic and passionate symphony echoing throughout the cave. How interesting, they're actually turning on each other. Tian smiled slightly, a cunning glint in his eyes. His voice was deep and firm, like a massive stone thrown into a lake, stirring up ripples. He said, "Everyone, let's look around and see if there are any other exits. Don't let them escape." As Tian's command was issued, the originally vast army quickly broke up into smaller groups, scattering like a pack of cheetahs. They gathered in small groups, silently spreading out in all directions. Launching a quiet encirclement, Tian released the fire release chakra mode, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned to Hinata Hisashi beside him and asked knowingly, "Hisashi, what exactly happened inside? Has the battle reached a fever pitch?" At this moment, Hinata Hisashi's face was terrifyingly dark, like a sky covered with dark clouds. Sinister veins were appearing under his skin, and his Byakugan had been activated. Perceiving everything inside the cave, he witnessed the thrilling scenes of battle, his heart surging with waves of emotion. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma resembled a frenzied beast. He swung his chakra blades with both hands, attacking the members of the Sarutobi clan frantically. His eyes revealed an indescribable madness, as if he were completely controlled by some kind of power. Sarutobi Asuma unfortunately ambushed Sarutobi Yozen. He left behind a shocking scar on his back, with blood staining his clothes. He fell to the ground, and although the pain was unbearable, he still cursed and expressed his anger and unwillingness defiantly. Hinata Hisashi frowned tightly, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Sarutobi Asuma is attacking his own kin. It seems he has lost his mind, as if he has fallen into madness." Madness? How mad? Tian's voice was deep and powerful, as if it carried a penetrating force that could reach into one's heart. His words revealed an indescribable sense of oppression, making Hinata Hayashi involuntarily feel a chill. Hinata Hayashi wiped the sweat from his forehead, even though it was early morning. His forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. He looked up at Tian, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, a mix of surprise and unease. "My lord the general, please don't tease me." His voice trembled slightly as he tried to appear calm, saying, "That battle in the cave. The level of madness must be your doing, right?" Upon hearing this, Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. He seems to be impressed by Hinata's insight. Oh, he feigned surprise, elongated his tone, raised an eyebrow, and said with a hint of mockery, "It seems you know too much, which makes me a bit uncomfortable." As his words fell, the air around them seemed to solidify. Hinashi felt a chill rising from the depths of his heart, and he involuntarily took a step back. Meanwhile, Tian maintained his smile, but his gaze revealed a chilling intensity that was unsettling. "Should I consider silencing you?" Tian's voice suddenly turned low and eerie, as if carrying an unspeakable threat. His words were like a sharp knife, stabbing straight into Hinata's heart. Hinata's face instantly turned pale, and he felt his heart racing uncontrollably. He knew that he was completely under Tian's control and could only let him manipulate him. General Hinatsuki took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound more resolute, and said, "If you really want to silence me, then go ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, Tian stopped in his tracks. He quietly stared at Hinata Hisashi, as if assessing the other person's courage and determination. After a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter, his voice filled with appreciation and joy. "Haha, what a bold Hinata Hisashi." He patted the other person's shoulder and said, "I was just joking. Why do you have to take it so seriously? Were you scared?" As Tian's words fell, the tense atmosphere around them gradually dissipated. Hinata Hayashi let out a long breath, feeling a sense of relaxation and relief he had never experienced before. Just then, Tian suddenly turned back, looking towards the direction of the cave, and said, "The battle in the cave is almost over. I should go wrap things up." His voice was deep and firm, filled with an undeniable authority. Each step he took was accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground, as if the earth itself was making way for him. Upon entering the cave, a strong smell of blood assaulted his senses. Tian frowned slightly, but his face remained indifferent. His gaze quickly swept through the cave, and he saw Sarutobi Asuma covered in wounds, blood-stained, yet his eyes still shone with an unyielding and mad light. Around him lay a number of corpses from the Sarutobi clan. Their lives are like extinguished candles, leaving only a mess on the ground. Tian strides forward, stepping on the corpses beneath his feet. He walked up to Asuma Sarutobi, stopped in his tracks, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He said, "Sarutobi Asuma, you really did a good job. You are a well-behaved dog." His voice echoed in the cave, carrying an indescribable sense of authority and admiration. Sarutobi Asuma lifted his head, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, seemingly a mix of gratitude, reluctance, and helplessness. Tian paid no attention to Sarutobi Asuma's reaction. His gaze shifted back to Sarutobi Yozen, who was lying on the ground. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile, his voice icy and cruel, filled with mockery. "Ha ha 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 ha," he said, "Sarutobi Moonslash, you probably didn't expect that, did you? This kid has now become my loyal servant. When I tell him to go east, he will never go west. His fate is already in my hands. What exactly did you do? Why would he—" Sarutobi Moonslash's voice was weak and trembling. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat. He struggled to sit up, but the wounds on his body and his exhausted frame left him powerless. He could only lie on the ground, staring at Tian with eyes full of anger and despair, hoping to get an answer from him. Tian looked at Sarutobi Tsukiyo, and the smile on his face was gone. He said coldly, "Want to know? Do you think I would tell you? There are many things in this world that you can't know just because you want to. I'm not your teacher, and I have no obligation to answer your questions." Chapter 19. Tian's Leaf Transformation Project. Tian's voice echoed in the cave, carrying an indescribable indifference and mockery. "However, you do need to hurry up a bit," he continued, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, and said, "Otherwise, you won't be able to see your brother in the Pure Land. You two brothers can reunite there." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's body trembled violently. He widened his eyes, looking at Tian in front of him, his heart filled with endless anger and despair. He knows that he will never have the chance to know the truth again. He could only leave this world with his unwillingness and confusion. The cave once again fell into silence. Only the faint sound of Asuma's breathing and the dripping of blood echoed. Next, you will infiltrate the remaining 3 major families, looking for opportunities to assassinate them. Just like today, do you understand? Tian's voice was deep and powerful, like the war drums of ancient times, shaking Asuma's soul. A glimmer of determination flashed in Asuma's eyes as he took a deep breath, as if to draw all the courage and resolve into his body. He slightly lowered his head and respectfully said, "Yes, Master, I will not fail my mission." Just then Tian extended his palm. In the center of his palm shone the chakra of the yang release ninjutsu, warm and healing. He gently pressed his palm on various wounds on Asuma's body, and a warm current instantly surged into Asuma's body, smoothing out all his injuries. Tian withdrew his palm, and the light in the cave gradually faded away. He gently waved his hand, bringing all the people in the cave into his little world of paradise. The deceased were converted into system points by the system, while Asuma Sarutobi was sent deep into the mountains and forests of this area. In Tian's eyes, system points were like precious gems. However, he was not blindly pursuing the increase of power. Instead, he was carefully planning each step forward. His point allocation strategy focuses almost entirely on chakra and enlightenment, like a finely crafted work of art, with every stroke containing thoughtfully considered wisdom. Tian is already strong enough, and he is now pouring all of his system points into enhancing his enlightenment. He seems to be able to perceive the essence of the world and grasp truths that others cannot understand. As his enlightenment continues to grow, the required system points also become increasingly massive. It feels like an endless challenge, but Tian finds joy in it. He enjoys the sense of achievement that comes with each improvement, as well as the process of continuously progressing through challenges. Compared to directly allocating points to ninjutsu or taijutsu, Tian prefers to train and comprehend through enhancing his understanding. He understands deeply that true strength does not come from external gifts, but from self-awareness and cultivation. Knowledge gained from books is ultimately shallow. To truly understand, one must practice. Only the strength that truly belongs to oneself can bring peace of mind. Tian walked out of the dark cave, glancing at the sun rising before him, his voice revealing a hint of undeniable determination. He said, "Let's go, Hyuga clan leader. The threat of the Sarutobi family has been completely eliminated. However, the transformation of Konoha is far from over. Challenges and opportunities coexist in the future." Then, Tian turned around, gave a sharp shout, and quickly formed hand seals, instantly launching Earth-style rock collapse. The top of the cave shook violently, rocks rolled down, and the balance of the entire cave was shattered in an instant, a massive collapse about to unfold. A loud rumble shook the entire forest, as if even the sky was trembling in response. Dust flew up, blocking out the sun, and the original cave was buried in an instant by boulders and dirt, hiding everything deeply beneath this rubble. This sudden commotion attracted the attention of those nearby, and many rushed over to check it out. When they saw the scene before them, they all showed expressions of shock and awe. However, Tian remained unfazed. He clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the matter has been resolved. The hidden dangers of the Sarutobi family have been completely eliminated. Next, we need to continue our efforts in the reconstruction of Konoha. Let us go back." On the way back, Tian glanced at the calm and composed Hinata Hizashi beside him. A playful smile appeared on his face as he spoke. "Hinata clan leader, I have heard that there's a young woman in your family who has just come of age with extraordinary talent and impressive strength, making her peers no match for her. However, it is a pity that she hails from the branch family, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Hinata Hizashi displayed a mixed expression of pride and regret on his face. He nodded and slowly said, "You mean Hinata Rin, right? She is indeed a brilliant jewel of our Hinata family, unmatched among her peers, and even older relatives find it hard to compete with her." A hint of admiration flashed in Tian's eyes. He smiled slightly and said, "Since that's the case, I intend to take her as my personal guard. I wonder what the clan leader of the Hinata family thinks about this." Upon hearing this, Hinata Hizashi's face immediately showed a look of surprise. He quickly clasped his hands and said, "It is truly an honor for Linner to be valued so highly by you, General. On her behalf and on behalf of the Hyuga family, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude in advance." However, a hint of doubt quietly arose in Hinata Hayashi's heart. He secretly pondered, why does the general bring up Linner, although she is exceptionally strong? What stands out even more is her stunning beauty. It seems the general is also captivated by her looks. Despite his suspicions, Hinata Hayashi did not reveal them. After all, Hinata Hayashi was someone who knew how to read the situation. He knew very well that at this time, Hinata Rin's ability to gain the favor of the Lord General was undoubtedly a fortunate event for the Hyuga clan. Upon returning to the Hokage building, Tian's gaze was immediately drawn to the Hokage rock, which was bustling with activity. It wasn't just the busy figures of construction workers. There were also those skilled in earth release jutsu moving among them, using their hands and ninjutsu to jointly create new buildings. They used Earth-style ninjutsu to lay the foundation, pouring a solid base. Inside and outside the walls, patrolling ninjas acted like guardians, meticulously checking the perception barrier to ensure there were no oversights. Walking into the once familiar Hokage office, Tian discovered that it had been completely renewed. All the old items had been cleared out, leaving only emptiness and anticipation. He gazed through the bright glass window at the surrounding buildings and the busy crowd below, feeling a surge of inexplicable excitement. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door, and a graceful woman walked in. It was Hinata Rin, and her appearance made Tian's eyes light up. She was indeed more beautiful than in the photos, with delicate features and a tall figure that exuded an indescribable charm at all times. Chapter 20. The Various Opinions of the Ninja World. In an instant, Tian felt as if his heart was tightly grasped by an inexplicable force. If he has difficulty breathing, in his mind echoed one call after another. These voices grew clearer and sharper, almost tearing apart his thoughts. He understands that it is his inner appreciation and desire for Hinata Rin's beauty that is quietly at work. But he is more aware of the problem at hand. This is not entirely his own emotion. Rather, it is Uchiha Kanya's fervent obsession with beautiful women that is subtly influencing him. Tian is already unable to extricate himself, his eyes gleaming with greed, and a trace of drool is escaping from the corner of his mouth. He spoke with great difficulty, his voice filled with temptation, and said, "Lin, you don't want to be bound forever, unable to soar freely like a bird in a cage, do you? Let me help you break free from all these restraints." His words were full of hypocrisy and selfishness. His so-called help was just an excuse to satisfy his own desires. After saying this, Tian, driven by his desires, took inappropriate actions toward Hinata Rin. He tried to disguise his sordid intentions under the guise of preaching and teaching. His actions are filled with disrespect and violation towards Hinata Rin, completely deviating from true help and care. Meanwhile, the various nations of the ninja world have already received the shocking intelligence from Konoha village. It is like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves upon waves. They are currently in a state of shock fermentation, in a land of lightning among the towering clouds. The village of Kumogakure is erupting with an uncontrollable frenzy and impulse. The fourth Raikage, known for his muscles and strength, is now as furious as thunder. He smashed the sturdy desk into pieces in a fit of rage, with chips flying everywhere. He roared, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Konoha is now in great turmoil, and the third Hokage has actually died just like that. Why not let me lead the troops to strike and seize this weak fire country?" The fourth Raikage's furious roar echoed above Kumogakure, as if even the sky trembled in response. At that moment, a calm voice, like fine rain, extinguished this frantic flame. It was the melt-release ninja, T-Dai, wearing an eye patch, an experienced ninja from Kumogakure. He walked slowly, calmly saying, "Lord Raikage, please calm down. You've broken the desk again. This is the property of our village." Although his words were calm, the meaning behind them was like a sharp sword, directly piercing the heart of the Raikage. He knew very well that Raikage's anger was not without reason, but at this critical moment, calmness and wisdom were needed more than ever. He continued, "Moreover, that Uchiha Kanya, or rather Uchiha Kanya now, is capable of killing the third Hokage. Such strength should not be underestimated. I've heard that his abilities are mysterious and unpredictable. The third Hokage was killed without a chance to fight back. We must proceed with caution." Tuchai's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Raikage's head, gradually calming his restless emotions. He knows very well that Tsuchikage's words are not unfounded. Uchiha Ruten's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. However, even so, the impulse and fighting spirit in his heart are still difficult to quell. "Tsuchikage, you are right. We cannot act rashly." He took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination, and said in a deep voice, "But we cannot let this opportunity slip away. Immediately send someone to investigate the whereabouts and strength of Uchiha Lutian, and at the same time strengthen the village's defenses. As long as we find the opportunity, we will strike immediately." Almost at the same time, similar events were happening in the land of Earth. In a vast and boundless Iwagakure, rocks and yellow earth intertwined to create a magnificent picture. In the Tsuchikage's office, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was sitting across from his son, KT, both of their faces filled with seriousness and worry. This gradually aging Tsuchikage bore deep marks of time on his face. His eyes revealed a calmness that came from. But at this moment, he could hardly hide the anxiety in his heart. He furrowed his brows, his hands clenched into fists, seemingly struggling to suppress the emotional turmoil within. Yellow Earth, what do you think about the situation in the Land of Fire? Inoki's voice was deep and powerful, as if containing immense strength. As he said, I have heard that although the Hidden Leaf Village is still nominally called Konoha, it has effectively become a stronghold of the Shogun. The power of this Shogun surpasses that of the Hokage of old. Yellow Earth, as Inoki's son, is also a capable aide of the Hidden Stone Village. His businesslike attitude is admirable. He stands tall with a firm gaze, and he does not slack off just because the person in front of him is his father. Lord Tsuchikage, I believe we should proceed with caution. He said in a deep voice, how about we commission the Akatsuki organization to test this Uchiha Kanya? Or should we now call him Uchiha Ruten? Inoki nodded, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He said, I think so too. According to reliable intelligence, this Uchiha Ruten killed Sarutobi Hisashi in an instant. His abilities are indeed strange, and very likely to be related to the Mangeki Sharingan. We must respond cautiously and not let our guard down. The father and son exchanged a glance, determination flashing in their eyes. At this moment, in the wind-swept land of wind, Sunagakure seemed to be shrouded in endless dust. In the office of the Kazekage, the red-haired fourth Kazekage Raza gazed intently at the elder Chiyo and the Sea Elder, his tone filled with passion and determination. Why don't we seize this opportunity? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. We should overthrow this so-called alliance. Raza's voice was powerful, as if it could shake the entire Sunagakure. He said, taking this opportunity, we can invade the Land of Fire. Even if we have to take a few steps back, we must let our flag fly over the land of rivers. Chiyo, who has weathered countless storms, is a wise woman. She gently shook her head. Her voice, though soft, was filled with determination. Wait a minute. Rasha, we can't act impulsively. She said, the third great ninja war has already proven one thing. Our Sunagakure strength is still not strong enough. At the very least, we cannot be the first to stick our necks out, or it will only lead to disaster. Kaiza also nodded in agreement. Chiyo's advice is correct. We should observe the situation first. With the personality of that fourth Raikage, he certainly won't sit idly by. Just wait a moment, and soon there will be results. Chapter 21. Someone intends to test Lutian. The Land of Water is a mysterious nation composed of countless islands. The most well-known among them is the Mist Village, which is shrouded in mist all year round. At this moment, however, the atmosphere in Mizuki's office is filled with a stifling and violent aura. Uchiha Obito has now transformed into an embodiment of rage, wielding a long whip, striking fiercely against the youthful face of the fourth Mizukage with each lash. His eyes sparkled with a mad flame, and his voice was filled with endless anger and hatred. Damn it! Screw you all! This is driving me crazy! Uchiha Obito roared, his voice echoing in the office as if it could shake the entire Land of Water. After venting his rage, he coldly contemplated his next course of action. He wants to transform his anger into power, manipulating the fourth Raikage to wage war against the Land of Fire. At the same time, he could take revenge on the Land of Water. For him, this is a win-win situation. In his eyes, the Land of Water is a source of pain and his eternal enemy. He wants to unleash this anger on the Land of Water, making them bear his wrath and revenge. Over the years, he has plunged the Mist Village into a frenzy of internal strife. Many bloodline limit clans have been slaughtered to near extinction. He had attempted to create major incidents several times before, but each time was intervened by the elder Yuan Master. That old guy always stands against him, obstructing his plans. But at this moment, Uchiha Obito is no longer the person he used to be, compared to the fourth Raikage. He appears even more irritable and impulsive. He's been blinded by anger, disregarding the consequences, only wanting to see the flames of war ignite. He is willing to expose his identity at any cost. He is growling, his voice filled with determination and madness. He is already prepared. Even if he is discovered for manipulating the fourth Mizukage, he will still make sure that both the Fire Nation and the Water Nation fall into chaos. There was a mad light flashing in his eyes, as if he had already seen the flames of war burning. He wants Lu Tian to die. Uchiha Obito is manipulating the fourth Mizukage, urging him to gather all the Jonin of the Mist Village, as he is preparing to start a war. When this news spread in the Mist Village, during a meeting, the elder Yuan Shi immediately stood up to express his opposition. Although he was old and thin as a skeleton, every word he spoke was powerful and filled with authority. standing in the center of the conference hall. The Grand Elder Yuan Master's gaze was like a torch, fixed on the manipulated fourth Mizukage, his voice loud and strong. Mizukage, what benefits do we gain from starting a war? The Grand Elder Yuan Master said seriously. War is not child's play. A slight misstep could drag the entire nation into the abyss. You are not young anymore. Although you may appear youthful, don't forget, how old is your son now? You need to consider the entire country and your family. Under the control of Uchiha Bito, the fourth Mizukage's expression stiffened slightly, but soon returned to normal. He raised his head, his eyes revealing an unprecedented determination and fervor, as if he had already been completely controlled by Uchiha Bito. Elder Yuan, listen to me. The Land of Fire is currently in a state of turmoil. This is our best opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The voice of the fourth Mizukage suddenly became deep and powerful as he said, why have we been training so hard? Isn't it to one day stand at the pinnacle of this world? We have raised our troops for 1,000 days. Now is the time to use them. It's time to show the true strength of our land of water. Hearing this, Elder Yuan furrowed his brows, a hint of hesitation appearing on his face. He is well aware of the ambitions and madness of the fourth Mizukage, but he also understands that once war breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. He looked at the flickering fervor and determination in the eyes of the manipulated fourth Mizukage, and a hint of wavering rose in his heart. Are you determined to do this? The Grand Elder Yuan Master asked solemnly, his thoughts fluctuating. Yes. The fourth Mizukage replied without hesitation, I have made up my mind. No matter the cost, I will make the Land of Fire pay. The Grand Elder Yuan Master sighed deeply and shook his head helplessly. He knew that he could not stop the fourth Mizukage's crazy plan and could only do his best to minimize the losses of the war. All right then, Elder Yuan said in a deep voice, you take your people to the battlefield, and we will stay behind in the Hidden Mist Village. If you achieve something, we will support you. But remember, war is not a game. You must act with caution. After saying this, Elder Yuan turned and left the conference hall. He was filled with worry and unease, unsure of what fate this war would bring to the entire land of water. Almost at the same time, Rain Hidden Village was still shrouded in a continuous curtain of rain, with droplets falling, adding a sense of desolation and silence to this cyberpunk-style village. Deep within Rain Hidden Village, the figure of Nagato was frail, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Behind him, the colossal Outer Path Golem stood like a guardian deity, exuding a heart-pounding sense of oppression. He stared at Showdown in front of him, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. That Uchiha Rutan, like a comet, had emerged out of nowhere. His appearance was undoubtedly the biggest variable in our plan. Nagato's voice was low and hoarse, as if eroded by time and illness. His words were filled with helplessness and anxiety, as if he foresaw the coming storm. Konan looked at Nagato, feeling a wave of heartache. She knew that Nagato's physical condition was deteriorating, and the Outer Path Golem was constantly absorbing his chakra. Each breath seemed like a struggle against death. According to intelligence from the Hidden Stone Village, the third Tsuchikage seemed to intend to commission us to test Uchiha Rutan. Konan's voice was soft yet firm as she tried to alleviate some of Nagato's burden, saying, but it seems that discussions are still ongoing. If the commission really comes through, should we accept it? Of course we should, Nagato replied. Our Akatsuki organization needs a lot of money to support our plans. He took a deep breath, a flash of determination in his eyes. He nodded slowly and said firmly, moreover, that Uchiha Tian will eventually become our enemy. He is so powerful that if we do not deal with him early, he will definitely become a great threat to us in the future. After saying this, Nagato suddenly felt a violent cough coming on. He covered his mouth, trying hard not to make any noise. His face was even paler, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Showdown, seeing this, hurriedly stepped forward to support him, her eyes filled with concern. Nagato, your body. Showdown's voice choked, not knowing what to say to comfort this man who had always supported her and the entire Akatsuki organization. Nagato waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. I know my physical condition, but I cannot give up like this. I must do my utmost for Akatsuki, for our plan. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions and continued. I can still fight. If the third Tsuchikage really entrusts us to test Uchiha Rutan, I will personally step in to solve this big trouble. As he spoke, Nagato coughed violently again, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. Konan held him tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. She knew that this man had sacrificed so much for them and the entire Akatsuki organization, while she herself could not bear more burdens for him. Chapter 22. creating the chakra breathing technique in the tumultuous days that followed. Rutan seemed to transform into an endless point-collecting machine, fully immersed in it. He cleverly used the guise of a great ethnic integration to orchestrate a plan, leading various major ninja clans to marry into his family. In just a few days, he ended up with a harem of wives and concubines, with a number exceeding 100, which was astonishing. Tian found himself caught in the whirlwind of this marriage alliance. He shows no signs of fatigue. Instead, he appears more vibrant and energetic. He is well aware that these marriages not only bring him substantial system points, but also strengthen his relationships with various ninja clans, laying a solid foundation for his future plans. However, Tian is not blinded by the splendor before him. He always harbors a greater ambition in his heart. He once again poured a vast amount of system points into his understanding, as if he were watering and fertilizing his tree of wisdom. In an instant, his comprehension ability transformed like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. His thinking has new boundaries, as if reaching an unprecedented height. At this moment, Tian has touched the true essence of cultivation. He closed his eyes and simply took a deep breath. He seemed to be able to feel the chakra energy permeating the air. He began to try to create a new cultivation method called chakra breathing technique. This breathing method allows chakra to be refined with each breath, circulating throughout the body and condensing a powerful life magnetic field. Tian deeply understood that this cultivation method would be an important weapon on his future path of cultivation. He immersed himself wholeheartedly in his training, feeling the wonderful sensation of chakra flowing within him. When Tian opened his eyes again, his gaze had become deep and bright. He felt as if every cell in his body had been infused with new vitality, operating at an astonishing frequency. It was as if they were high-speed spinning tops, releasing powerful energy. The sheer frequency and magnitude of this energy left him in awe. His heartbeat echoed in his chest like a war drum, the vibrations of his cells intertwining to create a passionate symphony. After several hours of arduous training, Tian finally the moment of breakthrough. His cell frequency has soared to an astonishing 100 Hz, which is not only a leap in speed, but also a symbol of strength. His chakra can naturally generate electric current in an instant without any change in nature, reaching 10,000 volts in a flash. This power is like a raging thunder, rampaging within and outside his body, filling every inch of his muscles with explosive strength. Tian's heart was filled with shock and joy. He realized what kind of transformation this chakra breathing technique would bring to the entire world. Ordinary people only need to practice this breathing technique without the need for talent in ninjutsu, and they would be able to possess the strength to defeat a lower ninja. This discovery excited him to the point of almost howling at the sky. But there was one important prerequisite. One must successfully get started with the chakra breathing technique. He knew that this cultivation method was not without its thresholds, and not everyone could easily master it. Compared to the talent required for ninjutsu, this requirement had been significantly lowered, but it still posed a huge challenge for ordinary people. However, Tian was not discouraged by this. He firmly believes that as long as this chakra breathing technique is made public, it will definitely unleash the potential of the common people under his command, allowing them to possess strength comparable to that of a lower ninja. There was a determined light shining in his eyes, as if he had already seen the hopeful world of the future. In Tian's dictionary, there was no word for hesitation. When he thought about what to do, he would act immediately. This was his execution strength. At this moment, Tian walked out of the training room, his face showing unprecedented determination and confidence. He summoned all the council members to publicly reveal a secret chakra breathing technique that could change the world. The atmosphere in the council hall was tense and solemn. Tian stood before everyone, his voice loud and firm, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have called you all here to unveil a cultivation method we have never had before, the chakra breathing technique." As the details of the practice were disclosed, the council immediately erupted in chaos. The senior ninja members, usually calm and composed, were now filled with shock and disbelief. "General, is what you say true?" One senior ninja in black stood up, looking at Tian with astonishment, saying, "Is this chakra breathing technique really that miraculous?" "Absolutely. Its effects far exceed your imagination." Tian nodded slightly, displaying a confident smile as he said, "With proper practice, ordinary people can possess strength comparable to that of a lower ninja." "This is like a dream." Another blonde female senior ninja couldn't help but speak up. She asked, General, how did you discover this cultivation method? That's my secret. However, I can tell you that no one understands this chakra breathing technique better than I do. Tian smiled faintly, not elaborating further, and said, even after you all master it, you will never surpass me. His words were like a heavy bomb, stirring up enormous waves in the hearts of the lawmakers. They began to discuss among themselves, their faces filled with shock and awe. The general is truly amazing. He was able to discover such a magical cultivation method. Yes, if that's the case, wouldn't the strength of our Fire Nation double? That would mean we could dominate the ninja world. Exactly. As long as ordinary people can cultivate this chakra breathing technique, the future of our Fire Nation will be limitless. Conquering the ninja world is not just a dream. Amid the discussions of the council members, Tian felt an unprecedented sense of pride. He knows that this is the satisfaction of successfully showing off. Tian slightly raised his chin, his tone revealing an undeniable authority and confidence. Next, I request the members of the Ministry of Education. You will become the first inheritors of this cultivation method. He continued, once you master the chakra breathing technique, your mission is to guide the teachers of the academy to pass this method on to the children of the academy. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became heavy and tense. The members of the Ministry of Education, who are usually significant figures responsible for the national education strategy, were now as if struck by lightning, shocked into silence. General, are you saying that we should teach the chakra breathing technique to the children? A middle-aged member wearing glasses asked, his voice trembling. This is too unbelievable. Another young female member couldn't help but exclaim, it's like opening the door to a new world. Can we really do this? Chapter 23. Capturing the spy and demanding compensation, an experienced member gasped, General, you are asking our children to possess extraordinary power. His voice was tinged with excitement and admiration as he said, this is not just a revolution in education, but a tremendous leap forward for the country's future. Tian smiled and nodded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and confidence for the future. That's right, I want our children to grasp this power from a young age, so they can be stronger on the path ahead. He said, Konoha is just a pilot test, and once stabilized, it will be expanded to the entire Fire Country. I believe that as long as we work together, this Fire Country will welcome unprecedented prosperity and glory. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had quietly slipped away. During these brief days, Tian taught the chakra breathing technique to Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku, allowing them to feel unprecedented power and growth. But Tian did not stop there. He understands that true transformation requires a top-down approach, spreading comprehensively from the strong to the weak. He turned his gaze to the high-ranking ninjas of the Ministry of Education, those mentors responsible for nurturing the next generation of ninjas. Under Tian's careful guidance, these high-ranking ninjas were eagerly learning the chakra breathing technique. Their faces were filled with focus and excitement, as if they had already foreseen a future of increased strength. The chakra breathing technique is the key for the weak to unlock the door to power for the strong. It is a magical method that allows their ninjutsu to reach the formless realm. When Tian saw that all the Jonin had mastered the chakra breathing technique, an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. He knows that this transformation has taken a solid step forward. He continued to delve into the academy, observing the learning situations of the Chunin teachers. Tian discovered Irika, who was serving as a teacher. He is someone with average qualifications, but has a unique approach to teaching. In his eyes sparkled a light, which was not only a passion for the education, but also a concern for the students. This made Tian look at him with newfound respect. Almost all of the Chunin teachers had learned the chakra breathing technique. Their faces were filled with joy and pride. However, the insidious person Shuei Mu was pretending to encourage Irika at this moment, saying, Irika, keep it up, it's normal to be unfamiliar with new things. Just practice a few more times. Tian quietly walked over, his gaze piercing, as if he could see through Shuei Mu's hypocrisy. He asked, Shuei Mu, how do you feel about learning the chakra breathing technique? His words were filled with a calm indifference towards power. Under Tian's gaze, Shuei Mu could only smile awkwardly, not daring to show any signs of negligence. He said, General, this chakra breathing technique is very useful. It makes it much easier for me to perform my ninjutsu. I just need to adjust my breathing rhythm, which is much more convenient than forming hand seals. Is that so? That's good. Keep up the hard work. Tian nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Irika beside him, a hint of playful amusement curling at the corner of his mouth. He knowingly asked Irika, "I've heard you have quite a knack for teaching. So how are you doing with your own studies?" Irika was caught off guard by Lu Tian's sudden question. He scratched his head, a hint of frustration showing on his face, and honestly said, "General, this chakra breathing technique is indeed a bit difficult for me to master." He sighed and continued, "I feel like I still need some time to ponder." Lu Tian's face showed no sign of disappointment. Instead, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes. He smiled at Irika and said, "Then you have to work even harder. Next month is the official teaching time. If you haven't mastered by then, how will you teach those kids at the academy?" "Yes, what you said is right, sir." Upon hearing this, Irika's heart tightened, and he quickly straightened his chest, responding repeatedly, "I will definitely work harder." Lu Tian nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave the academy. As he walked down the street, his gaze suddenly became sharp. He noticed several suspicious figures around him. They were sneaking in the shadows, their eyes occasionally scanning the direction of the academy. Lu Tian sneered coldly in his heart. These were clearly spies from another country, and their purpose was obvious: to steal the secrets of the chakra breathing technique. However, he did not feel panic or worry because of it. On the contrary, there was a confident glimmer in Lu Tian's eyes, as if everything was under his control. He thought to himself, "These spies are really laughable, trying to steal my techniques. But it doesn't matter. I'm not afraid of them learning. As long as I become stronger and leave others far behind, they can only watch from behind, unable to catch up." With this thought, a disdainful smile appeared on Lu Tian's face as he continued to walk forward. His figure was elongated in the twilight of the setting sun. A few days later, the wheels of time rolled silently by, bringing with them a remarkable upheaval. During this period, Lu Tian was fishing for big fish with a long line. With his keen observation and strong abilities, he successfully uncovered all the spies lurking in the shadows and brought them to justice. Each time a spy was captured, Lu Tian's gaze became sharper, as if he could see through all the hypocrisy and lies. He coldly scrutinized the captured spies in the interrogation department. Whether they admitted their identities or not, Lu Tian had no hesitation in labeling them as spies from the enemy country. This tactic left the interrogator ninja, Ichi, amazed. Looking at the spies being escorted before him, Lu Tian revealed a hint of disdainful smile on his face. "Your actions have severely violated the security and dignity of the Land of Fire, and you will surely receive the punishment you deserve." He declared to the spies, "Wait. I will make your country pay the price." Then, Lu Tian personally drafted a statement of condemnation. He issued notifications to the countries of Chuan, Chao, Tang, Yufeng Tu, Lei, and Shui, sharply pointing out the heinous acts of these countries sending spies. He strongly demanded these countries to pay hefty compensation for this. A few hours later, in the solemn and serious office of the Shadow of the Earth, Demonoki sat behind the desk, frowning with a deep gaze. That Uchiha Luton was truly a person not to be underestimated. His efficiency was so high that he captured all those spies in just a few days. He stared at his son, Huang Tu, who was standing in front of him, with a tone that carried a sense of heaviness and helplessness, saying, "He has even issued condemnation notices to various countries. He is not afraid of offending the whole world. He must be very confident in his own strength." Chapter 24, The Continued Reactions of the Ninja World Nations. Huang Tu's expression also turned serious upon hearing this. He deeply understands his father, Danya Mu's loyalty and sense of responsibility towards the country. And at this moment, he also feels the pressure and anxiety in his father's heart. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within, and then slowly spoke. "Lord Suchikage, regarding that chakra breathing technique, should we continue to send people to steal it?" Upon hearing this, Inoki's brow furrowed even tighter. He fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons and contemplating the next course of action. "No, we can't take any more risks. That chakra breathing technique, while powerful, is not something we can easily steal." After a period of reflection, he raised his head, his eyes shining with determination, and said, "If we fail again, the Land of Earth will be even more passive." In the Wind Country's Sunagakure, in the Kazakage's office, the fourth Kazakage, Raza, sat at his desk, his hands clenched into fists and his brow furrowed. His gaze flickered between the two advisors, Ebi Zong and Chiyo, clearly seeking their opinions. That Uchiha Rutan was simply too arrogant. "We can't let this go. Ebi Zong, Chiyo, we should," Rosha said angrily. However, Ebi Zong shook his head and said firmly, "No, we need to observe further. The current situation is too complex. We cannot act rashly. Besides, that Uchiha Rutan is not so easy to deal with." A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Ebi Zhang's eyes. He is keenly aware that the current situation is like a sword hanging over his head, and any misstep could lead to unpredictable consequences. Chiyo also agreed, saying, "That's right. Let this wind blow for a while longer. We can't be the ones to stick our heads out. The fourth Kazekage will definitely take action." In the land of lightning, at the Reikich's office in Kumogakure, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it felt as if the air had solidified. The fourth Reikich's anger surged within him like thunder, and he smashed the documents on his desk to the ground again, papers flying everywhere, just like his fury rampaging. He widened his eyes, filled with anger and determination, looking at the calm, one-eyed ninja, Tsukadai, beside him. That Uchiha Ruten kid actually dared to publicly condemn so many countries at once and even demanded exorbitant compensation. This is simply an insult to our hidden cloud village and the land of thunder. His voice carried an undeniable firmness as he said, "We should take this opportunity to unite the countries and invade the land of fire." I would like to see if he still dares to be so arrogant then. Tsukadai frowned. He knew Reikich's personality, but at this moment, Reikich was clearly blinded by anger. "Lord Reikich, do you mean to summon the leaders of all countries to hold an emergency meeting in the land of iron?" He pondered for a moment and said cautiously, "But this matter is far more complicated than the Five Shadows Conference. The tangled interests and numerous contradictions between the countries make it difficult to unite them. I don't care. In any case, I want Uchiha Ruten to pay the price." Before he could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by the fourth Reikich. "Who does he think he is? How dare he provoke our hidden cloud village?" Meanwhile, deep within the hidden mist village of the land of water, Uchiha Abido was manipulating the fourth Mizukage, preparing for the buildup before war. Under Uchiha Abido's control, the fourth Mizukage appeared exceptionally irritable. He widened his eyes and clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to crush everything. He roared, "Hurry up and get ready for me. Why are we still dragging our feet, even when going to war? How many days has it been? Get the troops assembled quickly." His voice echoed in the empty corners, as if it could overturn the entire hidden mist village. In the face of his roar, the higher-ups of the hidden mist village did not show much panic. The young Konoha Moon is a genius boy, carrying the dual swords, Flounder. "Lord Mizukage, we must not rush. The troops have not moved, but the supplies must be secured first." He took a deep breath and said, "We need to prepare a large amount of war supplies. This matter cannot be rushed." Although his voice is young, it reveals a sense of calm and determination. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, carrying a large knife called Shark Skin, is a high-ranking member of the Umbu in the hidden mist village, and his words carry significant weight. He also echoed, "Lord Xuing, you are too impatient, aren't you? We can't be so hasty in our actions. We need to wait for the right moment to ensure everything goes smoothly." His voice carried a hint of admonition, as if he wanted to calm the water shadow down. Pipa Shirzong, the warrior with the broken sword decapitation blade on his back, also nodded. He said, "Lord Xuing, if you are too anxious, I'm afraid the casualties will be heavy." His voice was deep and firm, as if he were worried about the future of the entire hidden mist village. Reikage Yagura's black sword, Rhea, stood beside him and said, "Lord Mizukage, my troops have been assembled, but the supplies are still insufficient." His voice carried a hint of helplessness and anxiety, clearly worried about the impending war. In the land of rivers, there is a peaceful and prosperous ninja village. The leader of the River Hidden Village sat in a spacious and bright meeting hall, fiddling with an exquisite chess piece, his brow furrowed. Upon hearing about Uchiha Lutian's actions, a serious expression appeared on his face. This Uchiha Lutian is indeed a remarkable figure. The leader of the River Hidden Village muttered to himself, his voice tinged with a mix of admiration and apprehension, saying, "He dares to condemn so many countries at once and demand compensation. Such courage and determination are not something an ordinary person can possess." Meanwhile, in the land of grass, the leader of the Grass Hidden Village was also lost in thought in his secret chamber. His face was stern, with a sharp glint in his eyes. He is a thoughtful person who never makes decisions lightly, but at this moment, he realizes he must make a choice quickly. This Uchiha Ruten is truly a troublesome guy. The leader of the Grass Hidden Village mutters to himself, frowning, and says, "His actions not only affect our interests, but may also trigger a larger conflict. We must respond cautiously." In the land of waterfalls, the leader of the Waterfall Hidden Village is discussing countermeasures with his think tank. He is a decisive and resolute person, never fearing any challenge. However, when faced with the retaliation from Uchiha Ruten, he felt a hint of pressure. This Uchiha Ruten is truly audacious. The leader of Takigakure spoke with a hint of anger, saying, "Does he think he can challenge the entire ninja world by relying on his own strength? It's utterly ridiculous. The land of water. The leader of Uchiha is also discussing countermeasures with his subordinates. He is a thoughtful person, skilled at analyzing problems from multiple angles. Uchiha Ruten's actions may seem reckless, but they actually hide intricate schemes. The leader of Tangin village spoke with a hint of caution, saying, "We must be careful in our response and not let him lead us by the nose." Chapter 25. Suppressing the ninja hideouts nearby in the daughter country on the high mountains. In this special nation composed of female ninjas, the leader of Fuziko village was sitting on a magnificent throne, contemplating how to deal with the situation. She is a clever and courageous woman, never afraid of any challenge. Uchiha Ruten is truly an interesting guy. The leader of Fuziko village smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. She said to her beautiful subordinates, "Send a few more of you to use seduction to capture him. I refuse to believe that a man won't fall for it. I heard he has taken hundreds of concubines. He must be a lecherous man." Finally, in the land of rain. This country is shrouded in rain all year round. Rain Hidden Village has been greatly affected by the Rain Tiger's free technique, and it has never stopped raining. At this moment, Conan was standing by the window, staring blankly at the drizzling rain. Her heart was filled with confusion and unease. What kind of person is Uchiha Ruten, really? The rain's shadow murmured to herself, furrowing her brow, saying, "His actions seem crazy, yet they appear to have some deeper meaning. How should we respond?" Conan, don't think too much. Only powerful strength is fundamental. Nagato sat on a portable toilet, his back covered in Inyong-released black rods. He coughed a few times and said, "I believe that old man, the third Suchikage, will definitely entrust us. So, get ready for battle." In the days that followed, the situation in the ninja world was unpredictable. Various countries were like cats that had their tails stepped on. They impatiently issued diplomatic rhetoric, filled with a resolute denial of the espionage incident. It seems they are playing a meticulously staged drama, with each country portraying itself as an innocent victim, pointing fingers at other potential enemies. And compensation, a seemingly simple term, has become elusive at this moment. Countries, like stingy old men, refuse to part with a single penny. They all declare that this is sheer nonsense. How could they possibly pay for something that doesn't exist? To Lu Tian, all of this is just fleeting smoke. Like a skilled chess player, he has long seen through the direction of this game. He continued to issue diplomatic statements with great momentum, drawing a red line for all countries. They must pay the compensation within 2.5 months, or they will bear the consequences. And now Lu Tian, leading a group of elite Uchiha clan members, has left the prosperous Konoha and embarked on a journey to eliminate bandits. These Uchiha members, after Lu Tian's careful guidance, have mastered the essence of the Chakra breathing method, and their strength has greatly increased. They were like sharp arrows, piercing straight into the bandit strongholds nestled in the mountains and forests. These strongholds were originally the habitats of wandering ninjas, who either chose to stand alone due to dissatisfaction with the oppression of various ninja villages or because of their own ambitions and desires. However, in Lu Tian's eyes, the existence of these bandit strongholds had seriously threatened the safety of Konoha. Thus, a fierce battle against the bandits erupted in the mountains and forests. Charge! For the honor of the general's mansion, for the glory of the Uchiha. Lu Tian raised his arm and shouted, his voice resonating like thunder in the mountains. Eliminate these pests. Restore a clear sky for the land of fire. The bandit ninjas, seeing this, drew their weapons and prepared to fight. When their strength was compared to that of the Uchiha clan members, it was like heaven and earth. After all, they're just a mob, daring to block our path. One Uchiha clan member scoffed, and with a flash, he disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind a bandit ninja, the blade in his hand glinting coldly as it pierced toward a vital point. The bandit ninja let out a scream and fell into a pool of blood. The battle was about to begin, although the bandit ninjas were numerous. Their eyes revealed fear towards the Uchiha clan members. A murderous atmosphere permeated the stronghold, but it had no effect on the Uchiha clan members. Pay attention to coordination. Don't underestimate the enemy. Lu Tian, with a sharp gaze, loudly reminded his clan members. He knew very well that although the strength of these counterfeit ninjas varied, there were certainly some cunning individuals among them, skilled at using the terrain and traps for ambushes. Sure enough, not long after the battle began, several members of the Uchiha clan found themselves in trouble. They accidentally stepped on a trap hidden in the grass, instantly binding their movements. Sharp bamboo spikes erupted from the ground, piercing their clothes, and some were already injured. A member of the Uchiha clan cried out in pain as a bamboo spike pierced deeply into his leg, blood gushing out. Watch out for the traps. Another Uchiha member shouted loudly to remind his companions. Fortunately, their teammates reacted quickly. One Uchiha member, wielding a long knife, took a swift step and rushed to the side of the trapped clan member. He swung his long knife and cut through the ropes that bound his clansman. Another Uchiha clansman wielded his long knife. The released chakra formed a whirlwind, blowing away all the traps around. "Brother, hold on. We're here to save you," shouted the Uchiha clansman who rushed forward while cutting the ropes. His gaze was firm and full of strength, as if it could dispel all darkness. The trapped clansman felt the support of their companions. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. With the help of his comrades, he successfully broke free from his restraints and stood up again. At this moment, other Uchiha clansmen also launched fierce attacks. Their physical abilities have surged several times under the enhancement of the chakra breathing technique. They moved like the wind, swiftly darting between the mountain strongholds. The long blades in their hands intertwined with chakra, ultimately forming deadly attacks. Although the ninjas in the stronghold were numerous, they were no match for the Uchiha clan's superior ninjutsu. In an instant, the stronghold was filled with cries of anguish and screams. After a fierce battle, the Uchiha clan ultimately defeated all their enemies and captured many alive. I need to say a few words here. Tian's voice was deep and powerful, as if carrying an invisible pressure, causing the surrounding Uchiha clan members to involuntarily hold their breath. His gaze swept over everyone, and that sharp look seemed to penetrate into their hearts. To be honest, I felt very disappointed. Tian's tone was filled with dissatisfaction and anger, as if this feeling of disappointment was burning like a flame in his chest. He frowned slightly and continued, "The strength of this counterfeit is so mediocre, yet it can still injure our clansmen." The injured Uchiha clansmen, upon hearing Tian's words, all lowered their heads. Their faces were filled with guilt and self-blame. They were speechless and too ashamed to face him, silently enduring Tian's reprimands. Chapter 26. Going to the land of rice to find Orochimaru. Tian took a deep breath. He seemed to want to absorb all this disappointment and anger into himself. Then he opened his mouth, and the chakra within him was unleashed in an instant. The chakra roared out like a wild wind, instantly transforming into a fierce flame that engulfed the ruins of the entire stronghold. The flames burned fiercely, illuminating everything around. The fire seemed to carry Tian's anger and disappointment. Tian's gaze flickered with a determined light amidst the flames, as if he wanted to use this fire to cleanse all the filth and failures. This failure would serve as a stepping stone for our growth. He looked at the flames in the ruins and said, "We must remember this lesson, train harder, and prepare for the impending great battle." His words were as fiery and resolute as flames. All the Uchiha clan members felt his determination and belief. They straightened their chests, ready to face the upcoming challenges. In the following days, Tian swept through the surrounding dozen or so mountain strongholds like a tempest. Their actions were swift and decisive. Each strike was like a thunderbolt, instilling fear in the hearts of the rogue ninjas. As the strongholds were successively breached, Tian brought back batches of captives. These captives were uniformly settled in, becoming laborers at the construction site. Many of them showed fear and unease in their eyes, but Tian looked at them with a calm and resolute gaze, as if he could see through their inner fears. "If any of you understand the earth release jutsu, step forward now." Tian's voice was deep and powerful, resonating among the captives. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man trembled and stepped forward. His eyes revealed a hint of reluctance and helplessness as he said, "I can use the earth-style ninjutsu." Tian nodded slightly, a trace of a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He said, "Good. You will become a member of our Hokage rock construction site. As long as you can work well, I promise you will have the opportunity for release." Upon hearing Tian's words, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. He said, "Really? As long as I work hard, can I gain my freedom?" "Of course. I am the Shogun of the Land of Fire. I never deceive, and my words are as good as gold." Tian confidently replied, "As long as you can demonstrate your worth, I will naturally give you the treatment you deserve." In the following days, Tian personally oversaw the construction of the Hokage rock site. He often communicated with the captives who understood the earth release ninjutsu, encouraging them to harness their abilities. Under Tian's encouragement, the captives gradually let go of their fears and anxieties and began to earnestly engage in their work. As time passed, the construction at the Hokage rock site progressed smoothly. The once barren land gradually became level and solid thanks to the efforts of the captives. "You have all worked hard," Tian said, looking at the busy captives with a smile, painting a bright future for them. "As long as you work well, I promise you will receive the rewards you deserve." Hearing Tian's words, the captives stopped their work and looked towards him. Their eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration, as if in that moment they had found new hope and belonging. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. The deadline for the countries of the ninja world to pay the compensation was approaching. Tian had a place to go. He left the bustling Hidden Leaf village alone and embarked on a journey to the land of rice fields. After a bumpy ride and a search, Tian finally found Orochimaru's hiding place in the land of rice fields. It was a gloomy forest. The towering trees blocked out the sun, as if the sunlight had been swallowed by this forest, leaving only coldness and silence. Tian took a deep breath of the chilling air, feeling the strangeness and danger that permeated the atmosphere. "Come out, Orochimaru, you cold and dark eye. I finally found you." Tian's voice echoed in the forest, filled with determination and coldness. His voice pierced the silence like a sharp sword, as if to penetrate the entire forest. Without any warning, a strong gust of air surged in unexpectedly, as fierce as a raging storm. Tian, relying on his rich combat experience, reacted swiftly. His figure moved like lightning, skillfully dodging the sudden attack. However, everything around him was not spared. Huge trees fell under the impact of the gust, producing a deafening roar. Leaves were blown into the air, and the entire forest seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. Tian steadied himself, his gaze fixed ahead. This gust of wind was not a natural force. It was clearly intentional. Amid the chaotic fallen trees, a figure slowly emerged. It was Orochimaru, dressed in the Akatsuki's long robe of black with red clouds, like a ghost in the darkness. His face wore a strange smile, and a dangerous light flickered in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour the entire world. "How does the taste of wind release? Great breakthrough feel?" Orochimaru said coldly, his voice filled with mockery and disdain. But Tian remained completely unfazed. He looked coldly at Orochimaru, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Your breath stinks. This wind carries a strong, foul smell. Have you not brushed your teeth? Or is your mouth sick?" Tian mocked. His words pierced through Orochimaru like a sharp blade, instantly darkening the latter's expression. Tian coldly stared at Orochimaru and continued, "Orochimaru, no matter how sinister your methods are, you won't easily succeed. Moreover, my strength is above yours." Enough with the nonsense. Today is your day of death. Your Sharingan belongs to me." Orochimaru roared and extended a hand, with several snakeheads suddenly lunging out from his sleeves, attacking Tian. These snakeheads were terrifying and exuded a chilling aura. But Tian was already prepared. He quickly activated the fire release chakra mode, engulfing his entire body in blazing flames. He dodged the attack of the snake's head by turning sideways, simultaneously striking back with a knife to sever several snakeheads. This strike was infused with intense flames and murderous intent, as if it aimed to burn the entire world to ashes. The two instantly plunged into a fierce battle. The flashes of swords and blades wove a breathtaking scene in the forest. Tian's swordsmanship was sharp and swift, with each attack carrying strong killing intent. Meanwhile, Orochimaru continuously evaded Tian's strikes with his bizarre movements and ninjutsu, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. "Orochimaru, I've had enough of playing. Now submit to me." Chapter 27 Orochimaru offers his forbidden techniques. Orochimaru has a secret base in the land of rice. This is his largest base in the ninja world. At the same time, this is the reason Tian came here. As Tian's voice fell, the air in the forest seemed to be filled with a mysterious and eerie aura. In his eyes, 6 dazzling magatama rapidly spun within his deep pupils, like stars twinkling in the night sky, releasing a mesmerizing light. This is the kaleidoscope Sharingan, hypnosis and brainwashing. Orochimaru was enveloped by this sudden surge of power. He felt as if his consciousness was being pulled by an invisible force. His mind gradually fell into chaos. Orochimaru's eyes were vacant, the original cunning and insidiousness completely gone, replaced by a sense of confusion and emptiness. His memory seemed to be quietly altered by a mysterious force. In that moment, the loyalty and admiration in Orochimaru's heart surged like a tidal wave, and his awe for Tian was evident. "Master, what is your command?" Orochimaru will do his utmost. His voice trembled yet was firm, filled with absolute obedience to Tian. He seemed no longer to be the fearsome ninja that struck terror in people's hearts, but rather a loyal and capable assistant to Tian. Tian nodded slightly, a satisfied glimmer in his eyes. He took a deep look at Orochimaru, then, saying, "Take me to your base." Orochimaru did not hesitate at all, and immediately led the way respectfully. His steps were steady and powerful, as if he were demonstrating his familiarity and loyalty to the base for Tian. After arriving at a certain location, Orochimaru opened the hidden passage in the ground. They traversed the intricate corridors, crossing layer upon layer of mechanisms, each step seeming to explore an unknown, mysterious world. The dim lights flickered as if whispering secrets that were unknown to others. Time seemed to stand still, and even the air was filled with a stifling and cold atmosphere. The current timeline was still quite early. Kabuto Yakushi had not yet killed Nanaki Yakushi, so Orochimaru was not accompanied by Kabuto. It is well known that in the early days, Orochimaru had no real subordinates. Those who followed Orochimaru were merely tools. They are merely insignificant beings in Orochimaru's eyes, with almost no human rights to speak of. Because of this secret base has no popularity. Orochimaru, teach me your forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. Tian followed Orochimaru into a certain room, his voice filled with undeniable authority. He gazed directly at Orochimaru, a steadfast light flickering in his deep-set eyes. Orochimaru stood in the shadows, his expression as calm as water, as if he had long anticipated this situation. He slowly raised his head, and his snake-like eyes glimmered with a strange light in the dimness. He smiled gently, his voice carrying a hint of playfulness, and said, "This technique was originally created for the master's needs, so I have long been prepared for the master." As he spoke, he turned and walked towards a hidden corner. His fingers lightly glided over the wall, and a secret door slowly opened. He took out an exquisite scroll, while holding another scroll in his hand. Orochimaru turned around and handed the two scrolls to Tian. "This is the forbidden technique, spirit transformation technique, which is the same as the forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation." A look of almost reverent expression appeared on his face as he said, "These are my most precious secret techniques. Please accept them all, master." Tian took the scroll, and a hint of satisfaction and appreciation flashed in his eyes. He nodded slightly, his voice filled with joy and excitement as he said, "You did a great job. You not only completed the task, but exceeded it. I have noticed your cleverness and loyalty." "Very good." As Tian's praise echoed, Orochimaru also showed a proud smile. After browsing through the scrolls of the impure world reincarnation and the spirit transformation technique, an indescribable excitement surged in Tian's heart. At this moment, his comprehension was extremely high. In just a moment, he absorbed all the contents of the two scrolls as if he had already grasped their essence. In an instant, a flash of inspiration suddenly illuminated his mind, like a bright lamp in the darkness. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Tian's eyes, as if he had discovered something incredible. I understand." Tian suddenly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He seems to have found a way to make his soul leave his body, but he still needs to carefully ponder and experiment. He took a deep breath to calm his excited heart, then turned to Orochimaru with a satisfied smile on his face. "Orochimaru, this is the Yin-Yang release, Shadow Clone. If you master this forbidden technique, you can create real clones." Tian took out a scroll and handed it to Orochimaru, his voice filled with confidence as he said, "If you use the impure world reincarnation, this clone will not produce any rejection response. So, this technique pairs perfectly with the impure world reincarnation." Orochimaru took the scroll, a hint of surprise and curiosity flashing in his eyes. He opened the scroll and began to read the contents carefully. As he delved deeper into the reading, a look of shock and joy gradually appeared on his face. "This is simply a perfect match." Orochimaru raised his head, looking at Tian. His eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. In his eyes, Tian was not only a powerful master, but also a true wise man. He was truly impressed by Tian's cleverness in coming up with such a match. "Orochimaru, your next task is to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization and gather intelligence for me," Tian said in a serious tone, his eyes revealing an undeniable determination. "Be sure to act cautiously and avoid any conflict with anyone. Your task is to remain undercover and report the daily movements of the Akatsuki organization to me." "Yes, master." Orochimaru slightly bowed his head and respectfully responded, his eyes sparkling with determination. He is brainwashing himself, believing that this is a test of his abilities by Tian. After everything was explained, Tian left Orochimaru's secret base. He went straight back to Konoha. He knew that the upcoming events would be extremely busy, as the curtain of a great battle was about to rise. After all, the countries of the ninja world had no intention of paying compensation. This compensation was merely an excuse used by Tian to initiate the war. However, when he stepped into Konoha village, an unexpected incident occurred. A beautiful woman suddenly turned to him, her face pale, and then she weakly collapsed to the ground. Faking unconsciousness? Trying to set me up? A hint of doubt flashed through Tian's mind as he approached her. He gently patted the woman's shoulder, but found her complexion very pale and her breathing weak. This was not a disguise. Tian immediately picked her up and hurried towards the hospital. His heart was filled with doubt and worry, thinking, who is this woman? Why did she suddenly faint? And her target should be me, right? Chapter 28. The Kingdom of Daughters uses marriage as compensation. It was quite a distance to the famous hospital in the city of Mai. Tian was anxiously hurrying along the way. The gentle breeze carried a hint of coolness, but it couldn't dispel the anxiety in his heart. At that moment, the beauty in his arms stirred slightly, as if waking from a deep sleep. I'm so hungry. A soft and faint voice, like the low chirping of a nightingale, rang out clearly in the silence. Tian paused his steps and hurriedly placed her on a bench by the roadside. He took out a piece of compressed biscuit from his backpack. He handed over the cookie, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes, and said, "Are you faint from hunger? What's wrong with you?" The beauty took the cookie and expressed her gratitude with a few words. Then, she eagerly began to devour it. Although her eating was somewhat awkward, her bright eyes sparkled with determination. Tian stood by, quietly observing this beauty. Her outfit was indeed eye-catching. The tight clothing outlined her graceful figure, and her long hair flowed with the wind, resembling a beautiful painting. Tian noticed that this person's attire was very enticing. He gently coughed, trying to break the ambiguous atmosphere, and said, "Beautiful lady, what brings you to Konoha City?" "Me? I am here for Shogun." The lady's tone was firm and powerful, as if she were making a declaration. She swallowed the last bite of her cookie, lightly wiped the crumbs from the corner of her mouth, and then looked up at Tian, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Tian revealed a hint of a playful smile. He deliberately leaned closer to the beautiful woman and said in a low voice, "Oh, what do you need the general for? I can introduce you." A flicker of joy flashed across the woman's face, but she quickly looked at Tian warily. She seemed to sense the deeper meaning in Tian's words and shifted her position uneasily. Seeing this, Tian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He deliberately changed his tone, wanting to scare the beautiful woman in front of him. "But I must warn you, if you have any ill intentions, I will lock you up. You should know that there are many perverts in there, and they won't show you any mercy." As Tian spoke, he intentionally put on a fierce expression, but there was a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. The beauty was startled by Tian's words, her expression stiffening, but she quickly regained her composure. "I won't do anything bad." She gritted her teeth, as if swearing, and said, "I just want to meet the Shogun and express my admiration for him." A hint of curiosity flashed in Tian's eyes. He gazed at the distant beauty and spoke, "First of all, beautiful lady from afar, why don't you introduce yourself?" The beauty seemed to be captivated by Tian's demeanor, and she nodded slightly. There was a unique glimmer in her eyes, as if they held the depth of stars. She softly said, "Please remember, I come from the distant daughter kingdom, Fuzian village, and my name is Xingye Jing. I am Tian, pleased to meet you." Tian replied with a smile that revealed a hint of carefree charm. Immediately after, Tian's gaze sharpened. He asked directly, "So, how are you going to express your affection for the Shogun? More importantly, where does this feeling come from?" Hoshino Jing was caught off guard by this sudden question. A hint of surprise flashed across her face, and she furrowed her brows, as if trying to recall something. "Tian?" Hoshino Jing suddenly exclaimed, her face showing a look of shock, as if she had seen something incredible. She trembled as she said, "Are you the legendary Shogun Uchiha Tian? I prefer others to call me Tian." Tian smiled slightly. He did not answer directly, but instead asked, "So, why are you really here? Are you here for those so-called compensation payments? Or are you, yourself, the compensation sent by the Hidden Child Village?" His voice carried a hint of mockery and a touch of teasing, as if he were testing Xingye Jing's reaction. Xingye Jing's face turned slightly red, and a flicker of embarrassment and anger passed through her eyes. But she quickly regained her composure. She slightly lowered her head, avoiding Lu Tian's gaze, seemingly deep in thought. I am a compensation. Xing Yijing's voice trembled a bit, but her gaze was unusually firm as she said, "Please accept it, General. Please forgive our Fuzi-in village. Please forgive our daughter country." After saying this, a determined expression appeared on Xing Yijing's face. She clenched her fists tightly, as if to encourage herself. "So, you Fuzi-in village want to solve the problem through a marriage alliance?" Lu Tian raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of contemplation. Sitting on the bench, Xing Yijing showed a look of surprise. She had originally thought that Lu Tian would treat her with a frivolous attitude, perhaps even seeing her as a toy to be played with, and might later use her to entertain the powerful and influential. However, the Lu Tian before her was behaving so seriously that it caught her off guard. Xing Yijing took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within her. She nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on Lu Tian as if trying to uncover his true thoughts. She softly asked, "General, are you serious?" Lu Tian nodded and slowly replied, "I am indeed serious. Matters of marriage should not be taken lightly." His voice was steady and firm, as if conveying his sincerity and determination to Xing Yijing. She was taken aback by this response, as two different values collided, stirring a warm current in her heart. She had originally thought her fate would be dictated by destiny. However, at this moment, Lu Tian gave her an unprecedented sense of peace. She looked deeply at Lu Tian, her eyes shimmering with gratitude and admiration. Xing Yijing's chest rose and fell slightly, as if she had made a certain decision. She slowly opened her mouth and said, "General, if this is the shared will of you and the Fuzihide village, then I am willing to accept this arrangement." "How did this become my will?" Lu Tian smirked at those words, a playful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. His laughter carries a hint of teasing, but more importantly, it is a comfort to Xing Yijing. He waved his hand slightly, as if to dispel the tense atmosphere in the air, and then said seriously, "It is clearly the idea of your Fuzi hidden village. I am just accepting it." Lu Tian leaned slightly forward, his gaze fixed on Xing Yijing. His gaze is firm and profound, as if he can see through people's hearts. He continued, "Xing Yijing, I respect your choice. If you are unwilling to marry, I will never force you." At this point, Lu Tian changed his tone, and his voice suddenly became sharp. His gaze flickered with a sharp light as he said, "It's just a war. The Kingdom of Women is just a small country to me, merely a declaration of war." Chapter 29. Various shocks from the ninja world countries. Xing Yijing was greatly frightened by the sudden change. She thought of the people back home. Her face instantly turned pale, and her eyes were filled with terror. She hurriedly knelt down, clasped her hands together, and pleaded with Lu Tian, saying, "General, I was wrong. Please, do not attack our Kingdom of Women. I am willing to do anything you ask." "Then let me personally test your sincerity," Lu Tian said with a smile, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable light. He gently picked up Xing Yijing. Xing Yijing was taken aback by the sudden action. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. Yet amidst this shyness, there was more trust and reliance on Lu Tian. She tightly grasped Lu Tian's collar, allowing him to lead her into the quiet grove by the roadside. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced on the two of them. The grove was filled with deep, powerful breaths, and the rustling leaves seemed to tell an ancient and mysterious legend. During this time of camaraderie, Lu Tian not only imparted knowledge, but also firmly held Xing Yijing's conscience in his hands. When it was all over, Lu Tian held Xing Yijing and slowly walked out of the grove. A blush adorned Xing Yijing's face, while Lu Tian remained calm, as if everything that had just happened was merely a brief episode in his life. Back in the Hokage office, Lu Tian sat at the desk, picked up a pen, and began drafting diplomatic language. His fingers danced swiftly across the paper, each stroke seemingly carrying the weight of thunder. The contents of the decree were as follows. "The Kingdom of Women has submitted the necessary compensation, demonstrating respect and sincerity towards my Fire Nation. Other countries are also requested to submit their compensation within the deadline to show their reverence for my Fire Nation. If the deadline is missed, the Fire Nation will regard you as enemies and will not hesitate to launch an attack." He instructed the high-ranking ninja of the Foreign Affairs Department to distribute this decree, conveying the will of the Fire Nation to other countries. Once this decree was issued, it spread throughout the entire ninja world within just a few hours, causing an uproar. The land of women, the hidden village of Fuziko. Simply exquisite. Hoshino Jing's charm is truly irresistible. She successfully lured Uchiha Luten into a gentle trap. The leader of Fiziko village sat on her throne, gently stroking her smooth jawline. A satisfied smile curved her lips, and her eyes sparkled with cunning and excitement. She looked at the group of beautiful women before her gaze revealing an undeniable authority. Hoshino-jing has set a good example for us. Go, urge the other beauties to take action as well. She whispered, make sure Uchiha Luton lingers among these flowers, draining every last drop of essence from his spring bag. The beautiful women nodded in agreement upon hearing this, their faces displaying proud smiles. In the land of rivers, surrounded by mountains and flowing rivers, the hidden village of Kawa was filled with a tense atmosphere. The leader of Kawa village was sitting in his ancient and solemn office. He held tightly the diplomatic message from the land of fire in his hands. His face was ashen, as if water could drip from it, and his eyes sparkled with flames of anger and a fighting spirit of unwillingness. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wide open, as if there were thunder flashing in them. He gritted his teeth, his voice low and firm, and said, Uchiha Rutan, you dare to be so arrogant and treat our Kawa hidden village as nothing. Our Kawa hidden village is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. His voice echoed in the office, as if the surrounding air had been ignited by his anger. He suddenly slammed the table. The diplomatic words shattered instantly under his palm, and the entire office trembled from the immense shock. The land of grass, the lush and vibrant grass hidden village was also thrown into chaos. In the leader's office, the elders of the grass hidden village gathered together. They looked serious, with murmurs rising and falling. The air was filled with a sense of tension and unease, as if a storm was about to come. One of the older elders furrowed his brows, his eyes revealing deep concern. He sighed, his voice filled with helplessness, and said, the land of fire is currently on the rise. Although our grass-hidden village has a long history and rich heritage, it may be difficult for us to compete with them head-on. As soon as he finished speaking, a young elder stood up, his eyes shining with determination. He retorted, Elder, how can our grass-hidden village give up so easily? Are we just going to allow the Fire Nation to oppress us like this? We have our own dignity and bottom line. We cannot let the Fire Nation look down on us. His voice was powerful and resonant, as if a warm current was surging in the hearts of the crowd. The other elders and the leader of Chaoyin village also chimed in, and the spark of hope began to flicker in their eyes. The Grand Elder still wore a frown, and he waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. He took a deep breath and slowly said, I understand everyone's determination, but we must think calmly. The Fire Nation is powerful, and if we act rashly, we will only fall into a greater predicament. The elders and the leader of the hidden grass village nodded in agreement, knowing that the senior elder was speaking the truth. Yet, even so, their fighting spirit remained undiminished. In the land of waterfalls, the hidden waterfall village, hidden behind the waterfall, also received the diplomatic message that shook the entire ninja world. The leader of the hidden waterfall village looked down at the entire village, his face filled with seriousness. He seemed like a volcano about to erupt. The sound of the waterfall roared in his ears, but it couldn't drown out the surging thoughts in his heart. His gaze seemed to penetrate the waterfall, looking toward the distant direction of the land of fire. His brows were tightly furrowed, as if he were trying hard to decipher the deeper meaning behind that decree. The leader of Takigakure took a deep breath of the humid air. What exactly does Uchiha Rutan want to do? Does he really intend to stand against the entire ninja world? He pondered silently, his voice low and full of doubt. The leader of Takigakure village tapped his fingers gently on the table, each tap seeming to strike at his heart, making him feel a wave of inexplicable anxiety. There was a steadfast light shining in his eyes, but behind that light lay deep-seated worry. He knew that this resignation was not only a challenge to Takigakure, but also a provocation to the entire ninja world. He must handle it with caution. Otherwise, if mishandled, it will lead to unpredictable consequences. The leader of Takajuri village abruptly turned around and looked at the elders behind him. Their faces were equally filled with gravity, as if they were contemplating the same issue. The leader of Takigakure took a deep breath and then slowly spoke. We must gather all our strength to prepare for the impending storm. Uchiha Rutan may want to stand against the entire ninja world. Chapter 30. The Ninja World War seems to be about to begin. The Land of Rain. The constantly rain-soaked Amigakure. Nagato sat on his specially made mobile toilet, coughing repeatedly, his face pale, but his gaze was exceptionally firm, as if he were pondering something significant. Konan stood beside him, holding the diplomatic statement. After she finished reading it, she gently placed the statement aside, turned to the window, and looked out at the drizzling rain, feeling a mix of emotions. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her eyes revealed deep concern. Her fingers lightly traced the windowsill, as if searching for some form of solace. She murmured to herself, "Is the land of fire about to start a great war?" Nagato raised his head, looked at Conan, coughed a few times, and then slowly spoke. This diplomatic statement reveals Uchiha Ruten's ambitions. The fourth great ninja war may be initiated by him. His voice, though weak, was filled with determination. The rain continued to fall, as if it wanted to drown the entire rain-hidden village. The land of wind, with its characteristic sandy terrain, was currently feeling the heavy pressure from the land of fire. The fourth wind shadow, Rasha, watched the busy figures of the villagers. Their figures flicker in the sandstorm, like tenacious warriors ready to face the impending storm. In Rasha's heart, waves of turmoil surge. His gaze is deep and resolute, as if he can perceive the changing tides of the future. He took a deep breath, feeling the scent of sand and soil mixed in the wind, and said in a deep voice, "With Uchiha Ruten being so aggressive, the ambitions of the land of fire are already evident. We must prepare for war. This conflict is likely to become the fourth great ninja war." His voice was deep and powerful, like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the two consultants. As soon as he finished speaking, the consultant beside him, Hai Lao Tsong, frowned. Although he has gray hair, his eyes are bright and spirited. He said in a deep voice, "Raza, we need to gather all our forces as soon as possible and devise a thorough strategy." Consultant Chiyo also nodded, her eyes shining with wisdom. She added, "Consultant Kizu is right. Although the land of fire is powerful, our Sunagakure is not without the strength to fight. We can mobilize all our forces and also seek the support of other ninja villages." Raza nodded, knowing that the words of the two consultants were valuable advice. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "I understand. Now gather all the elite ninjas. We need to hold an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures." In the land of earth, in the village of Awagakure, built of rock, the atmosphere was tense as if it were the calm before the storm. The air was filled with the smell of dust, and every grain of dust seemed to tell the tale of the impending battle. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, gazed into the distance from his office, his eyes shining with determination. He clenched his fist tightly, his veins bulging. He slowly turned his head and looked at the yellow earth beside him. But compared to his father's calmness, there was more expectation and unease in the eyes of the yellow earth regarding the unknown. If Uchiha Lutian dares to come and provoke, our Awagakure will surely fight him to the death. Naka's voice was deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate the soul, saying, "Yellow earth, be ready for war." As he spoke, Naka's gaze became sharper, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Although his voice was not loud, it was filled with strength and determination, making the air around him tremble. Huanta looked at his father's resolute eyes, and the unease in his heart gradually dissipated. He took a deep breath, straightened his chest, and said solemnly, "Yes, father, our Yenin village will defend our dignity and honor." In a land of lightning, the cloud-hidden village, close to the clouds, also received the decree. A loud noise shattered the original silence. The anger of the fourth Raikage erupted like thunder. He smashed the exquisite desk again, splintering wood flying everywhere. Broken pieces scattered all over the floor. His eyes sparkled with anger as he stared at the sea of clouds outside the window. The clouds rolled and surged, much like his tumultuous inner feelings, restless and hard to calm. The fourth Raikage took a deep breath, trying to soothe his emotions. He turned around, facing the earthen platform beside him, his eyes shining with a determined light. Uchiha Ruten's actions were simply a provocation against the peace and dignity of the entire ninja world. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice deep and powerful, saying, "Did he think that he could shake the entire order of the ninja world with just his own strength? What a delusion." Tokadai looked at the angry expression of the fourth Raikage and couldn't help but be moved in his heart. He is well aware of the severe situation at this moment and understands that as representatives of the Land of Lightning, they must take on the responsibilities that come with it. "Lord Raikage, you are right," Sukadai said in a deep voice. "Uchiha Ruten's actions have indeed crossed the line. We must unite with other ninja villages to collectively counter the threat from the Land of Fire." The fourth Raikage nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. He knows well that the Foundation is his capable assistant and also his most trusted partner. He patted the shoulder of the earthen platform and said in a deep voice, "You're right. We must let the entire ninja world see the determination and courage of our Land of Lightning and the Village of Cloud." In the Land of Water, the Village of Mist stood silently in the hazy fog, seemingly isolated from the world. At this moment, however, the Village of Mist was filled with unease, as if a storm was about to arrive. In the Water Shadow's office, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. The fourth Water Shadow sat at his desk, his expression grim, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding ninjas, each face marked with tension and anxiety. The fourth Water Shadow's voice was deep and stern, like a heavy hammer striking at everyone's heart. He was manipulated by Uchiha Obito and said, "The Land of Fire is going to attack us. And what happened? Our preparations aren't ready yet. What are you all doing?" His tone was filled with anger and disappointment, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with the performance of this group of ninjas. Hiding in the shadows, Uchiha Obito's eyes sparkled with a red light, revealing intense anger and killing intent. "Are you all just going to wait for others to come and attack?" The voice of the fourth Mizukage was cold and sharp, like a sharp knife piercing into everyone's heart. He continued to shout angrily, "We are blood mist. Where is your bloodiness? Have you all forgotten?" As his words fell, the atmosphere in the entire office became even more tense. The ninjas were shaken by his roar, their faces filled with shame and anger. They know that as ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, they should possess stronger bloodlines and fighting spirit. "We, the Hidden Mist Village, are not lambs to be slaughtered." The fourth Mizukage looked at the surrounding ninjas and shouted loudly, "We will use our own strength to protect our homeland and dignity." At that moment, the elder Yuan Shi, supported by a few trusted aides, slowly walked towards the office. Although his steps are somewhat unsteady, each step reveals a sense of composure and authority. He frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of reproach and confusion. "Yasakura, why are you becoming more and more irritable?" Chapter 31. Lu Tian's pre-battle mobilization speech. In the southern part of the Fire Nation, the dense mountains and forests resembled an unfinished painting, with the figures of dozens of elite ninjas from the Mitomoto family hidden among the layers of green leaves. Their gaze is sharp as an eagle's, as if they can see through everything. But somewhere here, there's a figure that blends in with them, yet seems completely out of place. He is Asuma Sarutobi. His eyes were filled with contradiction and struggle, and his complexion was also poor. He not only delved deep into the Mito family territory, but also frequently visited the bases of the Shigemura family and the T. Shinji family. He is homeless. His whereabouts are elusive and unpredictable, making him hard to grasp. The three major families regard him as a pitiable wanderer, as if he were a homeless soul without a home. They did not know that this seemingly pitiful wanderer was actually a carefully arranged undercover agent by Lu Tian. Through Asuma's intelligence, Lu Tian had already the detailed situation of the three major family strongholds, preparing thoroughly for the upcoming operation. Before setting off, Lu Tian found my guy. "The chakra breathing technique complements you very well. You've become stronger again, and I look forward to your performance," Lu Tian said in a deep voice, filled with confidence and determination. "Yes, ever since I learned the chakra breathing technique, I feel my strength has improved significantly," Might Guy replied, revealing a hearty smile. He looked at Lu Tian, his eyes sparkling with gratitude and admiration. He continued, "Before, apart from summoning turtles, I hardly used ninjutsu and could only rely on taijutsu and the 8 gates to fight. But now, even without opening the 8 gates, I am confident that my strength is on par with the fourth Raikage." Hearing this, a hint of admiration flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. He recalled some encouraging words from workplace PUA, saying, "Great, I believe you will excel in the upcoming tasks. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you." After saying that, the two of them headed towards the main city gate. The crowd surged like a tide, with different emotions reflected on everyone's faces. Lu Tian's gaze was like a sharp lightning bolt, sharply locking onto that familiar and lonely figure, Kakashi. He approached Kakashi with steady steps, silently tapping him on the shoulder. The gesture was light, yet it contained endless determination and strength. A resolute light flickered in Lu Tian's eyes, as if it could pierce through all darkness. "Focus your mind. Today is the day of your revenge, and also the day to vindicate your father." He lowered his voice and said in a deep and powerful tone, "Those who once forced your father to the brink of despair are right there. Mito Munin and Tsuji Kosan. Their crimes will be ended by you." At this point, Lu Tian's kaleidoscope Sharingan bloomed in his pupils, and the hypnosis technique was once again unleashed. Kakashi's body trembled slightly, as if being drawn by an invisible force, and his expression gradually became complex. He clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, as if he were trying to suppress the excitement and anger within. Lu Tian watched this scene with satisfaction, a surge of indescribable pleasure rising in his heart. He turned his head, and his gaze landed on Might Guy beside him. A gentle smile appeared on his face, but but the six-pointed star in his eyes flickered with a sharp, blade-like light. He said in a deep voice, Kai, do you know? Back then, when you encountered the seven blades, it was not a simple coincidence. Everything was part of a carefully planned conspiracy. Their goal was to force your father, Maite, to his death. Upon hearing this, Maite Kai's body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. A trace of shock and anger flashed in his eyes, and his tightly clenched fists were about to squeeze out water. He took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and then nodded firmly. He said hoarsely, Please rest assured, General. Today, I will avenge my father. Tian nodded in satisfaction. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, sweeping through the bustling crowd of ninjas once again, and finally landing on Hinata Hizashi. His brow furrowed slightly, as if he was about to uncover a shocking secret buried by the passage of time. His voice was deep and serious, carrying an irresistible authority as he said, Chief of the Sunfoot clan, do you know? Before he could finish, Hinata Sunfoot seemed to be struck by lightning, his face changing dramatically. He suddenly stepped forward and interrupted Tian eagerly, saying, General, I already know. You don't need to say anything. His voice trembled slightly, as if he didn't want the disgrace to be exposed by Tian gone. Faced with this sudden interruption, Tian was taken aback for a moment, but soon his brows furrowed tightly. He stared at Hinata Hajime with piercing eyes. His voice suddenly became stern, like the biting cold north wind in winter, sharp and chilling, as he said, Do you know what I'm about to say? Don't interrupt me. Hinata Hizashi shuddered in fear. He was taken aback for a moment, then respectfully lowered his head and took a step back. Tian calmed his inner excitement. Back in the day, during the Nine-Tails Rampage, the fourth Hokage bravely sacrificed himself. Yet the Cloud Village took advantage of the chaos to initiate war. At a crucial moment in the peace talks between the two countries, your daughter was captured by the Cloud Shinobi. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice tinged with a deep sorrow. Have you ever wondered why they were able to come to your home so smoothly? Where's the dark side? Do they know nothing at all? Does the third Hokage know all of this? Each of Tian's words struck Hinata Hizashi's heart like a heavy hammer. His face was as pale as paper, with a flicker of shock and anger in his eyes. The surrounding ninjas also changed their expressions dramatically, and the murmurs rose and fell. Tian noticed Hinata Hizashi's reaction. He reached out and gently pressed on Hizashi's shoulder, signaling him to calm down. His gaze swept through the crowd, seeing those eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. He continued, Don't rush, don't interrupt, let me finish. Have you ever thought that the Umbu might have led the Cloud Shinobi to you? Hyuga Hizashi's body suddenly trembled, and he looked up at Tian. But Tian ignored his reaction and continued, You killed the Cloud Shinobi at that time, and the Umbu reported to the third Hokage, saying you were the murderer. Then, the third Hokage colluded with the Cloud Shinobi to force you to your death. By this point, Tian's voice was filled with anger and sorrow. He stared intently at Hinata Hizashi, wanting to see any sign of reaction on his face. Hinata Hizashi was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded and said in a hoarse voice, The general is right. I have indeed thought about these matters. But the Hinata family is weak and can only compromise. Tian looked at the painful and helpless expression on Hinata Hizashi's face, and a surge of indescribable anger welled up in his heart. He suddenly raised his head, scanning the crowd with his gaze, his voice filled with sorrow and passion. He said, It's still early. Let me tell you some things that you might not know. Chapter 32. The hunt for the remaining three great clans. The ninjas in the crowd were captivated by Tian's words, their faces filled with curiosity and anticipation. Everyone knew that Orochimaru had once defected from Konoha, but did you know that his experiments led to the disappearance of many children in Konoha and the surrounding areas? Tian continued. In that experiment, one child actually fused with the cells of the first Hokage, and he was able to use wood-release techniques. That child should now be in the secret base of the Shimura clan. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Discussions and exclamations of surprise filled the air, and everyone was shocked by this astonishing news. Tian looked at the astonished faces, and the anger on his face seemed to burn even more fiercely. Why was Orochimaru able to escape successfully? Why did that successful experiment end up in the hands of the Shimura clan? He suddenly shouted loudly, Let me tell everyone something before Shimura Danzo's death. That would-release experiment subject child was always the Root's secret weapon. What? How dare he? A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. All eyes focused on Tian. Looking at those shocked faces, the anger in Tian's heart burned like a raging flame, growing stronger and stronger. He shouted loudly, The third Hokage, a heinous criminal. He used innocent children for experiments, only for his own desires and ambitions. How can such a Hokage lead us? So I rebelled against him. I killed him. His voice thundered, shaking everyone present. Anger and sorrow flickered in Lu Tian's eyes, and his voice was like the cold wind before dawn, sharp and full of power. He slowly spoke, each word like a sharp blade piercing the heart, saying, "Let me ask you a question. The third Hokage, is he not a disgrace to our Fire Nation?" His voice carried an undeniable authority. His gaze weaved through the crowd, seemingly searching for answers, yet also for resonance. The ninjas were influenced by Lu Tian's emotions, and expressions of anger and determination began to appear on their faces. They clenched their fists tightly, as if they wanted to condense all their anger into this moment. The third Hokage is the shame of the land of fire. A young ninja was the first to shout loudly, his voice filled with anger and determination. Yes, he is our shame. He betrayed all of us. As the first voice rang out, a wave of angry shouts erupted from the crowd. These voices converged together, ultimately forming a powerful force, as if they wanted to overturn the entire venue. Lu Tian nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile appearing on his face. He spoke again, his voice more impassioned as he said, "So, let me ask you one more question. Should the remnants of the four great families be killed?" This time, his voice was sharper and more powerful. His gaze swept across the crowd, as if he wanted to see through the hearts of every individual. The ninjas were shocked by Lu Tian's words, and their faces showed an even more resolute expression. They shouted loudly, "Kill them! The remnants of the four great families must be killed. They are our enemies. They are our shame. We must avenge the innocents who were killed by them." The cries grew louder and more passionate. The ninjas seemed to be driven by an invisible force. Their emotions had reached a peak. Lu Tian looked at these ninjas who were inspired by his words, and his heart was filled with satisfaction and pride. He shouted loudly, "All right, then let's fight for the land of fire, for those innocent victims, and seek justice." Lu Tian gazed at the ninjas around him, inspired by his words. There was a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. He has outlined a perfect blueprint, and now comes the moment to turn this blueprint into reality. Emotions are burning like a fiery flame in everyone's hearts. The anger, hatred, and determination intertwine, ultimately converging into an unstoppable force. This force will lead them to victory, to the destruction of those remnants. Lu Tian turned around and waved his hand to signal. He led a group of elite ninjas on their journey. As they delved deeper, the scenery of the southern mountains and hills of the land of fire gradually unfolded before their eyes. Dense trees, rugged mountain paths, and babbling streams. Everything seemed so serene and peaceful. But Lu Tian and his elite ninjas did not relax in the slightest. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and determination. They were right here. Lu Tian stopped and looked around. His voice, though deep, was filled with undeniable strength. "Sir, we are ready." A Jonin stepped forward, bowing respectfully, his eyes shining with determination. Lu Tian nodded and scanned the crowd once more. Their faces were filled with determination and anger, as if they could not wait to rush into the mountains and eliminate those remnants once and for all. "All right, let's set off." Lu Tian shouted loudly and was the first to charge into the forest. His figure weaved through the trees, swift and fierce like a cheetah. The elite ninjas behind him followed closely, their bodies agile and movements quick, as if bolts of lightning were streaking through the forest. They split into three groups, like three sharp daggers, directly penetrating the secret bases of the remaining three major families, ready to launch a thunderous attack simultaneously. Lu Tian led a portion of elite ninjas straight to the secret base of the Uchiha family. Their movements were swift and silent, like phantoms weaving through the dense forest, quickly approaching their target. Kakashi and Might Guy stood side by side, their gazes fierce, revealing unwavering determination. The leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans followed closely behind, each leading a group of elite ninjas, like an unstoppable iron-blooded army, charging towards the secret base of the Mito family hidden deep in the mountains. Meanwhile, another team led by Hyuga Hizashi, composed of the clan leaders of the ninja tribes, was heading towards the secret base of the Uzumaki family. Their steps are steady and powerful, each step seemingly declaring their determination and faith. Hidden within these two teams is an unexpected presence, the shadow clone of Lu Tian. They quietly blended in, unknowingly becoming an aid to these ninjas. In the mountains and forests, the wind howled, as if shouting for the impending battle. Three batches of people rushed by, their figures darting between the trees, like streaks of lightning cutting through the sky. Where they passed, the grass and trees trembled, as if cheering for their bravery. Chapter 33. The Unexpected Pursuit of Izumi Kai's. Lu Tian's gaze was sharp as an eagle. He scanned the Shimura family stronghold. All around, countless ninjas wearing mysterious masks stood quietly like ghosts. They're the root ninjas, seemingly the exclusive blades of the Shimura family. Lu Tian curled his lips into a cold smile, his eyes flashing with disdain. He opened his mouth, and gusts of air surged forth from it. In an instant, it transformed into a violent storm, accompanied by sharp wind blades that howled out. The root ninjas, in the face of this power, were like paper dolls, blown away one after another, leaving behind shocking wounds on their bodies. Indeed, the root is the exclusive force of the Shimura clan. A mocking smile appeared on Lu Tian's face, his voice laced with disdain, as he said, "With Shimura Danzo dead, you pitiful creatures without a will are just following the Shimura clan. How pathetic." After saying this, high-voltage currents surged like 100,000 volts in his arm. The electricity crackled in the air like silver whips. With a casual wave, the surrounding trees were instantly cut in half. And some ninjas who couldn't dodge in time were also split in two, their screams echoing. "Shimura Heisen, have you run away?" Lu Tian shouted angrily, his voice filled with rage and provocation, saying, "Your brother Shimura Danzo was killed by me. Don't you want to take revenge for him? You coward." His voice echoed through the mountains and forests, as if it would shake the entire stronghold. The root ninjas, under this momentum, showed expressions of fear behind their masks. Just then, several wooden branches suddenly attacked, like tentacles, moving at an astonishing speed. However, Lu Tian remained unmoved. He didn't even make a move to dodge. Those wooden attacks directly penetrated his body, as if he were just an illusion. In the end, he was still too young and couldn't remain calm. Lu Tian said coldly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. He flashed and instantly appeared in front of the owner of the wooden stick, A. He pressed his hand on A's body, and a mysterious force surged out instantly, with the patterns of the self-binding curse seal covering A's body like creeping vines. Young A showed a look of terror and despair on his face. He struggled to resist, but that force tightly bound him like shackles. Lu Tian revealed a cold expression, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he said, "You are really foolish. Today, many people will die here because of your attack." Outside the Shimura family stronghold, someone had entered. The elite ninjas that Lu Tian had brought with him. They surrounded the area like a steel behemoth, silently. Their eyes revealed a chilling intent to kill, as if they wanted to devour all forces of resistance. Leave no stone unturned. Lu Tian's voice was cold and resolute, like the north wind in winter, piercing to the heart. His gaze pierced through the dark mist, directly aimed at the source of the commotion. At this moment, chaos erupted in the surrounding circle outside. The blades of the ninjas intertwined in the air, creating a breathtaking scene. However, a figure moved like a ghost among them. His movements were swift and fierce, each strike carrying an overwhelming force. "Is that guy Shimura Kaizo?" Lu Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. His voice filled with disdain and contempt as he said, "He really wants to break through." He slightly turned his body and issued orders to the ninjas behind him. "Keep an eye on Jia and don't let anyone take advantage of the situation. I will personally meet that reckless Shimura Kaizang." After saying this, Lu Tian moved and vanished from the spot like a ghost. His speed was so fast that one could only see a fleeting shadow pass by. The surrounding ninjas widened their eyes in amazement at Lu Tian's incredible speed. Lu Tian quickly caught up with the expert who was attempting to break through. The person was dressed in a black robe with a cold expression on his face. It was Shimizu Kaizang, the top expert of the Shimizu family. "Shimizu Kaizang, where do you think you're going? The ninja world continent is so small. Where can you escape to?" Lu Tian fixed his gaze on Shimizu Kaizang, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. As Shimizu Kaizang continued to flee ahead, he maintained a blank expression and glanced back at Lu Tian. He let out a cold laugh and said, "As long as I live, there is limitless hope." But he didn't notice that Lu Tian's figure had vanished like a ghost. In an instant, Lu Tian appeared before Shimura Kaizang like lightning. His palm was pressed together, shimmering with a blinding blue arc, a strong high-voltage current surging. Lu Tian's gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. The weak always like to indulge in delusions. Shimura Danzo was like this, and so are you. Lu Tian's voice seemed to come from the icy winds of the underworld. The powerful current instantly transformed into a blue beam of light, his palm thrusting straight toward Shimura Heisen's heart. Faced with such killing intent, a flash of terror crossed Shimura Heisen's eyes, but he had no time to react. The blue beam of light instantly pierced through his body. His beating heart was instantly destroyed under the ravaging of the electric current. Tian retracted his arm and gently flicked it, shaking off the blood from his palm. There was no expression on his face, as if everything he had just done was merely a trivial matter. He cast a faint glance at the corpse of Shimizu Kaizang, as if looking at a toy that had lost all its value. But in the next moment, something shocking happened. The corpse of Shimizu Kaizang quietly vanished before everyone's eyes. The air was left with a faint smell of blood, as if narrating everything that had just occurred. Tian frowned slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and scanned the surroundings. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light, as if they could penetrate all illusory appearances. Izanachi? The two brothers just love to play this game. Tian sneered, his voice filled with disdain and contempt. He moved and disappeared from his original spot again. Not far away, the figure of Shimizu Kai's reappeared. His face was pale, tightly gritting his teeth as if he were gathering the last bit of strength. Tian, don't think you've won. This good show has just begun. The voice of Shimura Kaizang was hoarse and deep, yet filled with unwavering conviction as he said, "Prepare to die." In the face of these threatening words, Tian remained unmoved, charging forward again, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Shimura Kaizang. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis rise in his heart. He suddenly turned around and saw a figure dressed in root ninja attire silently approaching him. Tian was startled, but it was too late to react. The kunai in the root ninja's hand instantly stabbed towards his back. Chapter 34. Public opinion shifts towards Uchiha. Just as the saying goes, time waits for no one. That root ninja was like a ghostly shadow, passing through Tian's body. The air left behind only a barely perceptible ripple, as if even the wind held its breath. At the moment the root ninja passed through his body, Tian. He flicked his wrist and casually removed the opponent's black robe. The person stood in the sunlight, their face obscured by a layer of mysterious veils, making it unclear. But Tian saw the countless Sharingan all over the opponent's body, and he was shocked beyond measure. Comparable to a manga spin-off. You are Shimura Rukazu, the younger brother of Shimura Danzo, his third brother. Tian's voice echoed in the empty space, filled with an indescribable anger and disappointment. He stared intently at Shimura Rukazu, his eyes seemingly piercing through the other person's soul. He said, "I didn't expect that the Shimizu family would be crazy enough to experiment on their own bodies." Shimizu Rukazu stood there with a cold expression, seemingly oblivious to Tian's surprise and anger. He slightly raised his head, a kind of indescribable cunning flickering in his eyes, and said, "Oh, you actually recognized me?" Beside him, Shimizu Kaizo also seemed unwilling to back down. He tore off his robe, revealing the same outfit of tight shorts as Shimura Rukazu. His body is also covered with dense Sharingan. These Sharingan seem like deep abysses swallowing the surrounding light, giving a strange and terrifying feeling. Seeing this scene, even Tian couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. His fists were clenched tightly, as hard as iron, with his nails deeply embedded in his palms, as if he wanted to carve that anger and disappointment into his flesh and blood. Influenced by Uchiha Kanya, Tian's face was terrifyingly dark, with blazing anger burning in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour the entire world. He stared fiercely at Shimizu Rukazu and Shimizu Kaizu, his eyes filled with endless hatred. Tian roared angrily, his voice like a rolling torrent, carrying boundless rage and sorrow. It echoed through the dense mountains and forests, shaking every corner. "You evil Shimizu family." Every word he spoke was like a sharp blade, directly pointing to the crimes of the Uchiha clan, saying, "How many of my Uchiha clan members have you killed for these twisted Sharingan?" The surrounding ninjas were shocked by this voice. They all stopped what they were doing, their gazes fixed on the direction where Tian and the others were. It seemed that the Shimura family was truly a group of insane lunatics, daring to touch such forbidden techniques. One ninja cursed softly, his voice filled with anger and dissatisfaction towards the Shimura family. "We can't let them escape. We must capture them all." Another ninja clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination. His voice revealed a steadfast pursuit of justice as he said, "This is a matter of great importance for the peace of the entire ninja world. We cannot show the slightest sign of retreat. The Uchiha clan, how many people have they killed for those twisted Sharingan?" Another ninja exclaimed indignantly, his voice filled with sympathy and sorrow for the Uchiha clan, saying, "Their crimes are likely too numerous to count. We must seek justice for the Uchiha family." The crowd around them was filled with anger and accusations, their voices carrying through the air. However, the two masters of the Shimura clan appeared unusually calm. They seemed to be in an independent world, ignoring the clamor and accusations from the outside. "How could the weak understand our pursuits?" Shimura Rukuzu let out a cold laugh, his voice filled with mockery and disdain. He slowly raised his head, a glint of madness and obsession in his eyes, and said, "We are not simply plotting to harm the Uchiha for the Sharingan. What we seek is power, the power that surpasses everything." His voice echoed through the mountains and forests, and his gaze revealed a kind of madness and obsession, as if he had fallen into an inextricable situation. Shimizu Kai's also chimed in. "That's right. These Sharingan can only be truly utilized by our Shimizu family. This is a truth that you will never be able to understand." His voice was filled with confidence and arrogance, as if he had already stepped on the entire ninja world. At that moment, the space where the two were seemed to be distorted by an invisible force, creating ripples like waves on the surface of a lake. They seemed to be pulled by a terrifying force, about to be sucked into Tian's cave paradise. A flicker of fear flashed in the eyes of Shimizu Ruzang and Shimizu Heizang as they suddenly moved, straining with all their might to break free from that pull. Their figures flickered in the distorted space, as if they were battling an invisible force. Just as they were about to be completely engulfed, their figures suddenly vanished from the spot and reappeared not far away. They had fierce expressions, breathing heavily, clearly exhausted from their recent escape. Tian noticed this, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He flashed his figure and instantly chased after. His speed was so fast that it seemed like a lightning bolt tearing through the sky, leaving people dazzled. "Will you only run away? Is this what you call a strong person?" Tian mocked loudly, his voice echoing through the mountains and forests, filled with provocation and disdain. He clenched his fists tightly, as if ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Shimura Kai's didn't look back, escaping while sneering, "Don't take us for fools. We won't fall for your tricks." His voice was filled with vigilance and cunning, clearly having seen through Tian's provocation. Similarly, the fleeing Shimura Rukuzu glanced back at the relentless Tian, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and used Earth Style, Earth Flow River, the soil beneath Tian's feet. It quickly converged into a surging river, roaring and seemingly ready to swallow everything, forcefully sweeping Tian away. This power far exceeded that of mountain floods and mudslides. Its might astonishing, Tian felt the terrifying force, but his expression remained unchanged. He did not back down. Instead, it only ignited his fighting spirit even more. He tried to swim upstream, but found that his legs were tightly bound by the thick, sticky mud. "This is Earth Style, Hell Swamp." Tian struggled to break free, but the pull of the mud grew stronger. At that moment, Shimura Rukuzu launched another attack. He formed hand seals again and executed Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Before him, the mud quickly coalesced into a massive dragon head. The dragon head opened its large mouth and spewed out countless mud bullets. These mud bullets fell like raindrops, covering the area where Tian was located. As Shimura Rukuzu unleashed that series of Earth-style ninjutsu, his brother Shimura Heizang did not hold back either, swiftly forming hand seals, preparing to unleash water-style ninjutsu. Chapter 35: The situation of the other two families' water-style. Water Burst Wave. A determined light flashed in Shimura Heizang's eyes as he took a deep breath, as if he intended to draw in all the surrounding air. As Chakra rapidly gathered, a deep rumble began to resonate from his throat. A massive stream of water erupted from Shimura Heizang's mouth, surging forth like a dam breaking, rushing violently towards Tian. Preoccupied with defending against the Earth-style ninjutsu, Tian found himself caught off guard by the sudden water-style attack. The ground around him was instantly submerged, quickly forming a waterlogged swamp. The swamp was muddy, and it felt as if even the air had become heavy. As Tian felt the mud beneath him continuously pulling at his legs, a sense of irritation surged in his heart. But Shimura Heizang did not give Tian a moment to breathe. He took advantage of the swamp environment and launched another attack. Water-style, Water Dragon Bullet. The water in the swamp quickly condensed into a massive water dragon, its body agile and its scales shimmering. It opened its mouth wide and let out a thunderous roar before charging violently at Tian. Boom! With a loud bang, the powerful impact lifted the surrounding swamp. rapidly forming a huge mist of water. In the mist, Tian's figure appeared and disappeared. Have you forgotten my abilities? You're not running away? Who gave you the courage? Just as the words left his mouth, two blazing red flames sliced through the mist like two burning meteors, rushing towards the brothers Uchiha Kanya and Uchiha Kanya. This was Uchiha's signature move, the Great Fireball. The might of this flame seemed to threaten to incinerate everything. In the face of this sudden attack, Uchiha Kanya and Uchiha Kanya did not appear flustered. Their eyes sparkled with a calm light, and their hands quickly formed seals as chakra surged rapidly within them. Wind release, vacuum big ball. The two brothers simultaneously expelled a burst of chakra, which quickly condensed in the air, ultimately forming a massive wind release projectile. Like arrows leaving their bowstrings, it instantly met the two fireballs. As the two forces collided, a deafening explosion erupted. The flames and wind release powers intertwined, ultimately creating a spectacular energy storm. The shockwave from the explosion blew away the surrounding mist. Tian had already approached. Meanwhile, the clothes of Shimizu Kanya and Shimizu Kanya flapped loudly in the wind, but their gazes remained exceptionally resolute. It seems we have to show some real skills. Otherwise, we will die here. Shimizu Kanya took a deep breath and quietly said to Ruzang beside him. Their voices, though not loud, were exceptionally clear on the battlefield, as if declaring war on Tian. Meanwhile, at the secret base of the Mito family, the atmosphere was so heavy that it felt as if the air had solidified. A strong smell of blood permeated the surroundings, with bodies lying in disarray like withered flowers, silently telling the tale of the brutal battle that had just occurred here. Kakashi's Raikiri in hand resembled a silver dragon dancing. He engaged in a fierce clash with the ninja tools controlled by Mito Gaten. With each confrontation, a thunderous roar accompanied it, as if it were tearing apart the very air around them. At that moment, Mito Gaten resembled a mad puppeteer, unleashing countless weapons from the scroll in his hand, pouring down like a torrential rain. His face was filled with ferocity and anger, manipulating these weapons in an attempt to force Kakashi into a desperate situation. You guys, how'd you find this place? Did Asuma betray us? Mito Menka's voice echoed in the empty base, full of resentment and bitterness. The chakra threads in his hands were dense like a spider's web, firmly controlling the ninja tools at his disposal, each swing carrying an astonishing power. In another direction, Might Guy charged into the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. His whole body was tense with muscles, as if forged from steel, and each step he took felt like stepping on a war drum. He suddenly leaped up and unleashed the Leaf Gale. The astonishing speed and power seemed to tear apart the surrounding air. But Mito Gate's defense was as solid as a wall of copper and iron. He manipulated the shield with astonishing reflexes to block Might Guy's attacks. Each collision produced a deafening roar, as if it could shatter a person's eardrums. The battle continued, but both sides had fallen into a stalemate. Although Kakashi and Might Guy were incredibly brave, Mito Minyan, as a low-level shadow-level powerhouse, had defenses and attacks that were too strong, making it difficult for them to find a breakthrough. While Mito Minyan held the upper hand, he was filled with unease and anxiety. He knew he couldn't keep dragging this out. At his old age, he was not suited for a prolonged battle. He had to quickly find a way to break the deadlock. Almost at the same time, in the secret base of the Uzumaki family, Hyuga Hizashi's face was filled with anger and sorrow. His face was already contorted with veins bulging, and his white eyes seemed to be burning with fierce flames. He fixed his gaze on the little spring in front of him, as if he wanted to swallow her alive. He roared, saying, "Sunakuni Kaspring, you are also responsible for my brother's death back then. Today, I will make you pay with blood for blood." Hyuga Hizashi suddenly stomped the ground, and his body shot towards Sunakuni Kaspring like a cannonball. His hands quickly gathered chakra, and a powerful energy wave rippled through the air. 8 trigrams, empty wall palm. The violent chakra shockwave surged forward like a raging dragon heading to sea, crashing towards Tsumuji Kamatsu. However, Tsumuji Kamatsu showed no fear at all. A cold smile curved at the corners of her mouth, and her eyes sparkled with sharp light. She gently waved the chakra blade that had formed at her fingertips. The seemingly fragile old man's palm instantly erupted with astonishing power, colliding fiercely with Hinata Hisashi's shockwave. Bang! With a loud noise. The shockwave was easily countered by the chakra blade, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Tsumuji Kamatsu's figure swayed slightly, but she quickly steadied her stance. She looked at Hinata Hisashi with disdain and slowly spoke. "Hisashi, Don't think that just because I run the medical department, I lack combat ability. When I was young, I was the personal guard of the second Hokage. Such petty tricks can't harm me in the slightest. Her words were filled with confidence and arrogance, as if to say, you are not worthy to be my enemy. Hearing this, Hinata Hizashi's face grew increasingly grim. He roared as he charged towards TKSH Rin again, but TKSH Rin dodged his attacks with the agility of a cat playing with a mouse. Her figure darted around the base. The chakra blade in her hand transformed into a silver flash, instantly slicing the arm of AJ-nin. The J-nin screamed in pain, clutching his bleeding arm as he fell to the ground. TKSH Rin showed no signs of stopping. She moved again and pounced toward another target. Chapter 36. The return after the expedition after a thrilling and intense battle. Lu Tian stood like a god of war at the edge of the coast. His gaze was cold, but his movements were merciless. He tightly gripped Shimizu Kaizang's throat with his left hand, while his right hand firmly locked onto Shimizu Luzong's head, as if controlling the switch of life and death. The Sharingan, which the two had once taken pride in, was now dim and completely closed, losing its former brilliance. In order to completely eradicate these two brothers, Lu Tian spared no effort, continuously pursuing them with immense time and energy. They escaped several times, almost jumping into the bottomless sea. But in the end, thanks to Lu Tian's relentless efforts, the time for the Shimizu brothers finally ran out. He handed over 2 corpses to the system for recycling. As the system's humming sound echoed, a large amount of system points surged into his account like a tide. Lu Tian nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. Immediately afterward, he formed a hand seal with one hand and quickly checked the status of his 2 shadow clones. His shadow clones are unique, not only possessing independent consciousness and combat ability, but also able to be remotely controlled through a special method. This ability allows Lu Tian to thrive on the battlefield, mastering the situation regardless of his location. At this moment, on the battlefield of the Mito family, the situation has become precarious. Countless ninjas are controlled by his chakra threads, their bodies involuntarily performing various actions, as if they have become puppets of others. Kakashi and Might Guy, the elite ninjas of Konoha, are also not spared, their movements becoming slow and clumsy. The leaders of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are similarly controlled, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Hachi, unable to bear hurting Mito Kamen, holds back during the battle. His indecisiveness made the situation even more dire, pushing everyone into a corner. Just when they were about to be twisted into a knot, Lu Tian's shadow clone suddenly appeared. He flashed and instantly appeared beside Mito Minyan. The 6-pointed kaleidoscope Sharingan was spinning rapidly, and in the next moment, Mito Minyan collapsed to the ground, lifeless. After killing Mito Minyan, Lu Tian's shadow clone turned to look at Yamashiro Kaichi. His eyes were filled with coldness and questioning as he said, "What were you doing just now? Don't you want to see your daughter, Ino, lose her father?" His voice was cold and firm, each word striking like a heavy hammer on Yamamoto Kaichi's heart. Yamamoto Kaichi's face instantly turned extremely pale. He was instantly stunned, looking up at Lu Tian's shadow clone, his eyes filled with terror. He opened his mouth to explain something, but in the end, he couldn't say a word, unable to defend himself. He also couldn't mask the guilt and fear within. He knew that his moment of hesitation had already caused irreparable consequences. The battlefield of the Jun family. Smoke filled the air, and the atmosphere was tense as if it were a taut string that could snap at any moment. The once agile figures of the many ninjas now resembled withered leaves battered by a storm. They lay helplessly scattered on the battlefield. Deep scars left by chakra blades marked their skin, and their muscles and ligaments were shattered under the torment of chakra, leaving them in a predicament where they could hardly move. Even Hinata Hyuga, known for her formidable strength, could only rely on her indomitable will to struggle and maintain her defense at this moment. His eyes sparkled with an indomitable light. Sweat and dust intertwined on his resolute face. Just as Junichiro was about to raise her hand to deliver a fatal blow to Hinata Hizashi, her body suddenly lost balance and collapsed to the ground. This unexpected turn of events plunged the entire battlefield into a brief silence. Then, Lu Tian's shadow clone slowly walked out from the darkness. He wore a slight smile of humility on his face, but his deep-set eyes revealed an undeniable confidence and strength. He looked at Hinata Hizashi and said softly, "Chief Hinata, you've worked hard. You have exhausted much of her chakra, allowing me to easily defeat her." Hinata Hizashi lifted his head and looked at Lu Tian's shadow clone. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, a mix of joy for victory and regret for not seizing the opportunity. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Thank you for the assistance, General. I truly feel ashamed that Hinata couldn't seize the opportunity." Tian's shadow clone looked at Hinata Hisashi's expression and couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotions in his heart. He smiled slightly and said, "The Hinata clan leader need not blame himself. The outcome of battles is often unpredictable. You have done very well." After a long 5 hours, the ninjas, divided into 3 groups, gathered once again in front of the Shimizu family's secret base like scattered stars. The breeze carried the scent of the battlefield, still filled with the smell of gunpowder. The figures among the crowd were evidently much sparser. Among them were many wounded warriors, their faces etched with fatigue and determination. Tian stood in the center of the group. His gaze swept over each face, his voice firm and powerful. He said, "Everyone, although this battle was difficult, our efforts have not been in vain. The bodies of our comrades and enemies, as well as the spoils of war, have all been properly packed. Now, we return to the Hidden Leaf Village." His voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, awakening the inner strength of the crowd. However, among the people at the gate, Might Kai's expression was unusually heavy. He lowered his head, his hands clenched into fists, as if he were enduring tremendous pressure. "Kai, what's wrong?" Tian noticed his unusual behavior and asked softly. Might Kai raised his head, his eyes shining with self-blame and regret. He pounded his chest vigorously, his voice trembling. He said, "General, if I had been a bit more decisive at that time and used the 8 gates of Duinjia, those people would not have died at the hands of Mitomana and I caused their deaths." His voice gradually rose, filled with an unmistakable pain and self-blame. Tian looked at him and couldn't help but feel a heaviness in his heart. "Kai, war is brutal, and no one can predict all the outcomes. Your hesitation at that time was simply due to your lack of experience." He stepped forward and gently patted Mike's shoulder. He comforted, "But you must remember, failure is not terrible. What is terrible is losing courage and confidence. Next time you face an opponent, you can directly use your strongest move and strive for a one-hit kill, so there won't be any problems." Tian's words were like a breath of spring, warming Mike Guy's heart. He raised his head and looked into Tian's determined eyes, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. He nodded firmly, his voice strong and powerful, and said, "Thank you for your teachings, General. I understand." At this moment, Mike Guy seemed to be reborn. His eyes were filled with determination and confidence. Tianxin thought to himself, "Very good. Mike Guy has been completely subdued by me." Chapter 37. Swiftly usurping power to establish the Great Han Kingdom, time flew by like a white horse passing a crevice, and in just 5 days, it felt like a mere snap of the fingers. During this brief period, a magnificent building symbolizing the rise of power and ambition had already stood tall on the mountaintop behind Hokage Rock. Tian stood on the rooftop of the Hokage building, gazing up at the bustling construction site below. There was a steadfast and profound light glimmering in his eyes. He took a deep breath of cold air, as if he wanted to draw the power of the entire world into his chest. The breeze blew gently, and his clothes fluttered, giving a sense of transcendence. A faint smile appeared on Tian's face, a smile filled with confidence for the future. "I am ready," he murmured to himself, his voice revealing an undeniable determination. His gaze was like a torch, as if it could penetrate the mist of the future and see the glorious era that belonged to him. Mastering military power is the first step to usurpation. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tian's eyes, as if he had already envisioned himself wielding heavy troops and controlling everything. He has consolidated the military power of Konoha, and many have become his capable assistants. As a high-ranking minister, one must take charge of state affairs. Tian's eyes revealed a longing for the future. He understands that in order to successfully usurp the throne, he must elevate his position to the peak and instill deep respect and awe in everyone. He intends to head to the capital with overwhelming momentum, stepping into the court with a sword, entering the audience without haste, and bowing without a name. He wants everyone to kneel at his feet and bow in submission to demonstrate his status. On the way to the capital, Tian had the high-ranking ninja carry him in a palanquin. He imagines the day he ascends the throne, with the masses cheering and the heavens and earth celebrating together. His heart is filled with yearning and anticipation for the future. He seemed to have already seen that glorious future beckoning to him. When Tian arrived in the capital, the entire city seemed to tremble, shrouded under his unshakable majesty like a mountain. In front of the grand court, the palanquin slowly came to a stop. Lu Tian calmly stepped out of the palanquin, each step like thunder striking down, powerful and resonant. He seems to want to bring the entire earth under his control. His sword hung at his waist, swaying slightly with his steps, emitting a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. Lu Tian stepped into the court, his gaze unwavering, directly walking towards the high and mighty throne. The ministers were taken aback, their faces showing shock. Those self-important ministers, who had once looked down on Lu Tian, could not help but feel a sense of fear. It was as if they were witnessing an impending storm. Lord Lu Tian, you have finally arrived. A loyal minister rushed forward, deeply bowing with utmost respect. Lu Tian nodded slightly, his piercing gaze sweeping over everyone present. His gaze was deep and sharp, as if he could see through people's hearts, piercing through those officials who appeared respectful on the surface but harbored hidden schemes within. However, he did not care about these. In his eyes, there was only the lofty throne of the daimyo. Lu Tian walked straight towards the daimyo, observing the pale-faced figure being supported by a maid, and a hint of disdainful amusement curled at the corners of his mouth. He said, "It seems that you're a bit tired today. Why don't you let me take some of your worries away?" His voice was calm and confident, as if everything was under his control. Upon hearing this, Daming's expression changed. He seemed to want to say something, but was stopped by a glance from Lu Tian. He could only nod helplessly as he was supported by the maid and slowly retreated behind the screen. Seeing this, Lu Tian sat down on the Lord's throne without hesitation. He looked around, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping over the faces of each minister. He said, "The esteemed name is unwell, and from now on I will act as regent. Ministers, is there any important matter that needs to be reported? If there is nothing else, then let's dismiss the court." His voice was calm and firm, yet contained an undeniable authority. The ministers lowered their heads upon hearing this, afraid to meet his gaze. In the following days, Lu Tian swept through the entire Fire Nation like a tempest. He is not only satisfied with securing his position in the court, but also wants to carve his name into this land. He wants every stone, every drop of water to feel his majesty and power. Lu Tian personally ordered the construction of ancestral temples, the establishment of the state, and the posthumous honors for his ancestors. Each measure was like a thunderous force, shaking the entire Fire Nation. He wants everyone on this land to understand that a new era has arrived, and he, Lu Tian, is the ruler of this era. He summoned craftsmen and architects to work tirelessly day and night. The outline of the ancestral temple gradually became clear, and the foundation stones of the state were laid one by one. Every evening, the brightly lit construction site resembled a sky full of stars, illuminating the entire capital. Throughout this process, Lu Tian appeared increasingly calm and resolute. He knew that this was only the first step in conquering this land, and the real challenge lay ahead. As the construction of the ancestral temple and state altar was about to be completed, Lu Tian chose an auspicious day and began to build the platform for the enthronement ceremony. He personally supervises the progress of the project, with each plank and every nail personally selected and confirmed by him. In these days, he comes personally every day. He expressed his willingness to abdicate the throne to Lu Tian. However, Lu Tian smiled and refused each time, as he sought not only the throne, but also the heartfelt allegiance of the entire populace of the Fire Nation. By the 9th day, the news of the 8 refusals of abdication spread throughout the capital, and the ministers began to come forward to advise him. They praised Lu Tian's wisdom and greatness, as if proclaiming him the destined monarch. But Lu Tian knew that this day had come, and he had to make a decision. The sunlight shone on the altar of abdication, and Lu Tian, dressed in a dragon robe, stood atop the high platform. He looked down at the dense crowd below, a surge of lofty passion rising in his heart. He announced loudly, "Today I, Lu Tian, accept the abdication of the Ming. I declare that the Great Han Empire is officially established today." He used Chakra to make his voice thunder like lightning, echoing throughout the entire capital and shaking the hearts of everyone. The ministers knelt down, shouting "Long live." The common people cheered and rejoiced, as if they had witnessed the arrival of a new era. Lu Tian turned around and said to a trusted minister beside him, "Quickly go to Short Book Street and bring the former princess Tsunade to me. I want to appoint her as the empress of the Great Han Empire." The minister was shocked by Lu Tian's imposing presence, and a sense of reverence surged within him. He hurriedly bowed his head and respectfully replied, "As you command, Your Majesty. I will take care of it right away." The minister's figure quickly departed. Meanwhile, Lu Tian stood on the high platform, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of Short Book Street. His heartbeat seemed to synchronize with the pulse of the entire empire, each beat filled with strength and anticipation. Chapter 38. Tsunade refuses to become the queen. Uchiha only wore a long black robe. He walked lightly and quietly arrived at the bustling Dawn Street. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, instantly locking onto the extraordinary woman, Tsunade, at the street corner. He saw the Minister of Rites returning empty-handed. Uchiha Shikaku walked slowly closer, each step seeming so resolute, as if an irresistible force was propelling him. Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Shikaku's voice was deep and powerful as he slightly bowed to show respect. Tsunade raised her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. But she quickly regained her composure. Uchiha kid, do you want to take me away? Her voice carried a hint of coldness. Lady Tsunade, I must ask you to become the queen of the great Han Empire. Uchiha Shikaku's tone was firm, showing no sign of retreat. Tsunade gently shook her head, a wry smile appearing on her face. It's not suitable. He's barely in his 20s. I'm old enough to be his mother. We're not a match. Tsunade attempted to refuse the proposal based on age, but her voice revealed a hint of helplessness. Uchiha Shikaku furrowed his brows, a flash of determination in his eyes. Age doesn't matter. His Majesty doesn't care about that. His words were still filled with determination and persistence. Tsunade let out a gentle sigh as she looked at Uchiha Shursui, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. She knew she couldn't refuse this request, but she also knew that she didn't want to get involved in this political whirlpool. She gently shook her head and said, I won't lead a rebellion, so don't worry, but marriage really isn't suitable for me. Her voice carried a trace of faint sorrow. Uchiha Shursui looked at Tsunade, and an inexplicable emotion surged within his heart. He knows that he cannot force Tsunade to accept this decision, but he also knows that he cannot just give up like this. He bowed deeply and said, Lady Tsunade, I understand your concerns, but please believe that this is not just for the land of fire, but for the peace and stability of the entire ninja world. I urge you to think carefully. Tsunade's eyes were covered by a layer of frost. Her voice was cold and resolute, like the biting winter wind, as she said, What if I refuse? A sinister smile appeared on Uchiha Shursui's face. He slowly spoke, his tone revealing a hint of threat, saying, Lady Tsunade, I believe you wouldn't want the family of the daimyo of the land of fire to be ruined. After all, that is also your family. His words were like a sharp blade, striking at Tsunade's Achilles heel. Tsunade furrowed her brows, a flicker of anger and resentment flashing in her eyes. If you do not agree to become the empress of the great Han Empire, your Majesty will eliminate all future threats. Uchiha Izumi continued, his tone becoming increasingly harsh. The fate of the daimyo family of the land of fire will change due to your momentary hesitation. Upon hearing this, an indescribable rage surged within Tsunade. She swung her fist fiercely, the wind from her punch howling, carrying the force of thunder, directly striking towards Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi's figure flashed, easily dodging the attack. However, Tsunade did not relent. She quickly removed her green gambling coat, like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, charging towards Uchiha Izumi. Just as she was about to close in on him, a powerful chakra, magnetic field suddenly erupted. The kick Uchiha Izumi unleashed condensed the power of 1,000 horses. This kick struck like a heavy hammer against rock, directly sending Tsunade flying. She crashed into the trees outside the short book street like a cannonball. Leaves flew and dust rose. The entire forest seemed to tremble under this force. Tsunade struggled to stand up, her eyes shining with indomitable spirit. She charged towards Uchiha Izumi once again, but this time she was easily sent flying by him once more. Uchiha Izumi slowly approached the fallen Tsunade, a mocking smile on his face. He reached out his hand, wanted to pull Tsunade up. Just as his hand was about to touch Tsunade, she suddenly exerted force and kicked out, knocking Uchiha Izumi to the ground. Tsunade quickly rolled over and got up. She threw a punch at Uchiha Izumi, but he dodged the attack effortlessly like a ghost. He quickly leaned close to Tsunade, and the two were face to face. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan had already been activated. There was a strange glimmer in his eyes, as if he could see into people's hearts. He was prepared to use hypnosis to completely destroy Tsunade's will. Tsunade's gaze suddenly became resolute. She gritted her teeth and fought with all her might against Uchiha Shursui's hypnosis. The eyes of the two met in the air, as if sparks were flying. The surrounding environment seemed to freeze. The leaves stopped falling, and the wind ceased to blow. At this critical moment of life and death, a third person's breath suddenly filled the air like a breath of fresh air in a storm. A strong and powerful arm suddenly reached out, accurately grabbing Uchiha Shursui and pulling him away from Tsunade, then forcefully swinging him to slam against a nearby boulder. Tsunade looked up and saw that the newcomer was Jiraiya, who had lost an arm. His expression was serious, and a determined light flickered in his eyes, as if he were carrying the weight of the entire world on his shoulders. "Tsunade, I'm late," Jiraiya said breathlessly, his face filled with guilt and concern. "Let's go. I'll take you to save them." Jiraiya's words were full of determination and strength, stirring a warm current in Tsunade's heart. She nodded, ready to follow Jiraiya away from this dangerous place. In an instant, the world seemed to change color. A blade formed from In release, Chakra, suddenly shot through the air, so fast that it was hard to react. The blade instantly pierced Jiraiya's body, and then it pierced Tsunade's body. Both of their faces turned pale, and they spat out a large amount of blood. "Jiraiya, how despicable!" The voice of Uchiha Obito came from a distance, filled with sarcasm and anger. He retracted Susanoo, and the two instantly landed on the ground. Uchiha Obito slowly walked over, a cruel light flickering in his eyes, and said, "Do you really think this can stop me? The king is right. You are all a bunch of useless trash." Tsunade's eyes widened as she looked at the glaring bloodstains on her and Jiraiya's bodies. Her body involuntarily trembled, fear and despair surging in her heart like a tide. "Tsunade!" Jiraiya's voice echoed in her ears. Though weak, it was filled with determination. He said, "Quickly lift the In seal. Use the Yang release jutsu. If you don't treat your wounds, you will die from excessive bleeding." Chapter 39. Discovering the illusion. After the intense battle, Tsunade turned to look at Jiraiya. She saw that his face was as pale as paper, his eyes tightly closed, seemingly in a state of shock. A strong sense of grief and anger surged within her. But she knew this was not the time to be sad. She had to survive. For Jiraiya and for the land of fire. She gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. She felt the In seal on her forehead begin to loosen, a powerful force surging from it, instantly filling her entire body. A black pattern mask appeared on Tsunade's face, signifying that she had released the In seal. As the mask appeared, the hideous wound on her chest began to heal rapidly, as if smoothed by magic. She looked down at her wound, feeling the strength gradually returning to her body. The fear and despair in her heart were slowly dissipating. She knew this was the last hope Jiraiya had left her, and she must cherish it. Tsunade raised her head, her gaze firmly locked onto the menacing Uchiha Obito beside her. There was no fear or hesitation in her eyes, only endless fury and determination. "Fear of blood? Oomph, you actually overcame it?" A mocking smile appeared on Uchiha Obito's face. He raised his eyebrows slightly, as if provoking something, wearing a very smug expression. He slowly approached Tsunade, moving like a cat playing with a mouse, swaying his body in a mocking manner. "Lady Tsunade, you truly have opened my eyes," Uchiha Asuna said, his voice filled with sarcasm. He deliberately emphasized the words "open my eyes," as if mocking Tsunade's previous fear. He deliberately slowed down his speech and said word by word, "Lady Tsunade, you really need to thank me properly for this." He continued to provoke in a frivolous tone, saying, "Think about it. If it weren't for my stimulation, how could you have overcome that so-called hemophobia so quickly?" Tsunade gritted her teeth tightly, her eyes wide open like copper bells. She glared at Uchiha Shin with fury, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Amidst her anger, she couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise that she had indeed overcome her long-standing fear of blood due to Uchiha Shin's provocation. However, she knew deep down that it was not Uchiha Shin's merit, but her own persistence and courage that had conquered her fear. Tsunade took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the anger within her. She coldly replied, "Uchiha brat, don't get ahead of yourself. Whether I've overcome my hemophobia has nothing to do with you." Tsunade summoned a slug using the blood on her body. With a burst of white mist, a massive blue-white body occupied a patch of grass. The slug seemed to sense Tsunade's fighting spirit and launched the first attack. It opened its huge mouth and spat out a mouthful of old phlegm. The yellow phlegm was as hot as lava, with strong corrosiveness, drawing a yellow arc in the air. Uchiha Shin's eyes narrowed. His figure moved like a ghost, easily dodging the slug's attack. He curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile, seemingly dismissing Tsunade's strength. The yellow phlegm fell to the ground, instantly making a sizzling, corrosive sound, as if even the air was being devoured by it. At that moment, the slug's body suddenly split into several smaller slugs. They fluttered like spirits, eventually attaching themselves to Jiraiya, healing his injuries. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shurisue's expression became serious. His figure moved, charging towards Tsunade like a flash of lightning. He exuded a strong high-voltage current, as if he wanted to tear the entire world apart. He clenched his fist tightly, unleashing 2,000 horsepower as he struck fiercely at Tsunade's delicate face. However, Tsunade showed no fear. A determined light flickered in her eyes as she tightened her fist to meet Uchiha Izuna's attack. The moment their fists collided, a powerful shockwave erupted in the air, as if even the heavens and earth were shaken by this force. Bang! With a loud noise, both figures staggered back a few steps. Tsunade's long hair danced in the wind, her gaze sharper than ever, as if she aimed to pierce through Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna coldly stared at her, as if he intended to completely defeat her. "Tsunade, you've finally become somewhat interesting," Uchiha Izuna said coldly, his voice filled with provocation and fighting spirit. Tsunade smiled slightly, her eyes glimmering with confidence. Her raised fist made a series of cracking sounds as she gripped it tightly. "Uchiha brat, your strength is nothing special. Today, I will make you taste defeat at my hands." Tsunade's chakra surged in an instant like a violent storm. The air around her seemed to be locked by her momentum, not allowing even a whisper of wind to pass through. The ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, unable to bear her power, producing a dull echo. Tsunade took a deep breath, her eyes shining with determination. She suddenly pushed off the ground, launching herself like an arrow, charging directly at Uchiha Izuna. She threw a powerful punch, aimed straight at Uchiha Izuna's chest. Bang! With a loud crash, Uchiha Izuna was heavily knocked down by the punch. He spat out blood and fell weakly to the ground. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes tightly closed, as if he had already lost his life. However, this was not reality. Everything Tsunade had experienced was merely an illusion cast by Uchiha Bido using his Sharingan, plunging her into a deep dream. She turned to look at Jiraiya. She saw that Jiraiya was still lying on the ground. His face was very pale. "Tsunade, wake up quickly. You are now under the Jinjutsu of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Wake up." Jiraiya's voice suddenly echoed in Tsunade's mind. His voice was filled with urgency and concern. Tsunade's chakra surged again like a storm, and her eyes suddenly opened wide, shining with a determined light. She had already broken the illusion of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The scene before her made her pause slightly. She saw that Jiraiya had really come here. He has already used the Needle of the Earth technique. The originally ordinary and soft white hair has now become as hard as steel, and its length has rapidly increased. It tightly envelopes the two of them, resembling an indestructible fortress. Uchiha is standing not far away. His eyes revealed a chilling and ruthless demeanor. He continuously threw shurikens from his hand, launching a fierce attack towards the position of the two. The seemingly fragile needle-like barrier, however, was as solid as a copper wall and iron bastion, blocking all of his attacks and producing deafening collision sounds. Chapter 40. Tian makes his appearance and takes down two people. "Jiraiya, do you really enjoy ambushing like this?" Uchiha Shikigami laughed mockingly, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He said, "You attacked His Majesty before, and just now you attack me again. You are truly despicable." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya frowned deeply, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. However, he did not respond to Uchiha Shurisue's mockery, but instead focused entirely on maintaining the defense of the Needle Kazashi. He knew that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. They could only turn the tide if they held on until Tsunade recovered. Tsunade felt the chakra surging within her and was filled with determination. She knew she couldn't be held back by Uchiha Bido like this. She had to find a breakthrough as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, she quickly formed hand seals, preparing to summon a slug. "Do you think you can stop me like this?" Uchiha Bido sneered, his gaze turning even colder. He said, "You guys living in the past, let me show you my true strength." He activated the release chakra mode. His gaze was as deep as an abyss. The Susanoo, under his control, danced like a black phantom. In an instant, it transformed into a terrifying set of black heavy armor, making him look like a war god emerging from hell. Faced with such a situation, Jiraiya refused to back down. He launched his offensive like a storm. His hair resembled raging tentacles, rapidly growing wild in an instant. Each strand seemed to transform into a sharp tentacle, tightly wrapping around Uchiha Shurinin. The white hair was jagged and sharp, attempting to tear apart this strong member of the Uchiha clan bit by bit. Just as the battle fell into a stalemate, Tsunade stepped forward. A determined light flickered in her bright eyes. With a sharp cry from her, a massive slug appeared out of nowhere. Its body was as huge as a mountain, and it opened its mouth to spew forth a stream of thick yellow phlegm, seemingly wanting to drown everything in this viscous liquid. However, a new twist emerged. A cold and authoritative voice suddenly echoed, shaking the heart like thunder. The voice was filled with supreme dominance and majesty, as if a ruling emperor was issuing commands. Had enough? It's about time. As the voice fell, the surrounding space suddenly twisted violently, as if being torn apart by an invisible force. Within that distorted space, a tall figure slowly stepped out. He seems like a general who has fought his way through thousands of troops. Every step he takes resonates in the hearts of all beings, evoking an involuntary sense of fear and reverence. This figure is Tian. His presence instantly made the atmosphere around them tense. The force that shattered the space surged like a stormy wave, overwhelming and powerful. Jiraiya and Tsunade both felt an irresistible sense of oppression. They seemed to be suffocated by an invisible mountain peak, even feeling a sense of impending suffocation. A look of shock appeared on Jiraiya's face. He widened his eyes, staring at Tian as if unable to believe what was happening before him. Tsunade gritted her teeth, struggling to keep her body from collapsing. Uchiha was on one knee, his eyes shimmering with fervent light. Tian coldly scanned Jiraiya and Tsunade. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. He slowly raised his hand. A powerful momentum suddenly erupted, as if it wanted to envelop the entire world under his control. Jiraiya, I told you before, right? Don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, you will experience the same pain as Asuma Sarutobi. Tian said coldly, his voice filled with confidence and dominance. Tsunade, do not be afraid. Even at the cost of my life, I will ensure your safety. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with determination and resolve. He gritted his teeth and gathered all his chakra in the palm of his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly thrust his hand forward, and a spiraling ball glowing with blue and white light shot out. The spiraling ball was thrown out like a bolt of lightning in the night sky, charging towards the enemy with a force that seemed capable of tearing everything apart. But the attack was ineffective. Just as the spiraling ball was about to reach Tian, his figure flickered like a ghost. Tian appeared expressionlessly in front of Jiraiya. In Jiraiya's astonished gaze, Tian quickly extended a hand and pressed it against Jiraiya's abdomen. With a low, resonant hum, a myriad of runes instantly appeared on the fabric of Jiraiya's clothing. These runes emitted an eerie black light, binding him tightly like chains. This is a contract seal. A trace of fear flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. He never expected that Tian would possess such powerful sealing techniques. He could no longer escape to Mayaboka Mountain. At the same time, Tian's other hand swiftly reached out, firmly grasping Tsunade's enormous water sphere. The water sphere trembled continuously, as if it would be shattered by Tian at any moment. Black runes also appeared on Tsunade's clothing. The contract seal had been completed. Now the two of them could no longer escape to the alternate space of the beast. Tian's voice was cold and ruthless, as if it could freeze the surrounding air. It felt like a heavy hammer, striking hard at Jiraiya's heart. Jiraiya struggled, trying to break free from the dense black runes. But no matter how hard he tried, those runes seemed to have a life of their own, tightly adhering to his body. His face is pale. There was a flash of anger and resentment in his eyes. Before, I let you off easy, and you thought I really had no way to deal with you? Tian sneered. His voice was filled with sarcasm. He seemed to be looking at an incompetent weakling. Suddenly, a large number of black runes appeared simultaneously on the skin of Jiraiya and Tsunade. These runes looked like demons crawling out of the abyss, devouring their life force. Is this Shimura Danzo's self-imposed binding curse mark? How is that possible? A look of terror appeared on Jiraiya's face. He feels powerless. He couldn't move, and all his strength was rapidly fading. At this critical moment, Tsunade suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of chakra. The cursed seal symbols on her body dissipated in an instant, replaced by the release state of Yin seal. Patterns resembling a mask appeared on her face. Take this punch. Tsunade shouted angrily and threw a punch. This punch, infused with her anger and power, was directed straight at Tian. Although Tian was knocked back several steps, an excited smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. I'm suddenly feeling excited. Tian laughed out loud. His laughter ripples through the air. He raised his head, his gaze fixed intensely on Tsunade, as if looking at an interesting prey. I must have you. Tian approached step by step, walking towards Tsunade. Each step seemed to tread on Jiraiya's heart. Chapter 41. Tsunade performs sterilization on Jiraiya. A gentle breeze blew by, as if nature was flirting, teasing the tense atmosphere on the battlefield. Tian stood firmly on the solid ground, as if merging with the earth. There was a steadfast light shining in his eyes. He is like a spring compressed to its limits, storing endless power, waiting for the moment to explode. Just in the next moment, he sprang forward as swiftly as a cheetah, his body tracing an elegant arc in the air, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, charging directly towards Tsunade. The figures of the two intertwined on the battlefield. Each clash of their combat stirred a strong gust of wind, as if even the air trembled in response. The battle was fierce and brutal. The clothing of both sides was ruthlessly torn apart in the intense exchanges, falling to the ground like drifting leaves. After several rounds, their garments were in tatters, leaving only a few strips of fabric clinging to them. As Tian made his move, he felt a surge of excitement. A fierce light flickered in his eyes, like an icy blade in the cold winter, sharp and ruthless. He once again urged the power within him, lightly tapping with his fingertips. The self-binding curse seal, like black chains, instantly wrapped around Tsunade's body. The seal emitted an eerie glow, as if it had a life of its own. It writhed against Tsunade's skin, firmly binding her body. However, Tian was not satisfied with this. His fingers moved gently again, and this time he added a more powerful curse seal, the puppet curse seal. As soon as this curse seal was activated, the entire air seemed to freeze. A powerful force instantly enveloped Tsunade. In that moment, Tsunade seemed to be tightly wrapped in an invisible dark power. Her body became immobile, and her eyes gradually turned hollow and weak. Upon seeing this, Tian curled the corner of his mouth into a smug smile. He struck suddenly, knocking Tsunade to the ground. Then, after that, he quickly removed the tattered rags from his body, revealing his strong muscles and powerful physique. Tian slightly tilted his head, his gaze sharp and focused tightly on Tsunade's beautifully artistic profile. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up, as if a hint of greedy saliva quietly seeped out. In his eyes flickered a kind of indescribable desire, as if he wanted to devour everything in front of him. He let out a strange laugh in a low voice, filled with madness and evil, as if it could tear apart the surrounding air. "And Tsunade, at your age, shouldn't you be sitting on the floor vacuuming?" His voice was deep and eerie. Every word seemed to come from the depths of hell, filled with intense malice. A wicked and twisted smile appeared on his face, as if a lurking evil wolf in the shadows was eyeing its prey with a greedy and cruel gaze. He continued to stare at Tsunade. In his deep-set eyes, a glimmer of mockery and evil sparkled, as if he were enjoying a game he had meticulously planned. "And Tsunade, it seems you haven't tasted the flavor of love for too long." Tian's voice grew increasingly sinister, each word like a sharp knife, deeply piercing Tsunade's heart. Upon hearing this, Tsunade trembled. She was filled with shame and anger, the blush on her face deepening. "All right, let's stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point. I'll let you know what it means to bring shame upon yourself." Tian's eyes glinted sharply. Tsunade couldn't help but let out a pained sound. Her brows furrowed, and a hint of pain appeared on her face. She supported herself with her hands on the ground, her body trembling slightly as if enduring immense suffering. Her voice was weak, filled with endless pain and pleading. Her eyes were already reddened. Crystal tears slid down her cheeks, dropping onto the cold ground, seemingly splashing tiny, imperceptible droplets. Not far away, Uchiha Shursui watched as Tian began to impart his teachings. He is like a guardian. He used shadow clone jutsu to stand in 6 different places, forming the 6 Crimson Suns formation. Instantly, it condensed into a red, transparent flame hexagonal prism barrier. The barrier was adorned with red flames. It prevented anyone from the outside from entering the barrier and also prevented enemies inside the barrier from escaping. Anyone who touched the walls of the barrier would be burned by the flames. Uchiha Shursui's main body stood outside the 6 Crimson Suns formation. He noticed that Tsunade's expression seemed to relax and become joyful. Tsunade let out a long sigh. She felt as though she had experienced a rebirth. A few minutes later, Tian supported Tsunade, as if he were controlling a unicycle. Step by step, they approached the tear-streaked Jiraiya. The air was filled with a tense and eerie atmosphere, as if even the wind was holding its breath. Tian's smile grew increasingly radiant. He was like a cunning fox, toying with his unsuspecting prey. Just as the two were about to approach Jiraiya, The smile on Lu Tian's face reached its peak. He secretly felt pleased. I, Lu Tian, am truly born to be this minotaur. My skills are simply unmatched. He gently waved his hand. In a gust of wind, attribute Chakra howled out. Like a sharp blade, it instantly shredded Jiraiya's clothes into tatters. The torn fabric fell like autumn leaves, fluttering down. Jiraiya's body was exposed to the air, his eyes filled with terror and shame. He looked at the scene before him with tear-filled eyes. He seemed to want to say something, but found that he didn't even have the strength to speak. I'm so useless. His heart was filled with despair and helplessness. It seemed as if the entire world was collapsing at that moment. Jiraiya, look, I have helped you achieve your long-cherished dream. You should be grateful to me. The words of Lu Tian pierced Jiraiya's heart like a needle, causing him unbearable pain. Outside the 6 red yang formation, Uchiha Shinken saw the expression of pain and helplessness on Tsunade's face, but more than that, it was a sense of powerlessness from being manipulated. He thought to himself, these two guys are really bringing humiliation upon themselves. There was no need to turn things into this. Jiraiya watched this scene, and his despair and anger erupted like a volcano. He wanted to struggle, but his body felt as if it were bound by invisible chains. He cannot move. He could only watch helplessly as all of this happened, unable to stop it. Uchiha felt that Jiraiya couldn't resist. This Jiraiya has finally succumbed to his own instincts. Is this what it means to feel pain and joy at the same time? After a moment of reflection, Jiraiya indeed appeared to be very pleased. Ha 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 ha, Jiraiya, isn't that expression of yours wonderful? Your pain has disappeared. Are you very happy? Lu Tian laughed heartily, letting out a refreshing laugh. His laughter echoed in the 6 red sun formation. He seemed to want to vent all the pain and humiliation in the world. Meanwhile, Uchiha discovered that Jiraiya had experienced a new twist during the process of enjoyment. He thought, what a pity. He can no longer be a man. Jiraiya had undergone a sterilization surgery that completely eliminated any future possibilities. He fell from heaven to hell. This is the ultimate insult directed at Jiraiya. His face is twisted in pain. He has completely collapsed. At this moment, he was turned into a eunuch by Tsunade. His tears flowed out like a flood from a breached dam. His heart was filled with endless regret and pain. He hates his own incompetence, hates his own cowardice, and even more hates this cruel and absurd world. I have told you to endure the pain of Asuma, Sarutobi. You bring shame upon yourself, so suffer even more. Meanwhile, Lu Tian is immersed in this pleasure and sense of satisfaction. He feels like the ruler of this world, able to toy with the destinies of others as he pleases. He continued to utter mocking and provocative words, causing Jiraiya's body and mind to endure even greater pain. Chapter 42, The Monitoring of the Flytrap by Black and White Absolute. Jiraiya's injuries were shocking. Blood flowed down from him like a broken stream, staining the surrounding land red. His face is as pale as paper. His lips are tightly closed, and his brows are furrowed. He seemed to be enduring indescribable pain. Lu Tian watched coldly from the sidelines. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking arc. He casually tossed aside a straw, as if playing with a helpless ant. Then, he performed a solar ninjutsu from a distance. As the light flickered, the wounds on Jiraiya's body gradually closed, and the bleeding slowly stopped. However, this brief respite did not bring Jiraiya any sense of relief. He is struggling, but his body cannot move. He could only watch helplessly as Lu Tian continued to torment Tsunade. He was filled with despair and anger. Lu Tian seemed to be a demonic presence, wantonly manipulating Tsunade. Under the irresistible force, she was made to perform various humiliating actions. Tsunade's eyes were filled with terror and helplessness. Her tears kept falling, but Lu Tian turned a blind eye. Are you regretting it now? You refused to be my queen before, so now be my slave. Lu Tian laughed recklessly again. He was thoroughly enjoying the feeling of having control over everything. The air around seemed to have been frozen by that laughter. Even the wind had stopped blowing. The trees nearby trembled in the wind, as if recounting the tragedy's severity. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows, but it couldn't dispel the thick darkness. Jiraiya, just watch closely. Lu Tian turned his head. He grinned menacingly at Jiraiya. His eyes were filled with provocation and sarcasm, as if he wanted to trample on Jiraiya's dignity and pride. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with determination. He knew he couldn't just succumb to Lu Tian's tyranny like that. He must find a way to stop all of this. However, his body has already reached its limit. Sadly, he doesn't even have the ability to move a single finger. Lu Tian continues to torment Tsunade. His laughter intertwined with Tsunade's cries, ultimately forming a poignant symphony. After more than an hour of prolonged torment, Tian seemed like an endless volcano, finally reaching the critical point of eruption. At that moment, lightning appeared in the sky. Thunder roared from the clouds, as if the gods were angrily roaring. The wind howled, stirring up dust and fallen leaves from the ground. Tian was about to give everything he had. He is like a raging flood, pouring out unstoppable. He wants to hand everything over to Tsunade. Ha, feel my power. And Tsunade. Tian was laughing wildly. His voice echoed in the howling wind, sounding even more terrifying. At the moment he poured all his savings into it, Tian's expression changed drastically, instantly becoming hideous and frightening. His face was twisted, filled with madness, as if he wanted to devour the entire world. He poured out all his savings in an overwhelming manner. The air seemed to freeze. With a soft pop, Tian took a step back, but those blood-red eyes still flickered with a crazy flame. At that moment, in the nearby grove, a mysterious atmosphere lingered. Among the dense leaves, it seemed as if a pair of sharp eyes was hidden. They quietly observed everything in front of them, like a cheetah watching its prey, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The owner of these eyes was a plant that looked like a Venus flytrap, but its form was exceptionally strange. Its branches and leaves were twisted, as if telling an unknown secret. At the base of this plant, a head divided in black and white had already emerged. That was the absolute black and white. He is like an invisible messenger, quietly lurking in this forest. His face, a stark contrast of black and white, shows no expression, but his eyes are exceptionally sharp, as if they can see through everything. They followed Uchiha Obito's arrangements. Like loyal servants, they silently monitored every move of Tian. This guy is so perverted. Are people nowadays into such perverted play? The corners of Lien Ju's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a hint of a mocking smile. There was a flicker of curiosity and confusion in his eyes. He seemed to find it difficult to understand Tian's behavior in front of him, while also feeling a sense of curiosity. Don't speak. It would be bad if we get discovered. The expression of the black-faced man was serious, with his brows tightly knitted. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, afraid that his voice would attract unnecessary trouble. He gently pressed it against the mouth of the white-faced Jew, signaling him to be quiet. The trees around swayed in the wind, making a rustling sound, as if providing an accompaniment for this eerie scene. Tian seemed to sense the presence of the black and white Jew. He observed the surrounding environment, searching for possible clues. A hint of vigilance flashed in the eyes of the black and white creature in the small woods. They slightly adjusted their posture, ready to respond to any unexpected changes. At that moment, Tian seemed to sense something. He suddenly turned to look deep into the forest. He felt a tightness in his heart, but he quickly regained his composure. The next moment, Tian's figure appeared abruptly in the deep woods like a ghost. However, he did not realize that the spot he was standing on was no longer the corner that Baiju had been monitoring. Beneath another hidden patch of soil, Baiju's figure was quietly sinking into the ground. They seemed to have the embrace of this land. They used the mysterious technique of mayflies. They closely integrated their bodies with the surrounding plants and soil. They seemed to have become a part of the earth. Their bodies seemed to have transformed into invisible ghosts. Merging with the earth, they intervened in the organic networks of plant roots, groundwater, and other elements that existed in the soil. They are able to, during the activation of ninjutsu, they severed all breaths, as if they had vanished from this world. Is the black and white absolute in the form of a Venus flytrap? Tian's thoughts raced like lightning. His brain operated like a precision machine, analyzing everything in front of him at high speed. There was a hidden shadow in this world. The cunningly villainous figure gradually emerged in Tian's mind. A sense of indescribable urgency surged in Tian's heart. He muttered, "Black absolute. This guy is the best at hiding. His escape speed is top-notch too." His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, sweeping around in an attempt to capture the threats hidden in the shadows. After a long search with no results, Tian could only helplessly choose to return. His eyes inadvertently glanced over Tsunade and Jiraiya lying on the ground. They were quietly watched over by Uchiha Kanya, like two sleeping giants. Tian waved his hand, slowly opening a spatial rift. On the other side of the rift was Tian's palace, a grand and majestic building radiating golden brilliance. He stepped into the spatial rift. "Go back. Get ready for war." Tian's voice echoed in the spatial rift, as if it were a command, more like a determination. Chapter 43. The four great nations erupt with internal conflicts. Tian returned like a god of war. He walked step by step back to the resplendent palace, his gaze resolute as he headed straight for the training ground. At this moment, Tsunade was surrounded by palace maids brought by Uchiha Shursui. They moved towards the deep and secluded quarters of the imperial consort. The queen's chamber, which was originally prepared for her with great care, now felt like an abandoned hall, empty and somewhat desolate. Jiraiya, in a state of confusion, was silently dragged by several mysterious ninjas to a hidden laboratory. The air there was filled with a disturbing atmosphere, as if unknown dangers could strike at any moment. In the training ground, Tian was dressed in luxurious attire. He stood like an undefeated emperor on the high stage, his gaze sweeping over the Uchiha clan's royal descendants below. His voice echoed like thunder over the training ground. He said, "Tomorrow, I will demand compensation from all the countries of the shinobi world. I, Uchiha, will no longer be a sheep to be slaughtered at will. We will use an iron-fisted approach to let the world know the majesty of the Uchiha clan." His eyes revealed an unprecedented determination and dominance, moving everyone present. In the distant land of Earth, a storm was quietly brewing. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, known as the strongest Tsuchikage, was now leading many rock ninjas under his command towards the capital. His goal is to become the daimyo of the land of Earth. He floated in midair, his face filled with determination and ambition. He wants to emulate Tian, as if to bring the entire land of Earth under his control. Behind him are the rock ninjas who share the same ambitious aspirations, their eyes shining with hopes for the future. Today, I, Noki, will follow in Tian's footsteps, overthrow this decaying feudal system, and establish myself as king. I will lead the land of Earth to become the strongest country in the ninja world. Naka's voice was filled with endless dominance and determination. In the land of wind, Sunagakure. At this moment, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, stands in the council hall of Sunagakure. His figure appears exceptionally tall under the flickering candlelight. He is dressed in a magnificent battle robe, intricately embroidered with the Sand Village totem, showcasing his nobility and authority as the Wind Shadow. Around Rasha, a group of loyal sand ninjas has gathered. In their eyes sparkled admiration for Rasha and anticipation for the future. The atmosphere in the hall was tense and solemn, as if even the air had solidified. Rasha took a deep breath. Sunagakure had once been a powerful ninja village, but under the targeting of the daimyo, we gradually lost our former glory. His voice is like thunder in the wind. He said, "Today, I will emulate Tian and overthrow this decaying feudal system to establish myself as king. We will make the sand-hidden village rise again and dominate the entire land of wind." The sand ninjas, upon hearing this, showed expressions of excitement on their faces. They know that this is a moment full of challenges and opportunities. They are willing to follow Rasha and fight for the future of Sunagakure. For Sunagakure, for our future, we must unite to overthrow the daimyo and welcome a new era. Rasha raised his arm and shouted loudly. The sand ninjas echoed in unison, their voices resonating in the conference hall. Aiz and Chiyo had no objections. The two siblings also agreed with Rasha's ideas. With a command from Rasha, the gates of Sunagakure slowly opened. A gust of wind howled in, as if cheering for the impending change. Rasha led the many sand ninjas onto the path of overthrowing the daimyo. In a land of lightning, under a sky crackling with thunder, the outline of the palace appeared solemn and mysterious in the twilight. The fourth Raikage entered the daimyo of the land of lightning's residence alone. His footsteps were firm and powerful, each step seeming to carry the rumble of thunder. Inside the sleeping quarters, the atmosphere had reached a peak of tension. On the golden carpet, the figure of the Lord appeared lonely and helpless. There was a hint of reluctance on his face, but more of a helplessness towards reality. When the figure of the fourth Raikage appeared at the door, his gaze instantly became sharp. The voice of the old master, the fourth generation of Raikage, was deep and powerful. He slowly walked into the palace, his gaze fixed on the Lord, and said, "You should abdicate gracefully. It's for everyone's good." The Lord's fists were tightly clenched in his sleeves, veins bulging, revealing his inner struggle. But in the end, he still lowered his noble head. He gave up the resistance. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "I am willing to abdicate, but do not imitate that Tian and humiliate me. Do not refuse repeatedly." The fourth Raikage, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a mocking smile. He walked up to Daimyo and lightly patted his shoulder, his movement carrying an indescribable disdain. "You and I are relatives. Why would I humiliate you? However, since you mentioned Tian, I have to remind you." The voice of the fourth Raikage was filled with contempt. He said, The reason he humiliates the daimyo of the Fire Nation is that he is unaware of the times and doesn't know when to advance or retreat. As for you, although you made the same choice, at least you still have some sense. The daimyo's expression stiffened, and a sense of humiliation surged in his heart. But he was well aware of his current situation. He can only endure and swallow his anger. He silently lowered his head even further and stopped speaking. The fourth Raikage saw this and burst into laughter. His laughter echoed in the palace, as if it could bring the entire palace crashing down. He turned and walked towards the nearby sofa, lying down on it without any courtesy. Tonight, I'm going to stay here. He lazily stretched, as if he had already in his hands. He said, tomorrow, you abdicate. The land of water, the hidden mist village. It is shrouded in thick fog all year round, as if isolated from the world. But on this day, the hidden mist village welcomed a special envoy. He is an envoy personally dispatched by the daimyo, bearing an important mission. The envoy stands in the village square, facing the many villagers. His expression is stern, and his voice is loud and powerful. He said, I come in the name of the great authority to condemn the fourth Hokage of our hidden mist village. His long-standing abnormal behavior has thrown the entire village into chaos. As soon as the envoy's words fell, the whole square erupted in an uproar. The villagers were discussing among themselves, their faces filled with confusion and anger. Among the crowd, the Grand Elder Yuan Shi slowly stepped forward, his gaze firm and profound. Yuan Shi stood beside the envoy. He took a deep breath, as if to condense all his anger into this moment. He shouted loudly, everyone, I have a scandal to tell you. Our fourth Mizukage seems to be under someone else's control. He is no longer the fourth Mizukage we are familiar with, but a manipulated puppet. His words struck like thunder, exploding among the crowd. The villagers were shocked, whispering to each other and discussing fervently. The fourth Mizukage's face turned pale. Standing on the platform, his gaze evasive, not daring to meet the eyes of Master Yuan. Chapter 44. The Ninja World War and the new member of Akatsuki Kirigakure was instantly divided into two factions. One faction supported the fourth Mizukage, believing in his innocence. The other faction trusted the elder Master Yuan, standing against the Mizukage. The atmosphere between the two factions grew increasingly tense, as if a great battle could break out at any moment. After a period of intense confrontation, the faction supporting Master Yuan gained the upper hand. They launched a fierce attack and defeated all the followers of the fourth Mizukage. They successfully forced the fourth Mizukage into a desperate situation. After the fourth Mizukage was defeated, his illusion technique was also, he revealed his true self. He knelt on the ground, constantly knocking his head, his voice trembling with remorse. He said, I was wrong. I was controlled by others. I am sorry, everyone. Seeing this scene, the villagers' feelings were complicated and hard to understand. Some were furious, while others felt regret and sympathy. Meanwhile, Master Yuan stood to the side, silently watching everything, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. It was clear that the fourth Hokage was no longer suitable to manage the village, but we could not be left without a leader. He said slowly now, I will temporarily take over the management. At this moment, the winds of change were swirling. Many small ninja villages, under the leadership of their leaders, quietly launched a night attack on the daimyo's mansion. In their eyes flickered a fervent light. The sharp blades in their hands glinted coldly under the moonlight. Their movements were swift and ruthless, as if they intended to cut down any obstacle in their way. You guys are simply ungrateful. The daimyo of the land of rivers roared angrily. His face turned crimson, and his hands were clenched into fists, as if he wanted to concentrate all his anger in his palms. But under the cold gaze of the leader of Chuan-in village, his anger seemed so pale and powerless. The collapse of rights and music? That is the hypocritical mask of you nobles. The leader of Chuan-in village sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain and sarcasm. He gently waved his hand, and the ninjas under him surged towards the daimyo and his guards like a tide. At that moment, the sound of clashing swords echoed within the daimyo's mansion. The painful wails of the guards began to rise. Flames flickered in the night sky, illuminating the land shrouded in war. The situation in other countries was no different. The stars twinkled under the night sky. The peace of the ninja world was about to be shattered. After tonight, the landscape of the ninja world would be completely rewritten, and the old order would be blown away like dust. Many countries fell into chaos, but Liu Tian didn't care. War would be declared if compensation was not paid. War would still be declared even if compensation was paid. The next morning, the sun slowly rose. Golden sunlight filled the entire ninja world. Liu Tian sat on the dragon throne in the court. The The golden threads on his dark dragon robe sparkled in the sunlight. His gaze was like a torch, exuding an undeniable authority. Today, I shall initiate the fourth great ninja war. Mobilize the troops immediately. I will personally take command, lead the army to slay the enemies. Lu Tian's voice was loud and resolute, as if a thunderclap had exploded above the court. Every word he spoke was filled with power, causing the ministers present to feel a sudden palpitation. His words were like war drums, resonating in everyone's heart and igniting their passions. After Lu Tian finished speaking, he suddenly stood up. The dragon robe fluttered in the wind, resembling a giant dragon about to soar into the sky. He quickly took off the dragon robe, revealing the battle attire underneath. The battle attire was made of a special material. It was not only lightweight and sturdy, but also featured an embroidered golden soaring dragon on the chest, symbolizing Lu Tian's bravery and majesty. The ministers on both sides knelt down to pay their respects. Their eyes were filled with awe and wonder. They did not expect Lu Tian to make such a decisive decision, nor did they anticipate that he would personally lead the charge. Their eyes were filled with admiration and fear. They knew that the monarch before them was not an ordinary person. He possesses a strong will and endless wisdom, and will surely lead the ninja world towards a brand new future. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Tian walked out of the main hall. His steps are firm and powerful, each footfall causing the ground to tremble slightly. There was no hesitation or fear on his face, only a determination to move forward courageously. The reason for his urgency was that Lu Tian deeply understood the urgency of time. Those envoys might have brought compensation, but Lu Tian believed that war was the only way out. He aims to unify the ninja world in the shortest time possible. Therefore, he must act quickly and launch a war with lightning speed. Lu Tian embarked on his journey, followed by an elite guard composed of Uchiha royal family members. They are dressed in battle attire, their eyes sharp, as if ready to face any challenge at any moment. Beside them is the ninja army of other families from the land of fire. No, this should now be called Chakra martial arts practitioners. This army consists of a staggering 100,000 warriors. While it may not sound like a lot, it is a force that cannot be ignored in the ninja world. Each warrior is a carefully selected elite who has undergone countless life and death trials. Their presence is like an overwhelming tide that cannot be ignored, enough to make any enemy feel terrified. Shin Uchiha would also feel uneasy upon hearing this. In the land of rain, the gloomy sky seems to forever shroud the earth. Raindrops fall like endless longing, never ceasing. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma, accompanied by a young figure, Naruto Uzumaki, steps into the legendary Akatsuki organization. The two of them arrived at the cyberpunk rainy hideout. They navigated through the intricate hallways, each step echoing on the steps made of ancient stone bricks and modern metal. Showdown, leading them, moved with a light yet steady gait, like a lighthouse guiding light in the darkness. With Showdown's guidance, they arrived at a grand hall. In the center of the hall, there sat a tall figure cloaked in black. He is the core figure of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato Pain. His gaze was deep and indifferent, as if it could see through everything. In Tendo Pain's hand, he held a ring that shone with a mysterious light, the red ring that symbolized the identity of the Akatsuki organization. The ring's glow danced in the darkness, as if telling a new chapter about to unfold. Sarutobi Asuma stepped forward. He felt a powerful aura emanating from heavenly Tao Pain, but he did not back down. He straightened his chest, his gaze firm. Pain looked at him, and there seemed to be a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Asuma Sarutobi. Pain's voice was like thunder, resonating in the hall. He said, "You will become Orochimaru's partner, and the two of you will carry out missions together. The Nine Tails will also follow you." Sarutobi Asuma nodded slightly, a determined expression on his face. He turned to look at Orochimaru beside him. Their gazes met, and they both knew that they were aware of each other's undercover status. They seemed to have foreseen the days of fighting side by side in the future. Meanwhile, the young Naruto Uzumaki was still closely following Sarutobi Asuma. In his eyes sparkled curiosity. Chapter 45. The second target of the Shao organization. In a hidden room in the rain-hidden village, a figure quietly appeared. He was cloaked in a black robe, wearing a hood and an orange spiral mask. The single eye revealed, like an eye in the night sky, exuded an unmatched dominance. This person was Uchiha Bito, who had now descended in the identity of Uchiha Madara. In front of him sat Uzumaki Nagato on a portable toilet. The atmosphere in the entire room instantly froze. Uzumaki Nagato couldn't help but be moved. He furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed firmly on Uchiha Bito. "I heard you were discovered in the Hidden Mist Village?" The voice of Nagato was deep and cold, as if it could penetrate one's soul. His eyes were filled with vigilance and curiosity. Uchiha Obito let out a burst of laughter. He gently waved his cloak, and a powerful aura instantly erupted, making the entire room tremble. He slowly raised his head, revealing the Sharingan filled with killing intent, as if it wanted to devour the entire world. So what? Uchiha Obito's voice was cold and firm, as if it came from the depths of the underworld. What has Uchiha Madara ever needed to hide? His words were filled with confidence and dominance, as if nothing in the world could stand in the way of his brilliance. The Vortex Nagato was intimidated by Uchiha Obito's momentum, but he did not back down. He knows well that Uchiha Obito must have some demands for coming here. He asked in a deep voice, Uchiha Madara, what exactly do you want to do here? A hint of cunning flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes. He slowly walked over. Uchiha Obito quietly stopped in front of Nagato. The gazes of the two met under the dim yellow light, as if an invisible force was quietly colliding. He gazed into the deep eyes of the Vortex Gate. He spoke in a measured tone, his voice firm and full of power, saying, I want to fight. This sentence was like a heavy bomb. It quickly exploded in the room, creating ripples upon ripples. The sudden declaration left Nagato, who was caught in the whirlpool, momentarily stunned. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil inside, but the surprise and confusion in his eyes were still clearly visible. He asked in a deep voice, who do you want to fight? Uchiha Obito did not give Uzumaki Nagato much time to think. He turned to look out the window. Through the glass, he could see dark clouds gathering over Inin village. Within the clouds, faint flashes of lightning flickered, as if heralding the impending storm. His gaze seemed to penetrate the thick clouds, looking towards a farther place, which is the direction of the Land of Fire. He slowly turned around. His gaze once again focused on the Vortex Nagato, with a fervent light flickering in his eyes. He said, who else could there be besides the Land of Fire? We are in a chaotic world, with war everywhere. Moreover, if you don't fight the Land of Fire, do you think they will let us go? That's impossible, right? Do you believe it? His voice gradually rose, filled with passion and fervor. Every word seemed to carry flames, ready to ignite the entire room. Vortex Nagato was influenced by his emotions, with a determined light flickering in his eyes. Yet he maintained his calmness and rationality. He asked again in a deep voice, are you sure you want to do this? The first phase of the reserve funds is not yet complete, and our strength is still not sufficient. A glimmer of confidence flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes. He stepped forward, approaching the Vortex Gate, his voice deep and resolute. He said, have you forgotten what the second step of the Akatsuki organization is? You said that we need to establish a mercenary organization that does not belong to any country and provoke some small wars. This way, we can gradually strengthen our power and achieve our goals. He paused for a moment and continued. First, monopolize the war contracts of small countries at low prices. Increase the scale of the war, and then break the economic system of the great powers ninja. Monopolize all wars. Right now, it's not about directly confronting the Land of Fire, but rather continuing to act as mercenaries, accumulating experience and wealth. It seems that his voice has already glimpsed the victory of the future. Vortex Nagato seems to be moved by these words. He knows that Uchiha Madara's plan, although risky, also holds great potential and opportunity. He took a deep look at Uchiha Obito and nodded. He said, the second goal remains unchanged. We need to gather more funds amidst the chaos. After discussing the matter, Uchiha Obito's figure instantly twisted and disappeared. In the afternoon, sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a golden glow over the buildings of the hidden cloud village. Pain of the Six Paths found Asuma Sarutobi. He stood in front of Asuma, his gaze deep and his voice calm, yet full of authority. He said, Asuma, you are now a member of our Akatsuki organization, and now you are about to embark on your first official mission. Upon hearing this, Asuma Sarutobi's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation and excitement. He straightened his chest, clenched his fists tightly, as if he were gathering strength. He raised his head and looked directly into the eyes of Pain, waiting for the next command. Pain slightly nodded and continued. The Land of Water has hired us to attack the neighboring Land of Grass. Therefore, your mission is to cooperate with Orochimaru to disrupt the territory of the Land of Grass. This sentence struck Asuma Sarutobi's ears like a thunderclap. He frowned slightly, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He understands the importance of this task and is also aware of the stakes involved. But as a ninja, he has never backed down, and he is no different at this moment. He nodded firmly and said in a deep voice, yes, leader, I accept this mission. Tendo Pain looked at Sarutobi Asuma's determined eyes and nodded in satisfaction. He patted Asuma's shoulder, his voice softened a bit. He said, "Good, Asuma. The success or failure of this mission will directly affect the future of our Akatsuki organization. I believe you can do it well." For the next period of time, Asuma Sarutobi was busy preparing the equipment for the battle. He carefully selected each weapon and piece of equipment, ensuring that they could all perform to their maximum potential. His eyes were filled with determination and resolve, as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. Once everything was ready, Asuma Sarutobi took Naruto Uzumaki to the meeting point with Orochimaru. They walked through the Akatsuki's base under the golden sunlight. Orochimaru-senpai and Asuma Sarutobi have not yet approached the meeting point. He recognized the figure ahead from a distance. He slightly quickened his pace, took a few steps forward, and respectfully greeted him. However, Orochimaru did not respond immediately. His gaze was deep, as if he were immersed in his own thoughts. It wasn't until Asuma Sarutobi's voice rang out again. He slowly raised his head and scanned Asuma Sarutobi with his snake-like eyes. He said faintly, "Time is tight. Let's set off first. If there are any questions, we can ask on the way." There was a hint of subtle indifference and alertness in Orochimaru's words. He seemed to be hinting at something. Chapter 46, Tian's Expedition and Obito's Attack. Upon hearing this, Asuma Sarutobi felt a slight chill in his heart, but he quickly masked his emotions, nodded, and walked alongside Orochimaru. The three of them left the Hidden Rain village and set off towards the land of grass. Surrounding them were dense forests and winding mountain paths, and the rain had gradually stopped. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with the damp scent of soil and a faint fragrance of grass and trees, creating an indescribable sense of tranquility and comfort. However, this tranquility did not last long. After walking for a short while, Orochimaru suddenly stopped, turned to Asuma Sarutobi, and said, "You are also an undercover agent arranged by the master, right?" This statement was like a spring thunder, exploding in Asuma Sarutobi's ears. He was taken aback. He glanced around a few times, but his face remained calm. Asuma Sarutobi slightly raised his head. He exchanged a glance with Orochimaru, then nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes, senior." A complex emotion flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He glanced deeply at Asuma Sarutobi. He said slowly, "Since that's the case, we should cooperate well. Let me tell you something. You need to stay vigilant here and not easily trust others." A few minutes later, Tian stood at the edge of the border between the kingdom of Chuan and the empire of Dahan. In front of him was a magnificent landscape formed by winding rivers and mountains, intertwined with dense forests and hills. He stands on the edge of a cliff. Below him is a rushing river, the water crashing against the boulders, creating a deafening roar. He gazed into the distance. There lay the battlefield at the border of two countries. Faint sounds of shouting and clashing weapons echoed through the mountains and forests. The mountain wind blew, bringing a hint of a bloody scent. In that moment, a faint voice echoed in his mind. It was his original chakra communication technique. This move was extremely useful. It was better than radio and even better than a mobile phone. As long as they were in the same world, information could be transmitted. Ninjas needed to master the nature transformation of in-release chakra to learn this technique. However, there was no such rigid requirement for chakra martial artists. Orochimaru's voice resonated in his mind. He reported in detail to Tian about the three people's task execution. Tian listened quietly, his fingers lightly tapping on the rock beside him, producing a crisp sound. His eyes revealed determination and calmness, as if everything was under his control. "I have received the message. You did well. Keep in touch." Tian quickly replied to Orochimaru. His gaze turned once again to the distant battlefield. The sounds of fighting there were deafening, as if the sky itself had been stained blood red. He was overwhelmed by a surge of intense emotions. He murmured to himself, "The land of soup? In the midst of internal strife, they can still hire mercenaries to attack other countries. They really have some strength." Tian turned around, looking at the Uchiha royal guard behind him. In their eyes sparkled a desire for battle and a longing for victory. Tian's chest rose and fell, as if he could feel the power of the vast heavens surging within him. "The time has come. All troops advance. Let the Chuan ninjas and samurais know that we are unstoppable. We will sweep through their defenses with the might of thunder, directly aiming for their capital and ninja village." He slowly exhaled, his voice loud and resolute, echoing through the valley like thunder. Tian's voice was filled with determination and dominance, each word striking like a heavy hammer on the hearts of the soldiers. His eyes sparkled with intense light, as if two flames were burning within them. The muscles in his face are taut, with defined lines, showcasing his inner resolve and strength. He took a breath and continued. The land of rivers will become a possession of our great Han Empire. The elite troops of the Uchiha royal family were inspired by Tian's momentum. The flames of battle also ignited in their eyes. They gripped their weapons tightly, their bodies tense, as if ready to charge into battle at any moment. They shouted in unison, roaring, "For the great Han Empire! For glory! Long live the Empire! Long live our Emperor! Long live! Long live!" With this earth-shattering roar, the entire team surged forward like wild horses breaking free. They crossed the river, climbed over the hills, and rushed towards the distant battlefield. Tian stood at the forefront of the line. His figure appeared particularly tall under the sunlight. He waved the long sword in his hand, the tip pointing towards the distance, leading the entire team towards victory. Almost at the same time, the sky of the entire Great Han Empire seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gloom. A fierce wind rose, dark clouds gathered, and in the oppressive atmosphere, Uchiha Obito once again set foot on this land. His footsteps carried an unstoppable fervor and determination. His personality is inherently radical. He is referred to as Uchiha Kanya. Although his IQ is not high, his madness and obsession are enough to instill fear in others. He can no longer contain the wildness within him and wants to stir up a storm of blood and gore once again. He endured for a long, long time. Until this moment, he could no longer bear the torment in his heart, and he wanted to vent all his anger and dissatisfaction. In the royal palace's training ground, the space suddenly distorted. A figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Uchiha Obito. He clasped his hands together, and a crazy light flickered in his eyes. He used wood release, birth of the trees, just like he caused a Nine-Tails rampage in Konoha. This time, he intends to unleash destruction using wood release in the capital of the Great Han Empire. The ground began to tremble violently, as if countless giant pythons were struggling underground. Countless trees burst forth from the earth. Their branches and leaves were lush, blocking out the sky and enveloping the entire training ground in greenery. Panic, fear, despair, tremble. This world is nothing but hell. Uchiha Obito stood amidst the sea of trees, roaring to the sky. His voice was filled with madness and evil. He seemed to want to instill all the fear into everyone's hearts. The palace of the Great Han Empire was plunged into unprecedented chaos. The palace roof was torn off. The walls were shattered by trees. Countless treasures of gold and silver were scattered all over the place in the turmoil. They seemed to become the victims of this disaster. Meanwhile, those innocent palace maids and guards suffered even more catastrophic fates. They screamed and struggled under the crushing of the trees. Meanwhile, the residents of the capital, faced with this sudden disaster, were terrified to the point of losing their wits. They rushed to the streets, looking fearfully towards the direction of the palace. Those towering trees seemed to become the source of their nightmares, filling them with immense fear and helplessness. They all began to panic. "Come quickly. Something has happened in the palace. Someone is using wood release. Who could it be? How could they use Senju Hashirama's wood release? Quickly notify the city defense forces. This enemy is very strong. The Imperial Guards in the palace are likely to be no match." Chapter 47. The Battle of Green-Haired Turtle Fugaku vs. Obito. As the leader of the city guard, Uchiha Fugaku bears the heavy responsibility of protecting the peace of the imperial capital. Faced with such a situation, his eyes flashed with determination and resolve. In his heart, the dedication to the safety of the imperial city burned like a raging flame, illuminating his path forward. However, the worries in his heart made it difficult for him to find peace, for his ex-wife Mikoto and son Sasuke were currently residing in the palace. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, he is no longer the confused and lost person he once was. He underwent a complete transformation, dedicating his entire body and soul to his majesty, even at the cost of sacrificing his wife and children. This loyalty and determination made him even stronger and more resolute. With a command, he led the city guard composed of elites from the Uchiha clan. They stormed into the palace like a black storm. With the enhancement of the In release Chakra mode, he seemed to transform into a war god clad in black armor. He is imposing and unstoppable. He rode a chakra-transformed BMW, racing through the wide street. The sound of hooves was deafening, as if to crush all obstacles. "Mikoto, Sasuke, you must be safe." Deep inside Uchiha Fugaku's heart, he felt an anxiety burning like flames. A trace of uncontainable worry flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was a profound concern for his beloved family. He is not only the leader of the Imperial City Guard, but he is also a former husband and father who once deeply loved his family. He gripped the reins tightly, his fingers turning slightly white from the force. The Chakra horse seemed to sense its owner's urgency and neighed, dashing down the street like lightning. The leaves on the trees along the roadside danced wildly in the wind, making a rustling sound as if cheering for this brave warrior. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting a dappled glow on Uchiha Fugaku, illuminating his resolute and cold face. His eyes shimmered with a sharp light, as if they could pierce through all darkness and seek out the enemies ahead. He drove into the palace, his gaze suddenly fixed on the familiar figure ahead, Uchiha Bito. This former clansman is now an enemy. Before him, he appeared as an insurmountable barrier. In Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, anger and killing intent instantly filled. He shouted loudly, "Bold traitor! How dare you disrupt the palace? Come and face your doom!" His voice was thunderous, as if it could topple the entire palace. He swung the sword in his hand. The long sword, infused with the in-release chakra mode, charged towards Uchiha Bito like a giant black dragon. However, Uchiha Bito merely let out a cold sneer. He stood his ground, seemingly unconcerned about Uchiha Fugaku's attack. Uchiha Fugaku's long sword passed through his body. Under the influence of inertia, Uchiha Fugaku charged forward with his horse. In the next moment, thick wood-release branches extended like tentacles from all directions. Under Uchiha Bito's control, these branches attempted to tightly bind Uchiha Fugaku. However, Uchiha Fugaku was not an ordinary opponent. He turned his body, and with a swift motion of his sword, unleashed a fierce sword chi that instantly severed the branch. He broke through the encirclement, his gaze coldly fixed on Uchiha Bito. "Fugaku, have you forgotten that you were once the clan leader? He even took your wife away, and you're still so loyal? There is definitely something wrong with your head." Uchiha Bito mocked loudly. Beneath the orange spiral mask, a playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. But Uchiha Fugaku's heart remained as unyielding as a rock. He remained unmoved in the face of Uchiha Bito's taunts and provocations. It seemed that all the noise could not shake the steadfastness of his heart. In Uchiha Fugaku's deep eyes, a fiery light flickered like the Big Dipper in the night sky, guiding him on his path forward. He pressed his lips tightly together and said slowly, "Your Majesty is everything to the Uchiha clan. Whatever your Majesty needs, I, Uchiha Fugaku, will offer with both hands." Without any second thoughts, he smiled coldly, and that smile revealed endless determination and resolution. His eyes sparkled with a determined light, as if they could penetrate all darkness and illuminate the road ahead. And now, as the leader of the city guard, guarding the palace and protecting his Majesty, I am merely fulfilling my responsibility, he shouted sternly. The voice was loud and firm, echoing through the wooden forest in the palace. As soon as he finished speaking, two chakra arms behind him suddenly condensed into long swords, shimmering with a cold light, as if they could slice through the void. His chakra transformed into a BMW, instantly turning into a fleeting shadow. It rushed towards Uchiha Bito at high speed. The pitch-black sword energy seemed to tear the entire palace apart. The surrounding trees fell one after another under the impact of Uchiha Fugaku's sword energy, producing deafening roars. Uchiha Bito, in a phasing state, manipulated the wood-release branches, launching a fierce attack towards Uchiha Fugaku like agile tentacles. However, Uchiha Fugaku always managed to respond calmly. His chakra-transformed BMW weaves through the branches, effortlessly dodging with each maneuver. His eyes were filled with determination and resolve, as if no force could shake his beliefs. Uchiha Fugaku had only one goal in his heart, to protect Mikoto and Sasuke in the palace, keeping them safe from any harm. As the battle continued, the atmosphere in the palace grew increasingly tense. The wind howled, and the leaves danced wildly. Despite Uchiha Fugaku's profound strength, he struggled to defeat Uchiha Bito in one fell swoop. However, his presence was like an insurmountable barrier. The once rampaging wood-release forest within the palace suddenly ceased its destruction. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. All the wood-release branches appeared to respond to some mysterious call, beginning to converge towards the location of the two men. They intertwined and wrapped around each other in the air, as if forming a massive wood-release barrier that tightly enclosed the two fighters. The expression hidden beneath Uchiha Bito's mask instantly became grave. His gaze was like a cold blade, flashing with a sharp light. He is well aware that his opponent Uchiha Fugaku is a formidable rival who cannot be underestimated, and he must go all out to defeat him. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito swung his hand fiercely. A powerful chakra instantly gathered on his arm made of white Zetsu cells. No sooner said than done. Sharp wooden spikes rapidly grew out his arms, resembling sharp arrows aimed directly at Uchiha Fugaku. This is the wood release, cutting technique. The wooden spikes sliced through the air in an instant, accompanied by a fierce sound of cutting wind, shooting towards Uchiha Fugaku. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. He swiftly dodged the attack from the long spikes, but he did not let down his guard. He knew that this was just the beginning of Uchiha Obito's assault. Chapter 48, Obito's Blindness and Izanagi. Just as the long spikes were about to miss their target, they suddenly paused in midair, then quickly forked and grew, ultimately forming a dense wooden spike net. This spike net resembled a giant spider web, enveloping Uchiha Fugaku. "Oof, trying to surround me and pierce me?" Uchiha Fugaku sneered, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. His figure seems to be like the great shifting of the universe. He disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already arrived behind Uchiha Obito. "Your techniques are useless to me," Uchiha Fugaku shouted sternly. At the same time, three swords struck towards Uchiha Obito's back. This attack contained powerful chakra energy. If it hit, it would surely deal a heavy blow to Uchiha Obito. However, Uchiha Obito had entered a phasing state. He doesn't even need to hide. He easily dodged Uchiha Fugaku's attack. At the same time, he swung his arm again. The wooden spikes that had grown inside him shot towards Uchiha Fugaku once more. As expected, Uchiha Fugaku was hit. The wooden spikes grew wildly like vines, invading his body in an instant. These spikes did not simply pierce. They continued to branch out and grow frantically within him, as if taking root and sprouting in his flesh and blood. They eventually pierced through Fugaku's skin. Buds emerged from the wounds, making him look like a sculpture covered in green vegetation. The drops of blood resembled blooming flowers, rendering this bizarre scene even more tragic. Uchiha Obito's wood release insertion technique is extremely cruel, but would Uchiha Fugaku be so easily hit? The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile, and a look of disdain flickered in his eyes. This was merely a shadow clone created by him using the in release chakra mode. His true form is hiding in the shadows, coldly observing everything. The body covered in wooden thorns suddenly exploded. A mass of black goo splattered everywhere. The surrounding air seemed to be stained completely black. This goo quickly spread out like a demon in the darkness, completely blocking Uchiha Obito's line of sight. This sudden change left Uchiha Obito stunned. The black goo was avoided by his intangibility. However, the mass of goo wriggled as if it were a living creature, seemingly mocking his ignorance. Uchiha Obito widened his eyes. His Sharingan, through the orange whirlpool mask, tried to find Fugaku's trace. "Oof, do you think you can defeat me like this? You're too naive." Fugaku's voice seemed to come from the darkness. He carried a hint of sarcasm and disdain. His figure surged out of the dark slime on the ground. He was still so tall and imposing. "Traitor Obito, you rely too much on the abilities of the Manjiki Sharingan. That is your downfall. The future I can see far surpasses yours," Fugaku said coldly, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. The chakra steed galloped like a wild horse, racing furiously. It carried Uchiha Fugaku, dashing towards Uchiha Obito like a flash of lightning. Fugaku's three swords gleamed with a cold light, embodying all his will and strength. He launched a fierce attack on Obito once again. The tip of the sword sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. It was like the call of death, sending chills down one's spine. However, Uchiha Fugaku's figure passed through Obito's body like a ghost once more. Seeing this, a hint of venom flashed in Obito's eyes. He quickly adjusted his state and prepared to launch a counterattack. His gaze was fixed firmly on Mount Fuji, as the wooden tentacles on his arm searched for the best moment to attack. Just as Uchiha Obito was about to launch his assault, the black sludge on the ground suddenly erupted. It writhed as if given life, transforming in an instant into countless sharp spikes. They launched a fierce attack on Uchiha Obito. The spikes fell like rain, leaving no place to hide. These sudden spikes struck Uchiha Obito. He let out a scream, and his body trembled violently. He felt a tremendous power erupting from within him, as if it were going to tear him apart. He couldn't help but the face under the mask. What kind of power is this? Uchiha Obito shouted in terror. His eyes were filled with fear and confusion. He had never seen such a strange and powerful attack before, which filled him with immense despair. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku coldly watched everything unfold. There was no expression on his face. He knows that this is only a part of his power. He lightly waved his hand. The black slime quickly wrapped around Uchiha Obito like obedient servants. "Traitor Obito, you have lost. I will kill you," Uchiha Fugaku said. His voice seemed to have no ripples at all. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was about to strike, Obito's figure suddenly dissipated like a dream or an illusion, as if it had merged into the air. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils suddenly contracted. A strong sense of unease surged within him. He is well aware that Uchiha Obito has already used the reality-altering eye technique, Izanagi. When Uchiha Obito appears again, his left eye has lost its original luster, becoming dull and lifeless. But at this moment, he seems to have been reborn, and a strange smile appears on his face beneath the mask. He appeared behind Fujiwara. He unleashed a powerful wood-release ninjutsu, the technique of cuttings. Wooden spikes suddenly protruded from his arms. They sliced through the air like countless venomous snakes, producing a sharp sound of wind breaking. With endless killing intent, they shot straight towards Uchiha Fugaku's body. Uchiha Fugaku felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed the crisis approaching from behind, and his figure suddenly flashed as he tried to evade the deadly attack. These wooden spikes seemed to possess tracking abilities, closely following the figure of Uchiha Fugaku. He felt a chill in his heart, knowing that he had fallen into a desperate situation. He took a deep breath, concentrating the chakra within him to the extreme, preparing to face this final battle. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly flashed out from the side. He is Uchiha Shursui. He activated the in-release chakra mode, with a faint black aura surrounding him. He held 4 sharp knives and simultaneously stabbed towards Uchiha Obito's back. Faced with this sudden attack, a flash of surprise and anger suddenly crossed Uchiha Obito's eyes. His pupils seemed to be ignited like flames, flickering with a crazy and invincible light. It was completely unexpected for him. In this life-and-death moment, someone actually dared to launch such a bold sneak attack on him. His back suddenly sprouted a large number of wooden spikes. Like twisted giant snakes, they launched a swift attack towards Uchiha Shursui, who was sneaking up from behind. Chapter 49, The Arrival of the Flower Tree Realm and the Breaking Method. The wooden spikes were like bloodthirsty snakes. In the blink of an eye, they were already close to Uchiha Shursui's nose. At this critical moment, Uchiha Shursui's figure flickered, and in an instant, he transformed into several shadows. He moved through the battlefield like a phantom. Each clone seemed to be a real entity, making it difficult to discern the true from the false. Uchiha Obito, seeing this, showed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He didn't expect that Jishui could perform the clone technique so quickly, and each clone was so lifelike. He took a sharp breath. The white blood cells in his body erupted with astonishing power like an activated volcano. His skin began to harden like wood, sprouting numerous wooden, thorn-like tentacles. Like giant snakes bearing their fangs and claws, they lunged toward both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku. The two felt the overwhelming onslaught. They looked serious, but showed no signs of panic. In a flash, they leaped up like 2 bolts of lightning, skillfully dodging Uchiha Obito's attack. Their figures intertwined in the air, as if engaged in a thrilling dance. At this moment, the palace was completely empty. All the living had evacuated to safety. This sudden battle had thrown the entire palace into chaos and fear, but now it had become the stage for the final showdown. On the roof of the palace, Uchiha Shursui quickly adjusted his breathing and fixed his determined gaze on Uchiha Obito. He took a deep breath and said to Fugaku Uchiha, "Uncle Fugaku, everyone has already gone to take shelter. Reinforcements are on the way. Don't let him get away." Fugaku Uchiha nodded. There was a glimmer of trust and determination in his eyes. He was well aware of Uchiha Shursui's abilities, and he believed that they could achieve victory in this battle. Standing below, Uchiha Obito decided to unleash his trump card. Would release Flower Tree World. At that moment, it felt as if a mysterious power enveloped the heavens and the earth. This was an upgraded version of Wood Release, Tree World Birth, an even more powerful technique within Wood Release. Uchiha Obito gasped once again. His chakra flowed like a gushing spring, continuously pouring into the land beneath his feet. In an instant, the previously calm ground began to stir, as if a slumbering giant beast was about to awaken. From beneath the earth, massive branches started to break through the soil. They grew rapidly, coiling around the palace like gigantic dragons. These branches were not only incredibly thick, but also possessed astonishing power. capable of tearing apart mountains, piercing through rocks, and enveloping the entire surface. Even more bizarre were the vibrant flowers blooming on these enormous branches. In an instant, these flowers emitted an enticing fragrance, but simultaneously concealed a deadly threat. Just inhaling the pollen would cause even a shadow-level ninja to lose their combat ability due to paralysis. Be careful. This is Wood Release, Flower Tree World. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was extremely grave as he continued to remind them. During the battle at the Valley of the End, Senju Hashirama had used this technique. Even Uchiha Madara, powerful as he was, experienced disorientation after inhaling the pollen. As he spoke, he quickly adjusted to the in-release chakra mode. His face was covered by a faint black mask, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes shimmering with determined light. The air was filled with the scent of pollen, but it carried a deadly threat. Beside him, Uchiha Shursui also adjusted to the in-release chakra mode. He forcibly suppressed his inner fear and unease. Uncle Fugaku, we must find the flaw in this technique. Uchiha Shursui said solemnly. He must find that key point in order to break this seemingly flawless spell. He attempted to use the fire release technique, vowing to burn down the wildly growing trees. Uchiha Shursui's hands suddenly came together, as if gathering the hottest energy between heaven and earth. Behind him, the air began to distort. A strong wave surged forth, and suddenly, a large amount of black flames appeared out of nowhere. Like ghostly fire from the netherworld, they blazed fiercely. This was the legendary Amaterasu black flames. Unlike ordinary flames, their temperature was high enough to incinerate everything. Their color was deep and eerie, as if capable of devouring one's soul. Under Uchiha Shursui's control, these black flames eventually formed a massive fire circle. This was the light mode behind the in-release chakra mode. A determined light flickered in Uchiha Shursui's eyes. As he moved, the fire ring began to swirl and dance in the air like a living creature. The black fire ring, spinning at high speed, launched countless fireballs. They streaked across the sky like shooting stars, carrying destructive power, charging straight toward the flowers, emitting toxic gas. Burn them. Turn these poisonous flowers into ashes. Jishui roared. His voice was filled with unwavering conviction and endless fury. He knew that only with this most powerful flame could he have a chance to completely destroy this seemingly flawless spell. As the fireballs continued to bombard, the flowers began to wither gradually, and the poisonous gas started to dissipate. But the trees seemed to grow even more wildly. They were struggling, trying to inundate the battlefield once again. Jishui gritted his teeth, knowing that this was just the beginning. He had to hold on until he completely cracked this spell. Standing on the rooftop, not far away, was Uchiha Fugaku. He was moved by Uchiha Shursui's bravery. He secretly admired in his heart. Shursui, you are truly the pride of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was equally unwilling to be outdone. His eyes sparkled with a determined light, and his hands quickly came together, as if summoning some mysterious power. Behind him, the air instantly became distorted. A large amount of black flames appeared out of nowhere. They resembled hellfire from the depths of the underworld, intense and profound, quickly forming a terrifying ring of fire, casting an even more imposing shadow of Uchiha Fugaku. There was a steadfast light flickering in his eyes. He looked down at the flowers emitting toxic gas, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Jishui, I'll lend you a hand. He let out a low growl, his voice filled with determination and power. The black fire circle, under Fujiyama's control, spun wildly like a gigantic black vortex. Countless Amaterasu fireballs were flung out from the fire circle. They rushed towards the flowers like a meteor shower, carrying searing heat and destructive power. The fireballs traced dark trajectories in the air, like the scythe of death mercilessly striking down those evil flowers. Each fireball contained the terrifying power of Amaterasu's black fire. Upon hitting the target, it would instantly turn to ashes. The two seemed to transform into descending deities. Behind them is a raging black flame, hot and terrifying like the fires of hell. Chapter 50. Uchiha Shursui's fierce battle with Obito. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui stand on the tiles of the palace roof. They clasp their hands together, constantly manipulating the fire circle behind them. Each launch of the fireball was accompanied by their unwavering will and endless fury. The black flames shot through the sky like lightning in the night. Under the glow of the Amaterasu black fire, the shadowy branches around them seemed to become clearer. The branches that had been growing wildly and the flowers emitting toxic gas quickly turned to ashes under the bombardment of the fireballs, as if swallowed by endless darkness. Burn! Destroy! Annihilate these evil branches and flowers. Uchiha Shursui roared. His voice echoed around, full of firmness and determination. Uchiha Fugaku also nodded slightly in agreement. They continued to manipulate the fire circle, continuously launching fireballs until all the flowers were completely burned to ashes. After a few minutes, the last flower also disappeared, and the surrounding toxic gas gradually dissipated. Be careful. That traitor Dato is hiding somewhere. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was deep and powerful. He furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing, scanning every corner. After the recent battle, he was acutely aware of the terror posed by this traitor. His betrayal is not only a betrayal of the family, but also a threat to the entire Great Han Empire. In this silent moment, a chilling sensation pierced Uchiha Fugaku's heart like a sharp arrow. He suddenly lowered his head to take a look. His pupils constricted suddenly. He saw a pale hand, as ghostly as a specter, seemingly reaching out from the depths of hell, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness. That hand struck through the roof tiles with the force of a thunderbolt, without any warning, accurately locking onto Uchiha Fugaku's ankle like a piercing arrow breaking through ice. The strength of that hand was immense, as hard as steel, instantly binding Uchiha Fugaku's ankle, rendering him unable to escape no matter how he struggled. In the next moment, a powerful suction erupted from that hand, like a surging undercurrent, pulling Uchiha Fugaku's entire body into it. This suction was as deep as a black hole, as if it wanted to drag him into an endless abyss of darkness. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed. His face instantly turned pale as paper, and his eyes seemed to be filled with terror and despair. He tried his best to stabilize his body, but the pulling force gripped him like a magical claw, making it impossible for him to move an inch. Under the roof, it was Uchiha Bito. He has replaced his left eye with a new one, which sparkles with an eerie light. His right eye twisted the space, creating whirlpools of air currents, as if it wanted to suck the entire world into it. Uchiha Bito wore a mocking and cold smile on his face. He quietly watched Uchiha Fugaku struggle against the pull, as if he were watching an inconsequential performance. His hand was pulling down with force. The suction suddenly became stronger, pulling Uchiha Fugaku into a pitch-black space. Just at the moment when the atmosphere was tense to the point of almost solidifying, Uchiha Shursui suddenly moved. He moved like lightning, wielding 4 knives that struck simultaneously, resembling 4 silver bolts of lightning cutting through the night sky, powerfully smashing into the roof tiles. Bang! With a loud crash, the roof tiles shattered instantly under the impact of the blades. Like blooming fireworks, fragments flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Amidst the flying debris, Uchiha Shursui's figure descended like a ghost. At the moment of his fall, Uchiha Shursui's pupils constricted. He clearly saw the person under the roof through the diffused dust. It was Uchiha Bito, who was using the dojutsu. The blazing halo of light behind Uchiha Shursui was spinning at high speed. Several blazing Amaterasu fireballs like black holes shot out, directly targeting Uchiha Bito. The fireballs traced scorching trajectories in the air, as if they were going to ignite the entire space. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Bito's expression changed slightly. He had to loosen his grip on Uchiha Fugaku's ankle. His figure rapidly descended. He skillfully dodges the deadly attack. The scorching wave of heat seems to distort the surrounding air. Uchiha Bito lands steadily on the ground. He smashed the tiles on the ground, and the sound of shattering tiles echoed underfoot, as if even the ground was trembling at his arrival. With the debris flying and dust swirling, Uchiha Shursui descended like a silver lightning bolt, landing steadily on the ground. His feet stomped down heavily, and in an instant, the hard tiles seemed unable to withstand this immense force. They shattered explosively. Cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, and broken tiles flew in all directions. He looked at Uchiha Bito in front of him, his eyes filled with coldness and determination. The figure of Uchiha Shursui appeared even more upright amidst the shattered tiles and swirling dust. He is like an unshakable mountain. His voice was cold and clear, each word like a cold blade stabbing into Abito's heart. Traitor Abito, you betrayed your family, forsook your faith, and now you dare to act so brazenly here. The sound of the water's surface echoed in the room, carrying an undeniable authority and anger. There was no trace of hesitation or pity on his face, only coldness and anger towards the betrayer. Uchiha Bito stood not far away. Beneath the mask, his expression was grim. He felt the powerful aura and cold, killing intent emanating from Uchiha Shursui. A chill involuntarily surged in his heart, but he did not back down. Instead, he straightened his chest, and met Uchiha Shursue's gaze. Shursue, who do you think you are? How dare you be so disrespectful to me? Uchiha Bito sneered. His voice was filled with provocation and arrogance. He moved his body, preparing to launch an attack on Uchiha Shursue. But Uchiha Shursue did not give him that opportunity. He used the body flicker technique and almost instantaneously appeared in front of Uchiha Bito. The blades in his four hands shimmered with the energy of released chakra, aimed directly at Uchiha Bito's throat. His eyes were filled with determination and ruthlessness, as if he wanted to slay the traitor before him with a single strike. Kulme, let me be executed, Uchiha Shursue shouted coldly, for blades flashed with a silver light in an instant. But Uchiha Bito once again used his phasing ability. His figure instantly switched between reality and the realm of the gods, floating like a ghost, elusive and unpredictable. Although Uchiha Shursue's blade was fast, it was as ineffective as striking at air in the face of this marvelous phasing ability. Uchiha Bito gave the former no chance to breathe. In an instant, his figure flickered again and directly passed through Uchiha Shursue's body. A chain swiftly descended, dancing in the air like a spirit snake. Whoosh! Uchiha Bito materialized, and his chain instantly locked onto Uchiha Shursue's body. At this critical moment, Uchiha Shursue displayed his astonishing body flicker technique. His upright figure disappeared like a ghost, leaving only the chains weakly swaying in the air, producing a crisp metallic clashing sound. Chapter 51. Reinforcements arrive. Uchiha Bito was taken aback for a moment upon witnessing this scene. His eyes were wide open like brass bells. He couldn't accept reality. Uchiha Shursue was able to break free from the chains that bound him so easily. The opponent appeared above him with astonishing speed, like a ghost. It made him involuntarily think of the legendary fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had once repelled him. In Uchiha Shursue's hands, for blades resembled four shooting stars, slicing through the air. His eyes were filled with determination and resolve, as if he was pouring all his anger and strength into this one strike. Traitor Bito, all your crimes will be punished today, Uchiha Shursue shouted coldly. In an instant, the blade in his hand pierced through Uchiha Bito's torso. This sudden attack caught Uchiha Bito off guard. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face showing an expression of incredulity. The moment the blade pierced through the body, he felt excruciating pain. He struggled desperately to resist. But the power of Uchiha Shursue was as indomitable as a towering mountain. He could only watch helplessly as his body was firmly pinned to the ground under the pressure of the blade. The surrounding dust was stirred up by this strike, quickly creating a scene of dust flying everywhere. On Uchiha Bito's face, a look of pain and unwillingness emerged. He struggled to speak, but the intense pain prevented him from making a sound. At that moment, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Only Uchiha Shursue's cold voice echoed in the air. Traitor, accept your punishment. Just then, Uchiha Bito's body vanished without a trace. In an instant, he appeared like a ghost several meters away. His body was intact as before, and all the wounds he previously had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. He had a face full of anger, his jaw trembling slightly with rage as he viciously roared. Damn Ji Shui! His newly replaced left eye had unexpectedly malfunctioned again, as if it had turned into a useless ornament. Uchiha Bito was filled with lingering fear, with beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolling down his forehead. He glared with anger and shouted through gritted teeth, "Damn the water stop!" His newly replaced left eye has malfunctioned again. He felt lingering fear, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. If he hadn't timely switched to a new Sharingan, he would have likely lost his precious kaleidoscope Sharingan. If it had come to that, being blind in both eyes would only lead to a dead end. Therefore, Uchiha Bito cursed angrily, and suddenly a swirl appeared in his right eye. He flashed his figure. He burrowed into the divine space like a loach. Uchiha Shursue, however, did not let his guard down, as he concentrated fully on surveying his surroundings. His eyes were filled with vigilance. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku landed lightly on the roof, kicking up a cloud of dust as he touched down. He furrowed his brow, his expression serious as he muttered to himself, "Did the traitor Bito escape? Or is he hiding and waiting for the right moment? Uncle Fugaku, my chakra sensing ability is really quite average," Uchiha Shursue said with a serious face. "We still can't let our guard down. Staying vigilant is the best strategy. The reinforcements should be arriving soon. Let's hold on a little longer." His gaze was firm and sharp, closely observing the surroundings. His hands instinctively clenched, revealing his inner tension and alertness. At this moment, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. As if even the air had solidified, the surroundings were eerily quiet, as silent as death. Only the gentle breeze brushed past, bringing with it a barely audible whisper. Uchiha Fugaku frowned slightly, his expression extremely serious. He nodded slowly, his eyes revealing a trace of undeniable fatigue, but more so, an unwavering determination. In just a few minutes, the atmosphere suddenly grew increasingly tense. The reinforcements finally made their shocking entrance. The first to arrive was Uchiha Blackclaw, his gaze as cold and sharp as a winter star, seemingly able to penetrate everything. He exudes a powerful aura that is both thrilling and intimidating. He is like a fierce giant beast ready to pounce on his prey, poised and waiting, just waiting for the right moment to strike. The next person to arrive is Uchiha Shukuin. His expression was as indifferent as a glacier that had not melted for thousands of years, radiating a chilling aura, cold and ruthless. The last to appear was Uchiha Obito. His face carries a hint of a confident smile. His steps are steady and powerful, as if everything in this world is under his control. These three are the Uchiha warriors who rose to prominence later. Each one is a top-tier powerhouse. They have all activated the In retreat chakra mode. Observing their expressions, they are extremely cold and eerie, making one shiver in fear. They are all trusted confidants of His Majesty the Emperor, and their strength surpasses that of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Heiclaw's gaze is sharp as lightning, resembling that of Falcon. He said in a powerful voice, "Haha, I'm here. That bastard traitor has nowhere to escape." Uchiha Sukuin coldly surveyed the surroundings with an expressionless face. He remained silent, but an imposing aura emanated from him naturally. Uchiha Obito's lips curled slightly, revealing a self-satisfied smile. He said softly, "With me here, everything is under my control." Uchiha Fugaku's eyes suddenly brightened. He stepped forward and clasped his fists towards Uchiha Heiclaw and the others. With a hint of excitement in his voice, he said, "We're deeply grateful for your support." Uchiha Shursui also nodded slightly. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes as he said loudly, "With all of you here, we're like a tiger with wings." Uchiha Kurosawa laughed heartily. He patted his chest and said, "Everyone is serving His Majesty the Emperor, so there's no need to be so polite." Uchiha Shukuin remained as indifferent as ice. He said lightly, "Eliminate the enemy as soon as possible. Do not delay." His tone was concise and firm, revealing an undeniable determination. Uchiha Shinkai smiled and said, "We will do our utmost and will never disappoint Your Majesty's expectations." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, "Then I will leave it to you all." Among these three, Uchiha Shukuin was particularly skilled in chakra perception. He looked around, and the chakra fluctuations were released with a roar. He showed a thoughtful expression and said in a deep voice, "I haven't sensed the presence of any other people. The traitor Obito must have already escaped." Just then, a voice seemed to drift in from the depths of the underworld. It was Uchiha Obito's distinct voice, oddly resonating in the air. In this silent and oppressive atmosphere, it felt particularly jarring. His tone was laced with a strong hint of mockery, just like that cunning fox, and there was an unabashed disdain. It seemed as if everyone else was nothing more than ants in his eyes. He said, "Who says I ran away?" Chapter 52 Jiraiya is experiencing the path of the second man. A few dozen meters away from them stood a solitary tree. It seemed to exist independently from the world, exuding a sense of desolation and solitude. Suddenly, it was as if a strange and eerie black smoke drifted in. Uchiha Obito's ghostly figure appeared next to that tree without any warning. Beneath the cover of that cold mask, his expression was utterly audacious. That arrogant and overbearing aura spread wantonly like a tide. The corner of his mouth held an extremely arrogant smile, as if the fangs of a demon were recklessly pulling at it. He seemed to want to tear the entire world apart. Unfortunately, the mask obscured most of his face, preventing the crowd from seeing his grim expression. The exposed Sharingan flickered with a strange and elusive light, as if the secrets hidden in the endless abyss were both mysterious and dangerous. "Oof." Uchiha Obito let out a cold snort, filled with disdain and contempt. "You ignorant ants really think you could do anything to me? Let me tell you, I've already perfectly achieved my goal." With his arms crossed over his chest, he struck a pose of arrogance. It was as if he were declaring himself the one and only ruler of this world. Uchiha Obito seemed to be shouting at the top of his lungs. He shouted loudly, "I have no intention of entangling with you any longer. Let this farce come to an end." As he said this, Uchiha Obito slightly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone with immense disdain, as if looking at a group of worthless ants. Then, his figure swayed slightly. He just disappeared from the spot. He appeared to be casual, but in reality, he found an extremely far-fetched excuse. Uchiha Obito's demeanor seemed carefree, but upon closer inspection, it clearly revealed a hint of anxiety. He hurriedly fled in a panic, looking defeated. The crowd present stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows tightly, his face filled with astonishment, and his mouth slightly agape. He said incredulously, "I thought a fight was about to break out, and he just ran away?" Beside him, Uchiha Ji also gaped, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. The few people present looked at each other, their faces full of astonishment and bewilderment, completely unable to believe what had just happened. Soon, everyone's gaze slowly shifted, looking around the palace. At this moment, it was all green. The dense forest created by would release ninjutsu had taken over the entire palace. The enormous tree trunks were as thick as a giant's limbs, with lush branches and leaves intertwined, seemingly telling everyone how intense the recent battle had been. Someone couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. His brows were tightly furrowed. Uchiha Fugaku said, "Sigh, given this situation, the palace will probably never be usable again." The others all nodded solemnly in agreement. Their expressions were filled with helplessness and worry. Uchiha Shursui softly agreed. "Yes, it seems we must rebuild a new palace." In this somewhat dilapidated and chaotic scene, everyone was shrouded in deep sorrow. After a while, Uchiha Fugaku directed the city guards to handle the various complicated affairs in the city. As for himself, he once again mobilized the chakra within him and miraculously conjured a majestic steed. He mounted the BMW without hesitation. The city was still in chaos, and you must handle it well. Check if there are any survivors, Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly, while vigorously waving his right hand. With a shake of the reins in his hand, the sound of hooves echoed. Uchiha Fugaku charged towards the refuge outside the city like a whirlwind. When he arrived at his destination, his gaze was like lightning, quickly scanning the crowd. Uchiha Fugaku soon found the Imperial Feather Forest Army. He immediately saw the two people, his beloved ex-wife Uchiha Mikoto and his adorable son Uchiha Sasuke. At that moment, a look of relaxation unconsciously appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face. He let out a long sigh. Uchiha Fugaku quickly realized the problem. He was no longer suited to rely on the past. After all, in his strangely brainwashed memories, he had willingly offered up his wife and child. He can only gaze from afar. He can only stand there quietly. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. He silently from a distance. Almost no one knows that in the mysterious and dark underground of the palace, there exists an enormous barrier. This barrier is like a vast underground city, exuding an ancient and eerie aura. In this chilling place, Jiraiya is actually here. He was hoisted up high by heavy chains. His body swayed unsteadily, appearing so helpless. His face was filled with pain and an indomitable spirit, and his eyes revealed a stubbornness. Around him, a group of men with fierce expressions surrounded him. They all had dark expressions, as if they were a group of evil spirits crawling out of hell. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. What he is experiencing at this moment is like the training of a second-rate man. His heart is filled with rage. "If you have the ability, let me go down. You guys, watch me kill you," Jiraiya shouted with wide-open eyes. He glared fiercely at the people around him. One of the men let out a cold laugh. He said, "Ha, Jiraiya, don't struggle anymore. Just accept your fate. You are our toy." Jiraiya struggled and shook his body. The chains made a rattling sound. Jiraiya, will never surrender. Just wait and see." He glared fiercely at those people again, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. The men around him showed twisted and evil smiles on their faces. They cackled with laughter, a sound that seemed to penetrate the soul and send chills down one's spine. Among them was a burly man. A gleam of greed sparkled in his eyes. He tightly gripped a bottle in his right hand, and suddenly, he exerted force and crushed the bottle with all his might. Bang! The sound of the bottle shattering was particularly clear in the silent space. The lubricant inside the bottle sprayed out like a fountain, splattering in the air. The man licked his lips. A disgusting smile hung at the corner of his mouth. He stared intently at Jiraiya, who was hanging in front of him. He said with an extremely lewd tone, laughing, "Baby, I'm here." He was twisting his body while he spoke. "He seems like a disgusting worm." He approached Jiraiya step by step, the desire in his eyes growing stronger. Jiraiya's expression turned extremely ugly once again. He glared at the man angrily. He looked like he was about to burst into flames, and he roared, "You disgusting guy. Stay away from me." His body is struggling constantly. He tried to break free from the chains that bound him. Chapter 53. The chaos of the kingdom of Chuan and the kingdom of Chao. The kingdom of Chuan had already become a battlefield. Tian stood there like a cold and ruthless god of war. He looked like he was draped in a black trench coat, fluttering in the wind. His posture was tall and resolute. At this moment, he activated the release Chakra mode. He radiated an extremely sinister aura, as if he were a demon emerging from the depths of darkness. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his icy gaze. Then, he casually waved the sword in his hand. The sword was as swift as lightning. With a thud, he accurately pierced a warrior from the kingdom of Chuan. The warrior's eyes widened in shock and pain. Tian remained expressionless. He has an expressionless face like a sculpture. He stood there quietly, his cold gaze fixed on everything before him. Then he slowly performed the technique, injecting release Chakra like a fine stream into the wound inflicted by the sword. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of bizarre and eerie curse seal runes rapidly appeared on the warrior's body. Indeed, this was the unique curse seal that belonged exclusively to him, Tian. I have been using and researching curse seals for a long time. It truly never fails. Tian let out a cold snort, his voice deep and filled with intimidation, as if thunder were exploding in his ears. Just as he said, he had begun employing this technique long ago. As time flowed slowly, his skill in using this technique became increasingly proficient. The variations became as abundant as mushrooms after rain. Various astonishing forms continuously emerged from his hands, endlessly. Do you think you can stop me? The corners of Tian's mouth slightly curled up, sketching a disdainful smile. That smile was full of mockery and contempt. Meanwhile, he retracted the sword and gently flicked it, shaking off the bloodstains like snowflakes. The motion was incredibly graceful, yet ruthlessly indifferent, as if he cared nothing for the world around him. His black cloak, formed by the Dun Chakra, flapped in the wind, making a rustling sound. It seemed to proudly declare to the world his invincibility. Experience the seal I have newly researched. You will all become my puppets. Tian laughed wildly. His laughter was reckless and unrestrained, as if it wanted to break through the clouds and echo over the land of rivers. Those around him couldn't help but feel a chill, shivering in fear. Other warriors from the land of rivers showed expressions of terror as they looked at the warrior tormented painfully by the seal. In their eyes, there was a deep sense of awe. At this moment, the country of Chuan seemed to be shrouded in a thick, unshakable darkness, heavy and oppressive, evoking feelings of despair. I warn you. Tian's voice rang out like thunder. His expression was stern, and his eyes revealed a strong sense of intimidation. At that moment, he waved his hand again and easily placed a curse mark on another warrior. The army he brought surged like a tide. On the battlefield, they charged wildly, and the warriors and ninjas of the land of rivers were defeated one after another. They are powerless against this powerful offensive, which is unrelenting. They were captured alive and then roughly tied up. Tian stood there, gazing at the majestic capital of the kingdom of Chuan in the distance. He took a deep breath, then channeled his chakra, amplifying his voice like rolling thunder. Surrender immediately. Otherwise, I will place a curse mark on all of you. He shouted loudly, his face full of arrogance and dominance. I'll leave you a way out. It's not too late to surrender now, but time is running out. As he spoke, he raised his right hand high with a sword. The sword glimmered with a chilling light in the afterglow of the setting sun, as if foretelling the impending brutality. It was getting late. The sky was gradually darkening, as if it were being soaked in ink. Orochimaru and the other two had already stepped into the land of grass. They marched with firm and steady steps, heading straight towards the positions occupied by the grass ninja and the samurai. The momentum seemed like the prelude to an impending storm. Soon, battle was on the verge of breaking out. A cold glint flashed in Orochimaru's icy eyes. Without hesitation, he unleashed his signature wind release. Great breakthrough. Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals with both hands, then opened his mouth wide. A powerful gust of wind roared out from his mouth. This airflow was like a raging tornado, sweeping forward with unparalleled force. Everything in its path was thrown into chaos, with sand and stones flying everywhere as the ferocious wind battered the surroundings into disarray. Many hastily constructed temporary houses were struck by this powerful force, collapsing like fragile playing cards. In an instant, they were mercilessly blown away, rolling through the air before ultimately disappearing. Amidst the chaos, Sarutobi Asuma's expression turned serious. He slightly opened his mouth, and suddenly expelled a cloud of gray dust. This dust was not ordinary. It seemed to possess its own life and power. It quickly spread through the air, ultimately forming a hazy area of smoke and dust. This smoke carried a strange texture, as if it contained some mysterious energy, and had a certain stickiness and a lingering burning sensation. It could disrupt and harm any enemies that came into contact with it, hindering their movements and trapping them in a predicament. The surviving ninjas and samurais fell into chaos. But the attack was not over. Sarutobi Asuma unleashed his signature ninjutsu once again. He took a deep breath and then violently expelled a ball of scorching hot ash forward. The ash flew like a burning fireball, bringing with it a terrifying high temperature. Wherever the ash went, the enemies felt the unbearable heat damage. After a while, a fierce glint flashed in Sarutobi Asuma's eyes. He gritted his teeth tightly. Accompanied by a loud bang, the cloud of ash instantly erupted into a massive explosion. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Haha, let me have some fun with you again. Orochimaru's sinister voice echoed. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing a chilling and eerie smile. Orochimaru's originally elongated eyes were now squinted into slits, exuding endless strangeness. He suddenly opened his seemingly insatiable mouth, as if unleashing a terrifying floodgate. Puff! Countless snakes surged out of his mouth like a tidal wave. The snakes twisted their long, slippery bodies, crazily attacking the already chaotic battlefield at an astonishing speed. The sky seemed to darken even more due to this sudden horrific scene. A nauseating metallic smell filled the air. Grass and the warriors faced the overwhelming swarm of snakes. Their faces were filled with expressions of utter terror. Their eyes widened in despair and fear. The sounds of anguish rose and fell, coming from their mouths. They struggled desperately under the attack of the snake swarm, but it was futile, as if they were trapped in an inescapable nightmare. Orochimaru stood by, enjoying it all. His twisted face was full of pride and arrogance. Chapter 54. The Shao organization is actively on a mission in the land of birds to the west of the land of rain. The night fell like a huge black curtain, shrouding this land. Under the dim moonlight, two figures dressed in red clouds and black robes were moving. They are Kakuzu and Haiden. Before this, Pain had solemnly assigned this task to them. It turned out that the Land of Bears had hired the Akatsuki organization, requesting them to unleash their destructive methods within the Land of Birds. Kakuzu had a blank expression, as if nothing in the world could move him. He walked ahead, his steps steady and firm. His red cloud-black robe fluttered slightly in the night breeze, as if telling of his unruly and cold nature. The scorpion quietly hid within the massive scarlet flow of the robe. He crawled slowly at the back. The shell of the crimson flow scorpion rubbed against the ground, producing faint yet somewhat irritating scratching sounds. Hey, Scorpion! Kaidi suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around. The furrowed brow was like two centipedes intertwined. He said impatiently, "Can't you just stand up and walk? Look at your slow pace. It really drives me crazy." His eyes revealed a hint of disdain and dissatisfaction without any concealment. As he spoke, his mouth opened and closed. The muscles on his face trembled slightly due to the fluctuations of his emotions, as if he were trying hard to suppress the anger within. However, the scorpion in the scarlet flow puppet seemed to be oblivious to Jiao Du's words. He continued to crawl at a leisurely pace, as if he hadn't heard the reprimand from Jiao Du at all. Suddenly, without any warning, he launched an attack. The scarlet flow tiger resembled a wild beast that had been thoroughly provoked. In an instant, it erupted with a terrifying momentum. It flicked its tail, which glimmered with a chilling metallic sheen at a jaw-dropping speed. The metal tail was like a lethal whip. As it sliced through the air, it produced a sharp, piercing whistle. Like a bolt of lightning, it struck towards Jiao Du with an unstoppable force. Jiao Du, who was walking ahead, noticed this. His face instantly darkened, like a sky densely covered with dark clouds. His reaction was as quick as lightning. He pushed off the ground with his feet swiftly and powerfully. The whole person leaped up like an agile bird, narrowly avoiding the extremely fierce attack in a thrilling manner. His figure in the air appeared so light. His feet were slightly curled up, and a look of extreme seriousness appeared on his face. "Scorpion, what are you doing? Have you gone crazy?" After landing, his brows were tightly furrowed together. He shouted angrily, "Isn't it just that you walk slowly? I'm not waiting for you anymore." Meanwhile, in the land of grass, a haze of smoke filled the air, and the hot dust swirled everywhere. Sarutobi Asuma stood there. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He suddenly clenched his teeth and lit the fire. With a loud boom, smoke and dust were once again blown up, obscuring the sky as if doomsday had arrived. Everyone in the position instantly turned into minced meat in the violent explosion. At this moment, Asuma was lost in thought. I wonder how you are doing now. Are you happy being with the master? His face is full of longing and concern. He slightly furrowed his brows, and a complex light flickered in his eyes. On the other side, Orochimaru summoned a huge yellow snake. The snake opened its massive mouth and greedily swallowed the half-formed corpses in the battlefield. Orochimaru's narrow eyes glanced at Asuma. He said coldly, "Hey, Asuma, don't get distracted. If someone takes the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, you're done for." As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru quickly took out a soldier pill. With his bony index finger, he gently flicked it. The soldier pill shot towards Naruto Uzumaki's mouth like a speeding bullet. Seeing this, Naruto didn't hesitate and opened his mouth wide, swallowing the soldier pill directly. He looks like a well-behaved dog. He smacked his lips and asked with a face full of anticipation, "Uncle Orochimaru, is there any food left?" His eyes are sparkling. There was a hint of ingratiating expression on his face. He also stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, as if he hadn't eaten enough. Orochimaru's shadowy eyes were fixed intently on Naruto Uzumaki. He couldn't help but think of Minato Namikaze. After all, he had once been his competitor. Although he wasn't particularly attached to the position of Hokage, he still felt a bit frustrated about having failed in the competition. Orochimaru slowly extended his hand. He gently patted Naruto's head, the action resembling that of petting a well-behaved dog. He slightly curled the corners of his mouth, wearing a hint of a teasing expression, and said, "Do you want to eat more?" After saying that, he quickly flicked out another military food pill. Naruto jumped up excitedly, his mouth wide open. He precisely swallowed the military grain pill. Seeing this, Orochimaru revealed a smug yet somewhat strange smile on his face. He let out a strange laugh from his throat, making a sound like kuku, kuku, kuku. He suddenly stretched out his arms and tightly hugged Naruto's head, looking just like he was playing with a pet dog. He was also twisting Naruto's head while continuously muttering, "So good, so good, so good." At that moment, the air around them seemed to warp due to Orochimaru's bizarre behavior, and the eerie atmosphere sent chills down people's spines. "Orochimaru senpai, let's go." Asuma Sarutobi shouted loudly. He walked over quickly, a hint of irritation on his face. The night was very dark, as if reflecting his mood. As he approached, Asuma Sarutobi raised his foot and kicked at Naruto Uzumaki fiercely. The force was very restrained, causing Naruto Uzumaki to stumble. He almost fell. Asuma Sarutobi gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger. He has never been a teacher. His personality is not like that in the comics. Sarutobi Asuma vented all his unpleasant emotions on the innocent child Uzumaki Naruto. He glared fiercely at Naruto Uzumaki and shouted, "Be honest with me." Then he turned his head to look at Orochimaru. He put on a respectful expression again and said, "Orochimaru senpai, let's hurry and leave." Orochimaru slightly squinted his eyes. He watched everything with a barely noticeable cold smile at the corners of his mouth. Orochimaru said slowly, "Asuma, being so impatient is not good. You interrupted my dog play." His voice was eerie, as if it came from hell. Asuma Sarutobi quickly lowered his head. He said somewhat anxiously, "I'm sorry, Orochimaru senpai. I just feel like we're wasting too much time here." Orochimaru snorted lightly and said, "Humph, young people just can't be patient." He glanced at Naruto Uzumaki again. That gaze was difficult to decipher, and he said, "Let's go. Don't delay any longer." After saying this, Orochimaru lifted his foot and stepped forward. Asuma Sarutobi quickly followed, but he occasionally turned back, glaring at Naruto Uzumaki, who was still in a daze. Chapter 55. Tian versus the leader of the River Hidden Village the next day. As dawn broke, the sunlight poured down like golden threads on the daimyo's mansion in the capital of the Land of Rivers. This majestic building, under the illumination of the sun, seemed to be draped in a layer of golden splendor. Sunlight filtered through the tall eaves, casting mottled reflections on the blue stone floor, adding a touch of mystery and majesty. Tian stood tall like a pine tree, proudly positioned in the center of the mansion square. He wore a smug smile on his face, and his eyes sparkled with the light of a victor. He stared down at the leader of Chuan-in village and the distraught daimyo, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Didn't expect this, did you? When the clam and the snipe fight, it's the fisherman who benefits." Tian mocked, his voice cold and clear. The daimyo's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with incredulity. He glared at Tian angrily, constantly cursing with harsh words. You damn bastard. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. His voice trembled with anger, as if he wanted to unleash all his fury. Meanwhile, the leader of Chuan-in village, whose face was usually calm, now looked as dark as the clouds before a storm. His teeth clicked together, as if to condense all his anger into that single moment. The fierce light in his eyes was like a sharp blade, piercing towards Lu Tian as if it wanted to swallow him alive. Suddenly, he quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Each movement was as swift as a tempest, dazzling to behold. In an instant, he unleashed the earth escape technique, earth flowing river. The ground beneath Lu Tian suddenly trembled violently, as if being torn apart by an invisible force. The next moment, the ground transformed into a mass of soft soil, surging forward like a raging flood, kicking up layers of mud waves in an attempt to forcibly wash Lu Tian away. The leader of Chuan-in village seized the opportunity with one strike. Showing no signs of hesitation, his hands swiftly moved again. He unleashed the water release, exploding water colliding wave. The leader of the river-hidden village spewed out a massive torrent of water. The pressure was so strong, it was as if a dam had burst, unstoppable. The water blended with the soil, quickly forming huge mudslides. These mudslides were mixed with many stones, roaring like a giant dragon, creating a deafening roar as they wildly rushed toward Lu Tian. In the face of the surging mudslides, Lu Tian appeared unusually calm. He forced himself to stand still, his feet seemingly deeply rooted in the soft soil, as if he had merged with the earth. He snorted coldly. The corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful arc, as if mocking the impending attack. Just as the mudslide was forming and about to strike Lu Tian, he suddenly activated the In Release Chakra mode. A powerful In Release Chakra surged out from his body, seemingly enveloping the entire sky in an instant. Lu Tian appeared to have donned a black battle suit in that moment. The battle suit shimmered with a mysterious light, as if it came from the devil's armor of the Nine Nether. Lu Tian abruptly spread out the four wings behind him. The wings were enormous and jet black, exuding a fierce aura. He pushed hard, and his whole body soared into the air like a released arrow, flying toward the sky. Effortlessly, he easily dodged the subsequent fierce mudslide, as if dancing with the power of nature. At that moment, Lu Tian resembled a black eagle soaring through the storm. He looked down at everything below with a sense of superiority, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. He seemed like a ruler who controlled everything, effortlessly handling any difficulties he faced. The leader of Chuan-in village and the others could only lift their heads. They looked up at Lu Tian's soaring figure, filled with shock and fear. Since you are so ungrateful, let me send you on your way to where you should go. A cold light flickered in Lu Tian's eyes. A spherical object, like a black hole, instantly formed in the palm of his hand, as if it were a vortex devouring everything. He suddenly swung his hand and threw the black ball out. The black ball rapidly expanded in midair, releasing a terrifying suction as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. Instantly, everything in Daming Prefecture was drawn by this force, all sucked into Lu Tian's paradise. The entire area appeared to be torn apart, ultimately forming a massive deep pit, like a wound in the earth, hideous and terrifying. Yet amidst this chaos, a figure flickered and quickly burrowed underground. He tried to escape this terrifying place through the underground river. The leader of Chuan-in village? As the leader, how can you be so irresponsible, only thinking about saving yourself? Why don't you fight with me? Lu Tian sneered coldly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. The chakra in his hand instantly condensed into a black spear, the tip flashing with a sharp light, as if he were using a fork to catch fish. He suddenly threw the spear, and it shot towards the ground like an arrow released from a bow. The spear extended and elongated in the air, as if it aimed to penetrate the entire earth. It accurately pierced the leader of Chuan-in village beneath the ground. Was the battle over? Had His Majesty captured the leader of Chuan-in village? Just when everyone thought the leader had been impaled by the spear, a new change occurred. A violent tremor came from underground. A massive figure broke through the earth. It was the leader of Chuan-in village, who had now transformed into a giant made of mud and stones. The thick dirt and rocks looked fierce and terrifying. He swung his massive arms and lunged towards Lu Tian. Those arms seemed capable of tearing everything apart, carrying endless might and power. Lu Tian's expression grew somewhat serious. He knows that the leader of Chuan-in village is not a weakling. Do you want to kill me? Then let's see if you have the capability. Lu Tian's eyes shimmered with a fierce light, as if he wanted to swallow the entire world. He took a sharp breath. His figure instantly transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, disappearing before everyone's eyes. The air was filled with a tense and murderous atmosphere. Tian appeared behind the leader of Chuan-in village like a ghost. He has a strong physique, and his movements are bold and powerful, filled with strength and dominance. Tian's hands are tightly clenched in fists, muscles taut and veins bulging. He swung a powerful punch towards the enormous head, and where his fist passed, the air seemed to be torn apart. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, it felt as if the very heavens and earth were trembling. The massive body of the leader of Chuan Hidden Village swayed slightly under this punch, clearly enduring tremendous impact. The entire capital of Chuan country shook under the force of this power, as if it could not withstand such terrifying strength. Houses trembled, the ground cracked, and people screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. The leader of Chuan Hidden Village let out a roar that resonated like thunder, shaking the hearts of all. His massive body suddenly turned around. Facing Tian, the enormous eyes glowed with anger like burning flames. The fire blazed fiercely, as if to incinerate everything. The leader of Chuan-in village swung his gigantic arm, as if carrying endless might and power, launching another fierce attack on Tian. Debris from the mudslide flew through the air, quickly forming terrifying storms that swept across the entire capital of Chuan Kingdom. However, at that moment, something shocking happened. Chapter 56. Post-war assessment of gains and follow-up. The seemingly indestructible mudslide giant now resembled an ancient stone tablet eroded by the passage of time. He had numerous cracks appearing on his body. Those fissures spread out like a spider web, breaking his body into fragments. Seeing this, Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He moved his body and instantly flashed in front of the leader of Chuan-in village. He clenched his fist tightly, gathered all his strength, and suddenly threw a punch at the already shattered mudslide giant. Bang! With a loud noise, it seemed as if the heavens and the earth trembled. Under this terrifying power, the mudslide giant completely collapsed, quickly turning into a pile of rubble and dirt scattered on the ground. Tian grabbed the neck of the leader of Chuan-in village, lifting him up high. His gaze was sharp as a knife, and a hint of playful amusement curled at the corners of his mouth. He said coldly, "You don't want to die, do you? Then I'll give you a chance. Do you want to seize it? If so, make sure to seize it well." The leader of Chuan-in village was intimidated by Tian's terrifying aura. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes. He asked with a trembling voice, "What do you want? What do you want to do?" Tian's smile grew more pronounced, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He said, "Have you gotten married at your age? Let me see your wife. Do you have a daughter? Do you have a niece? There must be young women in your family, right?" The leader of Chuan-in village was so embarrassed by the questions that he stammered, I don't have any of those things you mentioned." After hearing this, Tian's eyes flashed with deep disappointment and disdain. He seemed to be extremely disappointed in the leader of Chuan-in village before him. Under his tightly furrowed brows, those sharp eyes flickered with a cold light, as if they could see through people's hearts. Alas, what a pity! Such a pity! Tian sighed softly, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, and said, "I originally thought I could find some interesting playthings from you." He coldly stared at the leader of Chuan-in village. His voice was as cold as the winter wind. He said, "I didn't expect you to be so useless. Then keeping you around is of no use to me." Tian no longer hesitated. He silently recited in his heart, "System, retrieve the people in the cave paradise and the items in my hands." Those people in the cave paradise seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. They vanished in an instant, leaving only an emptiness, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Tian gained a large amount of system points. He smiled contentedly, gently clapping his hands, as if applauding his own decision. The cheers of the soldiers rose and fell. They all cast admiring glances at Tian. Tian turned around. Facing the cheering soldiers of the Great Han Empire, his face was filled with the joy of victory. Tian took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Warriors, we have won. The kingdom of Chuan has been destroyed." Uchiha Kanya, with his middle part hairstyle, was like a swift wind breaking through the air. He approached Tian with a fierce momentum, swiftly closing the distance. Every step he takes seems to follow the rhythm of time, agile yet graceful. The sunlight shines on his resolute face, reflecting the unwavering light in his eyes. "Long live your majesty." News has come from the homeland that the traitor Obito dares to openly challenge your authority and has attacked our capital. Uchiha kneels on one knee, his hands clenched tightly. His voice was resonant and powerful, like the sound of iron striking stone. As he said, "The palace has been reduced to ruins by the wood release ninjutsu, leaving it in a state of devastation. Lu Tian slightly raised his head. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes, as if it could freeze the air around him. He calmly gazed at the iron fire, and though his voice was not loud, it revealed endless majesty and confidence. He said, "It's fine. I already knew all of this." His words revealed a calm composure, as if nothing in the world could shake his determination. Lu Tian's gaze turned to a short distance away, where a long-haired man, Uchiha Kanya, was standing. His figure cast a long shadow in the sunlight, looking particularly tall and upright. His gaze was deep and sharp, as if he could see through all the secrets of the world. "Dawa, it is time to demonstrate your abilities. I command you to set off immediately and capture all the young men of the river country and bring them to the concentration camp." Lu Tian slowly approached Dawa, his voice low and powerful. He said, "I want to completely eliminate the living forces of the land of rivers, so that they can no longer pose a threat to us." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of fervent light flashed in Uchiha Inahibi's eyes. He straightened up suddenly, bowed, and spoke in a loud and firm voice. He said, "As you command, Your Majesty. Dawa will spare no effort and will not disappoint your expectations." A few dozen minutes later, Lu Tian walked steadily into a wide camp. It was like a treasure trove, filled with countless precious items collected from the capital of the kingdom of Chuan, sparkling with enticing light. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the tent, casting colorful shadows on the dazzling treasures. Lu Tian's gaze slowly swept over the treasure, as if he could see the stories behind each item. Not far away, there was a tall man, Uchiha Kanya. He is busy directing his subordinates to sort out these spoils. When he saw Lu Tian arrive, he immediately stopped his work and walked over respectfully. A shrewd light flickered in Uchiha Kanya's eyes. He saluted Lu Tianxing and said, "Your Majesty, all the spoils of war have been collected. How should the treasures be handled?" Lu Tian nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He said, "Since everything has been collected, let's handle it according to the rules. These assets will be distributed among the whole army, and the rest will be sealed for future use." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shi's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. He quickly bowed and responded loudly, "As you command, Your Majesty, we will surely handle these spoils properly and live up to your expectations." With Uchiha Kanya's departure, the camp returned to its busy state. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Uchiha Dao's figure flashed, and he had already appeared in front of Lu Tian. There was a hint of fatigue on his face, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. He bowed to Lu Tian and spoke with pride in his voice. He said, "Your Majesty, the task has been completed. All the young men of the River Kingdom have been successfully brought to the concentration camp." Lu Tian nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He turned and walked toward the concentration camp, followed by Uchiha Kanya and a group of loyal guards. Chapter 57. Discovering Bailuhu and Gamaro. The makeshift concentration camp was bustling with noise. Tens of thousands of men from the land of rivers were imprisoned here, their faces filled with fear and anxiety. Lu Tian entered the concentration camp. His gaze swept through the crowd, a surge of indescribable emotion rising within him. These men from the land of Chuan, each one is a potential threat. To eliminate future troubles, they must all be dealt with. As Lu Tian contemplated, he tightened his fists, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, "These little days are just so annoying. Let them all turn into system points." As he issued the order to the system, a wave, imperceptible to the naked eye, spread through the crowd. The men from the country of Chuan, who were originally terrified and restless, in that instant, the entire concentration camp seemed to be shrouded in an invisible, mysterious veil, silent except for the sound of the gentle breeze brushing against the corners of their clothes. Those men from Chuan appeared to be drawn by an irresistible force. Their figures began to gradually blur, as if being slowly dissolved into the air. The system's feedback came in an instant. It was as if a bolt of lightning had split the night sky, illuminating his heart. A flood of system points surged into his account, filling him with satisfaction and joy. Lu Tian slightly curled his lips, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to absorb all this joy into his body. But he was not satisfied with the status quo. Lu Tian quickly opened the system interface and allocated all his system points to perception. In that moment, he felt as if his soul had been sublimated once again. His thoughts seemed to be racing at high speed. Lu Tian keenly detected a subtle fluctuation in the air. He quickly turned around, his gaze sharp like that of a hawk. His gaze was locked in a direction where there seemed to be some hidden, unspeakable secret. There was something resembling a Venus flytrap. Its eerie shape sent a chill down his spine. Tian immediately sensed a hint of danger. He moved his body and instantly shifted to another position. Just at the moment he shifted, he felt a strong wave of energy coming from the position he was at earlier. When he arrived, he found that the surroundings were already empty. Clearly, someone had escaped the scene. Is it Kuro and Shiro? I won't mistake that flytrap form. It must be that guy. Tian's face showed anger as he gritted his teeth. At the same time, he was very aware that the existence of these guys was always a nuisance and posed a huge threat to his plans. Tian pondered for a moment, then suddenly punched the nearby big tree. The trunk splintered instantly. A person clad in white was pulled out from the crack by him. That figure struggled to escape, but Tian firmly grabbed its neck. The person was precisely the clone of Baiju. It struggled to break free from Tian's grasp, but helplessly. The disparity in strength left it at Tian's mercy. Tian looked at it coldly and said, as expected, there are indeed things here. However, the important guy still got away. He didn't hesitate to snap the neck of the white absolute clone, completely eliminating it. Then, he had the system extract cells from the body of the white absolute clone and transform them into an essence. Tian looked at the essence in the large test tube in his hand, his eyes shining with excitement. He said, the cells of the Chakra god tree? That's quite a good material. It seems this isn't a total loss. Tian's perception ability was like a radar, constantly scanning the surrounding environment for hidden threats. As swift as lightning, his perception once again captured an unusual fluctuation coming from the other side of the forest. Tian's eyes narrowed. His figure, when he reappeared, he had already arrived at the other end of the forest, his gaze fixed on a white-haired man wrapped in bandages. The man seemed to sense Tian's arrival. He trembled slightly, but soon regained his composure. He looked up at Tian, a flash of terror crossing his eyes, but it quickly turned into madness. Tian looked at him coldly, a faint cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He said, Forbidden Technique Ninja Bairu? I didn't expect to meet you here. I'm very interested in your forbidden technique, Ghost Bud. I will gladly accept it. Upon hearing Tian's words, Bairu flashed a hint of panic in his eyes. But he quickly calmed down and shouted frantically, Humph, you want my forbidden technique? Then merge with me. Become my power. Seeing the situation was dire, Bairu quickly formed hand seals. In the next moment, several uniquely shaped ninja beasts were summoned by him. They roared as if they wanted to devour everything. Bairu's figure flickered, and he quickly merged with these ninja beasts. The fused Bairu looked like a bizarre chimera, an incomprehensible monster, his body twisted and distorted, neither human nor ghost, exuding a chilling aura of darkness. Those tentacle-like limbs waved in the air, seemingly wanting to engulf the entire forest. A dark power surged from him, like black whirlwinds sweeping toward Tian. Upon seeing this, a hint of coldness flashed in Tian's eyes, but he did not panic. His figure moved like a ghost through the darkness, easily dodging Bailu's attack. Tian let out a cold laugh, and his figure disappeared from the spot once again. When he reappeared, he was already behind Bailu. He swung his fist violently, the fist shimmering with dazzling light, as if it contained boundless power. Accompanied by a loud bang, the immense force collided fiercely with the body of Bailu. Bailu's body traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, but that powerful force had already severely injured him. His face instantly turned as pale as paper. Bailu raised his head, looking at Tian, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. He struggled to say, How can you possess such powerful strength? Tian looked at him coldly, his eyes showing no emotion. He said, In the face of absolute power, any forbidden technique is futile. Bailu, I will take your forbidden technique, Ghostbud Luo, and you will cease to exist. Tian's hands suddenly surged with a deep black energy. Like a black hole in the night sky, it swallowed all the light around it. This energy was powerful and mysterious, making Bailu involuntarily feel a sense of dread. He launched an attack with both hands. His offensive was powerful and overwhelming, as if he were about to tear apart space itself. Bailu felt the strong energy fluctuations and showed a look of fear on his face. He tried to struggle to his feet, but that force had firmly locked him in place. He could only watch helplessly as the wave of energy surged towards him, his heart filled with despair. Bailu's body was instantly struck by this force. He seems to have become a vegetative state. He fell to the ground, and the surrounding trees swayed violently as if they would fall at any moment due to the shockwave of energy. Chapter 58. Lu Tian battles Uchiha Kanya. Through the system's precise extraction, Lu Tian finally succeeded in obtaining the forbidden technique, Ghost Bud Luo. But at that moment, a strange echo resonated in his mind. Give me back my body. You, the evil being from beyond. Uchiha Kanya, will never submit to you. The voice was filled with anger and unwillingness, as if it wanted to tear Lu Tian's soul apart. Lu Tian furrowed his brows tightly and slapped his head hard, trying to dispel the eerie voice. But the voice grew increasingly clear, making it impossible for him to ignore. He took a deep breath, quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and a powerful yin-yang escape force surged from his body. A pitch-black object gradually emerged from his body. In front of him, it swiftly transformed into a complete human figure. This was a body created by Lu Tian using yin-yang escape, a perfect vessel. Lu Tian took out precious divine tree cell fluid and carefully integrated it into this new body. His hands tightly pressed against the head of the new body, fully focused on guiding the divine tree cell fluid to merge with the body. At that moment, a strong sense of dizziness surged like a tide, impacting Lu Tian's nerves. His body began to sway involuntarily, as if he would fall at any moment. But he gritted his teeth and persevered to complete the last step. At the moment Lu Tian collapsed, the new body slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes were extraordinary, as they were a pair of purple, six-pointed rinnegan. They shimmered with a mysterious and profound light, as if they could see through everything in the world. Ha ha ha! I have indeed succeeded, Lu Tian shouted excitedly. His face was beaming with undeniable excitement and pride. He said, "Immortal body, immortal eyes. Is this the bloodline limit? Amazing." Just as he was immersed in the joy of success, an unexpected situation occurred. The body of Uchiha Kanya, which was supposed to fall into silence, slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes were filled with hostility and vigilance, as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. Uchiha Kanya struggled to sit up. His gaze was firmly locked on Lu Tian's new body. His face was pale and hideous, as if he were enduring immense pain and torment. But his gaze was firm and persistent, filled with hatred and hostility towards Lu Tian. You outer world evil spirit. Uchiha Kanya struggled to speak, his voice hoarse and trembling, saying, "I have reclaimed my body. You shall pay for this." In the face of this sudden situation, Lu Tian did not show the slightest hint of panic. On the contrary, a glimmer of calmness and confidence shone in his eyes. He took a deep breath and instantly entered the Sage of Six Paths mode. His entire demeanor underwent a tremendous transformation. At this moment, Lu Tian was dressed in a black tight-fitting robe, as if he had merged with the darkness. 9 Tao-seeking orbs slowly rotated behind him, seemingly containing endless mysteries and power. Uchiha Kanya, do you think you can escape from my grasp? Did you think I would be unprepared for you? Lu Tian said coldly, his voice revealing an undeniable authority. The 9 Tao-seeking jade behind him emitted a dazzling black light simultaneously. In an instant, they transformed into sharp, piercing rays, shooting towards Uchiha Kanya. These rays drew brilliant trajectories in the air, as if they aimed to pierce through Uchiha Kanya's body. However, Uchiha Kanya was not an ordinary person. He flashed and disappeared from his original position. The piercing lights instantly missed their target, exploding in the air with a deafening sound. In the next moment, Uchiha Kanya had already appeared behind Lu Tian. He gathered Chakra in both hands, preparing to launch a deadly attack. But Lu Tian seemed to have anticipated it all along. He flickered and disappeared from his original spot. He appeared behind Uchiha Kanya, his hands clenched into fists, and suddenly struck out. With a loud bang, Lu Tian's fist collided violently with Uchiha Kanya's body. A powerful shockwave erupted at that moment, causing the surrounding air to buzz. Uchiha Kanya was sent flying backward by this punch. He fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to stand up, but found that his body seemed to be bound by an invisible force. It was the seeking Tao Jade, which had transformed into shackles on Uchiha Kanya. Lu Tian slowly walked in front of Uchiha Kanya, looking down at him with disdain and mockery in his eyes. Lu Tian said, "Do you think my lousy tricks work on me? In the end, you are just a little kid. Your understanding of my chakra martial arts is too shallow. Little kid? How dare you refer to the people of our land in such a way?" Anger flickered in Uchiha Kanya's eyes. He struggled to stand up, his voice filled with determination, and said, "You are indeed an evil otherworldly demon. You have never truly respected this land and its people." Lu Tian coldly smiled, unaffected by Uchiha Kanya's anger. He extended a finger, gently touching the air with the tip, as if gathering some mysterious power. Suddenly, he struck sharply. The tip of his finger precisely landed on Uchiha Kanya's forehead. A powerful chakra surged into Uchiha Kanya's body in an instant, binding him tightly. Under the influence of this force, Uchiha Kanya's body seemed to lose all vitality. He became extremely rigid. Just as Uchiha Kanya was about to completely lose his power to resist, his body suddenly underwent an astonishing transformation. Mangeki Sharingan, Susanoo. The entire forest was instantly obliterated by the terrifying power of Susanoo, replaced by the figure of a giant over 200 meters tall. This giant was clad in heavy armor and wielded a massive sword, both majestic and fearsome. Uchiha Kanya appeared at the center of Susanoo's forehead, his eyes shining with a determined light. Facing his former self, facing such a powerful opponent, Tian gasped in cold breath, and his body rapidly expanded. The power of the Dharma realm surged wildly within him, and in an instant, his body transformed into a giant over 900 meters tall. Tian extended his enormous hand and firmly grasped Uchiha Kanya's Susanoo. He pressed down hard with both hands, constantly crushing this tiny giant. Each press was accompanied by a deafening roar and intense vibrations, as if even the heavens and the earth were trembling in response. He shouted in fury. "You damned creature that disturbs my mind." His voice thundered across the sky. He intensified his efforts, continuing to crush Susanoo with both hands. Under the terrifying power of Luciana, cracks began to appear in Susanoo's armor. Despite Uchiha Kanya's desperate attempts to resist, he felt so small and helpless in the face of this power. He struggled to hold on for a few seconds. Susanoo shattered under Luciana's unstoppable force, quickly turning into countless fragments that dispersed into the air. Uchiha Kanya's body fell from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground. He struggled to stand up, but his body had already suffered serious injuries and was unable to move. After subduing Uchiha Kanya, Tian's figure quickly shrank, and he returned to his original appearance. He slowly bent down, his hands gripping Uchiha Kanya's neck like iron pincers. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to fall into silence, with only Tian's cold and resolute voice echoing. He said, "You should have died a long time ago." Chapter 59. The Yin-Yang Escape. Clone goes to various countries. Uchiha Kanya was almost suffocated by Tian. He struggled to lift his head, looking into Tian's cold and deep eyes. The anger and unwillingness in his eyes intertwined, ultimately forming an indescribable despair. Tian continued, "If it weren't for me, you would have been killed by Uchiha Itachi long ago. I saved your life, yet you show no gratitude and want to kill me. So now, I'm going to take your life back." As he spoke, Tian tightened his grip once again. A deep bruise immediately appeared on Uchiha Kanya's neck. He felt his life slipping away rapidly, but he was powerless to resist. The air around him seemed to freeze, and only Tian's indifferent voice echoed continuously. Uchiha Kanya's face grew paler, and his eyes were filled with despair. He knew that he was probably facing death today, but deep down, he still felt a trace of unwillingness and anger. He didn't understand why he had ended up in such a situation. "System, are you still there? Retrieve him for me." Tian roared in his heart, his voice like thunder exploding in his mind. But all he received in response was a dead silence, as if the system had vanished, with no reaction whatsoever. Tian furrowed his brows, a hint of confusion and unease appearing on his face. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within, and then shouted, "System, are you still there? I need your power. Retrieve him for me." Still, there was no response. Tian realized the problem. It seemed that this system was only bound to his original body, and now that he had switched bodies, the system had lost its connection. It appeared that the system was bound to this body, but it didn't matter anymore. A trace of determination flashed in Tian's eyes. He no longer relies on the system, but is ready to take matters into his own hands. He exerted force with both hands, and Chakra was wildly gathering in his palms, eventually forming a powerful force. A visible burst of chakra light erupted, accompanied by a crisp crack. Uchiha Kanya's neck was instantly crushed under the immense chakra power of Tian. His head instantly separated from his body, rolling a distance on the ground. Blood gushed out, staining the surrounding earth red. Tian looked at the headless corpse lying on the ground, a surge of indescribable pleasure rising in his heart. He has finally found liberation. The most troublesome enemy, who has always troubled him, has finally been eliminated by his own hands today. He let out a long howl to the sky, his voice filled with ecstasy and madness. He said, "Awesome. I'm finally free. Ha 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 ha." His laughter echoed across the vast battlefield, as if to release all worries and pains together. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing bright sunshine. Lu Tianxuang suddenly clapped his hands. His figure began to split like a phantom. One after another, clones emerged from his body, a technique he took great pride in, the yin-yang shadow clone technique. These clones, like ghosts awakening from a dream, silently and swiftly ascended into the sky, soaring into the clouds. They passed through the dense clouds and finally arrived above the stratosphere. There, they scattered like dandelion seeds in the vast sky, each flying towards the direction of the various nations in the ninja world. Meanwhile, Lu Tian's true form remained in place. He looked up at the sky, a determined expression appearing on his face. He took a deep breath, as if he were trying to the power of the entire world into his body. His voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the land of rivers. Along with his roar, a powerful chakra erupted from his body, surging like a flood beast. This chakra quickly amplified his voice, spreading across the entire land of rivers. Every inch of land, every tree, and every river seemed to feel the presence of this power. Ina, Tetsu, come to me at once. Lu Tian's voice was filled with majesty and strength. With his command, a blazing black flame ignited fiercely from his body, as if to incinerate the entire world. This chakra flame intertwined and fused with natural energy, ultimately forming a unique power that brought an unprecedented shock and oppression. A few minutes later, two figures raced in like the wind and lightning. It was Uchiha Ina and Uchiha Tetsu. They stopped breathlessly. Their eyes were fixed on the tall figure of Lu Tian ahead. At this moment, Lu Tian was no longer the familiar figure they once knew. His new body is tall and slender, as if it contains endless energy. The sinister aura he exuded sent shivers down people's spines, yet it carried an indescribable sense of authority. Uchiha Ina and Uchiha Tetsu exchanged glances, both displaying a flicker of surprise and fear in their eyes. Although they had some understanding of Lu Tian's strength at this moment, Lu Tian gave them an unprecedented sense of oppression. Lu Tian turned to look at the two members of the Uchiha clan. I have broken through to a new realm. This is the level of power of the legendary sage of 6 paths. This is the true essence of power. A slight smile appeared on his face. He waved at them and said, "Come here, I will pass on my skills to you." Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Uchiha Nawo and Uchiha Tiehu both showed expressions of shock. They knew that Lu Tian had been pursuing higher power, but they didn't expect him to actually reach such a realm. The two hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to trust Lu Tian. They carefully walked up to Lu Tian, preparing to receive his transmission of skills. Lu Tian began to mobilize the chakra within his body. His hands emanated powerful energy, flowing through the air like a tangible substance. As Lu Tian moved, an immense force surged forth like a torrent, instantly enveloping Uchiha Nawo and Uchiha Tiewa. Their bodies trembled slightly under the impact of this force, as if they could collapse at any moment. Yet they continued to grit their teeth. They held hands tightly, their eyes shining with determination. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They know that this is the gift bestowed upon them by Lord Lu Tian. This power is what they have longed for, the strength they have always desired. They will not give up. They will persist until they fully absorb this power. During this transmission process, Lu Tian's expression became increasingly serious. His brows were tightly knit, as if engaging in a deep communication with some mysterious force. The surrounding air began to flow, quickly forming subtle whirlpools. These whirlpools contained endless energy, as if they wanted to devour everything. Under Lu Tian's control, this energy flowed obediently into the bodies of Uchiha Dawa and Uchiha Tiewa. When the transmission of power was complete, a powerful aura erupted from Uchiha Dawa and Uchiha Tiewa. Their bodies seemed to be completely transformed. Every cell was filled with power. Their eyes became sharp and deep, as if they could see through all illusions. Lu Tian looked at the two members of the Uchiha clan before him. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, a smile of comfort and pride. He patted the shoulders of the two and said, "Very good. You have successfully received my power. Go. Use this strength to conquer the ninja world continent. Let everyone know the power of our Uchiha clan." Uchiha Ina and Uchiha Tetsu nodded excitedly. In their eyes sparkled the light of excitement and anticipation. Chapter 60. Lu Tian destroys the ninja world countries. In the peaceful land of the Land of Grass, Lu Tian's yin-yang release clone had quietly arrived. He was in a dense forest, his gaze penetrating through layers of branches and leaves. looking far towards the location of Orochimaru and the others. Tian slowly walked out of the woods, his steps steady and powerful. Each step seemed to tread upon the nodes of time. He came before Orochimaru, his eyes revealing an undeniable authority. "Little snake, your infiltration mission ends here." Tian's lips curled into a cold smile, his voice deep and icy as he said, "I am now going to fully initiate the fourth great ninja war." A flicker of fear flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He seemed to have never seen Tian so cold and ruthless. He seemed to have encountered a volcano about to erupt, containing the power to destroy everything. "Yes, master." Orochimaru bowed his head and replied respectfully. He knew that he could not resist Tian's will and could only obediently follow his orders. As Tian said, he was going to fully initiate the fourth great ninja war. At this moment, the first country he aimed to destroy was the Land of Grass. He, along with Orochimaru and the other two, set off towards the capital city. In that bustling capital, the streets were filled with the sounds of people. But beneath this calm facade lay a storm that was about to erupt. Tian quietly led the three of them to the core area of the capital. His gaze swept over the surrounding buildings and crowd, and he already had a plan in mind. He turned around to face Orochimaru and the others, saying, "The Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, is quite obedient. I can spare his life, but he must be of use to me." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru and the others were all taken aback. A hint of a playful smile appeared on Tian's face, as if he were enjoying the drama that was about to unfold. He slowly raised his hand. A powerful force began to gather in his palm. "Let's start this game," Tian said softly, his voice full of confidence and arrogance. He dashed towards Naruto Uzumaki like a bolt of lightning. His fist, carrying the force of thunder, struck Naruto's abdomen fiercely. This blow was like a heavy hammer hitting the ground. Naruto Uzumaki felt an unprecedented impact, and his body involuntarily flew backward. A powerful chakra energy erupted from Naruto's mouth. It was the power of the Nine-Tails fox sealed within him. With a heavy blow from Tian, the Nine-Tails chakra was forcibly released. It quickly condensed into a massive fox form. The Nine-Tails fox roared, its gigantic body thrashing in the capital of the Land of Grass. Its eyes glowed with a blood-red light, as if it wanted to devour everything. The people around were so scared by this scene that they scattered in panic, screaming as they fled. Its form was incredibly gigantic, its fur shimmering, and flames of anger burned in its eyes. Innocent people fled in all directions. They screamed in terror, wanting to escape this place that was about to be destroyed. But in the face of the power of the nine-tailed fox, their struggles seemed so insignificant. They were small and powerless. Tian stood high above, overlooking the chaos. A playful smile appeared on his face, as if he were savoring the impending disaster. "Little lives, all of you die. I will destroy everything." Tian's heart was filled with ecstasy and excitement. At that moment, it seemed he could already see the entire ninja world kneeling at his feet. The Nine-Tails demon fox continued to roar, its claws and tail waving in the air, each attack capable of destroying a building. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Land of Birds, another of Tian's yin-yang release clones was descending from the sky. He fell like a meteor streaking across the sky, carrying the power of destruction, and directly struck the Ming mansion. With a deafening roar, the Ming mansion was instantly smashed to pieces, debris and dust flying everywhere. The moment Tian landed, his power erupted. Under the influence of the law of the universe, he became extraordinarily colossal, resembling a deity descending from the heavens, overlooking the terrified city. There was no expression on his face. He only has indifference and determination. The knife in his hand glimmered with a cold light, as if it could cut through anything. He just waved lightly. The blade flashed, and a building was reduced to dust beneath his knife. The surrounding residents screamed in terror. They had never seen such a terrifying scene. Some people tried to escape, but in the face of this powerful force, they appeared so helpless. Tian ignored their screams and cries. In his eyes, there is only indifference and killing. He swung the knife in his hand, and each swing was accompanied by the collapse of a building. His movements were light and graceful, as if he were performing a dance of death. "Today is your doomsday." Tian coldly uttered these words, his voice echoing in the air. His voice was filled with disdain and mockery, as if the fate of this city had long been sealed. Under his blade, the capital of the Bird Kingdom quickly turned into a wasteland. The once prosperous and beautiful place was reduced to ashes, leaving only endless fear and despair. The Rain Country also changed, with the arrival of Tian's yin-yang escape clone. The dark clouds that had covered the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. Like being crushed by a fierce beast, the long-lost blue sky was revealed. The incessant rain seemed to have been retracted by a deity, stopping instantly. Lu Tian's yin-yang escape clone had not yet landed when a black hole-like sphere suddenly appeared beside him, emitting a chilling gravitational pull. That was the Rinnegan, heavenly exploding planet. The dust in the air, as if manipulated by puppets, was drawn into that black hole, beginning to condense. The rubble on the ground seemed to be pulled by invisible ropes. They rose from the ground and converged towards the black hole in midair. A massive rock sphere quickly formed, tightly trapping Lu Tian's yin-yang escape clone. It was as if countless giant beasts were roaring, trying to crush him. The figure of Pain appeared at the top of the capital of the Rain Country. He wore a red cloud black robe, and the pair of Rinnegan eyes he revealed sparkled with a cold light. Arrogant fool, let me seal you. The voice of Pain from the Akatsuki echoed in the sky above the Rain Country's capital, carrying a hint of mockery and ridicule. However, Lu Tian's yin-yang escape clone was not bound by fear. He took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and a determined light flickered in his eyes. In the next moment, he shouted, "Law manifest the heavens and the earth." As this shout rang out, Lu Tian's body began to rapidly expand, as if countless powers were surging into him. The enormous rock sphere had not fully taken shape before it was deformed by his swelling body. The rocks began to crack and produced a deafening sound of shattering. Upon seeing this, Heavenly Dao Pain's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that this sudden enemy would be so strong. They were actually able to easily break through his Earth Explosion Star. He let out a cold snort, forming hand seals with both hands, ready to unleash a more powerful attack. Chapter 61. Easily defeated Tendo Pain. Tendo Pain's hands suddenly clapped together, resembling two pieces of iron striking each other, producing a crisp echo. He seemed to be brewing some kind of apocalyptic power. As he opened his hands, they formed a triangular gesture. His Rinnegan locked onto Lu Tian through the triangular space between his hands. At that moment, the air between heaven and earth seemed to freeze. An invisible pressure emanated from Pain of the Six Paths, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The scenery around seemed to blur at that instant, as if only the figures of Pain and Lu Tian were clearly visible. Pain's gaze was cold and resolute, as if all things in the world were under his control. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth. A strong, repulsive force erupted from his hands. This was the linear attack, Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force, radiating with brilliance, was dazzling like a meteor streaking across the night sky, heading straight for Lu Tian's yin-yang duanjia clone. Boom! With a loud bang that shook the heavens and the earth, Lu Tian's yin-yang duanjia clone was struck by this immense force, sending him flying as if hit by a giant hammer. His body drew a long arc in the air, ultimately crashing hard against the mountains at the border of the Land of Rain, kicking up a cloud of dust. Quite interesting. That was a pretty strong force. Lu Tian flew out from the dust, and there were no injuries on his body. The visibly swirling chakra cloak around him became even more turbulent at that moment, as if it were a blazing fire. He curled the corners of his mouth into a confident smile and reached out a hand towards Pain of the Six Paths in the distance. Chakra quickly condensed into a massive hand. The hand shimmered with brilliant light, as if possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Lu Tian suddenly grabbed, and that chakra hand shot towards Pain of the Six Paths like a giant dragon. However, Pain of the Six Paths once again used Shinra Tensei. A strong, repulsive force erupted from him, instantly dispersing the chakra hand. Pain of the Six Paths moved. He transformed into a remnant shadow and rushed towards Lu Tian. His eyes sparkled with a cold light, as if they were going to completely swallow Lu Tian. Seeing this, Lu Tian revealed a mocking expression. During the flight, Pain from the Six Paths once again made the triangular hand sign, his eyes flashing with a cold light. This time, he increased the output of chakra, clearly preparing to launch a more intense attack. Shinra Tensei, Pain shouted in a low voice, his tone filled with authority and dominance. As he thrust his hands forward, a strong burst of light erupted instantly. It swept towards Lu Tian like a raging tornado. The light was dazzling, as if even the heavens and the earth trembled before it. Lu Tian felt this powerful force, and his expression changed slightly. He quickly gathered his chakra, trying to withstand the blow, but the repulsive force that came rushing in was too strong, instantly sending him flying. His figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, crashing into the mountains at the border of the Rain Country once again. The mountains were pierced by the impact. Huge rocks scattered and flew, dust filling the entire sky. When the dust settled, Lu Tian's figure had already appeared on the other side of the mountains. That was the border of the Wind Country. He was in the midst of ruins. Although there were no obvious injuries on his body, the immense impact had left him slightly breathless. The control range of the Vortex Nagato is actually this vast? It seems his current condition is really quite good. Lu Tian took a deep breath to steady himself, then looked up at the distant Pain of the Six Paths, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Pain of the Six Paths hovered in the air, coldly gazing at Lu Tian. His Rinnegan flickered with a profound light, as if it could see through all illusions. He once again made the triangle gesture, preparing to launch the next round of attack. Seeing this, Lu Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He knows that the current Pain of the Six Paths is much stronger than the one who invaded Konoha 10 years later. This is probably because he is not weakened yet. After all, there's more than a decade difference. The current Nagato has not yet been drained by the outer path's Getomazo. Lu Tian suddenly kicked off the ground hard. With a crack, the hard ground was instantly shattered. He shot up like a cannonball, soaring straight into the sky. His figure pierced through the sky, soaring with an unstoppable momentum over the towering, majestic mountains. The mountains were shrouded in clouds and mist, resembling a fairyland. Lu Tian quickly flew in front of Heavenly Dao Pain. There was a sharp light flickering in his eyes, and his facial expression was extremely cold. His right arm muscles bulged, instantly exuding a destructive momentum, and he suddenly threw a punch. Seeing this, Tian Dao Pain's expression darkened. A look of seriousness flashed in his eyes. He quickly unleashed Shinra Tensei, trying to withstand Lu Tian's fierce blow. Boom! With a loud crash, the powerful shockwave was too much for Pain to handle. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Tian hovered in the air, looking down below. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, carrying a hint of mocking amusement. He shouted loudly, "Nagato, you rely too much on the Rinnegan. Look at me. I've been fighting you for so long, and I haven't used the Rinnegan at all." But in the next moment, a hint of cunning flashed in Lu Tian's Rinnegan. He actually used the Rinnegan's universal pull. The powerful gravitational force instantly pulled down the Devapath Pain that was about to hit the ground. Devapath Pain looked utterly astonished. Before he could react, Lu Tian had already thrown another punch. Bang! This punch landed solidly on the body of the Tendo Pain. His body was instantly shattered into countless fragments under the impact of this powerful force. His nearly withered fragments splashed everywhere. It really is unsatisfactory. Your current state is too poor. Lu Tian's face showed a hint of unwillingness and arrogance. His eyes sparkled with a fiery light, staring directly towards the direction of Rain-Hidden Village. At this moment, Rain-Hidden Village still had a gloomy sky. Dark clouds were thick, as if covered by a suffocating veil. Lu Tian's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate everything. His eyes have a super long-range perspective ability similar to that of White Eyes. He directly saw Uzumaki Nagato in the Rain-Hidden Village. Lu Tian's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a hint of disdainful smile. He shouted loudly, "Haha! Vortex Nagato, in your current crippled state, you are enduring the prolonged absorption of the outer path golem. You can't even use your full strength to fight me. Come on, let's have a good fight." After saying this, a powerful aura surged from Lu Tian. The chakra cloak on him seemed to rustle in the wind, sprouting 3 pairs of wings. He spread his wings and flew towards the Rain-Hidden Village like a flash of lightning. Lu Tian's speed was extremely fast, leaving a long afterimage in the air. And in the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the horizon. Chapter 62. Let the Vortex Nagato recover from injury. Lu Tian arrived at the Rain-Hidden Village like a roaring gale. Wherever he passed, the sound of sonic booms echoed continuously. He had a cold expression on his face, tightly gripping a white Zetsu clone in his hand. Lu Tian, like a cannonball, suddenly crashed through the wall of the room where Uzumaki Nagato was located. The bricks instantly scattered like raindrops. A huge hole was revealed in the wall. Through the swirling dust, Lu Tian saw Uzumaki Nagato sitting on a portable toilet, with a vigilant Konin beside him, ready for action. Lu Tian was completely unconcerned. He strode over with large steps, each step seemingly carrying a heavy weight, as if the ground trembled slightly beneath him. He stopped directly in front of the vortex gate, slightly raising his head, his eyes filled with an overwhelming arrogance. The corner of his mouth was adorned with a carefree smile that carried a hint of mockery. He sneered and said, "Nagato, you're really pathetic. You've been drained of chakra by the outer path golem for so long that you look like a complete loser. but I don't want to bully the disabled. While speaking, Tian tightly gripped the white Zetsu clone in his hand as if he were squeezing a weak little ant. His eyes sparkled with a fervent light, as if he wanted to crush all the shackles of this world. Suddenly, he exerted a fierce force. The strength in his hands erupted like a volcanic explosion. The white Zetsu clone instantly became weak in the face of this power. It was as if it were dust scattered by a wild wind, quickly transforming into a mass of tiny cells. Meanwhile, Tian's chakra surged within him like a raging flood. He seemed to be enveloped in an invisible halo. A powerful aura instantly spread out. Standing next to the swirling Nagato, Showdown, whose face had been as calm as still water, suddenly lost all color, like a flower struck by frost. Seeing Tian about to take a crazy action, she hurriedly wanted to step forward to stop him. However, as soon as she took a step, it was as if an invisible giant hand had firmly grabbed her. The surging chakra pressed down on her like a 10,000-ton boulder, pinning her in place. Showdown's eyes widened, her pupils reflecting Tian's face and that terrifying power. She struggled desperately, but her body felt as if it were bound by invisible chains. Unable to move at all, her body trembled like leaves in a cold wind, unable to control itself. Her heart was filled with despair, as if she had been swept into an endless abyss by a cold torrent. Just then, she suddenly felt a warm liquid flowing down her thigh, causing her to blush. She secretly laughed bitterly in her heart. Tian is too strong. Even I'm scared of him. How embarrassing. Tian's movements were as swift as a sudden storm. With a gentle wave of his hand, it seemed as if he was controlling the fate of everything in the world. The cluster of cells traced a dazzling trajectory in the air, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, carrying with it an endless might and speed, swiftly merging into the body of Nagato Uzumaki. At that moment, Nagato's face was as dark as the clouds before a storm, heavy and oppressive. He gritted his teeth. His eyes sparkled with a cold light, as if they were going to freeze everything around them into ice. He stared at Tian, his voice as cold and piercing as eternal ice. He asked word by word, Tian, what exactly do you want to do? Why do you want to merge this group of cells into my body? Tian laughed heartily upon hearing this, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. His laughter echoed in the room, shaking the surrounding air. He crossed his arms over his chest, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips, exuding an air of extreme arrogance. He replied provocatively, I just want to have a good fight with you. What's wrong? Even you, this so-called god, are afraid? Nagato sat on his portable toilet. His eyes were filled with a fierce look. He clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, as if he wanted to concentrate all his strength in this moment. He coldly stared at Tian and said in an even colder voice, Tian, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Although the ninja realm is vast, it will never tolerate a madman like you. Upon hearing this, Tian disdainfully curled his lips, a mocking smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He sneered, then let's wait and see. The stage of a ninja world is simply too small. It can only accommodate me. If you can achieve that, I will look forward to that moment. However, before that, let's have a real competition. Uzumaki Nagato suddenly felt a warm current surging within him. It was as if the spring sunshine was bathing his entire body, making him feel incredibly comfortable. This sense of comfort was even stronger and more profound than what he experienced in Conan's body before. He was surprised to find that he could easily stand up. His legs appeared somewhat stiff due to a long period of not walking, but they were already able to support his body. He slowly left the mobile toilet that had accompanied him for many years. A long-lost smile appeared on his face. Although he was already able to stand, his legs were still not quite used to it. He felt a bit clumsy, as if he were a child who had just learned to walk. He tried to take a few steps, but quickly began to wobble due to his unstable center of gravity. At that moment, he remembered that he possessed the ability of the heavenly Tao Pain. He took a deep breath and began to harness that power. As his thoughts stirred, his body unexpectedly started to float. He hovered in the air, his feet off the ground, as if he had become a true deity. A sense of indescribable satisfaction surged within him. Nagato of the Whirlpool was filled with a strong, fighting spirit. There was a steadfast light shining in his eyes. He took a sharp breath, his voice carrying an indescribable authority and confidence. Bold and reckless Tian, he shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the room as if it could penetrate everyone's soul, saying, I told you you would regret it. Now, before he finished speaking, an astonishing power burst forth. His Rinnegan suddenly shone with dazzling light, as if two stars were exploding in the night sky. A strong repulsive force was released from his eyes. This is Shinra Tensei. Nagato's body leaned slightly forward, as if he were pouring all his strength into this one strike. His eyes were filled with determination and ruthlessness, as if he wanted to completely destroy Lu Tian. A strong repulsion quickly formed, carrying the power to annihilate everything, and directly attacked Lu Tian. Seeing this, Lu Tian's originally frivolous demeanor was reined in. He quickly activated the chakra contained in his eyes. He also wants to unleash his Shinra Tensei. His eyes sparkled with an unusual light, as if two brilliant stars were blooming in the night sky. Two powerful forces converged, like two shells colliding violently. In an instant, a strong shockwave was generated, spreading outward from the two of them. The rooftop collapsed in an instant, debris and dust flying, and the entire room seemed to be destroyed. Xiaonan, standing nearby, was shaken and swayed by the sudden shockwave. She let out a terrified scream, her body uncontrollably retreating backward, having previously been scared to the point of wetting her pants. The urine splattered everywhere under the impact of the shockwave, exposing her embarrassing situation. Xiaonan's face turned bright red in an instant, and she hurriedly covered her face with her hands, trying to hide her embarrassment. However, this was unimportant. In this devastating battle, her little mishap seemed trivial. Chapter 63. Continuously resolving Nagato's techniques. At the highest point of Amigakure, the room of Nagato was in ruins. The once sturdy roof was torn apart, the walls collapsed, leaving only the endless sky and the howling wind. We can fight. Let's leave Amigakure first. Nagato's voice thundered, echoing in the vast emptiness. He moved like a great rock spreading its wings, soaring straight into the sky. Lu Tian stood amidst the ruins, his gaze fixed intensely on the figure rising from the vortex gate. He glanced at the little girl beside him, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He said, "I like you like this, go wash up, and later I'll come find you to have some fun." After finishing his words, Lu Tian soared into the sky like a shooting star. He chased after Uzumaki Nagato. The two engaged in a thrilling battle above the hidden rain village. In the sky, the weather changed dramatically, as if lightning and thunder were present. Lu Tian and Uzumaki Nagato exchanged blows, each collision accompanied by deafening sounds. Their figures darted through the clouds, so fast that it was dazzling. A few minutes later, the tide of battle turned. Lu Tian was ruthlessly sent flying by the Shinra Tensei of Nagato, the one who controlled the vortex. His body was like an arrow breaking through the wind, crashing towards a distant small hill with an immense force. Under Lu Tian's powerful impact, the small hill instantly collapsed, as if it had been crushed by an invisible giant hand. Stones flew everywhere, and dust filled the air, shrouding the entire sky in a gray haze. Lu Tian's figure gradually emerged. He struggled to crawl out from the pile of rubble. There wasn't a single scratch or trace of blood on him, as if the astonishing blow just now had caused him no harm at all. His eyes were exceptionally bright, shimmering with a steadfast light, as if they could penetrate the swirling dust and pierce directly into the vortex of the sky. Lu Tian looked up at the sky, where the vortex was coldly gazing down at him. His figure flickered in the dust, like an insurmountable mountain, giving a strong sense of oppression. "Is this your power?" "It's nothing much." Lu Tian's voice echoed in the dust, filled with disdain and provocation. The corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile, as if he didn't take the strength of Nagato Uzumaki seriously. However, Nagato Uzumaki was not angered by Lu Tian's provocation. He remained calm. His physical condition has returned to its peak, and he is fearless. He began to form seals, each movement appearing so smooth and powerful. In the distance, a massive alien meteorite was being drawn in, hurtling towards Lu Tian at an astonishing speed. Upon seeing this, Lu Tian's expression suddenly became serious. He knew that this time he had to take it seriously. As the vortex increased the intensity of the technique, the atmosphere in the sky suddenly became tense to the extreme. The alien meteorite, drawn in, seemed to carry the power of destruction, accelerating madly towards Lu Tian with the force of thunder. I want to see just how powerful you are, meteorite. Let me test your quality." Faced with this deadly attack, Lu Tian not only showed no fear, but instead had excitement gleaming in his eyes. He took a deep breath, gathering all his strength in his right fist, and swung out fiercely. As the meteorite approached, Lu Tian suddenly thrust out his right hand, and Chakra coalesced into a gigantic fist in his hand, colliding violently with the meteorite. Boom! With a loud crash that reverberated through the heavens, it felt as if the world itself was trembling. Lu Tian's chakra-formed fist struck hard against the meteorite. The explosion sounded like thunder, and a powerful shockwave spread outwards. The meteorite shattered instantly under Lu Tian's attack, turning into countless fragments and dust, filling the sky. Those fragments quickly turned to dust in the explosion, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Ha, is that all you've got? Vortex Nagato. Lu Tian laughed heartily, his figure flickering in and out amidst the remnants of the explosion. He stared at the vortex of Nagato in the sky, his eyes filled with provocation and battle intent. Earth Explosion Star. Nagato coldly uttered these 4 words, as if declaring the end of Lu Tian. He cast the spell again, and the ground began to shake violently. In the blink of an eye, of rubble rose from the ground, countless. These fell like rain, crashing down on Lu Tian. Seeing this, Lu Tian moved his body, darting between the like a. With each punch he threw, a loud bang echoed as the massive rock shattered under his attack. But this was just the beginning. The vortex of Nagato began to form seals again, his palm pointing towards the endless outer space. In an instant, many meteors seemed to be attracted by an invisible force, flying towards the direction of the Hidden Rain village. Oof. Do you think this could defeat me? How naive. Lu Tian looked at the approaching meteor swarm, his eyes shining with excitement. He took a deep breath, concentrating all his strength into his fists. Come on, let me see the power of your meteor shower. Lu Tian roared and charged towards the endless swarm of meteors. His figure weaved through the meteor shower, each punch accompanied by a loud boom, shattering the meteors. The duel between the two reached a fever pitch, with each attack filled with destructive power. Lu Tian looked at the swirling Nagato before him, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. What other moves do you have? Go ahead and use them. I'll give you the chance. Lu Tian's words were filled with provocation, but his gaze revealed a recognition of Nagato's strength. Upon hearing this, Nagato's expression darkened immediately. He felt as if he were viewed by the other party as a toy that could be manipulated at will, which was undoubtedly a humiliation for him. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the anger within him, and formed hand seals once again. Oof. Do you think I will just let this go? I told you I am a god. Nagato coldly responded. His words were like a cold blade, cutting through the air around him. Lu Tian squinted slightly, but he couldn't stir even a trace of interest in his heart. He saw Vortex Nagato quickly forming hand seals as a powerful force brewed within him. His eyes became increasingly sharp, as if he wanted to swallow the entire world. As he finished forming the seals, a massive outer path golem slowly emerged from a cloud of smoke. He summoned the outer path golem, but it was useless. Lu Tian shook his head in disappointment, and then he suddenly made his move. With a gentle wave, an invisible force instantly sent the outer demon image flying into outer space. Useless. Are you out of tricks? Then it's my turn. Lu Tian's expression showed a hint of disappointment, but the corner of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. He suddenly made his move, clenching his palm and pulling Uzumaki Nagato towards him. Uzumaki Nagato struggled to resist, but in the face of Lu Tian's overwhelming power, all his efforts seemed so pale and powerless. Lu Tian looked at him, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. There's no helping it. I gave you a chance, but you were just useless. Lu Tian sighed softly, then extended his other hand and gently pressed it against Uzumaki Nagato's chest. A mysterious force surged from his palm, enveloping Uzumaki Nagato's entire body. He used a special ninjutsu, Yin-Yang Release, Body Modification. Chapter 64, Three's Company and Otsutsuki Purification. Vortex Nagato felt as if his body was wrapped in a warm current, and all his injuries healed in an instant. Just as he felt confused, his body began to undergo changes. His skin has become delicate and smooth, and his figure has become more rounded and petite. He stared at his body in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief and anger. What have you done? The swirling Nagato roared, his voice trembling slightly with rage. He seemed to struggle to break free from Lu Tian's restraints, but at that moment, he was already too weak to resist. Lu Tian looked at the vortex in front of him, the corner of his mouth curling into a playful smile. He said in a provocative tone, I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Then, I'll give you a surprise. You piece of sausage. Vortex Nagato roared in anger, but he could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly as his body underwent earth-shattering changes. Lu Tian looked at the transformation of the Vortex Nagato, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He released his palm, allowing Nagato to fall to the ground. At this moment, Nagato had transformed into a beautiful woman with ample breasts and hips, her eyes filled with anger and resentment. The place where they stood was overrun with wildly growing grass, as if it were the breath of the earth. Each blade of grass was telling a story of vibrant life. They intertwined, quickly forming a sea of green, resembling a giant mattress, soft and resilient. Tian stood on the grassy mattress. Concern sparkled in his eyes as he looked at the vortex gate, his voice carrying an undeniable firmness. He said, "Nagato, now let me check your body and see if you've recovered." Before he finished speaking, he had already pounced in front of Nagato. Although Tian's actions were rough, they were harmonious, each move filled with concern for his friend. He carefully examined the body of the whirlpool Nagato, leaving no corner untouched. His gaze was focused and serious, as if he were searching for the miracle of life. After finishing, Tian looked towards Showdown in the distance, and a force suddenly appeared, gently pulling Showdown to his side. He placed Showdown in a pool of water beside him. The clear water surged instantly, surrounding Showdown's body and washing away the dirt. Tian looked at her and said softly, "Showdown, weren't you supposed to clean yourself? You really don't like being clean, but that's okay. I'll give you a good wash." 3 people traveling together must have one as a teacher. Tian understood this principle well, so he wanted to practice it. At this moment, they seemed to be in a tranquil and beautiful dream. The scent of fresh grass wafted through the air, refreshing the spirit. As the harmony of life unfolded, both Nagato and Showdown emitted pleasant sounds one after another. A gentle breeze blew by, causing his clothes to flutter. "Showdown, you have an important task now. You need to teach Nagato how to live like a real woman." Tian looked at Showdown beside him, his eyes flickering with complex emotions, and said seriously, "She seems to still be immersed in her past identity as a man and cannot adapt to her new life." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Showdown's eyes widened, her face filled with surprise and confusion. She frowned slightly, as if trying to digest this sudden information. "What? This woman is Nagato?" A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, and she asked softly, "How did Nagato suddenly become a woman? I remember she was quite strong despite her frail appearance." "Showdown, I know this might be hard for you to accept, but the fact is Nagato is now a woman." Tian patted Showdown's shoulder and gently comforted her. "I hope you can get along harmoniously and be good sisters. Don't let your conflicts arise because of me anymore." Showdown nodded slightly, a hint of a bitter smile on her face. She looked toward Nagato, who was currently lowering her head, her hands tightly clasped, seemingly struggling to control her emotions. She said softly, "I understand, Nagato, don't be too sad. Your dream has been realized. There won't be any wars after the unification of the ninja world." However, before she finished her words, Nagato suddenly lifted her head, tears shimmering in her eyes. She trembled as she spoke. I really don't know what to do. I've become a woman. I feel like I've changed into a different person." Seeing this, Tian immediately activated his PUA skills. He is subtly using the power of the 6th Tomo Rinnegan. "Nagato, don't be afraid. You are a woman now. You should feel happy about it." He gently held Nagato's hand and said softly, "You have more possibilities now. You can do things you once couldn't imagine. You can have children. You can experience the greatness of maternal love." Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion flashed in Nagato's eyes. She looked at Tian, seemingly trying to understand his words. She gently nodded, tears sliding down her cheeks. Choking back her emotions, she said, I will try my best. I will adapt to this new identity." Tian looked at Nagato, who appeared like a pear blossom in the rain, and a playful smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He whispered, "Nagato, don't cry. When you cry, I can't help but feel my heart race. It feels like a flame has been ignited, and I become even more excited." Hearing this, Nagato's face turned red with embarrassment, but her tears surged even more. She looked up at Konan beside her, her eyes filled with a plea for help, and said with a trembling voice, "Don't come over. It's enough that Konan is here with you." Seeing this, Konan sighed helplessly. She understood Nagato's confusion and helplessness at that moment. She gently patted her shoulder and comforted her. "Nagato, it's okay. We will all be here to support you and help you adapt to this new identity." This great harmony of life seemed to create an invisible bond that tightly connected the 3 of them. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, lasting for over an hour. Meanwhile, far away, the true form of Tian was returning to the capital of the Great Han Empire. He wandered through the border woods of the Land of Fire. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air came from midair. Tian looked up and saw 3 figures descending from the sky: Otsutsuki Pori, Sunflower, and Sasuke. As soon as Otsutsuki Pori saw Tian, a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. He quickly flicked the fishing rod in his hand, trying to fish out the chakra from Lu Tian's body with the slender fishing line. The fishing line drew an elegant arc in the air, heading straight for Lu Tian. Upon seeing this, a hint of disdain flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. He reached out a hand and easily grabbed the thin fishing line. Then he pulled hard, trying to bring the large bamboo pole towards himself. The large bamboo pole felt a powerful force coming from the fishing line and couldn't help but be startled. He tried his best to stabilize his body, but in the end, he was still pulled closer by Lu Tian. "You bastard, you actually managed to grab my fishing line? Pull me over? What do you want to do?" Chapter 65, Future Sasuke and Sunflower. Otsutsuki Urashiki's expression changed drastically. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, he made a quick decision. With a fierce wave of his hand, the fishing rod in his hand instantly broke, and the fishing line flew in the air, losing control like a kite with a broken string. A look of determination flashed across his face, clearly indicating that he was already prepared to retreat. His Rinnegan activated its skill. Next to him, a black crack suddenly appeared. It opened like the mouth of a demon, devouring everything around it. This is the Otsutsuki's bloodline limit, the Shinjutsu of H-Rage. You think you can sneak attack me and then run away? Where in the world does such a good thing happen? Lu Tian let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He flashed and almost instantly appeared in front of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. A powerful chakra gathered in his palm, ready for a deadly strike. But Otsutsuki Kinshiki's figure flickered, and he slipped into the black crack. He disappeared without a trace, leaving only a provocative cold laugh that echoed in the air. He said, "Lu Tian, today is just a meeting. There is plenty of time in the future, so don't be arrogant. I will definitely take your life." Not far away were two people, 12-year-old Sunflower and 32-year-old Sasuke. They stood quietly beside each other, witnessing the thrilling scene that had just unfolded. Both of them were so shocked by what they had just seen that they couldn't utter a word, as if time had frozen in that moment. Sunflower's face was filled with disbelief, her bright eyes shimmering with admiration. She looked at Lu Tian, her voice trembling slightly. She said, "Big brother, you are amazing. That Otsutsuki Kinshiki was so powerful, yet he was so easily defeated by you. It was as if you were toying with him." Lu Tian slightly turned his head, his gaze falling on Sunflower's innocent face. He has recognized that this person is the daughter of Uzumaki Naruto, who traveled from the future. A hint of tenderness appeared in Lu Tian's eyes. He smiled gently and softly stroked the Sunflower's head. He said, "Little girl, you are still young, and there is a long road ahead. As long as you work hard on your training, you will surely become as strong as I am in the future." Sasuke, who was beside him, had a serious expression on his face. She looked at Lu Tian and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, your strength is unfathomable. We were able to escape the pursuit of Otsutsuki Kinshiki this time, thanks to your timely appearance and assistance." Lu Tian waved his hand, his expression calm. He also recognized that this person was the future Sasuke. He said, "You're welcome, Sasuke. The problem now is that Otsutsuki Urashiki has escaped, and we need to catch him. But before that, I want to hear about you. How did you come back from the future? Why are you being pursued by Otsutsuki Urashiki?" Upon hearing the question, Himawari and Sasuke fell into silence. The two exchanged glances, as if communicating something. In the end, it was Sasuke who spoke first. Hearing Lu Tian's words, Himawari and Sasuke fell silent again. They looked at each other, seemingly sharing something. Ultimately, it was Sasuke who broke the silence. She said, "As your Majesty has guessed, we come from the future. That Otsutsuki Urashiki used a turtle that can traverse time and space." As she spoke, she slowly took out a pink turtle from her bosom. The turtle emitted a faint glow, as if containing endless mysteries. She continued, "We are not sure what Urashiki intends to do, but since he can use this turtle to travel through time and space, his ambitions must be significant. To stop him, we are fighting against him." Lu Tian listened quietly, his gaze shifting between Sasuke and Himawari. He nodded, indicating that he had understood everything that the two had said. He said, "I understand." Then, he turned to the Sunflower, his gaze filled with concern and seriousness. "Sunflower, is there something in the palm of your hand?" Lu Tian gently lifted Sunflower's left hand. Indeed, there was a peculiar mark in the palm, as if it were branded deep within the soul. Lu Tian's voice became serious. He said, "This mark you bear is called the Otsutsuki Wedge. It represents a powerful force, but it also means you are possessed by some Otsutsuki. If this continues, you will eventually be consumed by this power and lose yourself." Upon hearing this, Sunflower's face became even paler. She bit her lip tightly. her eyes flashing with fear and anxiety. Sasuke, on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly, as if cheering for Sunflower. Seeing this, Elton gently patted Sunflower on the shoulder and comforted her. "Don't worry, Sunflower. I have a way. You just need to believe in me, and also believe in yourself. In this world, there is nothing that can't be resolved." Sunflower looked up at Elton, a glint of determination passing through her eyes. She nodded, as if she had made up her mind. Elton's gaze shifted from Sunflower's wedge mark to Sasuke beside her. He noticed that although Sasuke's expression remained cool, there was a touch of softness and charm in his brows. Elton was slightly taken aback, then revealed a playful smile. He was sizing up Sasuke from head to toe. He noticed that Sasuke's figure exuded a hint of feminine grace. Tian lightly coughed and said with a teasing tone, "Sasuke, have you undergone a gender change? Why do you look so effeminate?" Upon hearing these words, a shy blush appeared on Sasuke's face. She gently nodded, her voice carrying a touch of tenderness. "Yes, Your Majesty. In the future, you changed my body, allowing me to choose my life anew." Moreover, she paused, a glimmer of happiness flashing in her eyes, and said, "I now go by Sasuke, and I even bore a child for you in the future." The former Sasuke had now been renamed Sasuke. Her cheeks flushed, resembling a blooming peach blossom. Tian revealed a surprised smile. He walked up to Zuoyu, gently held her hand, and his eyes were filled with the gentle charm of Pua. He said, "So good, Zuoyu. You have given me so much, and I am truly grateful to you." Zuoyu looked up at Tian's deep Pua gaze. A warm current surged in her heart. She softly said, "Your Majesty, this is what I should do. Being able to bear children for you is the happiest thing in my life." Tian gently patted the back of Zuoyu's hand and caressed it. There seemed to be a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. He asked, "What is the child's name?" A happy smile appeared on Zuoyu's face as she softly replied, "Your Majesty, we have named him Lu Zhengyang. We hope he can grow up to be a strong and gentle person like you." Upon hearing this name, Tian couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. He nodded gently. He was imagining the child he had yet to meet. But at that moment, Zuoyu spoke words that took him by surprise. 2.5 years after the establishment of the Han Empire, His Majesty's main body suddenly disappeared. A trace of worry flashed in Zuoyu's eyes as she said, "The Yin-Yang escape clone tells me that it can no longer sense your presence." Chapter 66. Instant kill of the second-generation Wind Shadow and Dust Escape. Just as Zuoyu was lost in her memories, a strange aura suddenly spread out. Dust began to appear all around. A bald man abruptly appeared in front of everyone. He had a vividly tattooed dragon on his head, with its claws perfectly covering his eyes, giving off a strange and dangerous vibe. The man's appearance was unremarkable, even carrying a hint of a loser's aura. However, when he appeared, an undeniable sense of oppression filled the air. Tian's brows were tightly furrowed, and his gaze was piercing. He instantly recognized the man. The second-generation Wind Shadow, Shaman. There was a hint of surprise in Tian's voice as he said, "How did you end up here? Aren't you supposed to be a dead man for a long time?" Shaman slowly approached with a group of puppets. Next to him, there's a long river made of sand, resembling a winding giant dragon. His gaze was cold and cruel, as if he wanted to swallow everyone whole. Tian, you are the bane of the ninja world." The voice of the monk was filled with hostility as he said, "Your existence has thrown this world into chaos. You must die here? Puppets and sand? Huh, how can such childish things affect me?" Tian stood still, his eyes full of disdain. Suddenly, his body began to twist in a strange manner, as if being torn apart by an invisible force. A brand new Yin-Yang doppelganger slowly emerged from his body. Born from the void, it quietly stood beside Tian. A mocking curve appeared at the corner of Tian's mouth. He glanced around contemptuously, and his Yin-Yang clone slowly raised its arm, gently waving its fingers. A brilliant thunderbolt, dazzling like the stars, instantly condensed and formed. With a destructive force capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth, it shot towards the sand gate at an invisible speed. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed as the sand gate was struck by the thunder. Dust and debris flew into the air. Once the dust settled, the sand gate had vanished without a trace, leaving only a ground full of sand and gravel. Just a sand clone. Bring it on. Let me see what other tricks you have." Tian sneered, his gaze filled with disdain and contempt. At that moment, the surrounding gravel suddenly began to writhe, as if it were alive. They seemed to be imbued with life, quickly coalescing into sand gates identical to the previous ones. In their eyes flickered a cold light, as if they were about to devour Tian. They asked me if I had this ability. The voice of the monk echoed from all directions, resonating in this battlefield shrouded in gravel. Each sand clone seemed to be an embodiment of him. His voice carried a hint of mockery and provocation. He said, "Then let you experience it firsthand. Let's see if I have this power." Before his voice had even faded, all the sand clones and puppets rushed towards Tian like a storm. They transformed into indistinct figures, surging forward like quicksand. They carried an irresistible sense of oppression, as if they were going to drown Tian in this endless frenzy. In the face of this seemingly unstoppable attack, Tian appeared exceptionally calm. He squinted slightly, the corners of his mouth curling up in a hint of disdain, as if he had already seen through it all. Trying to deal with me using a strategy of overwhelming numbers? The thoughts of the weak are truly laughable. Tian scoffed. The shadow clone beside him quickly charged towards those sand clones and puppets. He suddenly exuded a powerful attraction, as if an invisible force was pulling everything around him. This force quickly drew all the sand clones and puppets together, binding them tightly. In the next moment, a strong repulsive force erupted from within Tian's shadow clone. This power was as intense as an invisible storm, instantly shattering the bound sand clones and puppets. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collision sounds erupted, and all the sand clones and puppets were easily crushed by this repulsive force. The sky was filled with scattered sand and gravel. The entire battlefield seemed to have undergone the baptism of a sandstorm, becoming a complete mess. Tian observed coldly. He quietly watched everything created by his clone, his eyes filled with confidence and arrogance. He slightly tilted his chin, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, as if ridiculing Shaman's incompetence. "Did you see that? This is the gap between you and me." Tian laughed sarcastically. "I don't even need to make a move myself, and you're already out of your depth. Let me remind you, I've already seen through your true form. Do you really think you can escape?" Every word he spoke was filled with power and dominance. "Is this your true self? The sand transformation technique that turns your body into sand?" Tian slowly extended his palm. The surrounding gravel seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, slowly gathering toward his palm. The gravel intertwined and spun in the air, quickly forming small whirlpools, ultimately coalescing into a blurry figure. The silhouette of the Sandman gradually became clearer, but his face was as pale as paper, filled with terror and despair in his eyes. He struggled to escape, but his body felt tightly bound by an invisible force, leaving him unable to move. Tian, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. The soul was ruthlessly extracted by Tian. He seemed to be torn apart by a powerful force, writhing in pain, struggling fiercely, but ultimately unable to escape Tian's control. The monk once again experienced the fear of death. His soul seemed to be undergoing the most terrifying torment in the palm of Tian's hand. He is like a seriously ill patient, drooling and suffering from incontinence. He felt his life gradually slipping away, and his soul becoming weaker and weaker. Tian tightly held onto the soul of the monk, sensing the fluctuations within it. His brows suddenly furrowed slightly, as if he had discovered something unusual. "So it's true, the Six-Path Sage is behind this," Tian muttered to himself. His voice was calm, yet filled with shock and anger. He seems to have understood the whole story and the mysterious manipulator behind it. Suddenly, a translucent square barrier appeared around the two of them without any warning. This barrier resembled a glowing cage, emitting a faint white light that enveloped Tian and Shaman. In his already hazy consciousness, Shaman flashed a hint of fear in his eyes. He recognized the origin of this barrier. He spoke indistinctly, "Dust release." Once the dust release barrier is formed, it can separate enemies into atomic states and turn them to dust, and it can also create large-scale explosions. However, Shaman noticed that Tian appeared calm. "Hungry Ghost Path," Tian shouted in a low voice, filled with authority and dominance. In the face of this powerful, the dust release barrier seemed to become fragile. The glowing square barrier began to tremble, twist, and ultimately transformed into streams of chakra that were absorbed into Tian's body. As the chakra disappeared, the dust release barrier gradually dissipated. Shaman looked at this scene in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You actually absorbed the chakra of dust release." Shaman's voice trembled with fear as he said, "How is this possible?" Chapter 67. The thunder release ninjutsu of the first Reikage in a certain place in midair. A vague figure suddenly appeared, descending onto this battlefield. The figure was like a fleeting ghost, gradually revealing its true outline. He is the one known as the second-generation Tsuchikage. His whole body was tightly wrapped in bandages, resembling a warrior who has stepped out from ancient times. Beneath the bandages, his face was completely concealed, making it impossible to glimpse his emotions. However, the pair of eyes hidden beneath the bandages shone with a sharpness like a knife, as if they could see through all illusions. He hovered in midair, as if becoming a part of this, heaven and earth. A square barrier began to slowly coalesce in the palm of his hand. The barrier emitted a profound light, as if it were a small, white sun capable of illuminating everything. Any object that approached, it would be mercilessly disassembled, turning into nothingness. Dust escape, technique of original realm separation. The barrier shot towards Tian and Shaman. At the moment of contact, it suddenly expanded, attempting to engulf everything around it. But just as the dust escape was about to unleash its terrifying power, Tian once again showcased his astounding abilities. He used the power of the Rinnegan to absorb the chakra around him, directly absorbing the dust release barrier of the second Tsuchikage. The same trick won't work on me. Tian sneered at the second Tsuchikage, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery, saying, "Moreover, you have never succeeded before, so no matter how you try, it's all in vain." After saying that, Tian suddenly raised his hand and threw the sand door in his hand forcefully towards the second Tsuchikage. The second Tsuchikage instinctively reached out to catch the sand door. The moment he touched the sand door, he felt a strong curse seal power emanating from it, instantly invading his body. Self-entanglement puppet curse seal. Tian coldly uttered this term, his eyes flashing with madness and excitement. He said, "Now, you will also be bound by this curse seal. You shall become my puppet." With the eruption of the curse seal's power, the second-generation Tsuchikage and the Sandmaster simultaneously lost control. They fell heavily from midair, their bodies smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit and kicking up a cloud of dust. Tian stood at the edge of the pit, overlooking the disheveled second-generation Tsuchikage and Sandgate below, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He raised his head and gazed at the vast, boundless sky, his eyes shimmering with ambition and arrogance. He said, "Who can defeat me? I'm afraid no one can, not even the Sage of Six Paths. After all, this stage of the ninja world is too small and crowded for me." Just as Tian was feeling proud, the sky suddenly changed color. The originally clear sky began to drizzle lightly. However, this drizzle was not an ordinary rain. Tian keenly sensed the chakra fluctuations contained within it. He realized that this was not natural rain, but a precursor to some kind of ninjutsu. In the next moment, the sky seemed to be torn apart, with thunder and lightning. The deafening thunder rolled through the clouds. A thunderstorm arrived as expected, with raging lightning rampaging through the sky like a giant dragon. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck down, accurately hitting both of Tian's bodies. Tian's body trembled slightly in the lightning. Sealing technique? How interesting. He felt a powerful force attempting to seal his chakra and movement. The lightning seemed like an endless sealing technique, constantly eroding his strength. At that moment, amidst the rain and lightning, a figure slowly emerged. He was clad in armor of thunder and lightning, wielding the hammer of the thunder god, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Tian recognized this uninvited guest as the first Raikage. The first Raikage's gaze was cold and sharp as he stared at Tian, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice deep and authoritative, saying, "Do you think you are invincible? Today, I will show you what true power is." After saying this, the first-generation Raikage moved, and his whole being merged with the thunder barrier. He swung the Thor's hammer in his hand, summoning the power of lightning around him, launching a fierce attack towards Tian. Just as the words were spoken, the action was swift. On the battlefield, a thunderstorm erupted, as if the heavens themselves were trembling. Silver lightning streaked across the sky, intertwining to form a net of thunder. It enveloped the entire battlefield, quickly creating a terrifying domain of lightning. In this overwhelming thunder, Tian felt like a drifting leaf, swaying precariously in the storm. His figure appeared faintly amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, and with every strike of lightning, it seemed as though his body was on the verge of collapse. Is this the power of the first Raikage? It's incredible. Tian struggled to speak, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. His voice was weak and trembling amidst the rumble of thunder, yet was filled with endless anger and struggle. However, just when everyone thought Tian was about to be defeated, His expression suddenly became funny. He opened his mouth, revealing a strange smile. He said, "It's useless. Ninjutsu is nothing more than food to me. No matter how much comes, I can consume it all." The pair of Rinnegan eyes glimmered with an eerie light under the reflection of the lightning. At this moment, Tian once again activated the power of the Rinnegan. He was seen devouring everything around him. The proud lightning release barrier of the first Reikage began to slowly dissipate under the Rinnegan's consumption. The sky gradually cleared, and the lightning slowly faded away. When the last trace of lightning disappeared, Tian was already standing back on the battlefield. The scars on his body have vanished, as if everything that just happened was merely an illusion. Tian stands tall and proud, his gaze sweeping around, as if the entire battlefield is under his control. He shouted loudly, "I've said it before, I am an invincible existence. No matter how many of you come, or how many ninjutsu you use, you will not be able to defeat me." As his words fell, a space crack suddenly opened behind Tian, and a deep blue space gate quickly emerged. Through the bluish light, everyone could see the outline of the capital of the Dahan Empire, as if it were faintly visible. It seemed that with just one step, they could enter that prosperous imperial city. The air around the space gate seemed to be distorted by this mysterious power, emitting a faint hissing sound. Tian turned around, his gaze like a torch, fixated on Zuiyu and Sunflower. His eyes were filled with concern and protection, as if he wanted to keep them tightly behind him. Tian gently waved his hand. The space gate seemed to be given life, quickly moving. It approached Zuiyu and Sunflower like a nimble giant beast. Zuiyu and Sunflower were stunned by this scene. They watched in wide-eyed amazement as the space gate gradually approached, their hearts filled with anxiety and unease. The bluish light emitted by the space gate seemed to have a captivating power, causing them to feel a wave of dizziness. Chapter 68. The Six Paths Immortal is frantically summoning people. Just as the two hesitated, a powerful pulling force suddenly emanated from the space gate. Zuiyu and Sunflower felt their bodies lighten, and they were swept away like a torrent, quickly passing through the space gate. When they regained their footing, they found themselves outside the capital of the Dahan Empire. They turned back to look, only to see the space gate still open, its bluish light still flickering. Through that light, they seemed to see Tian's determined figure and confident gaze. A booming voice came from the space gate. "This level of battle is too dangerous for you. Just watch here and see how I deal with them." The voice was filled with confidence and dominance, as if a warm current surged into Zuiyu and Sunflower's hearts. On the other side of the gate, a figure suddenly descended like black lightning, breaking the surrounding silence. It was a man with a black face, tall and muscular, with sharp light flashing in his eyes. He is the capable subordinate of the first Reikage, the second Reikage. He learned the first-generation Reikage's bloodline limit, Thunder Release. He is as powerful as the first Reikage. He was dressed in a black battle robe, embroidered with a thundercloud pattern, exuding a commanding presence. The second-generation Reikage held a massive thunderblade in his hands. The blade shimmered with the light of thunder, as if it could cleave through any obstacle. With a low shout from him, the air around seemed to solidify. A powerful force of thunder quickly gathered around him once again. He and the first Reikage simultaneously unleashed their lightning release, their powers intertwining to create a barrier of thunderstorm once again. The lightning flashed and crackled, as if it were going to tear apart the entire space. In the face of this powerful attack, Tian merely smiled faintly. His Rinnegan activated its ability, quickly absorbing the thunderstorm barrier completely. After the thunderstorm barrier disappeared, Tian stood there as if nothing had happened. He raised his head, looking at the second Reikage and the first Reikage, a trace of disdain on his face. He said, "Is this the bloodline elimination thunder escape? Is this all? Give me more. With this little chakra, how can it be enough for me?" His voice was filled with confidence and sarcasm, as if mocking the other person's helplessness. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light, as if he could see through all illusions. The second Reikage and the first Reikage were so enraged by Tian's words that their faces turned pale. Meanwhile, in the pure land of the ninja world, a mysterious being was casting powerful spells. That was the Sage of Six Paths. He stands in the pure land, his garments fluttering, as if he has become one with the pure land. His gaze was deep and resolute, as if he could see through every corner of the ninja world and the pure land. The Sage of Six Paths understood well that the fate of the ninja world was closely tied to the Pure Land, and he had to intervene in this unknown conflict. As he exerted his efforts, the air around him began to distort, and a mysterious power gathered around him. In a forest not far from Tian and the others, The trees there had not yet been affected by the battle, and a figure emerged from within. It was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He had originally vanished into the long history of the ninja world, but at this moment, he was suddenly resurrected by the Sage of Six Paths. As soon as the figure of the White Lotus appeared, it immediately caused drastic changes in the surrounding environment. He saw a few people not far away, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it quickly turned into determination. Bai Lian clapped his hands, and in an instant, his whole body transformed into a mass of scorching steam. This is his bloodline limit, steam release. He is able to manipulate water vapor and transform it into a means of high-temperature attack. As Bai Lian transforms, the surrounding air seems to ignite, becoming extraordinarily hot. A large amount of water vapor appears out of nowhere. They condense in the air into white clouds, each radiating a suffocating high temperature. These clouds formed from water vapor drift in the air as if they want to envelop the entire Pure Land in a heat wave. At that moment, a strange wave ripples again. The figure of the second-generation water shadow, Ghost Lantern Illusory Moon, emerges out of thin air. He has striking long yellow hair styled into a slicked-back look. Gue Deng Huanyu is wearing a high-collared trench coat, cinched at the waist with a black silk ribbon, and the lining is a green autumn shirt, making him appear both elegant and authoritative. His face has no eyebrows, and the combination of his mustache and goatee adds a touch of humor and charm to his personality. He appeared next to the newly resurrected White Lotus. Master of the first generation, don't be in such a hurry. Since Sage of the Six Paths has revived us, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. Saving the ninja world and eliminating Liu Tian is indeed our mission. But fighting is not child's play. What we need is strategy and to wait for the best moment. So let's wait a bit longer. As he spoke, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon didn't forget to wink, revealing his unique sense of humor. His voice was gentle yet firm, giving a sense of inexplicable reassurance. Bai Lian was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and then nodded, showing an expression of agreement on her face. He knew that despite Zuki Matoi's usual humor and wit, he could always remain calm and provide the most reasonable advice at critical moments. As soon as the words fell, a wave of fluctuations appeared in the nearby space once again. With the ripples in the space, the figure of the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, gradually emerged. He is like a towering mountain, steady and solemn. Before his death, Shurha was known in the ninja world for his unique sense of humor. Even in the intertwined realms of life and death, he still maintained that innate wit. And now, after his resurrection, a hint of a teasing smile hung on his face, as if all the tension and solemnity had nothing to do with him. His gaze swept around, and when it landed on the second Tsuchikage not far away, he slightly tilted his head, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom, as if brewing some interesting plan. Two water shadows. Do you know what the second-generation Earth shadow looks like when not bandaged? The voice of Shurha was deep and magnetic, carrying a hint of mockery and curiosity. Upon hearing this, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing on his face. He glanced at the second Tsuchikage, then turned to Ishikawa and said, "Of course I know. After all, I was the one who burned his entire body, forcing him to rely on bandages to get by, even leading to his extinction." As he spoke, the expression on Kaido Hongwang's face revealed a hint of pride and satisfaction, as if he were showing off his achievements. Ishikawa couldn't help but laugh out loud upon seeing this. His laughter is like a spring breeze, instantly dissipating the tense atmosphere around. He patted Guizhong Huanyue's shoulder and said, "He. The jokes end here. We now need to complete the task of the Six Paths Sage, not reminisce about the past." After saying this, Shurha retracted his smile, and his expression became serious. But in the next moment, someone was resurrected again. Chapter 69. The successive resurrection of the 5 Kage from past generations. The atmosphere in the forest changed once more. A sudden and intense wave of fluctuations appeared in the space. It was as if an invisible force was stirring wildly, with layers of ripples continuously spreading out like waves, growing increasingly turbulent. The first wind shadow, Ryatu, was unexpectedly resurrected. He was seen wearing a long robe as white as snow. The robe fluttered gently in the breeze, making a rustling sound, as if it were telling the tales of the passage of time. Underneath, he wore a tight black outfit that tightly wrapped around his neck and chin. It seemed as if he was trying to completely isolate himself from the outside world in this way. He exuded an indescribable aura of cold severity. Li Du's sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, scanned the surroundings with a piercing light, cold and commanding. When his gaze finally landed on Bai Lian, and sure he beside him, his brows slightly furrowed. A look of surprise instantly appeared on Li Du's face, and his lips trembled slightly. He slowly said, "Are you also resurrected by the Sage of the Six Paths? I heard that this is a creation of Yin-Yang Release. I never expected that the mastery of Yin-Yang Release could reach such an incredible level, capable of resurrecting the dead out of thin air." As he spoke, a look of disbelief appeared on his face, as if he had witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. At the same time, he slowly extended a hand, gently stroking his chin, his gaze deep, as if he were trying to ponder the mystery behind it. Bai Lian beside him slightly nodded. His expression was extremely serious, like a cold stone. He responded, "That's right, it was the Sage of Six Paths who resurrected us. The ninja world is now facing a great crisis. The stone river floating in mid-air has its arms crossed over its chest." He had a deep expression, like a bottomless lake. He said in a low voice, "Anyway, since we have been resurrected, we must complete the tasks assigned by the Sage of the Six Paths." His brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was deeply contemplating what to do next. After listening to their words, R's eyes, he holds grudges, and his expression is terrifyingly gloomy. He said in a deep voice, "I never expected that I would have to fight alongside you. Previously, you threatened me, saying that the 4 great ninja villages would join forces to attack my Sunagakure, right? I still remember that." Bai Lian's expression darkened, and she said somewhat angrily, "Wasn't it just talk at the 5 Kage summit? We haven't attacked you." He indeed said back then that it would be as easy as turning his hand for the 4 of us to join forces and destroy your wind country. At this moment, he remains very tough. He strained his neck, glared at Li Du, and shouted loudly, "Do you want to challenge us one-on-one? We didn't fight you back then, but it's not impossible to fight now." As he said this, there was a flicker of anger in Bai Lian's eyes, and his hands unconsciously clenched in a fist. The first-generation Tsuchikage stood with his hands on his hips, his face filled with rage. He shouted loudly, "Raito, this was clearly your problem from the beginning. You're simply trying to pull a fast one. Shouldn't we be criticizing you? Remember the 5 Kage summit, when Hashirama clearly stated that he was selling tailed beasts, but in Raito's mouth, it somehow turned into Konoha providing tailed beasts to him. Yet, because he didn't need the tailed beasts, he even proposed that Konoha give him the adjacent land. What is this? This is simply a no-cost deal. The Land of Wind can buy tailed beasts without spending money, but the other 3 countries have to pay for them. Moreover, he shamelessly claimed he would take a 30 tax. What is this? This is simply the height of shamelessness." At this moment, the ghost light, Mitsuki, revealed a mocking expression. He shrugged and said, "Hee, I wasn't there at the time, but I've heard about it. Lord R is really quite the capitalist." As he spoke, he pointed with his finger lightly, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Just as tensions were high and the atmosphere was at its peak, with an intense battle about to break out, a sudden and extremely strong wave of energy appeared in the nearby space. The wave surged like a roaring tide, making the surrounding air seem to ripple. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was actually resurrected. He stood there with an imposing presence. He was wearing a set of bright and striking red Warring States armor that resembled burning flames. The patterns on the armor appeared especially clear under the illumination of the light. His dignified face first showed a hint of astonishment, and then quickly scanned the crowd around him. Senju Hashirama looked anxious and hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, don't fight. Please do me a favor." As he spoke, he was so eager that he was about to kneel and bow his head. His face was full of earnestness, his brows tightly knitted, and his hands were flailing forward in a panic, as if afraid that the crowd would not listen to him. But at that critical moment, an unusual fluctuation appeared beside him once again. In the blink of an eye, his brother, the awe-inspiring second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was also revived. Senju Tobirama's silver hair was wildly flying in the wind. However, his expression instantly turned extremely grim, and his face was filled with dark lines. He took a quick step forward and swiftly and forcefully grabbed his brother's arm. He was filled with anger and helplessness, shouting loudly, "Big brother, don't always kneel randomly." At that moment, Bai Lian spoke up from the side. He said with a serious expression, "The first-generation Reikage, who fought over there, once said that as a person who brings peace to a chaotic world, it is not appropriate to kneel casually." We said this. There was a hint of doubt and scrutiny on Bai Lian's face. After a slight pause, he continued, his gaze fixed firmly on Senju Hashirama. "So, it's better for you not to be too humble. You know, everyone always thinks you have ulterior motives." Just then, the third Hokage, Confronting Sarutobi, was unexpectedly resurrected. He slowly appeared before everyone, still looking like he was in his 60s. Hiruzen Sarutobi's weathered face was marked with the traces of time. He just appeared, his mouth slightly open as if he was about to say something, but he hadn't had the chance to make sound. The third generation of the Water Shadow, with a head full of black hair, has also been resurrected. His long, shiny black hair gently floated in the air, and his dignified face bore a hint of sternness. His appearance seemed to make the entire space tremble. He stood there quietly, his gaze coldly sweeping over everything around him. Not far away was his teacher, Balian. A surge of anger instantly rose on her otherwise calm face, and she directly shouted at him. Balian frowned, her eyes wide with rage, pointing at him, and yelled, "Hey, you squinting brat! How many times have I told you? When you look at others, can you please open your eyes wide? Stop squinting all the time. That lecherous look is simply too disgusting." As she spoke, Balian's body trembled slightly with anger. One hand waved in the air, as if she couldn't wait to slap the third-generation Water Shadow. His expression was extremely stern, as if he were looking at his most incompetent student who had made an unforgivable mistake. Chapter 70. Tian faced the 5 Kage of all generations. The originally calm face of the third Mizukage suddenly showed an extremely embarrassed expression, as if a giant stone had been suddenly thrown into a tranquil lake. His slightly furrowed brow seemed capable of squashing a fly. The corners of his mouth also twitched unnaturally, appearing extremely awkward. He said somewhat shyly, "Teacher, look, my eyes are really wide open already." As he spoke, his eyes were straining to widen like copper bells, and he even unconsciously blinked rapidly. He seemed to want to prove something to Balian, while gently scratching the back of his head with one hand, his face filled with a look of helplessness. He looked like a child who had done something wrong and was waiting for punishment. Moreover, there were so many outsiders present, so please don't say such things about me in front of them. As the 3 generations of Water Shadow spoke, they cast a slightly pleading glance at Balian. But Balian was not swayed at all. She had an air of not stopping until she vented her anger, wanting to continue scolding him. "I am your teacher. How can it be wrong for me to say a few words to you? Have you grown wings?" Balian's brows were tightly furrowed, and her gaze was filled with severity, like 2 sharp rays of sword light. He shouted loudly, "I want to ask you, the bloodline elimination technique and steam release that I painstakingly taught you, did you actually pass it down properly?" Balian pointed at the third Mizukage with one finger, leaning slightly forward as if to vent all the dissatisfaction in his heart. "Teacher, I truly feel ashamed." The third Mizukage showed a bitter expression, his head lowered slightly, just like a child who has done something wrong, not daring to raise his head to look directly at Balian. "I have selected many people, but no one has been able to learn the steam escape technique. I have let your unique skill be lost." He shook his head gently while speaking, his face filled with disappointment. That expression made people feel compassion involuntarily. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who originally did not want to interrupt, could no longer hold back. His face turned particularly serious, as if dark clouds were gathering. He took a small step forward. He said with a serious expression, "Lord Third Mizukage, please don't deceive yourself. You have ushered in the iron-blooded era of the Hidden Mist Village. It is known as the Bloody Mist." There was a hint of sharpness in his gaze, as if he wanted to see through the heart of the third generation of Mizukage. He paused for a moment, and then said, "It's precisely because of this reason that you kill indiscriminately, and in the end, you were killed by your own men. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you bastard." Upon hearing this, the third Mizukage's expression instantly changed to one of extreme anger, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He stared wide-eyed, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. His hair seemed like it was about to stand on end. He angrily said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you actually look quite old. Tell me, did you die of natural causes?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body slightly stiffened, and he paused for a moment. At that moment, an involuntary memory flashed through his mind, the scene of being instantly killed in the Uchiha clan's territory. His expression instantly turned extremely ugly, as if shrouded in a layer of gloom. The third Mizukage saw this, and a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he mockingly said, "Just by looking at your expression, I can tell. You were also killed by your own subordinates' rebellion." Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama could no longer contain himself. He frowned, his eyes filled with confusion and questioning. He asked eagerly, "Monkey, what is going on? You don't look young anymore. You were actually overthrown by those below? What exactly did you do?" As he spoke, the thousand hands Tobarama clenched his fists tightly, leaning slightly forward, as if he couldn't wait to know the answer. Sarutobi Sasuke's eyes flickered, trying to brush it off. He awkwardly smiled and said, "No." How could the teacher be confused too? At that moment, Senju Hashirama seemed to think of something. His expression changed, and then he let out a heavy sigh. He said, "Stop digging for details. Tobarama, the monkey business is something for after our deaths. Just let it go." Hashirama shook his head helplessly, his face full of complex emotions. The air around them seemed to grow heavier due to their conversation. Just then, there were several loud bangs. The second Tsuchikage and the second Kazekage were thrown over like sandbags. The massive impact broke several sturdy trees. The broken trunks fell haphazardly to the ground, and the leaves fluttered down. "I've been noticing you for a long time. You're chattering nonstop. It's so annoying." Lu Tian's face showed a look of impatience. As he spoke loudly, he suddenly swung his strong arm, throwing the second-generation Raikage away like trash. At that moment, he resembled an invincible war god, firmly grasping the first-generation Raikage in his right hand. He slightly raised his chin, his eyes filled with disdain and arrogance, and shouted, "Hurry up! Don't waste my precious time." As he spoke, his brows were tightly furrowed, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with the people in front of him. The air around seemed to become particularly oppressive and tense because of his words and actions. Sarutobi Hizashi's gaze slowly fell on Lu Tian. His eyes were filled with confusion and contemplation, as if he was trying hard to search his memory for anything about the person in front of him. He slightly furrowed his brows, his expression serious, and murmured to himself, "Why does this person seem so familiar, but I just can't remember who they are?" After a moment of silence, he seemed to have discovered something extremely shocking. His eyes widened as he stared directly into Lu Tian's eyes and exclaimed, "You have a Rinnegan. Who on earth are you?" When Lu Tian saw the resurrected Sarutobi Hiruzen, a hint of surprise first appeared on his face. Then his expression became extremely interesting, as if he had seen something amusing. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upward, revealing a hint of a playful smile as he said, "Have you forgotten who I am?" As he spoke, his features began to undergo a remarkable transformation, gradually taking on the appearance of Uchiha Kanya, like smoke swirling around. He tilted his head, a mischievous gleam flashing in his eyes, and continued, "You won't forget this face, will you?" Senju Tobarama's sharp gaze was fixed intently on Lu Tian. His brows furrowed slightly, as if he sensed an unusual aura. His expression became somewhat gloomy, and his eyes revealed vigilance and doubt. After a moment of silence, Senju Tobarama seemed to recall something important. His eyes widened suddenly, and he asked eagerly, "Kid, I've heard from the Six Path Sage about you. The scourge of the ninja world. What do you have to do with my student?" Chapter 71. Lu Tian and Hashirama Senju's conversation. Upon hearing their words, Lu Tian's expression instantly became extremely interesting. It was a complex look filled with mockery, sarcasm, and pride, as if he had seen something that he found extremely amusing. The corners of his mouth were raised high, revealing a playful smile. He said slowly, "Do you want to hear it? Do you really want to hear it? Ha! I'm afraid that after you listen, even if you don't have a heart condition, you might end up having one." As he said this, he deliberately raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of provocation. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Sasuke's expression changed drastically, his face filled with panic and anxiety. He hurriedly waved his hand and said anxiously, "Teacher, don't listen to his nonsense. He's trying to sow discord." At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even sweating lightly on his forehead, his eyes filled with tension. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama stepped forward with a serious expression, each step seeming to carry a heavy burden. He stared at Lu Tian with piercing eyes and said loudly, "Young man, what do you want to do? Disrupt the nations of a ninja world and establish your empire? I see your ambition is not just that, is it?" As he spoke, Senju Hashirama's tall figure stood straight, exuding an aura of inviolable majesty. The air around them seemed to grow heavy because of their conversation. A gentle breeze stirred up some dust, slowly drifting in the air. Lu Tian's originally bland expression suddenly became quite intriguing. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and an unusual light flickered in his eyes. He tilted his head slightly back, wearing a hint of disdain and mockery. He shouted loudly, "Senju Hashirama, speaking of which, you are the source of all evil. If it weren't for you, how could the conflicts in the ninja world have escalated to this extent?" He reached out his hand to point at Senju Hashirama, his expression becoming somewhat excited. He continued, "You know, after you died, the shinobi world experienced 3 devastating ninja wars. And now this is the 4th one." At this point, he paused, a hint of madness showing in his eyes. The surrounding wind seemed to sense the gravity of his words, starting to blow fiercely, rustling the leaves. Lu Tian crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes filled with determination and fervor. He shouted loudly, "But this time is different. I will resolve all wars at the fastest speed. I will unify this ninja world continent. I want this land to have no more conflicts." Upon hearing these words, Senju Hashirama immediately widened his eyes, which were as brilliant as the stars. Deep in his pupils, it seemed that a raging fire was burning. The muscles on his face were tense, and anger surged forth like a tidal wave. He clenched his fists and shouted loudly, "Your words are simply absurd to the extreme. There is no sense of reality at all. How could I, Senju Hashirama, possibly believe your nonsensical words so easily?" However, Tian remained very calm. He casually squeezed the original rakeage in his hand, as if he were playing with an inconsequential toy. A hint of disdainful cold laughter curled at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with a sharpness akin to that of a hawk. He stared intently at Senju Hashirama. He said slowly, "Oh, do I, Tian, need you, an insignificant insect, to point fingers and approve or disapprove of my actions? You, Senju Hashirama, aren't you being a bit too arrogant?" Every word from Tian was like a sharp blade, deeply piercing into Senju Hashirama's heart, originally filled with anger. Senju Hashirama's expression now carried a hint of depth. His slightly trembling hands were tightly clasped together, as if he were trying to control his emotions. He lowered his head, took a deep breath, and then slowly raised his head, as if carrying a hint of pleading. He said, "Tian, I bow to you, just hoping you can stop and spare the nations of the shinobi world." Upon hearing this, Tian revealed a hint of a playful smile on his face. His voice was like the cold wind in winter, piercing and icy. "Senju Hashirama, oh Senju Hashirama, when did you become so weak and easily bullied? If it were your descendants unifying the ninja world, instead of me, Tian, you would have probably been overjoyed and full of pride, right?" Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama's face instantly turned as pale as paper. A flicker of anger and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining with determination. As if making a final struggle, Tian, "Though I, Senju Hashirama, am not invincible, I will never easily bow to you. If you want to fight, then let us fight." Tian's smile grew even more triumphant. His hands gently caressed the body of the first rakeage, as if playing a silent melody. With the movement of his fingers, the originally dignified and imposing first rakeage began to undergo a strange transformation. The lines of his body gradually softened, and the original muscular contours were replaced by graceful curves. In an instant, the image of the middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s transformed into a young woman in her early 20s. Her features were delicate, and her bright eyes seemed to shimmer with the light of youth. Tian looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. There was a gleam of pride in his eyes, as if an artist was admiring his perfect masterpiece. Tian turned his head to look at Senju Hashirama and the others. He wore a provocative smile on his face. "Senju Hashirama, let me show you something. This is my latest jutsu. I can freely change anyone's gender, age, and body shape." Senju Hashirama was stunned by the scene before him, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He widened his eyes, staring at the young woman in front of him, as if he had witnessed some incredible miracle. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and then said in a deep voice, "Tian, you truly are a genius. But what exactly is your purpose in doing this?" Tian smiled slightly and replied, "Senju Hashirama, I realize that you have led the conversation off track. What I originally wanted to discuss was the actions of the third Hokage." His voice became serious, as if recounting a heavy history. "Before we start fighting, let me speak properly. Please do not interrupt my speech." He wants to embellish it and add his own fabricated content. He continued, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the surface, appears to be a fair and selfless person, but in reality, he is a cunning and treacherous hypocrite." Tian's eyes sparkled with a sharp light, and his voice was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. He secretly manipulated the entire ninja world, resorting to any means for his own benefit. His actions have provoked countless people's dissatisfaction and anger. His emotions have become extremely agitated. His hands clenched into fists as he continued, "Senju Hashirama, you are a legendary figure in the ninja world, but you have been deceived by Hiruzen Sarutobi." Staring intently into Senju Hashirama's eyes, he continued, "You think he is working for the peace of the entire ninja world, but in reality, he is only paving the way for his own ambitions. I cannot stand by and watch the entire ninja continent be ruled by someone like him." Senju Hashirama was shocked by Tian's words, and a complex expression appeared on his face. Clearly, he did not believe Tian's nonsense. He was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, Tian, your words shock me, but I will investigate the matter of the monkey myself. If what you said is true, I will definitely not sit idly by. Chapter 72. Tian exposes the secrets of Otsutsuki. Senju Tobarama walked over with steady steps, carrying an undeniable authority. His face bore a hint of sinister, and his gaze was sharp like an eagle's. He slightly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Tian, his voice carrying a hint of sarcasm. He said, Big brother, don't listen to his nonsense. The Uchiha clan is a naturally evil race, and their ambitions have long been obvious. Upon hearing this, Tian furrowed his brows tightly, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. He glared at Senju Tobarama with a cold tone. He said, Do you know how everyone evaluates you? Senju Tobarama, your ambition and wickedness. Everyone says you are the naturally evil Senju Tobarama. As soon as he finished speaking, Senju Tobarama's body trembled. He seemed to be struck by an invisible force, and his whole body was thrown out into the air. He rolled in the air a few times before landing awkwardly on the ground. His face filled with unwillingness and anger. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and the five shadows looked at Tian warily. However, Senju Hashirama raised a hand, signaling the five shadows not to act rashly. His gaze is deep and resolute, as if it can quell all disputes. He turned to Tian, his voice deep and powerful. You just said that I am the source of all evil? What do you mean? Tian sneered, his eyes full of provocation. Are you very concerned about this title? Then I might as well say a few more words. If it weren't for you, the ninja world might not have fallen into such chaos. Although the Warring States period was full of conflicts, the scale of the wars back then was trivial compared to now. After the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, wars became more intense and larger in scale. Do you know? The number of casualties in the 20 years of the Warring States period never surpassed the death toll of a single ninja world war. All of this is because of you, Senju Hashirama. Tian's voice grew increasingly agitated, and his expression became quite comical, as if mocking Senju Hashirama's incompetence. His words were like a sharp knife, deeply piercing into Senju Hashirama's heart. Senju Hashirama remained silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head, his gaze firm and profound. He took a deep breath, his voice low and powerful. Perhaps you are right, but I have never given up on the pursuit of peace. War is brutal, but as long as we have faith and perseverance in our hearts, we will one day find the dawn of peace. As Senju Hashirama spoke these words, the air around seemed to freeze. Tian wore a mocking smile on his face, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, especially resting on Senju Hashirama's face. He smiled faintly, a glimmer of provocation flashing in his eyes, as if he had already firmly grasped victory in his hands. He continued, saying, The peaceful dawn you speak of is, in my view, none other than myself. His voice was powerful and resonant, as if carrying an irresistible charm that drew the attention of everyone present. His words revealed a strong sense of confidence and ambition, as if he had already foreseen the glorious future of unifying the ninja world. As long as I unify the ninja world, there will be no more conflicts in this world. Tian said decisively, his eyes shining with a fiery light, as if he could already see that peaceful world. So, those of you who stand in my way, and the sage of 6 paths behind you, Otsutsuki Kagaya. As soon as Tian's words fell, his gaze turned to the 5 Kages, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not long before your appearance, a being from beyond the heavens appeared. He is a relative of the sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Mamashiki. Tian's voice gradually rose, as if he wanted to etch this news deeply into the hearts of everyone present. He paused for a moment, looked around, and found that everyone's faces showed expressions of shock. He nodded in satisfaction and continued, Aren't you curious why he didn't let that Otsutsuki Kagaya deal with me? Instead, he brought you here to deal with me? A smug smile appeared on his face, as if he could see through everyone's thoughts. He continued, That's because I scared off Otsutsuki Kinshiki. You are just tools for stalling for time. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. The faces of the 5 Kage showed expressions of astonishment. They couldn't believe that Tian could defeat such an unheard of strong opponent as Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Tian seemed quite pleased with his performance. He continued, That Otsutsuki Purish is probably looking for help now. Do you know who he will look for? Otsutsuki Kagaya's partner, Otsutsuki Ishiki, the mother of Otsutsuki Yui. Who exactly are you talking about? Senju Hashirama furrowed his brows tightly, asking with a serious and confused tone. His gaze was fixed on Lu Tian, trying to find a hint of an answer in the other's eyes. Lu Tian's lips curled slightly, and a glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. He slowly paced forward, as if each step was treading on the heavy pressure in everyone's heart. He said in a deep voice, "This is the blind spot in your understanding, right? 1,000 years ago, or even earlier, two beings from beyond the stars streaked across the sky like meteors and descended upon this planet. Before that, there was no existence of chakra on this planet. Only natural energy." Lu Tian continued, his eyes shimmering with a profound light, as if he could penetrate the barriers of time and see that ancient era. Until Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki planted the god tree of chakra. But a conflict arose between the two. Lu Tian changed his tone, pausing for a moment to look at the 5 Kage, as if waiting for them to digest this shocking news. "Do you know what the necessary condition for planting the god tree is?" Lu Tian asked again, his eyes flashing with an inquisitive light. The 5 Kage exchanged glances, clearly troubled by this question. Lu Tian took a deep breath and continued. "The prerequisite is to sacrifice a living Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Kagaya was the sacrifice, but she ambushed Otsutsuki Ishiki, causing him to feed the 10 tails." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. The faces of the 5 shadows showed expressions of shock, as they could hardly believe this astonishing secret. Senju Hashirama, as the leader of the 5 shadows, was the first to regain his composure. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Tsutsuki Ishiki is dead? Didn't you just say that Tsutsuki Kinshiki want to look for him? How can he seek help from a dead person?" Lu Tian chuckled, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain. He said faintly, "This is the special thing about the Otsutsuki. They can replicate themselves and digitize their own data, then implant it into another person's body. A black diamond mark will appear on the palm of the person who is implanted as a sign. That mark is a means for the Otsutsuki to seize the body and resurrect. They are beings that transcend death." Lu Tian's words revealed a chilling and cold tone, as if he had thoroughly unveiled the secrets of the Otsutsuki. Chapter 73. Instigating the 5 Kage and the Sage of 6 Paths. A fierce wind rose, and dark clouds rolled in the sky, as if heralding an impending storm. Lu Tian stood leisurely in front of the 5 Kage. He stands tall, with a glint of cunning and provocation in his eyes. He seems like a chess player controlling the game, while the 5 shadows are his pieces, ready to be manipulated at his will. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smug smile, and slowly spoke. "So, this is the reason why the Sage of 6 Paths wanted to revive you. He implanted a mark called wedge in your bodies." His voice was deep and cold, as if a chilling wind from the abyss of hell had pierced the hearts of the 5 shadows. The 5 shadows were stunned by this sudden news, looking at each other in bewilderment. They looked at each other, both showing a hint of confusion and unease in their eyes. They opened their palms and examined them carefully, but found no trace of any diamond-shaped marks. As the leader of the 5 Kages, Senju Hashirama was the first to regain his composure. He furrowed his brows tightly, staring at Lu Tian with piercing eyes, and said in a deep voice, "There is no mark at all. You lied to us." His voice was filled with anger and doubt, as if he wanted to completely shatter Lu Tian's words. Senju Tobarama stood beside him, his gaze equally sharp. He clenched his fists, his voice revealing a hint of dissatisfaction, and said, "What he said before must also be a lie. Brother, don't be fooled by him." His expression was resolute, as if he was already prepared to confront Lu Tian. As the first Tsuchikage of a Wagakure, Shurha directly expressed his dissatisfaction. He widened his eyes and glared at Lu Tian, his voice filled with authority as he said, "Young man, do you think we're foolish? Do you really think your few words can make us believe your nonsense?" Seeing this, Lu Tian curled the corner of his mouth into a mocking smile. He seemed to have anticipated the reaction of the 5 shadows, a sly glint shining in his eyes. With a gentle wave of his finger, an invisible force instantly enveloped the first-generation Reikage, easily tearing apart her robes. The gaze of the 5 shadows instantly focused on the exposed back of the first-generation Reikage. There, a striking diamond-shaped mark was prominently displayed. The mark flickered with a dim light, as if it were a curse deeply branded on the spine of the first-generation Reikage. The other 4 shadows gasped at this scene, a wave of inexplicable fear surging in their hearts. In that moment, a storm of emotions erupted within the hearts of the 5 shadows. They couldn't believe that they were actually being used as vessels by the Sage of 6 Paths. Lu Tian let out a triumphant laugh, full of provocation, and said, "Do you now want to believe what I said?" Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light appeared in the forest, like lightning piercing through the night sky. When the bright light dissipated, the figure of the Sage of Six Paths materialized out of thin air, descending before everyone with majesty and solemnity. He floated in midair in a meditative posture. He is draped in a snow-white long robe that is pure and pristine. The robe shimmers with a faint glow, as if containing endless mysteries. There was a deep light flickering in his eyes, as if he could see through all the illusions of the world. His appearance made the entire forest seem to fall into a state of stillness. The wind that was originally blowing seemed to be intimidated by his majesty, daring not to stir even a little. The whole space felt as if it had solidified, with only the steady aura of the Sage of the Six Paths flowing slowly like a mountain. The Sage of the Six Paths observed the uncertain expressions of the five shadows, revealing a hint of anxiety and anger on his face. His brows were tightly knitted, as if two sword-like eyebrows were about to intersect. His gaze was like a torch, seemingly capable of penetrating the doubts and unease within the five shadows. He suddenly waved his sleeve, and his voice echoed through the woods like thunder. He said, "You ignorant fools, as the Sage of the Six Paths in the ninja world, I possess endless power and wisdom. Since I can resurrect you, why would I need to take over your bodies? Isn't that unnecessary and a hassle?" His voice surged like a roaring torrent, causing the five Kage to involuntarily take a few steps back. Only Senju Hashirama stood still, unmoved. The five Kage widened their eyes as they gazed at the angry and imposing face of the Sage of Six Paths, filled with awe and unease. The Sage of Six Paths' gaze swept over the five Kage, as if examining their innermost thoughts. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger within. Why are you so anxious?" Tian remained unmoved, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He cast a cold glance at the Six Paths Sage, as if looking at a joke. He slightly raised his head, gazing at the clouds scattered by the wind in the sky. His voice carried a hint of mockery as he said, "I only said a few words, and you're so worked up. It's really interesting." Tian looked at the five shadows, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. He said, "That's because your time of death in the ninja world is too long ago, and your power has significantly diminished. You can no longer control this world by yourself. Therefore, you need the five Kage as your springboard to re-enter this world in your prime." Upon hearing this, the Sage of Six Paths' expression instantly turned ashen. He stared wide-eyed in anger, as if he were about to breathe fire. He trembled as he pointed at Tian, his voice shaking with anger. He said to the five Kage, "You're talking nonsense. You took off your clothes. Look for yourselves. I didn't leave that thing on you." The five Kage were stunned by the words of the Sage of Six Paths. They looked at each other, a hint of hesitation flashing in their eyes. But at this critical moment, they chose to trust the Sage of the Six Paths. They slowly began to remove their clothes, layer by layer, until their bodies were completely exposed to the air. As the clothing gradually came off, the bodies of the five shadows appeared particularly fair under the sunlight. Surprisingly, there were no diamond-shaped marks on them, as Tian had mentioned. Their skin was as smooth as jade, without any flaws. At that moment, the five shadows finally understood Tian's conspiracy. A flash of anger glimmered in their eyes, and the gaze directed at Tian turned cold and sharp. They clenched their fists, as if to transform the anger within them into strength, as if they were determined to crush this despicable enemy in one blow. Seeing this, Tian curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. He seemed to have anticipated everything, his eyes flashing with cunning and provocation. Facing the angry gazes of the five Kage, he slowly raised his hand, as if to make some kind of move. At that moment, Sage of the Six Paths suddenly intervened. A powerful force erupted from the Sage of the Six Paths, instantly sending Tian flying. "You shameless scoundrel! Do not deceive the masses with your lies." The Sage of the Six Paths roared in anger. His voice echoed through the forest like rolling thunder, shaking the hearts of everyone present. His face turned bright red. His reincarnation eyes flickered with flames of anger, as if they were going to burn Tian, this kind of guy, to ashes. The five Kage were infected by the anger of the Sage of Six Paths, clenching their fists and displaying expressions of rage and unwillingness. But the truth was far more complicated than they imagined. Although Tian had deceived them, the Sage of Six Paths had also hidden some truths. Chapter 74. Another reversal in the position of the wedge. The wind in the forest howled, lifting the robes of the five Kage as if rolling like waves, seemingly unveiling the layers of fog for them. Although Lu Tian was sent flying by the Sage of Six Paths' immense power, a barely noticeable cold smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. His gaze fell on the five shadows. There was a slight glimmer in his eyes, as if he was anticipating something. The five shadows' minds had not yet recovered from the shock they had just experienced. They heard the ethereal and mysterious voice of the Six Paths sage again. They turned to look. They saw the figure of the Six Paths immortal floating in midair, becoming increasingly hazy. He seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of mist, ready to dissipate into nothingness at any moment. The power of the Sage of Six Paths projected into the ninja world, after just now sending Lu Tian flying, seemed to be dwindling. His figure swayed in the wind, as if it could disperse with the breeze at any moment. His gaze swept over the five shadows, as if carrying a hint of helplessness and determination that could not be concealed, as if he wanted to pin all his hopes on them. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling, as if he were trying to gather all his strength in this moment. He slowly spoke, his voice filled with a sense of sorrow and weight, saying, "The heavy responsibility of protecting the ninja world is entrusted to you." Each word struck the hearts of the five Kage like a heavy hammer, making them feel an immense burden and responsibility. After speaking, the figure of the Sage of the Six Paths began to gradually dissipate. His figure became increasingly blurry and finally transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, disappearing into the air. His voice gradually faded away, leaving only a silence and the silhouettes of the five shadows looking at each other. It seemed as if a storm was raging in the hearts of the five shadows, with doubts and unease cloaking their minds like dark clouds. They looked at each other, trying to find a glimmer of answers in the equally confused expressions of one another. But they found that each person's eyes were like bottomless lakes, filled with confusion and misunderstanding. Just then, Lu Tian slowly rose from the ground like a ghost. He patted the dust off his clothes. He wore a smug smile on his face, as if everything that had just happened was within his expectations. He walked towards the five shadows with a composed stride, each step seemingly echoing the heartbeat of the crowd, quickening their pulse. A sly smile curled at the corner of Lu Tian's mouth, as if he were the wise one who controlled everything. His eyes shimmered with a chilling light, fixated on the five shadows as if he wanted to see through their deepest fears. "Do you know? I haven't lied to you." Lu Tian's deep and cold voice echoed in the air. It was as if each word coalesced into a sharp knife, piercing the hearts of the five shadows. His voice was like the cold tongue of a snake, licking at the nerves of the five shadows, causing them to shiver involuntarily. "The so-called mark of the wedge is actually engraved on the surface of your hearts." Lu Tian continued, his eyes shimmering with a strange light, as if everything was under his control. As soon as he said this, the five shadows were instantly shocked. Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage of the Fire Nation, was the first to stand up and question him. He said, "This is impossible. We have never felt anything unusual. Besides, how could you possibly know about such secret matters?" The first-generation Wind Shadow, Lido, followed closely behind. His brows are tightly furrowed, and a glimmer of doubt shines in his eyes. He frowned and said, "Lu Tian, what evidence do you have? This statement is simply absurd." But Lu Tian remained unfazed, coldly smiling. "Evidence? My eyes can see through everything. I have seen the wedge on the surface of your hearts." He said, "If it's engraved on the hand, just find someone to help cut it off. But if it's engraved on the heart, then it can't be removed." The other country's five shadows were immediately stirred, their hearts filled with tumult. They all clutched their chests, as if they could feel the invisible mark beating on the surface of their hearts, bringing waves of chill. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. They never expected that the wedge would be hidden in such a deadly position. This secret was like a huge black hole, devouring all their trust and sense of security. The hearts of the five shadows were filled with confusion and bewilderment. They didn't know whom to trust or how to face this sudden truth. Seeing the terrified expressions of the five shadows, Lu Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction rising within him. He continued with a cold smile. "The reason why the Sage of Six Paths did not tell you the truth is that he knows once you learn this secret, you will begin to doubt him. And now, he no longer has enough power to maintain this lie." The tranquil and solemn Pure Land. Otsutsuki Kenshiki's originally calm expression instantly turned dark and angry upon hearing Lu Tian's words. In his eyes flickered a thunderous light, as if he wanted to ignite the entire Pure Land. He didn't expect that despite putting in such great effort, he still couldn't control the situation. Otsutsuki Kenshiki clenched his fists tightly. His finger joints made a crisp sound, as if expressing his inner unwillingness and anger. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions, then decided to use the backup plan he had prepared long ago. He wants to maintain the peace of the ninja world in his own way. In the forest, Senju Hashirama, however, is skeptical of Luten's words. As a legendary ninja of the Land of Fire, he possesses keen insight and judgment. He was resurrected by the Sage of the Six Paths. He has been strengthened, and he does not need to form hand seals. He manipulated the surrounding plants with his thoughts. The once tranquil woods and flowers instantly became his weapons. With Hashirama Senju's intention, the surrounding plants seemed to be summoned. Rushing towards Lu Tian, the vibrant flowers and grasses coiled around Lu Tian like ethereal serpents, binding his movements. The thick branches acted like monstrous tentacles, tightly wrapping around Lu Tian's body as if trying to strangle him. Lu Tian seemed caught off guard by the sudden attack. His face showed signs of a struggle that was heavily performed. He seemed to want to break free from the constraints of the vines and branches. But he found that his strength appeared so insignificant in the face of these plants. A look of terror appeared on his face, as if he hadn't expected Senju Hashirama to possess such powerful abilities. Do you just enjoy pretending? Then I will take your life. Senju Hashirama coldly stared at Lu Tian, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. He said in a deep voice, Lu Tian, do you think your lies can deceive everyone? I, Senju Hashirama, am not such an easily fooled fool. After saying this, he waved his hands again, and the surrounding plants seemed to receive new instructions, starting to attack Lu Tian frantically. Lu Tian revealed a comical smile and said, You say you're not a fool? But you're attacking me. Do you think this is your own idea? Chapter 75. The five Kage joined forces to attack Lu Tian. Senju Hashirama suddenly unleashed a powerful aura. He took a deep breath and gradually, a mysterious and majestic mask appeared on his face, symbolizing the sage mode. The surrounding environment fluctuated with his breath. The seemingly ordinary flowers, grass, and branches that had been entwined around Lu Tian now seemed to come to life. They grew wildly, twisted, and ultimately merged into a gigantic green dragon. This dragon rolled in the air, its scales shimmering with a faint green light, each scale seemingly containing endless power. The constraining force of the giant dragon was so powerful that it was suffocating, as if it aimed to control everything. Its body continuously released a strange fluctuation, capable of absorbing all the chakra around it, whether from enemies or itself. But Lu Tian was not an ordinary person either. He also possessed the ability to absorb chakra. Thus, the two engaged in a thrilling tug-of-war. Lu Tian faced off against the wooden dragon, and a vortex of chakra formed around his body. Whenever the wooden dragon attempted to absorb Lu Tian's chakra, he would use his strong willpower and skills to reverse the absorption. Do you think you could trap me like this? Lu Tian smirked slightly, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a burst of blazing flames erupted, resembling two fire dragons twisting in the air. Let's have some fun first. Let me try this. Lu Tian shouted. His voice echoed on the battlefield like thunder. The two flames instantly transformed into two fire dragons, roaring as they charged towards the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon let out a deafening roar. Its massive body twisted violently in front of the fire dragons, attempting to devour them. But the fire dragons seemed to have been given life, skillfully weaving through the air, each touch seemingly consuming the wooden dragon's chakra. Senju Hashirama stood not far away. Witnessing all of this, a serious expression appeared on his face. He knows that if this continues, Mulong's chakra will soon be completely consumed by Lu Tian. He cannot stand by and do nothing. He must end this battle as soon as possible. He took a deep breath, and the surrounding chakra fluctuations instantly became more turbulent. He clasped his hands together and shouted softly, Immortal technique would release true thousand hands, top transformation into Buddha. With his loud shout, suddenly, a gigantic statue of the thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara appeared behind him. This statue was enormous, several dozen times larger than the Nine Tails. If the Nine Tails were present, it could easily be grasped with just one hand. It emitted a golden light, as if it could illuminate the entire battlefield. Countless massive arms extended from the statue, towering like giant trees, blocking out the sun. These arms simultaneously launched an attack on Lu Tian, attempting to crush him in one blow. Thousands of gigantic fists struck down, each blow seeming to shake the heavens and the earth. Yet, Lu Tian showed no signs of panic. He transformed into a mass of black flames, and in an instant, The wooden dragon beside him was reduced to ashes under the flames. Then he conjured a massive black flame giant shield, blocking all of Guanin's attacks. Is this all you've got, thousand-handed Hashirama? Tian's eyes sparkled with disdain as he prepared to counterattack. He seemed like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey. In that split second, the thousand-hand door moved. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light like that of stars, as if they could pierce through all darkness. He clapped his hands and took a deep breath. A super high-pressure, straight water column burst forth from his mouth, which was the water release, water severing wave. This water column was like a silver light sword, dazzling and brilliant, carrying endless coldness and sharpness. It traced a perfect straight line through the air, cutting towards Tian. The water waves rippled. A humid breath permeated the air. The destructive power made one's heart race, as if even space was being torn apart by this force. The surrounding air was pulled by this power, producing faint cracking sounds. Tian's expression seemed to grow serious. He just adjusted his posture to dodge this fatal blow. In the next moment, the speed of the water-breaking wave was astonishing, like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it was already closing in on his body again. A sudden gust of wind swept through the air. Fierce Do clapped his hands, and a powerful wind-style chakra burst forth from his body. This was his pride, the bloodline limit, hurricane release. Under his control, the howling wind swept towards Tian. The wind was mixed with countless sharp wind blades. They danced and spun in the air, producing a sharp sound as if even space was being cut apart by this fierce wind. Tian felt two powerful forces rushing towards him at the same time. But he did not panic. Instead, he became even calmer. He flashed like a ghost, weaving between the howling wind and the waves. Each flicker was accompanied by a loud bang and a blinding light, as if Tian were drawing bright trails in the darkness. He skillfully dodged all the attacks, as if everything was under his control. Tian, let's see how you withstand my double attack. I don't believe you can keep dodging. Do shouted, his voice filled with confidence and dominance. But Tian remained unfazed. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and reappeared right in front of Senju Tobarama. His palm was raised high, as if he was about to slap down. But Shinsho Feijian did not panic. He vanished completely, using the Flying Thunder God technique. When he reappeared, he was several meters behind Tian. He was already prepared, surrounded by the marks of Flying Thunder God. Senju Tobarama quickly created a water vortex in his hand and condensed it into a water spear. He threw it with all his might. The water spear spun rapidly in the air, swirling unpredictably like a blooming silver lotus. The moment the water spear made contact with the target, a massive water vortex would form in an instant. Its power was immense and incredibly magnificent. Tian keenly sensed a feeling of pressure coming from behind, like a heavy hammer striking his heart. He wanted to dodge again, but his feet suddenly felt as if they were bound by invisible chains, heavy and unable to move. He looked down in astonishment, only to see that the ground beneath his feet was no longer just simple soil. It seemed to have been infused with life, transforming into long, slender tentacles. They tightly coiled around his feet, like seaweed firmly clinging to him in the depths of the ocean. A tremendous force surged from below, as if a torrent was trying to swallow him whole. Tian tried to break free with all his might, but that force was as heavy as a mountain, leaving him as immobile as a piece of iron firmly attracted by a magnet. He looked up at the figure in the sky, the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa. Ishikawa had his hands behind his back, looking relaxed and at ease. A hint of a mocking smile hung on his face as he stared at Tian. He slowly spoke. Tian, just stand there honestly. You have nowhere to escape in front of me. Chapter 76. The Six Paths Immortal unleashes his final move. Tian transformed into a blazing ball of black fire. Into raging flames, it seemed as if countless demons were dancing wildly. The black fire pierced through the sky, carrying endless might and fury, rushing towards the boundless firmament. The sky appeared to be torn apart by this ball of black fire, and the surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature, producing crackling explosion sounds. He broke through layers of constraints. Neither the barriers of space nor the shackles of time could hinder his forward march. Tian let out a long howl in midair. That sound was like the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger, shocking to the heart. His face was filled with madness and excitement, as if all the fighting and killing were just an exhilarating game to him. Ha! Ha ha ha! This is so fun! Tian laughed loudly, his eyes sparkling with mockery, and said, You guys are really too interesting. I almost feel reluctant to kill you. His words were filled with sarcasm and disdain. as if his enemies were nothing more than a bunch of ants, not even worth his full effort. Just as his words fell, his gaze suddenly became sharp as he looked in one direction. There stood a figure, none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen. But there was one exception, Tian coldly said, his voice filled with murderous intent. That is you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his eyes flickered a cold, icy light, as if he wanted to freeze Sarutobi Hizashi completely. As he spoke, the black flames surged again, becoming even more intense. Tian was like a giant arrow, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, shooting swiftly towards Sarutobi Hizashi. His speed was so fast that it seemed to have surpassed the limitations of space, making it impossible for anyone to evade. Sarutobi Sasuke's expression also became serious. He could feel the terrifying pressure approaching. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened, and he quickly formed hand seals with both hands. He took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his mouth. In that instant, a ball of purple lightning instantly formed in his mouth. Like a giant purple dragon, it roared and charged towards Tian, who was coming head-on. This was the secret technique of in release, lightning style that Sarutobi Hiruzen had secretly learned from Uchiha Madara. However, Tian showed no concern in the face of this thunderous attack. The black flame he transformed into surged in the air, resembling an arrow ignited by dark fire. It pierced through the sky, carrying the momentum of destruction, and shot directly towards the purple dragon. The purple dragon roared, attempting to withstand the assault of this dark fire with its thunderous might. However, before this arrow empowered by dark forces, the purple dragon was instantly ignited, rapidly turning into a dazzling spark before ultimately dissipating into the endless darkness. Nothing remained of Sarutobi's attack, not even a trace. This scene left everyone present in shock. They didn't expect that Tian's strength was so powerful that even the ultimate technique of Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't shake him at all. Monkey, you actually dared to kill him. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama let out a furious roar. His voice echoed in the air like thunder, shaking the hearts of everyone. In an instant, the ground beneath Tian's feet began to tremble violently. Large wooden giant hands emerged from the ground, like enormous vines, stealthily grabbing hold of Tian. These wooden giant hands radiated a strong vitality, as if they intended to swallow Tian whole. Yet, Tian remained completely unconcerned. The black flames on him suddenly became more vigorous, as if they were about to ignite the entire world. The wooden giant hands turned to ashes the moment they came into contact with the black flames, dissipating into the air. Tian coldly looked at the people in front of him, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He said, "Can't you line up and let me deal with you one by one? Why you have to swarm me? Since that's the case, I won't play anymore." The black flames on him surged again, as if to swallow the entire world. As the first-generation Tsuchikage, Ishikawa's eyes narrowed. He let out an angry shout and said, "Young man, how dare you underestimate us, the Five Shadows? Today, I will let you know what the pinnacle of the ninja world is." He formed hand seals with both hands and unleashed his unique secret technique, bloodline elimination, earth release. Around Tian, the earth surged and transformed into lifelike mud figures. They wielded weapons and attacked from different directions. The clay figures emitted a heavy aura of earth, as if they were determined to bind Tian completely in the soil. A trace of disdain flashed in Tian's eyes. He moved like a ghost, weaving through the mud figures. But he quickly realized that these mud figures were not simple tricks. The earth-style ninjutsu they released actually made him feel a slight delay in chakra. Is it this move again? How boring. Tian let out a cold laugh, his body suddenly shaking, and a powerful black flame erupted from within him. The mud figures around him quickly showed large cracks under the scorching flame, eventually turning into a puddle of mud scattered on the ground. Just as Tian was about to press the attack, he suddenly felt a tremendous pressure descending from the sky. The surrounding air sank under this heavy weight, as if it had turned into a viscous liquid. Tian's body froze, and he could no longer move as effortlessly as before. Mud-style, gravity-crushing technique. The voice of the Earth Shadow, Inoki, echoed over the battlefield. He hovered in mid-air, hands clasped together, his gaze intense. The soil around the entire battlefield seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, rapidly converging towards the position where Tian was located. The ground appeared to tremble, as if it were about to tear open a huge void. Under this immense pressure, the black flames on Tian's body flickered like a candle flame washed by a storm, brightening and dimming, ready to extinguish at any moment. Tian felt the gravity coming from all directions, like countless mountains pressing down on him. It made it hard for him to breathe, forcing him to collapse to the ground. Tian struggled to stand up, but each effort felt like being bound by an invisible force, rendering him unable to move. Meanwhile, others were not just watching the show. Lido had already floated high in the sky. He took a deep breath and quickly formed seals with both hands. In that instant, a fierce whirlwind roared around him, rapidly forming sharp blades of wind. These wind blades, accelerated by gravity, doubled in power and struck down at Tian like sharp blades. The three water shadows joined forces to unleash their ninjutsu. While Yin clasped his hands together, and a stream of white steam erupted from his body, swiftly floating towards Tian's head. The third water shadow also used this technique. Meanwhile, Kaido Mangetsu leaped into the air, opened his mouth wide, and released a massive column of water. Senju Tobarama also formed seals with both hands, unleashing a series of water release techniques. His water column intertwined with the water column of the Ghost Lantern and Phantom Moon, quickly forming a massive water curtain. The thousand-handed cannon behind Senju Hashirama activated once again, with thousands of giant hands surging toward Tian like a tidal wave. These giant hands emanated a powerful wood-release chakra, and each swing seemed capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. At that moment, a mysterious light suddenly erupted around the five Kage, enveloping the entire battlefield. This was the backup plan of the Sage of Six Paths, and the powerful sealing force surged toward Tian. In the face of this power, all of Tian's struggles became meaningless. He felt his body being pulled by an invisible force, eventually disappearing from the spot. You went to such great lengths just to seal one of my bodies? Moreover, you have overlooked me. Chapter 77. Otsutsuki Kinshiki finds a Shiki at this moment. In the northwestern wasteland of the Land of Wind, the sky was overcast with dark clouds, as if foreshadowing an impending storm. In this oppressive atmosphere, a figure flashed like a ghost. It was Otsutsuki Kinshiki, fleeing in panic. Anger and disdain flickered in his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. In this desolate land, Otsutsuki Puresu sensed the vibrations beneath the ground. He found Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was possessing the body of Jigen. His incomplete upper body shrank and parasitized the brain of Cicien. At this moment, Cicien is wearing a white feather garment, with the Roman numeral 4 tattooed below his left eye and a wedge mark on his chin. He is very gentlemanly and is currently enjoying his meal and tasting red wine, facing the sudden arrival of a large wooden tub. He confronted Otsutsuki Urashiki through Chisen's body. "Look at you now, half dead," Urashiki mocked. His voice echoed in the underground cave, carrying a hint of mockery and pride. He said, "You were actually ambushed by your own subordinates, leaving you in a half-dead state. It's truly a disgrace to our reputation. I belong to the same class as you, and I feel humiliated by this." Otsutsuki Kagaya's words were like a sharp sword, piercing deeply into Otsutsuki Ishiki's heart. However, Otsutsuki Ishiki did not care. He continued to drink red wine through Cicien's body. He said, "If you are just here to mock me, there's no need. If you are here to reclaim the God Tree, then hurry up. Don't waste time. I came here for 3 major matters, and at this moment, what I want to do is teach the traitor a lesson." Otsutsuki Pusher's cold voice echoed in the vast underground cave. He instantly opened the portal to the Yellow Springs, resembling a deep black hole that devoured everything around it. Stepping through this door, the figure of Otsutsuki Urashiki vanished in an instant. He descended into the Otsutsuki Kagaya's initial ball space. This space, like an ancient secret realm forgotten by time, was filled with a rich chakra aura, and the air contained boundless energy. Ancient runes flowed slowly within the space, as if whispering unknown secrets. Otsutsuki Urashiki stepped into this space, a disdainful smile blossoming on his face. He looked around, his gaze sharp like that of a hawk, instantly locking onto the frail figure of Kagaya Otsutsuki in the corner. He moved, appearing before Kagaya Otsutsuki like a ghost. He extended his long, pale fingers and gently grabbed the disheveled hair of Otsutsuki Kagaya, as if playing with a helpless kitten. Bloodline net, rabbit hair needle. Otsutsuki Kagaya's hair transformed into countless thousand strands, attacking Otsutsuki Urashiki. Faced with such an assault, a hint of impatience flashed in Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes, and he suddenly slapped Otsutsuki Kagaya. The crisp sound echoed in the starting ball space, as if time itself had paused. Otsutsuki Kagaya's body traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Otsutsuki Urashiki crouched down, jumped, and stomped on Otsutsuki Kagaya's back. He is repeatedly crushing with force. In Otsutsuki Putsuki's eyes, there's a blaze of anger, as if it is about to erupt, and his voice is filled with rage and dissatisfaction. He said, "You worthless traitor to your superiors, to be defeated by your own son and sealed away for so many years. And now, you dare to resist me? It's truly laughable." Otsutsuki Kagaya struggled in pain, but her gaze was exceptionally resolute. She gritted her teeth, using all her strength to try to break free from Otsutsuki Kinshiki's restraints. Her hands clenched into fists, as if she were trying to gather the last bit of power to fight back. Kekai Tensei, 80 God Air Strike. But Otsutsuki Kinshiki did not give her that opportunity. He kicked out fiercely, as swift as thunder. Kagaya Otsutsuki's body arced through the air and crashed heavily to the ground again. She rolled on the ground a few times, a trace of fresh blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Struggling to lift her head, Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes still shimmered with an indomitable light. She looked at Otsutsuki Kinshiki and said weakly but firmly, "I will not yield to you." Otsutsuki Kinshiki sneered and stood up. He waved his hand, and a powerful suction instantly pulled Kagaya Otsutsuki in front of him. He looked down at Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was in a disheveled state, a glimmer of mockery and ridicule flashing in his eyes. Then he suddenly waved his hand. Kagaya was ruthlessly thrown into the portal of the Yellow Springs. In that moment, it felt as if the entire world had plunged into darkness. Her body traced a sorrowful arc in the air, like a withering leaf, before crashing heavily at the feet of Ishiki Otsutsuki. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes tattered, yet in her eyes burned an unyielding flame, a mix of unwillingness, determination, and endless sorrow. As her former superior, Ishiki Otsutsuki now coldly observed her through the body of Kinshiki. His gaze flickered with complex emotions, containing both anger at Kagaya's betrayal and admiration for her indomitable spirit. However, Ishiki's anger quickly transformed into a twisted desire. He slowly approached Kagaya, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and said, "You've given birth to 3 children, and they have caused me a lot of trouble. How about you give me one as well?" As soon as he finished speaking, Otsutsuki Ishiki reached out his hand and violently tore apart Kagaya's already tattered clothing. Kagaya struggled, trying to resist, but her body felt as if it were frozen, unable to move. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair, but more than that, there was a steadfastness to her dignity. This was the joint border of the land of wind, the land of water, and the land of bear. Lute had a body nearby, closing his eyes to sense the chakra fluctuations around him. He quickly got up, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared from a spot. When he entered the mysterious underground cave, the sight before him instantly filled him with rage. He saw Kagaya Otsutsuki, the once glorious being from 1,000 years ago. At this moment, she lay on the ground like an abandoned doll, battered and disheveled. Tian's gaze then swept towards the 2 Otsutsuki who were about to act inappropriately. His eyes instantly turned bright red, and he clenched his fists tightly, with chakra swirling wildly around his body. Tian roared in anger, "You 2 shameless scoundrels! How dare you do such a despicable thing?" With his furious shout, the entire underground cave seemed to tremble. Tsutsuki Ishiki and Tsutsuki Kagaya both raised their heads simultaneously, looking at this sudden intruder. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes, but what followed was more disdain and contempt. However, Tian did not give them any chance to react. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and the next moment appeared in front of Otsutsuki Ishiki. He swung his fist violently, carrying endless rage and power, directly smashing into Tsishian's chest. With a loud bang, Tsishian's body, which belonged to Tsutsuki Ishiki, was actually sent flying by Tian's punch, crashing heavily against the stone wall of the cave. A trace of fresh blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Tian did not stop. His figure flickered and reappeared in front of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he swung his fist again. This time, he directly shattered the body of Otsutsuki Puru, turning it into a void. Chapter 78, Tian vs. 2 Otsutsuki. Your performance is over. But don't think I will just sit back and watch the show. Tian in the forest announced coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. In front of him were 10 exquisite stone chairs, emanating a faint glow. The shadows of past generations were drawn by an invisible force, and one by one, they sat down on the chairs. They tried to move their bodies, but found themselves bound by a powerful force, unable to move. Don't bother. This is my self-imposed puppet curse, Tian said. The faces of the past shadows showed an expression of despair, as if they were witnessing their own doom. At that moment, a huge screen slowly unfolded in front of everyone. The images on the screen shocked everyone. It was Tian's other body engaged in battle. In the dim underground cave, it seemed as if an invisible force was surging. 3 figures resembling large wooden tubes stood out conspicuously. The 2 men and 1 woman exuded a powerful aura, as if they could tear apart space itself. The eyes of the 5 Kages were focused on Kaguya Otsutsuki. The former ruler of the ninja world now appeared so disheveled. Her clothes were tattered, her fair skin was covered in scars, and her eyes revealed endless pain and despair. This scene stirred an inexplicable sense of sorrow and anger within the hearts of the 5 Kages. They couldn't help but feel sorry for the former ruler. On the other side of the cave, Tian stood like a brave warrior. Facing 2 powerful Otsutsuki, he showed no fear. His figures swiftly darted through the cave, each attack carrying the force of thunder, as if to tear the entire cave apart. The 5 shadows watched in astonishment, filled with awe and admiration for Tian. Is this Tian's true strength? Senju Hashirama murmured, his eyes filled with shock and reverence. He had never imagined that humans could possess such immense power. It was beyond his comprehension. We were actually in opposition to him. A look of terror appeared on Shura's face, and his voice trembled as if he couldn't believe this fact. They have always believed themselves to be the top powerhouses in the ninja world, but now it seems that the gap between them and Ruten is like heaven and earth. The battle on the screen has not ended. In the shocked gazes of everyone, Otsutsuki Kanshiki seems to not be completely dead. He struggled to get up and consumed all the chakra from the fish basket. Yet even so, that immense energy still seemed insufficient to satisfy him. He was roaring madly, even swallowing his own 2 Rinnegan. With the consumption of chakra and the Rinnegan, the body of Otsutsuki Kanshiki underwent astonishing changes. His originally tall stature became even more robust, as if he were an unshakable mountain. His skin became as white as jade, as if covered by a layer of divine radiance. On his forehead, the golden reincarnation eye slowly opened, releasing a brilliant light. His face was covered with black runes, as if someone had left shoe prints on it after stepping on his face. These runes emitted a strange and powerful aura. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was possessing Jigen, also began his transformation. He used the transformation of a wedge, and a large number of runes appeared on his body. These runes seemed like serpents slithering, coiling and intertwining around his body. A sharp horn has grown on the right side of his head, emitting a chilling glow. His eyes became cold and cruel, as if to devour everything. The hands of Otsutsuki Urashiki kept waving. With his movements, purple energy orbs streaked across the night sky like meteors, continuously shooting out from his palms. Tian stood not far away, his eyes shining with determination. He tried to harness the power of the Rinnegan to absorb these purple energy orbs, but found that these energy spheres seemed to possess unique properties that prevented him from absorbing them. He was startled but did not panic. Instead, he quickly adjusted his strategy, preparing to focus on defense. Bang! With a loud noise, Tian felt a strong impact. He stumbled slightly, but quickly steadied himself. Aside from firing these energy spheres, what other abilities have you gained? Has it just been an increase in physical strength? Tian looked at Otsutsuki Kanshiki, his eyes seemingly flashing with curiosity. At that moment, Otsutsuki Kanshiki was about to make a move against Tian. He suddenly waved his hand, and a powerful wave of energy erupted from his body. Countless black cubes emerged from the other dimension, raining down on Tian like raindrops. These black cubes emitted a strange aura that made Tian feel a sense of dread. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he took a deep breath. Tian summoned all his strength, ready to face these attacks. Bang! 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 The black cubes continued to collide with Tian, creating deafening sounds. But Tian seemed to transform into an indestructible barrier. No matter how fiercely these cubes attacked, they ultimately could not shake him even a little. After enduring countless impacts, all the black cubes were shattered by Tian. He stood in place, his eyes shimmering with a cold light. Otsutsuki Ishiki looked at Tian before him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He did not expect that Lu Tian's strength was so formidable that even his divine techniques could not cause any substantial harm. However, he did not give up. Instead, he waved his hands again, preparing to launch a more ferocious attack. Otsutsuki Pushi released purple energy orbs once more. These energies flickered like stars, transforming into deadly energy orbs. They shot towards Lu Tian at an astonishing speed. Each release of energy was accompanied by violent vibrations in the air and the tearing of the night sky, as if the entire universe was trembling in response. The purple light illuminated everything around, making the underground cave appear as if it were being engulfed by purple flames. Otsutsuki Pushi fixed his gaze on Lu Tian, a hint of urgency flashing in his eyes. He turned to look at the other side, where Otsutsuki Ishiki was. This guy is really strong. Urashiki shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the underground cave, filled with a sense of urgency. He said, "Cooperate with my fight. I'm about to unleash my ultimate move." Upon hearing these words, Lu Tian, standing in the purple energy barrage, revealed a look of disdain. His gaze was calm and resolute, as if these attacks were nothing more than insignificant toys to him. He lifted his head and looked at the disheveled Kagaya, Otsutsuki, the progenitor of Chakra in the ninja world. "Don't worry, I will eliminate them soon," Lu Tian said, his voice filled with confidence. In an instant, Lu Tian suddenly felt a strange aura. He lowered his head and saw a tiny creature appearing on his shoulder, trying to burrow into his ear. Lu Tian was slightly startled. He immediately realized that this was the divine technique of Otsutsuki Ishiki, Shinjutsu, Dekokuten. Lu Tian snorted coldly. How could he allow Otsutsuki Ishiki to succeed? He quickly reached out a hand, executing a swift backhand motion to accurately catch the shrunken Otsutsuki Ishiki. "The gap between you and me is too great," Lu Tian sneered while holding Otsutsuki Ishiki, saying, "Your petty skills cannot harm me in the slightest." Chapter 79. Black Zetsu meets Otsutsuki Kagaya again. After a fierce battle, the underground cave was unrecognizable. The originally solid rock shattered under the impact of energy, with the sound of collapse echoing, as if the earth was roaring in anger. A huge hole appeared at the top of the cave, several meters in diameter, leading straight to the surface. Sunlight poured down from the opening, illuminating the chaos within the cave. Lu Tian stood amidst the ruins, tightly holding two Otsutsuki members, Ishiki and Kinshiki, who had lost their ability to resist. Their clothes were tattered and they looked disheveled, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Lu Tian looked at them, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. He coldly said, "You are like cockroaches that can't be killed. No matter how I attack, you can still survive. It's really exhausting." His voice echoed in the vast cave, laced with a hint of mockery and sarcasm. After speaking, he raised his hand, holding up two large wooden tubes high, as if showcasing his trophies. "Since you are so tenacious, I shall completely annihilate you according to your customs." A cruel smile curled at the corner of Lu Tian's mouth, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. He slowly opened his mouth. The two large wooden tubes in his hands were actually compressing continuously. They struggled and shouted. But ultimately, it was all in vain. Under the sunlight, Lu Tian's figure appeared even more towering and majestic. A determined light flickered in his eyes, as if nothing could stop his forward march. Those two large barrels had become his nourishment. How delicious it was! Lu Tian took a deep breath, and satisfaction and joy sparkled in his eyes. It seemed that what he had just swallowed was not an enemy, but the most exquisite delicacy in the world. He felt the surging power within him. Every thread and every strand seemed to contain endless energy, shaking his spirit. "I felt the power boiling. I have become stronger." Lu Tian was swinging his fists, feeling the surging power inside him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. At that moment, he seemed to have become an invincible being, and any enemy before him would become utterly vulnerable. He turned his head and looked at the distant Kagaya, Otsutsuki, with piercing eyes. Her figure appeared even more graceful under the sunlight. Lu Tian walked forward with a faint smile on his face. "Congratulations, Kagaya. You have finally freed yourself from the seal imposed by your two rebellious children." Lu Tian's voice was gentle yet powerful, as comforting as a spring breeze. He reached out and gently patted Kagaya's shoulder, as if offering her encouragement and comfort. Otsutsuki Kagaya was momentarily taken aback, her originally sharp gaze gradually softening at Luton's words. She slowly lifted her head and looked at the man who had just rescued her. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes, a mix of wariness towards the unknown and a barely perceptible gratitude. She had once been an invincible being, but during the years of her imprisonment, her power was ruthlessly bound, and her spirit was trapped in endless darkness. When this bondage was broken and freedom returned to her embrace, her heart was filled with a tumult of complex emotions. She hadn't expected Luton to express his congratulations and concern at this moment. This sudden kindness left her feeling somewhat surprised and a bit at a loss. But soon, a grateful smile appeared on her face, like the warm and bright sun of early spring. Otsutsuki Kagaya's smile revealed a kind of sweet innocence. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing for the future, as if she were a child who had just stepped out of darkness and regained her freedom. This version of her made Luton's heart flutter as well. He knows that although Kagaya Otsutsuki possesses immense power, her heart is like that of a naive child. Her purity and kindness are the key reasons why Naruto and Sasuke were able to successfully seal her away. If it weren't for this aspect of her character, perhaps the battle between the three of them would have led to a different outcome. Kagaya, could you call your third son over? Tian furrowed his brow slightly, gazing deeply at Kagaya Otsutsuki. His voice carried an undeniable authority. Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes flickered, as if her gaze could pierce through endless time and space. She gently nodded and said with a composed demeanor, I sense his chakra. It is already on its way. Meanwhile, across the distant forests of the Great Han Empire, Tian had completed his masterpiece. He stood in an open space, surrounded by dense forest, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting a golden halo around him. In front of him sat 10 former powerful figures, the 5 Kage. During the movie, they transformed into petite and delicate beauties. Their original clothes became ill-fitting, and they wore expressions of shyness and surprise, as if they still couldn't believe their transformation. Tian looked at these beauties with satisfaction. A triumphant smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He reached out and gently stroked the cheek of Senju Tobarama. He gently said, Ladies, it's your new beginning now. Your wedge has been removed by me. Make sure to thank me well. After becoming more feminine, Senju Tobarama's previously resolute face now appeared delicate. She bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes shimmering with tears of humiliation. She raised her head and looked at Tian with her clear, yet stubborn gaze. Her voice trembling as she said, Just kill me. Tian looked at her defiant expression, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. He said, You like this? It gets me excited. But then he changed his tone, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, and with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He added, However, I'm not that lustful guy Uchiha Kanya. Let's continue watching the movie. His words revealed a sense of ease and teasing, instantly alleviating the originally tense atmosphere. The 5 shadows were guided by his words, and they turned their gazes back to the screen. On the screen, a black and white creature resembling a Venus flytrap slowly emerged from the ground. Its body was composed of black and white colors, looking eerie and mysterious. When the black and white creature saw Kagaya Otsutsuki, its eyes instantly widened, and it seemed almost on the verge of tears with excitement. It trembled as it spoke, Mother, have you broken free from your seal? Its voice was filled with anticipation and excitement, as if it had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Kagaya Otsutsuki looked at the black and white creature, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her eyes. She nodded slightly and said, I have regained my freedom. Although her voice was calm, the power contained within it was impossible to ignore. Upon hearing this, the black and white creature jumped up in excitement. Its body twisted in the air, as if wanting to release all its joy. It shouted excitedly, Great! Mother, we can finally restart the God Tree project. Its voice was filled with confidence and determination, as if it had already seen the hope of the future. At this moment, the 5 shadows outside the screen were moved by this scene. Their hearts are also filled with anticipation and curiosity. They want to know what will happen next, and what kind of plans Otsutsuki Kagaya and Black Zetsu will have. Chapter 80. Uchiha Madara's Resurrection and Possession. At this moment, in the pure land of the ninja world, a faint glow of souls permeates the air, resembling a hazy dream. The Sage of 6 Paths, draped in an ancient robe, stands at the center of the pure land. His gaze is deep and mysterious, like the brightest star in the night sky, as if it can penetrate everything in the world. He slowly extended his hand. A dazzling light gradually emerged in the palm of his hand. Within that light, it seemed to contain endless power of the soul. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to the entire soul of the pure land into his body. With his breath, the souls of the lower ninjas and ordinary people in the pure land gathered like flowing water. They swirled and condensed in the palm of the Sage of 6 Paths, and were ultimately devoured by him. The Tsutsuki aliens are monsters that consume souls. The Sage of Six Paths, Tsutsuki Hagoromo, is no exception to this understanding. After devouring the souls, the Sage of Six Paths' gaze gradually became sharp, as if flames were burning within. A powerful aura erupted from him. This aura swept across the entire Pure Land like a violent storm, bringing an unprecedented sense of oppression. He has eaten and drunk enough, and his strength has returned to its peak state. The Sage of Six Paths slowly extends his hand, which seems to be able to touch the edges of the universe. His palm radiates a faint golden glow. That is the purest power in the ninja world, and it also symbolizes his strength. With a gentle wave of his hand, a dazzling light streaked through the void like a meteor, shooting straight into the sky. The brilliance of that light was so overwhelming that it was almost impossible to look directly at it. When the light faded, the soul of Uchiha Madara miraculously appeared. His figure flickered in and out of the light, exuding an air of indomitable pride. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise at first. However, that surprise was quickly suppressed by him, returning to his usual indifference. He coldly scrutinized the Sage of the Six Paths, his eyes filled with vigilance and doubt. "Who are you? What do you really want to do to me?" Uchiha Obito's voice was deep and icy, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. The Sage of the Six Paths smiled slightly, his smile full of mystery and profundity. His gaze seemed to see through Uchiha Madara's heart, making him unable to hide. "I'm a Sage of Six Paths. The ninja world is currently facing an unprecedented crisis. I need your strength. Let us protect this world that we both love together." The voice of the Sage of Six Paths was filled with determination and expectation. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara found himself leaving the Pure Land. He appeared in an unfamiliar place. He looked around and saw the figures of Kagaya, Otsutsuki, Kurizetsu, and others like Tian swaying in front of him. All eyes were focused on them, as if they had become the center of the world. When Tian saw the appearance of Uchiha Madara, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. His gaze was scanning Uchiha Madara up and down. Could this be the work of Kagaya, Otsutsuki again? Tian muttered to himself. This power seems to be yin-yang release, but Uchiha Madara did not answer Tian's question. He felt the powerful force surging within him, as if it were about to tear him apart. He couldn't help but let out a low growl. That sound was filled with excitement and anticipation. But soon, he realized that he was unable to control his own body. The will of the Sage of Six Paths began to erode his body, and his eyes started to become hazy. The Sage of Six Paths spoke slowly through his mouth. "This is yin-yang release, mundane rebirth. As long as the soul has not dissipated, I can resurrect it anywhere in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, you will become my capable assistant in protecting the ninja world." "What? You actually want to control me?" Uchiha Madara's voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. He struggled to break free from the control of the Sage of Six Paths, but that force tightened around his body like an iron clamp. "This is all for the sake of the shinobi world. Endure this for now," the Sage of Six Paths said. Then, Uchiha Madara's voice completely disappeared. His body seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, becoming stiff and cold. His eyes lost their former brilliance, becoming hollow and bewildered. The air around seemed to freeze at that moment. Ultimately, only the voice of the Six Paths Sage echoed in the air. His gaze swept over everyone present, as if proclaiming his control over this world. Uchiha Madara stood there like a soulless shell. He became the most sorrowful existence in this world. He seems like a clown. His appearance has transformed into that of the Sage of the Six Paths. The Sage of the Six Paths has eyes as deep as the stars in the night sky. He slightly tilted his head back, his gaze penetrating through the clouds, as if he could perceive the flow of time and the dust of the past. He slowly turned to Tian, a hint of admiration flashing in his deep-set eyes. He nodded slightly and said with a serious expression, "Tian, your insight is indeed sharp. I do not have true death, but my true self is confined in the Pure Land, and my power can only descend to the ninja world in the form of a projection." As he spoke, the Sage of Six Paths' gaze shot towards Kagaya Otsutsuki like a sharp arrow. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. He said in a deep voice, "Mother, your power was once too great, posing a potential threat to the ninja world. For the peace and tranquility of the ninja world, I must seal you again." Upon hearing this, Kagaya Otsutsuki's face instantly turned pale as paper. A flicker of shock passed through her eyes, followed by deep sorrow. Those eyes, once filled with maternal love, were now filled with confusion and disappointment, as if a brilliant star had suddenly lost its light. Seeing this, Tian curled the corner of his mouth into a mocking smile. He seized the opportunity to interrupt, his voice filled with dissatisfaction and anger. He said, "What threat to the ninja world? Clearly, it is your ambition at work. You actually targeted your own mother in order to monopolize the ninja world. You once tried to kill her, but when you found that she was immortal, you chose to seal her instead." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and his voice grew increasingly loud. He continued, "After sealing your mother, you have been excluding your brother, driving him away from the ninja world. Everything you do is just to satisfy your own desires, to monopolize the entire ninja world." Upon hearing these words, the Sage of Six Paths furrowed his brows into a shape, his face showing an expression of anger. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to unleash the anger within him. But in the end, he still held it back. He said in a deep voice, "Damn you, Tian, don't twist the truth. Everything I have done is for the peace and tranquility of the ninja world." Otsutsuki Kagaya could no longer control her emotions. Two streams of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, like pearls that had broken free from their string. She trembled as she asked, "Is this really true? You actually summoned Uchiha and the others?" Her voice was shaky and weak, as if a gentle breeze could blow it away. Her eyes were filled with despair and sorrow, as if the entire world was collapsing at that moment. The Sage of Six Paths felt a sharp pain in his heart upon seeing his mother in such a state. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. In his eyes, traces of performance are hidden, disguised as the appearance of a filial son. He said, "Mother, I have indeed done some wrong things. But please believe me, everything I did was for the peace and tranquility of the ninja world. I hope you can understand me." The novel can be downloaded through the open source and Freestar String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download, and the merchant does not provide the software source code or open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https, MeFQ Tool Chapter 81. The five Kage watch the show and discuss. Just as the saying goes, time flies. The Sage of Six Paths seemed to instantly transform into the center of a storm, with an overwhelming aura rising around him. His eyes shimmered with a determined light. In the palms of his hands, the marks of yin and yang resembled two swimming dragons, intertwining and releasing a powerful pressure. This was a moment to use the Six Paths, Earth Explosion Star, but Tian's figure moved. He appeared before Kagaya Otsutsuki like a ghost. He clenched his fists tightly, muscles taut, as if containing endless power. Chakra Martial Arts Life Magnetic Field 100,000 horses. Tian suddenly swung his fists, creating a sound that pierced the air, and struck the Sage of Six Paths, sending him flying. The figure of the Sage of Six Paths traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled to stand up, his face filled with shock and unwillingness. He looked at Tian, his eyes flashing with anger. At the same time, the figure of Black Absolute quickly emerged from the body of Flytrap White Absolute. He transformed into a shadow and quickly entered the sleeve of Kagaya Otsutsuki. He leaned out and anxiously said, "Mother, let's leave here first. This Tian's strength is unfathomable, and it's not wise for us to stay." Otsutsuki Kagaya hesitated upon hearing this. She looked at the Sage of Six Paths, then at Tian, her heart filled with conflict and struggle. But in the end, she chose to follow Kurizetsu's suggestion. She gently nodded, preparing to open the gate to the Yellow Springs. Just at that moment, Tian suddenly turned around. His gaze shot towards Kagaya Otsutsuki like a sharp arrow. A hint of a comical smile hung on his face. That smile revealed disdain and mockery towards everything in front of him. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and magnetic, as if every word carried a certain magic. He said, "There's no need for that. Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya have already been consumed by me. Their power, their wisdom, has now become a part of my body. Otsutsuki Kinshiki is nothing more than a clown in my eyes, easily extinguishable." His voice echoed across the vast battlefield, filled with confidence and arrogance. At this moment, he seemed to be the ruler of this world, as if everything was under his control. Nearby, the Sage of Six Paths heard these words, and his expression instantly turned extremely grim. His eyes were wide open with anger, as if they were about to spit fire. His momentum surged again like a mountain flood, causing the surrounding air to tremble under his presence. Beside him, Otsutsuki Kagaya bit her lip tightly, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. There was both shock at Lu Tian's strength and a sense of wariness towards him. She stared deeply at Lu Tian, as if contemplating her strategy. In the forests of the Great Han Empire, the five Kage watched silently like spectators, observing this epic duel. Their minds seemed to be shaken by this confrontation, and their thoughts gradually became numb in the face of the immense amount of information. Among them, Shurha, the first-generation Tsuchikage, was now a gray-haired, beautiful girl. Her expression was serious, and her brows were tightly furrowed. She stared at the images on the big screen, her eyes filled with disbelief. She murmured to herself, "I never expected that the legendary goddess of the hair would actually be the mother of the sage of 6 paths. The entanglement here is even more complicated than I imagined." Her voice was filled with surprise and confusion, as if everything was beyond her understanding. Her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, as if she wanted to find a glimmer of strength within. The surrounding five Kage were also drawn to Shurha's words. Their gazes turned towards her, and their faces were equally filled with astonishment and puzzlement, as if they were also contemplating the mysteries within. Reto, the first-generation Kazekage, who was originally calm, now appeared exceptionally shocked. She widened her eyes, as if trying to see the battlefield before her more clearly. He clenched his fists and said with a trembling voice, "I never expected that the Sage of 6 Paths would be such a person." Deep disappointment and anger were evident on Rito's face, as if a certain belief in her heart had completely collapsed at that moment. She turned her head and looked at Hashirama Senju. With a firm tone, she said, "Hashirama, my perception of him has completely collapsed at this moment. A rebellious child like him does not deserve my respect." Hashirama Senju frowned slightly. There was a profound contemplation reflected in his eyes. He tried to comfort the old friend. He said, "Lido, don't say that. Things may not be as simple as we see. He might have his own difficulties." The first-generation Mizukage, Bai Lian, let out a cold snort while sitting nearby. She frowned, her face displaying a look of disdain. She glanced at Senju Hashirama and coldly said, "Difficulties? What difficulties could he have? He just made a sneak attack. How can such behavior be forgiven?" Lu Tian's voice suddenly rang out like a clap of thunder, breaking the heated discussion among the five Kage. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd, a hint of impatience on his face. "Can't you be quiet while watching the movie?" he said coldly, his voice filled with authority and undeniable power. The five Kage were stunned by his reprimand. They quickly closed their mouths, their faces revealing awkward expressions. They exchanged glances, seemingly confirming each other's discomfort. The first Hokage was the first to react. She cleared her throat, trying to ease the tension. She slightly lowered her head in respect to Lu Tian, while also signaling to the others. Seeing this, the five Kage also lowered their heads, no longer speaking. They refocused their attention on the large screen, continuing to watch the battle footage. They saw Kagaya Otsutsuki's magnificent sleeves slightly tremble. A dark shadow writhed within, which was none other than Black Zetsu hiding there. It approached Kagaya's ear like a tentacle, silently. A vigilant light flickered in Black Zetsu's eyes. It leaned close to Kagaya's ear, its voice deep and mysterious, saying, "Mother, I sense that Lu Tian is not a good person. The aura around him is filled with uncertainty and danger. It would be best for us to remain vigilant." Upon hearing this, a complex emotion flashed in Kagaya's eyes. It seemed as if her deep gaze held endless wisdom and resolve. She gently nodded, as if agreeing with Black Zetsu's sentiment. Seeing this, Black Zetsu felt slightly reassured, but its gaze remained alert. It reintegrated into Kagaya's sleeves, seemingly ready to respond to any sudden changes. However, Lu Tian's perception was like an all-pervasive wind. He inadvertently captured the whispers between Kagaya Otsutsuki and Black Zetsu. He slightly tilted his head, as if listening to the distant sound of the wind. But there was a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Lu Tian let out a sneer. That laughter echoed over the battlefield, seemingly carrying a hint of mockery and provocation. He turned around, his gaze fixed directly on Kagaya Otsutsuki. A hint of disdain curled at the corner of Lu Tian's mouth. He said, "There's no need to be wary of me. Your defenses are like child's play to me. No matter how much you guard yourselves, you will ultimately never escape my perception. So it's really unnecessary." Chapter 82. The Six Paths Sage wants to use the Dragon Vein. The battle between Lu Tian and the Six Paths Sage appears simple and unadorned, yet contains the power of returning to simplicity. Every punch thrown is a direct collision of strength, making any tricks seem superfluous. Lu Tian's movements are swift and precise. He suddenly grabbed the Six Paths Sage's wrist, rendering him unable to move. His other hand fell on the face of the Sage of Six Paths like raindrops, each punch carrying the force of thunder. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, you hateful, unfilial son. You deadbeat. Lu Tian roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. His eyes were filled with anger and disdain as he said, You dare to bring Otsutsuki Pushur here, and you even dare to ambush your mother. Truly audacious. With Lu Tian's furious shout, his attacks grew even more ferocious. The face of the Sage of Six Paths gradually shattered under the continuous beating, revealing the hidden Uchiha Madara beneath. His eyes revealed terror and despair, as if he had already foreseen his defeat. The air around seemed to be distorted by the fierce battle, emitting bursts of roaring sounds. The hole in the ground continued to expand. Under the relentless attacks of the raging storm like Lu Tian, the body of Uchiha Madara, possessed by the Sage of Six Paths, could no longer withstand it and shattered into a mass of broken cellular tissue. Meanwhile, in that pure land, the true body of the Sage of Six Paths was engaged in an even more terrifying act of devouring. His eyes sparkled with a mad light, as if greedily devouring everything around him. His voice echoed in the pure land, filled with anger and madness. He shouted, Damn Lu Tian! Once I eat all the Chunin in the Pure Land, I will descend to the ninja world again. Just wait for me. All the Chunin in the Pure Land screamed in terror. Their souls gradually disappeared under the devouring of the Sage of Six Paths. The voice of the Sage of Six Paths echoed. His expression was grim and terrifying, as if he was no longer the Six Paths Sage revered by the world. His eyes were filled with endless greed and madness. On the side of Otsutsuki Kagaya in the ninja world, the atmosphere seemed somewhat tense. After finishing the battle, Lu Tian gently patted his clothes, as if tidying up his appearance, and even more so, showcasing his composure. He gazed directly at Otsutsuki Kagaya, a faint smile appearing on his face. He said, Kagaya Tsutsuki, the goddess of the moon, I invite you to the capital of the great Han Empire, which should not be in my world. As he spoke, a spatial gate opened. The scene on the other side was breathtaking. It was a completely different world, filled with mystery and tranquility. Kagaya Tsutsuki looked at the spatial gate before her, a hint of surprise and curiosity flashing in her eyes. She seemed to be stunned by the power displayed by Lu Tian, while also developing a strong interest in that unknown world. Seeing this, Lu Tian's lips curled into a confident smile. He continued, In order to prevent anyone from launching a sneak attack on my country, I have transferred all occupied territories and everything above the surface to this hidden paradise. It is my domain and the source of my power. This is to guard against people like Abido. His other bodies were already in action, and his empire had shifted to his cave paradise. Otsutsuki Kagaya was also affected by his aura, a hint of admiration and expectation flashing in her eyes. The five Kage, who were watching the movie, had unknowingly also moved to the cave paradise. Just as Otsutsuki Kagaya was about to step into the space door to enter Lu Tian's cave paradise, she heard Black Zetsu's voice coming from her sleeve. Mother, he is trying to deceive you. His intentions are impure. You cannot trust him. Don't be fooled. He wants you to bear his child. She slightly lowered her head, her gaze sweeping toward the Black Zetsu that had spoken from her sleeve. The deep gaze in those eyes revealed a complex emotion, as if weighing something. After a moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya slowly raised her head, her focus returning to Lu Tian. A hint of vigilance and scrutiny flashed in her eyes. She slightly furrowed her brows, seemingly contemplating Black Zetsu's words while also observing Lu Tian's reaction. Seeing this, Lu Tian curled the corner of his mouth into a playful smile. He didn't seem to care about the warning from Black Zetsu. Instead, it only strengthened his resolve. He stepped forward a few paces. He stood face to face with Kagaya Otsutsuki, his eyes shining with determination and confidence. Kagaya, I know you may have some doubts about me. Lu Tian spoke gently, but I invite you to my paradise not out of malice. It is a beautiful and mysterious world, and I believe you will enjoy it. Kagaya Otsutsuki remained silent, simply staring at Lu Tian. Her heart was filled with contradictions and struggles. On one hand, she was filled with curiosity and longing for this unknown world. On the other hand, she worried that Lu Tian's intentions were not pure. The voice of Black Zetsu emerged again from his sleeve, more urgent this time, saying, Don't trust him, mother. He is exploiting your curiosity and kindness. You can't go. Kagaya Otsutsuki took a deep breath, seemingly resolute. She slowly raised her head and looked at Lu Tian with determination. She spoke, "Lu Tian, I accept your invitation. But I tell you, if I want to leave, you cannot stop me." Lu Tian smiled slightly. He didn't seem surprised by Uchiha Kanya's response. "Welcome to my paradise," Lu Tian said with a smile, making a gesture of invitation. Uchiha Kanya took a deep breath, stepped forward, and walked toward the unknown world. Meanwhile, in the vast desert of the Land of Wind, the ruins of the ancient Lulan kingdom stood quietly, as if forgotten by time. Suddenly, a mysterious force surged from deep within the ruins, shaking the surrounding sea of sand. A powerful warrior from the Warring States period was resurrected. This warrior wore ancient battle armor, wielded a long halberd, and his eyes gleamed with a sharp light. He looked around, feeling the surging power of the dragon veins surrounding him. A hint of greed and desire appeared on his face. He knew that this power was enough to bring him back to his peak, even surpassing his former self. The Sage of Six Paths said through his mouth, "You're merely a tool I use to unlock the dragon vein. Do not think too much of yourself." A trace of unwillingness flashed across the face of the Warring States powerhouse. But he knew that the strength of the Sage of Six Paths was unfathomable, and he could not resist at all. He could only have his body control taken by the Sage of Six Paths. There was really no other way. His mother had been taken away. I had no choice but to do this. As the Sage of Six Paths approached, the sand sea around the dragon vein began to shake violently, as if something was about to awaken. At this moment, Lu Tian's yin-yang shadow clone left in the Land of Wind sensed this anomaly. He flashed and disappeared from his original spot, leaving only a faint afterimage. He quickly crossed the desert, heading towards the ruins of the ancient Lulan kingdom. When he arrived at the ruins, the entire site had become unrecognizable. The sea of sand roiled, as if a giant beast was roaring within it. Chapter 83. 3 eras merged into one at this moment. The world underwent a tremendous change. The distortion of the surrounding space intensified, and Lu Tian's heartbeat seemed to become the only melody, echoing in the vast and eerie desert. He widened his eyes, a mixture of astonishment and confusion swirling into a chaotic blend, as if he wanted to see through this distorted world. The sky above the desert became a riot of colors. Dots of various colors leaped and spun in the air, like a frenzied dance. Lu Tian felt as if he were in a gigantic kaleidoscope, where each turn brought a brand new spectacle, yet also left him feeling dizzy and disoriented. His features seemed to have lost their original shape in this distortion. He tried to touch his own face with his hand, but felt as if his fingers were passing through some invisible barrier, unable to reach the real him. This feeling filled him with an unprecedented fear, as if he was gradually losing his perception of the world. He saw strange plants appearing around the desert. These plants were twisted and bizarre, as if they had grown from another world. Their branches and leaves twisted into various shapes, seemingly presenting an incomprehensible language to Lu Tian. Lu Tian's eyes widened as he tried to find a clue among these plants, but his thoughts were completely captivated by this eerie sight. He felt that everything around him had become blurry and abstract. Lu Tian tried to grasp something to stabilize himself, but found that there was nothing to rely on around him. He could only let himself spin and sink in this twisted desert, as if he would never find a way out. At that moment, Lu Tian saw a dazzling light that rescued him from this distorted desert. Lu Tian tightly shut his eyes, trying to resist the intense brightness. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the strange phenomena around him had disappeared. He was gasping for breath, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Lu Tian looked around, and the twisted and strange scene had vanished without a trace. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within himself. Those abstract images just now had also become very abstract. What exactly was going on? What did the Six Paths Sage do? Lu Tian muttered to himself. His voice was filled with confusion and incomprehension. He knew he had to find the answer. Otherwise, the strange scene from just now would continue to haunt him. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead like pearls from a broken string, soaking his collar and also dampening the fear in his heart. Lu Tian felt as if he were in an unknown realm, with every cell in his body screaming danger. The disappearance of the anomaly brought no comfort. Instead, it made Lu Tian feel even more uneasy. He looked around again and found that the edge of the desert seemed endless. The once familiar sand dunes and landmarks now appeared shrouded in a layer of mist, becoming vague and distant. Lu Tian took several deep breaths, trying to calm the fear in his heart. He knew that he must stay calm at this moment. Otherwise, he would not be able to face everything that might happen next. Lu Tian slowly raised his head and looked at the boundless sky, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to concentrate all his strength in this moment. Lu Tian suddenly jumped. His body shot toward the sky like an arrow released from a bow. The fierce wind howled, tousling his hair and clothes, but he remained unafraid, flying forward with even greater determination. As he continued to ascend, Lu Tian finally reached the altitude of the stratosphere. He looked out and saw the entire desert before him, its boundless edges seemingly ready to swallow everything. Lu Tian gazed deeply into the distance, at the distant capital of the Wind Kingdom, filling his eyes with confusion and perplexity. His brows were furrowed, as if he were trying to see through the mystery. He struggled to stabilize his emotions, but the turmoil within him was as difficult to calm as a raging storm. That capital city had once been destroyed by his own hands. All the buildings and land had been claimed by him for his own paradise. Yet at this moment, it stood there intact, even more magnificent than before. The resplendent palace shone with dazzling light under the sun, as if mocking Lu Tian's powerlessness. Lu Tian suddenly waved his arms, as if trying to disperse all these strange phenomena. But the capital city of the Wind Kingdom remained unscathed. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to merge with the surrounding environment. He felt the breeze blowing, the sand flowing, as if he could hear the distant capital telling something. Lu Tian did not hesitate for too long. He flashed into the perplexing capital city. His arrival was like a hurricane, instantly causing panic among the surrounding crowd. People looked up in unison. They saw a figure streaking across the sky like a meteor, eventually landing steadily on the ground. Lu Tian's gaze swept through the crowd, and suddenly, his eyes fixed on a person dressed in the attire of the Wind Country's daimyo. His brows were tightly furrowed, and a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. He remembered clearly that the daimyo of the Land of Wind had already been killed by the fourth Kazekage in a coup. Who then? Was this person dressed in the daimyo's attire? Lu Tian stepped forward, wanting to find out. As he approached, he noticed that the clothing of the people here was extremely chaotic. Some wore old-fashioned, tattered garments, as if they had traveled from decades ago, while others donned trendy and avant-garde outfits, as if they were messengers from the future. The strong sense of dissonance created by this stark contrast made Lu Tian feel psychologically uncomfortable. Just as he looked around, trying to understand it all, a group of samurai suddenly appeared beside him. They held long swords, their expressions serious, surrounding Lu Tian tightly. "Who are you?" the leading warrior asked sternly. His gaze was like a torch, firmly fixed on Lu Tian, as if he wanted to see through him. Lu Tian did not respond, merely casting a faint glance at these warriors. His eyes were filled with indifference and disdain, as if these warriors were nothing more than ants to him. Lu Tian looked again at the person dressed in the attire of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. He slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Can you tell me what era it is now?" The person was taken aback for a moment and did not immediately answer Lu Tian's question. However, one of the warriors around responded, "Our Wind Shadow is Lord Rado." As soon as the words fell, another voice eagerly chimed in. The person said, "What are you talking about? Lord Rado has long been a legend. The current Wind Shadow is, of course, Lord Gaara." The answers from these two made Lu Tian even more confused. He frowned slightly, a glimmer of flashing in his eyes. Lu Tian began to doubt his assumptions, wondering if the fusion of parallel worlds was truly happening here as he thought. He tried to keep his tone calm and said, "I'm a bit confused by what you've said. Could someone please explain to me in detail what has happened here?" Chapter 84. The struggle for power between Royd and Gaara. An apparently older warrior stepped forward. His face was filled with caution and seriousness. He said, "It seems that you're not from this world either. Recently, there have been some strange changes in our Land of Wind. The entire city seems to have been reset, and people's memories have become chaotic. Some remember the first Kazekage, Lord Rado, while others remember the current Kazekage, Lord Gaara. More importantly, there are actually two daimyos here." After hearing this, Lu Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of shock in his heart. He finally understood what had happened. Indeed, the kind of situation he had previously speculated about, the merging of parallel worlds, was occurring here. "I see. Then I'll let you off for now." After saying that, Lu Tian shot up into the sky. He transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the spot. He felt that a solution to this problem must be found as soon as possible. Otherwise, this chaotic world would become even more unpredictable. And the root of it all was the Sage of Six Paths. In the endless Pure Land, the originally tranquil and solemn atmosphere suddenly underwent a tremendous change. The Sage of Six Paths, who originally existed as a single entity, seemed to have undergone a strange fusion at this moment. The Sages of Six Paths from 3 different parallel worlds, under the influence of some mysterious power, had merged into one. The number of souls in the Pure Land surged, as if they were pouring in from all directions. They surrounded this brand new Sage of Six Paths, as if in worship, yet also in awe. The Sage of Six Paths emitted an unprecedented, powerful aura, as if capable of shaking the entire universe. The Sage of Six Paths slowly opened his eyes. There was a dazzling light shining in his eyes, as if he could see through everything in the world. He felt an unprecedented power surging through him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Incredible!" exclaimed the Sage of Six Paths, his voice filled with excitement and enthusiasm. He stretched out his hands, feeling the flow of this power, as if he could control everything. "I gradually understood everything," he continued, his voice filled with confidence. "He seems to have seen the mysteries of the universe and understood the essence of all things. My power surpasses what it once was," he emphasized again, as if to convince himself of this. He felt every soul molecule in his body filled with power, as if he could easily destroy everything. The Six Paths Sage did not stop to ponder other questions. He had only one thought in his mind, which was to continue merging parallel universes. He believes that as long as he continues to merge, his power will become even stronger, even surpassing the existence of the Sage of the Six Paths. Meanwhile, Tian has already arrived above Sunagakure. He looked down at the chaotic scene below. He could see 2 groups of people, each in their own formation. They are aggressive, as if a great battle could break out at any moment. In the group on his left, standing at the forefront, is a dignified person. He is wearing ancient battle armor and holding a huge long knife. He is the first Kazekage of Sunagakure, Redo. Beside him stood a young man. Although he had not yet become the 2nd generation of Kazekage, he already displayed an extraordinary demeanor. This was Shaman. Behind them were the young Chiyo and Ebizi, along with a group of loyal guards. Another faction was led by the 5th Kazekage Gaara. He wore a set of white robes from the 5 Dynasty style, with a cold and piercing gaze. Beside him, there was a group of ninjas dressed in trendy outfits, armed with various ninja tools, standing in formation. Tian looked at the 2 groups. He realized the problem. 2 ninjas from different eras were intersecting right before his eyes. This is the era of the founding of the ninja village. Tian murmured to himself, his gaze darting back and forth between the 1st Kazekage and Gaara. He can sense the different aura emanating from them. He said, "The Gaara on the other side is from the era of Naruto." Suddenly, a sharp gaze shot towards Tian. Coming from the 1st Kazekage, Redo, he raised his head and exchanged a glance with Tian, a hint of confusion and vigilance flashing in his eyes. "Who are you? Why are you here?" "This is the technique of super lightweight heavy rock." "Who are you from Shurha?" Lito's voice was deep and authoritative, as if it could penetrate the clouds and reach the depths of Tian's soul. Hearing this, Tian smiled slightly and said, "You guessed wrong. This is not Shurha's super lightweight heavy rock technique, and you don't need to argue anymore. This place belongs to me now." Before Tian appeared, the atmosphere between the 2 groups had already reached a breaking point. As the founder of Sunagakure, Lito's eyes sparkled with undeniable authority and decisiveness. He seemed ready to use the hurricane escape at any moment, delivering a lethal blow. As a strong man who had just established Sunagakure, Redo would never hand over power to Gaara. Even though Gaara was the future successor, he would not back down. But as the 5th Kazekage, Gaara's gaze was equally resolute, showing no fear of Redo's pressure. The appearance of Tian broke the tense atmosphere, uniting them. "I advise you to behave and listen, otherwise someone might die." Tian's voice was cold and merciless. Each word seemed to carry a chilling wind, sending a shiver down one's spine. His gaze flickered back and forth between Rito and Gaara, with a captivating light glimmering in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Rito furrowed his brows tightly, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. As the founder of the sand-hidden village, when has he ever faced such a threat? However, when he saw Tian's cold gaze, the anger in his heart unintentionally diminished a bit. He knew that the seemingly young man in front of him was definitely a powerful existence, someone he couldn't easily deal with. Gaara was equally shocked by Tian's words. He never thought that someone would dare to act arrogantly again in the territory of Sunagakure. When he was young, he was captured by members of the Akatsuki, which became his shame. But now times have changed. When he saw Tian's arrogant demeanor, his heart was filled with rage. As the 5th Kazekage, Gaara bore the future of Sunagakure. How could he tolerate such provocation? In the face of their anger, Tian spoke again, saying, I know you are all fighting for power, but now you don't need to compete. Just be obedient slaves to me. The moment his words fell, Tian's chakra erupted like a flood. That powerful life magnetic field began to churn, reaching an astonishing power of 100,000 horsepower in an instant. The entire Sunagakure seemed to be shrouded in an invisible force. The air felt compressed to the point of being nearly unbreathable. The overwhelming pressure weighed down like a mountain. This suffocating feeling was unbearable for many villagers. Even strong individuals like Redo and Gaara felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Their bodies seemed to be bound by an invisible force. Their knees seemed to have lost support, as if they would yield to this force at any moment. But Redo and Gaara are both the pride of Sunagakure. Their spirit made them unwilling to easily yield. Lido tightly closed his eyes and took deep breaths. He tried to resist this powerful pressure in this way. Veins were bulging on his forehead, clearly exerting all his strength to resist. Gaara was gritting his teeth. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, as if he wanted to crush this force. Other shadow-level powerhouses were also struggling to hold on. Chapter 85. Tian is about to conquer the ninja world again. The people around had already knelt down or lay flat. In the face of this power, they seemed so small, but Redo and Gaara, among others, still stood firm, their figures appearing particularly tall in the glow of the setting sun. Tian looked at these unwilling to submit individuals, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He nodded slightly and said, the more you are like this, the more intrigued I become. I want to tame you. Meanwhile, Tian's paradise remained shrouded in mystery and tranquility. In this almost independent alternate space-time, Tian sat on the grand bed of his palace. The resplendent decorations highlighted his somewhat pale complexion. His brows were tightly furrowed, as if a heavy burden weighed down on his heart. In his deep-set eyes, hints of irritation and unease were revealed. The surrounding fog swirled, dreamlike and ethereal. Strange flowers and exotic plants appeared and disappeared within the mist, emitting a faint fragrance. Yet, all this beauty and the enchanting figure beside him lost their color in Tian's eyes. His thoughts had long drifted far away. Recalling not long ago when he attended a biology class with the 5 shadows of the past, a wave of helplessness surged within him. Those yin-yang shadow clones felt to him like virtual characters in a game. They could sense everything. All the bodies were him, yet not him. That Tian clone, located in Lulan, however, had experienced the violent impact of the world merging. The tearing pain seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space, directly transmitting to all Tian's bodies. He felt a splitting headache at that moment, as if countless sharp blades were churning in his mind, making him unable to suppress a painful groan. It was so unbearable. Tian rubbed his temples hard, trying to alleviate the indescribable pain. His face was pale, and there was a flicker of anger in his eyes. He said, Damn six-path sage Otsutsuki Kagaya. What have you done? He suddenly stood up. He slammed his fist against the jade table beside him. With a loud bang, the seemingly indestructible jade table turned to powder under his fury. The air in the palace seemed to freeze, with only Tian's angry breaths echoing. Your Majesty, are you feeling better? Uchiha Makoto's voice was gentle and concerned. She was not wearing any clothes, yet showed no sign of embarrassment, instead exuding a natural and pure beauty. She gently stepped down from the dragon bed and came to Tian's side. Her hands slowly traced along Tian's spine, trying to offer him some comfort in her own way. Tian turned his head slightly to look at Uchiha Makoto beside him. Her eyes were filled with worry and concern, and her delicate appearance eased some of Tian's inner turmoil. However, Tian's soul still felt uncomfortable, preventing him from feeling spirited. I am fine. Tian forced a smile, wanting to reassure Uchiha Makoto, but his voice was hoarse and weak, clearly strained. Seeing this, Uchiha Makoto's worry deepened. She gently caressed Tian's cheek and said softly, Your Majesty, please don't push yourself. I know you've been under a lot of stress lately, but you must take care of your health. Tian nodded gently, but felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. He thought to himself, Daytomu is dead. I see it's mobilizing the dragon vein to attack me. Otherwise, just merging worlds, why would I feel so uncomfortable? Suddenly, Uchiha Makoto leaned down and whispered in Tian's ear, Your Majesty, I will always be by your side. A warm current surged in Tian's heart as he looked at Uchiha Makoto, her eyes full of love and determination. He felt his mood slightly improved. as if there was a force supporting him. He extended his arms and tightly embraced Uchiha Mikoto. The two quietly held each other, enjoying each other's company and warmth. Sunagakure. Not just the two Kazekage. Other shadow-level strong fighters also knelt before Tian, bowing in submission. Tian stood there, tall and imposing, but a hint of fatigue was hidden in his eyes. The surrounding shadow-level fighters looked at him with awe. Tian slightly nodded. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on the desert in the distance. He took a few deep breaths, trying to suppress the discomfort from deep within his soul, and turned to leave. Lord Lu, where are you going? The young Chiyo couldn't help but ask, her voice carrying a hint of concern and respect. Tian stopped in his tracks, glanced back at her, and said lightly, I need to continue reclaiming my territory. You can continue to manage this place. Although his voice was calm, it revealed an undeniable authority. When Tian's towering figure quickly disappeared into the horizon, Lido finally came back to his senses from deep awe. He slowly stood up, his gaze firm, as if there were flames burning in his eyes. He turned to face Gaara, the newly appointed leader of Sunagakure, his face displaying an unprecedented seriousness and earnestness. Gaara, Sunagakure is entrusted to you. The voice of Redo was powerful and resonant, each word sounding like a vow that erupted from the depths of his heart. He reached out and gently patted Gaara's shoulder, a gesture of an elder's entrustment to a junior, as well as a form of trust and expectation. Gaara slightly lowered his head, and his red hair shimmered with a soft glow in the setting sun. He raised his head, a steadfast light shining in his eyes. Yes, Lord Redo, I will do my best to protect the sand-hidden village. Although Gaara's voice was young, it was filled with determination and courage. He knew that this was Lido's trust in him, and also his commitment to himself. Lido nodded in satisfaction. A smile of comfort appeared on his face as he turned to look into the distance. I will cultivate. I will continue to become stronger. I will catch up with Lord Tian's footsteps. The voice of echoed in the empty square, as if it were a vow, and also a determination. He knows that only by becoming stronger can he better protect the sand-hidden village and not disappoint Lord Tian's expectations. Meanwhile, the distant Tian has already entered the territory of the Land of Fire. He descended from the clouds, like a war god coming down from the heavens. The moment he landed, he merged into the earth, disappearing without a trace. He entered an underground palace. Dim lights illuminated the mottled stone walls, and an ancient and mysterious atmosphere pervaded the air. Tian navigated through the intricate passages, each step appearing firm and powerful. He quickly arrived at the place where Uchiha Kanya was sealed. The seal had been specially reinforced by Senju Tobarama. The sealing runes were shimmering with a faint glow, emanating a powerful force. Tian stood in front of the seal, feeling that strong power, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He reached out his hand and gently touched the sealing rune. A cold and powerful force surged into his body in an instant. Tian frowned slightly, but a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and struck fiercely at the seal with his palm. Chapter 86. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. With a loud bang, the seal shattered instantly under Tian's immense power. A beam of light shot out from the broken seal, illuminating the entire underground palace. Tian raised his head and saw a transparent container floating in the air, inside which was the still undeveloped Uchiha light. Uchiha light struggled in the container, his eyes flickering with fear and unwillingness. Tian looked at Uchiha light before him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He reached out his hand and gently touched the surface of the container, and in that instant, the container shattered. Become my power. Tian shouted softly, his eyes sparkling with fervent light. At the moment the seal broke, Uchiha Hikari finally broke free from her restraints, struggling to escape from the shattered container. Who are you? What do you want to do to me? Uchiha Hikari's voice echoed in the empty underground palace, tinged with a hint of tremor. Tian smiled slightly and calmly walked towards Uchiha Hikari. He gazed at Uchiha Hikari, his eyes shimmering with fervor and anticipation. I am Tian. Tian's voice was deep and powerful, as if possessing a kind of magic that compelled people to obey his commands. Become my strength. Together, let's conquer this world. Tian extended his hands, palms radiating with a powerful wave of energy. Uchiha Hikari looked at Tian, a flicker of struggle crossing her eyes. She knew her power was strong and dangerous, but the Tian before her seemed even more formidable. Deep within her heart, she both yearned for freedom and feared being controlled. I don't want to be bound. Uchiha Hikari's voice was weak and trembling. Tian smiled slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He reached out and gently grasped Uchiha Hikari's wrist, and a powerful force surged in her body in an instant. Binding? No. This is liberation. You will possess greater power in a broader stage. Become my strength. Let's create our own legend together. Tian's voice was filled with temptation and allure. Under this powerful force, Uchiha Hikari gradually gave up her resistance. She felt that immense power surging within her. Like a volcano about to erupt, a complex light flickered in her eyes, filled with both fear and anticipation. Uchiha Hikari lowered her head and softly said, I am willing to become your strength. Meanwhile, the new Hokage rock of the Hidden Leaf Village shone brightly under the sunlight, as if signaling that a new era had arrived. Two figures stood at the summit of the carved Hokage rock. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood side by side, their robes appearing exceptionally resolute in a gentle breeze. Uchiha Madara's brow was furrowed, his eyes reflecting complex emotions. He turned to Senju Hashirama and asked in a deep voice, Hashirama, do you really think this position is too exhausting? Why did you give up the position of Hokage? Senju Hashirama smiled slightly, his eyes revealing a sense of detachment and ease. He gazed into the distance, looking towards the Hokage office, where Naruto Uzumaki, around 30 years old, was busy handling official duties. He sighed gently and replied, Madara, we understand the hardships and responsibilities better than anyone else. This position indeed requires immense effort and sacrifice. But more importantly, it needs a firm belief in the village and in peace. I believe that under Naruto's leadership, Konoha will welcome a brighter future. The voice of Hashirama Senju was filled with trust and anticipation. Uchiha Madara remained silent for a moment, thinking to himself, so it's really just to take it easy, right? Absolutely. He gazed into the deep and resolute eyes of Senju Hashirama, hiding his thoughts deep within. He slowly nodded and said, Hashirama, your insight has always been unique. Since you trust Naruto so much, I am willing to believe in him as well. However, I hope you understand that no matter how the future changes, our friendship and bond will never change. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara's determined eyes, feeling a warm current surge through his heart. He reached out and patted Uchiha Madara's shoulder, smiling. Of course, Madara. We are lifelong friends and rivals. No matter what the future holds, I will cherish this friendship. Since that's the case, how about we find another place to spar? A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He gazed at the distant waterfall. He heard from those of the future that it seemed to be the place where the two of them would have their final battle. That valley bore witness to their confrontation in the future. Every drop of water and every breeze there seemed to carry their memories and glory. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama's eyes flashed with a hint of fighting spirit. He nodded slightly, a confident smile curving at the corners of his mouth, and said, Sure. Since we have nothing better to do, let's meet again on the battlefield and see how we've both improved. As soon as the words fell, the two figures flashed and seemed to transform into two gusts of wind, rushing towards the valley where the waterfall was located. Their speed was so fast that even the wind couldn't keep up with their footsteps. In the valley, the waterfall cascaded down, the sound of water roaring like a symphony of nature. The two stood on their respective statues, as if two deities had descended to the mortal realm. Senju Hashirama took a deep breath and clapped his hands. A powerful energy surged from within him, and in an instant, the entire valley was enveloped in a rich green. Wood release, birth of the world. With a loud shout, Senju Hashirama was the first to unleash his signature attack. Countless thick branches burst forth from the ground, sweeping toward Uchiha Madara like a mass of tentacles. Wherever these branches passed, mountains and stones crumbled, and all vegetation trembled. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara tightly gripped his long blade. He flashed and rushed into this world made of branches. His long knife sliced through the air, leaving sharp trails, and with each swing, several branches were severed. Susanoo! Uchiha Madara shouted. His figure was instantly enveloped by a layer of red light. A gigantic red-armored giant appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around his form. This giant wielded a long sword, and with each swing, it could sever more branches. Every collision seemed to cause the mountains to crumble, making the entire valley tremble. The wind in the valley seemed to be frozen, and only the sounds of the two combatants echoed in the air. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara in front of him, his eyes shining with admiration. He knew that his old friend was no longer the Uchiha Madara of years past. His strength and wisdom have reached a whole new level. Uchiha Madara also holds great respect for Senju Hashirama. He knows that the person in front of him, Hashirama Senju, is the strongest opponent he has ever faced in his life, and, at the same time, his closest friend. The battle between them was not just a clash of strength, but also an exchange of souls. The fight had lasted a long time, and both were already exhausted. Yet their eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. They knew that this battle had just begun, and the real contest was still to come. This valley once again became a witness to their friendship and glory. Chapter 87. The descendants are older than their ancestors. The land of lightning. The hidden cloud village on the high mountains. At this moment, it was bustling with activity. The air was filled with joy and excitement, as if even the clouds in the sky had been infected by this emotion, becoming cheerful. The fourth Reikage stood in the center square of the village. His face was filled with indescribable joy. His gaze was firmly locked on the two individuals, the living first Reikage and the predecessor who had yet to become the second Reikage. Their appearance seemed to reignite the history of Yunin village, inspiring every citizen of the land of lightning. What excited the fourth Reikage even more was that he saw his father, who was only a few years old. In his memory, his father had left this world a long time ago. He could only meet his father in his dreams. He had almost forgotten what his father looked like. But at that moment, he saw his father with his own eyes. The youthful face and the innocent gaze made him unable to hold back his tears. He stepped forward, tightly grasped his father's hand, and said with a choked voice, "Father, I finally see you again." Tears of crystal sparkled in his eyes. It was an emotion intertwined with longing for his father and the joy of reunion. The young father looked at his tall son in front of him, his eyes also filled with comfort and pride. He gently patted the fourth Reikage's shoulder and said, "Child, you've grown up. You've become a true Reikage. I'm proud of you." Upon hearing this, the fourth Reikage became even more excited. He held his father tightly, as if trying to merge all his longing and gratitude into this embrace. The people around them were also moved by this scene, cheering and applauding their reunion. It must be said that this moment was indeed overly dramatic and abstract. The first and second Reikage stood quietly nearby, witnessing the touching meeting between the fourth Reikage and his young father. The first Reikage let out a soft sigh. It seemed as if he had infused all the countless emotions in his heart into that sigh. His gaze is deep and bright, like the stars in the night sky, twinkling with the light of wisdom. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful, resonating like thunder and shaking the hearts of those who heard it. He said, "The stage of the future belongs to the young. They will be the hope of our land of lightning, and they are the light of our future. Let's allow the new generation of Reikage to shine their brilliance." After he finished speaking, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, representing his expectations for the future, as well as a deep encouragement for the younger generation. The second Reikage stood beside the first Reikage, his face also filled with the same sentiment. He nodded, as if responding to the words of the first Reikage. His gaze was filled with admiration and appreciation for the young people, as if he could already see the glorious future they would bring to the Land of Thunder. "Yes, although our era has not truly begun, it has already become a thing of the past," he said. "Seeing these young people so full of vitality, I feel an immense sense of comfort. They will carry our hopes and blessings, leading the Land of Thunder towards an even more glorious future." At this moment, the gazes of the two met, as if thousands of words were flowing between them. Their eyes were filled with respect and trust for each other, as well as a shared expectation for the future of a land of lightning. The first Reikage turned to face the fifth Reikage, Darui. His eyes were filled with encouragement and anticipation, as if he wanted to pass on all his hope and strength to him. "Young man, the future is in your hands. You must work hard and lead the Kingdom of Thunder towards a more glorious future." He smiled and said, "We won't for this position. We need to go train." Upon hearing the words of the first Reikage, the druid felt a warm current rise in his heart. He deeply bowed and said respectfully, "Yes, I will definitely work hard and live up to the expectations of my seniors." In his eyes shone a determined light, as if he had already seen the heavy responsibility on his shoulders and the bright future of the Land of Lightning. The first Hokage nodded in satisfaction, then turned and left the square with the second Hokage. Their figures gradually faded into the distance in the afterglow of the sunset, as if merging with the distant clouds and thunderous ravines. The land of Earth, Iwagakure village, is tranquil and solemn. Sunlight filters through the ancient rock crevices, dappling every corner of the village, adding a touch of warmth to this ancient and mysterious land. The fourth Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, stands in a room filled with a sense of history. Her gaze softly rests on the figure in front of her, a boy who appears to be only 10 years old. That is her grandfather from the past. At this moment, Inoki is still very young. His face is radiant with youthful vitality, and his eyes sparkle with dreams for the future. The shadow of his legs, resembling black soil, gently approaches. Her fingers lightly touch the hair of the wild tree, and a playful smile curls at the corners of her mouth. He said, "You old guy, you were quite handsome when you were young." Her voice was filled with teasing and warmth, as if she were talking to an old friend she hadn't seen in a long time. Daimyo felt Kuratsuchi's hands touching the top of his head. He frowned slightly and then brushed away the hand of the black soil. His actions were quick and decisive. He said, "That's really disrespectful. After all, I'm your grandfather." His voice carried a hint of reproach, but more so it was a kind of indulgence and tolerance from an elder toward the junior. He felt a sharp pain and retracted his hand. She exaggeratedly rubbed her wrist, a sly smile appearing on her face. He said, "Oh, you're still so stubborn at such a young age. It seems that your personality has been like this since you were little, and you really know how to put on airs." Her words were filled with teasing and banter, but more than that, there was a deep affection for her family. The dialogue between the two seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space. At that moment, Haito seemed to see the shadow of his grandfather, who had already passed away in his younger days. The one who had once dedicated countless sweat and effort to the land of Earth and Awadikure. And Ohyuki also seemed to see his future descendants. His gaze crossed the black soil and landed on a tall and imposing middle-aged man beside him. That was his future son. At this moment, the yellow earth already revealed a sense of composure and determination in his eyes. Daimyo smiled slightly, a teasing expression appearing on his face. He deliberately put on the demeanor of an elder and waved to the yellow earth. He said, "Lus, Kulme, give Dad a waist massage. I've heard that in the future, this old body of mine is prone to a back injury. Now, I'm giving you the chance to show your filial piety." Without the slightest hesitation, Lus strode over and squatted behind the young Daimyo. He gently placed his hands on Daimyo's waist and began to skillfully massage him. His hands are gentle yet strong, every movement filled with love and respect. "Father, is this pressure appropriate?" Huang Tu softly inquired during the massage. His voice was filled with respect and care for his elders. "Very good. Not bad." Daimyo nodded in satisfaction, a look of relief spreading across his face. Although he doesn't have children yet, at this moment he seems to be an elder who is already enjoying the joys of family life. He enjoys the massage of the Lus, feeling the warmth and care from the future. He still maintained an elder's demeanor, slightly raising his head, his gaze revealing a sense of authority and confidence. His eyes were filled with anticipation and longing for the future, as if he could already see the happy scene of his descendants filling the halls. Chapter 88. The collision of thoughts from two eras. Haida looked at this scene, her face full of displeasure. She frowned tightly, her head full of black lines as if dark clouds were gathering, about to erupt into a small family storm. She stepped forward, her tone carrying a hint of sternness, yet not lacking respect for her elder. She said, "Dad, what are you doing? Don't spoil this kid." Her voice echoed in the room, sounding particularly serious. Daimyo looked up at Haito, a hint of a smile flashing across his face. He seemed to have anticipated the reaction of the black soil. He said, "Haito, look how filial Huang Tu is. I'm enjoying the joys of family life." Upon hearing this, Haito shot a glare at his father, seemingly blaming him for being inconsiderate. "Dad, you are indulging him. He is still so young, and you spoil him like this. What will happen in the future?" Although Haito's tone was stern, there was a hint of concern in his eyes. Daimyo sighed and shook his head. He said, "Hey, Haito, when you were little, I should have spoiled you like this." Haito looked helpless, her brows tightly knitted as if she could crush a fly. She widened her eyes, hands on her hips, and said to the boy in front of her, "Come on, you little brat. You're not even old enough to have children, so why are you acting like an adult?" Her voice was filled with teasing and dissatisfaction, as if scolding a reckless child. Just then, a figure floated over. It was the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa. His figure appeared dignified and mysterious. Behind him, the second Tsuchikage followed closely, quietly descending into the room. The first Tsuchikage wore a warm smile on his face. He waved his hand gently and said, "Oh, you young people, why argue over such trivial matters? Since we are all descendants of the Earth's shadow, just treat me like your grandfather, and wouldn't that solve everything?" His voice carries a touch of kindness and wisdom, as if it could resolve all disputes. The second generation Tsuchikage, wrapped in bandages, appears to have a serious expression. He floated in front of Daimyo, patted his shoulder, and said, "Hey Daimyo, stop wasting time here. Come with me. Let's train." His tone was firm and powerful, as if he were giving orders to Noki. Noki was taken aback by the words of the second Tsuchikage. He looked up at the second Tsuchikage, a hint of awe and defiance flashing in his eyes. When he saw the warm smile of the first Tsuchikage, it seemed that all his dissatisfaction and stubbornness were resolved. He nodded and silently followed behind the two Tsuchikage. In the land of water, in the village of Kirigakure, a hazy mist enveloped the village, as if draping a layer of mysterious veil over the land. An elderly man approached slowly with authority and composure. It was the first Mizukage, Hakurin. Behind him followed the third Mizukage, and the two moved with steady and powerful strides, as if every step was grounded in the veins of history. Balian's gaze fell upon Nagato. He frowned slightly, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "I really didn't expect that later generations would be worse than the previous ones." His voice echoed in the mist, carrying a sense of heaviness and helplessness. Long Sherlang, who was over 30, heard such words. His face instantly turned pale. He lowered his head in shame. His hands clenched into fists, as if he wanted to use this way to conceal his inner guilt and unease. His shoulders trembled slightly, as if bearing immense pressure. The third generation of Shuiying squinted, remaining silent. His eyes are deep and complex, as if he is contemplating something. His face showed no expression, but his eyes revealed an indescribable emotion. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. Katsuya, who was entering middle age, rushed over. Her face bore a hint of dissatisfaction and confusion, as if she had heard Bai Lian's words. She walked up to Bai Lian, looked directly into his eyes, and said, "You old men are not young anymore. Do you want to take this position? I've already retired. Can't you give it up?" Her voice carried a hint of provocation and discontent, as if she wanted to challenge Bai Lian's authority. Bai Lian smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, "For me, Wuyin Village is just newly established. But you are right, at my age, I should indeed step down." His voice revealed a sense of calm and composure, as if he was indifferent to power and status. He paused and continued, "I don't mind, but the position of the water shadow cannot fall into the hands of the weak. I plan to have one you take on this role, after all. He was also a water shadow in your history." His gaze turned to the distance, as if searching for the figure of that person. Just then, a silhouette suddenly emerged from a mist. It was Gyuai's. He appeared before everyone as if he had a telepathic connection. He wore a confident smile on his face, as if he was already prepared. He walked in front of Bai Lian, bowed deeply, and said, "Thank you for your trust, Master Bai Lian. I will definitely not let you down, nor will I disappoint everyone." The mist swirled, blurring the surrounding scenery, yet could not conceal the impending explosive tension. Zhao Mei stood in front of Bai Lian and the third-generation water shadow. Her brows were tightly knit, as if she wanted to say something, but was suppressed by an invisible force. The third-generation water shadow glanced at Zhao Mei. The squinting gaze revealed a hint of disdain and contempt. He smirked slightly and said in a casual tone, "Ming, you're not young anymore. Why aren't you getting married? Once you have kids, you won't have so much time to overthink." His words were filled with strong gender discrimination. This remark struck like a sharp arrow, piercing through Mei Ming's heart. Her face instantly turned crimson, and her eyes sparkled with anger. She clenched her fists, seemingly wanting to retort immediately, but she forced herself to hold back. The air around them seemed to freeze, and everyone was waiting for Mei Ming's response. At that moment, the silent Nagashiro suddenly stepped forward. He walked up to Terumi Mei, gently patted her shoulder, signaling her not to act impulsively. Jur looked up, facing Hakurin and the third Mizukage, his face showing a hint of bitterness and helplessness. He bowed deeply and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am at fault. I am too weak. I shall abdicate. Don't make a fuss." His voice was calm, but it revealed a firm determination. Terumi Mei looked at him, a hint of surprise and emotion flashing in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but was stopped by Jur. Jur turned around, gave her a gentle smile, and said, "Sister Mei, don't say anything. I'm going to take a break for myself. I'm too tired." After saying that, he turned and left, his figure gradually disappearing into the mist. Keimatsu Kagyuki looked at Terumi Mei, a playful smile on his face. He said, "I heard that Konoha is holding a Chunin exam. Mei, will you accompany me?" Terumi Mei was slightly taken aback, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. But soon, her expression returned to calm. She looked up and down at Mizukage Phantomoon and said, "Oh, a business trip? You don't have any ill intentions towards me, do you? You already have kids." Upon hearing this, Mizukage Phantomoon couldn't help but burst into laughter. He waved his hand and said, "You really know how to joke, but I don't mind having another wife. Chapter 89. Boruto's cheating exposed on the spot. Half a month later, the village of Konoha was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. The Grand Chunin exams were about to come to an end. In the arena, the sunlight poured down like golden satin, adding a sense of solemnity and holiness to this peak showdown. The ninjas' fighting spirit burned like a raging fire, each one fighting for honor and dreams. Boruto Uzumaki had fought hard all the way. He finally stood on the stage of the finals. His movements are agile, and his eyes are sharp, resembling a cheetah poised to pounce. Although his opponent was strong, in his eyes, it seemed like just a trivial obstacle. With Rock Lee's announcement, Vortex Boruto wins. He is the first place. The entire venue erupted instantly. The audience cheered, they shouted, and the applause surged like a tide. Vortex Boruto's friends were even more excited and couldn't contain themselves. They embraced each other, high-fived in celebration, and their faces were filled with joy and pride. Among them, Uzumaki Himawari was the happiest. She waved her small hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and said to her mother beside her, "Brother got first place. He is the champion." Her voice was clear and pleasant, full of innocence and joy. However, amidst this joyful atmosphere, Uzumaki Hinata appeared different. She furrowed her brows. Looking at Uzumaki Boruto in the arena with a complex expression, there was worry in her eyes. She sighed softly and said, "It's like this," her voice carrying a hint of helplessness and resignation. At this moment, Uzumaki Boruto in the duel arena slowly stood up. He looked at the cheering audience around him, a trace of confusion appearing on his face. He didn't seem to be fully immersed in the joy of victory. Instead, he felt a bit confused about it all. Not far away, Uchiha Sarada was also holding her injured arm, struggling to stand up. She squinted her left eye, and despite the unbearable pain, she still gave a thumbs up to Uzumaki Boruto to congratulate him. Uzumaki Boruto was momentarily taken aback by this scene. Then, he revealed a brilliant smile. He raised his right hand high and shouted to the crowd, "I won." At that moment, he seemed to become the center of attention once again, with all eyes focused on him. His voice was filled with confidence and passion, as if he wanted to ignite the entire venue. In the position of the five shadows, Naruto Uzumaki furrowed his brows, his gaze sharp like that of a hawk, fixed intently on his son in the dueling arena. His heart was like a spilled jar of mixed flavors, with complex emotions intertwined. He slowly stood up, each step seeming to carry a heavy burden, appearing exceptionally weighty. At this moment, as the fourth Suchikage, Kuratsuchi couldn't help but curiously glance at Naruto Uzumaki. She slightly tilted her head, looking at Darui next to her with confusion. She said, "What's wrong with the Hokage? Shouldn't he be happy to see his son come in first? Why does he have that expression?" Darui also looked puzzled. He cleared his throat, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. He said, "Perhaps the Hokage is too excited to speak." After all, watching his own son stand out in such an important competition, anyone would find it hard to contain their emotions. However, as the Kazekage, Gaara showed a complex expression. As everyone speculated, Naruto Uzumaki had already leaped down to the dueling arena like lightning. His steps were firm and powerful, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if he were walking towards an unknown fate. He is walking step by step towards his son, the brilliant young man on the field. At this moment, Boruto in the vortex hasn't noticed his father's change. He rushed towards Naruto with joy, a victorious smile spreading across his face. He raised his hand high and shouted loudly, "Dad, did you see? I won. I'm the first." His voice was filled with pride and joy. When Uzumaki Naruto's gaze fell on Uzumaki Boruto's wrist, his expression instantly became sharp and cold. He reached out his hand, seemingly to fist bump his son in celebration. In the next moment, however, he suddenly grabbed Uzumaki Boruto's wrist tightly. That hand, which had saved the ninja world countless times from peril, gripped Boruto's wrist like a vice. With this grip, something was revealed on Boruto's wrist. A seemingly ordinary yet secretly powerful scientific ninja tool was fully exposed to everyone's eyes. The small and exquisite device appeared to contain immeasurable power. Uzumaki Naruto stared intently at this scientific ninja tool, a flicker of anger and disappointment flashing in his eyes. His gaze seemed to penetrate the device, revealing the truth behind it completely. He raised his head and looked directly at Uzumaki Boruto, his voice deep and stern. "What's going on? Why did you use this forbidden item?" Each word struck Uzumaki Boruto's heart like a heavy hammer, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze under an invisible force. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. with only the occasional sound of breathing echoing in the air. Everyone's gaze was focused on Uzumaki Boruto, holding their breath, waiting for his response to this sudden questioning. Uzumaki Boruto's face turned pale under his father's harsh gaze and inquiry. He instinctively looked at his wrist, where the science ninja tool was glimmering faintly, a trace of panic and confusion flashing in his eyes. He tried to open his mouth to explain, but his voice seemed to be stuck. He stammered and could only make a faint sound. Aye. Naruto looked at his son in this state, and disappointment surged in his heart like a tidal wave. He took a deep breath and slowly let go of his son's hand. He announced firmly and loudly, "This is a scientific ninja tool." Every word he spoke was like it had been forged through countless trials, resonating powerfully. A wave of uproar immediately swept through the venue. People were discussing fervently, with a mix of emotions such as surprise, confusion, and disappointment intertwining. The companions of the Vortex hero showed expressions of disbelief. They looked at each other in disbelief, whispering and debating among themselves. How could this be possible? How could Uzumaki Naruto cheat? Scientific ninja tools? Do such things really exist? This is so disappointing. Uzumaki Naruto ignored the discussions around him and continued to calmly explain. This ninja gear can release ninjutsu without consuming its user's chakra and even replicate others' ninjutsu. Such equipment completely contradicts the purpose of the Chunin exam, which is to showcase a ninja's true abilities. His words were filled with determination and undeniable authority. As Uzumaki Naruto's voice fell, the murmurs in the venue gradually quieted down. People turned their gazes back to Uzumaki Boruto, who had his head lowered, his shoulders slightly trembling, as if he were bearing immense pressure. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath and continued. Therefore, I announce that Uzumaki Boruto is disqualified from this match. His voice echoed in the venue, each word striking like a heavy hammer, hitting Boruto's heart hard. Boruto lifted his head, his eyes seemingly glistening with tears. He looked at his father, trying to find a glimmer of comfort in his father's eyes, but all he saw was disappointment and severity. Naruto Uzumaki's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He knows that this incident is a heavy blow to his son, but he also believes that his son can learn from it and become stronger. He took a deep breath, turned to Rock Lee beside him, and said firmly, "Lee, the results of the previous match will be reviewed separately." Rock Lee nodded, indicating that he understood. He deeply understands Naruto Uzumaki's personality and knows that this incident is also a heavy blow for him. But he also understands that as the son of the Hokage, Boruto Uzumaki must learn to face his mistakes and pay the price for them. Chapter 90, Becoming the Representative of Scientific Ninja Tools. In the stands, Uzumaki Himawari's eyes were filled with worry and confusion. She tightly clutched her mother's hand, her small face full of concern. Her voice was tender and trembling, as if she might break down at any moment. "Mom, what's wrong with Big Brother? Did he do something wrong? Why is everyone so angry?" Uzumaki Hinata gently stroked Himawari's head, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She comforted her softly. "Himawari, don't worry. Your brother just made a mistake. Everyone makes mistakes. What's important is to learn from them." However, in the seats of the 5 Kage, Kuratsuchi couldn't help but mock. A cold smile curled at the corners of her mouth, her voice laced with biting coldness. Is this the foolish son of the Hokage? He's truly bringing shame to his father. It seems the Hokage's reputation will be tarnished by this son. Although Kuratsuchi's words weren't loud, they echoed like thunder in the quiet conference hall. The audience, who had been whispering among themselves, now began to raise their voices, merging into a surging tide of sound. Cheaters get lost. Trying to take first place through deception is ridiculous. It's simply a disgrace to Konoha. These words struck Boruto Uzumaki like sharp arrows, mercilessly piercing through him. His face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were filled with fear and unease. He clenched his fists tightly, as if trying to find a glimmer of strength within, but what he felt more was helplessness. Suddenly, the headband on his forehead was yanked down harshly. Naruto Uzumaki stared intensely at his son, his eyes flickering with disappointment and anger. His voice was deep and stern as he said, "You're not qualified to be a ninja." These words struck Boruto's heart like a heavy hammer, causing his body to tremble violently as if he had lost all his strength. He lifted his head and looked into his father's disappointed eyes, feeling a pain in his heart as if it were being torn apart. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat felt as if it were blocked, unable to make any sound. Naruto Uzumaki looked at his son's pained expression and felt a pang of pain in his heart. But he knew that at this moment, he had to make his son face his mistakes. He placed his hand on his son's shoulder. His tone softened a bit. He said, "Let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here. When we get back, I'll give you a good lecture." Upon hearing his father's words, Boruto's inner anger erupted like a volcano. He can no longer suppress his emotions. He violently slapped away the large hand that Uzumaki Naruto had placed on his shoulder. A stubborn light flickered in his eyes, as if trying to penetrate his father's complex heart. A lecture later? Does Dad really have time for that? Uzumaki Boruto shouted, his voice echoing in the empty venue, filled with deep disappointment and anger. His hands were clenched into fists, veins bulging, body slightly trembling, as if he wanted to release all his emotions. Tears shimmered in his eyes, but he stubbornly tilted his head up, not allowing the tears to fall. Naruto Uzumaki was shocked by his son's reaction. His pupils trembled slightly, as if he had seen something incredible. "If you treated me well, if you could care about me a little more, understand me a little more, it wouldn't have turned out like this now." The Vortex Warrior continued to roar in anger. His voice grew louder, as if he wanted to pour out all his grievances in anger. He waved his arms and legs, full of emotion, as if he wanted to vent all his dissatisfaction. His eyes were already red, tears swirling in his eyes, but he tried hard to hold them back, not letting them fall. In the face of his sons shouting, Naruto Uzumaki remained silent. He looked at the angry and pained expression. A wave of indescribable emotions surged in his heart. He realized that he might have really neglected his son's feelings, not giving him enough love and understanding. Naruto Uzumaki took a deep breath, trying hard to calm his emotions. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch Boruto's shoulder again. But Boruto dodged his hand, as if he didn't want to accept any more comfort. "I know I was wrong," Naruto said in a deep voice, but his tone was filled with helplessness and disappointment. He looked directly into Boruto's eyes and continued, "But I also hope you can understand that as your father, I am equally disappointed. I want you to become a true ninja, not someone who wins through cheating." His eyes were filled with anticipation and determination. He seemed to be telling Boruto in the vortex that even if he made mistakes, as long as he could acknowledge and correct them, there would still be a chance to start over. At that moment, a figure hurriedly approached. He is Kanasuke, the developer of scientific ninja tools. There was a fervent sparkle in his eyes, as if he had found a perfect opportunity to showcase himself. He cleared his throat. He looked at the audience. He shouted loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to explain something." Although Vortex Boruto ultimately lost, he was able to reach this point all thanks to our latest developed scientific ninja tools. The voice of Kanasuke was passionate and fervent as he waved his arms, seemingly wanting to share his enthusiasm with everyone present. His eyes were filled with confidence and fervor for scientific ninja tools, as if these tools were everything in his life. But this sudden remark made Naruto Uzumaki furrow his brows. He stared at the piece of paper with a piercing gaze, a surge of indescribable anger rising in his heart. He couldn't help but shout loudly, "Kazuki, shut up. This is not the place for you to sell your products." Kazuki was startled by Naruto's sudden outburst. He turned around and saw Naruto Uzumaki's angry gaze. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. But he quickly regained his fervent expression, as if he had forgotten the occasion. He said directly to Vortex Boruto, "Young master, this is the most suitable stage, along with you as the most suitable tester. I'm just promoting our product. Don't blame me." His voice grew louder, and his expression became increasingly ferocious. He seemed to vent all his dissatisfaction and resentment in this situation, completely disregarding Uzumaki Boruto's feelings. Upon hearing these words, Uzumaki Boruto, who was standing beside him, had a dark expression on his face, and his eyes seemed to be blazing with anger. He clenched his fist tightly, his body trembling slightly. He looked up at the assistant, his eyes filled with anger and confusion. He shouted, "I never asked you to do this. How dare you use me like this and treat these matters as your business opportunity?" His voice was filled with anger and grievance, as if he wanted to express all his dissatisfaction. His eyes sparkled with a firm light, indicating that he would never accept being used in such a way. The assistant was shocked by the fury of the vortex, momentarily stunned, and then a hint of disdain appeared on his face. He said with a cold smile, "Young master, you are our spokesperson. You have enjoyed the benefits brought by scientific ninja tools, so you naturally must bear the corresponding responsibilities." His tone was filled with provocation and, as if he was deliberately trying to anger Uzumaki Boruto. However, Uzumaki Boruto was not swayed by his words. Instead, he became more resolute in his stance. He shouted loudly, "I never asked for such endorsement. I just want to prove my strength, not to be used by you as a tool for making money." Chapter 91. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's one-palm demolition at this moment, a change occurred. A vast amount of chakra suddenly descended like a violent storm, sweeping through the entire venue. This power was so strong that it seemed to warp the very air, causing the entire space to tremble under its influence. The audience could not withstand this pressure. They felt as if they were being drawn into a strange dream. Everything before their eyes became distorted and inverted, and vibrant colors were devoured by a mysterious force. Only black and white intertwined, as if they had entered a world completely different from reality. Under the impact of this force, many weaker individuals fainted to the ground. Their faces were pale, their bodies weakly collapsed on the ground, as if struck down by an invisible force. Naruto Uzumaki raised his head, his gaze like a torch, staring directly at the two figures in the sky. There stood Kinshiki Tsutsuki steadily holding someone, that being Kinshiki's shoulder, Tsutsuki Momoshiki. They are like messengers descending from another world, carrying an indescribable aura of majesty and mystery. Otsutsuki Kinshiki is dressed in splendid attire, radiating dazzling light. A hint of disdainful smile appeared on his face, as if nothing in this world was worthy of his attention. His gaze was sharp like that of a hawk, as if it could penetrate everything and see through everyone's heart. Finally found it. Tao's voice echoed in the air, filled with disdain and provocation. His voice is deep and magnetic, as if it has a magical power that can capture everyone's attention. His gaze was fixed on Naruto Uzumaki, those sharp eyes seemingly capable of seeing right through him. He slightly lifted his chin, as if challenging Naruto. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes filled with vigilance and anger. He knew that these two extraterrestrial beings were definitely not ordinary enemies. Their appearance will undoubtedly bring an unprecedented crisis to the Hidden Leaf Village. Otsutsuki Kinshiki floated down gently from the sky like a light feather. His figure cast a long shadow under the sunlight, adding a sense of grimness to the tense battlefield. He landed steadily, and a large T Moki Momo style on his shoulder lightly jumped down. The movements of Momo style were as graceful as a little girl dancing. However, his voice was chilling. This stark contrast made everyone present feel an unprecedented tension and oppression. On T Moki Momo style's head was a piece of thin gauze, gently fluttering in the breeze. The gauze shimmered softly in the sunlight, as if it were a layer of mysterious veil, adding a touch of mystery to him. His eyes are deep and cold, as if they can see through all disguises and lies. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes are filled with vigilance and concern. He quickly shielded Boruto behind him, his hands clenched into fists, muscles tense, as if ready to face the impending battle at any moment. He whispered to Boruto, "Boruto, stand behind Dad and don't move. Wait for an opportunity to leave here as quickly as possible. Do you understand?" Naruto's voice was low but filled with determination and resolve, as if he had confidence in protecting his family no matter what difficulties they faced. Boruto looked at Naruto's tense yet resolute expression. Although he was somewhat afraid in his heart, what he felt more was trust and admiration for his father. He nodded, indicating that he would follow his father's instructions. Meanwhile, Rock Lee was also ready for battle. He stood beside Naruto, his eyes fixed firmly on Kagaya Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Kagaya Otsutsuki Momoshiki. His hands were clenched into fists, muscles taut. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit and determination, as if he was ready to give everything to protect his home and companions. The 5 Kage seating area. The originally calm atmosphere suddenly became tense, like a torn curtain. Gaara slowly stood up. A deep memory flashed in his eyes, a scene from his confrontation with Otsutsuki Kagaya, like frames of a movie rapidly passing through his mind. He stared intently at the large Otsutsuki Peach below. He could see the veins around Peach's eyes bulging, as if countless small snakes were writhing beneath the skin, trying to break free from their restraints. His white eyes were particularly piercing, flickering with a faint white light, like ghostly flames. That cold gaze filled Boruto with an inexplicable sense of fear. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, clenching his fists tightly, as if seeking some kind of comfort. Seeing this, Naruto Uzumaki once again protected Boruto closely behind him. His eyes were fixed on the peach, filled with vigilance and determination. Naruto asked in a deep voice, "Is this the Byakugan? Are you a member of the Otsutsuki Kagaya's clan?" His voice echoed in the vast space, carrying a hint of questioning and exploration. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, the corner of his mouth curling up in a sneer. He seemed to be looking at a trivial ant. His voice was filled with arrogance and disdain as he said, There are really too many bothersome, lowly creatures. They are truly an eyesore. This sentence struck like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone present. Otsutsuki Kinshiki turned around and exchanged a glance with Otsutsuki Momoshiki after hearing it. Excitement sparkled in his eyes, as if he had already seen the impending feast of battle. He nodded slightly, as if signaling to Peach Style, and said, "Should we clean up first?" Otsutsuki Peach Style replied impatiently, "That's true." His voice carried a hint of disdain and impatience, as if this battle was merely a minor episode for him. Just as the two were conversing, a figure suddenly intruded into their sight. It was a supporter who fearlessly approached the two and shouted, "Who are you? This venue is my stage now." His voice was firm and powerful, as if declaring his determination to everyone. Naruto saw this situation. His expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Don't go over there." His voice was filled with anxiety and concern, as if afraid that the assistant would be caught up in this unwarranted disaster. But the assistant seemed not to hear Naruto's warning and continued to move forward. Just then, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's right hand suddenly emitted a visible red energy. The energy burned like flames, casting a crimson glow over the entire area. Kinshiki slammed his hand on the ground, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward. The shockwave swept through everything that stood in its way like a raging beast. "Everyone be careful. Stay safe," Naruto exclaimed, rushing towards Boruto and pulling him tightly into his embrace. A determined light sparkled in his eyes, as if he would protect his family no matter what danger he faced. Meanwhile, the assistant and his aide were struck by the sudden shockwave. Their whole bodies were blown away and rolled against the wall. They struggled to stand up, their faces filled with pain and shock. The scene was chaotic, with dust flying everywhere. Naruto tightly held Boruto, his eyes filled with anger and concern. He looked up at Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Momoshiki, his eyes shining with a firm light. He knew that this battle was inevitable. Chapter 92, Sasuke vs. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The cracks on the ground spread like the fangs of a giant beast. They rampaged wildly, as if they wanted to tear the entire world into pieces. The roof of the spectator stand swayed dangerously in the intense tremors, as if it could collapse at any moment, mercilessly swallowing the audience above. The surrounding buildings appeared so fragile in the face of this irresistible force, as if they were merely paper toys. The tower where the 5 Kage sat suffered a devastating blow. It was almost completely shattered, leaving only a ruin, the former glory and majesty now completely vanished. The huge fire symbol, representing the will of fire, had also lost its former brilliance. As it fell from the sky, it seemed to wail, as if announcing the arrival of a disaster to the world. Kakashi stood in a corner of the spectator stand, his gaze firmly locked on the two Otsutsuki below. Those two can't be. His brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was struggling to come up with a solution, and the surprise and worry in his eyes intertwined to form a complex picture. "What about the exam?" a nearby ninja asked anxiously. His voice was filled with tremors. Clearly frightened by the scene before him, Kakashi took a deep breath, turned to look at the ninja, and a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "There's no time to worry about the exam now. We need to organize a refuge quickly." His voice was powerful and resonant, as if a warm current flowed through the hearts of everyone, guiding them in the right direction. On the other side, Uchiha Sakura's figure was as agile as a leopard. She suddenly threw a punch at the rooftop that was about to collapse above her. This punch carried immense power, shattering the roof into a shower of debris. A determined light flickered in her eyes, as if she could rise up and protect everyone no matter the challenges she faced. Narashikamaru was not to be outdone, swinging the large iron fan in her hand. A strong gust of wind surged from the fan, scattering the rooftop fragments in all directions. Her movements were graceful yet powerful, as if she were performing a splendid dance. Together, she and Uchiha Sakura carved out a path for everyone to survive. However, the other pillars in the stands could no longer hold up and began to collapse one after another. The roofs in other areas were also on the verge of collapsing, threatening to crush the audience below. At this moment, chaos engulfed the entire venue, with panic and despair spreading through the crowd. In this critical moment, Gaara quickly sprang into action. He clenched his hands tightly, as if summoning the power of the earth. In an instant, countless grains of sand shot up from the ground, swirling in the air like a giant dragon. Finally, they transformed into a solid barrier, firmly blocking the collapsing roof. "Hurry! Everyone, run this way!" Kakashi's voice rang out like a thunderous bell amidst the chaos. He stood on a relatively stable rock, shouting loudly to guide everyone to evacuate to a safe area. His eyes were firm and powerful, as if they could penetrate layers of dust and reach deep into people's souls, dispelling the fears within them. In this chaotic scene, Shinsuke, the adopted son of Gaara, gradually awakened from his coma. His eyes slowly opened, and the scene before him instantly brought him to his senses. Dust was flying all around. The sound of collapsing buildings was incessant, and people were fleeing in panic. He felt a wave of dizziness, as if the whole world was spinning. Gaara. A familiar and anxious voice sounded not far from him. Gaara looked up and saw that Iroh was standing nearby, supporting the shaky roof with sand. His gaze was like a torch, shining like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating the confusion in Zhen Shu's heart. Gaara noticed Zhen Shu's awakening, and the frown on his brow slightly relaxed, but his expression remained serious. He said to Masuki in a deep voice, "Don't underestimate the combat power of our enemies. This is not an opponent you can handle." His voice was deep and firm, as if warning Zhen Shu not to act rashly. Upon hearing this, Zhen Shu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He understands his father's worries and concerns, and he also realizes his own powerlessness in this battle. He took a deep breath and struggled to stand up. He knew he couldn't cause trouble for his father, nor could he allow himself to become a burden to others. His priority now was to organize people to take shelter. Gaara added, his gaze revealing a resolute determination. Shinsuke nodded. He knew what he should do. He began to help the surrounding ninjas evacuate the crowd, guiding civilians to safety. But chaos still reigned at the scene. Many ninjas were busy rescuing people, their figures flickering in the dust like brave warriors charging into battle. The civilians were running in panic, their faces filled with fear and unease. Amidst the turmoil of the ruins, Sarada Uchiha felt like a lost lamb, running anxiously. Her gaze darted between the dust and rubble, desperately searching for that familiar figure. That was her pillar of support, her reliance in this chaotic world. But the surrounding chaos and unease surged towards her like a tide, filling her with immense anxiety and helplessness. Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong. A massive shadow loomed above her, like dark clouds enveloping her. The heavy sense of oppression made her involuntarily stop in her tracks. She looked up and saw the enormous figure of Kinshiki Tsutsuki jumping towards her. The twisted face wore a cruel grin, as if relishing her panic. Sarada's heart sank. She knew she was caught in a life-and-death crisis. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. But she knew she couldn't give up like this. She had to find that familiar figure, the one who could bring her hope. Just as despair was about to consume her, a black figure suddenly dashed out from the side, like a flash of lightning in the night. It was the familiar figure, her father, Sasuke Uchiha. He tightly embraced Sarada and quickly leaped forward, evading the deadly attack from Kinshiki Tsutsuki. Uchiha Sasuke's gaze was firm and calm as he protected Sarada, shielding her behind him. His gaze was like a sharp blade, piercing directly at Otsutsuki Kinshiki, as if to shatter his cruelty and arrogance completely. "You deadbeat. Don't even think about laying a hand on my daughter." Sasuke's voice was low and firm, carrying an endless authority. His voice echoed through the ruins, resonating like thunder that shook the heart. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was intimidated by Sasuke's aura, but he quickly regained his cruel smile. He sneered, "Do you think you can protect her? I am Kinshiki Tsutsuki, and you are just a lowly creature." Uchiha Sasuke remained unfazed and continued, "Do you want your horns to be even shorter? I remember the last time I made you suffer quite a bit." His voice was filled with provocation and sarcasm, as if he was deliberately trying to infuriate Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was angered by Sasuke's words. His face became more distorted and ferocious. He let out a roar and launched a fierce attack on Uchiha Sasuke. His eyes were blood red, as if they could spew fire. He swung the red giant axe, condensed from Chakra, in his hands, and with each swing, it seemed to tear through the air. He charged at Sasuke again, his speed as swift as lightning cutting through the sky. Chapter 93. Naruto Uzumaki was kicked away. Kagaya Otsutsuki's axe carved a fierce arc in the air. With a sound of breaking through the air, it rushed towards Uchiha Sasuke. The axe seemed to carry endless fury, aiming to devour both Sasuke and Sarada. Uchiha Sasuke slightly frowned, but his gaze remained firm and calm. He seemed to be able to perceive every movement and intention of Kagaya Otsutsuki Kinshiki. He did not retreat, nor did he dodge. He simply stood there quietly, waiting for Kinshiki's attack. Suddenly, Both figures vanished from their original positions at the same time. Kinshiki's axe struck nothing but air, and he was momentarily stunned. He immediately turned around, searching for the figures of Sasuke and his daughter, but all he could see was a wasteland and swirling dust. In the next moment, Uchiha Sasuke appeared in the distance, holding his daughter. They seemed to appear out of nowhere, catching Jincheng off guard. Sasuke looked at Jincheng coldly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His eyes were filled with disdain and provocation. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was angered by Sasuke's taunts. He swung his large axe again and charged at Sasuke. But Uchiha Sasuke was already prepared. He swiftly dodged Jin's attack. He swiftly counterattacked, swinging the Kusanagi sword in his hand towards the horn on the head of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. At this intense moment of battle, a mysterious figure named Lu Tian was hiding in the shadows. His pair of Rinnegan shone with a deep light, as if able to perceive everything in the world. During this period, he emulated the sage of 6 paths. He devoured the souls of many, trying to use them to heal the wounds of his own soul. Lu Tian was dressed in a black robe, his whole body hidden in the crevices of space. There was a hint of coldness and cruelty in his gaze, as if he were a fierce beast lurking in the shadows, ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. Although Lu Tian's injuries had improved after devouring numerous souls, the discomfort deep within his soul still lingered like a shadow. He knows that the wounds of his soul cannot be healed overnight and require more souls to nourish. At this moment, he does not intend to act rashly. Lu Tian quietly observes Uchiha Sasuke and Kagaya Kinshiki on the battlefield. He chose to wait, waiting for the perfect moment. A strange smile curled at the corners of Lu Tian's mouth, as he already had a plan in mind. He plans to suddenly make a move while Sasuke and Kinshiki are in the heat of battle. He swiftly took down both of them. Then, he would devour their chakra fruits to heal the wounds in his soul. In the shadows, Lu Tian was quietly waiting for his prey's fatigue and negligence. His eyes were filled with anticipation and desire, as if he had already seen himself devouring the chakra fruit. On the other side, the dust gradually settled like smoke, revealing the devastated arena below. Fragments of bricks and stones were scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder among the broken walls. Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Uzumaki Naruto were facing each other, their gazes clashing like sharp swords. Uzumaki Naruto stood behind his father, looking at the scene before him, his face filled with shock and confusion. He opened his mouth, his voice trembling slightly, and said, "What on earth is going on?" Uzumaki Naruto felt a tightness in his heart upon hearing his son's voice. He turned his head, his gaze filled with seriousness and concern. He said to Naruto, "Son, this is very dangerous. You should go to everyone else and make sure to protect yourself." Naruto looked at his father's serious expression, and his unease grew stronger. But he understood that he could not become a burden to his father, so he nodded. Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and focused his gaze back on the location where Otsutsuki Kinshiki was. To his shock, Kinshiki's figure had completely vanished without a trace. How is this possible? Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself, furrowing his brow, a hint of doubt and vigilance flashing in his eyes. At that moment, an unusual aura suddenly surged. Accompanied by a pleasant scent of peaches, it seemed to drift in from the orchard. Uzumaki Naruto's heart tightened immediately. He immediately realized that this was a peach-style attack. He quickly turned around and saw a huge foot suddenly kicking towards him, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to react. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils constricted, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Bang! With a loud noise, Uzumaki Naruto's body was violently kicked away. He flew several meters away like a kite with a broken string. His body arced through the air and then crashed heavily against the dilapidated wall. The wall instantly crumbled upon impact, bricks and debris flying everywhere, dust swirling up. Naruto felt a tremendous force coming from his back, as if it were going to tear his body apart. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, a trickle of fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Coughing, Naruto Uzumaki struggled to get up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes sparkled with anger and determination as he said, "Die, you bastard! Don't hurt my son!" The Otsutsuki Momoshiki landed lightly, with Uzumaki Naruto right beside him. The distance between the two was so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto was trembling all over, his eyes filled with fear and unease, desperately crawling backward in an attempt to escape this terrifying enemy. However, Otsutsuki Momoshiki seemed completely indifferent to Naruto's fear. He didn't even take a glance. He walked straight past, as if Boruto was just a trivial ant. "Stop right there," Boruto shouted loudly, mustering his courage. Although his voice trembled, it was filled with unwavering determination. Sutsuki Momoshiki stopped his tracks and slowly turned around. His gaze lingered on Boruto for a moment, then noticed Boruto's hands forming seals. "Oh, you little brat still want to resist?" Otsutsuki Kinshiki's lips curled into a mocking smile, as if watching an interesting performance. Boruto Uzumaki took a deep breath. He knew his chakra was almost depleted, but he couldn't give up. He had to protect himself and his father. So, he hurriedly activated the scientific ninja tool. "Fire release, fireball, jutsu." Boruto shouted loudly as he pressed the button on the scientific ninja tool. A flame instantly erupted from the tool, charging towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki. However, Otsutsuki Kinshiki simply extended his right hand. In the palm of his hand, there was a red rinnegan, which instantly absorbed all the flames. It actually absorbed it. Boruto Uzumaki exclaimed, a drop of sweat sliding down his cheek. He couldn't believe his eyes. The enemy's abilities were surprisingly powerful. But Boruto did not give up. He continued to launch an attack, shooting out a water bullet. In the face of this situation, Tsutsuki Momoshiki once again revealed a mocking smile, effortlessly absorbing the water bullet. Vortex Boruto gritted his teeth and launched another attack. He used a lightning release attack, and lightning shot out from the scientific ninja tool. But no matter how hard he tried, Otsutsuki Momoshiki easily absorbed his attack. "My headpiece is getting dirty. You really have no manners, kid," Otsutsuki Momoshiki said coldly. He pulled down the veil and casually tossed it aside, then walked step by step towards Uzumaki Boruto. Uzumaki Boruto's face was pale. He knew he had no way out. But he still tightly gripped the scientific ninja tool, ready to make one last desperate effort. He knows he may not be able to defeat this powerful enemy, but he must protect himself and his father. Even in the face of despair, he cannot give up. Chapter 94. Sasuke and Naruto successfully unite. In the ruins of the upper stands, Mitsuki pushes off the concrete that was pressing down on him. He stood up, his eyes shining with a determined light. A green chakra flowed slowly around his body, a sign of the life force within him boiling, like the lush greenery of a forest. He took a deep breath and ran lightly across the ruins. He attempted to use the airflow and speed to quietly maneuver behind the giant wooden peach. He knew very well that only by taking the enemy by surprise could he possibly pose a threat to this powerful foe. Just as he was about to successfully circle behind Taosher, a sharp fishing line suddenly flew in, like a silver lightning bolt, instantly piercing through his body. He trembled suddenly, his face showing an expression of disbelief. His body was unable to move. "I've never seen such a use of chakra before." A cold voice echoed from not far away. Satsuki looked up and saw Otsutsuki Urashiki standing not far off, holding the other end of the fishing line, a mocking smile on his face. "Such a dangerous power. I can't let you use it," Otsutsuki Urashiki said coldly. Accompanied by a force pulling the fishing line, Satsuki let out a painful groan. The green chakra inside him was forcibly pulled out, as if his life force had been stripped away. CF felt weak all over. He struggled to call out Boruto's name, but his voice became weak and trembled. He watched helplessly as his chakra was absorbed by the purist, his heart filled with despair. He knew that he could no longer provide any help to Boruto. Below, Momoshiki Otsutsuki stood still teasing Boruto Uzumaki. A slightly comical expression appeared on Otsutsuki's face. There was a sparkle of curiosity and excitement in his eyes. He carefully placed the chakra of the serpent month into the fish basket. He muttered to himself, "This is amazing. The power we've never seen in our technology. The creatures of this planet are indeed full of the unknown and surprises." He hopped over to Mitsuki's side. Just as he was about to land, suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen something incredible. Under his feet, the once solid ground suddenly erupted. A massive flow of sand surged forth, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. Otsutsuki Kinshiki rolled in the air, skillfully dodging the sand flow and landing steadily behind. He brushed off the dust on his body, and a look of alertness and surprise appeared in his eyes. He said, "Sure enough, it's you. I was wondering why this chakra felt so familiar." His gaze once again locked onto the spot where Siyu originally stood. There, 3 figures had appeared, with the leader being a person in a red battle robe, Gaara. Behind him were 2 other remarkable ninjas, namely Kahaku and Terumi Mei. Gaara coldly stared at Otsutsuki Kinshiki, his eyes revealing determination and resolve. "It seems you are quite skilled at ambushes." Gaara suddenly changed the subject while speaking. a mocking smile curving at the corners of his mouth, his gaze slicing towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki like a knife. His voice was filled with disdain and contempt, as if mocking Poo's incompetence. He said, "But you're not good at dealing with surprise attacks." Otsutsuki Urashiki's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He replied coldly, "Did you put honey on your lips? You really know how to talk." His voice was filled with sarcasm and disdain, as if mocking Gaara's arrogance. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Boruto was still using scientific ninja tools, but it was clear that he was starting to struggle. He looked anxious, with a hint of despair in his eyes. His reserve of ninjutsu had been exhausted, and he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. At that moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki slowly approached. His steps are steady and powerful, each one seemingly treading on the heart of the vortex. He looked coldly at Boruto, his voice filled with mockery. "Are you done? Is it over?" Boruto's face instantly turned pale, and he felt a wave of intense despair rise in his heart. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Otsutsuki Kinshiki. It was Naruto Uzumaki. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. However, his seemingly perfect sneak attack did not achieve the expected effect. Otsutsuki Kinshiki casually sidestepped, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, and Naruto's attack instantly missed its mark. A hint of a mocking smile appeared on his face, as if ridiculing Naruto's speed for not being fast enough. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback, but he did not give up. He is well aware of the urgent situation at this moment and must quickly take Boruto away from this dangerous place. He quickly adjusted his posture and picked up his son. He leaped forward and quickly jumped into the distance. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's cold voice rang out again. "Don't think you can escape." He glanced over to the other side of the battlefield, where Kaguya, Otsutsuki, and Sasuke Uchiha were still locked in a fierce clash. Sasuke Uchiha moved with agility, tightly holding his daughter as he continuously darted and dodged across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Kaguya Otsutsuki was like a raging beast, launching relentless attacks in an attempt to force Sasuke into a corner. "You all have kids with you. How boring." Kaguya Otsutsuki coldly mocked. He extended his palm, ready to launch a more intense attack. But his hand suddenly began to tremble slightly, as if it were beyond his control. A look of astonishment appeared on Tsutsuki Kinshiki's face. He looked down and saw a mass of black shadows quietly spreading from beneath his feet, like a giant spider web. It tightly restrained his body. The shadows were continuously writhing, seemingly absorbing his strength. "What is this?" Otsutsuki Peach tried to struggle, but his body felt as if it were frozen, unable to move. At the same time, Otsutsuki Kin was in the same situation. A glint of surprise flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, and the sword in his hand became even sharper. He seized the opportunity to launch an attack, aiming for the vital points of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. "Dad, be careful. This guy is not simple," Uchiha Sarada exclaimed his arms. Although her voice was young, it was filled with concern. Uchiha Sasuke glanced back at his daughter. A hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. He gently patted his daughter's head and comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid, Daddy is here." At that moment, a cold light flickered in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes. The red rinnegan in his hand seemed to come alive, starting to spin wildly. The shadow that was bound to him quickly disappeared under the pull of the rinnegan, as if being swallowed by a black hole. "Boring trick." Taoshur disdainfully spat out these words, his voice filled with contempt. Nara Shikamaru's jutsu was instantly absorbed completely, as if it had never existed. With the disappearance of the shadow, the two Otsutsuki once again regained the ability to move their bodies. Their movements became more agile, and their strength grew stronger. Uchiha Sasuke was pushed back a few steps. He stabilized his posture and then leaped, landing beside Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 95. Lu Tian is waiting for the opportunity to strike. Uchiha Sasuke's gaze seemed to reach the other side of the truth. His gaze was sharp and deep, fixed on the two large wooden barrels in the distance. His words contained undeniable affirmation and a heavy sense of responsibility. He said, "These are the people I mentioned to you before, recorded in the scroll of Kaguya Otsutsuki." Upon hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki furrowed his brows like mountain peaks. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned almost white. There was an undeniable certainty in his tone. He said, "Kaguya Otsutsuki created white zetsu specifically to defend against these uninvited guests, right?" "Indeed." Sasuke nodded slightly. His gaze focused on the two Otsutsuki. Beneath his calm tone lies a surging tide of emotions. He said, "The purpose of these people is to obtain the chakra fruit. For the chakra of the tailed beast Kurama within you. Otsutsuki Kinshiki slowly descended beside Momoshiki. His posture exudes a solemnity and strength that cannot be underestimated. The latter let out a slight hum, carrying a hint of arrogance. He said, "You seem to have a deep understanding of us. I am Otsutsuki Peach, and I am of the same clan as Kagaya. I am his guardian, Otsutsuki Kin." Kin added, his tone calm, but with a hidden sharpness. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto frowned. His eyes were like torches, and his questions went straight to the core. He asked, "What is your purpose in coming here?" Otsutsuki Kinshiki answered calmly, without any concealment. He said, "You already know the answer in your heart. Why ask knowingly? You possess the most powerful chakra in this seedbed. As long as we collect it, we can replant the divine tree." Naruto's shock was hard to conceal, and his voice trembled slightly. He asked, "The divine tree you mentioned, is it the legendary existence?" "Exactly." Tao's eyes sparkled with the reminiscence of past glory as he said, "Our mission is to inherit Kagaya's unfinished work and collect the scattered chakra fruits." Uchiha Sasuke's black eyes were deep, and his words revealed his familiarity with the ancient legend. He said, "The god tree, the source of chakra, the fountain of Kagaya's power, is a tree that carries countless legends." Meanwhile, Sarada Uchiha and Boruto Uzumaki were standing not far away, whispering to each other. Sarada's tone was filled with a hint of reverence. She said, "It is said that Kagaya obtained the chakra fruit from the god tree, and only then did ninjas come into existence, and that god tree subsequently disappeared." Boruto nodded, his eyes full of curiosity. "Exactly." Sasuke Uchiha's voice interrupted their conversation as he stared at the two Otsutsuki before him, questioning, "What are your intentions in awakening this ancient myth?" "Is that even a question?" Otsutsuki Kinshiki retorted, a strange smile appearing on his face. He said, "Naturally, it is to collect chakra and refine it into elixirs." Otsutsuki Kinshiki then picked up the conversation, his tone carrying a hint of longing. He said, "Eternal life, extraordinary power, can be within reach with just a single pill." Naruto frowned and asked, "Are you talking about a kind of medicine?" Otsutsuki Kinshiki showed a look of appreciation. He said, "Your comprehension is quite good. You should be able to imagine how incredible this treasure is, right?" Otsutsuki Momoshiki gently played with the elixir in his hand. The dark red orb, resembling a cherry, spun lightly at his fingertips, as if it carried supreme power. "With this elixir, I can easily gain immense strength." He curled his lips in disdain, his words filled with confidence in his own abilities. Upon hearing this, Vortex Boruto couldn't help but tremble, his eyes narrowing, containing both shock and disbelief. He recalled using scientific tools to cheat. He feels that Otsutsuki Kinshiki is looking down on him. What kind of ability is it to gain power through medication? Those who are accustomed to taking shortcuts will ultimately not go far. Uzumaki Naruto scoffed, his disdain evident in his words. His gaze was very firm as he said, "True strength can only be forged through sweat and effort, tempered in adversity, and not by relying on the false power that any drug can provide." Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Kinshiki laughed even more wildly. He seems to find Naruto's remarks amusing. He said, "What a foolish logic of inferior beings. Power is meant to be used by me. Why should I care about the means of acquisition? As long as the result meets my expectations, the methods are irrelevant." Naruto's eyes widened in anger, and his breath suddenly intensified, causing the surrounding air to tremble with his fury. "You will never understand that the true essence of power lies in protection, not in conquest and plunder." His words were powerful and resonant, each one striking with clarity. It was a steadfast adherence to his own beliefs, while also serving as a stern warning to his opponents. At that moment, Tian was in a paradise of serenity, surrounded by an ethereal beauty that transcended the mundane world. Spiritual mist lingered, and celestial energy swirled around, as if every breath could purify the soul. Tian's gaze was fixed on a screen in the air, as if he were penetrating the boundaries of time and space. He focuses on that distant battlefield, where the two sides are in a tense standoff. He furrowed his brows, revealing his inner impatience and anxiety. It was a sense of urgency to witness the storm, mixed with helplessness about the current stalemate. Why weren't these idiots making a move? What were they stalling for? Tian's expression was somewhat uncomfortable, his words tinged with dissatisfaction, a wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After all the talk, even the mosquitoes were about to go to sleep. Couldn't they just be straightforward and quickly take action to resolve this? He was complaining, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, clearly already plotting some scheme in his mind. "Alas, if it weren't for my poor condition right now, I would have caught them off guard long ago, saving myself the anxiety of waiting here. Tian shook his head, seemingly trying to dispel the restlessness in his heart. Then he leaned closer to the ethereal space barrier, his eyes narrowing into a slit, continuing to closely observe the movements of the ninja world. He silently thought to himself, just wait a little longer. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. Once the time is right, I will be able to devour a big Otsutsuki. Tian glanced at another screen beside him. It displayed the battle on the other side. Otsutsuki Urashiki spread his wings and, like an eagle soaring through the sky, gracefully landed in a nearby dense forest. Gaara, Kinshiki, and Kagaya followed closely behind. Their footsteps were steady, closing in step by step, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere ready to ignite. Gue Deng Huanyu frowned slightly, with a hint of surprise in her tone. He said, "This guy actually sensed our attack in advance." Otsutsuki Purushi stopped and activated his Byakugan. The veins around his eyes bulged, as if containing the secrets of perceiving everything. The corners of his mouth curled up with a hint of amusement as he said, "Of course I know, including you, Gaara. I'm well aware of the traps you've set with sand underground." Gaara's expression sharpened, his voice steady. "What do you want to say?" Otsutsuki Kinshiki had a broad smile, with a glint of cunning in his eyes. He said, "Investigation is my forte. I am fully prepared, while you have no chance of winning." As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly flicked the fishing rod in his hand. The fishing line, formed by Chakra, shot out like a venomous snake, heading straight for Gaara. Chapter 96. The surprise attack on Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Gaara reacted with lightning speed. Sand quickly gathered at his fingertips, transforming into a solid sand wall that stood tall in front of him. In his eyes flickered a determined light, intending to block the swiftly approaching fishing line. But the fishing line, like a sharp blade, easily pierced through the sand wall, revealing an extraordinarily sharp quality. Gaara's body was pierced by the fishing line. Otsutsuki Kinshiki witnessed this scene, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He lightly waved the fish basket, his eyes full of provocation, and laughed loudly. "Is the sand not enough? Can't block my attack now." Just as Otsutsuki Pushi was feeling pleased, Gaara's figure suddenly transformed into flowing sand, dissipating like a gust of wind. His true form has quietly appeared in midair. He was just a stone's throw away from Otsutsuki Urashiki. The sand condensed once again, instantly transforming into sharp claws, striking towards the opponent with the force of a violent storm. Gaara's gaze was sharp, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He mocked, "The same trick won't work the second time." Otsutsuki Pori's figure flashed and easily dodged Gaara's attack, landing steadily. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by mockery. He said, "Indeed some means. But before me, Otsutsuki Pushi, it's all in vain." At this moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield became increasingly tense. Kaigetsu Mitsuki flicked his fingers, and a powerful stream of water shot out like a cannonball. It was his proud water release, water iron cannon. The water flowed through the air, drawing a beautiful straight line, heading straight for Otsutsuki Pushi. Otsutsuki Pushi let out a cold laugh, leaping into the air to easily dodge it. Just when he thought he had escaped danger, the side of him suddenly attacked by Terumi Mei. She opened her mouth and sprayed a thick and highly corrosive acid, which was her dissolution release, dissolution monster technique. A flicker of surprise flashed in Otsutsuki Pushi's eyes, but he seemed to possess the ability to foresee the future. Skillfully dodging again, his figure soared through the air, effortlessly countering the attacks of two shadow-level powerhouses. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the fish basket of Otsutsuki Pushi. A powerful aura surged forth, manifesting as a gigantic hand formed from sand and gravel. The hand, exuding an overwhelming force, lunged directly at Kagaya Otsutsuki. Seeing this, Kagaya reacted swiftly. Without moving her body, she opened her mouth and expelled a melting escape shield. The shield rapidly expanded in the air, effectively blocking the giant sandy hand. The collision of the two created a tense atmosphere, reminiscent of an impending storm. Otsutsuki Pushi stood not far away, a faint, indifferent smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He gently clapped his hands, as if praising the defensive ability of Komiai. However, his eyes revealed an undeniable confidence. He said, "I told you, every move you make is within my expectations." Otsutsuki Kinshiki paused for a moment and continued to mock. "Your tricks are nothing more than old books I've already read. What else is there that I cannot see through?" At this moment, Kaido Mangetsu was also unwilling to back down. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as chakra surged within him. He used steam, crisis violence. He cleverly combined the properties of oil and water to create a doppelganger resembling a child. This doppelganger not only had a unique form, but also harbored incredible power. With a gentle flick of its right arm, it transformed into a huge and sharp blade. The blade gleamed like lightning, moving at a speed that was astonishing. The doppelganger nimbly weaved through, attempting to exploit any openings in Tsutsuki Pori's defenses. However, this meticulously planned offensive seemed to fail to touch the opponent at all. Tsutsuki Pori's agile figure darted away, having already anticipated and evaded all the attack paths. He stood not far away, his eyes full of mockery. He said, "Your attacks are becoming increasingly boring." Just then, the boy-like clone rapidly expanded and eventually exploded. Although a large amount of diffuse water vapor was produced, for Otsutsuki Pori, it was just a trivial fluctuation. He gently waved his hand, as if to disperse the mist before him. "Is this a trick to obscure my vision? What are you trying to pull? Have you forgotten my disdain?" Otsutsuki Pori slowly began to speak, his tone revealing an undeniable certainty. There was a gleam of confidence in his eyes, as if everything was under his control. He waved a fishing rod made of chakra. He suddenly swung his arm, and the densely packed fishhooks shot through the air like meteors streaking across the night sky, rushing towards the three with a fierce momentum. "Heavenly must wave meteor strike," Otsutsuki Purus shouted, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. At that moment, the battlefield environment suddenly changed. The mist that had enveloped the battlefield was no longer just a visual barrier. It surged like a living creature. It quickly condensed into torrents of rushing water, forming a gigantic water prison. This was the S-rank ninjutsu, water release, super explosive water colliding wave, executed in tandem by Kaigetsu H. Getsu and Terumi Mei. Inside the water release barrier, Otsutsuki Purus was tightly wrapped by the surging water flow, almost unable to breathe. He struggled, trying to break free from the constraint, but the pressure of the water flow was like a heavy mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. Gaara stood by, watching Tsutsuki Momoshiki struggle in the water release barrier, a hint of a smug smile on his face. He smiled slightly and said casually, "I have connected the underground water veins, and with the water escape techniques of the two water shadows, you won't be able to escape." Inside the water escape barrier, Otsutsuki Purus's face grew paler, but he still did not give up. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength to try to break free from the restraints. But under the control of the two shadow-level powerhouses, the pressure inside the water escape barrier grew stronger and stronger, almost crushing him to pieces. At that moment, Gaara added one more thing. He looked coldly at Otsutsuki Kinshiki and mocked. "The naive one is you. Do you think your abilities can make you invincible in the world?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger and unwillingness flashed in Otsutsuki Kinshiki's eyes. But at that moment, he suddenly activated the Yomi Shiki. His figure swayed and instantly disappeared into the water release barrier. The water release barrier shattered with a loud bang, sending splashes everywhere. In midair, only the echo of Otsutsuki Kinshiki remained. This mistake is truly heartbreaking, but it has bought some time. However, his triumph did not last long. Tian had already arrived in Otsutsuki Kinshiki's initial ball space. He moved swiftly and arrived behind Otsutsuki Purus with just one step. He easily launched a surprise attack. He grabbed Otsutsuki Purus's throat with one hand, his movements swift and decisive. As the pressure tightened, Otsutsuki Purus's body began to shrink, eventually transforming into a crimson chakra fruit. Tian directly swallowed it, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. Truly worthy of being Otsutsuki, a top-tier medicinal ingredient. Tian licked his lips, as if still savoring that wonderful taste. He had long known the secret of the Otsutsuki. They looked strong, but were merely rare medicinal ingredients from higher dimensions. As long as one consumed the chakra fruits they formed, the strength of the consumer could be greatly enhanced. Even a single taste could cure ordinary people of all ailments, making them feel light and free. "Very good. Excellent," Tian said coldly. "If I could eat those two Otsutsuki, my soul's injuries should be healed." Chapter 97. Naruto passively takes beatings on the ground in another battlefield. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The figures of the two Otsutsuki appeared particularly indifferent under the sunlight. They fell silent for a moment. The chubby Otsutsuki Kinshiki squinted slightly and glanced at the opposite side, where Uzumaki Naruto was. He said in a deep voice, "Aren't you shouting there that this is not true power?" His voice was deep and authoritative, filled with disdain. Otsutsuki Kinshiki coldly smiled, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. He said, "These lowly beings are merely nourishment for us, Otsutsuki." His words were filled with arrogance and disdain. It was as if, in his eyes, these so-called inferior beings were completely unworthy of mention. Before his words had finished, Otsutsuki Kinshiki moved, soaring into the air. His figure is graceful and agile, like a soaring eagle. He turned to look at Otsutsuki Kinshiki, his eyes flashing with an undeniable command. He said, "Kinshiki, follow me." Kinshiki Otsutsuki responded and flew up. I saw Momoshiki take out a chakra pill from his bosom and swallow it without hesitation. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Anyway, the seedbed needs to be reorganized, so let's do it now," he said coldly, his voice filled with determination. He raised his left hand, palm facing up. In the center of his palm, the red Rinnegan released a small black sphere. This small black sphere quickly expanded, growing larger and larger. 5 types of elemental ninjutsu surrounded the expanding black sphere, forming a colorful halo. This halo emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the entire battlefield. Everyone below changed their expressions. They felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if a great mountain were pressing down on their chests. Their hearts raced, and their breathing became rapid. Taoshi smiled coldly, and a mad glimmer shone in his eyes. He said, "This is the true power of the Otsutsuki clan. How could you inferior beings possibly understand?" His words were filled with sarcasm and disdain, as if he had already regarded these so-called inferior beings as mere ants. At that moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki appeared particularly at ease, as if everything was under his control. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a playful smile. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "This is the power of the High Emperor's Spirit Master. It can amplify the techniques I absorb and then counterattack with the force of thunder." His voice was filled with confidence and disdain, as if he were showcasing his supreme power to the world. The scene instantly became terrifying. Even the usually bold Uchiha Sarada couldn't help but tremble. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with fear and unease, as if witnessing the arrival of the apocalypse. Upon seeing this, Uzumaki Boruto felt a surge of indomitable fighting spirit rise within him. He clenched his fists, his eyes shining with a determined light, wanting to make a strong effort. He took a deep breath and lowly shouted, "Shadow, clone technique." Suddenly, a clone appeared out of thin air next to Boruto. Both of them had the same light in their eyes, determination and courage. However, Otsutsuki Kinshiki remained unmoved. He let out a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Inferior beings." His voice was full of disdain. He suddenly waved his hand, and a massive fireball howled out, heading straight for Uchiha Sasuke and the others. The fireball traced a scorching path through the air as if it intended to swallow everything. Upon seeing this, everyone's hearts tightened, and they hurriedly unleashed their jutsu for defense. However, the moment the fireball made contact, a tremendous explosion occurred. The deafening sound of the explosion erupted, and the ground instantly shattered. The surrounding cracked walls also exploded under the impact of the fireball, sending debris flying everywhere. The shockwave from the explosion knocked everyone off balance, and they struggled to steady themselves, their eyes filled with fear and unease. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Boruto's face turned pale, clearly having exhausted all his strength. Dust rose, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in a grayish smoke. As the dust from the explosion gradually cleared, golden figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars, appearing all over the battlefield. They were the shadow clones of Uzumaki Naruto, seemingly emerging from the void with an unstoppable momentum. Each shadow clone entered the Nine Tails chakra mode. Their golden cloaks burned like fierce flames, shining with dazzling light. Mysterious patterns adorned the cloaks, as if containing endless power. A golden chakra energy shield appeared around them. This energy shield resembled a golden dome, firmly protecting those who had not yet evacuated. The golden light flowed over them, giving a sense of peace. In the position that endured the direct attack of the fireball, the dust settled, revealing Uzumaki Naruto's chakra shield. It looked like the head of the Nine Tails formed by chakra. Its eyes flickered with sharp light, fangs bared, appearing exceptionally fierce. It used its massive body to protect Sasuke, Boruto, and Sarada, building a solid barrier for them. "Konoha is my home, and every person here is my family. I will never allow you to hurt them." Uzumaki Naruto looked at the peach-style figure in midair. His eyes burned with fierce determination, and his voice was powerful and resonant. as if he wanted to convey his resolve to everyone present. Hey, what is this? How come I've never seen this before? The swirling Boruto, hiding behind him, stared wide-eyed in shock. This child had never imagined that his seemingly despondent father could possess such immense strength. At this moment, admiration for Naruto welled up within him. But Naruto paid no attention to his son's astonishment. He focused entirely on countering Tsutsuki Momoshike's attacks. However, the prolonged battle had left him exhausted, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. At that moment, Tsutsuki Momoshike launched another attack. He waved his hand gently, and a thunderous lightning strike fell, seemingly to destroy the entire battlefield. Then came the wind release, earth release, water release. Various ninjutsu techniques emerged one after another, leaving Uzumaki Naruto feeling overwhelmed. Naruto, be careful. Uchiha Sasuke immediately raised his right hand, his eyes shining with determination. Use my chakra. If you can't hold on, it will be bad. In an instant, Sasuke unleashed his Susanoo. A seemingly majestic armor covered the giant head of Kurama in an instant, as if it had donned a sturdy battle suit. What technique is this? This armor is really impressive, Boruto exclaimed at the scene before him. But Uchiha Sasuke did not respond. In midair, Kagaya Otsutsuki continued to unleash fierce attacks like a raging storm. Uzumaki Naruto struggled to hold on. Their figures swayed in the strong wind, but their eyes sparkled with an unyielding light. How long can you hold on? Otsutsuki Kinshiki floated in midair, a hint of disdainful smile on his lips, and his voice arrogantly echoed across the battlefield. With a wave of his hands, another fierce attack descended. The once indestructible Susanoo armor on the giant head of the Nine Tails appeared so fragile in the face of this power, instantly shattered into countless fragments that scattered. The shadow clone of Boruto, Uzumaki, also dissipated under this strike. His figure staggered back, a prominent scar appearing on his shoulder, blood instantly staining his clothes. Boruto! Uzumaki Naruto noticed his son's condition and turned around abruptly, worry filling his eyes. Dust once again enveloped the battlefield, obscuring everyone's vision. Chapter 98. Hashirama and Madara rushed back to save the day. As the dust settled, changes had already occurred in midair. The black energy sphere atop Otsutsuki Kinshiki's head had vanished, likely used up. You really can hold on. Huh? You're still fine? Otsutsuki Kinshiki looked down at Uzumaki Naruto, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. But soon, he grinned maliciously again, swallowing several elixirs in one go. As the elixirs entered his body, his aura surged dramatically. He released a huge black energy sphere again. This energy sphere was even larger than the previous one, emitting a heart-pounding aura. Dark red, lightning constantly surged from the sphere, illuminating the entire sky in a shade of dark red. However, this time it was all over. Tsutsuki Kinshiki's voice was cold and merciless. With a wave of his hand, a colossal black energy orb descended like the apocalypse, crashing heavily onto the ground. Below it, the Vortex Naruto. He looked up at the huge black energy sphere in the sky, his expression clearly serious. He suddenly turned his head and looked firmly at Uchiha Sasuke. He said, Sasuke, I leave the kids in your care. Uchiha Sasuke nodded slightly, his gaze equally resolute, and said, Don't worry, I'm here. Upon hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki exerted strength in both hands and clapped them together forcefully. He muttered, Come on, Nine Tails, you haven't regressed, have you? As soon as he finished speaking, a massive wave of golden chakra erupted from his body, surging like a golden torrent into the sky. All the shadow clones released their chakra, ultimately converging into 9 enormous tails. Each tail emitted a dazzling light. The entire form of the 9 tails took shape under the glow of the golden chakra. With its gigantic hands, it firmly held up the black energy ball above its head, as if trying to swallow it. Its outer tails tightly wrapped around the energy ball, quickly forming an indestructible layer of defense. The inner layer pressed closely against the energy ball, as if trying to secure it firmly to prevent it from exploding outside. The 9 tails clearly wanted to consume this energy attack, while simultaneously protecting everyone in Konoha. Its eyes were filled with determination and resolve. Standing nearby, Boruto Uzumaki witnessed all of this, and a wave of inexplicable worry surged in his heart. He couldn't help but ask, Dad, why don't you just attack? Uchiha Sasuke looked at Boruto, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, As long as Naruto is willing, he can completely repel such an attack. But Konoha will be flattened. He chose this way to protect us while also protecting Konoha. After hearing this, Boruto's admiration surged like a tide in his heart. He stared intently at the figure of Naruto Uzumaki in front of him, the one who had always silently protected him in the Hidden Leaf Village. At this moment, he appeared even more immense and great in Boruto's eyes. Just then, it seemed as if everything had stopped. A deafening explosion sounded, and the entire battlefield seemed to tremble. A massive black energy sphere exploded, releasing unparalleled destructive power. Boruto Uzumaki was stunned by the sudden explosion, covering his ears and trying hard to stay upright. The shockwaves around him surged like a violent storm, making it impossible for him to resist. He ultimately collapsed weakly on the ground, his consciousness gradually fading. At that moment, two figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars and instantly descended onto the chaotic battlefield. They were Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, two legendary ninjas. Their arrival undoubtedly brought new variables to the battlefield. Senju Hashirama looked at the chaos before him, his brows tightly furrowed. He knows well that the battlefield at this moment is no longer a simple contest between ninjas, but a life-and-death battle concerning the safety and security of the entire Hidden Leaf Village. He acted quickly, forming hand seals with both hands and shouting, "Would release, birth of the world tree." As his voice fell, multiple towering trees began to grow wildly from the ground. These trees spread rapidly, their branches and leaves intertwining to quickly form a dense forest. The once chaotic battlefield was completely enveloped within it. Each tree in the forest exuded a powerful vitality, as if providing an endless source of energy for the upcoming battle. Uchiha Madara, on the other hand, chose to launch a direct attack. He activated the complete form of Susanoo, and a gigantic figure with wings emerged from him. This figure wielded a long sword and charged majestically towards the giant Otsutsuki Momoshiki in the sky. Just as Uchiha Madara was forming hand seals, preparing to unleash a fire jutsu, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly shouted from below, "Don't use fire jutsu. He can absorb ninjutsu." Upon hearing Sasuke's warning, Uchiha Madara was taken aback. He quickly changed his attack method, as Susanoo in its complete form swung a huge long knife and directly chopped towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki. However, Otsutsuki Kinshiki suddenly flew in from his side. He swung the Chakra giant axe in his hand and engaged in a fierce battle with Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Senju Hashirama launched another attack. He trembled for a moment and instantly entered the sage mode. At that moment, he seemed to merge with nature. A faint light flickered in his eyes, as if he could perceive every corner of the battlefield. He took a deep breath, as if the air around him flowed with his inhalation. He clasped his hands together and shouted, "Celestial technique. Would release. True thousand hands. Transformation into Buddha." As his voice fell, the forest formed by the descent of the tree realm began to grow wildly, twisting and intertwining. They quickly formed a gigantic statue of thousand-hand Guanyin. This statue was magnificent and towering, with thousands of arms extending from its body, as if to block out the sun. The enormous thousand-hand Guanyin statue stood quietly on the battlefield, exuding a solemn and dignified aura. Each of its arms contained immense power, as if ready to launch a lethal attack at any moment. Otsutsuki Kinshiki looked at the massive Buddha statue before him, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect that Senju Hashirama had such powerful techniques. But who is he? He is the supreme Otsutsuki. He showed no signs of fear. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Senju Hashirama stood firmly on the battlefield. He knew he bore a great responsibility. He had to protect the Hidden Leaf Village and his comrades. Under his control, thousands of arms launched an attack simultaneously. These arms seemed to transform into projectiles, surging toward Otsutsuki Kinshiki. A strong sonic boom erupted in the air, as if it would tear the entire battlefield apart. On the other side of the battlefield, a hint of admiration appeared in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He watched the attack launched by Senju Hashirama and couldn't help but marvel at his strength. He shouted loudly, "Hashirama, you really didn't let me down?" His voice was filled with respect and admiration. But Senju Hashirama did not respond to him. His gaze was always fixed on Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and in his heart, there was only one belief: to protect the Leaf Village and his comrades. He knows that this battle has just begun, and he must go all out to win. Chapter 99. Otsutsuki Kinshiki continues to suffer defeats. In midair, Otsutsuki Kinshiki appears like an eternal, immortal stone statue. He stood beneath the vast sky. The sunlight fell upon his stern face, coating him with a layer of golden brilliance, making him appear even more imposing and inviolable. His left hand's red Rinnegan resembled a blazing flame, continuously unleashing terrifying Earth-style ninjutsu. Countless boulders erupted from his Rinnegan. These rocks converged into a powerful force, rapidly expanding until they formed a heavy rock shield as thick as a turtle's shell, firmly protecting him within. In the face of the thousand-handed cannon statue, the thousands of fists launched a torrential assault like raindrops. This rock shield was indestructible. Each impact was accompanied by a thunderous roar, as if it were about to tear the entire battlefield apart. Shattered rocks flew everywhere, and the dust in the sky intertwined with them, creating a chaotic battlefield scene, spectacular to behold. Meanwhile, the Rinnegan in Otsutsuki Kinshiki's right hand was also spinning wildly. He attempted to absorb the wood-released chakra emitted by the statue of Cannon. However, the statue of Cannon is not simply a transformation of chakra, but rather a miracle in which Senju Hashirama uses natural materials to catalyze the growth of plants beneath the earth. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya is powerful, she can only absorb energy and cannot directly absorb matter. He is trying hard, but it feels like he has hit an invisible barrier. He can only absorb a negligible amount of chakra each time. This result made Otsutsuki Kinshiki feel extreme unwillingness and anger. His face was so dark that it seemed like water could drip from it, and his eyes sparkled with the fire of anger. He clenched his teeth, his muscles tense all over, as if he wanted to vent all his unwillingness and anger. What on earth is going on? Otsutsuki Kinshiki angrily waved his hands, tried to increase the absorption intensity. But no matter how hard he tried, the wood-released chakra was as slippery as an eel, difficult to grasp. He roared in a fit of impotent rage, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the air around him violently. Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and helplessness, as if that anger was about to drown him. The power of the High Emperor Sakabe could not be absorbed directly. Every time he was hit, he could only siphon off a tiny bit of chakra, which was then sucked back by that guy. His roaring voice was filled with extreme unwillingness. He stared wide-eyed at Senju Hashirama, his eyes filled with anger and confusion. Otsutsuki Kinshiki felt bewildered. Why was his seemingly invincible ability so powerless here? Yet Senju Hashirama stood like a calm mountain, unwavering. His eyes were like torches, completely unfazed. You manipulator of plants. Don't think you can handle me. Otsutsuki Kinshiki roared through gritted teeth, his voice filled with anger and helplessness. But Senju Hashirama merely glanced at him indifferently, as if looking at a circus clown. He knows that his wood release comes from nature, which is the power of life and cannot be easily absorbed or resisted. He was attacking Otsutsuki Momoshiki's rock shield, while also absorbing his chakra. It was as if they were in a tug of war, each taking a bit from the other. This battle was destined to be a prolonged contest. Both sides were giving their all, trying to gain the upper hand in this life-and-death struggle. Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt an indescribable resonance rising within him. He and Senju Hashirama, both powerful beings capable of absorbing chakra, should have been evenly matched in this battle. However, at this moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki felt that this fight had lost its original excitement and thrill. His gaze wandered across the battlefield, surveying his surroundings, and finally landed on Uchiha Madara. The giant constructed from released chakra stood like a towering mountain, unyielding, emanating an endless sense of oppression in midair. However, in Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes, Uchiha Madara seemed to transform into an enticing delicacy, exuding an alluring aroma. It made him unable to resist the urge to taste and challenge it. A strong desire surged within Kagaya Otsutsuki. He needs new challenges and new excitement. He no longer hesitated. With a movement, he seemed to transform into a streak of light piercing through the sky, rushing straight towards Uchiha Madara. His speed was as fast as the flash of lightning, leaving only a blurred afterimage sweeping through the air, accompanied by awe and admiration. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's eyes were filled with trust and respect for Kinshiki. The tacit understanding between the two had already reached a level of intuitive connection, as if it transcended words. Without any communication, they could understand each other's every action and thought. Their cooperation was seamless, breathtaking to behold. The two quickly switched opponents. Watching all of this from the ground, Senju Hashirama felt a wave of ominous foreboding rising in his heart. He shouted anxiously, "Ban, be careful of that skinny guy. He can absorb chakra and amplify it for use. Don't let him take away your Susanoo." His voice echoed on the battlefield, filled with urgency and concern. Uchiha Madara heard Hashirama's reminder. He was slightly taken aback, and then he understood the seriousness of the situation. He looked at Otsutsuki Kinshiki, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Uchiha Madara understood that he was about to face an unprecedented challenge. However, he did not back down. Instead, it only strengthened his resolve. Uchiha Madara did not hesitate to retract his Susanoo. His right hand tightly grips the sickle, while his left hand reaches for the flame fan behind him. He met Otsutsuki Kinshiki's gaze, his eyes flashing with sharp light, his face showing no fear, only determination and resolve. You better not disappoint me. Uchiha Madara let out a cold laugh, his voice filled with provocation and confidence. He stepped on the air, his body leaping lightly as he prepared to strike first before gravity took effect. The two passed each other in midair, like two bolts of lightning colliding. The red rinnegan of Otsutsuki Kagaya flickered with an eerie light. He quickly unleashed 5 types of ninjutsu, attempting to drown Uchiha Madara in the storm of these techniques through bombardment. However, what kind of person is Uchiha Madara? Would he be easily defeated? With the flame fan in his hand, he skillfully absorbed these energies. After instantly absorbing enough energy, he swung it fiercely, rebounding all the absorbed energy back. Uchiha rebound. Uchiha Madara let out a powerful roar, his voice filled with strength. A strong shockwave instantly knocked Otsutsuki Kinshiki away, causing him to land awkwardly on the ground. A hint of astonishment and unwillingness appeared on his face, clearly not expecting Uchiha Madara to have such a powerful counterattack. After completing the counterattack, Uchiha Madara landed steadily on the ground. He looked at Tao Shi, his eyes shining with the light of victory. He knew that this battle had just begun. The entire battlefield was immersed in a tense and intense atmosphere. The others around, witnessing it all, were breathing anxiously for this fight. Chapter 100. The two Otsutsuki in a dilemma. Uchiha Madara's figure on the battlefield was like a flash of lightning. He seemed to be able to break through the sky in an instant. The speed was astonishing. Every time he appears, it is accompanied by a strong aura, as if he is casting a shadow over the entire battlefield. When he reappears before Otsutsuki Kinshiki, the sense of oppression is almost suffocating. Uchiha Madara's gaze is as cold as ice, revealing an indescribable ruthlessness and determination. With a wave of his left hand, the fireball was fiercely slapped towards Peach. Although Otsutsuki Peach reacted quickly, he was still knocked away by this immense force, landing awkwardly on the ground. However, Uchiha Madara's attack did not stop. He tightly gripped the scythe in his right hand and suddenly swung it out. The end of the scythe had a chain, allowing him to control its trajectory. The chain drew a sharp arc in the air, directly targeting the throat of the Peach style. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze. It felt as if only the sound of the scythe cutting through the air remained. In Uchiha Madara's eyes, a determined light flickered. He stared at Tao Shi as if he wanted to swallow him whole. His voice was low and firm, each word filled with murderous intent as he said, "I will cut off your head." But Otsutsuki Momoshiki was not an ordinary person. His hands, with the rinnegan, quickly condensed several black chakra rods. He accurately blocked the scythe's attack. Not only that, he also grabbed the scythe, trying to pull Uchiha Obito towards himself. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Obito curled the corner of his mouth into a disdainful smile. He allowed himself to be pulled over, but the determination and ruthlessness in his eyes grew even stronger. As he approached Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Uchiha Madara quickly adjusted his posture, and his knee shot up sharply, crashing hard into Otsutsuki Kinshiki's nose. The impact was like a heavy hammer striking the ground, producing a dull thud. Otsutsuki Kinshiki let out a cry of pain, and his whole body was sent flying like a cannonball. He drew a long parabola in the air and eventually fell heavily to the ground. "Your physical skills are too weak compared to mine," Uchiha Madara said coldly, his voice filled with disdain and mockery. He slowly walked towards the fallen peach tree, each step appearing so calm and confident. His eyes sparkled with a cold light, as if he wanted to trample the entire world underfoot. On the other side, Otsutsuki Kinshiki resembled a silent yet highly skilled lumberjack. His eyes were sharp like 1,000-year-old cold iron, flashing with a piercing light, as if they could penetrate all illusions. He uses the unique ability of the Otsutsuki to create various weapons from chakra. There are many of them, and each one, when fully activated, possesses the immense power to split the sky and the earth. Otsutsuki Kinshiki controls these weapons. He is wildly chopping down the surrounding branches, each strike precise and powerful, as if he intends to completely destroy this forest. His movements were swift and fluid, each swing of the knife accompanied by a rush of wind. Wood shavings flew through the air, falling like snowflakes, seemingly forming an ocean of sawdust. The face of the Tongmujin was etched with determination and resolve, as if nothing could hinder his forward march. His eyes revealed a longing for victory, as if he had already foreseen himself achieving triumph in this battle. However, just as he was fully immersed in the frenzied chopping, a massive figure began to move towards him. It was the thousand-handed cannon statue manipulated by Senju Hashirama, its thousands of arms surging like waves, launching a fierce attack towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's expression changed, but he did not panic. Instead, he quickly condensed a wall adorned with spikes. This wall was formed from his chakra, solid and sharp, seemingly capable of withstanding any attack. When the thousand-handed cannon statue collided with the wall, it produced a deafening sound, as if the entire forest was trembling. A large amount of wood shavings flew through the air, resembling a rain of wood shavings. At the same time, the chakra fragments condensed by Kinshiki also danced in the air, flashing with dazzling light, adding a touch of brilliance to this intense battle. Otsutsuki Kinshiki stared intently at the thousand-handed cannon statue before him. His eyes were filled with vigilance and hostility. He is well aware that this enormous statue is not an ordinary object, but rather contains the powerful strength and unwavering will of the thousand-handed Hashirama. Otsutsuki Kinshiki felt an unprecedented pressure. However, he did not back down. Instead, it only strengthened his resolve. You think this level of attack can hurt me? You wouldn't puppet. Otsutsuki Kinshiki snorted coldly, a look of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. He tightly held the giant axe in his hand, ready to face even more intense attacks. Senju Hashirama was at the head of the thousand-hand Guanin statue. He stared coldly at Jin Shur, his voice echoing through the forest like thunder. He said, "White-skinned outsider, your power is indeed formidable, but in this land, you will ultimately be unable to escape the fate of failure." The hands of Senju Hashirama were clasped together, holding tightly. He took a deep breath, and the surrounding woods seemed to sense his will, beginning to expand wildly. Countless thick branches grew frantically like the tentacles of a monster. They quickly wrapped around the body of the giant with style, tightly encasing him. These branches were sharp as blades, as if they wanted to tear apart the giant's body into pieces. Senju Hashirama coldly looked at the giant, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Don't underestimate me, you arrogant fool." His voice was deep and powerful, filled with authority and confidence. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was struggling desperately, but the branches seemed to have a life of their own, tightening their grip and preventing him from moving. He was filled with impotent rage, but his voice was drowned by the rustling of branches, leaving only a faint echo. On the other side, the battle between Tsutsuki Momoshiki and Uchiha Madara was also exceptionally fierce. The ninjutsu unleashed by Momoshiki surged forth like a raging flood, but was completely absorbed by the flame fan in Madara's hand and bounced back. Momoshiki's body was slashed by Madara's scythe, staining his robes with blood. He roared in anger, saying, "How is that possible?" There was a flicker of unwillingness and anger in his eyes. Uchiha Madara, however, was playing with Taosher like a cat teasing a mouse. He smiled proudly and said, "Absorbing ninjutsu? I can do that too, but when it comes to physical techniques, you're far inferior to me. Look, your companion is already unable to move. I advise you to surrender." His voice was filled with the evil and cunning of a creepy uncle, which made Taosher even angrier. But Uchiha Madara remained indifferent. He continued to provoke. "Oh, your face is so beautiful, like a girl. Hurry up and start crying." Uchiha Madara's words made Peach Style even angrier. He charged at Uchiha Madara with a roar, but each time he was skillfully evaded by Madara. This battle seemed to have turned into a game of cat and mouse. Chapter 101. Otsutsuki Kinshiki steals the chakra fruit. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked around, a hint of confusion and anxiety flashing in his eyes. He looked around the battlefield and realized that the situation was unfavorable for him. A sense of helplessness surged in his heart, as if there was nothing he could do. There was a hint of helplessness and anxiety in his eyes, as if he was facing an unprecedented predicament. He let out a gentle sigh. At that moment, on the other side, Otsutsuki Kinshiki erupted like a violent storm. The chakra within him surged out in an instant, as if it were going to ignite the entire battlefield. His muscles were wildly bulging, and his skin tore apart under the strain, blood flowing everywhere, presenting a shocking scene. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was covered in blood, but he seemed to feel no pain. only roaring furiously. His eyes seemed to burn with a steadfast flame. The determination and belief revealed in that light seemed capable of shaking the entire world, making it impossible to ignore his existence. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's gaze is firm and profound, as if it contains endless strength and courage. He took a deep breath and unleashed the powerful heavenly feather arrow. He transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Multiple weapons coalesced around Otsutsuki Kinshiki, each containing immense power, pouring down like a torrential rain in one direction. His main body also accompanied the weapons, simultaneously launching a surprise attack on Uchiha Obito. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Obito's expression became serious. He quickly jumped back a few steps, skillfully dodging the attacks of several weapons. With his rich combat experience, he knew this was just an appetizer. The real killing move of Otsutsuki Kinshiki had yet to come. Sure enough, in the next moment, the blood-soaked Otsutsuki Kinshiki had already landed in front of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, holding a Naginata. He stared intently at Uchiha Madara, a hint of a crazed and sinister smile appearing on his face. He swung the massive Naginata, sweeping in a wide arc, unleashing a tremendous blade aura. His blade aura swept through everything around like a storm. After unleashing the ultimate move and clearing the surrounding area, Kinshiki Otsutsuki was breathing heavily. He was on guard, with his back to the Otsutsuki Kinshiki, his eyes shining with a determined light. He said, "Master Peach, it is time to absorb my chakra." Although his voice was weak, every word was filled with determination. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was constantly bleeding, but he seemed to feel no pain. He continued, "Just like in the past, my guardians entrusted their power to me. Now, I also entrust my power to you." Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Kinshiki took a deep breath and extended his trembling right hand. He looked at Kinshiki, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Otsutsuki Kinshiki seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, noticing the hesitation of Taka. He said eagerly, "Don't hesitate, Kaguya. For our mission, you must become stronger." Otsutsuki Kaguya nodded, and he immediately opened his palm. The Rinnegan emitted a dazzling red light. He gritted his teeth and said, "I will not let you down, Jean." He took a strong breath, drawing Kinshiki into his palm. Kinshiki let out a painful wail, his body twisting. Ultimately, he transformed into a red chakra fruit, appearing in the hand of Kinshiki's mother, Kaguya. Kaguya tightly gripped the chakra fruit in her hand, as if she could feel the immense power contained within it. A steadfast light flickered in his eyes, under the shocked and surprised gazes of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly grew tense. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was about to open his cold, merciless mouth to devour the dark red chakra fruit that contained immense energy. At that moment, the scales of fate suddenly tilted. The space beside Otsutsuki Kinshiki violently distorted, as if a crack had been torn open by an invisible force. The strange light emanating from the crack made one involuntarily think of the existence of another dimension. An arm reached out from the crack, moving with astonishing speed, as if lightning had split the night sky. The owner of that arm was none other than Luton. He moved with agility, as fast as a stunning lightning bolt, and instantly rushed to the side of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. He reached out his hand without hesitation and snatched away the chakra fruit that was about to be devoured by Otsutsuki Kinshiki. As soon as he got the fruit, he directly put it into his mouth and began to chew it vigorously, as if savoring the most delicious food in the world. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was stunned by this sudden turn of events. A look of disbelief flashed in his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that his treasure had been stolen right under his nose. He struggled fiercely, wanting to reclaim the fruit, but it was already too late. He widened his eyes. The tears were swirling in his eye sockets, but ultimately, there was nothing he could do. Tian saw this, and a smug smile appeared on his face. With his other hand, he quickly grabbed Otsutsuki Peach's neck, firmly controlling him in his grasp. A triumphant smile appeared on Tian's face. He cast a glance at Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, his eyes flashing with a provocative light. He stared intently at Otsutsuki Kinshiki, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. He said leisurely, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The victor of this battle can only be me." Otsutsuki Momoshiki was being choked by Tian, struggling to breathe. He struggled to break free, but Tian's strength was as solid as iron pincers. He glared at Tian with anger, his eyes flashing with fiery rage, as if he wanted to burn Tian to ashes. However, his anger couldn't shake Tian in the slightest. Otsutsuki Momoshiki watched Lu Tian in front of him, leisurely eating a chakra fruit. He spoke with difficulty, his voice trembling with despair. He said, "Give it back to me. That was entrusted to me by Jin." His voice gradually became low, as if drowned in endless sorrow. Lu Tian looked at Otsutsuki Kinshiki's tearful appearance, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of an evil smile. He said, upon closer inspection, "Your face is so beautiful, like a girl. If I were to play with you, it would definitely be fun. At that time, I will make you roll your eyes." Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face instantly turned pale. He struggled to say something, but Lu Tian no longer wanted to give him any chance. He continued, "I seem to be reluctant to kill you. You are like a succubus, making it hard for me to resist." Upon seeing this, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama couldn't help but frown. They didn't expect the battle situation to take such a turn. Even more surprising was the appearance of the mysterious figure, Lu Tian, who showed up at this moment and snatched the chakra fruit. They were filled with shock and confusion, while also being amazed by Lu Tian's strength. However, Lu Tian seemed indifferent to their reactions. He continued to tightly grip the neck of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, savoring the chakra fruit, relishing the feeling of victory. He looked at Otsutsuki Kinshiki's angry and helpless eyes, filled with satisfaction and pride. He knew that the victory of this battle already belonged to him. Lu Tian suddenly made his move, his actions incredibly swift. He suddenly tore apart the clothing of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Amidst the astonished gazes around, the clothes on Otsutsuki Momoshiki flew away like pieces of paper, revealing his original form. Chapter 102. Publicly humiliating Otsutsuki Momoshiki. At this moment, Lu Tian had completely digested the chakra fruit. His soul injury has almost healed. Lu Tian felt an unprecedented power surging within him, and the symptoms of headache had long disappeared without a trace. He gazed intently at the peach in front of him, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He slowly approached Otsutsuki Momoshiki and said with a hint of disdain in his tone, "Indeed, you look like a woman. It seems I need to teach you what true cruelty is." Otsutsuki Momoshiki was completely infuriated by Lu Tian's actions and words. He struggled to resist, but the disparity in strength left him with no choice but to let Lu Tian have his way. He glared at Otsutsuki Momoshiki with anger, his eyes filled with resentment and humiliation. Looking at the angry and helpless expression in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes, Lu Tian felt even more pleased. He reached out a hand and gently stroked the cheek of Otsutsuki Peach, his fingers gliding over his smooth skin. He chuckled lightly and said, "Your skin is as smooth and tender as that of a baby. However, in the upcoming horrors, you may not be able to maintain this softness." Otsutsuki Kinshiki was startled and trembled all over at Lu Tian's actions. He desperately tried to break free from Lu Tian's restraints, but unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great. He shouted angrily, "Shameless scoundrel! What exactly do you want to do?" Lu Tian smiled faintly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He said, "Don't rush. I will teach you slowly, but before that, you must first learn to endure pain." After saying that, Lu Tian suddenly increased the intensity. He forcefully pinned Otsutsuki Kinshiki to the ground. "Turn me into a woman. Watch me transform you into a beautiful Barbie doll." Lu Tian extended his hands and began to inflict various torturous methods on Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Kinshiki groaned in pain, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood by, dumbfounded. They never expected Lu Tian to treat Kinshiki so cruelly. The air around them seemed to freeze. Only the sounds of Kinshiki's painful moans and Lu Tian's mocking laughter echoed in the air. This battle had completely turned into a one-man show by Lu Tian. At this moment, Kinshiki's body seemed like a motionless sculpture, allowing Lu Tian's hands to carve into it at will. His expression was as cold as ice, yet his eyes sparkled with a chilling light. Lu Tian said nothing, made no unnecessary movements, and simply began to gradually transform the body of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying a hint of coolness, but it couldn't dissipate the tension and eeriness that lingered in the air. The figure of Otsutsuki Kinshiki underwent a dramatic change in silence. Her body gradually became slender and delicate, and her originally somewhat tough features gradually turned charming and alluring. When all the changes were complete, Otsutsuki Tamaki had completely transformed in her graceful, white-haired beauty. She looked down at her unfamiliar body, her eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. She raised her head to look at Tian, her eyes full of fear and confusion. Her lips trembled slightly as she weakly asked, "What happened to me?" Tian looked at her, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He did not respond immediately, but silently observed Otsutsuki Kinshiki, as if admiring his own masterpiece. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, his voice deep and cold. He said, "You are now brand new." The white-haired, beautiful girl trembled violently upon hearing these words. She struggled to stand up, but her legs shook uncontrollably due to weakness. A complex expression appeared on her face, a mix of fear, confusion, and anger, making her look even more pitiful. Otsutsuki Kinshiki bit her lower lip tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes. He said with a trembling voice, "I don't want to become like this. Kill me. I'd rather die than become like this." Tian looked at her, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. He said coldly, "You no longer have a right to choose. Enjoy your new identity. Perhaps you'll find it more interesting than your previous one." His gaze was locked onto the now white-haired beautiful girl, Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Tian slowly approached and unexpectedly hugged Otsutsuki Momoshiki's legs from behind, a playful smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I told you before, didn't I? Let you taste the flavor of musin." A hint of cruelty flashed in Tian's eyes, his voice low and icy. He tightly held up Otsutsuki Momoshiki, firmly controlling her, as if he wanted to merge himself with her body. LOL, Otsutsuki Momoshiki turned her head in shock. She looked at Tian, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. Her body was immobilized under Tian's control, leaving her at his mercy. Tian glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the few people present. He held up the large wooden peach style high, as if treating her as a precious trophy. He shouted loudly, "Don't miss out as you pass by. Ladies and gentlemen, come and admire this beautiful, fair-skinned, white-haired girl." His voice was filled with provocation and mockery, as if he wanted to showcase this bizarre scene to the whole world. The atmosphere of the battlefield suddenly became tense, all eyes drawn to Tian's actions. Suddenly, Tian flickered. He suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. He had a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth as he pushed Otsutsuki Kinshiki towards Uchiha Madara. He provocatively said, "Didn't you say before that you wanted her to cry? Come on, do it. Let's see if she'll cry." Uchiha Madara was startled by Tian's sudden action. He stared intently at Tian, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. He was obviously extremely wary of Tian's actions and was unwilling to act easily. Seeing this, Tian curled the corner of his mouth into a sneer. He suddenly attacked Otsutsuki Kinshiki a few times, causing her to let out a low whimper of pain. Otsutsuki Kinshiki furrowed her brows in agony, a glimmer of tears flashing in her eyes. "You're really boring." Tian scoffed, staring directly at Uchiha Madara with eyes full of disdain and provocation. He said, "It seems you have no courage when it comes to women, Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Madara was angered by Tian's words. He clenched his fists, with a flicker of anger in his eyes. However, he ultimately restrained his impulse and did not take action. Seeing this, Tian used a teleportation technique again and appeared in front of Senju Hashirama. He smiled at Senju Hashirama and said, "Brother Hashirama, do you want to come and play together?" Senju Hashirama frowned, looking at the bizarre scene before him, his face showing a serious expression. "Don't speak so intimately. Also, I'm not a pervert. I'm not interested in such behavior." He shook his head, wearing a serious expression, and said, "But I am really curious. Who exactly are you? Why have I never heard of you?" Upon hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Tian couldn't help but curl his lips into a playful smile. At that moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's face changed drastically. She suddenly turned very red. She struggled to break free from Tian's grip and said with a trembling voice, "No, I don't want to pee." Chapter 103. The Otsutsuki incident comes to an end. Upon hearing this, Tian couldn't help but laugh heartily. He looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki with a mocking expression, as if watching a comedic performance. In the midst of his words, Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly unleashed a water release attack. It came unexpectedly, like raindrops falling from a clear, boundless sky, catching Senju Hashirama off guard. He thought to himself, "This technique is very similar to Tobarama's water release, water cry." It was the essence of water, transformed into sharp water needles. At the moment of attack, it struck like lightning cutting through the sky, unexpectedly piercing towards the enemy. The water needles flew like arrows released from a bow, carrying an impressive and formidable momentum. They precisely penetrated the air, leaving no room for defense. Among them was a faint fragrance of peaches, as if it were a unique essence bestowed by nature. This made the attack not only fierce but also imbued with an indescribable elegance and charm. The fragrance spread through the air, allowing one to sense a refreshing touch of nature even amidst the tense and thrilling battle. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Senju Hashirama's expression changed. He moved swiftly like a ghost, skillfully dodging the nauseating attack. His eyes were wide open, filled with shock and vigilance, as if he wanted to imprint this bizarre scene deep in his heart. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, as the saying goes, a warrior can be killed but cannot be humiliated. Why must you humiliate this former strong warrior?" When Tian heard Senju Hashirama's words, he stopped laughing. He coldly glanced at Senju Hashirama, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Strong?" Tian scoffed and said contemptuously, "She is no longer a strong person. She is just a puppet that can be manipulated by others." He paused for a moment and added, "As for humiliation, I just want her to experience what true despair is. Wasn't she once high and mighty, looking down on everyone? Now, let her taste the feeling of being humiliated." Upon hearing this, Tsutsuki Kinshiki's eyes flashed with anger and humiliation. She struggled to break free from Tian's restraint, but the disparity in strength made it impossible, leaving her to be at his mercy. Senju Hashirama watched the scene before him, and an uncomfortable feeling surged in his heart. He is well aware of the formidable strength of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and that he is not an opponent he can easily confront. However, he also understands that he cannot just stand by and watch as Momoshiki is humiliated. "Lord Tian, I respect your strength, but I also hope you can respect every life." Senju Hashirama took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Although Otsutsuki Momoshiki was once our enemy, she is also a life with dignity. Please do not humiliate her any further." Upon hearing this, Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. He looked at the large Tsutsuki peach in his hand, then glanced at Senju Hashirama in front of him, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "Dignity?" he mocked. "In this world, strength is dignity. If you have the ability to defeat me, then I will respect you. Otherwise, don't waste your breath here." After saying this, he once again lifted the Otsutsuki Kinshiki and vanished. Only Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara remained in place. Tian suddenly appeared at the ruined exam venue. Uchiha Sasuke stood quietly there, blocking the three unconscious individuals in front of him, his gaze firm and vigilant. Tian's appearance seemed to shatter this tranquil space-time, bringing with it an indescribable sense of oppression. Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on Tian. He said in a low voice, "I seem to have heard of you. They say you have taken away many people and buildings from various countries." Upon hearing this, Tian wore a cynical smile at the corner of his mouth. He stood there effortlessly, holding the big Tsutsuki peach, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. He said, "Oh, the people you're talking about should be small characters from a small place, right? To me, they're just a speck of dust in my world." Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Sasuke's brow furrowed even more. He clenched his fists, his eyes revealing a hint of anger and confusion. He took a deep breath and continued, "I've heard them say that you're also from the Uchiha clan. You're different from me." Tian let out a soft smile. He shook his head, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Tian took a small step forward, and the aura around him instantly became sharp, as if he were a cheetah poised to pounce. He said, "Different? Maybe, but to me, you're just a dog." In the midst of their conversation, Tian suddenly made his move, launching another attack on Otsutsuki Kinshiki. "Keep peeing for me. You should still have some left, right?" Tian said coldly, his eyes filled with mockery and cruelty. He said, "Let Sasuke see that you are also someone who can be humiliated. Let this once powerful person taste the bitterness of being insulted." Otsutsuki Momoshiki struggled constantly in Luten's hands, but her power was clearly no match for Luten. She twisted her face in pain, her eyes flashing with humiliation and unwillingness. She said, "Kill me." Uchiha Sasuke's expression darkened upon seeing this. He clenched his fists, a glimmer of anger flashing in his eyes. He shouted loudly, "No, I don't want to see it. If you can you leave Konoha? We don't need your kind of existence." Upon hearing Uchiha Sasuke's words, Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He looked at Uchiha Sasuke, a glimmer of mockery shining in his eyes. He said, "Leave Konoha? Ha! Do you think I care about this place? What I want is the submission of the entire world." As soon as Tian's words fell, he vanished like a ghost. Only a string of arrogant laughter echoed in the air. "Only I can fight against the Otsutsuki aliens. You are, as they say, just inferior beings." This voice reverberated across the vast battlefield, filled with provocation and mockery. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. He clenched his fists, scanning his surroundings vigilantly for a sudden attack from Tian. Just then, a wave suddenly rippled through the air. The figure of Konoha's thousand hands appeared. He was wearing a suit of blue armor, his gaze sharp as an eagle, scanning the chaotic battlefield around him. Uchiha Kid, what exactly happened here? Senju Tobirama asked in a deep voice, revealing a hint of seriousness and tension. Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath. After stabilizing his emotions, he replied, there were two Otsutsuki aliens who suddenly attacked the venue of the Chunin exam. We fought with all our might, but one of them was eaten by Otsutsuki Ishiki, and the other was captured by him. His voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating that the battle had a significant impact on him. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki also woke up from his coma. He struggled to sit up, and upon seeing the scene before him, a determined light flickered in his eyes. He asked, Sasuke, what happened to the second Hokage? Where are those two Otsutsuki aliens? Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Sasuke exchanged glances, both seeing the worry in each other's eyes. At that moment, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara jumped over one after the other. Their arrival slightly eased the atmosphere at the scene. Senju Hashirama looked at the ruins before him, his brow furrowed. He looked at Naruto Uzumaki and asked with concern, Naruto, are you and Sasuke all right? Are the kids okay? Naruto Uzumaki nodded, indicating that he and the kids were fine. Only then did Hashirama Senju feel relieved. He turned to Uchiha Madara and continued, Madara, do you think things have come to a temporary conclusion? Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, his gaze revealing a hint of disdain and mockery. He replied, one was eaten and the other was captured, but this is just a temporary calm. The key to the problem lies with the last guy who appeared. His emergence has filled the entire ninja world with uncertainty. Chapter 104. Tian wants to take away Hyuga Hanabi. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression darkened. They all understood that this was not just a simple battle, but a matter concerning the safety of the entire ninja world. Senju Tobirama clenched his fists tightly, his eyes revealing determination and resolution. He said in a deep voice, we must come up with a plan to deal with the Otsutsuki aliens, while also not neglecting that mysterious person. Otherwise, the entire ninja world will face a catastrophic disaster. After hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, they all nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, as the wife of the Hokage, Hinata Hyuga was hurriedly making her way back to the battlefield. Although her pace was quick, there was a hint of seriousness in her eyes, as if she sensed that something important was about to happen. The venue for the Chunin exams had now turned into a wasteland. The once prosperous scene was no longer present, leaving only the sight of broken walls and ruins. The sunlight cast down on these remnants, making the whole scene even more desolate. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in her line of sight. It was none other than Tian. He held the large wooden peach with both hands, and the latter's expression was one of immense pain, clearly suffering a heavy blow. The appearance of Tian made Uzumaki Hinata pause in surprise. She stopped in her tracks, furrowing her brows, as a wave of unease surged within her. Tian wore a smirk of irreverence at the corner of his mouth. He walked up holding the large Tsukumo peach style. His face carried a hint of provocation and pride, with his gaze fixed intently on Hinata in the vortex. His voice carried a hint of mockery, as if everything was under his control. Beautiful Hinata, look at this scene. It's really helpless, isn't it? Have you considered joining my country? Luten's words were full of provocation and temptation. Vortex Hinata looked at Luten and felt a wave of nausea. She cast a disgusted glance at the Otsutsuki Kinshiki being lifted by Luten, and her discomfort intensified. She widened her eyes, her tone laced with anger and confusion. She said, that person who just attacked. And who exactly are you? Why are you here? Luten seemed unfazed by Vortex Hinata's anger. He continued to bully the Otsutsuki Kinshiki in his hands, as if he regarded the other as his trophy. His eyes sparkled with a confident light, as if everything was under his control. I'm the one who will save you, Tian said proudly. If I hadn't shown up in time, Konoha would probably have been destroyed by this Otsutsuki guy. While speaking, he deliberately pressed down hard on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's wound, causing the latter to groan in pain. This scene made Uzumaki Hinata even more furious. She bit her lip tightly and glared at Tian, her eyes revealing intense anger, as if she wanted to devour him. However, Tian seemed unconcerned and laughed even more triumphantly. He leaned closer to Hinata, with a hint of teasing and provocation on his face. He said, what do you think? Hinata, accept my proposal. Come with me. I promise you will have more opportunities for development than staying in Konoha. This made Uzumaki Hinata even angrier. Veins popped out in her eyes, and her Byakugan activated instantly. She pushed Tian away forcefully and shouted, "Get away from me. I will never join your country. I only love Konoha." After saying that, she bypassed Tian and continued running towards the venue of the Chunin exam. Her steps were firm and decisive, as if no matter what difficulties lay ahead, nothing could stop her progress. Tian watched Hinata's departing figure, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He muttered to himself, "What a stubborn woman, but it doesn't matter. One day, I will make you willingly join my country." Tian's figure flashed by like the wind. He seemed to have crossed the boundaries of space, abruptly appearing in the sacred land of the Hyuga clan, protected by the Hyuga family. The tranquility of the courtyard was shattered. Hyuga Hanabi's eyes were surrounded by bulging veins. She was fully focused on observing every subtle change on the battlefield in the distance. A determined light flickered in her eyes, as if she could see through all the illusions of the world. The appearance of Tian caused Hyuga Hanabi to pause slightly. A hint of surprise flashed through her bright, white eyes. She quickly adjusted her mindset, her face showing signs of vigilance. There was a trace of panic in her voice as she said, "Who are you? Why did you intrude here? What do you want?" Tian remained unmoved, smiling, his eyes revealing a hint of amusement. He said, "Oh, the beautiful Hanabi, you indeed look even more stunning. How about it? Are you interested in coming with me?" Suddenly, the shadow beneath Tian began to surge, as if a dark current was flowing, instantly transforming into several black figures. These figures, like ghosts crawling out of the abyss, charged aggressively towards Hyuga Hanabi. Each clone emanated a powerful aura, seemingly intent on subduing her in an instant. But at this moment, Hyuga Hanabi was strong. She was no longer the frail girl she once was. She moved gracefully, as if a willow in the wind, elegant and agile. A determined glint flashed in her eyes as she activated the Hyuga clan's secret technique, Reversal of Heaven. With her movements, her body began to spin at high speed. The surrounding air currents roared, forming what seemed like a protective shield. Under the powerful centrifugal force, Tian's yin-yang shadow clones were forcibly kept at bay, unable to get close to her in the slightest. After stopping, a friction-created pit appeared on the ground. A smug smile appeared on Hyuga Hanabi's face. She looked at Tian with mockery, her voice filled with provocation as she said, "Humph, want to catch me? You're too naive. I'm not that easy to deal with." Tian watched Hyuga Hanabi's confident demeanor, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He smiled faintly, as if everything was under his control. He said, "Oh, is that so? Then let me see how many moves your technique can withstand against me." Tian's eyes instantly changed, going from deep to brilliantly dazzling. The purple six-pointed star, Sharingan, quickly appeared, like the brightest star in the night sky. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and Hinata Hanabi felt a chill rising from the depths of her heart. It was as if her whole body was frozen by this chill, unable to move. Tian curled his lips into a playful smile and slowly walked closer to Hinata Hanabi. He whispered, "It seems this won't do. So fragile. How can you live up to the name of the Hyuga clan? You should just obediently come with me." Just then, a figure rushed over like lightning. Hyuga Hinata's face was filled with anger and concern, her eyes shining with determination. He shouted loudly, "Stop! You shameless scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand on my daughter?" Hinata Hizashi struck out with his palm. The palm wind was fierce, as if it could tear through the air. He exerted all his strength. If this palm strike hit, an ordinary person would surely have no place to be buried. Chapter 105. Tian took advantage of the chaos to abduct some people. But Tian was not an easy character. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, as if he were looking at a trivial opponent. With his breath, several yin-yang shadow clones separated from his body again. These clones floated across the battlefield like ghosts. "Humph, Hinata Hizashi, do you really think you can stop me?" Tian sneered, his tone filled with confidence. Upon seeing this, Hinata Hizashi's expression darkened. He knew that the mysterious person Tian was not an ordinary individual, and he had to go all out with this move. He took a deep breath while attacking. He condensed the chakra within his body into the palm of his hand, preparing to unleash a deadly strike. His eyes sparkled with a determined light, as if he was pouring all his strength into this strike. "Hanabi, are you okay?" Hinata Hizashi, while attacking, did not forget to care about Hinata Hanabi's safety. His voice was filled with worry and concern, as if he wanted to convey all his paternal love to her. Although Hinata Hanabi was immobilized by Ruten's Sharingan, her consciousness remained clear. She heard Hinata Hizashi's words, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She struggled to speak, her voice weak. She said, "Father, I'm fine. But this person is very dangerous. You must be careful." Upon hearing this, Hinata Hizashi felt even more resolute. He must defeat this mysterious person to protect his daughter and family. Thus, he intensified his power and continued to strike fiercely towards Liu Tian. Hinata Hinashi appeared brave, but in reality, he seemed somewhat awkward. He rushed towards Liu Tian, intending to stop his invasion and offense against Hinata Hanabi, but the outcome was unexpected. Liu Tian smiled slightly. Suddenly, one of Liu Tian's clones flashed out from the side and launched an attack. He easily dodged Hinata's attack and quickly and accurately struck Hinata's body. "Move too slow." Liu Tian sneered, his voice filled with sarcasm. His clone's punch accurately struck Hinata Hizashi, and the force was astonishing. Hinata Hizashi only felt a tremendous power surge, and in an instant, he was sent flying. He rolled in the air a few times and finally fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, but his whole body was precisely immobilized at the acupoints, rendering him unable to move. Hinata Hizashi lay on the ground, his face filled with shock and unwillingness. He raised his head, struggling to look at Liu Tian, his eyes filled with confusion and anger. He said, "How is that possible? You actually know pressure points?" Liu Tian looked at Hinata Hizashi's shocked expression, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. He walked up to Hinata, looking down at him from a height, and said, "How is it impossible? I've calculated it, saying this is meaningless. Just lie down obediently. I'm leaving." He turned around and walked towards Hinata Hanabi, who was frozen in place. A glimmer of determination flashed in Liu Tian's eyes, as if he had made up his mind. The surrounding clones quickly sprang into action, rushing towards Hinata Hanabi like phantoms and gently lifting her up. They all disappeared without a trace. Hinata looked on, his eyes filled with despair and anger. He struggled to get up, but his body still couldn't move, and he could only watch helplessly as his daughter was taken away. He roared, "Fireworks! My daughter!" His voice was filled with sorrow and helplessness. Just then, the members of the Hyuga clan from the era of the founding of Konoha arrived at the scene. They saw Hinata Hinashi lying on the ground, looking disheveled, with a face full of shock and confusion. One of them stepped forward and asked with concern, "Uncle Hinashi, what happened to you? Why are you in such a sorry state?" "Our female clan leader." Hinata Hinashi struggled to lift his head, tears shimmering in his eyes. He said with a trembling voice, "She was taken away by that mysterious person." His words were filled with anger and helplessness. Upon hearing this, the tribespeople showed expressions of shock and anger on their faces. They all gathered around, wanting to comfort Hinata Hizashi, but they didn't know where to start. "I'm old. I'm really useless." Hinata Hizashi clenched his fists, his voice filled with self-blame and sorrow. He felt like a failure, unable to protect his daughter and family. Seeing this, the clan members came forward to comfort him. One of them said, "Uncle Rizu, don't say that. It's not your fault. That mysterious person is too cunning. We will think of a way together to rescue the head of the Hanabi clan." Liu Tian had already returned to the cave heaven with Otsutsuki Tamaki. Meanwhile, the other Yin-Yang Shadow clones quietly blended into every corner of Konoha like scattered stars. Their goal is clear and definite. Those ladies who are praised as the flowers of Konoha. One of the clones quietly appeared in front of Ino in the mountains. He wore a black cloak, his face hidden in the shadows, revealing only a pair of indifferent eyes. He reached out a pale hand and instantly grabbed the unsuspecting Yano Yamamoto. Yano struggled, trying to break free from that cold hand. A determined light flickered in her eyes as she shouted, "Let go of me." But her resistance seemed insignificant in front of the clone. Yano was unwilling to be captured so easily. She took a deep breath, preparing to use her most skilled technique, the shadow transformation, mind turn. She believed she could transfer her consciousness to the enemy through this ninjutsu and escape the binds. However, Liu Tian's clone seemed to see through her intentions. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. He waved his hand gently, and a powerful chakra fluctuation instantly dissolved Yamanaka Ino's jutsu into nothingness. "Oof, you think such a level of jutsu could work on me?" The clone said coldly, his words filled with disdain and contempt. Yamanaka Ino was stunned. She couldn't believe that her jutsu had been so easily broken. A wave of despair surged within her, and her body began to feel weak. "Who are you?" Yamanaka Ino asked with difficulty, her voice trembling with fear. The clone did not answer her question, only gave her a cold glance. He gently waved his hand, and Yamanaka Ino in the mountains fell unconscious, losing awareness. His clone looked at the fainted Yamanaka Ino, a glimmer of indifference flashing in his eyes. He gently slung Kamikawa Ino over his shoulder, then his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. The wind in Konoha seemed to carry a hint of uneasy tremor. This unease was gradually escalating. Tian took advantage of the chaos and abducted quite a few people. In the midst of the tumultuous crowd, someone shouted out Tian's name. A shadow reached out with a pale hand, tightly gripping Tian's shoulder. In an instant, she felt a wave of icy breath. Shocked, she turned around and saw a figure in a black cloak coldly staring at her. "Who are you? Let me go," Tian shouted as she struggled. But her resistance seemed so insignificant against that person's overwhelming strength. The figure did not respond, merely cast her a cold glance. With a gentle wave of his hand, Tian fainted. At the same time, another figure in a black cloak suddenly appeared in front of Kazumaki and Mo Huang. "You possess would release. I must have you." He reached out a hand and quickly grabbed Feng Ji Meng Huang's arm. Meng Huang screamed in terror. She tried to struggle, but the man's strength was simply too great, and she instantly lost the ability to resist. "Meng Huang, you bastard! What do you want to do?" Uchiha Sakura exclaimed. She immediately rushed forward, wanting to rescue Meng Huang. But the man turned around and waved his hand, and a powerful chakra wave instantly knocked Uchiha Sakura back several steps. She looked at the man in shock, her eyes filled with anger and helplessness. "What's the rush? You're coming with me. Come here." Chapter 106. Laying a hidden chess piece for Konoha back to that mysterious and profound cave paradise. Tian was at ease like a king, contentedly placing those he had carefully chosen in the resplendent royal palace. He silently controlled his substitute and quietly passed through the heavy palace gates, arriving at the tranquil and solemn courtyard of Uchiha Sakura. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, cascading onto the blue stone slabs in the courtyard like strands of gold. A faint golden halo emerged, enveloping the entire courtyard in a warm and peaceful atmosphere. Behind Tian, the young figure of Haruno Sakura closely followed. Her clear eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. "Uchiha Sakura, do you see who this is?" Tian stopped in his tracks and said with a smile. He pointed to the little girl standing quietly beside him. Uchiha Sakura, in the courtyard, followed Tian's and looked over. There stood a little girl dressed in simple clothes, her innocent smile radiating from her tender face, just like her past self. A hint of surprise flashed in Uchiha Sakura's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She slightly nodded, as if confirming something. "I understand," Uchiha Sakura said softly, her voice revealing a faint sense of emotion. She took a few steps forward, carefully examining the little girl, as if she were searching for echoes of the past within her. "Not only are two worlds merging, but there is also a third world. You come from one of those worlds, from a timeline when we were still young." Uchiha Sakura's voice trembled slightly. She seemed overwhelmed by the scene before her, struggling to suppress her inner excitement and complex emotions. She took a deep breath, as if trying to calm the turmoil within. Then she slowly spoke, saying, "You brought me here, what do you want?" Tian looked at her, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He smiled slightly and replied, "I mean no harm. I just want you to reflect on your past. Think back, what was your original dream?" Uchiha Sakura furrowed her brow slightly, as if reminiscing about the bits and pieces of her past. She looked at the little girl, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. She softly said, "Wasn't my original dream to pursue Sasuke?" "You mean to say?" Tian shook his head, interrupting her words, his tone tinged with a faint disappointment. "No, you're wrong. You've forgotten. Your original dream was to become Hokage. But look at you now. Have you become Hokage?" At that moment, he quietly used his ability to alter Uchiha Sakura's memories. He said, "Even if we take a step back, have you become the Hokage's wife?" Uchiha Sakura was shocked by Tian's words, and she was stunned. It was as if she had been hit by something. She recalled her former dreams, those filled with passion and fervor, which now seemed so distant. She felt a wave of inexplicable loss and frustration. Tian looked at Uchiha Sakura's reaction and continued to press on. He said, "What are you now? With your husband often on business trips, taking care of a troublesome child alone, you are just a housewife. Is this the life you once dreamed of?" Uchiha Sakura fell silent for a moment, her eyes filled with confusion and struggle. She didn't know how to respond to Tian's words, as she herself couldn't determine what she truly wanted. "But I can give you a chance." Seeing her reaction, Tian continued. Follow me, and you will gain powerful strength. You can pursue your dreams again. Are you willing? After hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed in Uchiha Sakura's eyes. She looked into Tian's tempting eyes, seemingly considering his proposal. Her thoughts had already begun to change. She said, then tell me, what should I do? Almost simultaneously, another figure of Tian descended like a ghost, silently stepping into the elegant and serene courtyard of Ino in the mountains. Accompanying his arrival was a young figure, the young Ino, whose clear, water-like eyes were filled with curiosity as she surveyed the unfamiliar environment. Tian looked around and saw the surrounding green mountains and clear waters, the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers, as if it were a paradise on earth. He nodded in satisfaction and softly said, the well in the mountains. This place has an elegant environment where mountains and waters are interdependent, tranquil, and far-reaching, a good place for cultivation. At this moment, the well in the mountains was carefully tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard, finding joy in her hardships. Tian's words made her alertly raise her head. However, her gaze was instantly drawn to the little girl beside Tian. A hint of shock flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Her voice trembling slightly, she said, is this what I looked like when I was a child? What kind of trick are you playing? Tian smiled and shook his head. His voice is calm and full of charm, as if it possesses a captivating power. He said, Ino, this is not an illusion, nor a transformation technique, and it's certainly not a trick. She is you, and you are her. Think carefully, what was your dream when you were a child? That dream that made your blood boil, and for which you worked hard. Have you realized it? Ino Yamanaka was left speechless by Tian's words, and she fell into contemplation. She recalled her childhood dream, that simple and pure wish to become a heartthrob, to make everyone fall for her. However, as the years passed, the cold reality gradually made her lose her direction, and that dream became more and more distant. Tian looked at her reaction and couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. He continued, Ino, do you still remember that dream? Are you still willing to strive for it? Or have you become content with the status quo, willingly settling into the life of an ordinary housewife? Yamano Ino was left speechless by Tian's words, and a complex emotion surged within her. She looked at the little girl, whose innocent face was beaming with a pure smile, and it was as if she saw her own past shadow. The version of herself that was full of dreams and hopes had now become so unfamiliar. Yamano Ino had been struck. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. She felt she could no longer continue to sink like this. She took a deep breath, stared intently at Tian, her eyes sparkling with unwavering light. She said, Mysterious person, you are right. I have indeed forgotten that initial dream. But now I remember it. I can't go on like this. I want to pursue my dreams again. Tian saw the light in her eyes and nodded in satisfaction. He said, very good, Ino. You haven't disappointed me. Since you've made your decision, I will lend you a helping hand. Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, do not give up on your dreams. Now, 2 people are already taken care of. All Tian needs to do is brainwash the captured individuals and send them back. He can manipulate the entire Konoha from the shadows. After all, he no longer wants to act, casually killing and fighting. He hated the time when he and Uchiha Kanya influenced each other. So, he wanted to make a different change, starting from his behavior. Chapter 107. Jiraiya completing the path of his second son. The once lively venue of the Chunin exams has now turned into a wasteland. Among the broken walls and ruins, the 5 Kage gathered together, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Senju Tobirama furrowed his brows tightly. His face was as if shrouded by dark clouds, gloomy and heavy. He looked around, gazing at this once prosperous area, which had now become a scene of devastation. A surge of indescribable pity and anger welled up in the heart of thousand-handed Feijian. He sighed, his voice deep and hoarse, and said, I never expected that just a short trip away would lead to this for Konoha. His voice echoed in the desolate ruins, filled with a sense of helplessness and regret. The words were left unspoken. A hint of barely perceptible reluctance and anger flashed in his eyes, as if blaming himself for not being able to protect this land. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama waved his hand to interrupt his brother's speech. His expression was solemn, like a towering mountain. He said firmly and powerfully, Tobirama, let's not talk about that. What we need to discuss now is how to face the current situation. His voice rang out in the ears of the crowd, like a refreshing breeze dispelling the heaviness in the air. The hooded druid furrowed his brow, his eyes revealing a hint of concern. He clenched his fists tightly, as if gathering strength. He said in a deep voice, "Those two big wooden tubes are aliens, and their appearance has already shattered our peace. We must be prepared to prevent more aliens from invading." His voice was filled with vigilance and determination. Ghost Lantern Huan stroked the small mustache on his chin, with a sharp glint in his eyes. He seemed like a wise man, slowly speaking after deep contemplation. He said, "I think we should focus on that mysterious person now. He is strong, stronger than any of us. If he can become our ally, it will be a great help to us. Otherwise," there was a hint of anticipation and unease in his voice. Gaara nodded in agreement. His gaze is firm and profound, as if he can see through everything. He said in a deep voice, "I agree with the second-generation Mizuki's view. That mysterious person is indeed an existence we cannot ignore. We must find him as soon as possible and understand his true intentions." Just as everyone was discussing, the woman in the Chi-Pao, with her long legs, suddenly stomped her foot on the ground. She widened her eyes and looked at Gaara. She said loudly, "Fourth Kazekage, why do you act like an old man? What we need now is action, not discussion." Her voice was filled with dissatisfaction and anxiety. At this moment, a voice broke the heavy atmosphere. "Everyone, listen to me. I know who that mysterious person is. I have traveled everywhere and heard his legend." Everyone turned their heads to see Sasuke Uchiha standing nearby, looking serious and earnest. A determined light flickered in his eyes, as if he had already found the key to solving the problem. However, before he could finish his words, Uzumaki Hinata hurried over. Her face was pale, and her eyes were filled with worry and fear. She gasped as she asked, "Are you guys okay? Where's Naruto?" Her voice trembled and was weak, revealing the fear and unease within her. Uzumaki Naruto, upon hearing his wife's voice, immediately walked over. He gently held Hinata's hand and comforted her softly, saying, "I'm fine. Don't worry. How'd you come here?" His voice was filled with concern and warmth. Hinata tightly hugged Naruto, tears welling up in her eyes. She choked back her words and said, "I'm worried about you. I'm afraid. Just now a mysterious person stopped me." Her voice carried a sobbing tone, making people's hearts ache. What? A mysterious person? Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of shock. They were staring at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and unease. Senju Hashirama asked in a deep voice, "Hinata, the mysterious person you saw, were they accompanied by a beautiful woman with fair skin? Were they showing off everywhere?" His voice revealed a sense of gravity and tension. Hinata nodded and said with a trembling voice, "That's right, it's him." Her voice echoed in everyone's ears, like a thunderclap, causing everyone to gasp in shock. They knew that this mysterious person was extraordinary, and his actions signified that a greater crisis was approaching. Haida stomped the ground again and said anxiously, "That would really be bad. He has taken action against Konoha. Do we still have a chance to win him over?" Her voice was filled with despair and reluctance. Everyone fell into silence, and the atmosphere became heavy and oppressive once again. They knew that in the face of this mysterious person, they had to prepare for the worst. Just as everyone was immersed in tension and anxiety, a discordant voice pierced their hearts like a sharp blade. "No!" The pained and distorted voice of Otsutsuki Kinshiki echoed like a ghost over the ruins. This sudden sound made the already tense atmosphere even more strained. It was Tian. He steadily held the large wooden peach in both hands, presenting it to the crowd. Tian's expression was calm, with a faint light flickering in his eyes. He gently said, "Everyone, there's no need to think so much. I'm a good person. I only bully those who are truly bad." His voice was calm, but every word was filled with confidence and determination. However, the crowd did not easily believe Tian's words. His current behavior has caused him to lose credibility. They stared intently at Tian, trying to find flaws and opportunities from his expressions and movements. Senju Hashirama spoke first. He furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed like a torch on Tian, and said gently, "Your Excellency, why don't you introduce yourself first?" His voice was filled with vigilance and scrutiny. Tian smiled faintly, as if he had already anticipated this question. He then slowly spoke. "I am Tian, walking in the world, punishing evil and promoting good. I have saved you. No need for thanks. It's just a small matter, nothing to be concerned about." His voice was steady and unhurried, each word striking the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. However, Naruto Uzumaki's gaze was sharp. He stared directly at Naruto, his voice firm and powerful as he said, "Do you think I would believe you?" Each word seemed to be squeezed out from deep within his heart, filled with doubt and vigilance. Naruto smiled slightly, as if he had already anticipated Naruto's reaction. He gently turned his head, and a figure slowly appeared beside him. It was Jiraiya, Naruto's former mentor and the hero in Naruto's heart. Jiraiya had completed the training of the Sage Path. At this moment, he was no longer the same as he used to be. His severed left arm has been replaced with a mechanical arm that glimmers with a cold metallic sheen. His gaze was deep and resolute, as if he could see through all hypocrisy and lies. The moment he saw Jiraiya, Naruto Uzumaki felt a surge of intense shock in his heart. He stared wide-eyed, hardly believing his eyes. He trembled as he spoke softly. "Are you really the lecherous immortal?" As he spoke, he took a few steps forward. His voice was filled with endless excitement and surprise. Jiraiya also slowly walked forward, his steps steady and powerful. He looked deeply at Naruto, his eyes filled with relief and admiration. His voice is deep and magnetic, as if it can penetrate the human soul. He said, "No matter east, west, south, or north, invincible in the world, the three white-haired boy toad master, charming and dashing, stopping children's night cries. It is Lord Jiraiya." His words were filled with pride and confidence, as if announcing his return to Naruto. Chapter 108. Jiraiya persuades Uzumaki Naruto. On a sunny afternoon, a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere enveloped the village of Konoha. The golden sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, dappled on the ruins of the ground, adding a touch of warmth and vitality to the land. Jiraiya stood there quietly. His shadow was stretched long by the sunlight overhead. The sunlight dappled on his face, revealing the traces of time etched on it. He gazed at the swirling Naruto before him, those once tender eyes now deep and resolute. "Naruto, you've grown up." Jiraiya's voice carried a hint of weariness. It was as if he had traversed a tunnel of time and returned to the moment they first met after Wave Windwater Gate's death. His eyes were filled with complex emotions, a mix of nostalgia for the past and helplessness in the face of reality. Originally, when Minato Namikaze died in battle, he was supposed to take care of Naruto Uzumaki, but he chose to evade that responsibility. Now, the child who once needed his care has grown into a mature man in his 30s. This stirred an indescribable guilt within him. However, Naruto did not notice this subtle emotional shift. Hearing Jiraiya's words, a warm current surged in his heart. He responded excitedly, "Perverted sage. Yes, I've grown up. I have my own home, a gentle wife, and 2 lovely children." At this point, Naruto's eyes turned slightly red, and his voice choked up. He seemed to see the bits and pieces of his experiences with Jiraiya. Those days filled with laughter and tears felt like just yesterday. Naruto couldn't wait to take a few steps forward and give Jiraiya a hug. But at that moment, Jiraiya's expression suddenly became serious. He hurriedly waved his hand and said in a hurried and firm voice, "Naruto, don't come over, just stay there. Let's keep some distance." Naruto was stunned. He looked at Jiraiya in confusion, not understanding why this former mentor would suddenly act this way. His eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment as he asked, "Pervy sage, what's wrong?" Jiraiya took a deep breath, trying to calm the emotions inside him. He knew that he couldn't let Naruto see his unusual behavior. He developed a physiological aversion to his male peers due to the brutal training of the secondary male pathway. He was seen by Tsunade in his most miserable state. These experiences were secrets he found hard to speak of, preventing him from getting close to Naruto. Jiraiya bitterly smiled to himself, realizing he had become a tool for Ruten, losing his former self and pursuits. "What's wrong, pervy sage?" Naruto softly called out, trying to break the silence. But Jiraiya just shook his head, signaling him not to ask anymore. He knew that this conversation was destined to go smoothly, as the gap between them had become too deep. Meanwhile, Tian stood aside, holding the large wooden peach style with both hands, his gaze sharp like an eagle. He slightly tilted his head and glanced at Jiraiya, his voice low and authoritative. He said, "Jiraiya, this is not the time for reminiscing. We need to talk about serious matters. You need to persuade the Hokage." Jiraiya's heart suddenly trembled. It felt as if an invisible force had tightly grasped his heart. The oppressive aura radiating from Tian was as heavy as a mountain, making it almost hard for him to breathe. Under the influence of this power, Jiraiya felt as if he were in an endless abyss, surrounded by infinite darkness and cold. He took a deep breath of cold air, trying to calm the fear and unease within him. However, that intense sense of oppression surged in like a tide, making it hard for him to resist. He knew that his thoughts and actions had already been influenced by Tian's abilities. However, the firmness and faith deep within him remained unshakable like a rock. Jiraiya respectfully lowered his head, deeply bowing to Tian, his voice filled with helplessness and submission. He said, "Yes, Lord Jiraiya, I understand." Although his voice revealed a sense of submission, the pair of eyes shining with resolute light betrayed his unyielding spirit. Then, Jiraiya slowly turned to Naruto, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. He took a deep breath, trying hard to make his voice sound more firm and powerful. He said, "Naruto, the world we live in is actually a chakra nursery created by the Otsutsuki aliens. You may have heard this secret, but you might not fully understand its deeper meaning." Naruto nodded, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and desire. He said, "We have all experienced the battle with Kaguya Otsutsuki, as well as the 3 Otsutsuki today, but we are indeed not very clear about the specific situation of the Otsutsuki." He stared intently at Jiraiya, as if wanting to hear more secrets about the Tsutsuki from this former mentor. Jiraiya nodded slightly and continued. "The Tsutsuki are the most powerful race in this universe. In order to obtain pure chakra, they continuously plant chakra trees throughout the universe. Once these trees mature, they bear fruit. And what they seek are the chakra fruits produced by planets with high purity." At this point, Jiraiya's brow furrowed, and a more serious expression appeared on his face. He looked at Naruto deeply and continued. "Kaguya's descendants, Momoshiki and Kinshiki, represent the Otsutsuki clan. The planets they previously cultivated did not encounter particularly powerful beings, so their strength has not reached its peak. However, even so, their power should not be underestimated. Your previous battle experience with them is the best proof." Naruto listened attentively, his eyes shining with determination. He took a deep breath and said, "We have fought against them, and I can feel their strength. But I believe that as long as we unite as one, nothing can stop us from moving forward." Jiraiya looked at Naruto's determined eyes and couldn't help but feel a surge of relief in his heart. He knows that Naruto has grown into a true strong warrior, a hero who can bear the future of the Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya took a deep breath once again. He seemed to want to absorb all his courage and strength into his body. He slowly said, "Naruto, you are right. But because of this, you must accept Lord Rutan. He is the most powerful person in this world. Konoha can be destroyed at his hands." Just as everyone was immersed in this topic, Rutan suddenly interjected. His brows were slightly furrowed, as if shrouded in a faint haze. He stared directly at Jiraiya, his voice carrying a hint of dissatisfaction and helplessness. He said, Hey, Jiraiya, I'm not a destroyer. Why would I want to be enemies with Konoha for no reason?" An awkward atmosphere instantly filled the air, and Tion's words hit Jiraiya's heart like a heavy hammer. Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment. His face instantly turned a bit pale, clearly realizing that his previous words might have caused misunderstanding for Tian. He hurriedly explained, "Lord Tian, please forgive my indiscretion. I did not mean to offend. I just wanted to express your immense strength." Jiraiya's voice carried a hint of panic as he tried to find the right words to make up for his previous mistake. The flavor of a sycophant in his words grew increasingly intense, as if he himself was unaware of it. Chapter 109. The Ninja World Continent Established an Alliance. In the ruins of the venue for the 3rd Nin exam, Senju Tobarama's expression resembled dark clouds before a storm, making it suffocatingly oppressive. Under his tightly furrowed brows were eyes sharp as knives. He walked slowly towards the ghostly lantern and the illusion of the moon with heavy steps. His tone carried a hint of questioning as he said lightly, "Huanyu, what do you think?" Gue Deng Huanyu let out a soft sigh, a trace of complex emotion flashing in her eyes. He looked up into the distance, as if reminiscing about something. He said, "Tobarama, while I enjoy the thrill and excitement that war brings, I also understand that the peace of our homeland is more important than any war. I do not wish to see our home destroyed by the flames of battle." His words seemed to be somewhat pointed. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama's expression grew increasingly displeased. He let out a cold snort, his tone laced with sarcasm, and said, "Humph. Getsu, you've really become cowardly." Gui's Getsu frowned slightly, seeming displeased with Senju Tobarama's accusation. However, he did not lash out, merely responding indifferently, "Tobarama, everyone has their own choices. I just believe we should seek a more peaceful way to solve problems." The atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly spoke up, breaking the awkward silence. He walked up to Jiraiya, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He said, "Jiraiya, after your battle with Nagato, why did you choose to hide?" Jiraiya's heart trembled slightly. He knew that Sasuke was testing his words. He had done his homework long ago. He naturally understands Sasuke's meaning, but he can't say it directly. He took a deep breath, trying to remain calm, and said, "Sasuke, I wasn't hiding. At that time, I was indeed severely injured." Uchiha Sasuke frowned, clearly unsatisfied with Jiraiya's explanation. He continued to question, Then why haven't you shown up? Why have you made us worry about your safety all this time? Jiraiya shook his head helplessly. Sasuke, I understand your concerns. But at that time, I really needed time to recover. Moreover, I hope that you all could find a solution during this period. Sasuke, don't ask anymore. Uzumaki Naruto slightly turned his head, seemingly wanting to defend Jiraiya, but his tone carried a hint of helplessness. At this moment, Durui, the fifth Raikage, frowned tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Tian. He said in a deep voice, Lu Tian, your strength is undeniable, but when you openly insult the defeated, I can't help but question your character. Lu Tian seemed unfazed by Daluyi's words. He smiled and nodded, a hint of amusement flashing his eyes. Oh? What about the others? What do you think about my proposal? Feel free to share your thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, Gaara stepped forward. He took a deep breath and looked firmly at Lu Tian, as if he had already made up his mind. He said, Lord Lu Tian, I firmly believe in your strength and wisdom. I hope to establish an alliance centered around you to protect this world. For this, I am willing to offer everything from the Land of Wind. As soon as Gaara finished speaking, the atmosphere around them instantly became tense. No one expected Gaara to decisively stand by Lu Tian, as if he had been completely convinced by him. Gaara and Naruto Uzumaki slightly opened their mouths, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha was staring intently at Lu Tian, his eyes gleaming with sharp light. He said, Lu Tian, what do you want to do? What are your thoughts? Lu Tian did not respond directly, but remained silent. It was as if all words were frozen in his profound gaze, unable to flow out easily. In this state, he seemed to carry a mysterious veil, making him elusive yet full of curiosity and expectation. Lu Tian walked to the center of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over everyone. I have a dream. I hope for world peace and harmony among all. He continued, Sasuke, I understand your doubts, but each of us has our own choices and responsibilities. I hope to gather more strength to protect this world together. Protect this world? Do you think I would believe that? Uchiha Sasuke sneered and said, Do you really think an alliance alone can change anything? Besides, you're just making excuses. Lu Tian did not directly answer Sasuke's question. His expression suddenly became serious, and his eyes sparkled with a sharp light. He was not swayed by the doubts of others. Instead, he became even more resolute. He said, I can feel it. The chakra of Otsutsuki, that powerful and unfamiliar force. Someone else is coming. The time left for us is probably really running out. His voice echoed in the vast space, carrying a sense of urgency and determination. The five heroes whispered among themselves, discussing fervently, but most of their eyes sparkled with doubt and unease. Lu Tian took a deep breath and continued, We cannot sit idly by. We need to unite all the forces of the ninja world to jointly resist those Otsutsuki aliens. This is our battle, and it is also our responsibility. The air seemed to subtly warp. A young and handsome figure emerged. It was the young Darui. He was dressed in a tight-fitting outfit. The hem of his clothing fluttered in the wind, and a sharp aura of heroism emanated from his brows. Darui glanced around, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, revealing a set of white teeth, and said softly, I never expected that after getting older. I would end up looking like this. Gained weight, thinning hair, it really took me by surprise. His voice carried a hint of helplessness and self-deprecation, as if he found it hard to believe the future version of himself. Meanwhile, as the fifth Tsuchikage, Darui's eyes widened like copper bells, fixating intently on his younger self. This dialogue across time was both a fascinating experience for him and filled him with inexplicable excitement. Just then, another flash of light appeared. A young girl materialized out of thin air. She was dressed in a simple outfit, with a touch of youthful pride on her face. She was the young Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi curiously surveyed her surroundings, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. However, a hint of disdain appeared on her face. She curled her lip, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction and mockery. She said, Humph, I heard that I became so weak when I grew up. How ridiculous. Seeing is believing. I want to see if my future self is really that pathetic. These words instantly changed the expression of the adult Kuratsuchi, who was now the Tsuchikage. Her eyes widened as she glared at her younger self, and anger and dissatisfaction surged within her like a tidal wave. Clenching her fists, her voice was firm and powerful. She declared, Weak? No matter how you say it, you can't change the facts. But let me tell you, I, Kuratsuchi, will never lose to anyone. Even if you are me, I can still take you down. Upon hearing this, the young Kuratsuchi showed a hint of surprise on her face. A determined light flickered in her eyes. She nodded slowly and said, "All right, I remember. I will wait for your challenge." "That's right. You are the challenger." Chapter 110. Reclaiming Tsunade's humiliation. Tian continued to gather people. A young woman appeared before everyone. She was just over 20 years old, and it was Tsunade. She wore an elegant long dress, her skin as white as snow, and her features were beautifully drawn. She looked so youthful that she drew everyone's attention. Tsunade glanced around, her gaze finally landing on a woman who resembled a middle-aged aunt. That woman was her future self from Naruto, the older Tsunade. Surprise flashed in the young Tsunade's eyes, quickly followed by disbelief. "Is this really me?" the young Tsunade asked with a trembling voice. She couldn't believe that the plump, somewhat aged woman before her could be her future self. The older Tsunade sighed softly, her eyes revealing a sense of helplessness and weariness. She nodded and spoke in a low voice. "That's right, child. I am your future self." Upon hearing this, the young Tsunade's face turned pale. She tightly grasped her dress, as if trying to draw strength from it. Fear and unease filled her eyes, as if she could see the tragic fate that awaited her. "No, I don't want to become like this," Tsunade suddenly shouted. Her voice was filled with despair and struggle. She looked up at Tian, her eyes filled with pleading. "Lord Tian, please save me. I don't want to become like this aunt." Tian looked at the young Tsunade and nodded slightly. He said softly, "Xiao Ming, fate is not completely predetermined. As long as you work hard to practice the chakra breathing technique, you will definitely be able to change your future." Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei's eyes rekindled with a light of hope. She clenched her fists tightly, as if to condense all her determination into that moment. She took a deep breath and then said firmly, "Yes, I will work hard. I must change my future." Aunt Mei stood there, her eyes revealing deep helplessness and faint sadness. She looked at the young Terumi Mei, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Time had etched marks on her face, and her plump figure and dull complexion were testaments to the passage of time. She had once been as youthful and vibrant as Terumi Mei, but the passage of time had gradually transformed her into her current self. Aunt Mei slightly lowered her eyelids to avoid meeting Terumi Mei's energetic and hopeful gaze. She knew in her heart that the young, vibrant self was long gone and could never return. In that moment, a strong desire suddenly surged within Aunt Mei. She did not want to continue aging like this. Her heart was filled with nostalgia for the past and confusion about the future, but more than that, it was a longing to regain her youth. Aunt Mei raised her head, her eyes shining with determination. She took a deep breath, summoned her courage, and walked towards Tian. Her voice trembled slightly, but it was filled with resolve. She said, "Lord Tian, please help me. I want to regain my youth. I am willing to do anything." Tian smiled, his eyes sparkling with a mysterious light. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "No problem, Aunt Mei. As long as you are willing to follow me, I can teach you the chakra breathing technique, allowing you to regain your youth." Upon hearing this, Aunt Mei's eyes flashed with surprise, but soon became a bit uneasy. She looked at the young Mei and then at Tian, with a tremor in her voice. She asked, "Lord Tian, is this true?" Tian nodded, wearing a confident smile. She replied, "Of course, Tian, never go back on my word." Just then, a ripple suddenly appeared beside Tian. A figure slowly emerged. It was the transformed version of Kagayaheim. Her appearance was completely different from the original Kagayaheim. Not only had her gender changed, but she had also become much younger, like a flower just blooming. The transformed Kagayaheim looked at the uncle standing beside her. A hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. She frowned slightly, turned to Tian, and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Your Majesty, what is this?" Tian smiled faintly, interrupting her words. He said, "It's okay, it's just for you to meet another version of yourself." The feminine version of Zuki Miketsukami looked at the old face of Uncle Miketsukami and couldn't help but curl her lips, seemingly disdainful. She looked at Tian again, her eyes flashing with urgency as she asked, "Your Majesty, can I go back?" Tian smiled and nodded, saying, "Since you don't wish to stay longer, then you may return." With that, Tian gently waved his hand. A beam of light erupted from his palm, enveloping the feminine Zuki Miketsukami. As the light dissipated, the feminine Zuki Miketsukami also vanished from the spot, as if she had never appeared. Faced with such a situation, Senju Tobarama's feelings were quite complicated. He suddenly felt an unusual gaze. His gaze met Tian's, and he was suddenly startled. He instinctively took half a step back, a hint of caution in his voice as he asked, "Tian, What do you want to do? Are you? Lu Tian's lips curled into a playful smile. His eyes sparkled with a mysterious light as he said, That's right, Tobirama. Just as you thought, I can bring another version of you from another world. Upon hearing this, Tobirama's face instantly turned pale. He widened his eyes, as if he had heard something incredible. Just as he was in shock, the space rippled like a wave, slowly outlining a clear silhouette. It was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, the transformed version of Senju Tobirama. She was dressed in luxurious attire, resembling a blooming flower. She was completely different from the original Senju Tobirama's resolute demeanor. As soon as the transformed Senju Tobirama appeared, she captured everyone's attention. It was as if she radiated her own aura, becoming the focal point of this space. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement, scanning the crowd until they finally landed on Lu Tian. She joyfully rushed towards Lu Tian like a lively little bird. She tightly hugged Lu Tian's arm, her face beaming with a happy smile. Her voice was charming, with a hint of a playful tone, as she said, Your Majesty, will you play with me tonight? I'm so bored. Lu Tian frowned slightly and gently pushed away the transformed Senju Tobirama. He wore a hint of helplessness and indulgence on his face as he said, Tobirama, this is not our world. You need to be mindful of the occasion. After transforming into a more feminine version, Senju Tobirama pouted a bit in reluctance, but still obediently nodded. She glanced around, her gaze shifting between Senju Tobirama and Lu Tian, a glimmer of curiosity and amusement flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama's face had turned pale. He stared blankly at his transformed self, as if witnessing something incredible. He was overwhelmed by indescribable emotions, a mix of shock, anger, and a hint of inexplicable fear. He trembled as he spoke, looking at Lu Tian. Lu Tian, what do you really want to do? Do you want to turn me into this too? Lu Tian smiled faintly, with a deep light flickering in his eyes. His tone was intriguing as he said, Tobirama, this is just another version of you from a different world. She shares the same name and bloodline as you, but lives in a different world. I want you to get to know each other. Chapter 111. The three Otsutsuki are about to descend with a strange wave. The air rippled. Behind Lu Tian, as if torn from another dimension, a stunning figure slowly emerged. It was a woman. She had the iconic long black hair of Senju Hashirama. But at this moment, her long hair flowed like a waterfall over her graceful figure. Her eyes sparkled with a blend of determination and tenderness. She was the female version of Senju Hashirama, breathtakingly beautiful. The Hashirama of the village-building era witnessed this scene, and a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes, quickly turning to anger. He clenched his fists, his chest rising and falling violently, glaring at Lu Tian. He said, Lu Tian, you humiliate us. What exactly do you want? Are you really trying to dominate this ninja world continent? No, your ambition is far beyond that. What you want is the dominion over this planet. Lu Tian smiled slightly, and that smile revealed an indescribable confidence and dominance. He replied leisurely, Only by uniting all the people of this planet can we bring true unity. What is wrong with me ruling this planet? If you're not convinced, then become strong enough to challenge me. The expression on Senju Hashirama's face shifted between anger and hesitation. He looked at his transformed self, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, his knees went weak, and he knelt before Lu Tian, adopting a position of prostration. He raised his head, with a determined light shining in his eyes. He said, Lu Tian, I, Senju Hashirama, have fought for the sake of all living beings in this life. If you truly fight for the sake of all living beings, I am willing to give everything. But if you commit evil deeds, even if it costs me my life, I will stop you. Lu Tian looked down at Senju Hashirama kneeling in front of him. He was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Zhongjian, I have always admired your loyalty and courage. But this world needs a true leader, and I am that leader. His words were filled with confidence and determination, as if he had already foreseen the brilliance of the future. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama, under the pressure of this momentum, lowered his head and remained silent. At the same time, in the pure land of the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths was immersed in silence alone. His eyes were tightly closed, as if communicating with some unknown force. Suddenly, a screen flickering with a bluish light appeared out of thin air in front of him. The numbers on the screen rolled swiftly like shooting stars. It was the code for quantum communication. The Sage of Six Paths slowly opened his eyes, revealing a sense of indifference and calculation. As a traitor in the ninja world, he only cared about his own interests. He He doesn't care about the peace and tranquility of the ninja world. He only desires to obtain greater power. He stared at the screen, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He murmured to himself, Tian, do you think you can dominate this planet? Fi the six-path sage. Have an even greater plan. He reached out his hand, gently touching the screen, as if trying to establish a connection with the Great Wood family from outer space. His fingers danced across the screen, sending information from the ninja world to the Tsutsuki clan. The numbers on the screen stopped scrolling. Instead, lines of alien text appeared. The Sage of Six Paths stared intently at the screen, as if waiting for a response from the Tsutsuki clan. A hint of a proud smile appeared on his face, as if he could already see his future of dominating the ninja world. Almost at the same time, in an unknown star cluster 2.08 million light-years away, there was a planet forgotten by time deep within that distant cluster. It seemed like a lonely pearl, quietly hanging in a corner of the universe, as if cut off from the world and unnoticed by anyone. At this moment, an ancient divine tree on the planet was illuminating the entire night sky with its brilliant light. It was a place of utter silence, with no other signs of life besides that divine tree. On the thick branches of the divine tree, there were two people with white skin. The two figures were very tall, and they had a very peculiar appearance. They are the people of the Tsutsuki planet, their faces stern, as if they have stepped out of ancient legends. One has a face as tough as a bull's head, revealing an indomitable spirit. The other, with a face like a horse's head, exudes strength and courage. They waited for the moment when the divine tree would bear fruit, their hearts filled with anticipation and reverence. Finally, the divine tree blossomed with its fruit. The fruit contained endless chakra energy, dazzling like the stars. The two Otsutsuki floated up. They carefully plucked the fruit, as if handling a rare treasure. Just then, a figure streaked through the night sky like a meteor, arriving gracefully. He hovered in midair, his posture tall and straight like a pine tree, his features handsome and smooth like jade. There was an unusual glimmer in his eyes, as if he could see through the mysteries of the universe. He looks both handsome and mysterious, with an androgynous charm that captivates attention. This enigmatic member of the Tsutsuki clan is none other than Tsutsuki Kinshiki. He slightly parted his thin lips, his voice deep and magnetic. He said, a message has come from a planet 2.08 million light-years away. That person is a descendant of Kaguya. His voice echoed in the night sky, carrying an undeniable authority. Tsutsuki Bullhead and Horsehead turned to look at him, their eyes reflecting confusion and curiosity. They don't understand why Otsutsuki Kinshiki suddenly brought up this matter. Otsutsuki Kinshiki continued. After such a long time without a response, it seems that something has indeed gone wrong. The news says that Ishiki is seriously injured, and Kaguya has also been sealed away. His tone revealed a hint of heaviness and anger, as if he was pained by the plight of his compatriots. The Peach style, the Jean style, and the Pooh style have all been defeated. There must be strong individuals on that planet. We must go and complete the unfinished business of those few. His words were powerful and resonant, and the unwavering light in his eyes revealed an undeniable determination. Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Mamashiki exchanged a glance, a glimmer of resolve passing through their eyes. They understand the determination and will of Otsutsuki Kaguya, as well as their own mission and responsibility. The oxtail Otsutsuki slightly nodded and said in a deep voice, Lord Kaguya, we understand your meaning. His voice was firm and powerful, revealing an undeniable determination. The horse-headed wooden figure also echoed, saying, yes, we will definitely avenge our compatriots. Anger sparkled in his eyes, as if he wanted to set the entire universe ablaze. Otsutsuki Kinshiki nodded, accepting the chakra fruit. He smiled with satisfaction. He turned to gaze at the distant starry sky, as if he could already see the outline of that planet. In his eyes sparkled the light of anticipation and determination, as if he wanted to bring the entire universe under his control. Lord Otsutsuki, we are ready. The two Otsutsuki responded in unison, and then they unleashed their special abilities. It seemed as if space was being torn apart, and a brand new galaxy gradually revealed its outline. Otsutsuki Kosher was the first to step inside. His figure streaked across the starry sky in a graceful arc, dazzling like a meteor. The bull's head and horse's head followed closely behind, their figures also disappearing into the starry sky. They landed on a desolate planet. There was no sign of life here, only endless desolation and silence. Otsutsuki Kaguya slowly opened her mouth, her voice calm and resolute. He said, Nyosher, Masher, you two go investigate the specific situation first. I want to set up a contact station here for the convenience of subsequent actions. His voice conveyed an undeniable determination and authority, as if he was fully prepared for the actions to come. Chapter 112. Tian versus the three Otsutsuki. 2.5 months have quietly passed since the day of the attack on the Konoha Chunin exams. For Tian, these 2.5 months felt like an endless storm. He swept across the entire planet, unmatched by anyone. His influence is like a beacon of light in the darkness, illuminating every corner of the planet. His existence instills fear and reverence in countless people. Tian has disturbed the mental states of many, making them like puppets under control, immersed in endless darkness and despair. Tian uses his power to firmly grasp every life on the planet in his hands. Whether they are powerful ninjas or weak civilians, they all become his pawns. At his mercy, he has achieved complete domination over this planet. He named it Lu Tianxing, symbolizing his existence as brilliant and eternal as the stars. To ensure he had no worries, Tian decided to transfer all life on the planet to his cave paradise. It was filled with endless vitality and energy. In that land, all life was protected and nourished. They are no longer disturbed and threatened by the outside world. They have become the most loyal supporters of Tian. At this moment, Tian stands atop a high peak. His gaze is deep and resolute, as if he can see through all illusions and lies. His heart was filled with anticipation and determination, waiting for the arrival of the Otsutsuki aliens. He was fully prepared. At that moment, at the edge of the skyline, a dazzling light pierced the sky. Like a meteor falling, it instantly ignited the entire sky. Tian slightly squinted his eyes, his pupils reflecting that brilliant light. His gaze was sharp like a cheetah staring at its prey, firmly locking onto the source of the light. A tall figure flew over. He is clad in silver armor, his face imposing, with a cold light flickering in his eyes. He is the leader of the Otsutsuki aliens, Otsutsuki Kanya. His arrival signals the beginning of this war. Are you the one who calls himself the ruler of the planet, Otsutsuki Kanya? Daitamu Kagaya said coldly. His voice pierced the heart like an ice pick, carrying endless hostility and provocation. His words were filled with disdain and contempt for Tian, as if he had already regarded him as a trivial opponent. Tian also took to the skies. He confronted Otsutsuki Kinshiki in the air. There was not a trace of fear or retreat in his eyes. On the contrary, they were filled with confidence and determination. He seemed like a towering mountain, standing strong and unyielding, impervious to the winds and rains that could not shake his resolve. Otsutsuki, I have been waiting for you all along, Tian said. His voice, though calm, contains the power of thunder. His words were filled with confidence and dominance as he declared war on the Otsutsuki aliens. Otsutsuki Kagaya was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. Her voice filled with disdain. He said, Do you think you can stop us, Otsutsuki? Our strength far exceeds your imagination. His tone was filled with provocation and confidence, as if he had already foreseen Tian's failure. Tian did not respond, merely standing quietly in place, hands clasped behind his back, with a composed demeanor. He seemed to have blended into the surrounding environment, making him a part of this world. The air around him felt as though it had solidified. Only the sound of the wind from afar whistled in their ears, stirring the clothes and hair of the two. At this moment, it felt as if time had stopped flowing. Only the figures of Tian and Otsutsuki Kagaya stood in confrontation. Just as the saying goes, time waits for no one. Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly swung a punch. The fist glimmered with dazzling light, charging towards Tian with immense power. The energy within seemed capable of tearing apart the void, destroying any obstacles in its path. However, Tian appeared to be prepared for this. He moved his body slightly and easily dodged the attack. His movements were as swift as a ghost, making it impossible for anyone to see his trajectory. Just as Otsutsuki Kinshiki was in shock, Tian's figure had already appeared behind him in an instant. A terrifying power condensed in the palm of his hand, and in a split second, he sent Otsutsuki Kinshiki flying. Kinshiki tumbled in the air a few times before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled to stand up, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. He roared, "You!" His voice was filled with endless anger and hatred, as if he wanted to tear Tian into pieces. Tian snorted coldly, and a contemptuous light flickered in his eyes. He said, It's nothing much." His tone was filled with disdain and sarcasm, as if he had already regarded Otsutsuki Kinshiki as an insignificant opponent. Just as his words fell, two figures suddenly rushed in from the sides. They moved with incredible speed, slicing through the sky like lightning, heading straight for Tian. Tian glanced slightly to the side and saw that these two individuals were also clad in silver battle armor, their expressions cold, as if devoid of any emotional fluctuations. These were indeed the other two powerful figures of the Tsutsuki clan, Tsutsuki Nuis and Tsutsuki Moss. Although they are not as renowned as Kagaya Otsutsuki, the strength they exhibit when working together is definitely not to be underestimated. Today is your doomsday. The roar of Otsutsuki Kinshiki reverberated in the air, carrying a chilling, killing intent, as if it could tear the entire sky apart. The long sword in his hand resembled a silver dragon snake, slicing through the air with sharp sword lights. The brilliance cut through the sky like lightning, carrying an unparalleled dominance straight towards Tian. Each sword seemed to contain the power to annihilate everything, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Meanwhile, beside him, the large Tsutsuki Kinshiki pressed his palms together. His face was stern, and his eyes revealed determination and ruthlessness. A powerful energy surged from within him, like an endless river flowing continuously. This force firmly sealed off the surrounding space, as if constructing an invisible cage that trapped Tian inside. However, Tian, despite being in a perilous situation, showed no sign of fear. There was a blazing fighting spirit burning in his eyes, as if two flames were fiercely igniting. He stared intently at the enemy in front of him, a hint of disdainful sneer on his face. Oomph. Then let me see the true strength of the Otsutsuki clan. Tian stood tall and proud. His voice was firm and confident, as if he could not wait to compete with the formidable opponent before him. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of breaking glass echoed around the space. Tian's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. His speed was dazzling, as if he had merged with the surrounding air. In the next moment, he appeared behind the Otsutsuki like a ghost. He unleashed a flurry of punches at lightning speed, sending the sneak attacker flying. Otsutsuki Kinshiki tumbled in the air for several rotations before barely stabilizing himself. His face was filled with shock and anger. He never expected that Tian could so easily dodge his deadly attack and counter successfully. This sense of frustration nearly drove him mad, and he roared as he charged at Tian again. At the same time, Otsutsuki Kashin and Otsutsuki Ki also roared and rushed over. The figures of the three intertwined in the air. Each collision erupted with deafening sounds and dazzling bursts of light. This intense battle seemed to ignite the entire sky, stirring the heart and boiling the blood. Chapter 113. Spectator Projection of the Blessed Land. The Blessed Land, once a round sky and square earth, has now completed its magnificent transformation into a brilliant miniature planet. Beneath the clouds, countless screens appeared out of thin air. They shone like a river of stars, reflecting the tranquil and harmonious land below. On the screens, Tian was engaged in a fierce battle with the three Otsutsuki, their figures intertwined. Each collision seemed to carry the power to destroy the world. Tian's figure was agile and swift. Every move he makes exudes endless dominance and authority. There is no more conflict in this world. Everyone lives in peace and contentment. In Uchiha Sasuke's home, three beautiful women are gathered at this moment. Uchiha Sarada, Sakura Haruno, and the young Haruno Sakura. They were originally practicing martial arts, but the sudden appearance of a scene in the sky made them all stop their actions. Excitement sparkled in Uchiha Sarada's eyes. She stared at the screen and exclaimed, "Look, is that the newly appeared Otsutsuki? His Majesty is so strong. He's overpowering all three Otsutsuki. It's amazing." Her voice was filled with admiration and reverence for Tian. Haruno Sakura smiled slightly. Her gaze also fell on the screen, her eyes shining with a gentle light. She said softly, "Yes, His Majesty has always been this powerful." Young Haruno Sakura, full of curiosity and admiration, looked at the battle on the screen and said, "Of course, His Majesty is the strongest. I've never seen such a powerful being." Her voice was filled with worship and longing for Tian. The three women sat together, their eyes fixed on the screen, as if they wanted to capture every detail. The air was thick with tension and excitement, as if time had frozen at that moment. Uchiha Sarada suddenly stood up, clenching her fists as if to cheer for Tian. She said, "His Majesty will definitely win. We must believe in him." Her voice was firm and powerful, full of trust and support for Tian. Uchiha Sakura and Haruno Sakura also stood up, standing side by side with Sarada to cheer for Tian. Their faces radiated excitement and pride, as if Tian's victory was their own. Uchiha Sasuke's figure slowly walked out of the house. He was dressed in black, his gaze piercing, looking up at the huge screen in the sky, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, as if trying to draw the tense atmosphere into his body, then slowly exhaled it out. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible concern. He said, "Your Majesty, he is indeed very powerful, but the number of Otsutsuki is simply too many." Although his voice was deep, it sounded particularly clear in the quiet environment. Haruno Sakura turned her head immediately upon hearing it, her eyes shining with determination. She approached Uchiha Sasuke, her face radiating a confident smile. She said, "Sasuke, you're overthinking it. His Majesty is invincible. No matter how many Otsutsuki he faces, he can defeat them all." Her voice was filled with trust and rootin, as if it were an unquestionable faith. Uchiha Sasuke turned to look at Haruno Sakura, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. He glanced at his wife, Sakura Uchiha, not far away. She was quietly watching the screen, her face also bearing a determined expression. Sasuke Uchiha smiled slightly. He nodded, as if inspired by the determination of the two. He lifted his head again and looked at the screen in the sky, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He said, "Let's wait and see. I believe His Majesty will definitely be able to defeat all the Otsutsuki." Meanwhile, in the home of Ino Yamanaka, it is warm and peaceful. Her husband Sai is out and has tea returned, leaving her alone to face their two lively and adorable children, little Ino and Yamenka Aizen. The two children are sitting in the spacious living room, looking like peers. They are engaged in a battle of secret techniques. Shogunate skillfully manipulates the body of Yamazaki Keisuke, performing various movements as if they are having a silent competition. "Is my future son this week? Ha. Too weak." Shogunate continues to control Yamazaki Keisuke's body, engaging in an easy conversation. Then, her spirit returns to her own body, releasing her control over Yamazaki Keisuke. She looks at the slightly out-of-breath Yamazaki Keisuke and smiles, saying, "Let's stop playing and see how His Majesty defeats those Otsutsuki." Yamazaki Keisuke regains himself. He was panting, with a hint of reluctance and admiration on his face. He looked up at his mother, his eyes shining with admiration. He said, "As expected, Mom, you were so amazing when you were young." Yamamoto Aino was amused by her son's praise and laughed heartily. She gently patted her son's head, then brought out some snacks and said, "You must be tired, right? Have some food to regain your strength." Throughout this process, however, Yamamoto Aino's gaze never left the screen in the sky. Her eyes were filled with concern and anticipation, as if she wanted to witness with her own eyes how Tian would overcome those powerful Otsutsuki. The two children also followed her gaze and looked at the screen. Their faces were filled with curiosity and anticipation as well. Almost simultaneously, however, the atmosphere in Uzumaki Naruto's home was somewhat unusual. Uzumaki Himawari and Uzumaki Baruto were gathered around the dining table, enjoying a delicious dinner. Yet, across from them sat a child unlike any other, little Naruto. Little Naruto had black hair and was dressed in black clothing. He looked gloomy and profound. Little Naruto lowered his head, expressionless, fiddling with the food in his bowl, as if he was uninterested in everything around him. Suddenly, he raised his head, his voice cold and firm. He said, "What's the use of paying attention to these battles? The Emperor will ultimately win. You might as well eat more and seize the opportunity to train." His eyes revealed a sense of maturity and determination that was not in line with his age. When Su Nwbr heard this, he frowned slightly in dissatisfaction. He said, "That's not right. We are a few years older than you. How can you lecture us like this?" His words carried a hint of teasing and dissatisfaction. Shao Naruto smiled gently, brushing his long black hair, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. He said, "You can't defeat me, and just for that reason, you should listen to me. The weak only need to obey." His voice was cold and indifferent, as if stating a fact. When Vortex Sunflower heard this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. She looked at the young yet gloomy face of little Naruto and couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity and concern. She said, "Naruto, what have you been through? You're so young. How can you seem so world-weary?" Her voice was filled with care and confusion. Little Naruto fell silent for a moment, as if shrouded in a heavy emotion. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice deep and sorrowful, as if carrying endless pain. "There are some things you will never understand." His words reveal a profound sense of helplessness and loneliness since the day he was ruthlessly taken away by the four major families. His world had completely plunged into darkness. During those days, he experienced countless torments and pains, with the wounds in his soul as deep as an abyss, difficult to heal. He recalled those days, and the pain surged in his heart once again. He was deprived of freedom. He lives in fear and despair every day. He cannot forget those cruel images, those moments that deeply traumatized his soul, until one day, the nine tails finally separated from his body. At that moment, he thought he could escape all the pain and shackles and regain his freedom. But he was wrong. The psychological scars were like a brand, deeply etched in his heart, forever unable to be erased. Chapter 114. The Evolution of Byakugan and Sharingan in the Hidden Paradise of the Hyuga Clan. The sunlight, like golden fine sand, cast mottled shadows, adding a touch of mystery and solemnity to this land. The Hyuga Clan from 3 eras gathered here, like a river of time converging in this place. They coexist harmoniously, collectively maintaining this large family. At this moment, the Hyuga family's ancestral hall is bustling with voices, as if the very air of the clan's territory is vibrating. Inside the hall, ancient banners hang high from the wooden beams. They sway gently with the wind, producing a rustling sound, as if recounting the history and glory of the Hyuga family. Countless eyes focus on the central seat of honor, where Hinata Hanabi sits. As the clan leader, her expression is resolute, and her eyes sparkle with wisdom, as if she can perceive everything in the world. She looks up towards the ceiling. Her pure white eyes appear particularly bright, like 2 brilliant stars. Veins bulge around Hinata Hanabi's eyes. She lightly furrows her brow, tapping her fingers gently on the armrest, as if pondering something. Her heart is filled with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown, intertwined with worries and responsibilities for the future of the Hyuga family. Everyone, what you see on this screen is not just a simple projection. Hinata Hanabi's voice is crisp and powerful, echoing in every corner of the ancestral hall. Her gaze sweeps over the crowd, and every clan member's face is filled with surprise and curiosity. My Byakugan can actually perceive the flow of chakra from those 3 Otsutsuki clearly through the screen. Hinata Hanabi continues, her voice filled with confidence and determination. She believes that her Byakugan can lead the Hyuga family towards an even more glorious future. As soon as her words fall, whispers fill the hall. The clan members discuss among themselves, their faces showing expressions of surprise and curiosity. They had not expected that the patriarch could perceive the flow of chakra from another world through the screen. Hinata Hanabi nodded slightly and continued. The power of the Otsutsuki clan is the root of our Hyuga clan, and now, the appearance of these 3 Otsutsuki undoubtedly provides us with a rare opportunity. Her voice was filled with determination and anticipation, as if she could already see the brilliance of the Hyuga family as future. We must seize this opportunity to learn how they use the Byakugan and enhance the strength of our Hyuga clan. Hinata Hanabi's voice was strong and powerful, as if it were a reassurance that instantly dispelled the doubts in the hearts of her clansmen. They understand that only by continuously improving their own strength can they stand firm in this challenging world. Hinata Hanabi continued, the Byakugan's abilities. We have only utilized a small part of it. Those from the Otsutsuki clan have played around with the Byakugan in various ways. I am not willing to accept this. Are you all willing to accept it? Her voice was filled with dissatisfaction towards the current state of the Hyuga clan. She hoped that her clansmen would realize their shortcomings and strive to improve themselves. At this moment, an elder from the village building era stood up. Chief, I am not willing to accept this. Before meeting the Otsutsuki, I had no idea. He was full of excitement, as if he were dancing with joy. The Byakugan can use spacetime ninjutsu. The Byakugan can use genjutsu. The Byakugan can see through others' thoughts and destinies. Our usage of the Byakugan is truly too primitive. The Byakugan has declined in our lineage. We are the sinners of the Byakugan. His voice was filled with regret and self-blame. He seemed to have already seen the Hinata clan heading toward a future of decline due to the negligence of his generation. Hinata Hanabi nodded, understanding the deeper meaning behind the elder's words. Every word the elder spoke struck my heart like a heavy hammer, leaving me deeply shocked. Yes, our Hinata clan once took pride in the Byakugan, but now we have only scratched the surface of its power. She took a deep breath, her voice filled with excitement and determination, and said, this is not just an underestimation of our Hinata clan's strength, but a desecration of our legacy. A firm light flickered in Hinata Hanabi's eyes. She continued, every member of the Hinata clan should feel ashamed of this and turn this shame into motivation to move forward. We must let the light of the Byakugan shine upon the entire ninja world again, making the Byakugan great once more. Her voice echoed in the shrine, each word like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples upon ripples. Almost at the same time, deep within the Uchiha clan, this territory was vast and boundless. Like an independent kingdom, they stand in stark contrast to the tranquility of the Hyuga family, as if filled with endless vitality. Uchiha Madara is still the clan leader. He still stands firm. He is the soul of the Uchiha clan, and he is the faith in the hearts of his clansmen. He stood on the high platform of the ancestral hall, with the ancestral tablets that his family had worshipped for generations behind him, as if he could hear the whispers of his ancestors. The clansmen gathered around him, with skilled individuals abounding. In their eyes sparkled admiration for the clan leader and a desire for the secrets about to be revealed. They crave power. They yearn to transcend. They desire to become the pride of the Uchiha clan. Ladies and gentlemen, His Majesty has made it clear that the higher realm of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara's voice was loud and powerful, echoing through the shrine like thunder, causing the heartbeats of every Uchiha clan member to quicken. This is the future of our Uchiha clan, and it is also the key to surpassing ourselves. He slightly lowered his head, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Then, he raised his head, a steadfast light flickering in his eyes, as if he had already glimpsed the brilliance of the future. And I have already conducted the experiment. His words revealed unmatched confidence and pride, invigorating his clansmen. I have integrated Hashirama's cells, and I have successfully awakened the Rinnegan. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara slowly closed his eyes. But when he opened them again, those eyes had undergone a tremendous transformation. The originally pitch-black pupils had now turned a deep red. The pattern of the three tomo slowly rotated within, as if containing endless mysteries. Then, the three tomo suddenly expanded, transforming into a kaleidoscope pattern, brilliant and mysterious. But this was just the beginning. The kaleidoscope pattern changed again, rotating and merging, ultimately becoming the purple Rinnegan. Look, this is the Rinnegan. He stretched out his finger and gently pointed forward, saying, and all of this comes from my fusion with the Hashirama cells. The clansmen were deeply shocked by this scene. They had never seen such powerful strength, and they had never thought that they could possess such power. They were filled with admiration for Uchiha Madara and a longing for the Rinnegan. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Madara smiled slightly. He continued, everyone, our Uchiha clan possesses such powerful strength, but we cannot be satisfied with the status quo. We must surpass ourselves and become the pinnacle existence in the ninja world. As Uchiha Madara's words fell, the entire shrine was instantly drowned in the cheers of the clan members. The cheers rose and fell, echoing in every corner of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 115. The discussions about Uchiha Light. In the territory of the Uzumaki clan, the atmosphere was very solemn. As the clan leader, Uzumaki Namikaze, although now gray-haired, still had eyes that sparkled as if they could see through everything. He sat upright in the center of the clan meeting hall. His gaze swept over every clan member present, exuding an indescribable aura of authority and confidence. In the sky above, the images of three large Otsutsuki aliens appeared. These three figures were tall and imposing, with a presence that seemed capable of shaking the entire universe. Vortex Ashina took a deep breath. He slowly opened his mouth and said, fellow clansmen, you have all seen it. Those three Otsutsuki aliens. Their power is far beyond what we can imagine. They not only possess strong bodies, but also have technology that we cannot comprehend. His voice was deep and powerful, each word striking the hearts of the clansmen like a heavy hammer. The faces of the clansmen showed a serious expression. They know that this time the enemy is formidable. But, Your Majesty is a true strongman. Uchiha Shinobi suddenly changed the subject, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He said, the Majesty will win. Nothing can stop the march of the Great Han Empire. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of warm applause erupted in the hall. Naruto Uzumaki walked over and said, Your Majesty is indeed powerful, but he is ultimately just one person. I do not wish for Your Majesty to face the storms alone, charging into battle for us. That is the task of the brave. His voice was sonorous and powerful, echoing in the vast hall. Upon hearing this, Xuanwaluming's expression turned to one of concern. He looked at Naruto and said solemnly, Naruto, the gap between us and His Majesty is too great. We don't even have the qualifications to provide chakra. His voice gradually became deeper, seemingly conveying a sense of helplessness. However, Naruto Uzumaki was not affected by this emotion. He interrupted Runa's words, his eyes shining with a resolute light. He said, "Elder, I heard that Uchiha Hikari's ability is very special. She can transfer other people's chakra." His voice was filled with hope. The whirlpool Lu Ming was slightly taken aback, then soon revealed a look of realization. He said, "Oh, are you talking about that mysterious Uchiha K? Her abilities are indeed very rare." Naruto Uzumaki nodded. He took out a stack of exquisite cards from his bosom and handed them to Lu Ming. He said, "Yes, Patriarch. These are the cards she specially made. As long as we hold them, our chakra can be absorbed by Uchiha light and then transferred to His Majesty." There was a spark of excitement in his eyes, as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. The vortex of Lu Ming took the card and examined it carefully. A look of surprise gradually appeared on his face. He said, "Can this really be done?" Naruto Uzumaki nodded firmly. He said, "Yes, Patriarch. This is our opportunity, and it is also our responsibility. We cannot let His Majesty face the formidable enemy alone. We must fight alongside him." His voice was filled with firmness and determination, moving everyone present. At the same time, the Senju clan's territory, nestled among the mountains, was ancient and solemn. The clan's conference hall was an important place for family decision-making. At this moment, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Senju Tobirama walked in quickly with a group of young clan members. Their faces were filled with tension and anticipation. It seemed that everyone was bearing a significant mission. Their footsteps were hurried, yet orderly, as if rushing towards an unknown battlefield. Standing in the center of the hall was Senju Tobirama, facing the leader of the clan, Senju Hashirama. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement and nerves. He knew that what he was about to say would relate to the fate of the entire world. "Elder brother, what do you think of the scene in the sky? Do you think His Majesty can win?" Senju Tobirama asked solemnly. His voice seemed to reveal a hint of unease and anxiety. He looked up at the window, where a chaotic sky was reflecting, as if foreshadowing the impending storm. Senju Hashirama looked up at the window. His gaze was deep and resolute. He slightly furrowed his brow, as if pondering something. After a while, Senju Hashirama slowly turned around. His gaze swept over everyone present. His voice was steady and powerful, as if it could penetrate the soul of everyone present. "Your Majesty has won, and we naturally have nothing to worry about. But if Your Majesty is defeated, our world will face utter disaster." Senju Hashirama's voice echoed in the hall. Each word struck the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. Senju Tobirama's expression suddenly became serious. He took a deep breath, as if trying to calm his emotions. He understands his elder brother's concerns and determination, and he also understands the responsibility he bears. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "Brother, I understand. Therefore, we must ensure that everything is foolproof." Senju Hashirama furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze intense. He gazed at his brother, his tone filled with urgency and concern. He knew that the current situation could not afford the slightest hesitation or doubt. "So, do you have a way? Is there really a way?" Senju Hashirama asked. There was a hint of doubt and vigilance in his voice. He is well aware of his brother's potential, that hidden power like a dragon lurking in the depths, waiting for the right moment to soar into the sky. However, this moment is one of shifting winds and clouds. Danger lurks everywhere, and it feels like walking on thin ice. Senju Hashirama knows very well that even the slightest oversight could be like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that eventually evolve into an uncontrollable torrent, leading to irretrievable disaster. Therefore, he does not dare to show any signs of slackness or carelessness. He is fully focused on every detail and every change. His heart was filled with vigilance towards the unknown and a desire for success. But he knew that only by staying calm and clear-headed could he grasp the pulse of fate at this critical moment and lead them to victory. Thousand Hands, Toby nodded slightly. There was a determined light flashing in his eyes. Yes, that method is the Uchiha light. His voice is full of confidence. Her ability is very special. She can transfer others' chakra. He seemed to have found a solution. However, Senju Hashirama did not immediately breathe a sigh of relief. His brows furrowed even tighter. He knows that the relationship between his younger brother and His Majesty is not harmonious, and it can even be said that there's a deep rift between them. But at this moment, he must trust his brother's judgment and determination. "Are you secretly playing some tricks?" The voice of Senju Hashirama carried a hint of suspicion and vigilance, as if a cold wind had swept over the silent lake, stirring up ripples upon ripples. He knew well that the current situation was like a kite hanging by a thread. A slight breeze or movement could trigger unpredictable consequences. They are facing powerful Otsutsuki aliens, where every decision and every action is crucial. In response to his brother's doubts, Senju Tobarama quickly waved his hand. His eyes sparkled with genuine light, like the brightest star in the night sky. "Brother, you misunderstood." His voice is firm and powerful, like a hard rock that has withstood the baptism of wind and rain. He said, "I have no intention of using any tricks. I only hope to do my best to find a glimmer of hope for my family and my village." His eyes revealed deep worry and determination, like an eagle soaring in a storm. Despite the harsh environment, he remained steadfast in his beliefs and goals. Senju Tobarama understood this well. At this moment, what they needed was unity and trust, not suspicion and division. Only in this way could they face the current difficulties together and find a path to victory. He said, "Big brother, how could I joke at a time like this? What I'm saying is true. Uchiha Kage's ability can indeed transfer chakra, and we can use this to provide enough chakra support for His Majesty." Senju Hashirama took a deep breath. He understood that the current situation allowed for no hesitation or doubt. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "This is a critical moment. If something unexpected happens and the Emperor is in trouble, we will all die. I remind you again, do not play tricks." His voice was filled with determination and resoluteness, as if he had already prepared for the worst. Senju Tobarama also understood his brother's concerns and resolve, and he nodded solemnly. He said, "Brother, don't overthink it. I'll personally contact Uchiha Kanya to ensure that everything goes smoothly." Chapter 116. The Sage of Six Paths approaches Obito. In a certain place in the heavenly cave, the previous wind shadows gathered together, and the atmosphere was tense. Around them, mist swirled, as if time itself had come to a standstill. As the founder of Sunagakure, the first wind shadow, Redo, furrowed his brow tightly. There was a flicker of anger and unwillingness in his eyes. He said, "These Otsutsuki, their power is truly too strong. They can actually absorb our chakra. This is simply a deadly blow for us." His words were filled with helplessness and anger. Beside him was the second-generation wind shadow from the original timeline. The light of determination flickered in the eyes of the monk as he clenched his fists and said, "We cannot sit idly by. Controlling sand or using puppet techniques are effective means to deal with those Otsutsuki. No matter how strong their abilities are, we will always have countermeasures." His words revealed an indomitable fighting spirit. The third generation of the Kazekage, with black hair, also stepped forward, his gaze firm and profound. He said, "My technique of sand iron can still become our weapon in battle. No matter what kind of enemy we face, we must not give up hope." His voice was powerful and resonant, bringing great encouragement to the wind shadows present. At this moment, the scene in the sky changed. The originally fierce battle situation underwent a tremendous transformation in the blink of an eye. Tian was actually pushed back by the combined efforts of three Otsutsuki. His body rolled in the air and finally landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, it was revealed that Tian was tightly bound by numerous entwined vines. Those vines coiled around him like poisonous snakes, constricting his body and leaving him unable to move. This is one of the abilities of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. He can transform into any form of vine, not only incredibly powerful, but also exceptionally resilient. Once trapped, it's nearly impossible to escape. How is this possible? Tian is struggling, trying to break free from the vine's restraint. But those vines seem to have a life of their own, tightening their grip and leaving him unable to move. "Haha, in the end, you still fell into the hands of our Tsutsuki." Tsutsuki Kyushi laughs triumphantly, his voice filled with mockery and provocation. The other two Tsutsuki also show disdainful expressions. They looked at the trapped Tian as if they had already seen his defeat. Meanwhile, in another place, the previous generations of Earth Shadows also gathered together. The first generation Earth Shadow, Shurha, had a solemn expression. He said in a deep voice, "My bloodline limit is strong, but in the face of those Otsutsuki's abilities, I fear I will be powerless." His words were filled with worry. Beside him, Wu, who was supposed to become the second Suchikage, was also standing here at this moment. He did not become the Hokage, but his insights are equally important. He nodded slightly and added, "Perhaps we could try to find breakthroughs from other aspects. For example, by using our intelligence to devise more clever tactics." His voice, though calm, was full of confidence and determination. The young jungler's eyes widened in disbelief. He exclaimed, "How is this possible? The Emperor was actually subdued by the Otsutsuki working together? This can't be true." His voice was filled with shock and confusion. Just as everyone was filled with uncertainty, the scene in midair changed again. Lu Tian suddenly erupted like a furious beast. He let out a roar and suddenly tore with both hands. The vines entwined around him were instantly ripped to shreds. He broke free from his restraints, his figure flickering as he quickly increased the distance between both sides. Lu Tian took a deep breath. He coldly stared at those large wooden barrels, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Don't underestimate me." Little days. Before he finished speaking, another person suddenly appeared behind Otsutsuki Kinshiki. It was his other body, which had quietly launched an attack. A powerful suction force surged from within him, rapidly drawing in Otsutsuki Kinshiki's chakra. Otsutsuki Kinshiki struggled in terror, but was already futile. His body rapidly shrank under the gravitational pull of Lu Tian, eventually transforming into a chakra fruit. Lu Tian let out a cold laugh and directly bit down. The chakra fruit instantly disappeared into his mouth. His chakra capacity is rapidly soaring, and at this moment, his momentum has reached its peak. Meanwhile, in the cave paradise, two Raikage stand side by side, their eyes fixed on the breathtaking battle scene in the sky. Their faces were filled with shock. Beside them, the first-generation water shadow, Bai Lian, and two others were also equally stunned by the scene before them. The eyes of Ghost Lantern Hanyue sparkled with excitement. He couldn't help but cheer. "Awesome. Your Majesty has actually succeeded in defeating a group of Otsutsuki aliens." His voice was filled with excitement and admiration. The third-generation water shadow slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and resolute. He said calmly, "Your Majesty is indeed very powerful." His words revealed recognition and admiration for Lu Tian's strength. However, just when everyone thought the battle was about to end, the scene in the sky changed again. Lu Tian, who was originally in the upper hand, was once again sent flying by Otsutsuki Kinshiki. His body drew a long arc in the air before falling heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lu Tian struggled to stand up. His face was covered in dust, but his eyes sparkled with an indomitable light. He took a deep breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then coldly looked at Otsutsuki Kinshiki. "How does this guy still have energy left?" Lu Tian muttered to himself, but there was not a hint of fear or retreat in his tone. He raised his head and said firmly, "However, I ate a big wooden tube, so I'm not worried." In a ninja world where Lu Tian is located, not everyone has evacuated. Although many people chose to stand on his side, there are still some who chose to watch the situation. Lu Tian's fierce battle with the aliens not only affected the warriors involved, he caused some people hidden in the dark to feel an unprecedented shock. However, this is not the focus at the moment. The most important thing is those who quietly hide and remain in the shadows. Among them, Obito is one of them. He is hiding in a divine space. He quietly observed the battle outside, with a complex light flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he shouted angrily, "Damn it! How could the world have become like this? This is terrible." His voice echoed in the other space, filled with endless anger and helplessness. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to vent all his unwillingness and anger. At that moment, a mysterious light suddenly flickered in the divine space. A figure slowly emerged from within. He is dressed in a long robe, exuding an otherworldly aura, with deep wisdom reflected in his eyes, just like the legendary sage of Six Paths. His appearance seemed to bring a solemn and dignified atmosphere to the entire Shunwei space. Obito was shocked by this sudden change. He widened his eyes and stared at the legendary immortal. The voice of the sage of Six Paths, Obito, trembled slightly. He couldn't believe that this legendary being would appear before him. The sage of the Six Paths nodded slightly, gazing gently at Obito, as if he could see through his heart. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and magnetic. He said, "Did you see? The crisis in this world is imminent. What should I do?" Obito nodded, as if he were a diligent student listening carefully in class. The sage of Six Paths smiled slightly and extended his palm. A sphere of light gradually gathered in his hand. He said, "This orb of light contains my power. Go, kill them all, and you will be the ruler." Chapter 117. The rebellious Kawaki was trained to tears. In the depths of the alternate space occupied by the Shell organization, Otsutsuki Ishiki possessed the body of Shin Uchiha, elegantly sitting at a dining table that emitted a faint glow. One of his hands gently holds a silver fork, savoring the delicacies on the plate. The other hand sways a crystal-clear wine glass, the liquid gently swirling within, resembling flowing rubies. His gaze pierced through a hidden spatial node, observing the fierce battle in another world. Lu Tian clashed with 3 Otsutsuki warriors, sparks flying. However, Otsutsuki Ishiki remained unmoved. His gaze was indifferent and detached, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. After all, he had not yet fully resurrected at this moment. The vessel he had chosen, Chuanmu, was still growing, waiting for his soul to take over and be reborn. Otsutsuki Ishiki's gaze withdrew from the battlefield and fell on the red wine in the glass. A trace of doubt flickered in his eyes, as if touched by a subtle ripple in the red wine. He muttered to himself, "Why does this Lu Tian give me such a familiar feeling?" He furrowed his brows slightly, as if trying hard to recall something. But after a moment, he shook his head again, pulling his thoughts back to reality. He stood up and used his divine technique to put away the dining table, as if none of it had ever happened. Then, Otsutsuki Ishiki arrived outside Kawaki's training room. The doors slowly opened, and a cold wind howled past, dispersing the stuffiness inside and taking away some of the tranquility. In the center of the room, the young Kawaki sat alone on a rough stone. His hands rested on his knees, and his eyes revealed a sense of rebellion and confusion. He looked up at the doorway. His gaze met that of Otsutsuki Ishiki. That look was filled with confusion and awe. Otsutsuki Ishiki walked into the room, each step appearing steady and powerful. His gaze was sharp like that of a hawk, staring intently at Chuanmu, as if trying to see right through him. "Chuanmu," he shouted sternly, his voice echoing in the empty room, carrying an undeniable authority. Chuanmu's body trembled slightly as he raised his head and met Otsutsuki Ishiki's gaze. He bit his lip, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Otsutsuki Ishiki walked up to Kawaki, crouched down, and looked him in the eye. His eyes revealed a complex emotion, a mix of anticipation for Chuanmu's potential and disappointment in his current state. "Have you become complacent?" he asked, his voice deep and powerful. Chuanmu lowered his head, avoiding the gaze of Otsutsuki Ishiki. He remained silent for a while, then looked up, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "I did not let my guard down," he replied, his voice trembling but filled with determination. Otsutsuki Ishiki nodded slightly, but his expression soon became serious again. "Then why aren't you training?" he questioned, his voice carrying a hint of reproach. Chuanyin pressed his lips together, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. "My life has no meaning. Why should I cultivate? Isn't it better to give up and wait for death?" he said softly, his voice filled with helplessness and confusion. Otsutsuki Ishiki frowned upon hearing this, a flicker of anger passing through his eyes. He stared intently at Chuanmu, as if trying to see through him. "You are the chosen vessel. Your existence is to bear my power. How can you not become stronger?" he shouted angrily, his voice echoing in the room, filled with authority and unwavering determination. "From today on, I will personally take on the task of your training." Otsutsuki Ishiki slowly began to speak. Every word he uttered was like cold iron, revealing an undeniable determination. His expression was stern, as if he were an immovable iceberg. With a gentle wave of his palm in the air, several chakra black rods flickering with a dim black light instantly formed in his palm. There was not a trace of warmth in his eyes. It was as if he could see through all the splendor and noise of the world, leaving only endless indifference and determination. He suddenly swung his arm. The black rods shot through the air like lightning, aimed at Chuanyu. "Ah!" Chuanyu let out a cry. The sound was filled with fear and despair. He watched helplessly as those black rods, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, pierced his limbs with precision. The excruciating pain surged over him like a tidal wave, instantly drowning him. His body felt as if all the strength had been drained from it, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. Chuanmu struggled to get up, but the intense pain in his limbs burned like a raging fire, leaving him unable to move. He was gasping for breath, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his eyes filled with helplessness and despair. Otsutsuki Ishiki coldly looked down at Kawaki on the ground. Those cold eyes seemed capable of penetrating into the depths of a person's soul. His voice was as cold as frost, devoid of any emotion. He said, "Stand up." Chuanmu's body was trembling slightly. He raised his head, his eyes filled with fear and pleading. He looked at Otsutsuki Ishiki's indifferent face, and an inexplicable fear surged in his heart. He struggled to move his body, but the intense pain in his limbs made his movements slow and left him feeling unusually weak. Otsutsuki Ishiki looked at Kawaki's state, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Is this your strength?" Without even the courage to stand up. "How can you become my vessel?" His voice was filled with blame and disdain, as if Chuanmu were merely a trivial ant in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Chuanmu was furious. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain, using all his strength to move his body. But each attempt made him hurt so much that he was almost in tears. He clenched his teeth tightly, not allowing a hint of weakness to escape his voice. "Forgive me, there won't be a next time," Kawamaki pleaded with a sobbing tone. His voice was filled with helplessness and despair, as if he had lost all hope. He looked up at the indifferent face of Otsutsuki Ishiki, his eyes filled with pleading and desperation. But Otsutsuki Ishiki showed no sign of emotion. "What use is begging? You must stand up and continue training." His gaze remains as cold as ice. He said coldly, "Moreover, this is not the first time. Your weakness will only make me more disappointed." Under the cold shout of Otsutsuki Ishiki, Kawaki struggled again to try to get up. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as if he were trying to concentrate all his courage and strength in that moment. His hands gripped the ground tightly, his body trembling as he struggled to lift himself up. Finally, after countless attempts and struggles, he struggled to stand up. His body swayed unsteadily, as if he would fall at any moment. But his gaze became firm, as if he had regained his belief and courage. Otsutsuki Ishiki looked at Kawaki's appearance, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He said coldly, "Very good, you have taken the first step. Now continue training." However, after a harsh training session, Chuamu broke down again. His body was already exhausted, and his mind was under immense pressure. Chuamu sat on the ground. His hands hung weakly at his sides. Tears fell like beads from a broken string, crying as if in a rain of pear blossoms. The air in the training room seemed to have solidified. It was so quiet that all that could be heard was Chuamu sobbing. His shoulders trembled, each sob accompanied by a slight quiver of his body, appearing incredibly fragile. Otsutsuki Ishiki stood nearby, his expression still indifferent. However, a hint of complex emotion flickered in his eyes. He looked at the crying figure of Kawaki, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. "Are you really giving up so easily?" Otsutsuki Ishiki's voice was deep and powerful. Each word struck Kawaki's heart like a heavy hammer. Kawaki raised his head, looking at Otsutsuki Ishiki with tear-filled eyes. His eyes were filled with despair and confusion as he asked, "Why do I have to work so hard? Why can I never meet your expectations?" Chapter 118. The Ma-style sacrifice transforms into the Kusa style. Otsutsuki Ishiki looked at Kawaki's helpless gaze and couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion in his heart. But he quickly regained his indifference. He said coldly, "Your weakness will only make you lose more. If you want to get what you desire, you must endure pain and setbacks." After hearing this, Chuanmu's body trembled again. He clenched his teeth. "Can I really do it?" Chuanmu's voice was filled with uncertainty and confusion. Seeing such a disappointing Chuanmu, Otsutsuki Ishiki suddenly waved his hand, and an invisible force rippled through the air. A screen appeared out of nowhere. His indifferent voice carried a hint of undeniable authority. He said, "Let's see how a true warrior fights." On the screen, the fierce battle between Lu Tian and two Otsutsuki warriors was displayed. Lu Tian's movements were agile as he continuously dodged the attacks from his opponents. However, Otsutsuki Kosher's attacks surged like a tide, forcing Lu Tian into a desperate situation. Countless green grass vines emerged from Otsutsuki Kosher's body, writhing like agile snakes. Swiftly coiling towards Lu Tian, the grass vines danced in the air, weaving into a dense net that tightly bound Lu Tian within it. Lu Tian let out a painful roar, his fists struggling fiercely. But those grass vines seemed to have a life of their own, tightening their grip and rendering him immobile. His face is pale. Veins bulged on his forehead, clearly indicating that he had endured immense pain. Otsutsuki Ishiki quietly stared at the screen, his eyes flickering with complicated emotions. He frowned slightly, as if deep in thought. Meanwhile, Chuanmu was nervously staring at the screen, his hands clenched into fists, as if cheering on Lu Tian. Is this the battle of the strong? There was a hint of trembling and awe in Chuanmu's voice. He looked up at Otsutsuki Ishiki, his eyes filled with anticipation and desire. Otsutsuki Ishiki nodded and said lightly, "Yes, this is the battle of the strong. This is what true strength is." Although his voice was indifferent, it revealed a respect and yearning for the strong. In Lu Tian's paradise, the citizens of the Dahan Empire were now plunged into unprecedented chaos. Their eyes were filled with terror and unease, as if they sensed the impending storm. Hinata Hanabi's gaze was exceptionally resolute. Those beautiful eyes, with veins bulging, seemed to contain endless power. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes tightly, and then suddenly opened them wide. The light of her Byakugan instantly flickered out, illuminating the entire cave. "Byakugan activate!" Hinata Hanabi exclaimed in a low voice. Her tone filled with determination and confidence. Her Byakugan directly locked onto Otsutsuki Kinshiki. A sharp beam of light shot from her eyes, heading straight for Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who clearly did not expect the sudden attack. He doesn't know what happened. He let out a pained sound, his body suddenly trembling, clearly having sustained significant injury. At the same time, a wave of fluctuation suddenly arose in the void. A completely new figure of Lu Tian appeared out of thin air. He was agile and imposing, charging directly towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki. With a powerful punch, he struck Kinshiki's face hard, sending him flying. What was going on? Kinshiki rolled in the air, his face filled with disbelief. He never expected that he would be attacked twice at the same time. Lu Tian, who had originally been under his control, suddenly erupted. He rejoined the battle, engaging in intense combat with Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The three of them exchanged blows, each punch landing with tremendous force. Although Otsutsuki Kinshiki was powerful, he seemed somewhat overwhelmed by the two attacks from Ritten. Meanwhile, on the other side, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was struggling to fight against Ritten. He looked serious, with his brows tightly furrowed, clearly sensing Lu Tian's immense strength. Even so, he still hasn't given up and continues to struggle fiercely with Lu Tian. The three Lu Tian seem to have already taken control of the situation in this battle. They coordinated seamlessly, launching a fierce offensive that put immense pressure on both Tsutsuki Kagaya and Tsutsuki Momoshiki. The citizens of the Great Han Empire watched the battle, their faces filled with tension and anticipation. However, the good times did not last long. A glimmer of determination flashed in Tsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes. He is well aware of the situation of himself and others. They have reached a critical point between life and death. He gritted his teeth and charged towards Lu Tian recklessly. He threw a heavy punch, sending Lu Tian flying. Then, he turned and charged at Tsutsuki Kinshiki. His speed was so fast, it was as if a lightning bolt had split the sky. His eyes sparkled with a mad light, as if he was about to unleash all his power. The other two Lucians were also sent flying by him. "Lord Grass!" Otsutsuki Kinshiki roared. His voice was filled with determination and madness. He said, "It seems it's time. Now, quickly absorb my chakra. Otherwise, the voice of Otsutsuki Kinshiki has yet to fade." His body had already rushed to the side of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. He suddenly stretched out his arms and tightly embraced Otsutsuki Kagaya, as if he wanted to convey all his strength to her. "I won't let your sacrifice be in vain." A flicker of emotion and determination flashed in Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes. He stretched out his hand, and a powerful surge from his palm, directly transforming Otsutsuki Kinshiki into a chakra fruit. The fruit instantly fell into Otsutsuki Kinshiki's mouth. He swallowed hard, as if he had devoured the entire world. A satisfied and content smile appeared on his face, as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. "I will protect the glory of the Otsutsuki." Otsutsuki Kinshiki's voice was filled with determination and confidence. He raised his head and looked towards a void not far away. There were three Otsutsuki members charging through the void. The body of Otsutsuki Kinshiki began to undergo a strange transformation under the astonished gazes of the crowd. His body is expanding, as if an invisible force is blowing air into him. His muscles are taut, as if they are about to tear through the skin, showcasing that incredible strength. The size of the Tsutsuki Kagaya has doubled significantly. He became a huge giant. Otsutsuki Kagaya towered in front of the three Ludians. He is like an insurmountable mountain. His skin turned a greasy green, resembling a newly sprouted plant. He exudes a strange vitality. His face became grotesque, with his eyes glinting with a cruel light, as if he wanted to swallow the entire world. Otsutsuki Kinshiki seemed to transform into a gigantic humanoid carnivorous flower. His hands became like petals, sharp and pointed, as if they could cut through anything. His feet were like the roots of a carnivorous plant, constantly writhing. The giant bamboo raised its head and looked towards the three Lu Tian. A trace of a cruel smile appeared on his face. He opened his mouth wide, revealing a row of sharp teeth and many tentacles extended out. "I'm going to eat you," Tsutsuki Kagaya roared. His voice was filled with madness and cruelty. His eyes flickered with a green light. Otsutsuki Kagaya swung her enormous arms, resembling flower petals, towards Lu Tian, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Chapter 119, Amato and Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya resembled a carnivorous plant crawling out of hell. Countless vines entwined around her humanoid silhouette. They grew wildly, as if wanting to devour the entire world into this endless green hell. Otsutsuki Kagaya's body continued to expand under the entanglement of the vines. He seems to want to occupy all the space in this world. Otsutsuki Kanshiki is no longer a simple humanoid creature. He is transformed into a seemingly plant-like monster, a malevolent carnivorous plant. With every breath of the Otsutsuki Kagaya, the vines sway gently, as if whispering some unspeakable secret. Is this the evolution of the Otsutsuki? A hint of astonishment flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. His three bodies began to slowly merge. The scattered powers, as if attracted by a magnet, quickly returned to a single entity. Lu Tian's expression was serious, his hands tightly clenched, as if he were gathering some powerful force. Several clones appeared out of thin air beside him again. Each one was identical to his original self, but their eyes revealed different levels of determination and resolve. These clones quickly approached and ultimately merged with Lu Tian's original body. He became a more powerful being. Lu Tian took several deep breaths of cold air. His eyes sparkled with a determined light, as if he wanted to cast aside all fear and unease. Shall we go one-on-one? Lu Tian sneered, his voice filled with disdain and provocation. He straightened his chest and stared directly at Otsutsuki Kanshiki, as if he wanted to overwhelm the opponent with his own momentum. But Otsutsuki Kanshiki did not respond. The vines on his body suddenly became agitated, as if sensing Lu Tian's provocation. The vines twisted like live snakes, swiftly closing in on Lu Tian. Lu Tian's eyes narrowed. His figure instantly vanished from the spot, leaving only a faint afterimage. The speed was so fast that it seemed to break the limits of time, making it impossible to capture. With a loud bang, Lu Tian's fist collided violently with one of Otsutsuki Kanshiki's vines. The immense impact seemed to freeze the air around them. A strong wave of energy spread outwards. Otsutsuki Kanshiki let out a pained roar. The struck vine instantly exploded, splattering green liquid everywhere. However, Otsutsuki Kanshiki did not retreat. Instead, he swung the remaining vines even more frantically. He launched a more intense attack on Lu Tian. But the problem was that he couldn't hit the target. Lu Tian's figure was elusive, and each attack was cleverly dodged by the large Otsutsuki Kagaya's vines. His eyes sparkled with calmness and determination, as if searching for the best moment to defeat his opponent. The battle between the two intensified. The air currents in the sky seemed to be overshadowed by their momentum. A strong storm formed on the ground. If it weren't for Lu Tian's foresight in relocating his people to a safe haven, many would likely have died. At this moment, in the other dimension of Otsutsuki Ishiki, Amato of the Sanzu was acting as a scientist. He held a delicate mug in his hand, his gaze penetrating through the rising aroma of coffee. He stared intently at the screen in the hall. He gently blew a breath, dispersing the steam from the coffee. His gaze then focused on the image on the screen. The creature in the picture bore an astonishing resemblance to the divine tree he was familiar with. This made him question, could this Otsutsuki Kagaya be a variant of the divine tree? How could it be so strange? Amato from the Shinjutsu team slightly furrowed his brows. There was a hint of inquiry in his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Otsutsuki Ishiki walked over with steady steps. He is dressed in a white robe, exuding an elegant demeanor, with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. He glanced at the image on the screen, then looked at Sanzu Amato, a faint smile appearing on his face. We Otsutsuki have always been like this, Otsutsuki Ishiki said with a smile. His voice revealed deep pride and confidence. His eyes shimmered with light, as if they could penetrate all mysteries. He turned to face Sanzu Amato, wearing a passionate expression of someone eager to teach. He extended his long fingers, manipulating the air as if casting some kind of magic. With his movements, the images on the screen began to change. The originally unclear picture gradually became clear and detailed, as if a flowing scroll was slowly unfolding. The full appearance of Otsutsuki Kagaya gradually revealed itself on the screen. Every detail was clearly visible, as if everything about this mysterious race was being presented to the world without reservation. Amato stood in front of the screen, his eyes shining with surprise. He stared at the screen, a surge of inexplicable shock rising in his heart. He turned his head to look at Otsutsuki Ishiki. He saw the other person sitting beside him, still wearing that calm smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. A sense of respect unconsciously arose in Amato's heart. He knew that this Otsutsuki Ishiki must be an extremely powerful and unfathomable existence. What on earth is going on? Finally, Shindu Amato couldn't help but ask. There was a tremor in his voice. He had never seen such a strange sight, nor had he ever imagined that such a creature could exist. Otsutsuki Ishiki smiled faintly, not directly answering his question. He gracefully walked to the nearby chair and sat down gently. A glass of red wine appeared out of thin air in his hand. He gently swirled the wine glass, the red wine rippling with an enticing hue. He took a sip, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. After putting down the glass, he slowly began to speak. The mystery of this is not something that can be explained in just a few words. His voice was calm and deep, as if it could penetrate the human soul. Amato Santu gazed at him, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. He longs to know the truth behind all of this, and he also desires to understand the inner world of Kaguya Otsutsuki. It seems that Kaguya Otsutsuki sees through his thoughts and continues, eating chakra fruits. This process is the transformation into the divine tree. For us Otsutsuki, this is a transcendence and an exploration towards a higher level. His voice was filled with confidence and determination, as if he were presenting a brand new world to Santu Amato. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise first flashed across Santu Amato's eyes. However, this surprise seemed to be quickly blown away by a gentle breeze, replaced by a stronger sense of curiosity. His gaze shifted between the words, as if searching for the secrets and deeper meanings behind them. He never thought there would be such a way of evolution, nor did he ever imagine such a peculiar pursuit. Does this kind of evolution have any meaning? Santu Amato murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a hint of confusion. He doesn't know whether such evolution really has any meaning. But his desire for the Otsutsuki clan goes far beyond that. As a person filled with rebellion, he is a contrarian who is no longer satisfied with superficial understanding. Sanamato has already taken action for this. He has cultivated the fruit heart layman. He is always looking for opportunities to get in deeper contact with the Otsutsuki clan. However, Sammy Daramato is not an impulsive person. He possesses extraordinary patience and knows how to find opportunities in waiting. Otsutsuki Ishiki looked at his confusion and bewilderment and smiled gently. You don't understand this, do you? A hint of pride and satisfaction was revealed in his voice. For us Otsutsuki, evolution is a transcendence and a pursuit of a higher level. It's normal that you humans cannot understand this, because our Otsutsuki have a completely different worldview than yours. After hearing this, Shinjimato's eyes flashed with surprise, but it was quickly replaced by curiosity. He wants to know what the end point of this evolution is, and he also wants to know if the Otsutsuki clan can truly reach the realm of eternity. Is it worth it, even if it ultimately leads to a fate worse than death? Amato of the Sanzu continued to inquire. There was a hint of urgency in his tone. He was eager to know the answer, and he also wanted to understand the beliefs and pursuits of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Ishiki looked at the other person's eager eyes. He gently shook his head and said, Is life worse than death? That's just your human perspective. His voice revealed a hint of disdain and contempt. For us Otsutsuki, the physical body is not everything. Our level of existence is much higher than yours, and we are able to reach the realm of eternity. So, it is normal for you not to understand. His words were filled with confidence and determination, as if he was telling Amato of the Sanzu River an unchangeable fact. Chapter 120. Everyone lines up to seek Uchiha light in Lu Tian's cave paradise. His other body, as if swallowed by an invisible force, gradually disappeared into the air, leaving only traces behind. This phenomenon quickly attracted the attention of those around. They furrowed their brows, their eyes filled with worry and confusion. They know that every body of Lu Tian is closely related to the strength of his original body. The current disappearance undoubtedly brings him a great crisis. At the same time, Kaguya Haim and Zuki Mangetsu hurriedly rushed to the location of Uchiha Hikari. Their faces were filled with anxiety, with only one thought in their minds. They must provide chakra for Lu Tian as soon as possible. The Uchiha strongman, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, rushed over, panting, with his hands tightly clenched and a determined light flashing in his eyes. He said, Please transfer all my chakra to His Majesty. His safety concerns the survival of this world. The three Uchiha lights nodded. They were well aware of their heavy responsibility. They quickly accepted the chakra from Kageyama Mitsuki. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. Uchiha Hikari's voice was strong, and her eyes revealed a desire for victory. Standing beside her, Terumi May had already regained her youthful appearance. She anxiously looked at Uchiha Hikari, her voice trembling slightly. She said, "Please take action. You must help His Majesty. This world cannot be without him." As soon as she finished speaking, a ripple suddenly appeared in the air. A figure appeared behind her like a ghost. It was Senju Tobarama. His expression was serious, and a resolute light flickered in his eyes, as if he had made a certain determination. "The evil Uchiha, although I, Senju Tobarama, have always wanted to avoid contact with you, I have no choice at this moment due to the circumstances." Senju Tobarama clenched his fist tightly. He said in a deep voice, "If your Majesty is defeated in battle, we will all face disaster." His voice revealed a deep sense of helplessness and determination. At that moment, his brother from the Senju clan also rushed over. He was slightly out of breath, but his eyes shone with a determined light. He looked at Uchiha K and said sincerely, "Uchiha K, I apologize on behalf of my brother. His actions were indeed wrong. But at this moment, we all have a common enemy. I also hope to do my part to help His Majesty through this difficult time." As he spoke, Senju Hashirama put his hands together in prayer. He slightly lowered his head to show sincerity. His attitude was sincere and firm, making people feel his inner determination and resolve. Just then, the world within the cave suddenly shook violently, as if the entire space was trembling. The aftershocks of the earthquake made everyone feel alarmed and fearful, and they all looked up at the sky. Two figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars, finally hovering steadily in midair. It was the first-generation Tsuchikage, Shurha, and his proud disciple, Wu. Their gazes were like torches, quickly locking onto Uchiha K's position. Senju Tobarama saw this and raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He looked at the second Tsuchikage and said with a teasing tone, "Oh, you guys are here too? I really didn't expect that." Although he hadn't formally recognized the second Tsuchikage yet, he was not someone who was easily angered. However, upon hearing the slightly provocative words from Senju Tobarama, his expression also darkened. The object quickly fell to the ground and stood steadily on the surface. His gaze was fixed on Senju Tobarama, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "You are the second Hokage, and I am the second Tsuchikage. What's wrong with me coming here?" He said, "Don't be too arrogant, Tobarama Senju. Your brother Hashirama Senju is here, and I will make sure he teaches you a good lesson." As soon as the words fell, the air around seemed to freeze. Tobarama Senju heard such words. He couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, and then he burst into laughter. He said, "You still like to joke around so much. But speaking of which, we really need to unite and face the crisis at hand." As the ground shook violently again, a fierce wind roared in like a beast, sweeping the surrounding dust into the air. In this chaos, a figure descended like lightning through the storm. It was the first-generation wind shadow, Rido, and his appearance seemed to bring a touch of stabilizing power to this chaotic world. Following Rido was his disciple, the second-generation wind shadow, Shaman. The two stood side by side, facing this sudden crisis, their faces filled with seriousness. In their eyes, there is both vigilance towards the unknown challenges and determination for the impending action. After landing, Rido stands firm like a rock. He fixed his gaze directly on Uchiha Kagami, not far away. He slightly nodded his head, expressing deep respect to the legendary strongman. He knew that Uchiha K possessed unparalleled power, and this power was exactly what they needed at this moment. Took a deep breath, his voice revealing an undeniable determination. He said, "Time is tight. Uchiha Strong One, we need your ability. Please transfer Chakra for us." His voice echoed in the howling wind, as if infusing everyone with a surge of courage. Uchiha Hikari heard Rido's request, and a hint of appreciation flashed in her eyes. She was well aware of the courage and determination of this wind shadow, and she also understood the urgency of the current situation. She nodded and said in a deep voice, "I understand. Line up. I will take care of you, don't worry." Just as Uchiha Hikari was about to cast her technique, a rumble of thunder suddenly echoed in the sky. Three figures streaked across the horizon like lightning, the first, second, and third generations of Reikage, AA and A. The first Reikage was tall and robust, with distinctly defined muscles, resembling an unshakable mountain. He immediately scanned the surroundings after landing, his gaze shimmering with immense power. He walked up to Uchiha K, his voice loud and clear. He said, "The strong of the Uchiha clan, we of the Land of Lightning, are also willing to contribute our strength. Please transfer the chakra to us, so that we can fight for this world together." His voice was as thunderous as a storm, resonating with the strength and courage deep within him. The second Tsuchikage followed closely behind. He looks slightly younger than the first generation Reikage, but equally imposing. He walked up to the first Reikage and nodded slightly to show his support. He looked at Uchiha Light and said firmly, "The people of our land of lightning never fear challenges, and this moment is no exception. Please accept our chakra, so that we can together protect this world." His eyes were filled with a thirst for victory and trust in his comrades. The third generation of Reikage appeared even more composed. He stood silently to the side, his gaze revealing deep contemplation about the battle. He stepped forward and said to Uchiha Kagami, "The power passed down through generations of our Reikage is willing to be at your service. Please cast your jutsu and infuse our chakra into His Majesty's body so that we can face this crisis together." His voice, though calm, contained a firmness and determination that could not be ignored. Chapter 121. Obito endures the transmission of the six paths. The vines of Kagaya, Otsutsuki grew wildly, blocking out the sky. It seemed as if they wanted to embrace the entire planet. The green tendrils danced in the air, like countless giant dragons spiraling in the sky, bringing an endless sense of oppression. Opposite them, standing in midair, was Lu Qian, with a resolute gaze. The space around him seemed to twist with his breath. His hands were clenched into fists, muscles taut, as if gathering all his strength. Lu Tian took a deep breath several times, suddenly lifting his head. A determined light flickered in his eyes. He stared intently at Otsutsuki Kinshiki, his voice deep and powerful. He said, "You Otsutsuki are simply the pests of the universe. I will judge you on behalf of all life." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tian's body suddenly erupted with dazzling light. His chakra field is spinning wildly. He seemed like a huge vortex, drawing in all the energy around him. Chakra martial arts, 170,000 horsepower. He struck a Superman flying pose, stretching his hands forward as if to embrace the entire universe. "Otsutsuki, I will eliminate you on behalf of this planet." Lu Tian shouted loudly. His voice seems capable of shaking the entire planet. His body suddenly lunged forward like a drawn sword, piercing directly towards the core area of the Otsutsuki Kagaya. The Otsutsuki Kagaya seemed to sense Lu Tian's determination and power. Its vines began to thrash wildly, attempting to block Lu Tian's attack. But Lu Tian was fearless. His gaze was determined, and his body traced a graceful straight line through the air. He directly passed through the obstruction of those vines. "Awaken! Face your death!" Lu Tian roared. His fist struck the core area of Otsutsuki Kinshiki with great force. In an instant, a powerful energy erupted from there, shattering the surrounding vines. In this situation, the vines of Otsutsuki Kinshiki seemed to come alive. They writhed continuously, intertwining in the air to form a massive net that enveloped the surrounding space in a green hell. Otsutsuki Kinshiki let out a sharp and mournful cry. That cry was like a sharp blade, piercing through Lu Tian's chakra magnetic field defense. Lu Tian felt a strong shockwave impacting his body. He shook it a few times. He was entangled by the vines of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. A look of surprise appeared on his face. "Oh my goodness!" Lu Tian couldn't help but exclaim. He widened his eyes and stared intensely at Otsutsuki Kinshiki, saying, "Soundwave attack? What other methods does this monster have hidden?" Although Lu Tian was dizzy, he quickly adjusted his breathing and tried to stabilize his body. He tore off the vines on his body. He knew very well that he could not afford to relax at this moment. Otherwise, he might be defeated again by Otsutsuki Kinshiki's soundwave attack. Lu Tian took a deep breath, and he is preparing to face the next attack from Kagaya Otsutsuki. He stared intently at Otsutsuki Kinshiki, a determined light flashing in his eyes, and said, "No matter what methods you have, I will not back down." A surge of indomitable fighting spirit rose in Lu Tian's heart. He unleashed an astonishing power once again. In a flash, he moved his hands swiftly waving, tearing apart the surrounding vines like a fierce storm. The remnants of the vines fell to the ground like kites with broken strings. However, surprisingly, these remnants did not disappear. Instead, they deeply embedded themselves into the soil. The vines seemed to come to life, quickly taking root and sprouting. Otsutsuki Kinshiki observed this with a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. His mental state seems to have recovered at this moment. The original aura of languor has now been replaced by a strong sense of anger. He widened his eyes and stared at Lu Tian, saying fiercely, "You scoundrel! You dare to provoke me like this? You're dead meat. I'm going to eat you." The voice of Otsutsuki Kinshiki was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, his figure became even larger. The vines on him grew more wildly, as if they wanted to envelop the entire space under his control. However, as Tian watched the frenzied appearance of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, he felt not a shred of fear in his heart. He took a deep breath and straightened his chest. He shouted loudly, "Come on, let me see what you're really capable of." Just as the fierce battle between Tian and Otsutsuki Kagaya was about to reach a boiling point, an astonishing change occurred in the secret base where Obito was located. The vines that had been rampaging on the battlefield with Tian were now piercing through the thick soil at an incredible speed, launching a fierce attack on the inner wall of the secret base. The vines moved like cunning snakes, weaving through the darkness and silently destroying the base's defenses. Sage of the Six Paths witnessed all of this. A hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. He then turned to Obito, who was receiving the infusion of Six Paths Chakra beside him. "Obito," the Sage of Six Paths shouted, "time waits for no one. Those vines have already breached the base's defenses. You must break through your obstacles as soon as possible." His words were filled with anxiety and anticipation. He stared intently at Obito, as if he wanted to pin all his hopes on him. At this moment, Obito was enduring immense pain. He tightly closed his eyes, and his body began to tremble continuously. He seems to be engaged in a fierce struggle with some kind of power within him. His face was pale, with a trace of white foam at the corners of his mouth, and his head tilted to one side, looking like a stroke patient. However, even so, the intensity and density of the energy around Obito continued to rise sharply. His muscles were constantly swelling, veins bulging as if they were about to burst through the skin. His breathing became rapid and heavy, as if each breath was trying to draw the entire space into his body. Obito struggled to open his eyes and looked at the Sage of Six Paths. His eyes were filled with determination and resolve. In his mind, he thought, "I know what to do. I can definitely break through this barrier. Lin, bless me." Obito's skin began to undergo a strange transformation. It gradually became as pure and flawless as porcelain, as if it had gone through a baptism of rebirth. This change was not only an external alteration, but also revealed an awakening and surge of inner strength. Obito's hair started to turn white, as if covered in frost and snow, adding a touch of mysterious and noble aura. This transformation made Obito exude an unprecedented sense of majesty and power. The most striking change was in his eyes, the Sharingan. At this moment, those eyes were spinning continuously, as if containing the endless mysteries of the universe. They began to emit a purple glow. This light was both mysterious and profound, making it hard to look directly at. Obito's expression also underwent a dramatic change. His gaze became firm and deep, as if he had already perceived the essence of all things in the world. His face revealed a calmness and confidence, as if everything was under his control. At this moment, Obito seemed to be standing on the edge of awakening the Rinnegan. Chapter 122. The battle between Otsutsuki Kagaya and Luton intensifies. The fierce battle between Otsutsuki Kagaya and Luton escalated once again, originally holding all the advantages. Luton now displayed a terrifying reversal. On the ground, the previously entangled vines suddenly surged, as if summoned by some mysterious force. They rapidly grew into towering trees, blocking out the sun. The entire planet seemed to be covered by a thick layer of green, vibrant with life, yet filled with danger. The people in the cave paradise were once again shocked by the scene before them. Their hearts were filled with fear and unease, as if they sensed that something significant was about to happen. Uchiha Hikari's face was marked by determination. She had drained the chakra of 3 Raikages, and in the next moment, she would transfer this powerful force to Tian. Suddenly, Tian's slightly fatigued aura became sharp in an instant. He erupted with a strong offensive. The surrounding vines were ruthlessly torn apart by this force. Tian appeared exceptionally exhilarated at this moment. He seemed to have received some kind of mysterious tonic, and his body was filled with strength. There was a crazy light flickering in his eyes. He shouted loudly, "Otsutsuki, I've changed my mind. I will make you wish you were never born. I will make you regret being in this world." Tian's voice echoed in the air, filled with endless fury. He sensed the location of the main body of Otsutsuki Kagaya. He began to frantically attack the vines that were blocking his way. Every attack he made was filled with power, as if he wanted to tear the entire planet apart. The chakra was still not enough. In the heavenly realm, Uchiha Hikari's gaze was resolute. She took a deep breath and began to crazily absorb chakra once again. This time, her targets were locked onto the 2 Tsuchikage. The Tsuchikage's expressions changed, as if they sensed the powerful pull, and they quickly stabilized their forms. At the same time, Tian's aura became increasingly intense. Like a raging storm, His chakra magnetic field spun wildly, as if it wanted to swallow everything around it. The rotating power had reached an astonishing 190,000 horsepower. Tian let out a roar. His figure was like a ghost, weaving through the dense vines. He instantly tore apart a large obstacle in front of him. He charged towards Atsutsuki Kinshiki like an enraged lion. Upon seeing this, Atsutsuki Kinshiki's face showed a look of panic. He didn't expect Tian to break through so many obstacles and arrive in front of him so quickly. He hurriedly mobilized the chakra within him, preparing to counterattack. However, just as Tian was about to catch Atsutsuki Kinshiki, his chakra suddenly ran out. His body was instantly wrapped tightly by the continuous vines, unable to move. In the cave paradise, Uchiha Hikari suddenly became tense. She closed her eyes tightly and waved her small hand. This time, she no longer hesitated and directly absorbed the chakra of the two Kazekage from the village founding period. At the same time, Tian felt the power coming from Uchiha Hikari. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath. His muscles tensed as if about to unleash an unprecedented power. Kagaya, this time you can't escape. Tian shouted, his figure darting toward Atsutsuki Kagaya like lightning. He suddenly stretched out both arms and tightly grabbed the neck of Atsutsuki Kinshiki. Atsutsuki Kinshiki was nearly unable to breathe from the choke. He was struggling fiercely, trying to break free from Tian's grasp. You crazy person! Atsutsuki Kagaya roared, but his voice sounded powerless. However, just as Tian was about to take him into outer space, his chakra alarm went off again. Tian felt as if his body had been drained, all his strength rapidly depleting. Damn it, not enough chakra again. Tian gritted his teeth. But at that moment, Uchiha Light transmitted chakra once more. This time, the chakra was even more powerful, as if it contained endless energy. It was the chakra of the three Mizukage from the founding era. Then, the chakra of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama was also transmitted over. Upon sensing this energy, a glimmer of joy flashed in Tian's eyes. His chakra field has exceeded a power of 200,000. This time, he is no longer simply gripping Kagaya, Atsutsuki's neck, but using all his strength as if he wants to lift the opponent up. He broke through the countless vines with his Atsutsuki Kagaya's true form and flew towards outer space. Atsutsuki Kagaya screamed in terror. He is struggling, but it's already futile. In the face of Atsutsuki Ishiki's immense power, he can only allow himself to be taken into outer space. In the alternate dimension of Atsutsuki Ishiki, Amato of the Sanzu is staring intently at the screen, his eyes revealing a hint of impatience. He shook his head slightly and murmured, "Is this battle still not over? Although it's exciting, I'm already tired of it." Atsutsuki Ishiki sat nearby, playing with a goblet in his hand. The red wine gently swayed in the cup, emitting an enticing aroma. He did not lift his head, merely saying, "Amato, don't rush. This battle still has more exciting twists waiting for us." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene on the screen changed again. Tian and Atsutsuki Kagaya's battle situation had reversed once more. The Atsutsuki Kagaya, who had originally been unarmed, suddenly had a large number of vines erupting from his body. These vines quickly spread, tightly wrapping around him. At the same time, the vines acted like flexible tentacles, reaching out to ensnare Tian. Tian struggled, trying to break free from the vine's restraints. But it seemed as if his strength was gradually being depleted. He widened his eyes, watching the approaching vines with a heart full of anger. Atsutsuki Kinshiki, upon seeing this, revealed a sinister smile on his face. He opened his mouth wide and roared, "Tian, you will become my nourishment." That voice was filled with pride and madness. At that moment, Sunto Amato couldn't help but widen his eyes. He stared at the screen, as if trying to see every detail clearly. Meanwhile, Atsutsuki Ishiki maintained his calm demeanor, merely taking a gentle sip of red wine, as if everything was within his expectation. As Uchiha Kagami unreservedly transmitted chakra once again, it seemed as if the powerful beings of the Great Han Empire in the Hidden Realm were being drained. Tengman's face turned pale, and sweat poured down like rain. They gave their all just to provide Tian with the last bit of strength. Tian felt this overwhelming chakra. His eyes instantly turned bright red, as if burning with a fierce flame. He suddenly tightened his grip, squeezing Atsutsuki Kinshiki's neck even harder, almost able to hear the bones creaking. "Change quickly. Hurry up." Tian roared, his chakra attack surging like a tide towards Atsutsuki Kinshiki. In that instant, his chakra magnetic field had surpassed its limit, reaching an astonishing power of 350,000 horsepower. Under Lu Tian's attack, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body began to undergo intense changes. The characteristics that originally belonged to the male began to rapidly disappear, replaced by an indescribable strangeness. He is transforming into her. The current Otsutsuki Kinshiki has an appearance that is somewhat androgynous. What kind of power is this? Otsutsuki Kinshiki is struggling, and his voice has become sharp and hoarse. Lu Tian did not answer him, only coldly watching everything unfold. He saw the changes in Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body, and he also noticed the growing fear in his opponent's eyes. At that moment, Lu Tian's heart was filled with delight and satisfaction. Do you think you have defeated me? Do you think you can change everything? Lu Tian said coldly. His voice was filled with sarcasm and disdain. He said, now just enjoy this last moment. At that moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki seemed to be trapped in hell. His face was as pale as paper, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans slid down his forehead. The chakra fruit he had proudly swallowed earlier now surged within him like poison, forcing him to spit it out. The powerful and pure chakra energy erupted from his mouth, instantly illuminating the surrounding space. Lu Tian witnessed all of this, and a hint of uncontainable surprise flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth wide without hesitation, like a bottomless black hole, sucking in all the chakra. At that moment, he seemed to become the master of this space. The chakra appeared to be drawn in by his suction. Even the surrounding air twisted and vibrated. Chapter 123. Reclaiming Kaguya and the Appearance of Obito. The surging chakra erupted like a raging flood from the mouth of Kaguya, Otsutsuki. That power was intercepted by Lu Tian. He is devouring chakra in large gulps. His chakra magnetic field began to spin wildly at that moment. The power was continuously skyrocketing. Chakra martial arts, magnetic field rotation, power 510,000 horsepower. With a low shout from Lu Tian, his chakra magnetic field instantly reached a new limit. The chakra of Otsutsuki Kaguya surged into Lu Tian's mouth like iron filings attracted by a magnet. She looked at Lu Tian, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. She knew there was no way back for her. You damn lower life form, you won't succeed. Otsutsuki Kaguya roared, her voice filled with anger and determination. However, Lu Tian seemed to have not heard her words at all. In his eyes, there was only the constantly surging chakra. Lu Tian's face showed a satisfied smile, as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. In the end, Otsutsuki Kaguya's chakra was completely absorbed. Her body began to weaken. How could you? Otsutsuki Kaguya gasped, struggling to speak. Lu Tian did not answer her, only smiled as he looked at her. The chakra magnetic field had stopped spinning, but his body seemed to become even stronger. Otsutsuki Kaguya looked at Lu Tian. A hint of fear flashed in her eyes. She already knew that she was no match for Lu Tian. Otsutsuki Kaguya's body had completely changed. Her body had been shrinking continuously. She returned to her original appearance, but she had turned into a real girl. Lu Tian's expression hardened, and he said coldly and firmly, I will seal you. After saying that, his sealing tool, infused with chakra, forcefully blocked Otsutsuki Kaguya's vital points. With the force exerted by Lu Tian, Otsutsuki Kaguya's body seemed to lose the support of bones, collapsing weakly, as if it were a puddle of mud, powerless to struggle. Her eyes were lifeless, and the last glimmer of light disappeared completely. Lu Tian nodded in satisfaction, a hint of pride in his voice as he said, very good, let me collect you. He was preparing to cast the sealing technique to completely seal away Otsutsuki Kinshiki. However, at that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the void. The hand was as pale as the silent moonlight, appearing silently and startling Lu Tian. Is it Otsutsuki again? Lu Tian's brows furrowed, instinctively thinking of those extraterrestrial Otsutsuki clan members. He swung his arm, the wind from his punch howling, carrying a fierce momentum. However, that pale hand seemed unaffected, remaining steady and unmoving. Lu Tian's heart jolted in surprise, and he quickly withdrew his fist, his eyes flashing with a wary light. He turned around and finally saw the source of that hand. A man in a white robe stood there quietly, his gaze cold and profound. Lu Tian recognized him at a glance, and his expression immediately darkened. A disgrace to the Uchiha. Lu Tian gritted his teeth and said, you should change your surname to Otsutsuki now, right? Otsutsuki Obito. Otsutsuki Obito looked coldly at Lu Tian. He curled his lips into a mocking smile and said, the surname is not important. I'm just pursuing power. Lu Tian said solemnly. Pursuing power? Then why do you want to help Otsutsuki? Otsutsuki Obito chuckled lightly. He said, enemies? In the face of power, all enemies are but illusions. I only pursue power. Whoever can give me power, I will help. Very good. You truly are a hopeless scoundrel. Lu Tian clenched his fists, burning with rage. His eyes were filled with disappointment and anger. He stared at Otsutsuki Obito, his voice low and firm. So what do you want to do? Conquer the world? Lu Tian fixed his gaze on Otsutsuki Obito. His eyes were like torches, trying to catch a hint of wavering in the deep and indifferent eyes of the other. Otsutsuki Shin was seemingly unconcerned, casually shrugging his shoulders. A hint of disdainful smile appeared on his face. That smile seemed to mock and dismiss Lu Tian's question. Conquering the world? That means nothing to me, Otsutsuki Obito said. His voice was devoid of any emotion, as if he were discussing something unrelated to him. He said, I only pursue my own strength. As for other matters, I can't be bothered to care. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's anger erupted like a volcano. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, the pain unable to suppress the anger within. He took a few deep breaths of cold air, then slowly opened his mouth and said, what about Rin? Are you not going to care about Noera Rin? Upon hearing Rin's name, Otsutsuki Obito's expression suddenly became complicated. He slightly lowered his head, seemingly reminiscing about the past with Rin. In that moment, a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. Otsutsuki Obito raised his head, and his gaze once again became cold and resolute. He said calmly, Lin is my past, but I am no longer the person I used to be. Now, I only pursue strength. When Lu Tian saw Obito's indifferent attitude, his anger surged again. He stared at Obito and said, you clearly have a way to bring her back. So why don't you do it? Do you really not care about her at all? Otsutsuki Obito fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering something. He slowly spoke. Revive her? So what? This world is too terrible. Even if she comes back to me, she will no longer be the past her. His voice revealed a sense of helplessness and sorrow, but more so, it was filled with determination and resolve. What I pursue is strength, not memories of the past. Otsutsuki Obito's tone was full of decisiveness and indifference, as if he had already made up his mind and would not look back. He said slowly, moreover, Rin died at the best age. If we brought her back to life, it wouldn't be good when she grows old. After saying this, Otsutsuki Obito's face suddenly twisted, revealing a nearly crazed and distorted expression. His eyes flickered with a purple light, as if flames were burning within them. The atmosphere around them instantly became tense and oppressive. Like the calm before storm, the battle between the two sides was about to erupt. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Lu Tian and Otsutsuki Obito quickly exchanged attacks and defenses. Back and forth, each collision produced a deafening sound. Otsutsuki Obito's purple Rinnegan emitted an eerie glow. He tried to exploit the gaps in Lu Tian by traversing different spaces. He flashed and disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a residual shadow in space. However, Otsutsuki Obito forgot that Lu Tian also possessed a similar ability. Just when he thought he had successfully dodged Lu Tian's attack, Lu Tian suddenly punched out fiercely, hitting him in the abdomen. Otsutsuki Obito's figure swayed in the void, as if shaken by a tremendous force. He struggled to steady himself, his face showing shock and anger. He turned to look at Lu Tian. He roared, how could you possibly hit me? Lu Tian sneered and said, your power is strong, but it's not a secret to me. Do you think you're the only one who can traverse space? That's simply foolish. Chapter 124. Obito finds Kaguya Otsutsuki. After hearing this, Obito's face darkened even further. He raised his fist again and launched a fierce attack on Lu Tian. However, Lu Tian seemed to be handling it with ease, effortlessly dodging each attack while looking for opportunities to counterattack. The battle between the two became more and more intense, as if the surrounding air was being torn apart by their power. Otsutsuki Obito's expression grew increasingly grim. He realized that he had fallen into Lu Tian's rhythm and could not escape. Just then, Lu Tian suddenly launched a counterattack. He swiftly flashed and appeared in front of Otsutsuki Obito. With a punch, he struck heavily at the latter's abdomen. Otsutsuki Obito let out a scream and was sent flying backward. Lu Tian stood in place, coldly watching Otsutsuki Obito fly away. He said, seriously, your brain is really useless, isn't it? You've forgotten the pain after the wound has healed. Have you forgotten? I previously knocked you out. His voice was filled with sarcasm and disdain. Otsutsuki Obito seemed to show a subtle fluctuation, as if he had been struck deep in his soul by Lu Tian's words. He frowned slightly, a trace of a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, seemingly unwilling to be seen through. Do you think you understand me? Otsutsuki Obito said coldly, his voice filled with provocation. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. A huge vortex suddenly appeared in the air, as if it were going to swallow everything. From the vortex, countless bizarre objects were thrown out, like a storm coming from another world. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Tian's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He moved his body, extending his hands, which were as hard as steel, and directly swatted away the television coming towards him. Bang! The television exploded in midair, and the suction generated instantly swept through the entire space. Lu Tian felt a strong pulling force, as if it was trying to drag him into an unknown abyss. However, Lu Tian showed no sign of resistance. There was a spark of curiosity in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile, as if he was filled with anticipation for this unknown world. With the explosion of the television, Lu Tian seemed to have traversed a twisted space corridor. He suddenly felt his body sink and landed in an unfamiliar place. He looked around and saw the ground messy and dirty, with the surrounding space narrow and oppressive. Lu Tian frowned, a wave of doubt rising in his heart. Am I in a big city? There are no alleys like these between the tall buildings in the ninja world. Lu Tian murmured to himself, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. With a movement, Lu Tian soared into the air, quickly flying up high. Standing above the clouds, Lu Tian looked down at the bustling city below. The busy streets, towering buildings, and bustling crowds felt so strange and novel. Could this be Karakura town? Lu Tian gazed at the scene below, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes. He didn't expect to find himself in such a place. Otsutsuki Obito's gaze swept around, and his face was filled with shock and anger. He originally thought he could defeat Lu Tian in one move, but unexpectedly, Lu Tian was taken away by the explosive spatial turbulence. He clenched his fist tightly, his fingers turning slightly white from the strain. His eyes gleamed with a cold light, as if they were about to swallow the entire world. Damn you, Otsutsuki Tendo. You've taken everyone away. Otsutsuki Obito roared, his voice filled with anger and resentment, saying, You've left me unable to vent my anger by killing. Which world have you been sucked into? He looked around, but found nothing. He found only a dead silence around him, as if even the air had solidified. Otsutsuki Kagaya took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger within. He closed his eyes and began to sense the spatial fluctuations around him. I must find Lu Tian, no matter which world he's been taken to. I must bring him back. However, when he opened his eyes again, a hint of confusion and helplessness flashed in his gaze. He found that he could not perceive Otsutsuki Kagaya's presence at all, as if she had been completely erased from this world. No, I can't give up like this. Otsutsuki Obito gritted his teeth, his face showing a determined expression. He roared, Lu Tian, wait for me. I will definitely find you and kill you with my own hands. At that moment, in the other space of Otsutsuki Ishiki, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. The eyes of Shin Yamato flickered with shock and confusion. He looked at the elegant Otsutsuki Ishiki in front of him, his face full of confusion. What was going on? Subito Amato couldn't help but ask. His voice revealed a hint of trembling as he said, Has Lu Tian died? Otsutsuki Ishiki still sat on the luxurious mahogany chair, holding a glass of red wine and gently swirling it. He raised his head and looked at Sanzu Amato, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. That Obito. His ability is related to time and space. Otsutsuki Ishiki said lightly. His voice was filled with confidence and composure as he said, I estimate that Lu Tian has been exiled to some unknown world. After hearing this, Amato's expression instantly became complex. He widened his eyes, his mouth slightly ajar, as if he couldn't believe his ears. How is this possible? Amato stammered. His voice was filled with shock and confusion. He said, How could Otsutsuki Ishiki be exiled just like that? Otsutsuki Ishiki smiled slightly, put down the wine glass in his hand, and stood up. He walked up to St. Amato and patted him on the shoulder. This world is filled with the unknown and possibilities, said Otsutsuki Ishiki. His voice is filled with mystery and depth. He said, The fate of Lu Tian may continue in another world, and we just need to quietly wait for the result. After hearing this, Sanzu Amato showed a thoughtful expression on his face. He nodded, seemingly in agreement with Otsutsuki Ishiki's words. I couldn't understand, but I was greatly shocked. Sanjudo Amato finally uttered this sentence, his voice filled with emotion and reverence. At that moment, the originally calm space in the hall suddenly rippled. The ripples spread out quickly like waves on the water surface. Accompanied by a crisp sound, it was as if a glass was about to shatter. Sanjudo Amato's heart leaped at once, nervously watching this phenomenon. The next moment, with a loud crash, the space shattered like a mirror. Countless fragments flew through the air, resembling a sudden storm. In this broken space, a figure gradually emerged. He is Otsutsuki Obito. He stepped out from the shattered space, as if he had crossed over from another world. His gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over everything around him. I thought it was a hallucination, but it turns out you are all here. Otsutsuki Obito said coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. His gaze fell on Sanzu Amato and Otsutsuki Ishiki, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Upon seeing this, Sanzu Amato's face instantly turned pale. He widened his eyes and looked at Otsutsuki Obito in horror, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Otsutsuki Ishiki, on the other hand, remained calm. He frowned slightly, looking at Otsutsuki Obito as if he was pondering something. How did you find this place? Amato finally regained his composure and asked stutteringly. Otsutsuki Obito did not answer, only gave a cold smile. He walked up to the two of them, his gaze piercing as if he wanted to see through them. I have my unique abilities for coming here, Uchiha Obito said slowly. So, you are definitely going to die. Chapter 125. The Death God and Jujutsu Kaisen coexist. Sakura Country. Tokyo Metropolitan Area, Karasuno Town. Lu Tian changed into a new outfit. He stood on the bustling street, looking around and feeling the hustle and bustle of the city. He calmed the unease in his heart and slowly walked towards the clinic named Hisaki Hospital. Pushing open the glass door, a faint smell of disinfectant wafted towards him. But it did not affect his determination. Lu Tian entered the hospital, his gaze falling on a tall man with orange hair at the front desk. The man was tall, with sharp eyes, wearing a white lab coat that made him appear even more distinguished. Noticing Lu Tian's arrival, the man smiled and came forward to greet him. He said, "Welcome to the Kurosaki Hospital. I am the attending physician, Ichigo Kurosaki. May I ask if you have any discomfort?" Lu Tian scratched his head awkwardly and stammered. "I have a question I would like to ask you." Ichigo Kurosaki nodded and signaled him to come into the examination room. The two entered, and Lu Tian sat down, nervously rubbing his hands, seemingly finding it hard to speak. "Is this about a urology issue?" Ichigo Kurosaki keenly sensed Lu Tian's difficulty in expressing himself. "Yes, I can't control myself. I always desire to be with women." Lu Tian nodded, took a deep breath, and mustered the courage to say, "I feel like it's a disease like a blockage in the drainage system. Don't worry, this is medically known as sexual addiction." Ichigo Kurosaki smiled slightly and reassured him. "However, this is not a big problem. We can help you treat it." But Lu Tian shook his head and said firmly, "No, I don't want to lose this desire. I have many women, so I don't want treatment." Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Lu Tian in surprise. He asked in confusion, "So why did you come to the hospital?" "I just wanted to find someone to share with." Lu Tian touched his hair and slowly said, "I feel like I'm a bit abnormal." Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, indicating his understanding. He said, "In fact, everyone has their own desires and pursuits. As long as you don't indulge too much, it won't cause too much harm to your body and mind. If you can realize this, you're already doing well." Lu Tian looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with gratitude, and the unease in his heart gradually dissipated. He stood up and bid farewell to Ichigo Kurosaki. He said, "Thank you, doctor. I know what to do now." After saying this, Lu Tian turned and left Hisaki Hospital. He came here just to confirm one thing. Now, Lu Tian has received the answer. This world is indeed as he had imagined. Lu Tian saw no need to become enemies with Kurosaki Ichigo, so he quickly left. He stood alone on the bustling street, his gaze unfocused, as if lost in a sea of prosperity. Around him, cars flowed like water and voices roared like thunder. Yet all this noise seemed unrelated to him. Lu Tian man wandered aimlessly, his eyes revealing confusion and hesitation. Suddenly, a blinding light caught his attention. He looked up to see a giant screen displaying shocking images. On the screen, the skyscrapers of Shinjuku had been reduced to ruins, a scene of utter devastation. This terrifying sight made him furrow his brows. Two figures appeared on the screen. One, with flowing silver hair and an imposing presence, was none other than the legendary Satoru Gojo. The other, with a fierce visage and eyes gleaming with malice, was the ancient sorcerer Raiman Sukuna, who had taken over others' bodies. Lu Tian's eyes widened as he stared intently at the screen. He thought, what the hell? Jujutsu Kaisen? Isn't this the world of Bleach? The screen was playing a replay. The large screen on the street was showcasing a stunning replay, attracting the attention of countless passersby. The camera focused on the top of a towering skyscraper. There, Wataru Gojo with silver hair stood like a god of war. Behind him, a man held a talisman, rapidly waving his arms as if summoning some mysterious power. Beside him, there was a scar-faced woman dressed in a shrine maiden outfit, dancing lightly. Every movement she made was filled with rhythm, as if resonating with the heavens and the earth. Behind them, an old man was intently playing the piano, the music flowing gracefully, harmonizing with the surrounding atmosphere. These people seemed to be empowering Wataru Gojo, their every action appearing so mysterious and solemn. Finally, all preparations were complete. Wataru Gojo took a deep breath and slowly extended his hands. His right hand contains powerful energy. He is gathering strength. His eyes sparkled with a determined light, as if he was concentrating all his strength into this one strike. Void Technique Z, with a low shout. A strong energy erupted from his palm, surging forward. The shockwave formed by this energy seemed to possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, leaving people in awe. Meanwhile, the two sides of the dual spirits were already prepared. He stretched out his hands, seemingly trying to resist this powerful attack. But it was clear that he misjudged the situation. The shockwave struck down like thunder, and its tremendous force instantly obliterated everything around. The tall buildings turned to dust in the light, and smoke filled the entire sky. The skyscraper where the two were located was not spared either, collapsing with a loud crash in the brilliance. He struggled to crawl out of the rubble, his face filled with astonishment. His right hand had vanished in a thin air. When he lifted his head and saw Wataru Gojo's figure slowly approaching, the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. He roared, "That little brat! How dare he launch a sneak attack?" However, Gojo Saru paid no attention to his anger and just smiled faintly. He said, "It seems you have misunderstood something. Let me tell you, in this battle, you're the challenger." Upon hearing this, the two-faced demon was even more enraged. He widened his eyes and gritted his teeth as he said, "You little brat, do you think you've won? I still have many tricks up my sleeve." The right hand of the two-faced demon quickly regenerated in the smoke and dust, as if it had never been injured at all. His cold gaze fixed on Gojo Satoru, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. He mocked, "Challenger? Are you so smug, just because you succeeded in a sneak attack once?" He stretched out his newly recovered right hand. His fingers curled as if demonstrating his strength to Satoru Gojo. Then, he pointed towards Satoru Gojo ahead. He disdainfully said, "Satoru Gojo, you're nothing more than a fish waiting to be slaughtered." His tone was filled with contempt, as if Satoru Gojo's strength was completely insignificant in his eyes. The hands of the double-sided Shukuna began to gather visible energy. His fingertips glimmered with a dangerous light. He continued, "You may be more active than other fish, jumping higher, but so what? In the end, you're just an unnamed little fish." Chapter 126. The battle between Satoru Gojo and Sukuna. The voice of the two-faced Sukuna grew louder, filled with confidence and arrogance. He assumed a combat stance, his feet shoulder-width apart, his body slightly leaning forward, as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. He said succinctly and powerfully, "Now watch how I scrape off your scales." A cruel light flickered in his eyes, as if he had already foreseen the defeat of Satoru Gojo. Upon hearing these words, Satoru Gojo showed no expression on his face. He stood there quietly, his gaze piercing, as if he wanted to see through the hearts of the two. He knew that this battle had just begun, and the real contest was still ahead. Wataru wiped slowly, took off his black scarf, and casually tossed it aside. Then, he removed his white coat, revealing the strong muscles beneath his black bodysuit. Wataru's physique was smooth and full of strength, as if each muscle contained endless power. He stared sharply at the two-faced spirit, his lips curling into A. He said, "Then why do you always keep this face? Do you hope I show mercy?" His voice was filled with sarcasm and disdain. Satoru Gojo moved his hands, the knuckles making a crisp sound, as if announcing the power that was about to erupt. He continued, "Unfortunately, I have undergone special training. My heart is already devoid of emotions. Only the will to fight remains." Satoru Gojo assumed a fighting stance. His feet are shoulder-width apart, and his body leans slightly forward, as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. He continued, "As for Hui, I can act without hesitation, because I am ready to sacrifice everything." Gojo Satoru's eyes widened, and a determined light flickered in his eyes, which are known as the six eyes. He stared at the two-faced cursed spirit, as if trying to see through its inner thoughts. When you possessed Yuji, you made him die once. That was your blunder. Satoru Gojo's voice turned cold and stern as he said, "The mistakes you've made will cost you dearly." His words were filled with murderous intent, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. He continued, "I have reason to believe that the matter of Hui can be considered only after killing you. Because in my eyes, you are already a dead man." As he spoke, the eyes of the two-faced demon suddenly became sharp. He charged forward like a cheetah, sweeping his right leg towards Satoru Gojo while his left hand was coiled, ready to deliver a deadly left hook. However, Satoru Gojo's reaction was exceptionally quick. He flashed his figure and easily countered the opponent's combo, exuding an unparalleled calmness and confidence in his movements. He quickly countered, his fist striking the abdomen of the twin cursed spirits. The battle between the two instantly became intense, exchanging blows, each punch landing with force. Every collision produced a deafening sound, as if the air itself was trembling. Suddenly, Satoru Gojo's figure swayed and seemingly casually fell to the ground. A look of confusion appeared on the faces of the twin cursed spirits. Satoru Gojo suddenly swung his hand, and a powerful force erupted instantly, sending the twin cursed spirits' bodies flying, crashing violently into the nearby wall. The sudden attack caught the twin cursed spirits off guard. This force caused his body to break through several load-bearing walls and pillars. However, it was only when he landed on the street on the other side that he barely steadied himself. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Satoru Gojo's attack came again. Satoru Gojo leapt up, sweeping out a kick that sent the twin cursed spirits flying. His body arced through the air and finally landed on a distant rooftop. The roof collapsed instantly under his impact, debris scattering everywhere. But Satoru Gojo's attack did not end there. He flickered and reappeared in front of the two faces of the. He stomped his feet on the roof, and the entire roof instantly cracked open, as if it had been torn apart. With a wave of his hand, the whole roof was lifted as if it were a small mountain, flying directly towards the nearby skyscraper. The two sides of the situation were well aware of the urgency. He gritted his teeth, desperately supporting the roof that was about to collapse with both hands. Each piece of shattered debris was like a sharp blade, cutting into his palms, but he showed no intention of backing down. Just as the roof was about to collide with the towering buildings, he exerted a sudden force. His body shot out like a cannonball, landing steadily on the rooftop beside him. A fierce light flickered in his eyes as he looked at Satoru Gojo flying in the air. "Found you." The dual-faced Sukuna let out a low growl. His left hand tightly hugged the elbow of his right hand, which was making a gun gesture. This was his special move. He intended to end the battle with this strike. "Release." With a loud shout, a powerful energy erupted from his hand, directed straight at Satoru Gojo. Satoru Gojo sensed the terrifying energy and quickly turned to the side. There was a loud boom, and the skyscrapers were instantly sliced in half by the impact of this energy, as if cut by a sharp knife. Debris and dust flew everywhere, creating a hazy cloud. Satoru Gojo glanced over, seemingly drawn to the buildings behind him. Meanwhile, the two sides of Sukuna had already flown over like phantoms. His right hand was tightly clenched into a fist, muscles tense, as if gathering all his strength. With the force of thunder, he struck fiercely at Satoru Gojo's head. Although Gojo managed to block the attack in time, the immense power still caused him to stagger slightly. The collapsing building emitted a series of rumbling sounds, and dust and debris flew around the room. The two continued to battle, their figures weaving through the wreckage of the fallen building, each collision producing a deafening noise. Ultimately, as the building collapsed, the dust gradually settled, revealing the two figures. Gojo looked at the ruins before him, a sense of helplessness rising in his heart. He looked at the two faced with a hint of reproach in his tone. He said, "All of this is counted as your destruction." Upon hearing this, the two-faced Shunua curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. He said, "How can you have the face to say these words? Clearly, it was your actions that caused the result. So how can you blame it on me?" His words were filled with provocation and disdain, as if the victory of this battle was already in his pocket. After a moment of silence, Wu Qiao Wu's originally resolute gaze suddenly turned fearful. He widened his eyes, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on something above the clouds, where a drone was quietly recording everything. Gojo Satoru's face instantly turned pale. He hurriedly turned to look at the two-faced spirit, his voice filled with anxiety. He said, "Damn, this battle is actually recorded? My image is ruined." There was a slight tremor in his words, clearly indicating his deep concern about his image being exposed. Chapter 127. The two engage in a battle of domains. The shadow beneath Lu Tian's feet was as heavy as ink, seemingly merging with the ground and quietly seeping deep underground. With a thought, the shadow swiftly darted through the soil underground, heading straight for Shinjuku. The colorful big screen on the street, like a magnificent painting, reflected Lu Tian's tightly furrowed brows. He was still staring at the screen without blinking. On the screen, the two people were making gestures. Judging by their lip movements, it seemed they were saying, "Field unfold." Around their bodies, an invisible force suddenly erupted. A powerful energy quickly formed a huge black sphere, tightly enveloping them. Inside the black sphere, there seemed to be some strange force surging. However, the camera outside the screen couldn't capture any of the details. Lu Tian's avatar reached the ultimate speed underground, as if merging with any material. He silently traversed layer upon layer of obstacles. Eventually, he reached the depths of Shinjuku town, but the scene before him left him in a dilemma. The barrier of the domain was like an invisible shield, isolating everything outside. Lu Tian, through the eyes of his clone, could not see the situation inside, nor could he sense any of the aura within. He furrowed his brow. He thought to himself, the privacy of this barrier is quite strong, but the defense from the outside is very weak. Both Sukuna and Satoru Gojo, two supreme beings, simultaneously engaged in a battle of domains. The battles between them are no longer just simple clashes of techniques, but a deeper struggle of strength. Their domains intertwine and collide. But the range of the two-faced Sukuna's domain effect is vast. Compared to Satoru Gojo's domain shell, it extends outward. As is well known, it is difficult to escape from the barrier of a domain, but conversely, it is harder to resist attacks from the outside. To the outside world, the domain that Satoru Gojo unfolds appears like a solid black fortress. Meanwhile, the two-faced Sukuna's domain envelopes Gojo's domain, like a raging storm constantly battering against Gojo's domain shell. Boom! The collision of two powerful forces generates shockwaves that make the surrounding buildings tremble. Gojo's domain shell, facing Sukuna's fierce attacks, begins to crack. As the black sphere explodes with a thunderous roar, it shatters like a star in the night sky, releasing endless dark energy. The overwhelming impact instantly sweeps the surroundings, with dust and debris intertwining into chaos in the air. At the center of this turmoil, the two-faced Sukuna stands proudly atop a grotesque little house. That little house is a creation named the Demon-Subduing Kitchen. It seems like a monster summoned from hell, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. Satoru Gojo stands not far away. His face was pale, and suddenly a stream of bright red blood gushed from his neck, blooming in the air like a flowering blossom. Facing the gaping maw of the house, Wu Qiao felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He watched as a cut was made on his neck, blood gushing out like a fountain, staining his vision red. He gritted his teeth, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Satoru Gojo attempted to use a reversal technique to stop the bleeding, but in the next moment, his body suffered extensive injuries again. The invisible slashes seemed to be everywhere. No matter how Satoru Gojo tried to evade, he could not completely avoid them. Each slash worsened the wounds on his body, yet he seemed to feel no pain, standing tall and unyielding. In the next moment, Satoru Gojo's figure vanished like a ghost from the spot, leaving behind a residual image that trembled slightly in the air. However, this did not escape the eyes of the twin Shikigami. He curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile, and with a movement, he instantly appeared in front of Gojo Satoru. "Do you think you can escape from me with just this little speed?" The voice of the double-faced Sukuna was icy and cruel. He swung his fist directly at Satoru Gojo's face. Satoru quickly sidestepped to avoid it and kicked towards Sukuna's abdomen. Don't underestimate me." Satoru's voice was filled with defiance as he and Sukuna engaged in fierce combat once again. As their fists and feet collided, the air seemed to be torn apart, producing a series of explosive sounds. At that moment, Satoru suddenly shouted, "New shadow flow." A powerful energy erupted from within him, forming an energy cyclone on the ground, which was his simplified domain. This domain was like a huge bubble, enveloping both of them. You think this level of domain can trap me?" The dual Sukuna sneered contemptuously. However, his invisible slashing attack was blocked by an unseen force when it touched the edge of the domain. He was surprised to find that his domain attack could not break through this domain. Satoru Gojo took the opportunity to use the reversal technique to heal his injuries. His wound is healing at a visibly fast rate. His breath gradually became steady. However, he did not let down his guard, as he knew that they would not give up so easily. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the two launched their attack again. He flashed and rushed into Satoru Gojo's domain. He swung his fist and crazily attacked Satoru Gojo. Satoru Gojo, relying on the power of his domain and reversal techniques, barely managed to fend off Sukuna's attacks. The battle between the two became increasingly intense. The surrounding trees and rocks shattered under the impact of this energy, quickly turning into a wasteland. However, at that moment, Satoru Gojo, who had originally been smiling, his smile suddenly stiffened. He felt a powerful force coming from Sukuna's fist. This force directly penetrated his simple domain and the defenses of his reversal technique, hitting him heavily. Bang! Satoru Gojo was knocked away and crashed into the wall of a building. A trace of fresh blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his body trembled violently from the immense impact. However, Wu Wuji did not give up. He struggled to stand up and charged towards the two cursed spirits again. Satoru Gojo let out a roar of anger. He charged towards Su Nuwa like a cannonball. At the moment of impact, he clung tightly to Su Nuwa's body. He seemed to be trying to restrict the actions of the two-faced spirit in this way. A hint of confusion flashed in the eyes of the two-faced spirit. He originally thought he could easily handle Satoru Gojo's attacks. But at this moment, he realized that Gojo's speed was far beyond his imagination. His pupils suddenly constricted, and a sense of ominous premonition surged in his heart. However, in the next moment, the battered Gojo Satoru extended his finger. His voice was cold and resolute. Speed, reversal technique he. As his words fell, a powerful energy erupted from the tips of Uchiha Wataru's fingers, instantly striking the two Shikigami. The two Shikigami were instantly sent flying by this force. His body drew a straight line through the air and then crashed violently into the huge mouth of the demon-slaying chef. Bang! With a loud noise, the entire demon-slaying chef trembled violently under the impact of this force. The monstrous house seemed about to collapse. A huge gap opened up at the mouth, revealing a dark and deep space inside. The bodies of the two were embedded in the crack. He looked up at Satoru Gojo, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. He said, "How is it possible for you to still have such strong power?" Chapter 128, Striking Fushiguro Megumi in the Infinite Void. On the opposite side, Satoru Gojo stretched lazily. The injuries on his body were healing at a visible speed. He said, "I'm really exhausted." The two-faced spirit slowly walked out from the ruins. There was an unyielding gleam in his eyes. He said, "Do you think this is the end?" Across from him, Gojo Satoru looked at him with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Can't you expand the range of effects even more?" As soon as he finished speaking, the domains of the two expanded once again. The air was filled with a tense and intense atmosphere. This struggle seemed even more fierce than the last one. Satoru Gojo took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, his domain reversed. The range that was originally covering the inside of the cursed spirit was now covering the outside. The two domains clashed once more, seemingly erupting with strong energy fluctuations. However, this collision did not last long. Satoru Gojo's domain collapsed again under the powerful onslaught of the dual cursed spirits. The figures of the dual cursed spirits were revealed. A hint of a smug smile appeared on his face. He looked provocatively at Satoru Gojo, raising an eyebrow and revealing a hint of disdain. He said, "I've scored twice. Do you think you could defeat me like this? It seems your strength is nothing much after all." As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha was once again hit hard by Sukuna's fierce attack. His body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. However, he quickly adjusted his posture and landed steadily on the ground. To everyone's surprise, Satoru Gojo's injuries were surprisingly light, as if he had just been lightly touched. He raised his head, a determined light flickering in his eyes. He took a deep breath and expanded his domain once again. This time, he didn't extend it to the extreme as before. Instead, he compressed the range to a very small size. The final effect looked as small as a basketball. Satoru Gojo seemed to be condensing all his power within it. A powerful attack erupted from that tiny domain, accompanied by a loud bang. The barrier collapsed once more. But this time, it wasn't just Satoru Gojo's domain that fell apart. The seemingly indestructible demon-slaying chef also began to disintegrate under this immense power. The structure of the house instantly collapsed under the attack, bricks and debris flying everywhere. The two Shikigami were also severely damaged by the impact of this force. He had a huge wound on his chest, and blood gushed out like a waterfall, staining his clothes red. He staggered back a few steps, his face pale, but his eyes were full of shock and unwillingness. He raised his head, looked at Satoru Gojo, and a trace of blood was hanging at the corner of his mouth. He stubbornly said, "You have some skills." I almost underestimated you. However, the long and intense battle did not end there. Instead, it entered a heated stage once again. The two of them darted between the high-rise buildings, their figures as fast as lightning. Every collision was accompanied by deafening crashes. The surrounding buildings were continuously damaged in their fight. Glass shattered, bricks flew, and the entire city seemed to tremble. Yet the two appeared oblivious, continuing their duel. They engaged in a fierce battle once again, as if it was their only way of fighting. Within the arena, their figures intertwined, throwing punches and kicks. Each attack was like a thunderclap, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. The demon-slaying chef, under their relentless assault, became increasingly battered, as if it could collapse at any moment. Yet the two did not cease their attacks. Instead, they fought with even more intensity. Finally, after a violent clash, they separated. In Satoru Gojo's eyes, a determined light flickered. He did not stop his attack, but instead used his domain again. This time, his domain took shape earlier than Sukuna's dual-sided domain. A dazzling light erupted from Satoru Gojo, rapidly spreading out and enveloping Sukuna within it. Sukuna was caught off guard by this sudden attack. He stood there in a daze, as if frozen in place. His eyes were filled with terror and unwillingness. But he couldn't move an inch. Seeing this, Fuyu's eyes flashed with a hint of cold light. He rushed towards Sukuna, his arm transforming into a sharp blade, and fiercely stabbed into Sukuna's chest. A massive figure gradually emerged, summoned by the two-faced Sukuna, and that was the Demon Venerable. The Demon Venerable's eyes flickered with a ghostly light, adapting to the effects of the infinite void, seemingly unafraid of Satoru Gojo's domain. Satoru Gojo stood on the ground, looking up at the colossal Demon Venerable, his pupils slightly constricting, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. He noticed a hint of smugness on Sukuna's face, as if victory was already in his grasp. A sense of unease surged in Gojo Satoru's heart as he thought of a possibility. He furrowed his brows, various thoughts flashing quickly through his mind. He ultimately concluded that the damage caused by the duality of the cursed spirit should be borne by Fushiguro Megumi. This thought made Satoru Gojo's mood even heavier. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He knew that he couldn't let his emotions take over and had to respond calmly in order to find a way to overcome the lingering resentment. At that moment, the voices of the two sides of the lingering resentment came through. He said, "What's wrong? You look like you have something to say, but aren't saying it." His voice was filled with provocation and sarcasm. Satoru Gojo raised his head, looking firmly at Sukuna. "It's nothing," he said, his voice calm and confident, as if telling Su Nuwa that this battle was just a piece of cake for him. He said, "Seeing you work harder than I imagined makes me a little happy." The two-faced Shuian frowned slightly upon hearing this. He widened his eyes, staring at Satoru Gojo as if trying to see through his heart. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he replied, "I'm not trying as hard as you." The words of the two-faced revealed a hint of unwillingness and provocation. He launched a fierce attack on Satoru Gojo. However, Satoru Gojo simply dodged the attack with a quick movement. "Your attacks are still so straightforward," Satoru Gojo said. There was a hint of disdain in his voice. He quickly countered, throwing a punch that struck the chest of the two-faced Saw. The two-faced Saw was knocked back a few steps by this punch. His expression changed slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure. He launched another attack on Satoru Gojo. The figures of the two constantly intertwined, with each collision accompanied by intense energy fluctuations. The surrounding buildings were continuously damaged under their attacks. However, it seemed that neither of them noticed as they continued their battle. Their eyes were filled with determination and persistence, as if they were determined to completely defeat each other. You really are a formidable opponent." The two-faced demon sneered, a hint of admiration evident in his voice. He launched a fierce attack on Satoru Gojo once again, and Gojo responded without backing down. The battle between the two grew increasingly intense, as if it were about to engulf the entire city. Chapter 129. Watching Satoru Gojo and Sukuna banter behind the two-faced Sukuna. The massive Shikigami lurked like a shadow in the dark night, silently merging into his shadow. The two-faced Sukuna gently twisted its body, as if savoring the pleasure brought by a silent contest. His muscle lines stand out particularly in the sunlight. Each one is filled with a sense of strength, as if ready to unleash astonishing energy at any moment. He stretched out his arms as if to embrace the whole world. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes, as if it could freeze everything around him. He slightly raised his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a disdainful arc, as if he was full of contempt for the upcoming challenge. I had thought that in the boundless void unleashed in the field, I could easily handle any challenge. His words revealed a hint of heaviness, but more of a calm analysis. However, at this moment, I have to admit that the effect of this technique is quite challenging for me. But would I easily submit? He suddenly raised his head, his voice filled with unyielding fighting spirit. Since I know your trump card, I naturally intend to deal with this trouble first. He sneered contemptuously, his voice laced with a hint of provocation. He seems to have found a way to break through the boundless void and is preparing to launch a more intense attack on Satoru Gojo. I used 10 shadow techniques to temporarily replace Mahito with Fushiguro Megumi. He continued, his voice revealing a sense of pride. Although this limited my other abilities, I also achieved the results I wanted. The two-faced Shujin paused, as if waiting for Wu Qiao Wuji's reaction. His eyes shimmered with a cold light, as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. Now, I have found your weakness. He provocatively looked in the direction of Satoru Gojo. Are you ready? Opposite him, Satoru Gojo's gaze was sharp like an eagle. He stared intently at the two-faced, as if trying to see through his heart. He is well aware of the other party's cunning and strength, so he does not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Substitution? It's merely a process of adaptation, not the result. Satoru Gojo's voice is calm and resolute. He raised his hand, his fingers slightly curled, as if gathering strength. He said, Su Nuwa, you and Huey souls have not truly adapted to the effects of the boundless void. His words were like a sharp sword, directly targeting the weaknesses of the ancient curse. He continued, if I expand my domain again, you will have to summon the cursed spirit. Satoru Gojo's fingers quickly formed seals, and a powerful energy began to gather around him. This time, I will not give you any chance. I will destroy it in an instant. He took a deep breath, as if to gather all his strength in this moment. However, at that moment, a glimmer of anger flashed across the faces of the two. He stared intently at Gojo Satoru, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Oh, do you think I'm afraid? He mocked, his voice filled with disdain, saying, do you really think you can unleash your domain again? As his words fell, Wu Qiao Wuji's expression changed drastically. He feels a lot of discomfort in his head. His pupils rapidly contracted, as if he had seen something incredible. Then, fresh red blood flowed from his nostrils. His mouth uncontrollably spewed out a mist of blood. He swayed a few times, as if he would collapse at any moment. But he gritted his teeth and held on without falling. Using a reversal technique to fix the broken life technique? That was simply a mad idea. The double-sided Sukuna looked sideways, lightly tapping his head with his fingers, producing a dull thudding sound. There was a hint of amusement and disdain in his expression. He seemed to be mocking Gojo Satoru's seemingly absurd attempt, while also enjoying the tense atmosphere before the impending battle. The technique was inscribed in the brain, or more precisely, in the sensitive area of the prefrontal cortex in the right hemisphere. The tone of Ryaman Sukuna revealed a sense of superiority and confidence, as if he had already seen through everything. He extended his finger and gestured in the air, as if depicting the mysterious area in his mind. Then he continued, you want to use your own cursed energy to damage your brain, and then use reversal techniques to heal it, in order to reset the sever technique? This self-harming behavior. You've truly reached your limit, haven't you? His voice was filled with sarcasm and disdain, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of Satoru Gojo's failure. However, Satoru Gojo was not swayed by his words. He knelt on one knee, his hands pressed against the ground, sweat sliding down his forehead, but his gaze was unwavering. He looked up at the two-sided. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile, as if responding to his mockery. Limits? You probably haven't witnessed my true limits yet. Wataru Fushigiro's voice was calm and firm, as if an invisible power was supporting him. He stood up. Although his body was exhausted, there was a flicker of unyielding light in his eyes. The two opposing spirits exchanged glances, a hint of disdain flashing in their eyes. He frivolously shook his head, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice laced with sarcasm. He said, assuming you can expand the field, your results will only be two kinds. You didn't die on the spot, but now you can no longer continue to fight. His words were filled with sarcasm towards Satoru Gojo, as if he already regarded his opponent as an easy prey. He raised his hands and began to form hand seals. Next, I will seal the domain with a barrier. You have nowhere to escape. The voice of the two-faced Sukuna was cold and arrogant, as if it had already foreseen Wu Qiao's despair. His eyes sparkled with a crazy light, as if he couldn't wait to see Satoru Gojo's defeat. Then, I will chop you into pieces, and slowly apply your infinity. His voice echoed in the air, making the surrounding atmosphere even more tense. At this point, both sides of the head already formed seals. He arrogantly said, "Farewell. You are just a mortal born in an era without me." As his domain expanded, the summoned demon-slaying chef suddenly exploded. A powerful energy erupted from within the house, sending debris and dust flying everywhere. The two-faced demon was bleeding from 7 orifices, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. On the opposite side, Satoru Gojo let out a light laugh, his voice filled with mockery. He said, "Isn't this not very effective? You can no longer expand the territory." His voice was calm. It revealed a sense of confidence and composure. The dual-faced spirit struggled to stand upright. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He looked in the direction of Satoru Gojo and said through gritted teeth, "Damn it, do you think you've already won?" His voice was filled with anger and resentment. Tian, observing the battle through his underground clone. He has entered the CAF in Kazamachi. He furrowed his brow. He muttered to himself, "Are these two guys just talking nonsense? It doesn't seem like a final battle at all, especially Gojo Satoru. It looks like he's trying to find an opportunity to cause massive destruction." Chapter 130. The dual-sided Shikigami is injured by Black Flash. Hearing the words of the dual-sided Shikigami, Gojo Satoru did not answer any questions. He merely curled the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of contemptuous smile. "What you just said? I now return it to you. Farewell, Sukuna. You were merely born in an era without me," Gojo Satoru said quietly. His voice was filled with determination and resoluteness, as if heralding the end of this battle. Then he moved. He appeared before the two-faced spirit like a ghost in an instant. His gaze was sharp as a knife, fixated on the two faces of as if trying to see through the other's soul. His fist was tightly clenched, surrounded by visible waves of energy, like a bomb about to explode. He had no hesitation. His fist struck directly on the head of the two-faced Suqua. Bang! With a loud noise. The two-faced Suqua was sent flying by this punch. His body drew a straight line in the air and crashed hard into the wall in the distance. The wall collapsed instantly, with shattered concrete and bricks flying everywhere. Satoru Gojo quickly chased after. He looked at the two sides of that he had knocked away, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. However, just at that moment, he suddenly felt a tremendous pressure surging from all directions, surrounding him. The debris from the buildings seemed to be drawn in by a mysterious force, converging upon him. These fragments were like sharp blades, continuously cutting into his body, trying to crush him into pieces. Satoru Gojo gritted his teeth, enduring this immense pressure. His face turned pale, but his gaze became more determined. He knew that this was the final blow of the dual-sided curse, and he had to hold on. "Humph, do you think you can defeat me like this?" Satoru Gojo let out a cold laugh, his voice filled with disdain. A powerful energy erupted from him, scattering all the surrounding debris. "You're just a backward version of a character. How could you possibly understand my power?" Satoru Gojo taunted. His voice echoed in the empty ruins. The two-faced specters struggled to rise from the debris. His face was covered in blood, but his eyes sparkled with a crazy light. He roared and charged towards Satoru Gojo again. The two engaged in a fierce battle once more. They moved from the street to the mall, the situation escalating. The lights in the mall flickered between the two people's movements, appearing exceptionally blinding. Surrounding shelves collapsed, and products scattered everywhere. But neither of them seemed to care, focusing solely on the confrontation at hand. "I've already figured out your moves." The two-faced demon's lips curled slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. The compass formation above his head was spinning rapidly, adapting to Satoru Gojo's abilities. "Is that so? Then let's see if you can catch this move." Satoru Gojo's gaze was cold as he activated the reverse curse technique, Idle Death Gamble. A powerful energy erupted from his hand, instantly piercing through the obstruction of a load-bearing pillar and directly striking the two Shikigami hidden behind. With a loud bang, the two Shikigami were sent flying, crashing into the wall in the distance. He instantly smashed the wall to pieces. He was covered in blood, but his eyes sparkled with a mad light. "Haha, this little injury means nothing to me." The two-faced Su-Nuwa struggled to stand up. The wounds on his body healed quickly. He raised his head and looked towards Satoru Gojo in the distance, a hint of provocation flashing in his eyes. "Oh, is that so? Then let's see if you can catch this move." Satoru Gojo let out a cold laugh, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared behind the two-faced Sukuna. With a wave of his hands, the surrounding rubble seemed to be summoned, gathering towards him. "Go!" With a command from Satoru Gojo, countless pieces of rubble shot towards the two Shikigami like cannonballs. However, the two Shikigami simply waved their hands lightly, turning all the rubble into dust. He turned around to face Satoru Gojo, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This level of attack is no threat to me at all. The double-faced Shikigami said confidently. How reckless. Are you getting anxious because your tactics have been seen through? However, at that moment, Satoru Gojo simply smiled lightly. The corners of his mouth curled into a sly arc as he said, "Did you think it was over just now?" As soon as he finished speaking, a loud rumble suddenly erupted behind the two sides of the dormitory. He found himself suddenly attacked from behind, the force as fierce as a volcanic eruption. The two sides were caught off guard. The entire person was propelled into the air by this surge of energy like a cannonball being fired. His face instantly turned pale, filled with terror and disbelief in his eyes. Meanwhile, Satoru Gojo's figure flashed, and he immediately threw a punch, smashing towards the cursed spirit. He used Black Flash. This punch carried a terrifying momentum, as if it could penetrate everything. With a loud bang, Satoru Gojo's fist slammed hard into the body of Sukuna. This strike directly attacked the depths of his soul, causing his eyes to roll back, and his body fell like a kite with its string cut. Sukuna let out a chilling scream. The compass array on his head instantly lost its luster and fell down. However, at the moment it hit the ground, it began to spin rapidly again, emitting a strange glow. Satoru Gojo frowned, looking down at the shadow on the ground. Suddenly, a massive demon, Moxaluo, emerged from the shadow. It wielded a sharp blade, its eyes flashing with a fierce light, and charged straight at Satoru Gojo. It had already adapted to Satoru Gojo's abilities. Its blade sliced through the air like lightning, directly stabbing towards Satoru Gojo. Although Satoru Gojo reacted swiftly, he was still struck by the blow. A deep wound suddenly appeared on his body, and blood stained his clothes. However, Satoru Gojo did not show the slightest hint of pain. There was a steadfast light glimmering in his eyes, as if the injury was merely trivial to him. He quickly mobilized the power within him. The wound healed in an instant, as if he had never been injured. He looked at the magic void in front of him, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. He thought of Fushigiro's father. He took a deep breath and lunged towards Mihiro like a cheetah. However, Mihiro was not intimidated by this move. It let out a furious roar, its body swelling up like a mountain as it charged at Satoru Gojo. Unfazed, Satoru Gojo swiftly dodged Mihiro's attack and delivered a punch to its head. With a loud bang, Mihiro was sent flying by Satoru Gojo's punch, crashing heavily into a wall in the distance. However, it did not fall down. Instead, it struggled to stand up, a mad light flickering in its eyes. Dimension, Permitha, Pillar of Light, Satoru Gojo shouted. His voice carried an indescribable authority. His right hand had already formed a seal, and a powerful force was in his palm. Satoru Gojo looked at Mihito, took a deep breath, and prepared to launch a more intense attack. However, at that moment, he noticed the shadows on the ground beginning to stir, and a large number of white rabbits emerged from the shadows. Satoru Gojo frowned slightly. He looked at the rabbits, understanding in his heart that this was the trick of the two-faced evil spirit. He let out a cold laugh and said, "It seems the Black Flash just now was quite effective. How long do you plan to rest?" A sharp light flickered in his eyes, and with a movement, he instantly locked onto the positions of the two. He growled, "Reverse technique he." Just as Satoru Gojo was about to launch his attack, the two Shikigami had already vanished. Maharaga roared and charged at Satoru Gojo again, trying to stop his pursuit. Chapter 131. Satoru Gojo is besieged by two Shikigami. A strange smile appeared on the faces of the two Shikigami. He casually reached over and picked up a heavy fire extinguisher from the corner nearby. There was a flicker of determination and anger in his eyes. He swung the fire extinguisher mercilessly, as if wielding a gigantic hammer. With all his strength, he slammed it down on Satoru Gojo. The entire movement was smooth and powerful. Bang! The fire extinguisher exploded, sending dust flying. The surroundings were instantly enveloped in thick white smoke. In this hazy vision, the figure of Mihito descended like a ghost from the sky. The blade in his hand shimmered with a cold light, directly stabbing towards Satoru Gojo. A glimmer of calmness flashed in Satoru Gojo's eyes. He moved his body quickly to the side to dodge the attack. However, the two not far away had already launched their attack. He clapped his hands together, and a dazzling beam of light shot out instantly, aimed directly at Satoru Gojo's chest. Satoru Gojo let out a muffled groan as the beam hit his right arm, injuring it in an instant. He clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and jumped back several meters, avoiding the next deadly strike from the demon. At this moment, the two sides of the were forming seals. A triumphant smile appeared on his face, as if victory was already in his grasp. He glanced at Satoru Gojo and said contemptuously, "Don't get it wrong. This isn't 2 against 1. As the words fell, a huge cursed spirit suddenly appeared beside him. Its form was massive and grotesque, as if it were a monster crawling out of hell. The two-faced Shuko stood between the cursed spirit and Mahito. He slightly raised his chin, looking like a small child being taken for a walk by his parents, full of pride. Wataru Fushiguro watched this scene with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining with an indomitable light. He laughed loudly and said, "Hey, you look just like a little child being walked by their parents. However, I won't let you off just because of that." Hearing this, the two-faced demon showed a smile. He didn't care, as he was just playing anyway. The next moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly became tense. The two Shikigami charged in like phantoms. They moved with agility and exuded a formidable presence. Their eyes glinted with a fierce light, and a cruel smile curled at the corners of their mouths as they rushed towards Wu Qiaowaku. A hint of amusement flashed in Wu Qiaowaku's eyes, as if this battle was nothing more than a game to him. He swayed his body and darted across the battlefield like a phantom. He engaged in a fierce battle with the two Shikigami. "Haha, now this is getting interesting." Satoru Gojo laughed heartily and instantly vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the cursed beast. He swung his fist violently, accompanied by a sharp sound of wind, directly targeting the back heart of the embedded beast. However, the spirit seemed to be prepared. It twisted its body in a strange way, dodging Wu Qiaowaku's attack. At the same time, Majilu took the opportunity to launch an attack. The fierce blade slashed toward Wu Qiaowaku. Wu Qiaowaku's expression changed slightly, and he quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding this strike. He thought to himself, these two guys are not simple. Just then, two Shikigami suddenly emerged from Wu Qiaowaku's shadow. His eyes sparkled with a mad light. He clapped his hands violently. A strong beam of light shot towards Satoru Gojo like a sharp arrow. Satoru Gojo's expression was serious. He swiftly turned his body and barely dodged these attacks. He cursed inwardly. This Shikigami is indeed a tough character. Wataru Fushiguro slammed his fist onto the ground, causing it to crack instantly and dust to fly everywhere. The Shikigami, hidden in the shadows, had already jumped out before the attack reached him. He moved gracefully, executing several backflips to deftly evade Wu Qiaowaku's punch. "Huh, do you think you could defeat me like this?" The two-faced Sukuna sneered, his eyes filled with provocation. The two Shikigami, seeing this, quickly closed in on Wu Qiaowaku, surrounding him completely. They attacked from both sides with fierce momentum, as if they intended to overwhelm Wu Qiaowaku in one strike. Wu Qiaowaku suddenly crouched down. He slipped out from under the massive body of Magushira like a loach, skillfully avoiding the ambush of the two Shikigami. Wataru Satoru, flying in midair, let out a low growl. A powerful energy erupted instantly. This time, his attack directly hit the two Shikigami. Bang! With a loud noise, both Shikigami were struck, but it only made their bodies sway. The adaptability of Magushira is too strong. The damage isn't enough. Wataru Satoru was somewhat surprised, looking at the two Shikigami before him, seemingly not suffering much damage. "Ha! Do you think this can defeat my Shikigami?" The two-faced Sukuna laughed wildly, their voices filled with mockery. But a signature smile reappeared on Wataru Satoru's face, full of cunning and confidence. He took a deep breath of the air around him, his gaze fixed intensely on the magic void in front of him, as if trying to see through all its secrets. I see. I understand." Satoru Gojo murmured to himself, a hint of realization in his voice. He thought to himself, the adaptability of the magic void is not a direct leap from 0 to 100. It has a gradual adaptation process. The eyes of Satoru Gojo sparkled with light. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if mocking the enemy in front of him. "Then let me use this unrestricted virtual style to settle our victory." His eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Satoru Gojo's figure flashed as he skillfully led the two Shikigami away from the hustle and bustle of the shopping mall. The sunlight fell on his stern face, seemingly adding a touch of mystery to him. He suddenly turned around, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He unleashed a counterattack, striking out a blow. He unleashed a black flash on the Chimera's abdomen, but it failed to inflict the expected damage. Satoru Gojo frowned. He took a few steps back, only to find that the demon Su Luo was sweeping towards him like a violent wind. The arm blade of the demon Su Luo carved a deep mark on the ground, and the shattered stones shot out like bullets. A hint of seriousness flashed in Wuju's eyes. He used his spell power to instantly freeze the scattered stones in midair. However, Magus Vulgar was already close at hand. Its gaze was like a cold blade, piercing the heart. Satoru Gojo sidestepped and leaped gracefully into the air. His fingers traced an elegant arc in the air. Energy gathered into a blade, suddenly slashing down towards the ground, aiming directly at the demon void Luo. But at this critical moment, he suddenly realized that another Shikigami fusion beast was quietly approaching. Wu Qiaowu felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly turned around and threw a punch at the cursed beast. The fist whistled through the air, accompanied by a sound of breaking wind. Just as his fist was about to reach the cursed beast, Satoru Gojo suddenly felt a chill coming from behind. He suddenly turned around and saw the compass formation on Mo Shuloa's head spinning wildly, with an invisible force erupting from it. Mo Shuloa swung the sword in his right hand, and the attack was already coming. Seeing this scene, Wu Qiaowaru's pupils constricted sharply. He could clearly feel the oppressive force that came with it. Satoru Gojo wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The invisible slash cut through the air like lightning, instantly severing Gojo's right hand. Blood splattered, and a look of pain and shock appeared on Gojo's face. He stared wide-eyed as his right hand traced a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The force of the strike did not dissipate. Instead, it continued forward, cleaving a huge gash in several buildings behind Wu Qiaowu. Debris and dust scattered everywhere, instantly creating a scene of chaos. Wu Qiaowu stood there, his face filled with shock and anger. He stared intently at the Mo Shuloa and the combinable beast, with a determined light flickering in his eyes. Chapter 132. First eliminate the combinable beast and counterattack. Satoru Gojo's right hand was already broken. It was as if it had been severed by a sharp sword, and he had lost his former agility and strength. At this moment, Satoru Gojo's figure swayed in the gentle breeze, as if he could be blown away at any moment. He is like an eagle that once soared in the blue sky, but now bears countless scars, struggling painfully in the storm of fate. However, despite being in such a predicament, Wu Qiao is still. In his eyes, however, burned an indomitable flame. That light resembled the stars in the night sky. Though faint, it flickered steadfastly, illuminating the path ahead of him. He did not bow to fate, but instead used his remaining strength to fight forward. Although his figure swayed uncertainly in the wind, it revealed a steadfast belief. Satoru Gojo knew that as long as there was hope in his heart, he would never fall. He tightly closed his lips as if a steely determination was embedded between his teeth. His gaze was like a blade that had been tempered 1,000 times. Sharp and cold, Satoru Gojo tried to find a glimmer of escape amidst the relentless attacks. But those Shikigami, like shadows, approached silently, sealing off every retreat with unyielding precision. They seemed to possess endless patience and perseverance, launching attacks continuously. Each strike was as fierce as a raging storm, nearly overwhelming him. However, Satoru Gojo did not give up. Instead, relying on his tenacious will and resilient spirit, he continued to fend off those lethal assaults. This was a contest of life and death, a battle of will and perseverance. He knows that any slight relaxation could lead to an irretrievable situation. Therefore, he can only grit his teeth. He exerted all his strength to confront the ever-present Shikigami until he found a breakthrough opportunity. Satoru Gojo briefly dodged and landed heavily on the wall of the building. He tried to steady himself, but the cold and roughness of the wall made him feel a sharp pain. His feet were stuck to the wall, but he hadn't had time to stabilize himself. The two Shikigami launched a fierce attack together. A glimmer of determination flashed in Wu Qiaowu's eyes. He took a deep breath, and his body instantly burst forth with incredible strength. He waved his remaining left hand. He engaged in a fierce battle with the two Shikigami. Each collision produced a deafening roar that left people trembling with fear. However, just as he was busy dealing with these two Shikigami, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, two-faced Sukuna. A cruel light flickered in his eyes, and a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he had already foreseen the defeat of Satoru Gojo. The two-faced Sukuna suddenly charged towards Satoru Gojo. He first threw a swift left hook, aimed directly at Satoru Gojo's face. Gojo was quick on his feet. There was no way to dodge this strike. Then, Ryaman Sukuna executed a fierce sweeping kick, targeting Gojo's head directly. Gojo felt a tremendous force rushing towards him. His body instantly lost balance. He struggled to stand firm, but ultimately he was kicked out. His body arced through the air, In that direction stood the cursed spirit. It was already poised to strike, ready to launch a deadly attack. It swung a fist towards Satoru Gojo's head. However, Satoru Gojo merely smiled faintly, as if all of this was within his expectation. Since just now, it's only you who seems very out of place, Satoru Gojo said coldly. His voice, though weak, was filled with determination and confidence. He slightly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the fused beast, as if he were trying to see through it. The fused beast was momentarily stunned by the sudden words, but quickly regained its fierce demeanor. With a roar, its massive body charged toward Satoru Gojo. The remaining left hand of Satoru Gojo slowly began to gather a dazzling energy sphere. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be drawn in by this power. A chilling aura spread out. The fused beast roared as it charged at Satoru Gojo, its eyes filled with brutality and ferocity. However, Satoru Gojo merely smiled coldly. He swung his left hand violently, and the energy sphere exploded with astonishing power, smashing heavily into the Chimera beast. Bang! With a loud crash, the Chimera beast was driven into the wall of the building by Wu Wugo's fist. Its body instantly deformed, blood splattering everywhere. It struggled to crawl out, but its body had lost control, and it could only weakly spit out blood. Seeing this, the two sides, Sukuna and Mihiro, immediately wanted to come to its aid. But Wu Wugo had already calculated this step. He smiled slightly, made a gesture with his hand, and then suddenly swung it. Bang! Satoru Gojo let out a low shout, and an energy ball that resembled a black hole erupted instantly. The surrounding buildings were shaken to pieces. The debris was drawn towards the energy ball and quickly formed sharp attacks that rushed towards both Sukuna and Mihito. Sukuna's expression changed. He immediately hid behind Moxuluo, trying to evade the deadly attack. Moxuluo let out a roar, resembling a beast protecting its young, and avoided the assault with the two-faced Shikigami. The fused beast was sent flying by the energy ball, its body having turned into a pile of compressed, rotten flesh. As the spell lost its effect, it disintegrated in midair, as if a rain of blood had begun to fall. The mangled chunks of flesh and blood splattered on the ground, quickly forming a horrifying and cruel scene. Let's deal with one first. Wu turned coldly, his gaze sharp as a knife, directly aimed at the two-faced Shikigami and Moxuluo, who were on high alert. The two sensed the chill emanating from him, a glimmer of fear flashing in their eyes, and they dared not approach easily. Seizing the opportunity, Wu took a deep breath and unleashed the reversal technique. The outline of his lost right arm gradually appeared, then quickly materialized, returning to its original state. He shook his newly grown right arm, as if flaunting his strength while also provoking the enemy across from him. The two sides of the couldn't help but feel their hearts race at the sight. He widened his eyes, staring intently at Satoru Gojo. Meanwhile, Mihito let out a low growl, seemingly warning Satoru Gojo not to act rashly. Upon seeing this, Satoru Gojo curled the corner of his mouth into a mocking smile. He said, "Are you afraid of this?" His voice was filled with disdain and mockery. The expression of the two-faced demon instantly turned gloomy, but before he could speak, Satoru Gojo had already acted like lightning. He swayed slightly and suddenly appeared in front of Shulaw like a ghost. With his 5 fingers tightly clenched, he gathered powerful magical energy and fiercely unleashed a black flash. Boom! The air seemed to be torn apart, resonating with a deafening roar that echoed all around. Shulaw was hit head-on by this force, his massive body shaking violently as he staggered back several steps. At this moment, the two sides of the finale seemed to wake from a dream. He let out a roar and swung his right fist with great force, as if trying to block Satoru Gojo's unstoppable attack. However, Satoru Gojo was quick and deft, grabbing the hands of the two Shikigami. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if he were telling the other person that he was the one in control of this game. He pulled hard, spinning the two faces of the were drawn by this force. His face showed a look of terror and confusion, as if he had been caught in an inescapable whirlpool. At that moment, Mihito rushed in, trying to save the two-faced Sukuna. However, Satoru Gojo took the opportunity to use the momentum to slam the two-faced Sukuna hard towards Mihito. His movements were decisive and swift, causing people to be taken aback. Shulaw was caught off guard by the sudden attack. It caught hold of two sides of the cursed spirit. When it tried to steady itself, it was already too late. Chapter 133. No less than the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Satoru Gojo launched another attack. He took a deep breath, gathering all the strength in his palm, and then unleashed a powerful black flash. In that moment, his gaze was firm and resolute, as if declaring his victory to the world. Even if Mihiro tried again to protect the twin Shikigami, it would be of no use. Satoru Gojo's black flash seemed to carry endless power, striking them with penetrating force. Bang! The deafening roar once again tore through the air. The twin Shikigami and Mihiro's bodies were sent flying as if struck by a giant hammer. Their figures cut through the air in a breathtaking straight line. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to discern their outlines, leaving only a blurred shadow. In that moment, they fell like shooting stars, crashing down hard onto the tall buildings behind them. The walls instantly crumbled upon their impact, debris flying everywhere, bursting in the air like fireworks. Dust then rose up, shrouding the entire battlefield in a hazy cloud of powder. Meanwhile, Satoru Gojo floated in place. He coldly watched everything, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain and mockery. Position: Permitha, pillar of light. Wataru Geto's chanting echoed in the open air. Each word seemed to carry immense power, deep and full of authority. His voice sounded particularly clear in the silence, as if a mysterious power was quietly surging within it. With his chanting, the surrounding air seemed to tremble. A powerful curse energy emanated from his body. The two sides of the felt this powerful curse energy. His pupils quickly contracted, a hint of alertness flashing in his eyes. Based on the information regarding the scale of the incantation and its power, he deduced that Satoru Gojo intended to use the powerful reversal technique, reverse curse technique. Both sides of Sukuna were taken aback. He is well aware of the power of this technique. He quickly turned his head and looked at the nearby Majoliuo. A thought surged in his mind. Now is a good opportunity for Mihiro to fully adapt to this power. However, just as this idea flashed in his mind, Gojo Satoru's actions broke through all his expectations in a shocking way. Reversal technique. Red. Gojo Satoru's gaze was like a torch, and he suddenly raised his right hand high, as if grasping countless stars. His palm trembled slightly, as if gathering some indescribable power. A dazzling beam of light converged from his palm. The brilliance radiated in all directions, making it impossible to look directly at it. The glowing sphere shot straight up. Upon seeing this, the two sides of the showed a hint of astonishment in their eyes, and then roared, Moxoluo. His voice was as thunderous as it was heart-shaking. The demon Shuluo responded, moving like a giant, mobile mountain. It steadily cradled the two sides of the cursed mask, as if protecting a precious child. It drew the two sides of the cursed mask into its body. With the impact of the demon Shuluo, the walls of the building shattered instantly. Debris flew, and dust filled the air. The demon Shuluo broke through the wall, soaring into the sky like a shooting star. At the same time, the glass of the building shattered under the energy's impact, turning into countless fragments that floated into the air like snowflakes. These fragments sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. They contrasted with the black energy sphere in the sky, creating a magnificent scene. That was the black energy sphere that continued to operate even after crushing the embedded beast. The energy raged like a violent storm, twisting and distorting the surrounding air. This black energy sphere resembled a black hole in the universe. It suddenly surged toward the two sides of the cursed mask after circling around once, striking with a force reminiscent of the earlier attack. The moment before the explosion, it was serene and mysterious, as if time stood still before it, devoid of speed, only an endless sense of pressure. After a long period of adaptation, the demon Shuluo finally fully integrated with the effect of the blue. It received the command from the two sides of the cursed mask, and its crimson eyes sparkled with determination. It aimed to destroy the black energy sphere representing the blue before the collision of the blue and the black occurred. At that moment, Satoru Gojo leveraged the gravity of the blue. He streaked across the sky like a meteor, swiftly approaching the battlefield. He flew between Moxolo and Song, his gaze like a torch, watching the battle ahead. As Moxolo had adapted to Song's gravity, it was no longer bound by any constraints and moved freely. However, this adaptation became its disadvantage. Gojo Satoru seized the opportunity, clenched his right fist tightly, and struck out abruptly, hitting Moxolo's jaw. Bang! With a deafening roar. Moxolo's body seemed to suffer a heavy blow, involuntarily retreating slightly. The two-sided Sukuna seized this fleeting moment. He rapidly separated from the massive body of the demon. He quickly brought his hands together in prayer, his eyes shining with a fervent and intense light, as if a blazing fire were burning fiercely within them. His figure flickered in the void, exuding an indescribable majesty and power. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to tremble at his presence, as a chilling aura filled the air. The appearance of the two opposing forces not only altered the course of the battle, but also infused the entire story with uncertainty and unpredictability. Bloodshed. He let out a low growl. Suddenly, that chilling move rushed out. He is determined to detonate that song in advance before the contact with he. Like fireworks in the night, brilliant yet deadly. Sukuna, do you really think you can organize me like this? Wataru's mouth curved into a cold smile. That smile was filled with mockery and disdain. His eyes seemed to see through everything, having already understood the intentions of the two-faced Sukuna clearly. However, the two-faced Sukuna remained unmoved, wearing a smug smile on his face, as if victory was assured. It's too late. I've already succeeded, he said proudly. However, Satoru Gojo remained as steadfast as a rock, not swayed in the slightest by the other person's words. He stood there quietly, like a towering mountain, steady and resolute. A deep light flickered in his eyes, as if he could perceive all the truths of the world. His heart seems to have already foreseen the direction of the future, calmly observing the trajectory ahead. This confrontation is merely a game he has meticulously set up. His eyes reveal a calm and unhurried confidence, as if saying, I've already won this game. He slowly chanted, Position, Dusk, I have wisdom. With each word he uttered, his momentum gradually rose, as if connected to some mysterious force between heaven and earth. He instantly enhanced the power of song. At that moment, the blood-penetrating attacks of the two Shikuna came crashing in like a storm. The already strengthened song acted like a true black hole, directly devouring the blood-penetrating attacks. 9 principles: polarization, darkness, and declaration. Between the inside and outside, Wataru Fushigiro's lips curled into a slight, disdainful arc. His gaze was like a sharp blade, unflinchingly staring at the enemy known as the two-faced Shogunate. In contrast, the face of the two-faced Shogunate was terrifyingly gloomy, as if a storm was about to arrive. He originally thought his attack would be enough to put Satoru Gojo in a difficult position, but he didn't expect the other party to resolve it so easily. This unexpected reversal made Ryaman Sukuna feel a sense of unease. At this moment, Satoru Gojo's eyes were filled with provocation and confidence. He seemed to have seen through the essence of Sukuna. Sukuna, on the other hand, secretly resolved to be even more cautious in dealing with this powerful opponent. But at that moment, Song and he finally collided. This is the Void Technique. Z. Chapter 134. Satoru Gojo is bisected by Sukuna. The pure white energy sphere and the deep black energy sphere collided in the vast sky like two stars, unleashing a shocking tidal wave of energy. The surrounding air, under the impact of this immense energy, seemed to be torn into countless tiny fragments, producing a sharp and piercing wail, as if it were the most mournful cry in the world. This is the Void Technique. Z. Satoru Gojo gazed at the spectacular scene before him and murmured quietly. His eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, as if witnessing an unprecedented spectacle. That immense energy erupted in an instant, like an uncontrollable nuclear bomb. It engulfed everything around, turning it into nothingness. The entire space trembled violently at that moment, as if it were a giant beast about to go out of control. When it could no longer bear the surging energy, it let out a final roar. Wuzhou Wu floated quietly in midair like a transcendent fairy. His eyes are deep and resolute, as if they can penetrate all illusions and reach the essence of things. He quietly felt the impact of that energy, as if the waves were crashing against the rocks, constantly assaulting his body and mind. That wild and primal force was both terrifying and captivating. As the last trace of light faded away, the once vibrant city that had seen fierce battles was now left as a desolate ruin. Broken stones and swirling dust intertwined, creating a bleak and desolate scene. The two sides of the remnant souls struggled to emerge from the abyss of the ruins like leaves battered by a raging wind. His figure appeared so desolate and disheveled. The once invincible dominance has now been almost completely worn away by the brutality of battle. His left arm's wrist was empty, as if it had been violently torn apart by some powerful force. The broken wound continued to bleed profusely. The bright red color stood out starkly against the dim yellow dust, resembling a tragic painting. He leaned against the already dilapidated wall, gasping for breath. Each breath seemed to exhaust all his strength. In his gaze, although filled with exhaustion and pain, there still flickered a light of resilience. At that moment, Satoru Gojo's figure descended slowly from the sky like a light cloud. He bore obvious scars on his body, with wounds deep enough to see the bone, looking shocking to the eye. However, surprisingly, those wounds were healing at an astonishing speed. It was as if a mysterious force was surging within him, continuously repairing his body. He glanced at the two-faced opposite him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That smile carried a hint of disdain and a touch of mockery. He said, "Zhongshuan, I've won this battle." The atmosphere between the two instantly became tense, as if an invisible storm was brewing, ready to erupt at any moment. Without setting a direction, I, along with myself, was indeed caught up in the unlimited technique of Ji, which is truly powerful. Five Tails Wataru's voice carried a hint of satisfaction, but his gaze was as cold as frost. However, you also saw that the damage dealt still had some discrepancies. He continued, a provocative glint flashing in his eyes. The faces of the two-sided demon changed dramatically, a flicker of anger crossing their eyes. As if ignited by a blazing flame, burning fiercely. He suddenly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing directly at Satoru Gojo across from him. In his eyes, there was a fierce determination to devour his opponent. Do you think you can easily defeat me like this? How naive. The corners of the double-sided Sukuna's mouth curled into a, filled with disdain and provocation. His right hand was clenched into a fist, as if he wanted to concentrate all his strength into this punch. A powerful energy began to surge within him, like a volcano about to erupt. It was filled with fury and danger. I still have stronger power yet to be unleashed. Now let me show you. The two-faced Shulun roared. His voice was filled with anger and murderous intent, as if he wanted to engulf the entire world in his fury. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling beam of light from a blade tore through the air like lightning, rushing towards Satoru Gojo. This was the space slash that Sukuna had just comprehended. It contained Sukuna's endless rage and power, surging like a violent storm, with a force that shook the heart. Satoru Gojo looked at the approaching blade light, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He swiftly turned his body, trying to evade the deadly strike. However, the speed of the blade was simply too fast. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, he could not completely avoid it. A crisp cracking sound rang out. Satoru Gojo's figure was split in two by the blade's light, as if mercilessly sliced apart, leaving one feeling a pang of dread. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Only the sharp blade's light and Gojo's shattered figure remained, silently narrating the heart-stopping event that had just occurred. Blood gushed out, staining the surrounding air red. His upper body suddenly slammed into the ground. Dust flew up, as if a statue had collapsed with a thunderous crash. An incredible expression gradually appeared on his face, like the rising sun suddenly obscured by dark clouds. He never seemed to anticipate that he would be defeated so severely and completely in this way. Meanwhile, the two opposing forces stand firm like a rock. He is gasping, his chest rising and falling, each breath seemingly carrying the force of thunder. In his eyes, ecstasy and pride intertwined, like a raging fire burning brightly, illuminating his stern face. He stared at Satoru Gojo, who was lying on the ground. In his eyes flickered a complex light, a mix of the joy of victory and a sense of respect and regret for his opponent. He shook his head slightly, as if lamenting the capriciousness of fate, or perhaps mourning the fall of a formidable opponent. At that moment, the emotions of Ryman Sukuna were complex and difficult to articulate. But he knew that everything had already been settled, and victory belonged to him. As for Satoru Gojo, he could only become a footnote in his glorious achievements. The adaptation to Maharaga takes time, but when you continuously attack me, that time is shortened. Ryaman Sukuna's voice was low and firm, his words revealing a sense of confidence. Although the lower half of Satoru Gojo still stood firm, it was evident that he had lost the ability to fight. Ryaman Sukuna looked at him coldly and continued. The adaptation to Maharaga is merely a template that allows me to break through your inviolable defense. His words were like a wild wind in the dark night, mingled with melodies of provocation and pride, as if the dawn of victory could be seen flickering in the distance. He slightly raised his chin, and that proud posture seemed to want to trample the entire world underfoot. In his gaze, a sharp light flickered like a blade, shining with a chilling brilliance that sent shivers down one's spine. You think I can't cut you down? You're wrong. The two-faced demon suddenly roared. His voice was filled with a mad, killing intent, as if he wanted to tear apart all obstacles that hindered his progress. Not only can I cut you, but I can also shatter the space you occupy, even the entire world. His tone is relaxed and arrogant, as if in his eyes, the entire world is nothing but within his grasp. He smiled faintly, and the confidence and ease revealed in that smile seemed to indicate a sure victory. His gaze flickered with cunning and ruthlessness, sending shivers down one's spine. At that moment, the two sides of him seemed to transform into an invincible war god. Every movement and every glance of his is filled with power and dominance, making it impossible to ignore his presence. Satoru Gojo, you are truly breathtaking. There was a hint of genuine admiration in his voice. He continued, you always manage to display astonishing strength at critical moments, leaving people speechless. I have to admit, you are indeed an extraordinary person. I fear I will never be able to forget your existence in this lifetime. Just then, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed across the battlefield, as if someone was rapidly approaching. Chapter 135. Lu Xiyun rushed over to seek death. That person sped like the wind, quickly closing in on this devastated ruin. The brows of the two sides of Shunsxia were slightly raised, as if brushed by an invisible wind. He turned his head, his eyes flickering with an elusive doubt. In this ruin, it was originally just a standoff between him and Satoru Gojo, but now there was an unfamiliar presence. Satoru Gojo, though gravely injured and on the brink of death, had not lost the light in his deep-set eyes. At this moment, he heard the hurried footsteps, and a complex glimmer crossed his gaze, a mix of anticipation and concern. The newcomer did not pause for a moment to acknowledge Satoru Gojo's injuries. He charged into the battlefield like a wild wind. His figure weaved through the ruins like a flash of lightning cutting through the darkness. He is the one known to the world as the Thunder God, Lu Xiyun. His arrival seems to signal that this battle is about to a new turning point. He tightly held a long stick in his hand, exuding a powerful aura. He charged forward fearlessly towards the location of the two-faced SHN. Upon seeing this, the two-faced SHN broke into a mocking smile, as if the arrival of the other party was merely adding a new layer of amusement for him. He did not feel nervous due to the approach of Lu Xiyun. On the contrary, his eyes sparkled with an even more intense light, as if he was anticipating something. Heh, another clueless fool has arrived. He smiled, and his voice revealed a sense of unruliness and arrogance. He slightly raised his head, his gaze directly fixed on Lu Xiyun. He said, just right, I'm in a good mood now, so don't let me down and ruin my enthusiasm. His tone was filled with provocation and confidence. It seemed that in his eyes, Lu Xiyun was merely a plaything for his amusement, posing no threat at all. At this moment, the sky above the battlefield was tumultuous, with clouds swirling like a stormy sea. Suddenly, a massive ice block slowly descended from the horizon. It was as if a towering iceberg was falling from the sky, exuding an astonishing presence that shook the heart. At the top of that ice block stood a figure. It was Frozen Star, Li Mei. His face was as cold as ice, and his eyes were deep and hollow. He seemed isolated from the world, walking alone in the realm of ice and snow. However, amidst this magnificent atmosphere, a figure streaked down from above the clouds like a meteor. It was Chongjin. His gaze was firm and fervent, as if an indomitable force was burning in his chest. He stared at Li Mei, his voice steady and powerful. After all, I had an agreement with him. So I'm sorry, but I can't let you go over and disturb him. As he spoke, the figure of Chang Jinsi had already descended right above Li Mei. Li Mei listened to the other's words. He tilted his head slightly, and the chill in his gaze seemed capable of freezing a person. His voice is cold, like the icy wind in the harsh winter, piercing into one's heart. I don't know what you're talking about, he responded, with a tone that revealed an undeniable firmness. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the ice condensation spell unfolded instantly. A cold, piercing chill spread out like a raging blizzard. The surrounding air seemed to freeze under this chill, making even breathing difficult. Meanwhile, the golden scales above showed no signs of yielding. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to inhale all the air around him. In the next moment, his domain suddenly unfolded. A powerful energy rapidly expanded at an astonishing speed. He looked at Li Mei, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His voice reveals a sense of confidence and composure. He said, "You're not wrong." His gaze was firm and deep, as if he had already seen through Lime's heart. However, although his domain captured Lime, it could not stop the massive ice block from falling. That enormous ice block was like a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky. Bearing a chilling aura, it came crashing down straight towards the battlefield below. The two opposing spirits standing in the center of the battlefield witnessed this scene. A sharp glimmer flashed in his eyes. He showed no signs of panic. Instead, he raised his hand. In his palm, a tremendous force began to slowly gather. The moment the ice block came into contact with this force, It seemed to be drawn by some mysterious power and began to change rapidly. The once incredibly hard ice layer gradually melted under the influence of the force, eventually turning into countless tiny water droplets. These droplets fell like a sudden light rain, enveloping the entire battlefield in a misty haze. Amidst this curtain of rain, the figures of the two opposing forces appeared faintly. He seemed to merge with the universe. His hand accurately caught something that had fallen from the ice block. His gaze flickered with a sharp light in the rain, as if it could pierce through all illusions and perceive the truths of the world. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be frozen in time. Only the steady and resolute figure of the two-faced Su-Nuo stood out remarkably in the rain. Lu Xiyun's footsteps finally came to a halt. He stood steadily opposite the two-faced ghost. He stands like an ancient pine that has weathered storms, unwavering. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light. He seemed to regard the upcoming battle as a foregone conclusion, confident of victory. The muscles beneath his clothing hinted at taut lines, as if containing boundless explosive power. A strong fighting spirit emanated from him, like fierce lightning, hot and dazzling. Lu Xiyun wore a defiant smile on his face, as if everything in the world was under his control and no one could rival him. His gaze was like a torch, staring straight at the opponent ahead. But a hint of doubt couldn't help but rise in his heart. He thought, is that huge ice block just for transporting something important? The two-faced specter stood quietly in the distance, like a solitary peak, cold and mysterious. He tightly grasped an object in his hand. This object seemed to contain endless mysteries and power. The aura it emitted was both mysterious and strong, making it hard to look directly at. It was the cursed weapon, divine armament, constructed at the cost of all life force, bound by a thread of fate. The corners of the mouths of the two-faced entity curled into a cold smile, and an indescribable light flickered in their eyes. He said softly, "It's been a long time since I've felt this way." Before his words could finish, he suddenly swung the divine weapon in his hand. In an instant, it seemed as if the air had been torn open. A blinding flash of lightning appeared out of nowhere, like a giant silver dragon dancing wildly in the sky. With boundless power, it swiftly struck towards Lu Xiyun, as if intending to tear apart everything that stood in its way. Boom! A thunderbolt, like a silver snake in a frenzy, suddenly hit Lu Xiyun. At that moment, the white light was dazzling, almost unbearable to look at. The sound of thunder roared like a storm, deafening and shaking the souls of everyone present. However, amidst this overwhelming thunder, a strange expression flickered in the eyes of the two opposing figures. He stared intently at the battlefield shrouded in smoke. He was secretly waiting for the moment his opponent would fall. However, as time passed, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the scene within. The result surprised both sides. Lu Xiyun was actually standing there completely unscathed. His figure appeared even more upright under the baptism of lightning, as if he were an indomitable war god. Excitement sparkled in his eyes, as if this intense battle had further ignited his fighting spirit and passion. Chapter 136. Heart to heart before the battle and the illusory beast amber. Lu Xiyun lightly brushed off the dust clinging to him. There was a rebellious sparkle in his eyes, as if this sudden lightning strike was just a minor episode in the journey of his life. The playful smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more apparent, as if mocking this insignificant challenge. "Huh, is it your lightning attack?" Lu Xiyun's voice revealed a hint of mockery and provocation, as if he had already seen through the opponent's true nature. He said to me, "It is nothing more than a breeze passing by my ear, unable to stir even the slightest ripple." His words reveal a demeanor of calm composure. His gaze was fixed straight ahead. The brows of the two were deeply furrowed. It was as if two mountains were pressing against each other, revealing a complex emotion intertwined with confusion and doubt in between. He was originally full of confidence, believing that his lightning-fast attack would surely cause considerable trouble for his opponent, or at least disrupt their rhythm. However, reality was beyond his expectations. That attack, in front of Lu Xiyun, seemed to vanish without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea, not even causing a ripple. Su-Nuo once again assessed the opponent before him. His sharp eyes sparkled like countless stars. Each flicker seemed to contain endless depth and wisdom. "Oh," he raised his eyebrows slightly, his voice carrying a hint of surprise and curiosity. He said, "It seems that you are indeed a bit different. My lightning attack has no effect on you at all. This is quite unexpected for me." As he spoke, there was a brighter light flickering in his eyes, as if he had developed a stronger interest in Lu Xiyun. He wanted to further understand the seemingly ordinary opponent and the secrets hidden within. This was because Lu Ziyun possessed a unique curse power characteristic. This gave him an extraordinary immunity to electric shocks. No matter what kind of electric shock it seemed unable to cause him significant harm. It was as if his body was naturally equipped to resist and dispel this kind of lightning attribute energy. This ability not only gave him a significant advantage in battle, but also allowed him to navigate various crises with ease and composure. His special physique is undoubtedly one of his most powerful weapons, and it is the key to his ability to stand firm in a world full of dangers. Lu Ziyun's lips curled slightly, sketching a faint smile like a spring breeze. His voice, like the clear spring in the mountain stream, is gentle yet full of power. It flows through the air, carrying a hint of an indescribable mysterious rhythm. He asked softly, Su Nuo, is your strength forged through the trials of wind, frost, rain, and snow, honed through countless hardships? Or have you been extraordinary from the moment you descended into this world, possessing this power by nature? His voice carried both a curiosity about the power of thee and seemed to hint at a quest for the story behind it. In the face of these continuous doubts, the Two-Face did not reveal any signs of panic or anger. He stood quietly in place, like a towering mountain, unwavering despite the assault of wind and rain. He casually played with the divine weapon in his hand, as if it were not just a sharp weapon, but a mysterious key to controlling his fate. Every turn seemed to influence the changing tides of the world. The corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. That smile revealed an inscrutable meaning, making it impossible to grasp his true thoughts. The Two-Faced gazed at the opponent before him, with sharp light flickering in their eyes. He said softly, who knows? But in any case, I am at least a son of ominous foreboding. His voice, though deep, was filled with confidence and determination, evoking a sense of awe in those who heard it. Lu Ziyun stood quietly there. His posture is like a towering mountain, steady and resolute. His hands tightly gripped the stick. The surface of the stick shimmered with a faint glow, as if there was some mysterious power sleeping within it. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, if one cannot perceive the fragility of the human heart, how can one truly connect with others? How can one treat others with compassion? I know very well that I have not yet achieved this. His voice revealed deep remorse and confusion, as if he were groping in the dark, searching for a beam of light to guide him forward. He continued, in my eyes, others seem like fragile clay figurines, easily shattered by me. A flicker of pain passed through his eyes, as if he saw the coldness and ruthlessness of his past. Tell me, is true strength destined to be lonely? Why do I feel increasingly lonely and helpless on the path of pursuing power? His words carried a hint of tremor, as if challenging fate, seeking an answer to the confusion in his heart. His voice grew more and more impassioned, as if he wanted to release all his doubts. The two sides of the listened to his words. His brows couldn't help but furrow slightly, as if touched by an indescribable emotion. He raised his hand and gently tapped his forehead with his divine weapon. The corners of his mouth curled into a helpless smile. He sighed and said, what a luxurious guy. That Satoru Gojo must be just like you, greedy and never satisfied. His tone carried a hint of mockery and teasing. He seemed to be mocking Lu Ziyun's almost obsessive pursuit. He slightly raised his head, his gaze revealing a sense of provocation and anticipation. He shouted loudly, oh, resurrected spirits, come at me with all you've got. I am already prepared for battle. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ziyun's eyes suddenly sparkled with a crazy electricity. He seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, completely a state of rage. He moved like lightning, charging towards the two Mian-Suchiao. The stick in his hand whistled through the air, cruelly and mercilessly striking towards the opponent's head. The two Mian-Suchiao, seeing this, curled their lips into a cold smile. He moved slightly, and Shun Wu Jie blocked the stick. The stick violently collided with Shun Wu Jie, producing a deafening roar. At that moment, their powers clashed fiercely, as if they were going to tear everything around them apart. The entire space seemed to tremble under the impact of this force. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, making it hard to breathe. In that fleeting moment, Lu Ziyun seemed to transform into a different person. He suddenly exerted force, and a tremendous power surged from his body like a torrent, unstoppable. This force directly impacted the two opposing figures, causing them to stagger back repeatedly, and the ground beneath their feet trembled. At this moment, Lu Ziyun's eyes sparkled with a crazy and fervent light. His face is contorted, muscles tense, as if he wants to break free from all the restraints on his body and unleash a greater power. He has become a berserker with the power to destroy the world. His momentum is like a rainbow, making it hard for people to look directly at him, as if glancing at him one more time would lead to being consumed by that powerful force. The two-faced Yunao is also stunned by this force, dumbfounded. He never expected that this seemingly inconspicuous young man could unleash such powerful strength. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart, knowing that he had encountered a formidable opponent. A glint of resolve and determination flashed in Lu Ziyun's eyes. He seemed like a star about to ignite, shining with brilliant and steadfast light. In this moment, his body seemed to transform into a giant vortex, attracting all the energy around him. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from his body. Like the rising sun, it illuminated the entire space. That light contained endless power and strength, as if it could tear apart the void, and this was the powerful magical beast amber, a formidable technique hidden deep within Lu Ziyun's body. At this moment, he finally unleashed it completely, releasing boundless might. His figure flickered in the light, seemingly merging with heaven and earth, becoming the most dazzling presence in this space. Chapter 137. The two-faced Shogunate could not resist in the moment of silence. The eyes of the two-faced Shogunate had not yet focused, as if shrouded by some invisible mist. At that moment, a figure darted by like lightning. It was Lu Ziyun. He rushed in with a fierce momentum, sweeping in like a storm. Lu Ziyun's right fist was like a meteor breaking through the sky. He seemed to be enveloped in endless power, striking fiercely against the cheek of Suo Sui. Boom! With a loud noise like thunder exploding in the night sky, it was shocking to the heart. The two faces of Suo Sui were repeatedly pushed back by the sudden heavy blow. His body arced through the air and finally fell heavily to the ground. A flash of shock and anger crossed his eyes, as if he were a provoked lion, instantly igniting the fire of rage within him. However, the power of this punch left him unable to recover in a short time. In an instant, Lu Ziyun seemed to transform into a wind vacuum. He was frantically gulping down the air around him. His chest swelled dramatically, as if infused with endless vitality. He is like a hot air balloon about to take off, as if he could tear apart the fabric that binds him at any moment. At that moment, his figure appeared extraordinarily large, standing like a giant on the battlefield. His eyes revealed madness and sharpness, like two burning flames piercing the heart. As his chest heaved violently, his originally handsome face became twisted and grotesque. He opened his mouth as if to swallow the entire world. An invisible force burst forth from his lips, quickly transforming into a powerful sound wave that surged like a tsunami, instantly sweeping across the battlefield. Wherever the sound wave passed, it left a trail of shock. It ripped through the air and shook the ground. There was a sound wave that crashed through like a bamboo being split. It struck violently against the iron-hard body of Sukna, like a substantial heavy hammer. In that instant, it seemed as if a tempest swept around Sukna's body. Fragments of stone and dust were lifted as if caught in an invisible whirlwind, swirling wildly. His figure flickered in the violent whirlpool, as if he could be torn to pieces by this force at any moment. At this moment, Lu Ziyun had already transformed into a completely different scene. His entire body was surging with cursed energy, like a flame ignited, burning fiercely. That powerful, cursed energy seemed to have a life of its own, swirling around him, forming twisted and eerie shadows of light. His figure became distorted and strange under the influence of this spell, as if it was no longer an existence that ordinary humans could comprehend. His eyes sparkled with a mad flame. "Su Xian, this is your doomsday," Lu Ziyun suddenly roared. The sound swept in like a storm, filled with uncontrollable anger and a crazy flame. He charged towards the two-faced Su Nua like a raging storm once again. Each punch he threw seemed to carry enough power to shake the heavens and the earth. Wherever the punch wind passed, the air appeared to be torn apart, emitting a sharp howling sound. "Humph, your voice," Two-Faced Su Nua sneered coldly, but before he could finish his sentence, the scene before him suddenly warped and distorted. He saw Lu Ziyun's left hand appear before him like a ghost, moving with a speed that almost exceeded the limits of the naked eye, making it impossible to capture its trajectory. Lu Ziyun's palm seemed to contain endless power, sending chills down one's spine. Two-Faced Su Nua's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves. An invisible force brewed in the air, as if about to tear apart this tranquil space. It was the sound wave attack that Lu Ziyun was about to unleash. A hint of panic flashed in Two-Faced Su Nua's eyes, a fear of the unknown power and a heightened awareness of life and death. He moved swiftly to the right like a phantom, trying to escape the impending disaster. However, would Lu Xiyun let him go so easily? He slightly turned his head, and that twisted mouth seemed to transform into an abyss in the darkness, devouring everything around it. A low and terrifying sound emanated from his throat, as if brewing a more intense wave of sonic attack. Both sides of him knew that something was amiss. He knows very well that he cannot sit back and wait for things to happen. He quickly raised the divine weapon in his hand, ready to face the impending sonic shockwave. However, Lu Xiyun's movements were as swift as lightning, leaving people in awe. He moved like a ghost, swiftly closing in on the two-faced Sunua. Lu Xiyun's right fist struck out mercilessly, creating a chilling wind, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, and slammed hard into Sunua's face. Bang! This strike was like a giant hammer hitting a stone, producing a deafening roar. The two-faced Sunua was caught off guard by this sudden heavy blow. His body instantly lost control, flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. The ground seemed to tremble at the moment he fell. He struggled to stand up, but the powerful impact had made his body feel exceptionally heavy. Just then, the figure of Lu Xiyun reappeared in his sight. He was like a cheetah stalking its prey, his eyes flashing with sharp light, ready to deliver the final fatal blow to Suanua. Suanua, your doomsday has finally arrived. Lu Xiyun's roar shook the entire battlefield like thunder. In his eyes burned a mad flame, as if it would completely swallow this dark world. He clenched his fists tightly, ready to unleash a powerful double strike on the enemy in front of him. Each breath was accompanied by a strong aura of battle. His muscles were tense, as if he were trying to gather all his strength into this punch. Sunua looked at Lu Xiyun's mad, yet resolute gaze, and an unprecedented sense of despair surged in his heart. He understands that the opponent before him is no longer just a simple enemy, but a mad warrior determined to completely defeat him. Although he is filled with reluctance, Sukong knows that he will likely fall into this guy's hands today. He struggled to stand up, but his body felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, unable to move. Lu Xiyun did not give Sunua any chance to catch his breath. He swung his fist again with a force like thunder and knocked Suo Xie heavily to the ground. This time, Suo Xie could no longer resist. His eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness, but everything was beyond redemption. The entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. Only the heavy breaths of Lu Xiyun and the faint moans of Sunua echoed in the air. Lu Xiyun stood on the battlefield like a towering mountain. In his eyes flickered the light of victory. At this moment, he became a true victor. The secret technique of Lu Xiyun was far beyond what the mundane world could compare to. His thoughts struck like lightning, instantly piercing through his mind. He strummed every cell of his body like the strings of a lute, resonating with the most passionate melody. At this moment, he was as agile as a shadow in the wind. He is elusive and hard to find. His speed has long surpassed the imagination of the world. He has tuned the vibrational frequency of matter to an exquisite realm that resonates with heaven and earth. It is not merely a mastery of sound, but a profound understanding of the vibrational essence of all things in the world. Whether it is a whisper as light as a feather or a roar as thunderous as a storm, under his control, they leap like musical notes, with harmonious melodies and distinct rhythms. But what is even more astonishing is that as he emits these shocking sound waves, he can release a peculiar electromagnetic wave from them. This electromagnetic wave is like the fire of the blazing sun. Wherever it shines, everything is evaporated by its intense heat and becomes formless. In that moment, Lu Xiyun seems to become the emperor of sound, while also being the master of electromagnetic power. Every move he makes contains an indescribable power and mystery. Whenever Lu Xiyun unleashes this power, the surrounding air seems to become like a startled bird, trembling in fear of this silent terror. Chapter 138. The second stage of the recovery of the soul of the dormant. However, everything comes with a price. In order to harness this power capable of destroying everything, Lu Xiyun's body has long since broken free from the shackles of mortality, reaching a completely new realm. His skin is tight and radiant, as if shrouded in a layer of mysterious luster, shimmering with an eerie yet captivating glow. His muscles, like artworks meticulously sculpted by time, are smooth and full of strength. Every contraction and expansion of his muscles seems to narrate a legend of power. While his technique concludes, Lu Xiyun's body will collapse like a fruit that has been squeezed dry, turning instantly into a lifeless pile of charred dye. Sukuna, a bolt of lightning exploded from thin air like divine retribution. That blinding light, akin to the scorching sun at noon, ruthlessly tore apart the surrounding darkness. Lu Xiyun's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. He fixed his gaze on the two-faced Suxiang opposite him, his eyes filled with determination and hope. This was his final strike, and all his hopes were pinned on it. However, in the face of this power capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, the two-faced Suxiang seemed oblivious. His body was like a volcano on the verge of eruption, with hot breath gushing out from every pore. The surrounding air twisted and distorted under this intense heat. The suffocating warmth filled the air. The thick dust around seemed to ignite, dancing wildly in the air. This confrontation appeared to draw even heaven and earth into it. Witnessing this thrilling contest together, Lu Xiyun had no choice but to keep retreating. His footsteps were unsteady, as if compelled by an invisible force. His eyes widened in horror, like the bright moon in the night sky, struggling against being swallowed by dark clouds. He was filled with shock and unease at the terrifying sight before him. What had he done? Was it the voice of Lu Xiyun that trembled like leaves in the autumn wind, carrying endless doubt and fear? He can clearly sense that the existence known as the double-faced Sukuna is currently undergoing earth-shattering changes. Since taking over, Sukuna has presented himself in the guise of Fushiguro Megumi, as if a thin veil were concealing his true face. However, at this moment, that veil seems to have been ruthlessly torn away, revealing his true, hideous visage. He seemed to break free from all shackles, unleashing the darkness and madness deep within. That power was strong and terrifying, making Lu Xiyun feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. He could only gaze from a distance, not daring to come any closer. Ha ha ha! Above the vast ruins, the laughter of the two-faced raged like a storm, echoing across the empty sky and earth. That laughter was filled with twisted madness and eerie triumph, as if mocking from the abyss, piercing into the heart. Do you think you have truly won something? Your judgment is utterly wrong. The voices of the two-faced Sonuo were cold and sharp, like ice picks piercing into Lu Xiyun's ears. His words fell like a curse. His body began to undergo shocking changes. It was a distortion that transcended common sense, as if his very existence was an ever-changing mystery. His body twisted and stretched in the light, as if breaking free from endless darkness, revealing an unprecedented, terrifying power. At this moment, the two sides of it were no longer the bound existence they once were. He seems to have broken free from all constraints, transforming into a true symbol of madness and power. His laughter grew more frenzied, proclaiming his invincibility and undefeated status. When Lu Xiyun looked at the before him, a sense of indescribable fear surged within him. He knew that what he faced was no longer an ordinary opponent, but a true demon, as if a mad being had crawled out from the abyss. He must give it his all to seek a glimmer of hope in this life and death battle. At the peak of the twisted, menacing right face of the dual-faced demon, a strange lump of flesh suddenly emerged, as if it were an apparition struggling to break free from beneath his skin. On this lump of flesh, two deep-set eyes seemed like two brilliant stars embedded within, radiating a chilling glow. They appeared to be mirrors capable of perceiving all the secrets of the world. They resembled an unfathomable ancient well, filled with indescribable sorrow and desolation. That gaze sent shivers down one's spine, as if it could penetrate the soul and glimpse the deepest fears and anxieties of the human heart. Even more astonishing was that beneath the seemingly ordinary arms of the demon, two additional arms had grown. They stretched out like tentacles quietly emerging from the depths of darkness. Twisted and eerie, every inch of skin seemed distorted by the passage of time and the forces of evil, forming grotesque shapes. These four arms together constituted the demon's unique image, showcasing his extraordinary power and strangeness. They were like tentacles reaching out from the darkness, twisted and bizarre. A more horrifying scene quietly unfolded. A deep, abyss-like fissure suddenly appeared in the seemingly solid abdomen of the dual-faced demon, revealing a fearsome, gaping maw. This enormous mouth resembled an abyss in the darkness, devoid of lips, only lined with rows of sharp, knife-like fangs. Its throat was deep and pitch-black, as if it could swallow all light and hope from the world. As the giant mouth opened and closed, a terrifying aura spread, as if even the air was being torn apart by this dreadful force. The body of the dual-faced demon seemed to have been reborn. All injuries healed in an instant, restored to their original state. At this moment, he seemed no longer to be the previous dual-faced demon, but rather a brand new, even more terrifying existence. He stood quietly in front of Lu Xiyun. His pair of crimson eyes flickered with a cold light, as if waiting for Lu Ziyunyi's next move. Come on, Lu Ziyunyi. The corners of the two-faced Su Nua's mouth slightly curled up. He drew a mocking curve, as if everything was under his control. He spoke slowly, his voice filled with sarcasm. He said, "Do you still have any means? What ability do you have to shake my undefeated body?" At this moment, Lu Ziyun opened a deep vertical eye in the center of his brow. This was not an ordinary person's pupil, but his unique, mysterious power that could perceive the essence of all things in the world. He furrowed his brow, fully concentrated. Through this vertical eye, he emitted invisible X-rays. He was like a precise scanner, starting to carefully analyze the seemingly strange, yet powerful bodies of the two faces of the opposite him. As the analysis deepened, shock and awe gradually appeared in Lu Ziyun's eyes. He whispered to himself, his voice filled with disbelief. He said, "This body is so perfect. Every inch of muscle, every bone seems to be crafted by heaven, naturally formed flawless." An unprecedented pressure surged in his heart. But more than that was a curiosity and desire for the unknown power. He saw the two sides of the quickly forming hand seals. His other two hands remained empty, as if ready to unleash a thunderous attack at any moment. The huge mouth located in his abdomen, while swallowing and exhaling, did not exert any pressure on his heart and lungs. It was as if this strange structure had long since merged with the rest of his body, flawless and perfect. Lu Ziyun clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles slightly whitening from the effort. He gazed at the enigmatic dual-faced spirit, his eyes shimmering with intense light. This kind of physical structure is an unparalleled treasure for us sorcerers, an incomparable advantage. Lu Ziyun whispered softly, trying to calm the shock and excitement within. Yet, the desire for unknown power burned fiercely in his heart like a raging fire. He took a deep breath, his gaze once again focused on the enormous mouth, as if trying to uncover the secrets hidden within. Chapter 139. The Two Sides of a Self-Proclaimed Teacher. At this moment, Lu Ziyun was no longer the same as before. A pair of menacing horns grew abruptly from the top of his head. They twisted and contorted, resembling the devilish touch emerging from a dark abyss. His face froze in shock due to the sudden change. His eyes were filled with incredible fear and confusion. At this moment, the two displayed a chilling calmness. He gently placed the divine weapon in his mouth. He seems to be brewing strength for the upcoming storm. He stomped the ground suddenly, as if carrying immense power. The ground trembled violently beneath his feet, as if unable to bear his weight. In the next moment, the bodies of the two vanished instantly from their original spot, as if swallowed by darkness. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Lu Ziyun. His gaze was cold and sharp, as if it could penetrate all illusions. His four hands, like four agile cheetahs, suddenly launched an attack in the same instant. The speed was as fast as 4 bolts of lightning streaking across the night sky, rushing straight towards Lu Ziyun. Lu Ziyun's heart immediately sank. He hurriedly summoned all his strength to fight back. However, he was astonished to find that his movements had become as slow as struggling in a swamp, weak and sluggish. His hands had just been raised, and he hadn't yet had time to make any substantial defensive moves. He was already firmly grasped by the iron clamp-like hands of the two-faced demon. Those two hands were like unrelenting chains, instantly sealing off his resistance and struggle. How could you possibly? Lu Ziyun's voice trembled with fear and was filled with dread and unwillingness toward the unknown power. The two-faced demon did not respond. His eyes were like a frozen lake, deep and indifferent, revealing a hint of mockery. The vacant hands seemed like a torrential downpour swept up by a wild wind. They struck at Lu Ziyun relentlessly and mercilessly. Each punch was accompanied by a sharp sound of wind, as if it could tear through the air and pierce the heart. And Lu Ziyun, under this frenzied assault, was like a reef battered by giant waves, enduring endless pain and torment. Your struggles are merely futile attempts at the edge of death. The voice of the two-faced Shunua was deep and cold, filled with disdain and contempt for Lu Ziyun. Under his merciless attack, Lu Ziyun's body was like a leaf swept away by a tempest. Lu Ziyun was sent flying into the air. His hands began to gather spell power. The spell power surged like a wild flood, roaring endlessly. It seemed to want to tear apart the entire space. It surged wildly like a tempest in the night, carrying the forces of destruction and rebirth. Lu Ziyun suddenly swept his hands. He is like a conductor wielding a baton, leading a symphony of destiny. A dazzling pillar of energy bursts forth from his hands. Like a raging dragon emerging from the sea, it is magnificent and unstoppable. The brilliance is blinding, as if it could illuminate the entire world, making it hard to look directly at. However, just at that moment, the enormous mouth begins to slowly open, as if a black hole is devouring everything around it. From that black hole, a deep and ancient chant emerges. Dragon scales, rebound, the comet of counterparts. The voice resonates in the surroundings, carrying an indescribable majesty. The two sides of the slowly raise their left hand, their fingertips pointing directly at the swaying deer purple cloud above. A playful smile appeared on his face, like an experienced mentor teaching a mischievous disciple. Remember to dodge, he reminded lightly. As the voice fell, his fingers waved gently. In that moment, a sharp energy like dawn's lightning pierced the silent sky, charging straight at Lu Ziyun. The form of the attack resembled a giant shark thrashing in the mud, its dorsal fin sharp as a knife. Wherever it went, the space seemed to tremble slightly, heralding the impending force of destruction. Facing this sudden attack, Lu Ziyun's expression changed slightly. However, he did not show any panic. Instead, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Lu Ziyun was like a fallen leaf in the wind. He suddenly rolled over, almost by instinct, narrowly avoiding a potentially fatal attack. However, even though his reaction was swift, the skin on his right arm was still grazed by the fierce airflow, leaving a shallow wound. The pain seared through him like a raging fire, instantly spreading throughout his body. He turned his head with difficulty, his gaze landing on the shocking mark on the ground. There, a deep trench appeared as if it had been cleaved open by a giant's sharp axe. It almost seemed to extend deep into the earth, with the surrounding stones and soil shattered by this force. Lu Ziyun took a few deep breaths, trying to calm the shock within. He gazed at the chasm, his eyes filled with awe and fear. He turned his head and looked at the two-faced Shuno opposite him, a sense of indescribable chill rising in his heart. Is this the power that concludes Wuqiao Wuji? Lu Ziyun's voice echoed in the empty space, carrying a barely detectable tremor, like a withered leaf swaying in the wind. He murmured to himself, as if confiding in his own thoughts. Once, a fool actually spoke to me about the profundity of love. The corners of the double-faced demon's mouth curled into a cold smile, and a complex glimmer flickered in his eyes. That guy asserted definitively, you don't understand love, because you have no existence that can rival it, so you are destined to be lonely. The double-faced demon gently stroked the nape of his neck, his fingertips gliding over his skin as if feeling his own vitality. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, as if he scoffed at the person's remarks. He slowly got up, stretching his muscles as if to release all the strength within him. The movements of the two sides of them were smooth and powerful, with every subtle action revealing an indescribable charm. His voice was deep and magnetic, like a clear spring in the mountains, and like an echo in a deep valley. Although I have not fully experienced what that guy said, I do know a little about it. I was somewhat surprised when he said I didn't understand love. However, how can this so-called love be defined? Is it not a close connection with someone, relying on each other and spending the rest of our lives together? The two-faced slightly raised his head, gazing into the distance, a hint of deep thought flashing in his eyes. His voice gradually became deeper, as if it had merged into the surrounding air. If that were the case, then how could I be lonely? Because I already have an existence that can rival it. And that is myself. The two-faced Shunuo changed its stance, looking at Lu Ziyun with a half-smile. Like I should go find Wuqiao Wu, or someone like you to discuss love. You people, rather than saying you don't know what love is, it's more accurate to say you don't understand it at all. Lu Ziyun was stirred by those profound words, his thoughts becoming chaotic, as if he were lost in a fog, unable to find a way out. He frowned tightly, as if he could pinch the invisible doubts. He stared at the two-sided, trying to find the answer in those deep, profound eyes. He asked, what exactly do you want to express? At that moment, both sides of the suddenly raised the divine weapon in their hands. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, like that of a hawk, as if it could penetrate all the fog. You were once a strong person, weren't you? His voice was deep and magnetic, as if carrying some kind of magic, causing Lu Ziyun to involuntarily fall into deep thought. However, before he could finish speaking, the two sides of the had already moved. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky like the wrath of a deity, roaring down towards Lu Ziyun. Chapter 140. Yuji Itadori joins the wheel battle. Lu Ziyun suddenly sensed danger. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, skillfully evading the sudden attack. He secretly marveled at the speed of the two-faced Shunuo, while also becoming more vigilant. However, just when Lu Ziyun thought he could catch his breath, a crisis descended like a ghost in the dark night. The figure of the two-faced Shunuo had quietly vanished from his sight. In the next moment, it seemed to emerge from the void, silently standing behind Lu Xiyun. The speed was like lightning cutting through the night sky, overwhelming and terrifying. Don't get distracted. Our contest has just begun. The voice of the two-faced Shunhua was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiyun's heart jolted violently. His shock surged like a tidal wave, almost drowning him. He suddenly turned around, and his right hand quickly condensed a powerful surge of magical energy. He was ready to launch a lethal attack, but the movements of the two-faced Shunhua were faster than his. The image of the two-faced Shunhua appeared particularly terrifying. His two steel-like hands, like claws reaching out from hell, ruthlessly gripped Lu Xiyun's head. His hands were so forceful that it seemed he wanted to crush the fragile head. Below him, two equally terrifying hands were swinging wildly. Each swing was accompanied by torrential assault, mercilessly striking at Lu Xiyun's abdomen. The dense blows were like raindrops in a downpour, or the mighty strikes of thunder. They made it almost impossible for Lu Xiyun to maintain his footing in this storm. He struggled to lift his head, trying to find a trace of compassion in the cold, unfeeling gaze of Su'a. But those eyes were as deep as an abyss, filled only with indifference to life and endless cruelty. How can you be so powerful? Lu Xiyun's voice trembled and was faint, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. However, the two faces of Suanua did not give him any response. He continued to wield that terrifying hand. Each attack was more ferocious than the last, as if he wanted to completely annihilate Lu Xiyun. In his eyes, there was only a desire for victory and ruthlessness towards the enemy. Lu Xiyun, under the storm-like attacks from the two sides, was already like a swaying, withered leaf. He was powerless to fight back. His figure swayed in the strong wind, as if it would be blown away at any moment. His strength was gradually fading, but an unyielding flame burned in his eyes. Every inch of his skin cried out in pain, and every joint howled in agony. Lu Xiyun seemed to hear the sound of his body collapsing. Yet, his heart was as resilient as steel. No matter what kind of adversity he faced, he would not easily yield. In the end, the attacks from the two opposing forces came to an abrupt halt, like the calm after a storm. He coldly threw Lu Xiyun out, as if tossing away a piece of garbage. Lu Xiyun was gasping for breath, as if trying to draw out every bit of air from her lungs. His face was filled with pain and unwillingness, but the determined gaze revealed a resolution he had never had before. He struggled to reach out his hand, although that hand was already trembling. Yet he still clung tightly to that last hope. He exerted all his strength, trying to launch a final strike, even though it might just be a futile struggle. However, the attacks from the two opposing entities were as swift as lightning, taking the lead. A fierce slash instantly transformed into a vast energy net, crashing down on Lu Xiyun like a violent storm. In this life-and-death moment, Lu Xiyun realized he had nowhere to escape. He could only stare wide-eyed as the massive energy net swept towards him like a giant wave. He closed his eyes, filled with deep despair. He has already followed in the footsteps of Satoru Gojo and started to become a revolving lantern in the high skies above the clouds. The domain barrier of Kinji Hikari is now like an ancient painting being violently torn apart by invisible claws. A heart-stirring gap has opened. The two sides of Sukuna suddenly raised their heads. In those deep-set eyes, it seemed as if flames were dancing, hot and sharp. He gazed at the sudden change, every subtle fluctuation failing to escape his eyes. He furrowed his brows, the corners of his mouth curling into a disdainful arc. His voice is deep and magnetic. He said, "Is it finally coming?" Before his words could settle, the figures of Chang Jinsi and Li Mei had already slowly emerged from that crack. They are as light as feathers, floating in midair. They contrast sharply with the surrounding air. They are like two deities descended from the heavens, surrounded by an otherworldly aura that makes it hard to look directly at them. But it's not over yet. Deep within that dim and shattered realm, suddenly, two figures descend from the sky. One of them is none other than the super athlete Yuji Itadori, known for his resilience and determination. His gaze is like the brightest star in the night sky, steadfast and persistent, as if it can pierce through all darkness. Faced with the formidable dual-sided curse spirit, Yuji Itadori showed no signs of retreat. He straightened his chest. He locked eyes with the pair of eyes filled with evil and mockery. Although he knew that the enemy before him was unimaginably powerful, he still chose to forge ahead with courage. The corners of the dual-faced demon's mouth curled into a contemptuous cold smile. His voice was deep and cold, filled with disdain for Yuji Itadori. He said, "You foolish little brat, what kind of storm do you think you can stir up?" However, Yuji Itadori was not shaken by this ridicule. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to channel all his strength into this moment. There was a steadfast light shining in his eyes. He said, "No matter the outcome, I will give my all and never back down." The other person is Nichika Hironori. He tightly held a huge iron hammer in his hand, heavy as if it could shake the heavens and the earth. He steadily rested the hammer on his broad shoulders, like a guardian deity protecting this land. His eyes sparkled with a steadfast light, sharp and deep, like the brightest star in the night sky. However, in this tense atmosphere, a crow suddenly intruded into the battlefield. It flapped its wings and circled in the air, seemingly searching for something. Its appearance broke the originally silent atmosphere, adding a touch of uncertainty to the battle. Both sides glanced at the crow, their eyes flashing with a hint of impatience. He remains highly alert to any changes on the battlefield. He let out as if mocking the crow's overconfidence. He slowly raised the divine weapon in his hand. "Umph." A crow, truly arrogant and conceited. His cold voice echoed in the air, carrying a hint of disdain. Suddenly, the sky erupted with deafening thunder, as if it were the roar of a deity. A bolt of lightning split the sky, wielding the power to destroy, and accurately struck the crow. The crow was instantly turned to charcoal under the onslaught of thunder and lightning. Its black feathers scattered everywhere, like leaves swept away by a fierce wind. It fell from the sky, losing the color of life. The eyes of the two were briefly drawn to the crow. A flicker of emotion crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and vigilance. However, at the moment he was distracted, Nichika launched a swift attack. Chapter 141. Nichika is to judge Su Nuwa. Just as the words were spoken, it was already too late. Nichika swung the enormous iron hammer in his hand with great force. He moved like thunder dancing in his palm, carrying immense power. He struck fiercely towards the direction of the two-faced Sunuwa. The hammer seemed to be imbued with life, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. It whistled through the air, leaving a dazzling afterimage. Every strand of air was torn apart by its terrifying impact, forming an invisible storm. The two-faced Sunuwa felt a hint of shock. He flickered like a ghost, easily dodging the deadly strike. However, even though he avoided the blow, he couldn't hide the look of surprise on his face. He frowned slightly, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He seems to have not expected that Uchiha Kanya would unleash such astonishing power. "Oh." He raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was a hint of barely perceptible admiration in his tone. It seemed you do have some exceptional qualities. His words were as cold as ice. It seemed to conceal some unfathomable meaning. At the same time, Yuji Itadori's figure swept by like a gale. His figure appeared particularly agile on the battlefield where the gravel flew. He moves through the rocky terrain like a nimble leopard. He strikes with precision and power every time, shattering all the flying debris that comes at him. His eyes were firm and bright, as if shining with an indomitable light. "Twin-faced Sukuna," Yuji Itadori shouted, his voice filled with determination and courage. "Annoying little demon, die." The gaze of twin-faced Sukuna was like a storm in the dark night, carrying a madness and resolve to destroy everything. His fingertips trembled slightly, as if about to unleash the terrifying divine martial release. The thunderous power capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. However, at the moment when the thunder was about to tear through the sky, a ghostly strip appeared out of nowhere, moving at a speed that dazzled the eyes. It was like a nimble spirit snake, tightly wrapping around the powerful right hand of the two-faced Sunuwa, as if to completely bind his intent of destruction. The expression on the two-faced Sunuwa's face changed drastically, dark and gloomy like the clouds before a storm. He suppressed the anger and resentment in his heart. He is like a trapped wild beast, struggling to find a breakthrough. He quickly adjusted his strategy, using the remaining 3 powerful hands to engage in a thrilling battle with Yuji Itadori. Each clash was like the collision of thunder and storm, leaving one breathless. The punches cut through the air like blades, landing with bone-crushing force. Each hit was as heavy as steel, directly striking the flesh. It produced a dull echo, sending ripples through the air. The intense confrontation made every exchange feel like a giant hammer striking metal, shaking the air with a buzzing roar, as if trying to tear apart the quiet night. However, even such attacks were still unable to withstand Yuji Itadori's relentless fists, which came like a torrential storm. His figure swayed in the gusts of punches, like a withered tree caught in a storm, teetering as if it would fall at any moment. "Damn it, kid. I will make sure you are torn to pieces." The roar of the dual-faced evil spirit thundered like a storm, rolling in and shattering the hearts and minds of those who heard it. His voice roared like a beast, filled with anger and despair, as if he wanted to engulf the entire world in his wrath. In his eyes flickered a mad flame. The flame burned fiercely like the hellfire, threatening to consume Yuji Itadori entirely. Itadori, I will judge you anew. Kinji Hikari's eyes widened, and his roar exploded like thunder. The sound waves reverberated in the air, stirring up an invisible ripple. In that instant, the power within him erupted like a raging flood, akin to a storm in the dark night, sweeping through the entire space. He used the domain expansion, execution of the condemned. With a low shout, a deep and oppressive dark power rapidly spread out, as if the surrounding air was being devoured by this darkness. In this darkness, countless guillotines appeared out of nowhere. They exuded a chilling and sharp aura, surrounding the three like judges emerging from hell. Then, bricks and stones, as if driven by some mysterious force, began to assemble into structures at an astonishing speed. These buildings did not appear out of thin air, but seemed to draw life from the veins of the earth, slowly rising from the depths below. As the bricks were precisely stacked one by one, an ancient and solemn courtroom for three gradually emerged. It was simple yet dignified, with each brick seemingly telling an ancient secret. The entire scene was filled with a sense of solemnity and severity, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. Could such a thing really be compared to that Satoru Gojo? The expression on the two-faced Sukuna was one of mockery. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze like a torch, sweeping over the soon-to-be-formed guillotines and the solemn courtroom. Behind the figure of Nishikiyama, a terrifying silhouette quietly emerged. Its eyes were ruthlessly stitched shut with fine black threads, as if all light and emotion were sealed behind that darkness. The creature's face was twisted and grotesque, resembling a demon crawling out from the abyss, filled with endless resentment and coldness. In its hands, it held a massive scale, each weight appearing heavy as if carrying all the justice and judgment of the world. It opened its lipless mouth, emitting a hoarse and piercing voice, like the sound of judgment coming from the depths of hell. Yuji Itadori, you are a prime suspect in a series of murders in the bustling Shibuya district on October 31st, 2018. It spoke coldly, devoid of any emotion. Now, this court will rejudge you with a fair measure and strict law. The voice echoed in the air, each word striking Yuji Itadori's heart like a heavy hammer. At this moment, Nishikiyama's expression grew increasingly grave, like a night sky covered by dark clouds, dark enough to swallow all surrounding light. He tightly held the envelope that seemed to be soaked in a curse. His fingertips turned white, as if it were not just a piece of paper, but a scepter that held the power of life and death, of sin and punishment. His voice was like deep water, low and penetrating. Each word fell like a stone into the lake, stirring up layers of ripples. In the courtroom of the second trial, Yuji Itadori's confession was merely a false testimony born out of a heavy sense of responsibility. He is innocent. Kankichi Nishi's gaze pierced to the right like a sharp sword, seemingly cutting through the silent air. It pointed directly at the tangled confrontation of the two sides of Sukuna. His voice was more resolute, each word like forged steel. He said emphatically, the real murderer is not him. It's the one hidden in the shadows, manipulating everything. Upon hearing these words, the smile of the two-faced Shunua seemed to tear a rift in space. He showed a hint of disdainful sarcasm. The corners of his lips were slightly raised, as if he were enjoying a magnificent farce. He shrugged casually, a sense of indifference and disdain as if he looked down on the entire world. The monster judge, with its cruelly sewn eyes, spoke again. Its voice was like dry wood swaying in the wind, repeating the cold accusation. Yuji Itadori, you are charged with multiple murders on October 31st, 2018, in the Shibuya area. As soon as these words were spoken, Waki Nikaido's heart could no longer remain calm. He exploded like a firecracker that had been ignited. He said, no, this is a frame-up. The real culprit is the two-faced demon. His voice echoed in the empty courtroom, filled with determination and resolve. Chapter 142, Judgment Results and Plan Failure. Nichiya Katsu's voice resonated in the vast courtroom, like thunder in a storm, brimming with irresistible anger and steadfastness. He raised the envelope in his hand, as if grasping the fate of the entire world. The surface of the envelope seemed to emit a faint black light. That was a symbol of cursed power, and also a testament to his obsession with the truth. In this sacred domain, the judge is the embodiment of justice, capable of seeing into the depths of every person's soul. Aside from the evidence carried by this cursed envelope in my hand, our verdict is also based on the testimonies of all of us. Every word and every sentence in the courtroom will ultimately become the cornerstone of constructing the truth. The voice of Nishikata, Hiroshi, echoed in the silent courtroom, like a cold hammer, striking at the hearts of the people. His gaze is firm and deep, as if it can penetrate all lies and disguises. He stood there like a towering mountain, steadfast in the wind and rain. Nishikawa's hand tightly gripped the envelope, seemingly a symbol of all his beliefs and strength, as if it contained a truth as heavy as a mountain. Inside the envelope was a meticulously organized collection of evidence. Each page detailed the crimes of Sukuna. Like a dark history book, it recorded how he ruthlessly seized Yuji Itadori's body and the brutal marks he left throughout history. All the evidence was here, this file, like a mirror, clearly reflecting Sukuna's crimes. It depicted in detail how he gradually encroached upon everything belonging to Yuji Itadori, as well as the heinous atrocities he committed in the past. The large-scale massacre in Shibuya could only be caused by a power like Sukuna's. Yuji Itadori, though powerful, could never possess such madness and cruelty. Nishikawa's gaze was firm and sharp. He knows that this is not only evidence to clear Yuji Itadori's name. It is also a powerful tool to seek justice for the innocent victim souls. Nishikago's voice is as resounding as steel. Every word is like a giant stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples that the hearts of everyone present. His gaze was like a torch, firm and sharp, staring directly at the two opposing. It seemed as if he wanted to pierce through the layers of disguise and reach the darkness within. His eyes were filled with determination and undeniable authority, as if declaring an unshakable truth. Suhue, wait for your judgment. Rike quan coldly spoke. Every word fell like hail on the ground, producing a crisp echo. Unless you can provide solid evidence proving your insanity, you will not escape the punishment of the law. However, at this moment, a strange smile appeared on Suju's face. The smile contained a hint of absurdity and mockery. He did not speak. He just fixed his gaze on Uchiha Kanya with his eyes filled with hostility, as if he wanted to devour him. However, Uchiha Kanya remained unmoved. He still maintained that steadfastness and calmness, like a towering mountain that cannot be shaken by wind or rain. The entire courtroom seemed to be shrouded in a heavy silence. The air frozen. Only the sound of Michika's voice echoed in the empty space, like a lonely echo. He slowly opened his mouth and said in a firm and steady voice, "Evidence." However, he had not finished his words. He was rudely interrupted by the two-faced Shujiao. "Too long. Your lengthy speech is just useless nonsense to me." The two-faced Shujiao waved his arms impatiently, his face full of disdain and contempt. His gaze was like a knife, piercing towards the wide view of the sun chariot. He contemptuously glanced at the judge behind him, as if all rules and laws were nothing but child's play in his eyes. A mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. He continued, "I have long heard of the rules of this domain within this little brat's body. I'm only concerned about your sword. As for what I've done, I don't care at all." Upon hearing the scornful words from the two-faced monster's court, the creature known as the judge, whose silent rage erupted like a volcano. Its eyes, originally tightly bound by sutures, were now driven by anger, as if the threads could no longer bear the burden, snapping open to reveal the hidden eyes behind. Those eyes were cold and sharp, like two keen blades piercing the heart. The monster judge roared in anger, its voice echoing like thunder throughout the courtroom. It declared, "Guilty. I pronounce you guilty. Confiscated. Sentence of death." Its voice, like a raging storm, swept through the entire court, seemingly tearing the space apart. The entire courtroom was shrouded in an invisible pressure, the oppressive force of the monster judge's fury. It left people breathless, as if even the air had solidified. The blade on the guillotine glimmered with a cold light under the illumination, as if it could not wait to taste the impending blood. The two-faced monster's expression was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice, looking down on everything happening before him with disdain. It was as if the turmoil and clamor of the world were nothing but fleeting clouds in his eyes, unworthy of mention. As the final chapter of the trial came to a close, the domain barrier enveloping the surroundings quietly dissipated like morning mist, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, all power seemed to be called forth by some mysterious force, converging in the hands of Nick K-Ken. In his palm, the light flowed as if he held the stars, brilliant and dazzling. It was a lightsaber symbolizing execution and punishment. The blade shone with the light of justice, as if it could sever all evil in the world. Its appearance made everyone present feel an irresistible majesty and power. It was the sword of the executioner, representing absolute justice and retribution. Nichika K saw this with unwavering belief, his heart filled with the anticipation of victory. Amidst the solemn and cold decree of the monster judge, he seemed to foresee the complete deprivation of the two-faced curse's technique. Like sunlight dispelling darkness, the light of victory would shine upon his face. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, outlining a trace of smugness, with a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. Deep in his heart, it seemed he had already tasted the sweet flavor of victory in advance, like a blooming flower exuding an enticing fragrance. However, the twists of fate are always so unexpected. Although the monster judge pronounced the crimes of the dual-faced Sukuna, it was not very effective. It merely stripped him of his divine power, like cutting off the black claw of a mighty eagle. Although he lost some of his strength, he could still soar in the sky, and the techniques of the dual-faced Sukuna could still be used. Upon learning all this, the expression on Nichiryu Kanji's face instantly froze. His heart was filled with shock and bewilderment. He couldn't believe that his plan had fallen apart at the last moment. A glimmer of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but he knew that none of this could be changed. Do you think you can bind me with just this? The corners of the two-faced Su Nua's mouth curled into a cold smile. That smile was filled with contempt and mockery towards Nichiju Kanjin. There was a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. He seemed to be watching a clown, laughing heartily at Nichiju's ignorance and arrogance. Your judgment is truly laughable. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and magnetic, carrying a hint of disdain and provocation. You think this is enough to sanction me? Let me tell you, your thoughts are completely misguided. Chapter 143. Nichikabu unleashes a simple domain. As his words fell, Nichikabu's expression instantly turned even more unpleasant. He tightly gripped the lightsaber in his hand. The blade flickered with a piercing cold light. Yet in this moment, it seemed so powerless. A strong sense of unease surged in his heart, as if an invisible force was tightly constricting him, making it hard to breathe. The corners of the duel's mouth curled into a cold smile. He gently flicked his fingers, as if playing a silent melody. In that instant, the spell named was activated like magic. The invisible strike tore through the night sky like lightning. Swift and fierce, it cut through the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle, heading straight for Nichikabi Kanjin. However, in this life-and-death moment, the wheel of fate seemed to shift subtly. A figure as swift as a cheetah leaped out from the side. It was Nishikabe Etsuya, the second-year homeroom teacher of the Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High School. His figure is agile and resolute, with a determined gleam in his eyes. He showed no hesitation or retreat, facing the impending fatal blow. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the air appeared to be still. His body seemed to be struck by the sound of a blade cutting through the air in an instant. An invisible force surged forth, delivering an unprecedented blow to him. It felt as if he was carrying a great mountain, enduring unspeakable pain. However, Hinakubo Takuya was like a stubborn rock, allowing the raging storm to wash over him. He clenched his jaw tightly, a trace of fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but he still did not retreat a single step. There was an unyielding light shining in his eyes. His voice thundered like lightning in the night sky. "Suwanua, let me show you this move." Before his words faded, a torrent of cursed energy surged out from within him like a flood breaking through a dam. A powerful aura filled the air, causing the surrounding space to tremble. True shadow, flow, simple domain. Under the casting of Nichibukibu's Diyoshi, its true power was finally revealed. Around his body, the cursed energy burned like raging fire. Under the protection of the simple domain, a mysterious power quietly spread. Hinata, Butakuya, and his companions seemed to be infused with new vitality by this power. Their bodies seemed to be reshaped, and their strength was enhanced like never before. There was a determined light shining in their eyes, a desire for victory and a resolve to fight against evil. The two-faced Thua stood opposite them, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect that this seemingly simple field had such powerful abilities, capable of enhancing the strength of those around him. But he quickly calmed the turmoil in his heart, knowing that the real battle had just begun. He squinted slightly, sizing up the people across from him. Although their strength has been enhanced, it still seems insignificant compared to his. He smiled gently, as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. However, he did not let his guard down. He knows that with the support of these people, they will surely display extraordinary strength. He must be fully prepared to face the upcoming challenges. The battle is about to begin, and both sides are ready. At this moment, behind the two opposing forces, the figures of three sorcerers suddenly emerge. They pounced like tigers descending a mountain, swift and decisive in their attack. In their eyes, there flickered a flame of indomitable spirit and resilience. It was a desire for victory, a determination to face challenges, and a deep trust in their companions. Sunakabo, Takeya, fixed his gaze on the two-faced Shikusai ahead, his face as stern as iron. He knows well that this is a life-and-death struggle, and every step must be taken with caution. Every strike must be made with full effort. He did not look back, but the worries in his heart surged like the tide. He deeply trusts his companions, but at this critical moment of life and death, he couldn't help but ask with concern. He said, "Rigia, can you still continue fighting?" His voice was deep and firm, like the twinkling stars in the dark night. Though faint, it was filled with strength. Rishquan took a deep breath of the cold air, his chest standing tall like steel. He replied decisively, "No problem." He swiftly and decisively untied his tie. The movement seemed like breaking free from the shackles that bound his soul, releasing the power deep within him. His eyes sparkled with a steadfast light like the stars. That light revealed an indomitable determination and a belief in moving forward. "I'm truly sorry." His voice carried a hint of undeniable helplessness. Although I had already sentenced him to death, it was regrettable that all I seemed able to do was confiscate his cursed tools. In his words, a deep sense of regret and unwillingness shone through his eyes. These words cut through the air like a cold blade, reaching the ears of Hinakubo Takuya. His originally deep eyes are now ignited like a blazing fire, shining brilliantly and becoming even more unbreakable. He tightly gripped the sword hilt, and the dagger in his hand resembled a dragon emerging from the water, flashing with a fierce cold light. He said softly but firmly, "That's enough. The sword in your hand will put a perfect end to all of this. Even if the road ahead is paved with thorns, even if it costs me my life, I will not hesitate to protect you." However, just as the words left his mouth, a trace of barely perceptible regret crossed Nikabu's face. He deeply understands that he may have made a hasty decision in the heat of the moment. But at this critical juncture of life and death, he can no longer turn back. He can only cast aside the fear and hesitation in his heart, transforming his beliefs and courage into motivation. Meanwhile, the two-sided spirit is very content. He raised his left hand with a calm and indifferent demeanor, seemingly looking down on everything around him. He gently caresses his neck, his fingers gliding over it. Like an elegant dancer stretching, he prepares to embrace the challenges ahead. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, sketching a sarcastic yet confident smirk. It was as if he were mocking his opponent's defense, which was as solid as a rock. But in his eyes, it seemed as fragile as paper. "It seems your defense is quite sturdy after all." He spoke, with a hint of amusement in his voice. "However, from here on, this contest will enter a new phase. Let's see who can come out on top in this race." Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly charged in like a tiger descending the mountain, and that was the brother of Itadori Yuji, Ch. Saku. He clapped his hands suddenly, and a determined light flickered in his bulging eyes. He was ready to unleash the infinitely powerful blood technique. However, the speed of the two-faced Sukuna was as swift as lightning, leaving people astonished. He trembled slightly, as if he had traversed the gaps in space, instantly passing through the gaze of the crowd. The two hands of the dual-faced demon transformed into sharp claws, simultaneously piercing through the solid body of the swollen figure. A flicker of indescribable fear flashed in the eyes of the swollen figure. However, he gritted his teeth tightly, not making a sound even in the face of this fatal blow. Bang! The dull sound of the impact echoed in the air, shaking the heart like a muffled thunder. The body of the swollen figure was firmly pinned to the ground beneath the iron claw-like right hand of the dual-faced demon. He was unable to move. Blood gushed from the wound, blooming like a vivid flower on the ground. It stained the once calm surface red, filling the air with a suffocating scent of blood. Chapter 144. Sunua easily defeated the two. This is simply unbelievable. The voice of Nishikabe Tadayoshi trembled, as if gripped by an invisible fear around his throat. He widened his eyes, and in his pupils reflected an incredible scene. Riku Kirikawa stood behind him, his brows furrowed into a small mountain. His gaze was like heavy lead clouds, oppressive and weighty. The heartbeats of the two seemed to synchronize at that moment. Each beat emphasized the incredible scene before them. Meanwhile, the gazes from both sides of them were filled with disdain and contempt. He glanced at the swollen face, a hint of a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. His voice was cold and sharp. "Blood-piercing? Such a trivial skill. I can do it too. Do you think your technique can shake me even a little? It's truly ridiculous." His words were like ice blades, slicing through the air and piercing the heart of everyone present. The chill that rose from the depths of one's heart made people shiver involuntarily. Zhang Xiang used the last bit of his strength to struggle and lift his head. In his eyes, a defiant flame burns, like stars in the dark night, bright and resilient. His wheezing voice was hoarse yet resolute. I will never let you succeed, you detestable curse. He gritted his teeth again and summoned all his strength. He wanted to break free from the two sides of his fate that bound him tightly like shackles. However, this struggle was like a candle flame in a raging wind. Though bright, it was hard to withstand the relentless assault. The two sides of his fate seemed like a deity high above. He is indifferent to all the struggles and resistance. He withdrew his gaze and no longer looked at the swollen figure. To the two-faced, it was merely a speck of dust, insignificant. He gently waved his hand, as if discarding a useless stone. He tossed the swollen phase aside like garbage, indifferently. The action was both graceful and cruel, as if all of this were only natural, as if it were all a part of fate's arrangement. Yuji Itadori witnessed this scene, and a trace of barely concealed anxiety flashed in his eyes. A strong impulse surged within him. He strode forward without hesitation and steadily caught the swaying Shikigami. The worry and anger burned like a fierce fire in his eyes. Yuji Itadori could feel the Shikigami's faint breath and trembling body, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Just as the tense atmosphere reached its peak, a kitchen knife, tightly wrapped in heavy fabric, shot through the air like an arrow. Accompanied by a sharp sound of wind, it aimed directly at the fearsome Shikigami. However, in response to such an attack, the Shikigami merely smiled disdainfully. He gently swung his arm, and the kitchen knife was sent flying like gravel struck by a giant wave. In an instant, it was knocked away by him. But a figure dressed in dark clothing leaped out from the shadows like a ghost. His movements are swift and agile, like a leopard hunting in the night. His gaze was sharp and resolute, revealing a strength that should not be underestimated. He seemed like a hidden star, revealing only a pair of deep eyes like the night sky, shimmering with mysterious light. He revealed eyes as mysterious and captivating as those of Middle Eastern women. His figure is as agile as a cheetah, swift and silent. He seemed to merge with the wind, as if transformed into a flash of lightning. He rushed through the air, leaving behind trails of afterimages. He steadily caught the flying kitchen knife. The knife spun in his hand, as if it had transformed into a dancing sword, exuding a fierce momentum. He soared downwards towards the two-faced specters below, harnessing the inertia of gravity like a soaring eagle. A sharp light flickered in his eyes, as if he intended to slay all the evil in the darkness beneath his sword. Oomph! Another overconfident fool. How laughable. The two-faced cast a cold glance, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt, as if he had regarded the man in the night suit as an insignificant ant. However, the man in the night suit did not back down because of this. He gripped the kitchen knife tightly, his eyes shining with a determined light, as if he wanted to condense all his courage and strength into this one strike. He struck fiercely at the two-faced Sanua. The kitchen knife traced a dazzling arc in the air, slashing down at the enemy with a fierce momentum. However, this scene carried a sense of absurd humor. The sharp knife, when it struck the massive body of the two-faced Sanua, did not produce the expected sound of tearing. Instead, it was like a trapped beast violently colliding with hard rock, only eliciting a series of dull echoes. Even the seemingly fragile skin showed no signs of damage. This was not a sharp cut, but a dull impact, like a giant hammer ruthlessly smashing down. The two-faced Sanua stood firm like a nail deeply embedded in the earth, unshakable and steadfast. He endured the heavy blow, allowing his own strength to be shaken by the external impact. His legs were deeply sunk into the soil, as if they had merged with the earth, with his ankles even buried beneath thick layers of dirt. The two-faced spirit was not flustered by this. Instead, a hint of cynical mockery flickered in his eyes. He calmly pulled his left foot out of the mud. The movement seemed like a trivial game, effortless and relaxed. Just as he spoke, it happened in an instant. He suddenly kicked at the man in black with his left foot. This powerful kick came with the force of thunder, as if it would shake the very space and make the entire world tremble. The man in black saw this scene, and a wave of terror surged in his heart. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes. He hurriedly swung the kitchen knife in his hand, trying to fend off the unstoppable kick. However, it was nothing but a futile struggle. The moment the foot of the two-faced evil spirit collided violently with the knife, time seemed to freeze for a moment. The man in black was like a leaf swept away by a fierce wind, losing all control. He flew backward at an incredible speed. His figure traced a long arc in the air, like a kite with a broken string, swaying precariously. If it weren't for that kitchen knife, which blocked most of the impact, this man in black would have likely perished on the spot. Yet even so, he was still severely injured. His face was as pale as paper, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The two stood in place, coldly watching this scene. His gaze is deep and cold, as if it can penetrate the soul of a person. He slightly curled his lips, revealing a hint of a mocking curve, as if laughing at the arrogance of the man in black. Arrogant. Can't you see your own limitations? He murmured softly, his voice filled with disdain and contempt. To him, the man in black was nothing more than a trivial existence, a foe as insignificant as an ant. His gaze revealed a kind of aloof indifference, as if watching an insignificant ant struggling. Chapter 145. Riche Quan was thrown like a stone. At this moment, two figures quietly rushed over around the two sides of the. They're like blades in the shadows. They are Dooku from the Daytime Division and Yuji Itadori. They stood side by side, surrounding that demonic presence, their eyes shining with fiery determination, like burning flames. The two seemed to be waiting for the perfect moment. They were preparing to launch a thunderous attack to crush this terrifying enemy in one fell swoop. However, they had not yet had the chance to act. A powerful wave began to ripple from the two. The four arms of the two were wildly waving in the air, like leaves blown by a fierce wind, or a volcano on the verge of eruption. He used a powerful technique to unleash. The slashing strike that appeared out of nowhere tore through the night sky like lightning. With the power to destroy everything, it roared towards Fushiguro Megumi and Itadori Yuji. That sharp energy instantly pierced through the defenses of both, leaving behind shocking scars. And behind Fushiguro Megumi's figure, Nikaido Hiromu, like a lurking cheetah, finally seized the fleeting opportunity in battle. He suddenly leaped out like a lightning bolt cutting through the night sky. The executioner's lightsaber in his hand emitted a chilling glow from its tip, pointing directly at the terrifying existence of the two-faced Shikigami standing in the center of the battlefield. But the speed of the two-faced Shikigami was astonishingly fast. Almost at the moment when Nichiko Quan moved, he vanished like a ghost, gracefully evading this thunderous strike. The laughter of the two sides echoed across the battlefield, filled with arrogance and arrogance. His four arms waved simultaneously, like four frenzied dancing snakes. He launched a fierce attack against Hiroshi Nishikata and Atsushi Nishikabo. His face was filled with disdain and contempt, as if these two brave warriors were nothing more than insignificant ants in his eyes. A hint of fear flashed through the pupils of Nichihou Quaid, but that fear was instantly suppressed by his determination. He gripped the lightsaber tightly, the tip tracing a dazzling arc through the air as he tried to fend off the relentless attacks from the two-faced Sanua, which came like a torrential storm. But in his eyes, the assaults from the two-faced Sanua were as unstoppable as a tsunami. His lightsaber is sharp, yet it seems to always miss its target under the opponent's bizarre attacks, unable to touch that skin as hard as iron. Nichika K-With finds himself nearly overwhelmed by the tidal wave of punches from both sides of the. He was struggling through it, each defense feeling as if he was brushing past death. You so-called guys are nothing more than this. The two-faced Shunua sneered coldly, his voice filled with disdain. Nichibu's Dake gritted his teeth, enduring the tidal wave of attacks. His muscles are taut, like an unyielding mountain peak, never showing the slightest sign of retreat despite being battered and bruised. His eyes shimmered with a resolute light, like a roaring flame, unwavering even in the face of despair. He growls, his voice filled with determination and resilience. He said, "Even if I die, I will move forward bravely and never back down." In a situation of 2 against 1, Nichikatsu can only desperately resist the fierce attacks from both sides. Although he struggled to resist, the disparity in strength gradually left him feeling powerless. Suddenly, the two-faced, like claws forged from steel, it firmly grasped Riche Quan Jien. He suddenly exerted force, lifting Riche Quan Jien high up, and then violently threw it toward the distance. The figure of Riche Quan Jien traced an arc in the air, like a falling meteor, carrying endless tragic heroism and determination. Under the impetus of the enormous force, he seemed like a lead ball thrown by fate. Each impact felt as if it would tear this shattered world apart once more. And at this moment, the two sides of the. His eyes sparkled with a cruel and bloodthirsty red light, like flames in the abyss, scorching everything around. He strides forward, each step landing on the ruins, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. His speed was as fast as lightning cutting through the night sky, disappearing instantly into the dust, leaving only a residual shadow and the echoing roar. "Quick, Itadori, catch up. We can't let Rika face that demon alone." Nishinobu Takumi's voice echoed through the ruins, filled with urgency and anger. In his eyes sparkled a determined light, as if to turn that worry and anger into strength to help Itadori catch up. However, on this battlefield filled with a tense atmosphere, Itadori Yuji appeared to walk heavily, as if burdened by a 1,000-pound stone. He exerted himself to the utmost, each step seeming to shatter the ground beneath him, just to catch up with that fleeting figure. But the speed of the two-faced Nun, like a ghostly apparition, seemed to surpass the limits of mortals. It left Itadori Yuji only able to gaze at the fading silhouette, engulfed by the swirling dust. His face is etched with deep helplessness and unwillingness. In his eyes, although sweat drips down, it cannot hide the glimmer of unwavering determination. He widened his eyes and stared intently at the figure gradually receding in front of him, filled with a sense of unwillingness. He gritted his teeth, as if trying to concentrate all his strength in this moment, just to shorten that seemingly insurmountable distance. This guy's speed is just like the wind. Yuji Itadori gasped for breath. His voice revealed an unmistakable exhaustion, but more importantly, it was filled with unyielding determination and perseverance. Sweat soaked his clothes, yet a fierce flame burned in his eyes. He knew that he could not give up. He had to persevere until the very last moment. After experiencing a thrilling series of collisions, Nichi Kawasaw, he was finally ruthlessly forced into a dilapidated room. His clothes had long been torn into shreds, hanging weakly on him like withered leaves in the autumn wind. Those wounds, like claw marks left by a vicious wolf, were deeply etched into his skin. Each one was filled with pain and struggle. Yet even so, a defiant light still flickered in his eyes, like the North Star in the night sky, guiding his indomitable spirit. The room was in chaos. The broken furniture lay scattered like the wreckage of war. Books were strewn across the floor like defeated soldiers, neglected and forgotten. A desolate atmosphere pervaded the entire room, as if the air had solidified, making it hard to breathe. At that moment, two figures resembling specters rushed in. His leaping figure appeared particularly out of place in the dim room. Those eyes sparkled with a mocking light, as if they had already seen the fate of Quan Jian about to be devoured. Truly interesting. The two-faced Shunua spoke coldly. The voice echoed in the empty room, like a cold knife cutting into Quan Jian's heart. He slowly approached Quan Jian, each step seeming to tread on Quan Jian's heart. The sense of oppression made it almost impossible for Quan Jian to breathe, but he still straightened his chest and looked firmly at the two sides of Su Nua. He knew that this would be a battle of life and death, but he was already prepared. "You, a rookie who awakened as a sorcerer in just 2 months." The voice of the dual-faced SHK was deep and magnetic. He walked over slowly, his gaze like a torch, firmly locked onto Riku Asakawa. Within Riku, the cursed power surged like a raging river, as if a fierce fire had ignited in his veins. The invisible waves formed by the cursed power spread like ripples, causing the surrounding air to tremble and seemingly distorting the very fabric of space. "You truly are a raw gem that can rival Satoru Gojo." The voice of Ryaman Sukuna revealed a hint of astonishment. His eyes sparkled with admiration and recognition. This, for Nichiro Kanjin, was undoubtedly a high compliment. In the dimly lit room, Nichiro Kanjin was like a withered tree encountering spring. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength to struggle to his feet. The scars on his body were like marks burned by fierce flames. Each wound pierced deep into his bones, but his eyes shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, flickering with an indomitable light. He knew that he could not just fall down like this, nor could he allow that evil dual-faced Susanoo to act wantonly. "Dual-faced Susanoo, you demon, I will judge you." Nichiren Quan roared, his voice echoing in the empty room, filled with endless anger and determination. "I will never let you succeed. I will fight you to the end with my life and my will." His voice was firm and powerful, like a drawn sword piercing through the darkness, bringing the dawn of hope. The footsteps of the two-sided airily froze. His gaze revealed an unmistakable admiration. "You are truly amazing." His deep voice was filled with admiration, and his eyes sparkled with appreciation for his opponent. "In such a short period of time, your mastery of the technique has reached a level almost on par with mine." His words revealed an indescribable shock. But as his voice fell, the hands below danced like fluttering butterflies, quickly forming intricate seals. Meanwhile, the hands above spread out like a soaring eagle, suddenly unfolding as if to embrace the entire world. He looked intently, staring straight at Nikan Kwanjian in front of him, his voice filled with certainty and affirmation. Your name is Nikan Kwanjian, right? He slowly opened his mouth, each word striking the air like a heavy hammer, making it impossible to ignore his presence. As soon as he finished speaking, the two had already activated their techniques. Bang! It was as if the thunder from the sky had suddenly descended. The dilapidated house, on the verge of collapse, instantly crumbled under the impact of the technique, turning into a pile of ruins. Debris poured down like a torrential rain, and dust spread like a thick fog, enveloping the surroundings in chaos. Stood like an unyielding sword, stepping on the shattered bricks, with a determined light flickering in his eyes. He fearlessly charged towards the two-faced demon. The lightsaber in his hand shone brightly in the dimness, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, carrying the determination to destroy everything. He struck at the enemy, standing amidst the smoke and dust. However, in the blink of an eye, the movements of both sides were as swift as phantoms. His fingertips lightly raised, leisurely releasing the spell. In an instant, several sharp slashes, like a sudden storm, rushed towards Uchiha Kanya with a howling wind. Just at that moment, the figure of Yuji Itadori appeared like the dawn's first light. He finally broke through the air and arrived. He charged into the two without any fear. He swung his tightly clenched fists like hammers, accurately meeting the fierce slash. With a deafening roar echoing in the air, it seemed as if even space was trembling in response. Itadori Yuji's fists collided with the slash, unleashing an astonishing force. However, even though he successfully blocked the attack, the power of the double-sided Sukuna surged forth like a torrential flood, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Each step felt as if he were treading on nothingness, leaving him feeling powerless. Yet, Itadori Yuji's gaze grew even more resolute. He knew that he could not back down, because behind him were the companions he needed to protect. The fingertips of the dual-faced specter reached out silently like a ghost. He accurately locked up Yuji Itadori's hands. His other hand lightly pressed against the abdomen of the tiger's staff, carrying an inexplicable sense of oppression. A glimmer of cunning and mockery flashed in his eyes, as if his opponent was already destined for defeat. Yuji Itadori, do you really lack self-awareness? The voice of Ryman Sukuna was cold and disdainful, like the chilling winter wind that pierced to the bone. He continued to mock, you are really boring, making it hard for me to get interested. Don't cling on and annoy me. Yuji Itadori felt the cold gaze and mocking words, but the flame in his heart burned even stronger. However, as the words of the twin-faced Sukuna lingered in the air, the curse technique had already quietly activated. Yuji Itadori tried his best to break free from the binding force, but the pressure from the twin-faced Sukuna was like a mountain. He could only struggle helplessly. On his abdomen, there were horrifying scars, as if mercilessly cut by a sharp blade. Blood soaked through his clothes, staining his hands red. After completing the attack, the figure of the twin-faced Sukuna resembled a beast that had been imprisoned for a long time. He charged towards the already dilapidated top of the overpass with endless fury and strength. In the end, he landed firmly on the bridge surface. Nichijou followed closely behind. There was a steadfast flame burning in his eyes as he pursued the target ahead without hesitation. The lightsaber in his hand was like a silver flash of lightning. Each swing was filled with intense killing intent, aimed directly at the vital points of the two-faced demon. You evil spirit, don't even think about escaping. The voice of Nichika was filled with anger and determination. He gripped the lightsaber tightly and lunged at the two mirror demons. However, the speed of the two mirror demons far exceeded his expectations. He darted to the side, easily dodging the attack from Uchiha Kanya. At the same time, he extended two strange right arms, like two black venomous snakes, striking hard at Uchiha Kanya's abdomen and face. Uchiha Kanya felt a wave of intense pain. He staggered back a few steps, but his eyes sparkled with an indomitable light. Richaekwon felt a chill piercing his heart like an icy blade. He gasped involuntarily in pain, but this excruciating pain did not make him yield. He gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to turn all his pain into strength. The sword in his hand was raised again, driven by a determined will, and it thrust straight towards the two-faced Shikigami standing before him. With such meager power, you dare to think you can shake me? The two-faced Shikigami let out a disdainful sneer. His figure leaped up like a ghost, carving an elegant arc in the air. Below, his hands quickly formed seals, as natural as flowing clouds and flowing water. His abdomen has opened wide, chanting, dragon scales, rebound, twin meteors. His body surged with intense magical energy fluctuations, as if an irresistible force was gathering. He extended a hand, his fingers pointing directly at Uchiha Kanya, with a cold and resolute light flashing in his eyes. As the incantation was completed, a tremendous surge of magical energy erupted from the two-faced Shukua. It seemed to transform into two brilliant meteors, shooting straight towards Uchiha Kanya. At that moment, it felt as if the entire space trembled. The dilapidated overpass, under the slicing technique of the two-faced Shukua, instantly crumbled apart, as if torn apart by a merciless storm, shattering into several massive debris. The deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield. After the attack was completed, the two-faced Shukua landed lightly on the other side of the overpass like a ghost. His gaze was cold and deep, like a stagnant pool, without any ripples. At this moment, the situation of Uchiha Kanya seemed particularly tragic. His right arm has completely vanished in the recent attack and is bleeding profusely. He knelt on one knee, gripping the executioner's lightsaber tightly in his left hand, as if it were his only support. The standoff between the two was like a solitary boat in a raging storm, ready to be swallowed by the giant waves at any moment. Heal, Uchiha Kanya, let me witness whether you can find a glimmer of life in this boundless despair. Chapter 147. The executioner's tactics completely fail. The two-sided specter descended like a proud eagle, landing steadily in front of Uchiha Kanya. His gaze is like an abyss, filled with deep mockery and disdain. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer, his voice cold and mocking. You should be able to reverse the spell, right? Then hurry and use it to heal your wounds. Otherwise, my next attack won't give you any chance to breathe. With that, the two-faced Shikigami began to gather its cursed energy once again. He formed hand seals, resembling a wizard casting ancient magic. His momentum grew stronger, as if the surrounding air was distorted by his power. The powerful technique named Jia erupted in an instant, sweeping toward Nichiju Kanjuru like a violent storm. A cold, fierce slash cut through the air, striking with the speed of lightning, mercilessly aimed at Nichiju Kanjuru's left hand. Blood gushed out in an instant, dyeing Nichiju Kanjuru's collar red, resembling a blooming blood flower, tragically blossoming on the battlefield. Ah! Nichiju Kanjuru let out a heart-wrenching scream, his face turning pale as paper in an instant. He clenched his teeth, trying to resist the excruciating pain with all his strength. But the pain surged like a tidal wave, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. However, the dual adversaries showed him no mercy or respite. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. His eyes sparkled with a cold light, as if he were looking at a prey about to be slaughtered. Is this all you can do? The voice of the dual-faced Sushi was icy and ruthless. You truly disappoint me. From now on, I will show no mercy. I must have your head. As the words fell, he gently raised his right hand. His fingertips lightly brushed through his hair, as if meticulously adjusting his demeanor, allowing each strand to showcase his unruly spirit and arrogance. However, in that instant, that seemingly casual hand suddenly darted towards the head of Uchiha Kanya, like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. Uchiha Kanya, don't make me look down on you. The corners of the dual-faced Sushi's mouth curled into a playful arc. His words were filled with provocation and encouragement, but in those deep eyes, there flickered a ruthless mockery. Come on, hurry up and be reborn. Otherwise, you'll die here. His voice was deep and powerful, each word striking like a heavy hammer on the heart of Uchiha Kanya. Just as the two-faced demon's claws were about to coalesce into a fatal blow, a blood-red thread streaked through the sky like a meteor, heading straight for his head. He reacted swiftly, his hand extending like a phantom, effortlessly intercepting the streak of blood. A ripple of surprise unconsciously flickered through his deep-set pupils. He slowly turned his head, his gaze sharp and piercing, directed towards that distant place. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, his voice deep and full of sarcasm. You little demon from the 9 diagram, you are truly tenacious. But all this effort is nothing but a futile endeavor. His words were filled with disdain and contempt. Yet, in those deep-set eyes, there was a hint of subtle vigilance. Under the heavy oppression of the two-sided, which felt like a mountain, Uchiha Kanya seemed to be thrown into a vortex of intertwining life and death. It seems as if an indomitable flame is burning within him. Every cell, every drop of blood, is struggling fiercely against the endless oppression. Finally, in this moment on the edge of life and death, his soul seems to have touched a certain mysterious rhythm. He grasped the mystery of the reversal technique. Quietly descending into his heart like morning dew. His body began to emit a faint glow. It was the cursed energy boiling and surging. The rising heat, like a newly born phoenix, swirled around his body. His broken hands, nourished by the cursed energy, began to grow slowly yet firmly. The parts that were once lost, under the influence of the cursed energy, came back to life like dead wood encountering spring. At this moment, Uchiha Kanya seemed to have undergone a baptism, struggling back from the edge of death. He bent down to pick up the lightsaber. In his eyes surged an indomitable flame. Then he swung his sword, striking at the monster known as the two-faced Shikigami. But the two-faced Shikigami seemed to have already seen through everything. Just as the brilliance of the lightsaber was about to touch its grotesque right hand, the corner of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a hint of sarcastic amusement. He cut off the right hand that had been pierced in advance. Richequan saw this and said, "Your attack is nothing special." The two-faced Shunao. He seemed to have completely disregarded Nichikawa's full-force attack. That casual attitude stirred an indescribable anger within Nichikawa, as his words still lingered in the air. His cursed power has quietly condensed again, like the twinkling starlight in the night. His slash descended like thunder, mercilessly tearing through the air and severely injuring Uchiha Kanya. In that moment, a flash of astonishment crossed Uchiha Kanya's eyes. But immediately, his movements became exceptionally decisive. He suddenly threw the lightsaber in his hand like a shooting star. This action was so abrupt that it caught everyone off guard. Just then, a figure leaped out from the shadows like a ghost. He accurately caught the flying lightsaber. The person was Yuji Itadori. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light, as if a cheetah had its sights set on its prey. In a moment when the two cursed spirits had not yet noticed, Yuji Itadori tightly gripped the lightsaber in his hand and swiftly stabbed it towards the back of the monster. His eyes sparkled with a determined light, as if this strike could decide the outcome. However, fate seemed to play a trick on him. At the moment the lightsaber was about to pierce through the back of the two-faced Sukuna, it unexpectedly lost its glow without warning. The originally sharp tip of the sword simply melted away. "What?" Yuji Itadori exclaimed in shock. His face was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that at such a critical moment, the lightsaber would be so ineffective. Meanwhile, the two-faced revealed mocking smiles. His eyes were filled with mockery, as if all of this was within his expectations. Sunua suddenly turned around. The cold light in his eyes was sharp as a blade, so piercing it seemed capable of slicing through the air. His figure was like that of a cheetah, agile and swift, with every movement filled with unstoppable power. Four fists, like heavy iron hammers, struck fiercely towards Yuji Itadori with the force of thunder. Each impact was accompanied by a dull and shocking echo, as if proclaiming the invincibility and dominance of Sukuna. Under this frenzied assault, Yuji Itadori's arms were instantly broken, and the excruciating pain coursed through his entire body like an electric current. His pain was as sharp as a knife, causing his face to instantly turn pale as snow. He was thrown out by the two-faced Shalon as if he were garbage. "Ha!" The two-faced Shalon sneered repeatedly. His laughter is filled with disdain and ridicule towards his opponent. He raised his arm again, as if wielding an invisible sword. The powerful technique activated in an instant. A fierce airflow burst forth from his palm. Like a violent tornado, it instantly tore apart Yuji Itadori's body and ruthlessly tossed it into the air. Yuji Itadori's body traced a long arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 148, Transfer of Power in Yuta Okatsu. Just as the two sides of Sukuna were reveling in their triumph, it was evident. His keen senses detected an unusual ripple quietly spreading from behind. He suddenly turned around, and in his pupils were reflected two enchanting figures that seemed to appear out of thin air. They resembled fairies from the Moon Palace, graceful and mysterious, their eyes flashing with determination and indifference, as if they had long transcended the disturbances and clamor of this world. He saw them lightly grasping the day carriage of Kanjin, and in the next moment, they vanished into the air like phantoms, leaving only a faint fragrance and a stunned silence behind. The corners of Sukuna's mouth curled into a cold smile, but he did not act recklessly. At this moment, Yuji Itadori's heart seemed to stir up a tempest. He activated the reversal technique. In an instant, his injuries were like spring returning to the earth, with all things revived. He has recovered to the most perfect state. Ah! The pupils of the dual-sided demon suddenly constricted. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Yuji Itadori slowly got up. He took a deep breath, as if to inhale the essence of the world into his body, and then slowly exhaled it. He carried an unprecedented determination and resolve. His eyes sparkled with a fiery light. At this moment, he seemed like a fierce tiger about to go into battle, filled with endless courage and strength. At this moment, the two sides of the resembled a silent statue. He stood still, lost in deep thought. His brows furrowed lightly, like dark clouds gathering, as if he were trying to unravel a long-standing mystery that had troubled him. In Yuji Itadori's pupils, an unbelievable light flickered. Is this guy actually daydreaming? He widened his eyes, as if the scene before him exceeded his comprehension, making it hard for him to believe. But he knew well that the power of the two-faced demon was unfathomable, as hard to glimpse as an abyss. Therefore, he chose silence and waited for an opportunity. His tightly clenched fists seemed to embody all his courage and determination. He stood there quietly, anticipating the upcoming changes in the situation. In an instant, the contemplations of both sides, like clouds dispersed by the wind, quietly faded away. He casually fiddled with his wild mane of silver hair. The corners of his mouth curled up, sketching a carefree and unruly smile. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha! The laughter of the two-faced demon rushed in like a storm, filled with confidence and defiance. His gaze once again focused on Yuji Itadori, eyes sparkling with a mocking light, as if watching a splendid drama. Suddenly, a cross-shaped beam of light appeared out of nowhere above the head of Mahito. It was dazzling, blindingly bright. This light seemed to possess endless power. It was like the first ray of sunlight before dawn, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness and illuminating the entire world. It slowly descended, its radiance casting a layer of sacred golden glow over Mahito's silhouette. The man in black had already arrived at the scene, followed closely by Daku Yusuji. His face was filled with shock and fear, and his voice became intermittent due to nervousness. He said, "What on earth is this?" Just as they were filled with confusion, a strange wave suddenly rippled through the air. A bizarre creature appeared out of nowhere. It looked like an insect with wings. It seemed to have escaped from an unknown abyss, carrying a heart-pounding sense of mystery and eeriness. This sentence was like a flash of lightning piercing the night sky, instantly freezing the surrounding air into ice. The expressions on the faces of the three people standing on opposite sides of the two opposing changed dramatically in that moment. Sunakabu Taku's brows furrowed tightly, as if two mountain peaks were abruptly rising in the darkness. His eyes were filled with frustration and regret. That expression seemed to mourn the failure to timely prevent the impending storm. The air was thick with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. In that moment of daze, a piercing sword energy, like the dawn's first light, tore through the air and rushed towards the two sides of the. This sword energy was like an ancient dragon emerging from the abyss, unstoppable, carrying the determination to destroy everything. The impact of the sword energy was like a torrential storm, and the bridge surface instantly became shattered under this force's rampage. Debris flew around like a violent rain, and the entire scene seemed to have plunged into an apocalyptic catastrophe. However, the two sides of them moved like dancers amidst the storm. He has a strong physique and quick reflexes. He leaped lightly, skillfully dodging the deadly attack. "Senior Okatsu." A hint of surprise flashed in Yuji Itadori's eyes. He saw that familiar figure, their savior, Okatsuyuta. Okatsuyuta steadily descended onto this chaotic battlefield. He held the ancient and elegant saber in his hand. He stands tall and straight like a pine tree, majestic and steep, as if he is a warrior who has stepped out of the war-torn years from 1,000 years ago. His gaze, like stars in a cold night, is firm and bright. He quietly surveyed the battlefield around him. His voice was deep and filled with regret. He said, "Sorry I'm late," before his words had fully settled. He swung the katana in his hand, which gleamed with a chilling cold light. The blade's glow was like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, sharp and swift. He slashed directly at the two oncoming Shikigami. The trajectory of the katana traced an elegant arc in the air. The tip of the blade collided precisely with the attack of the spell. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted, dissipating the fierce assault into nothingness. A hint of disdainful cold laughter quietly appeared on the faces of the two Shikigami. He glared at Itadori Yuta in front of him, his tone full of mockery. "Struggle. Little boy, you can't kill me, so everyone you try to save will ultimately die." These cold words pierced the hearts of everyone present like a sharp dagger. Yuji Itadori's face instantly lost all color, turning as pale as paper. He clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, with flames of anger burning fiercely in his eyes. Meanwhile, Nishikabo Taku was frowning deeply. He seemed to be crushed by a heavy stone, his eyes filled with deep concern. as if he had already foreseen the darkness of the future. At that moment, a colossal figure appeared out of thin air. It resembled an ancient evil god, awakening from chaos. Its form was incredibly tall. Its shadow loomed like dark clouds, obscuring the sun, moon, and stars, instilling fear in people's hearts. It seemed like a living mountain, standing between heaven and earth, exuding endless majesty. Suddenly, it extended a gigantic hand that overshadowed the sky. That hand was so large it seemed capable of crushing the firmament. In an instant, the giant hand descended, tightly grasping the two-faced Sunua, imprisoning him firmly within its 5 fingers, rendering him motionless. Arrogant, who are you talking to? The monster finally spoke, its voice like thunder that shook the earth. Each word seemed to carry immense weight, filled with authority and rage, as if it intended to swallow the entire world. The two-faced Sunua was tightly clenched in the monster's brutal grip, like a fallen leaf swaying in a violent wind. He exerted all his strength, trying to break free from the suffocating restraints. But the monster's power was as unfathomable as an abyss, making each struggle seem utterly futile. Oh, the queen with a dual nature finally revealed herself, the corners of her mouth curling into a playful arc. A defiant spark flickered in his eyes. In the abyss of despair, he found a glimmer of life. It was the wildness and resilience that came from deep within his heart. His muscles seemed to be injected with new strength, taught to the extreme. He suddenly struggled, as if breaking free from the shackles of fate and the binds of the monster. His body was like a released arrow, skillfully darting through the air. He finally landed steadily on the hard rooftop. However, just as he steadied himself, a chill crept up from behind. Chapter 149. The realm of the true love war god unfolds. The two-faced demon suddenly turned around. He found that Okatsu Yuta had silently appeared behind him. Those melancholic eyes revealed an indescribable emotion. Okatsu Yuta's katana shone like the Milky Way, its cold light imposing. The tip of the sword mercilessly pointed at the two-faced Sukuna. "You little brat, with such tricks, what can you do to me?" The voice of the two-faced Sukuna was deep and cold, filled with disdain and mockery. He turned around and faced Okatsu Yuta. The gazes of the two collided fiercely in the air, as if an invisible flame was burning in each other's eyes. Okatsu Yuta remained silent. He grasped the katana tightly, his gaze firm and sharp, as if he wanted to see through the souls of the two sides of the lingering resentment. He discovered that the twin-faced Shikigami could already use the reverse technique. What does this mean? For the twin-faced Shikigami, unfolding the domain again is just a matter of time. Okatsu Yuta stared ahead, took a deep breath, and it felt as if endless courage was accumulating in his chest. He tightly grasped the katana in his hand. He shouted, "Rika, kill him." This brief and resolute command was filled with undeniable authority and determination, as if a sharp sword was aimed directly at the enemy's heart. The Shikigami Rika seemed to sense his resolve. In an instant, she transformed into a fierce whirlwind, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum towards the two-faced SHJ. Her movements were swift and fierce, like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, unstoppable. However, in the face of this powerful assault, the two-faced SHJ appeared unusually calm. A mocking smile curved at the corners of his mouth. There was a cunning glint in his eyes. He did not panic or evade. Instead, he stood quietly in place, waiting for their attack. Humph, do they really think such a level of attack can hurt me? The double-sided Sukuna scoffed disdainfully. Yuta Okatsu felt a tremendous force surging towards him like a flood. His knife, the blade that once accompanied him in cutting through countless darkness, now seems to be tightly restrained by a giant hand from the abyss. He wore a look of astonishment, with a gleam of disbelief in his eyes. What he saw were the hands of the dual-faced Sukuna. Those hands that once instilled fear in countless enemies were now enveloped in a faint glow. How could this possibly be achieved? Yuta Okatsu's voice was filled with shock and confusion. He gripped the handle of the knife tightly, trying with all his strength to break free from the invisible restraints. However, the bindings were as solid as iron pincers, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't budge them in the slightest. The two-faced Sukuna seemed to regard his struggles as insignificant, coldly watching him with a hint of mocking curvature at the corners of their mouths. "Give it up, Yuta Okatsu." The tone of the two-faced Sukuna conveyed an undeniable disdain. He said, "You are nothing but an insignificant existence. How can you oppose me?" But Otsutsuki Yuta's reaction was as fierce as a sudden storm. He was completely unmoved. Just at the moment when the blade was firmly bound, A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, as if he had already made up his mind. He released his grip on the hilt of the knife without hesitation. Then his right hand shot out quickly, as fast as lightning slicing through the night sky. He directly grabbed the gaping, snarling mouth of the two-faced Shogunate at its abdomen. It was the mouth of a giant beast filled with evil and terror. With a painful howl, the terrible scream came from the two-faced Shogunate. His big mouth on the abdomen was violently torn open by Okatsuyuta. Blood was gushing out, and even the tongue was left in tatters. "You!" The dual-faced Sukuna roared in anger, his voice filled with disbelief and fury. He never expected that this seemingly weak opponent would possess such astonishing courage and strength. Meanwhile, behind the two-faced Shikigami, Rika, like a ghostly figure, suddenly launched a fierce assault. It seemed to carry a chilling intent to kill, aiming directly at the vital points of the two-faced Shikigami. Each of her attacks was precise and swift, catching the two-faced Shikigami off guard. Faced with Rika's relentless onslaught, the two-faced Shikigami found itself in a dire predicament. He clumsily fended off every attack from Rika, while also having to deal with Yuta Okatsu's relentless onslaught. "Damn it, you too!" The twin Shikigami roared, their voices filled with anger and helplessness. Under this double attack, he seemed to feel unprecedented pressure and wanted to find a glimmer of escape. However, Okatsuyuta had already reclaimed his sword. His figure was like lightning piercing through the night sky, swift and decisive, chasing after the fleeing figure. "Escape? Do you think you can get away so easily?" His words are like a cold blade, piercing directly to the heart. There was a chilling, killing intent flickering in his eyes. The two-faced Shunua felt a tightness in his heart, sensing an unprecedented pressure. He moved through the darkness like a ghost, trying to evade the dual attacks of Okatsuyuta and Rika. But no matter how skillfully he dodged, the sharp blades and fierce assaults were always right behind him, leaving him with nowhere to escape. "Ah!" The two-faced Sukuna roared again with a heart-wrenching cry. His body is now a sight of wounds and scars, covered all over. He could only run for his life, constantly weaving through the flashes of blades, trying to find a moment to catch his breath. But the attacks from Okatsuyuta and Rika were like an unending torrential rain, leaving him nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. It wasn't over yet. Okatsuyuta suddenly froze for a moment, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. Then, a tremendous force surged out from within him, as if a flood had broken through the dam of restraint. His eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing brilliance. He unleashed the domain expansion of true love and false love. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to fall into stillness. Only Yuta Okatsu's determined gaze and the powerful aura gradually rising from him remained. The space seemed to be suddenly torn apart by an invisible hand. An indescribable force surged forth, and then the magnificent barrier instantly bloomed like a blossoming flower. Within this barrier, countless swords and blades, like guardians forgotten by time, silently pierced into the ground. It seemed to form a breathtaking forest of swords. Each blade emitted a cold, sharp light, as if they had once drunk countless blood and were now quietly waiting for the next challenger to arrive. Even the two sides of Sukuna couldn't help but be shocked by the scene before them. His originally arrogant expression froze momentarily, a trace of undeniable fear flashing in his eyes. However, as a strong individual, he quickly adjusted his emotions and regained his usual calmness. How interesting. But do you think you can take my life like this?" Naive. He let out a cold laugh, and four hands simultaneously formed seals, beginning to mobilize the power within his body. This was the technique, illusory binding. Beside him, a translucent sphere of light suddenly appeared, resembling a small barrier. Although this barrier was small, it emanated a mysterious and powerful force. Otsutsuki Yuta's gaze was sharp as he caught sight of this scene. He had no hesitation or doubt. He moved like the wind, rushing towards the two towering ahead. As he approached at high speed, he casually picked up a katana that shimmered with a piercing cold light. With a thunderous momentum, he struck directly at the neck of the two-faced Sukuna. "Huh!" Yuta Okatsu shouted angrily. His blade is fierce, as swift as lightning and as ruthless as a raging wind. The two, upon seeing this, showed a hint of astonishment in their eyes. He waved his four arms simultaneously, trying to block this thunderous strike. However, when he truly collided with Yuta Okatsu's power, his expression instantly became serious. The two-faced cursed spirit was roaring, but he knew that the anxiety and distraction at this moment were deadly poisons. Yuta Okatsu's figure flickered on the battlefield like a ghost. Suddenly, he launched a fierce attack again. Chapter 150. Beating the two-faced cursed spirit in the domain. Yuta Okatsu's movements were as fluid as flowing water. The knife in his hand seemed to come to life in an instant, transforming into an invisible bomb. With a swing of his arm, the bomb was detonated in an instant. The deafening roar was like thunder crashing, rushing towards the two. The two couldn't help but narrow their pupils, showing a look of astonishment. He never expected that Yuta Okatsu's attack would be so swift and fierce. He knew very well that if he did not defend with all his strength against this strike, he would likely end up seriously injured. He summoned all the power within him, transforming it into an indestructible barrier, attempting to withstand the sudden deadly strike. The two forces collided in midair, erupting in a dazzling light and deafening roar. Everything around seemed to be swallowed by this force, leaving only the intense sound of the collision and the determined gazes of the two. As the deafening explosion rang out, the barrier of the domain trembled at that moment. The katana, tightly gripped in Yuta Okatsu's hand, seemed to bear the immense force of the heavens collapsing. It let out a mournful cry, and then instantly shattered, turning into countless tiny fragments of dust. The two sides of Sukuna opposite him were no longer the invincible figures they once were. His body was covered in gruesome wounds, deep enough to see the bone, like blooming red flowers. His left face was mangled and unrecognizable due to the blast's aftermath. However, even with severe injuries, the eyes of the dual-faced demon remained sharp as knives, gleaming with a cold light. "Ha! I finally see through it. Is this the tactic you have painstakingly devised?" The chest of the dual-faced demon heaved violently, like a raging fire blown by a fierce wind. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking arc, as if he were ridiculing Okatsu Yuta's self-righteous strategy. However, Okatsu Yuta remained unfazed. His gaze was as cold as ice, staring at Sukuna as if looking at a crumbling castle. Just then, Yuji Itadori quietly appeared. He arrived behind the two-sided, like a leopard lurking in shadows, ready to launch a deadly attack at any moment. His eyes sparkled with a fiery light, as if burning with a desire and passion for battle. Yuji Itadori clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles turning slightly white from the force. He seemed to have sensed the impending aura of battle. The blood in his body was boiling, yearning to be unleashed on the battlefield. The atmosphere among the three instantly became tense and oppressive. A thrilling and intense battle was about to commence. "Kill!" Okatsu Yuta roared in a low, angry voice, like the roar of a beast. It stirred up a chilling atmosphere in the air. He suddenly swung his arm, and a powerful surge of magical energy burst forth like a raging torrent. That energy instantly transformed into countless tendril-like spiritual threads. They danced wildly in the air, resembling spirit snakes, shimmering with a cold light, crazily entwining towards the two sides of the cursed spirits. At the same time, Yuji Itadori charged into the battle like a tiger, descending a mountain. His eyes sparkled with a determined light, his fists clenched tightly, as if gathering all his strength. With every punch he threw, it was accompanied by the sound of whistling wind. He struck fiercely at the arms of the two-sided with the force of thunder. His movements were swift and powerful, each attack accurate and precise, as if perfectly coordinated with Yuta Okatsu's curse technique. The two, one using curse techniques and the other martial arts, launched a fierce assault on the twin shadows, attempting to subdue them completely. Yuta Okatsu's tendrils, like vines in the dark night, instantly wrapped around the twin shadows, binding them so they could not move. Yuji Itadori seized the opportunity. He launched a series of swift attacks again. Each punch struck like an avalanche. He heavily struck the two-faced Sawa, creating ripples of invisible shockwaves. However, the two-faced Sawa slipped away like an eel. Even when he is in a predicament, he can always cleverly evade most of the attacks. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkens. A massive figure descends from the heavens like a meteor. It is Shikigami Rika. Its body is huge and imposing, each step seemingly treading on the hearts of the crowd. However, the two-faced Sukuna is not to be underestimated. He slightly turned to the side, easily dodging the fierce attack from Shikigami Rika. Rika's enormous palm slammed down onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, but failing to touch the hem of Sukuna's garment. As soon as Rika landed, it spun around like a raging storm, swiftly pouncing towards Yuji Itadori. Its outstretched claws, like iron pincers, tightly locked onto Yuji's body. Yuji was lifted off the ground by this sudden force. Then Rika suddenly flung its hand, hurling Yuji like a cannonball. In Yuji's eyes, there flickered a spirit of defiance and determination. He quickly adjusted his posture in the air, his body tensed like a sharp flying knife, aimed directly at the two distant cursed spirits. "Watch out!" Yuji Itadori shouted. His voice was filled with determination and courage. He brought his feet together and kicked towards the two Shikigami with the speed of a cheetah. A fleeting look of barely noticeable surprise flashed in the eyes of the two Shikigami. At that moment, Yuta Okatsu's figure seemed to emerge from the void. He seemed to transform into a ghostly figure, suddenly appearing beside the two-sided. He performed that breathtaking illusion. His whole being seemed to merge with the surrounding air, becoming ethereal and elusive. His figure flickered in and out like a wisp of smoke, moving with the wind, yet carrying a deadly sharpness. Okatsu Yuta quietly leaned forward. In his deep-set eyes, a determined light sparkled. The katana tightly gripped in his hand gleamed brightly, the light reflected from the blade, resembling lightning cutting through the sky. However, in the face of this sudden attack, the two-faced Shunua showed no signs of panic whatsoever. In his frosty eyes, there was a hint of disdain and contempt, as if he had already seen through Yuta Okatsu's intentions. He swiftly extended his right hand and accurately grasped Yuta Okatsu's katana. Those hands seemed to possess a magical power. He held the katana firmly in his hand, and no matter how hard Otsutsuki Yuta struggled, he couldn't break free from his restraints. At that very moment, the left hand of the dual-faced Sukuna seemed to predict the future. He faced Yuji Itadori's thunderous flying kick. He effortlessly grasped Itadori Yuji's leg. Then that hand, as if coated with slippery grease, skillfully slid over the leg and instantly tightened around Itadori Yuji's throat. Itadori Yuji's face instantly turned pale, as white as paper. He struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the merciless bindings. But the power of the dual Sukuna was like the roots of a 1,000-year-old tree, deeply embedded in his fate, making escape impossible. Meanwhile, Yuta Okatsu was also under attack. The right hand of dual Sukuna continued to dance in the air. Each swing carried a fierce gust of wind, as if to tear apart the surrounding air. The wind was sharp, like a blade, shredding the air around into fragments. Oomph! With your meager tricks, do you think you can challenge me? The corners of dual Sukuna's mouth curled into a cold smile. The disdain in his eyes was like the chilling frost of late autumn, piercing to the heart. He seemed to have insight into all of Yuta Okatsu and Yuji Itadori's strategies and movements. Every punch thrown, every leap made, was almost within his expectations. He was calm and unhurried, as if playing with two trapped beasts in his hands, moving with ease. The Shikigami once again waved his arms. The cursed energy gathered in the air, forming faint yet sharp spatial slashes. They were silent, yet like ghosts, they quietly swept through the air. Although the spatial slashes seemed insignificant, their edges were as sharp as blades, precisely cutting through Yuta Okatsu's skin. At the same time, a heavy light flickered quietly in the depths of the Shikigami's eyes, like an abyss. He adjusted his state almost instantly, like a cheetah locking onto its prey, ready to face the impending storm. In his left hand, Yuji Itadori is covered in crisscrossing grid-like scars. Those wounds resemble blooming roses, with crimson blood slowly seeping out of them. However, despite enduring excruciating pain, Yuji Itadori grits his teeth and remains silent. In his eyes shone a steadfast light, like the stars in the night sky, still brilliant even when surrounded by darkness. Chapter 151. Continued beating and chaotic situation. At this tense moment, Yuta Okatsu's voice thundered through the air. "Don't move." That voice was filled with undeniable authority and determination. As his words fell, a powerful energy gathered in his palm and transferred to the katana. He used the technique Yumashura Dan. A powerful force erupted instantly, as if it wanted to tear apart the surrounding air. The eyes of the dual-faced Sukuna slightly tilted, as if he merely glanced casually. At this moment, the Yumashura Dan had already fulfilled its mission. With a deafening explosion, an immense shockwave surged forth, like a runaway wild horse, wreaking havoc in all directions. The dual-faced Sukuna was struck head-on by this sudden shockwave. His body seemed to be suddenly pushed by an invisible giant force, instantly losing balance. His figure traced a graceful arc in the air. Behind his solid silhouette, the Shikigami, Rika, appeared like a ghost in the dark night. It had silently manifested. Its hands seemed to carry immense strength, ready to crush the two Shikigami. However, faced with this overwhelming assault, the two Shikigami remained calm and composed. He twisted his body lightly, like a fallen leaf swaying in the wind, easily slipping away. He wore a cynical smile on his face, his eyes filled with disdain for the battle and mockery towards his opponent. In the fight, he retreated with ease, each step seeming like a provocation. each backward movement appearing to toy with the relentless Yuta Okatsu. Yuta Okatsu pursued him without relent. Each swing of his blade seemed to tear apart the surrounding air, the intense, murderous intent almost suffocating. However, in the face of his fierce assault, the double-faced Shikigami moved like a fish in water, agile and at ease. His movements were light and graceful, always skillfully avoiding Yuta Okatsu's lethal attacks. Just as Yuta Okatsu's offensive became more intense, Sukuna suddenly stopped in his tracks. He suddenly turned around, his hands drawing a strange arc in the air. An invisible force erupted like a raging storm, quickly coalescing into a net-like spatial slash. This spatial slash cut through the air, emitting a dazzling light. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, it slashed towards Yuta Okatsu and Yuji Itadori. The speed was so fast that it seemed to tear the air apart, leaving clear traces behind. The expressions on Yuta Okatsu and Yuji Itadori's faces changed simultaneously. They felt the powerful force rapidly approaching, but they had no intention of retreating. They tightly gripped their weapons, ready to face the deadly blow. "Be careful," Yuji Itadori shouted. But it was already too late. The spatial slash was like a giant net, instantly enveloping the two of them. They only felt a tremendous force coming. However, Shikigami Rika appeared again like a cunning ghost. It wildly waved its arms, trying to slap the two-faced SHKyo with its massive palms. But the two-faced SHKyo flickered and easily dodged this deadly blow. He simultaneously lifted one foot and kicked fiercely at Shikigami Rika's abdomen, cleverly utilizing the reaction force. It contracted suddenly like a spring, retreating several steps backward. At the same time, a crisp cracking sound echoed through the air. Rika's once indestructible hands instantly shattered into countless fragments. Meanwhile, Yuji Itadori and Ojiro Yuta charged in like storm. Yuji Itadori's face was filled with anger and determination. He let out a roar, his fist crashing down on Sukuna like a hammer, with the force of thunder. Following closely behind was Okatsu Yuta. The long sword in his hand seemed to be infused with life, its tip aimed directly at the heart of the two-faced demon. There was a sharp brilliance in his eyes. He captured that brief yet crucial moment with precision, as if he were catching the wind and shadows. Okatsu Yuta took a deep breath. The power accumulated in his chest was like a volcano about to erupt, and his figure suddenly shot forward like a cheetah. The katana in his hand drew a sharp arc, accompanied by a piercing howl that tore through the air. He attacked the two-faced demon without reservation. However, the two-faced demon seemed to have already seen through it all. A hint of contempt flashed in his eyes, as if mocking the futility of his opponent. He reached out his hand and accurately grabbed the katana that was thrusting towards him. Bah! Otsutsuki Yuta's expression instantly turned as grave as frost. He pressed his lips tightly together, as if he could crush steel between his teeth. At that moment, Yuji Itadori's figure swept him like a wild wind. His eyes burned with a fierce flame, and every punch seemed to tear through the air. The wind from his fists howled, carrying an undeniable killing intent. It struck directly at the faces of the two opposing spirits. After a series of relentless attacks, his face gradually lost its original contours and became severely swollen. However, in the face of such a heavy blow, he showed no signs of fear or retreat. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, forming a chillingly strange smile. His originally deep-set eyes appeared distorted due to swelling, but the light within them burned even brighter, as if it wanted to devour everything. His gaze pierced directly towards Itadori Yuta across from him. In those swollen eyes, a complex emotion flickered: surprise, curiosity, and even a hint of admiration. "So that's how it is. The last finger was eaten by you." This sentence seemed to be a thunderclap, exploding between the two. Itadori Yuta's face also revealed a look of shock. He clearly did not expect that his secret would be discovered by Sukuna at this moment. But his attack did not stop. Itadori Yuta's gaze instantly became as sharp as an eagle's. He swung his palm without hesitation, attacking the twisted, menacing mouth on the abdomen of the two-faced monster. He is about to cast the Technique 8. At the same time, Yuji Itadori leaps up like a fierce tiger descending the mountain with an imposing aura. He tightly locked both hands around the heads of the two. He used all his strength, his knees crashing down like raindrops. However, the two-faced specter seemed unfazed by such an assault. His left hand, like a hook forged from iron, instantly clamped around Yuji Itadori's neck, cold and merciless. The other hand, quick as lightning, retaliated with a speed that left one breathless. Bang! With a deep rumble, akin to the awakening of an ancient beast, it instantly tore through the silent night sky. Yuji Itadori's body seemed to become a canvas under the brush of an artist. Lines of net-like scars emerged in an instant, like silk ruthlessly torn apart, shocking to behold. His face was as pale as the moonlight in the harsh winter. The fresh red blood at the corner of his mouth added a touch of tragic beauty to his pallor. Clearly, this blow was a fatal strike for him. However, Yuji Itadori did not yield because of it. He gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to swallow all the pain. In his determined eyes, a resilient light shimmered. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which splattered squarely on the sinister eyes of the two cursed spirits. The blood, as hot as blazing fire, instantly ignited the fury of the two cursed spirits. In Yuta Okatsu's eyes, a spark of determination flashed. His figure flashed like lightning as he launched a fierce attack towards the two-faced Sumo once again. This time, he unleashed a precise and vicious uppercut. The fist, carrying the force of thunder, struck hard against the chin of the two-faced Sumo. The power was so great that it made the air tremble. The two-faced Sumo was caught off guard by this overwhelming punch. His head tilted back, and the tiger stick in his hand slipped out, falling onto the hard ground. Chapter 152, Exorcism Technique. Evil goes to insult the heavenly ladder. The Shikigami Rika surged like thunder through the air. It rushed once again towards the unyielding Shikigami Sukuna. Its claws gleamed with cold light, as hard as steel, mercilessly reaching out to grab Sukuna. It gave this powerful opponent no chance to catch its breath. In the face of this sudden attack, a look of astonishment crossed Sukuna's face for the first time, but it was quickly covered by a resolute will. The Shikigami Rika swiftly seized Sukuna's hands above and pulled back with force. At the same time, on the ground, Yuji Itadori was fully focused on casting a reversal technique. His wound healed rapidly under the power of magic. The pain receded like a tide, leaving only a sense of tranquility. He took a few deep breaths, feeling the power within his body surge like a spring. Every cell seemed to be infused with new vitality. He knew that this was the crucial moment of the battle, and he had to give it his all. Yuji Itadori's hands slapped against the ground with all his might. His body was like a compressed spring, releasing an astonishing amount of power in an instant, suddenly bouncing up. In his eyes burned an indomitable flame, a symbol of determination and steadfastness. His right foot, as swift as thunder, carried with it endless power, directly kicking toward the twisted faces of the two-faced Sunuwa. However, just as that thunderous kick was about to strike, an unexpected change occurred. A strange cold smile appeared on the faces of the two-faced Suanua. He seemed to have already seen through every move and thought of Yuji Itadori. His hands below suddenly loosened, as if all the previous defenses were just for this sudden change in moment. He lifted the technique Void Binding Net. He abandoned his original defensive stance and shifted to a more flexible and swift posture. With just this little trick, do you think you can defeat me? The voice of Ryaman Sukuna was like the icy wind in winter, sharp and cold, filled with disdain and mockery towards Yujin. Yujin felt his right foot slip, and an inexplicable sense of crisis surged in his heart. However, he did not falter. Instead, he quickly adjusted his posture and stood firm in place. Yujin Itadori raised his head, and his gaze met the pair of crimson eyes of Ryaman Sukuna. He saw that Sukuna had already raised 4 monstrous arms, preparing to unleash the devastating technique, Dissolution. At that critical moment, the Shikigami Rika pulled Ryaman Sukuna back. With that tug, Sukuna's body was forcibly pulled backward. The technique, which was about to be unleashed, was thus interrupted. Upon seeing this, Yujin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. On Ryaman Sukuna's face, the expression of pain surged like a tide, distorting his features. However, he did not succumb to this endless torment. Instead, he used the little strength he had left to struggle like a trapped beast. He tried to break free from the seemingly indestructible bonds of Rika. Do you think you can lock me down with just this little bit of strength? The two-faced Sukuna sneered coldly, his voice filled with disdain and challenge towards the restraints. However, the Shikigami Rika remained unfazed by his provocation. Her hands were as hard as iron, tightening their grip on Sukuna's hands even more. At the same time, Yuji Itadori also displayed remarkable determination. He gritted his teeth, his hands like iron clamps, tightly locking down on his right hand beneath the two sides of the. His eyes were filled with determination. The entire scene was charged with tension and intensity, as the clash of 3 forces seemed to tear the space apart. In that rapidly changing battlefield, Yuta Okatsu's figure was like a flash of lightning, swift and fierce. He instantly closed the distance between himself and the two-faced Shonuwa. That distance seemed to shrink to mere millimeters in the blink of an eye. His gaze was firm and cold, like a hunter staring at its prey, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Otsutsuki Yuta aimed at the gaping, ferocious mouth of Sukuna's abdomen. He swung his fist fiercely, gathering all his strength into that punch. This punch came with the sound of breaking through the air. It felt as if the surrounding air could sense the intense shockwave, shaking everything around. However, the two opposing entities were not to be underestimated. He only had his free left hand left, which tightly gripped Yuta Okatsu's head like a vice, trying to push him away. But Yuta Okatsu remained unfazed. In his eyes, there was only that target, the mouth that was about to be pierced by his fist. The power between the two reached a peak confrontation at that moment, and that punch ultimately struck the abdomen of Sukuna, producing a deafening roar. The once indestructible abdominal defense crumbled instantly under Yuta Okatsu's fierce attack. With a tremendous force, it violently tore out the tongue hidden in the darkness. This scene unfolded before him like a brutal painting. The intense smell of blood intertwined with fear, sending chills down the spine. Although Yuta Okatsu successfully broke through Sukuna's defenses, victory came at a cost. He endured the damage brought by the technique. His body swept back like a leaf in a storm, staggering several steps. The large tongue in his hand, having lost its supporting strength, fell weakly to the ground. At this moment, sweat and blood had stained Yuta Okatsu's forehead. Yet, in those deep eyes, an unyielding flame still burned. Even when facing the test of life and death, he did not flinch in the slightest. Instead, it only strengthened his inner conviction. Yuta Okatsu's chest heaved, his breaths like a flickering candle in the night wind. But within his heart, an indomitable flame burned. He quickly and accurately performed the reversal technique, healing the glaring wounds on his body. Each scar slowly healed under his efforts. The pain felt like needles piercing his nerves, causing his brows to furrow tightly, but his gaze became sharper and more resolute. He seemed to see the dawn of victory just ahead. In his line of sight, the gruesome face of the dual-faced demon gradually became clearer. The mouth on that face was slightly open, as if preparing to chant some ancient incantation. However, at that moment, boom! With a deafening roar, it shattered the tranquility of the sky like thunder. The large mouth of the dual-faced demon, along with its two fierce right eyes, was turned into a bloody and chaotic mess in the aftermath of the explosion. He stared in shock with his remaining left eye wide open, his pupil filled with disbelief and anger. That face, once full of arrogance and disdain, now seemed frozen like ice, etched with astonishment and unwillingness. Itadori Yuji said, "Didn't he expect this, did you?" The two-faced Sukuna growled in anger in a low voice. His voice echoed in the air, as if it were going to tear the entire world apart. With a single wave of his hand, he unleashed several sharp spatial slashes, as if aiming to cut through any obstacles in front of him. However, the power of these spatial slashes did not prove to be as strong as he had expected. Okatsu Yuta silently endured the attacks of the spatial slashes. Under the furious assault of the two sides of Sukuna, he stood firm like a boulder, his steps unwavering. He stepped forward, closing in. His figure sways in the howling wind, yet stands as solid as a mountain, inspiring awe. His hands quickly formed seals. He shouted lowly, "Evil, go and insult the heavenly ladder, maximum output." A dazzling beam of light descended from the sky like the dawn's first light. The brightness was so intense that it seemed capable of illuminating the entire dark world. It was like divine punishment, mercilessly enveloping the two-faced Sukuna, leaving them nowhere to escape. The fury and arrogance of the two-faced Sukuna were instantly devoured, leaving only endless fear and despair. Chapter 153. Fushigiro's Incantation and Hansine Za. In that blinding beam of light, the two-faced Sukuna let out a deep and desperate roar, as if to tear apart heaven and earth. His figure struggled wildly under the binding of light, but like a trapped beast, he could not break free from the invisible shackles no matter what. Yuta Okatsu's eyes sparkled with determination and the light of victory. His fist is tightly clenched, veins bulging. He stared at the curse lingering in the beam of light, a surge of indescribable excitement rising in his heart. Finally, he has subdued it. Yuta Okatsu's voice carried a hint of breathlessness. But more was the determination in his belief. In his eyes, a trace of ruthlessness suddenly flashed. He knows that now is not the time to relax. He wants to seize the opportunity to completely eliminate this menace. Yuta Okatsu took a deep breath and charged towards the beam of light. His figure weaves through the light, the blade in his hand glinting with a cold shine. He suddenly swung the sharp blade in his hand, the movement swift and decisive. He seemed to be a gust of wind, instantly severing the towering hands of the twin Shikigami. With the breaking of these two giant hands, the twin Shikigami had lost the ability to form seals. At this moment, Yuji Itadori was poised and ready to strike. He took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all the air around him into his lungs. In his palm, a powerful force began to gather. It was the culmination of all his strength, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, containing endless energy. Then, he suddenly unleashed a black flash. This strike was like lightning in the night, cutting through the sky. A deafening roar erupted in the air, as if the very heavens and earth were trembling. The black flash in his hand, an astonishing speed, tore through space, heading straight for the two opposing curses. It seemed to carry the momentum to annihilate everything, determined to completely crush this formidable enemy. In that moment, Yuji Itadori finally stepped into the deep and mysterious spiritual world of Megumi Fushiguro. His gaze wandered in this unknown realm until a familiar figure came into view. It was Fushiguro Megumi, kneeling before the illusion of Itadori Yuji, with his head bowed deeply. His voice was filled with determination and helplessness. He said, "Leave me alone." Yuji Itadori's heart trembled slightly, a mix of confusion and worry intertwined. However, just at the moment he was lost in thought, Kiyotaka Fushiguro suddenly began to form hand seals. Dragon scale, rebound, twin meteor. He sang softly, each word like a heavy hammer, striking at Yuji Itadori's heart. In the profound eyes of the twin curses, a fleeting, body noticeable surprise soudainement crossed. He quickly adjusted his breath, as if he wanted to gather all his strength in this moment. Then, he utilized Fushiguro Megumi's binding and chanting deep within his soul. He unleashed a powerful enhanced spatial slash. Swish! This slash was like an arrow piercing through the air. In an instant, it cut through the atmosphere and ruthlessly struck towards Yuta Okatsu. Yuta Okatsu felt a tremendous force rushing toward him. His body trembled violently under the impact, like a leaf blown by a fierce wind, uncontrollably flying backward. "Senpai!" Yuji Itadori's cry echoed across the battlefield, but it was already too late. With the descent of the space slash, Yuta Okatsu's domain instantly collapsed under this strike, shattering like broken glass. The external battlefield was once again exposed to everyone's eyes. Shikigami Rika, like a flash of lightning, rushed towards Yuta Okatsu. Her movements were swift and decisive, instantly catching Yuta Okatsu securely. Then, she quickly retreated like the wind. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Tsumaki Sukuna. It was Maki Zenin. Her face was covered in mottled scars. Each scar was like a metal etched on her face, recording the ferocity and tenacity of her battles with enemies. Her gaze was firm and resolute, as if it could pierce through all obstacles. The knife in her hand gleamed with a sharp light, like the brightest star in the night sky, slicing through the darkness and aimed directly at Tsumaki Sukuna. She should have unhesitatingly aimed for Tsumaki Sukuna's head to end this fierce battle. However, the tip of her knife unexpectedly stabbed into Sukuna's chest. Perhaps in that instant, she caught a glimpse of the brutal scene of Yuta Okatsu being gravely injured, causing an indescribable wave to surge within her heart, leading her to misjudge in that fleeting moment. Maki Zenin's knife pierced through Tsumaki Sukuna's heart. At this critical moment, the girl skilled in teleportation appeared again like a ghost. She moved like the wind, lightly floating to Yuta Okatsu's side. Without a single unnecessary greeting, she quickly grasped Yuta Okatsu. Her figure flashed again and disappeared. On the other side, Tsumaki Sukuna's figure flickered eerily, like a phantom emerging from the underworld, unpredictable and elusive. He broke free from the seemingly inescapable binds of Zen and Maki and regained his freedom. However, the price of freedom was an even fiercer pursuit. Zen and Maki was as agile and swift as a cheetah. Every movement she made was so smooth, so perfect. Her gaze was resolute and cold, like a cold star in the abyss, shimmering with a sharp light. The knife in her hand was as clear as autumn water, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. Suddenly, both sides of the cursed spirit turned abruptly. His movements were so fast that they were almost impossible to see. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes, as if mocking Maki Zenin's relentless pursuit. He quietly extended a palm, accurately grasping the slender wrist of Zen and Maki. However, Zen and Maki's reaction was as swift as a cheetah. She twisted her wrist, and a powerful force erupted in an instant. She forcefully threw the two Shikigami to the ground. Then, Zen and Maki exerted her strength again. Her muscles tensed up like a bowstring pulled tight. With a strong swing, she hurled the two Shikigami, which had just landed, towards the nearby wall. The seemingly solid wall instantly collapsed upon impact with the Shikigami, stones scattering and turning into a pile of ruins. Dust filled the air. Yet, the two Shikigami stood up unscathed from the rubble. A strange smile hung on his face. It seems that your power is nothing special after all. The corners of the dual-faced demon's mouth curled up in a mocking arc. His voice rustled like dry leaves in the autumn wind, deep and piercing. Xingyu and Maki remained silent, not uttering a word. Her hands gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, as if she intended to concentrate all her strength on that blade. Her gaze was resolute and bright, like the stars in the night sky, shining with a determined light. Seeing her steadfastness, the two-sided Su-Nu-Ah also fell silent. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, then shouted lowly, "Release." This shout seemed to vibrate the air, and an invisible force instantly spread out. The fierce space tore through the void like lightning, mercilessly aimed at Zen and Maki. Faced with this sudden attack, Zen and Maki's expression turned as serious as iron in an instant. She twisted her body, moving like a ghost, skillfully evading the deadly space slash. The power of the space slash did not dissipate. Instead, it rampaged like a wild horse. Surrounding buildings were destroyed, leaving a wasteland of ruins and dust. As the dust gradually settled, Zen and Maki's figure reappeared. Her gaze was like a torch, fixated intently on the Shikigami, with a firm light flashing in her eyes. "Can your heart, which I pierced, still endure during battle?" Zen and Maki's voice was cold and resolute, as if she was issuing a final challenge to the Shikigami. Each of her words was filled with power, striking against the Shikigami's heart like a heavy hammer. Chapter 154, Zen and Maki versus Shikigami. The corners of the Shikigami's mouth lifted slightly, a trickle of bright red sliding down from the corner of its lips. He casually wiped it away with his fingertips. His voice revealed an indescribable sense of provocation and confidence. He spoke leisurely. "Given the current situation, it's just small skirmishes, which naturally pose no pressure for me." As he spoke, his figure had already moved. He seemed like a gust of wind, sweeping across the ground with an unparalleled momentum. He leaped onto the towering overpass together with Zen and Maki. Their clash was like a raging storm. Each collision stirred ripples in the surrounding air, as if even the air around them was trembling. The overpass quivered slightly beneath their feet, emitting a low groan. Zen and Maki's eyes sparkled with a cold light. She swung her blade, and the building behind her seemed to be swept away by a fierce wind. It shook violently in an instant, on the verge of collapse. She skillfully harnessed this force, intending to use the building as a weapon to smash it down onto her leisurely opponent, Tsumaki Fushiguro. However, this offensive was a child's play in front of Tsumaki. He extended 3 arms, steady as iron pillars, supporting the building that was about to collapse. That seemingly precarious giant became as docile as a sheep under his control. Meanwhile, his other hand shot out like lightning, accurately blocking the blade of Jinshi from the Zen temple. The contest between the two was like a silent symphony, each note filled with power and wisdom. The eyes of the two-sided Shunua carried a hint of cynical mockery. He seems to not take Zen and Maki's fierce attacks to heart. He suddenly burst into action, as agile as a cheetah, effortlessly deflecting the blade in Maki Zenon's hand. At the same time, he counterattacked Maki Zenon. This strike caused her to lose her balance, as if she were a kite with a severed string. The immense impact sent her flying like a cannonball. Maki Zenon crashed violently into a nearby, towering building, raising a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the eyes of the two opposing Sukuna glimmered with a cold light. He jumped into the towering building without hesitation. However, just as he stepped inside, a fierce and unmatched gust of wind suddenly struck. Zen and Maki had already been lurking in the shadows like a leopard. She patiently awaited the arrival of the two-faced Shiki. A calm and determined light flickered in her eyes. Zen and Maki launched a swift attack. She threw a punch, like the force of thunder, directly hitting the grotesque mouth of the two-faced Shiki in the abdomen. Bang! With a dull sound echoing in the empty building, it seemed as if even the air trembled. The two-faced Shiki was struck by this sudden blow, feeling the pain penetrate to the bone. He bent down, as if even his spine was rattling from the shock. But he did not yield because of it. A more intense and fierce light flickered in his eyes. Just then, the figure in black, once again, appeared like a ghost. He attempted to seize the moment of the two-faced Schwanxi's negligence, launching a sudden attack. However, the vigilance of the two-faced Schwanxi was as sharp as that of a cheetah. With a casual wave of his arm, Schwanxi summoned several invisible spatial blades that sliced through the air, accurately hitting the man in black. Then, with a thunderous kick, he sent the man in black soaring into the air. The man in black let out a piercing scream. His body is like a kite with a broken string. He violently shattered the glass of the window and then rapidly fell from the towering rooftop, The two stood silently in front of the broken window, overlooking the figure below that was gradually fading away. A hint of barely perceptible doubt flashed in his eyes. He realized that the man in black had not used the kitchen knife. What truth lies behind this unusual action? Deep within the heart of the two-faced, an inexplicable shadow quietly spread, making him feel an unprecedented sense of unease. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp and piercing. He realized where the problem lay. That cunning Uchiha Kanya might have quietly infiltrated this building. This thought exploded in his mind like a heavy bomb, making it impossible for him to remain calm. He understands that he can no longer waste time here. Every minute and every second is full of uncertainty. The two-faced demon leaps into action. He climbed out directly from that rickety window. He landed steadily on the previous level, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing straight ahead. There, he saw the familiar figure of Nishinobu Keibu. He was like a cunning fox, hiding in the darkness, waiting for the prey to arrive. The corners of the double-faced's mouth curled into a cold smile. This game was finally coming to an end. He slowly walked towards Sukuna, each step filled with determination and killing intent. Sukuna grabbed the collar of Ryaman Sukuna firmly, lifting him up. Ryaman Sukuna struggled in panic, but he couldn't break free from Sukuna's iron grip. However, at that moment, Maki Zenin rushed in like a storm. A determined light flickered in her eyes. Maki Zenin's fists rained down like a torrential downpour. Each punch carried immense power, striking heavily against Sukuna's body. Fall down for me. Her voice was filled with resolve and strength. The wind from her punches howled, aiming directly at Sukuna's vital points, as if to completely crush him. Sukuna's brows furrowed slightly, but soon a hint of excitement appeared on his face. He seems to be inspired by Maki Zenin's bravery. He wants to see what kind of power this strong woman can unleash. He easily caught Zeninmaki's fist, forcefully throwing her out. Zeninmaki rolled in the air for a few spins before crashing hard to the ground. However, she did not give up, struggling to stand up again, ready to launch another attack on the Shikigami. But the Shikigami silently appeared in front of her. He looked down at Zeninmaki as if gazing at the ants beneath his feet. A smirk of mockery and derision curved at the corners of his mouth. Your existence is like a blinding ray of sunlight, ruthlessly piercing through the hypocrisy and darkness of the sorcerer's world. His voice is cold and sharp, like the chill of a winter wind, sending shivers down one's spine. Maki Zenin, you have made even me, the king of curses, feel a sense of. His words were filled with provocation and disdain, as if mocking Maki's insignificance. However, in the face of the taunts and provocations from the two-faced Shikigami, Maki Zenin did not back down. She lifted her head, her gaze firm and bright, sparkling with an indomitable light. The corners of her mouth also curled into a stubborn smile, as if declaring her resilience and tenacity. Humph, do you think you can defeat me? Her voice was filled with confidence and determination. I, Maki Zenin, am not someone who can be easily defeated. Her words were full of strength and resolve, as if declaring war on the two-faced Shikigami. The two-faced Shikigami was slightly taken aback. He immediately burst into laughter like a sudden storm. He carries an air of unparalleled arrogance. Oh, is that really the case? A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, and a cunning light flickered in his eyes. Since that's the case, let me show you what true earth-shattering power is. Before his words fell, he struck out with a punch like thunder, aimed directly at Zeninmaki's abdomen. Zeninmaki felt an immense force surge towards her, causing her to scream in pain. Her body flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the street outside. Chapter 155, Sukuna vs. Nakanaba. The two-faced Sukuna looked at her struggling in pain, a satisfied smile flashing in his eyes. He gently stroked his abdomen. The large mouth there had been struck multiple times by Maki Zenin, but to him, it was merely a trivial pain. He wore a smile, as if savoring the thrill brought by the pain. It's time for me to return the favor. The corners of the dual-faced demon's mouth curled into a cold smile, and a ruthless and cruel light flickered in his eyes. Like a hungry wolf in the deep night, searching for prey, his figure suddenly swayed. He seemed to sweep by like a gust of wind, instantly disappearing from the spot, leaving only a faint residual shadow. When he reappeared, he was already standing before Maki Zenin. That speed seemed to surpass the limits of the naked eye. The two-faced Sukuna mercilessly swung a punch. A surge of black light erupted forth, like lightning in the darkness, piercing directly towards Maki Zenin's abdomen. Although Maki Zenin sensed the danger, it was already too late for her to react. She could only watch helplessly as the black light penetrated her defenses, striking heavily at her soul. The pain was excruciating, and a scream echoed in the air. Her body was like a doll struck by tremendous force, instantly flying backward and crashing into a distant wall, producing a heavy thud. This time, she resembled a broken puppet, unable to struggle to her feet. All that remained was a dead silence. Maki Zenin's body lay quietly amidst the ruins of the battlefield, like an abandoned sculpture, silently recounting its past glory and struggle. The lowered gaze of the two-faced Sukuna fell upon her. In those eyes flickered a chilling cruelty and fervor. His smile, like that of a fierce beast, sends chills down one's spine. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping around. It was clearly a mess. His gaze was fixed on a figure. It was Hinatabu Takuya, the only warrior still holding on. What a tenacious guy. The laughter of the two-faced Shun was filled with disdain and mockery. But his eyes were like a hawk staring at its prey, sharp and cold. He slowly moved forward, each step seemingly pressing on the heart of the sun below. His goal has been, only this last challenger remains. Now, only you are left. The voice of the dual-faced is deep and cold, like a judgment from hell. His gaze was fixed on Hinokibiba Takuya. Takuya stood at the edge of the tall building, his eyes like torches as he looked down at the two sides of the street below. His clothes were soaked with sweat, as if he had just struggled out of the waves of the deep sea. Every drop of sweat embodied his tenacity and determination, shimmering with an indomitable light. He said, "Alas, if I had escaped earlier, perhaps I wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament." But the regret in his voice did not weaken his determination. Instead, it burned even hotter like a fierce fire. He had no hesitation, no fear, like a soaring eagle, leaping down from the top of a tall building. His figure drew a beautiful arc in the air, landing steadily in front of the two Shunai. Sunakubo Takuya's form was like lightning, instantly taking a fierce stance. His hands gripped the handle of the knife tightly, as steady as a mountain, with a determined light shining in his eyes. He took a deep breath, merging his body and mind with the knife in his hand. At that moment, he seemed to become the embodiment of the knife, unleashing the Nuing flow. Simple domain. He is ready to perform the Iato / Evening Moon. This strike, a supreme skill he has finally comprehended after countless days and nights of hard training, is incredibly powerful. The two-faced Sukuna watched all of this, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He nodded slightly, as if acknowledging the strength of Nichibu Takeya. However, a playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He extended his right hand, aiming at Hinakami Takuya, ready to unleash the spatial slash without any incantation. No words were needed, just a thought, and he launched a fatal attack. However, the damage was not high. Hinakami Takuya's gaze sharpened, and he instantly swung the knife in his hand, accurately blocking the spatial slash from the two-faced Sukuna. The two forces collided, producing a deafening sound. Hinakami Takuya's body trembled for an instant, as if struck by an invisible immense force. He slowly sheathed his sword. However, his opponent, who was possessed by dual spirits, did not seem eager to launch an attack. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. Those two intact arms looked so strong under the sunlight, as if they could unleash amazing power at any moment. Su Jian's lips curled into a teasing smile. He gazed at the calm and composed figure under the sun, a playful light flickering in his eyes. His voice was deep and magnetic as he slowly spoke. "Kid, you do have some skills. However, you need to be careful with the next move." These words were as piercing as a cold wind, making Nichibukibu Taka's heart tighten. He knew very well that the next attack from the two-faced Sukuna would be overwhelmingly powerful. Yet, even in the face of such dire circumstances, he showed no intention of retreating. His sword, wielded by Nishikata Bunya, sliced through the silence with a sharp whoosh, aiming directly at Sukuna's body. As the blade passed, numerous fine wounds began to spread across Sukuna's body, staining the ground with blood. However, Sukuna's regenerative ability was astonishing, almost magical. The moment the blade pierced, those seemingly fatal wounds started to heal at a visibly rapid pace, as if they had never been harmed at all. Nishikata Bunya watched this scene unfold before him and suddenly swung his tightly clenched right fist. He struck the faces of the dual-faced demon with immense force, delivering a blow that gathered all his strength and belief. In that instant, the dual-faced demon felt as if it had been hit hard. He was forced to retreat several steps by Nikaido Takuya's thunderous punch. On his fierce face, the look of pain spread like ripples. "Humph, kid, you got some skills." The twin-faced Sukuna let out a soft snort, but a hint of a cynical smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. He seems to be mocking the strength of the sun god. He gently rubbed his slightly swollen cheek, his eyes sparkling with an even hotter light. In the next moment, he flashed by like a ghost. He lunged at Hinakubo Takuya once again, his speed so fast that it seemed like just an afterimage. However, Hinakubo Takuya did not show the slightest hint of fear. His body leaped up like a spring and suddenly kicked out. This kick was like Mount Tai pressing down. With all his strength, it struck fiercely on the two Su-Nuwa. The two Su-Nuwa were kicked high into the air like kites with their strings cut. They drew a long arc in the air and finally fell heavily to the ground. His figure rolled in the dust a few times before finally stabilizing. He gently brushed off the dust clinging to the hem of his clothes, his eyes filled with a flickering excitement. This is a real showdown. The two opposing entities howled towards the sky, their voices resonating like thunder on the battlefield. He charged towards Hinakubo Dunya again like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, his momentum overwhelming. The two clashed once more, and the collision of fists and feet erupted into a deafening roar. The battle grew increasingly intense. Their speeds had reached a level that was nearly impossible for the naked eye to capture. Hinakubo, don't let me down. Show me your full strength, and let's have an exhilarating fight. The two opposing forces roared, their attacks becoming even more ferocious. Every punch he threw seemed to contain endless power, launching a storm-like attack against Nishikabe. Chapter 156. Nishikabe's defeat and Miguel after a thrilling confrontation. Their figures clashed like two bolts of lightning in the void, each contact stirring strong ripples in the air. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to be torn apart by their momentum, emitting sharp and piercing howls. It felt as if even the wind was trembling for their duel. Eventually, after a fierce exchange, the two briefly separated. They stood there, their chests rising and falling, breathing heavily, their eyes like torches fixed on each other, as if they would launch another attack at any moment. In Hinatsuke Takuya's hand was a broken sword. The shattered blade glimmered with a cold light. His eyes revealed an indomitable determination, as if he would never give up resisting even in the face of despair. He gripped the broken blade tightly, as if he wanted to concentrate all his strength in that moment. He let out a sudden roar, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth, as if the very ground trembled under his sound. Nuing flow. With his earth-shattering shout, a tremendous surge of cursed power erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion, quickly converging at the tip of the broken blade into an unparalleled, sharp edge. He darted forward like a cheetah, lurking in the dark night, suddenly leaping up. He charged straight at the two-sided. The sharp blade cut through the air, producing a piercing whistle. However, just as he was about to make contact with the two-sided, the opponent slightly raised a hand. Two fingers precisely pinched the whistling knife. A teasing smile appeared on the face of the two-sided, and a playful glint sparkled in their deep-set eyes. He seems to have seen through everything, playing with his opponent's attacks as if they were in his palm. You aimed for my already wounded heart, didn't you? Too obvious. The voice of the two-faced demon is like the cold wind from deep within a glacier, ruthless and resolute. Every word and every sentence is like a sharp ice pick, piercing straight to the heart, as if it could freeze a person's soul into ice in an instant. His fingertips pressed gently, as if carrying a weight of 1,000 pounds. He aimed to turn the sharp blade, tightly gripped in Nakakabu Takuya's hand, into powder in an instant. Nakakabu Takuya's face instantly turned as pale as paper, and those eyes that were once full of determination were now filled with despair and unwillingness. He gazed at the two-faced, and in those pupils seemed to reflect endless darkness, instilling in him an infinite sense of fear. He tried to struggle, to retreat, but his body felt tightly bound by an invisible chain. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from this invisible shackles. He could only watch helplessly as the two-faced, feeling the cold and ruthless aura gradually devouring his courage and hope. Damn it! Hinatsuke Taku gritted his teeth and growled in anger. He was engulfed by a deep fear in an instant. He began to plead, his voice trembling like leaves falling in the autumn wind, fragile and powerless. Can you spare my life? He pleaded in a low voice, each word seeming to be squeezed out from deep within his throat, filled with desperation and unwillingness. However, the two opposing figures seemed to be in another world altogether. His gaze was deep and indifferent, as if he did not see the pleading eyes of Nishikubo Taka. A mocking and disdainful smile always hung on his face. Then, two sharp space slashes cut through the air like lightning. With devastating power, they accurately landed on Hinakami Fumiya. The speed was so fast, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, leaving no time for reaction. In that instant, Hinakami Fumiya's body was struck. A glimmer of despair flashed in his eyes, and then he fell into endless darkness. Sunakubo Taku's body trembled violently like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. He seemed as if he could be torn apart by an invisible force at any moment. Two intersecting scars, like the claws of a demon, were gruesomely etched onto his skin. Blood surged out uncontrollably like a flood, crazily pouring forth. It stained his clothes and also tainted the air around him. In that fleeting moment, the two sides of the lingering grudge understood the importance of a quick resolution. He had no time to perform hand seals, no time to chant the incantations. He could only rely on instinct, concentrating all his strength into that one strike. Although he didn't tear Sunakabu Takuya into pieces, the surging power still swept him down to the ground like a violent hurricane. It seems as if every inch of his skin is enduring an indescribable torment. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair, as if he were staring at the end of life. At that moment, the teleporting beautiful girl appeared in his line of sight again. She saw the miserable state of Hinadebu Takuya, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She seemed unable to believe that this man, who had once been so confident and spirited in front of her, would end up in such a situation. A complex emotion surged in her heart, filled with panic, anger, and fear of the unknown. She hurriedly stepped forward, desperately wanting to rescue Hinadebu Takuya from the impending crisis. Her voice overflowed with deep concern and urgency for her friend. Hinadebu, she called anxiously, her voice echoing on the empty street, trembling slightly. However, just as she was about to reach Hinadebu Takuya, a chilling aura suddenly surged in the air. Behind her, a deep shadow silently emerged. The left hand of the two-faced Shunu casually played with her hair, showing extreme impatience on her face. He spoke coldly, his voice deep and icy, as if it came from the chilling winds of the underworld. I'm getting annoyed with you too. He glanced at the beautiful girl in front of him with disdain. Then, an invisible force suddenly erupted from his body. It was his technique release. The pure and innocent girl suddenly showed a look of terror on her face. She hurriedly turned around, only to see the demon known as Twin-Faced Shikigami, wearing a mocking and cold smile. Her heart raced like thunder in her chest. Just when she despaired, thinking she would be consumed by that evil smile, a figure suddenly appeared beside her like a flash of lightning. The person was agile and pulled her back from the brink of death, and then the two vanished as if swept away by a fierce wind. The gaze of Twin-Faced Shikigami was as sharp as that of a hawk. He stared intently at the marks left on the ground by the spell. He slowly raised his head, and in his crimson eyes, a flicker of indescribable doubt and curiosity passed by. A new face has arrived. The words of the two-faced Shogun contained an imperceptible hint of amusement. His gaze was drawn to the rooftop above. A figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, coming into view. It was a black man, with skin as deep as obsidian, yet dressed in pure white clothing, creating a striking contrast. His posture is like a pine, upright and resilient, with a presence that is as unshakable as a mountain. He's the man who fought for 10 minutes against Satoru Gojo without being defeated. Miguel gently moved his left hand and pushed up his sunglasses. He looked down from a high vantage point at the two sides of the mocking smile that curved at the corners of his mouth was like a blade mocking fate, cold and sharp. He is like a lonely cheetah, staring at the prey below, ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. You don't even know me. Are you some kind of Martian? That's why people from the land of cherry blossoms are truly ignorant. A frog at the bottom of a well. Miguel expressed himself in a near-perfect, fluent Sakura language. Each word was like a meticulously crafted gem, dazzling and sharp, yet carrying a hint of barely noticeable sarcasm and disdain. The brows of the two-faced demon involuntarily furrowed upon hearing these words. He squinted his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp like that of a hawk. He scanned Miguel back and forth, trying to find a hint of flaw or unease in that calm demeanor. Oh, you seem quite confident in your own strength. The voice of the two-faced specter was deep and indifferent, like a cold wind blowing from an ice cellar, carrying undeniable authority. However, here with me, confidence often comes with a heavy price. His words carried an undeniable arrogance, as if stating an unchangeable fact. Upon hearing this, Miguel's mocking expression deepened. He laughed out loud, his laughter like a summer storm, fierce and unrestrained. Then, he gently placed the teleporting girl on the ground. At this moment, Miguel seemed like a proud lion, showcasing his strength and confidence in front of his opponent. Chapter 157. The dual-faced SH Nun is once again besieged. A giant hand woven from profound magical power suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Like a claw returning from the underworld, it firmly grasped Doya Nikabu. Standing to the right and behind Miguel was a white Lalu. His upper body was exposed to the cold wind, his skin appearing pale and eerie under the moonlight. A smug smile hung on his face, as if he had already foreseen the dawn of victory. His eyes sparkled with cunning and confidence, as if everything was under his control. Lala's voice was laced with mockery and sarcasm. He spoke up. Look, this field is as closed off as a fortress. And Gojo Satoru has truly given us a great gift. A present from the underworld. It's really something to look forward to. Miguel nodded slightly in agreement. He said lightly, Indeed, it has taken away some major troubles. The reversal technique couldn't restore it. Then Lalu picked up the conversation, saying he once had 4 arms, but now the 2 arms below have yet to recover. And with that incurable heart, he has already reached the end of his life. After hearing this, Miguel's lips curled into a faint smile. He seemed to be mocking that person's fate. I felt a bit embarrassed, as if I was enjoying the fruits of someone else's labor. His words were filled with ease and confidence, as if the victory of this battle was already within reach. A sure thing. However, these words were like sharp arrows, piercing the hearts of the 2 sides caught in the feud. He felt an unprecedented sense of contempt, a humiliation of being seen through and ignored. His heartbeat instantly quickened, as if the blood in his body was boiling. He was actually looked down upon like this. And a strong sense of anger and unwillingness surged in the heart of the dual-sided demon. He clenched his fists, and his eyes seemed to ignite with a blazing fire. Like the Big Dipper in the night sky, sharp and intense, his gaze was fixed directly on Miguel and Lalu. The furious light radiated like a long-suppressed volcano, about to erupt. "You 2 bastards!" The roar of the 2-faced demon thundered like a tempest, reverberating through the empty streets, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. His voice seemed capable of tearing through the air, causing everything around to tremble. He moved his body slightly, his feet pressing against the wall of the building, exuding an imposing aura. The wall beneath him seemed to sense his anger, beginning to tremble violently, as if it would collapse under his impact at any moment. The dual avatars of the ancient spirit rushed towards Miguel and Lalu like a swift cheetah, moving with astonishing speed. The wall beneath his feet gradually crumbled, debris and dust flying everywhere, as if trembling in response to his fury. In the face of the dual avatar's wrath, Lalu remained utterly unmoved. There was a flicker of determination and fearlessness in his eyes. The air beside him seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gradually. This hand appeared to be sculpted from solid rock, every line filled with power and majesty. It ruthlessly, like an iron claw, it tightly bound them and then mercilessly smashed them against the wall behind. Bang! With a loud noise echoing across the land, the wall instantly under the tremendous impact, and debris scattered like a torrential rain. However, to everyone's astonishment, a deep unexpectedly appeared in the palm of Laru's hand. The 2, subjected to the relentless pressure of the giant hand, let out a thunderous roar like a trapped beast. He gathered all his strength and struck with all his might. That seemingly indestructible palm shattered under his furious blow, turning into wisps of nothingness. Suddenly, he swayed. He seemed like a bolt of black lightning, racing instantly towards Lalu. Upon seeing this, Lalu's previously calm expression finally showed a hint of disturbance. However, he quickly adjusted his breathing and posture. His eyes were fixed firmly on the 2 rushing Shikigami, ready to face the impending fierce attack. However, Miguel's figure suddenly intruded into the battlefield. He moves with a lithe grace, as agile as a cat, while dodging the dual-sided space slashes of the. He manages to maintain an elegance that is almost like a dance. His movements are graceful and confident, each turn and leap filled with strength and beauty. He seems to have infused the essence of street dance into combat. He infused the originally brutal battle scenes with a hint of artistic flair. In the fierce combat, the brows of both sides were tightly furrowed like iron, their eyes revealing an unmistakable gravity. He tried to break through numerous obstacles to get closer to Miguel, using his unique close combat skills to defeat the enemy. However, he soon realized that the Miguel before him was not an easy opponent. Miguel's close combat ability was like a storm, fierce and swift. He casually grabbed the wrists of the 2-faced Shuangzi, as swift and precise as a cheetah catching its prey. Then, he mercilessly threw a punch. The force was like a landslide, striking fiercely at the wound on the chest of the 2-faced Shuangzi. Ah! With a piercing scream echoing across the battlefield, it shattered the silence in the air. The 2-faced Shuangzi clutched his chest, his body involuntarily bending, and the anger and resentment on his face burned like a raging fire. However, Miguel did not give him a chance to catch his breath. He took advantage of the 2-sided's moment of pain, darting out like lightning, ready to deliver a fatal blow to this powerful opponent. At that moment, the previously gravely injured seemed to rise like a ghost from the abyss. He silently emerged on the stone wall behind. A resolute flame flickered in his eyes, as if he wanted to pour all his anger and strength into this moment. Zhang Xiang used the technique, blood-piercing. An invisible force gathered at his fingertips, like a storm about to erupt, brimming with energy. However, the reaction of the 2-sided curse spirit was as swift as lightning. He swayed his body and first broke free from Miguel's control. He then easily dodged the surprise attack from the swollen face. Next, both sides of the launched a fierce counterattack. He moved like an arrow, charging straight towards the swelling figure, his hands drawing a sharp trajectory in the air. A spatial slash instantly condensed into shape, like a blade cutting through space, fiercely cleaving towards the swelling figure. The expression of the swelling figure flickered slightly, akin to ripples on the surface of a lake. However, he quickly adjusted his breathing, his emotions calming as usual. His hands crossed swiftly like two iron rods, forming an invisible barrier that seemed capable of withstanding all the impacts of the world. Despite his utmost effort, the attacks from the two opposing entities were still as fierce as a raging storm, forcing him to barely hold on with his feeble defense. The immense force hit him like a sledgehammer to the chest, causing his inflated body to involuntarily step back a few paces. His face instantly turned pale as paper, as if all his vitality had been drained away in that moment. At that moment, Yuji Itadori, like a divine weapon descending from the heavens, suddenly appeared on the battlefield. His figure streaked across the night sky like a meteor, instantly landing on the two faces of the. There was a burning flame of anger in his eyes. His fist was tightly clenched, muscles tensed, as if he were trying to concentrate all his strength into this one strike. However, the two-faced Onua appeared unusually calm. He did not fall into a panic because of this. He bent his legs slightly, and his body sank with an imperceptible curve, as if in an instant he had shed all impact. Itadori Yuji's fist struck him hard, but all of this was like a stone sinking into the sea, causing not a ripple. Itadori Yuji was stunned, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He lowered his head and stared at the two-faced nun that was so close. He could see the glint of mockery in the other's eyes, as if appreciating a comical performer. "You're still here?" The corners of the two-faced nun's mouth lifted slightly, and in that, there seemed to be a cold blade wrapped within. Every word revealed deep disdain and sarcasm. Yuji Itadori felt it keenly, and the anger in his heart ignited like kindling, instantly blazing fiercely. He clenched his fists, ready to launch another attack on the invincible enemy. However, just as he was poised to strike, a hurried sound of footsteps broke the tense atmosphere. The footsteps approached rapidly, like the beating of war drums, quick and powerful. A figure flashed by like lightning. It was Zen Maki, who had been severely injured by the duality Shikigami earlier. Yet her gaze was as resolute as iron, as if she intended to condense all her pain and defiance into that one look. It truly took me by surprise. The gaze of the duality Shikigami fell on Zen Maki, and the astonishment was unmistakably evident. He squinted slightly, as if trying to see through this tenacious opponent. He said, "After receiving a black flash from me, how do you still have the strength to stand up?" Chapter 158. Sukuna consecutively defeated two people. In the hands of Zen Maki, that knife seemed to be endowed with life. Her eyes sparkled with undeniable determination and resolve. The two faces of Sukuna casually glanced at his severed left hand, as if it were merely an insignificant matter. A cold smile crept up the corner of his mouth, his voice low and chilling. He said, "This time, it was just my carelessness, I didn't dodge. But next time, you'll have nowhere to escape, and you will surely perish at my hands." Yuji Itadori stood beside him. His gaze was sharp like that of a hawk, tightly locked onto the two sides of the. He keenly observed that the right hand, which had been severed, had miraculously regenerated on Sukuna's body. This regenerated hand seemed to be telling of Sukuna's astonishing regenerative ability. Yuji Itadori felt a chill in his heart. He understood that this meant the reversal technique of the dual-sided spirit had been restored. His field of expansion will also follow. At this moment, Yuji Itadori felt an unprecedented pressure, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his heart. Yuji Itadori's gaze was steadfast and bright, unaffected by any shadow. His voice was powerful and resonant. "We will surely win." However, a shadow streaked across the sky like lightning. It was the two-faced demon, and his figure emanated an indescribable sense of oppression as he charged towards Zen Maki. His movements were so swift that they left one speechless, as if even the air trembled in response. Each shift was accompanied by a chilling and cruel aura that sent shivers down one's spine. "Umph, you insignificant human. How dare you survive under my black flash?" The voice of the dual-faced Shunua was deep and eerie. "Then, let you taste this deadly black flash once more. Let's see if you still live or not." His words were filled with provocation and murderous intent, and his target was none other than Zen Maki. The corners of Sukuna's mouth curled into a cold and cruel smile. His right hand struck out like an enraged tiger, the movement seemingly tearing through the air. Like a pitch-black lightning bolt, it carved a fierce trajectory, carrying with it a terrifying aura of destruction, charging straight at Maki Zenin. In an instant, Maki Zenin's pupils constricted. The expression of fear and despair intertwined reflected on her originally calm face. Faced with this unavoidable attack, she could only watch helplessly as the black flash drew closer and closer. However, at that moment, the two-faced Shikigami did not cease its assault. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a powerful force erupted from his palm in an instant. It was his instant technique, release. The space seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and several sharp slashes flashed like phantoms. They carried no emotion, like the scythe of death, rushing towards Zenin Maki with irresistible force. However, at that moment of life and death, Zenin Maki's figure dissipated like smoke, leaving no trace behind, completely erased from the battlefield. What was going on? Yuji Itadori's eyes widened in shock and confusion. A chaotic mix of emotions painted across his face. He hurriedly scanned the surroundings, trying to find a trace of Zenin Maki amidst the chaotic battlefield. However, apart from the cold, icy figure of Tsumaki Sukuna and the lingering waves in the air, there was nothing else. Zenin Maki seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving behind a ground full of confusion and unease. Meanwhile, the corners of Tsumaki Sukuna's mouth curled into a chilling arc, sharp and dazzling. There was a hint of cleverness. But do you really think that with just this little bit of wit, you can escape from my grasp? His voice was deep and hoarse, carrying an indescribable sense of oppression. The brows of the two-faced specter were tightly knitted, as if two abysses were converging on his forehead. That confusion was like a shooting star passing through the night sky, fleeting in an instant. He had no time to delve into this doubt because for him, every moment of hesitation was a letting go of the prey. His figure, that speed was almost beyond the limits of the naked eye, like a ghost in the dark night, suddenly pouncing towards the swollen figure. Kid, your doom is right now." The words of the two-faced. His voice was deep and cold, carrying an air of ruthlessness that pierced the heart. Zhang Xiang faced this sudden pressure with clenched teeth. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to gather all his strength in the palms of his hands. His eyes sparkled with a determined light. Faced with a powerful opponent, he did not back down, but chose to bravely confront the challenge. However, the strength of Sukuna was far beyond what he could imagine. He saw Sukuna move, as if a black light instantly cut through the air, rushing towards him like black lightning. This black flash carried a destructive power, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek. Zhang Xiang felt a tightness in his heart. He could sense the terrifying power contained within this black flash. He exerted all his strength, concentrating all his power in his fists, trying to withstand this lethal attack. But in the face of absolute strength, his resistance seemed so powerless. The black flash instantly shattered his defense and directly hit his chest. The swelling let out a deafening roar. He only felt a tremendous force surge in, and his whole body was knocked back as if struck by a heavy hammer. He crashed into the wall in the distance, making a dull thud. Zhang was struggling to get up, but the intense pain from within his body made it impossible for him to move. He knew that he had lost, and lost completely. At this critical moment of life and death, the scales of fate seemed about to tip. Yuji Itadori charged into the battlefield like a violent storm. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to concentrate all his strength into this one strike. He swung a black flash with all his might. The force of his punch was like a dragon, carrying the weight of thunder, directly striking the faces of the two cursed spirits. "Get the hell out of my way!" Yuji Itadori's roar echoed across the battlefield, shaking the surrounding air. His fist seemed to contain the power of heaven and earth, forcing the two sides of Sukuna to retreat repeatedly, their forms unsteady. Yuji Itadori's strike was like a ray of dawn in the darkness, bringing hope to everyone. "Yuji!" The voice of the swollen figure echoed across the battlefield. The moment his gaze met Yuji Itadori, it was instantly filled with surprise. However, Yuji Itadori simply responded with a calm nod. Then, he turned around again, focusing all his attention on the Shikigami. On the other side, Miguel's face was etched with anxiety and exhaustion. His brows are tightly furrowed, as if bearing too much worry and unease. He crouched down and gently lifted Lalu's heavy and powerless body with both hands. Lalu's face was pale, as if it had been eroded by wind and snow. The corners of his mouth were still stained with dried blood, but those eyes sparkled with determination and resilience. "Lalu, we really did our best." Miguel's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a deep sense of helplessness and exhaustion. Every word he utters seems like a heavy sigh forced from the depths of his heart. He looked up at his surroundings, which were ravaged and filled with the chaos of war. Miguel took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. His voice was low, but it was filled with undeniable determination. He said we should retreat. Lalu was struggling hard. His body, despite the strong will, remained unstable, like a leaf falling in a strong wind, helpless and trembling. He pressed his lips tightly together, and sweat dripped down like scattered beads. It left spots on the dusty ground. His eyes were wide open, sparkling with a light that seemed to reflect his obsession and determination for unfinished business. No, he is roaring, and that roar echoes in the open air, filled with determination and resolve. Each word seems to be squeezed out from the depths of his soul, filled with power and hope. He struggled to say, "We still have things to finish. We can't just give up like this." Although his voice was hoarse, it was full of strength. Miguel looked at him, feeling a surge of complex emotions in his heart. He was well aware of Lalu's resilience and tenacity, but the predicament before him felt like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating. "Lalu, you." Miguel was about to say something, but was interrupted by Lalu. "I know this is dangerous, but we haven't given it our all yet, have we?" Lalu's voice, though weak, was filled with strength. He said, "We cannot let those innocent people sacrifice themselves in vain. We must hold on a little longer." Miguel fell silent. He gazed into Lalu's determined eyes and took a deep breath. He said, "All right, Lalu, let's hold on a little longer." Chapter 159. The strong ones appear and the end approaches. At the moment when the two sides of Sukuna and Yuji Itadori were fiercely clashing, an indescribable tension and rage filled the air. Every punch thrown by both sides was accompanied by a slight tremor in the surrounding space. However, in the midst of this life-and-death struggle, the gaze of the two sides of Sukuna inadvertently shifted, fixating on Lalu not far away. In that gaze, there was both confusion and a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. It was as if, at that moment, the feelings that Sukuna had not even realized were quietly surging. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Yuji Itadori seized the opportunity. His figure leaped up like a cheetah, unleashing a black flash that contained all his will. With a sharpness that cut through the night sky, it rushed towards the two Shikigami. The two Shikigami were caught off guard and struggled to fend off the sudden attack. At the moment of collision, the two black flashes clashed, and two forces surged like torrents, fiercely engaging each other, only to cancel each other out in an instant. Erupting in a deafening roar, the battle intensified, and the figures of the two intertwined on the battlefield, creating breathtaking scenes. Although the two Shikigami were strong, they gradually showed signs of fatigue under Itadori Yuji's relentless attacks. "You really are a tough one." The two Shikigami gasped for breath, a cold smile curling at the corner of their mouth. It was a recognition of the opponent's strength and a prelude to their impending outburst. Itadori Yuji was in a similar state, sweat trickling down his cheeks. But his gaze was exceptionally firm. "I won't give up until I completely defeat you." Itadori Yuji seemed to pour all his beliefs into that moment. Just then, a shocking change occurred. The two Shikigami's reversal technique suddenly accelerated, beginning to heal its own wounds. "After taking so many of your black flashes, my technique has recovered," the two Shikigami declared. Domain expansion, Demon Suppression Chef. The enormous figure of the Demon Suppression Chef descended amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, its imposing presence seemingly capable of suppressing everything in the world. A cold smile crept across the two Shikigami's lips as they shouted, "Technique. Open." In an instant, their two right hands appeared to be possessed by the fire god, condensing a dazzling ball of flame. The surrounding air twisted from the scorching heat. This was when Itadori Yuji's pupils suddenly constricted. The scene around him seemed to be engulfed by this force, the sea of fire spreading. It completely ignited the space between him and his brother. Without any hesitation, stepped forward. His entire body was tensed, standing like a bronze wall in front of Yuji Itadori. He roared, unleashing the power within him, forming an indestructible shield in an attempt to withstand the raging flames. However, the power of the two opposing forces was too great. The flames seemed to possess the ability to devour everything. Under the erosion of the flames, the shield gradually weakened and ultimately shattered with a loud crash. The body of the swollen figure also swayed as a result. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and determination. In the end, he fell into the sea of flames, never to make a sound again. Yuji Itadori stood in place, his gaze piercing through the fire, scanning his surroundings. There was both shock and confusion in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice trembling slightly. "Who is coming?" Someone was quickly approaching, a sound pounding on everyone's hearts. "Ultimate power. Magnetic field power. 1,000,000 horsepower." With a dignified and cold voice, it pierced through the sky, carrying an undeniable force. A figure was seen, moving so fast it seemed to tear through space, plummeting down from the horizon. He spread his arms wide, like a deity controlling the heavens and the earth, with each movement causing violent fluctuations in the surrounding air. Bang! After the loud sound, his palm accurately struck the two-faced Shonyao. Without any hesitation, the two-faced Shonyao, the strongest curse that had once instilled fear in countless people, now surprisingly showed no resistance at all. He is turned into nothingness, leaving not even a trace of dust. Humph! The so-called strongest is nothing more than this. The master of the magnetic field stands in the void, his eyes filled with disdain. The land of the cherry blossom country will now belong to my Han High Kingdom. Before his words could finish, a figure descended from the sky. The person's eyes were crimson like blood. He was from the motherland, bringing the arrogance and majesty of the American Federation. Get lost. The voice of the person from the motherland was deep and powerful. The Sakura Nation is merely an affiliate of my American Federation. You have no right to meddle. The magnetism master curled his lips into a cold smile. Faced with the dominance of the person from the motherland, he showed no fear at all, but became even more arrogant. You? A mere dog of the American Federation. You dare to compete with me? Just as the two were on the verge of a confrontation, the atmosphere tensed to the extreme. An unexpected figure suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. It was Tian, who had been watching the show for a long time. He was holding Zenin Maki, who was unarmed. His appearance seemed to instantly freeze the air around him. Sakura country, I want it. Tian's voice was calm and firm, yet carried an undeniable strength. He looked around and said, You all step back. This place does not belong to you. I've got it under control. The two powerful figures exchanged glances, a hint of reluctance flashing in their eyes, but they tacitly chose to retreat. They are well aware that provoking Tian is akin to hitting a rock with an egg. In a silence, they turned and left, their backs revealing endless loneliness. The cherry blossom country naturally fell under Tian's control. He stood there, his gaze deep and profound, as if the fate of the entire nation rested in his thoughts. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, a mysterious power surged forth, instantly enveloping all living beings in the Sakura Kingdom. They only felt a flash before their eyes, and when they opened them again, they found themselves in a brand new world, the paradise of Tian. In the days that followed, Tian began his grand plan. The land of Sakura country started to undergo tremendous changes. Mountains, rivers, grass, trees, flowers, and birds. All matter was rearranged and combined under his will, radiating unprecedented vitality and energy. The islands of Sakura country actually began to slowly rise, breaking free from the constraints of the ground, floating above the clouds. Sunlight poured down on this suspended paradise, shimmering like gold, dreamlike and surreal. I want to be a god on this planet. Tian's voice echoed through the heavens and the earth, filled with an unparalleled dominance. In his eyes sparkled a fervent light, a desire for power, a pursuit of authority, and a steadfast belief in becoming the ruler of all. Everyone was released. The people looked up and saw Tian standing above the clouds. His figure is tall and majestic, as if he truly is a deity descending from the heavens. They are filled with awe and reverence. Everyone knows that from now on, they can only look up to the figure of this strongest one. Tian. He is the strongest. He is the new master of the cherry blossom country. He is the only god on this planet. Synopsis. Tian travels into the body of Uchiha Kanya. He is terrified that he will soon be killed by Konoha. In his panic, the system prompts him, stating that he can become stronger by falling in love. To survive, he has no choice but to endure some grievances.